The waves crashed onto the beach and salt water rushed into his nostrils. Xian choked violently, his limbs flailing wildly. The sensation was wrong. His fingers were gone, replaced by 5 short, thick, clawed toes. He flipped over with effort, his shell scraping against the coarse sand, and the entire turtle was turned upside down. A low guttural grunt escaped his throat. He froze, staring at his dark green forelimbs. They were covered in scales with thick joints and sand grains wedged between the claws. These were not human hands. In the distance came a rustling sound. 3 giant sea turtles poked their heads out from behind the reef, their shells covered in barnacles and seaweed. Their eyes were cloudy, staring at Xian for a few seconds before lowering their heads to graze on the seaweed on the beach. Closer by, 5 palm-sized baby turtles huddled in a rock crevice, their shells not yet hardened, the edges translucent white. Xian struggled to turn over. His body was heavier than he expected, and his shell pressed a deep indentation into the sand. He crawled to a tide pool and looked down at the reflection, a massive sea turtle with pale cyan patterns on its head and pitch-black eyes. He raised his right claw and clenched it. The toes curled together, then spread open. He had transmigrated. A sound squeezed out from his throat, rough and deep, but unmistakably human speech. Xian scanned his surroundings. The island was small, with the beach extending in a crescent shape on both sides. In the distance were low rocky hills, their tops dotted with sparse palm trees. The sea was calm, and the horizon showed no sign of any land. He turned to look at the 3 adult turtles. They moved slowly, their eyes dull, no different from ordinary sea turtles. The 5 baby turtles were even weaker. One lay in the crevice, unable to lift its head. Xian crawled toward the rocky hill. The barnacles on his shell scraped against the reef, producing a harsh grating sound. It took him 10 minutes to climb to the top of the hill, panting heavily. The sea breeze blew from the north, carrying a salty and fishy smell. He looked in that direction, and fragments of memories slowly pieced together in his mind. Leaves, ninja, chakra-tailed beasts. The Second Great Ninja War had just ended a year ago, and the 5 great nations had temporarily ceased fire, but undercurrents were stirring. The world of Naruto. Xian glanced at the sea turtles again. 3 adults, 5 hatchlings. That was his entire clan. A baby turtle crawled out of the crevice and wobbled toward the tide pool. After just 3 steps, a wave crashed over it, sweeping it into the water. The baby turtle tumbled several times, its flippers clawing uselessly in the water. Xian rushed down the rocky hill. His limbs churned at the sand faster than he expected. He charged into the shallow water and pushed the baby turtle back onto the beach with his head. The baby turtle lay on the sand, coughing up water, while Xian stayed by its side, waiting for it to recover. The other 2 adult turtles never lifted their heads the entire time, continuing to chew seaweed. Xian let out a low growl from his throat. Only then did the 2 adults stop and stare at him blankly. Stupid. He spat out one word. The sun sank westward, dyeing the sea dark red. Xian herded the 5 baby turtles to the dry sand on the leeward side of the rocky hill and shielded them from the sea breeze with his body. The 3 adult turtles were sleeping in their shells 10 meters away. He kept his eyes open, staring at the starry sky. Konoha, year 30. 6 years before the Third Great Ninja War, more than a decade before the Ninetales incident. This sea area was far from the mainland, and no ninja would set foot here in the short term. But there was not enough food, no fresh water, and the hatchlings would not survive the month. Xian turned over and looked toward the rocky hill at the center of the island. There was a freshwater spring there, but the flow was very small, and most of the water seeped away after heavy rains. He had to do something. A baby turtle crawled over from the side and rubbed against his foreleg. There was still a crack on its shell from when it was knocked against the reef by the waves today. Xian lowered his head and touched the baby turtle's head with his nose. You will survive. The baby turtle shrank into its shell and made a faint purring sound. Thin mist rose from the sea surface, obscuring most of the moonlight. Xian half closed his eyes, already calculating tomorrow's workload in his mind. Suddenly a sharp pain pierced the back of his head. It was not the waves, not the wind. It was something else, like a needle stabbed deep into his consciousness. Xian's eyes snapped open. On the pitch-black sea, something was approaching. At first light, Xian climbed onto the rocky heights. The sea had returned to calm. Whatever had drawn near last night had vanished. The mist lifted, leaving nothing behind. He stared at the horizon for half a minute, then turned to climb down. First, take stock of the colony. 3 adult turtles lay in the shallows, eyes half closed, occasionally opening their mouths to catch drifting seaweed. As Xian approached, they raised their heads, cloudy, eyes shifting, then lowered them again. 5 baby turtles huddled in a rock crevice. 2 of them lay motionless. Xian used his foreclaws to push aside rubble and leaned in. The shell was soft, eyes half closed, breathing shallow. He bit a baby turtle's hind leg and gently dragged it out. The baby turtle struggled weakly, its claws paddling feebly. Still alive, but barely holding on. Imo-Shien moved all 5 baby turtles to the dry sand on the leeward side, letting them huddle together for warmth. The 3 adult turtles did not help at all, not even glancing his way. He crawled back to the shallow beach and scraped 3 horizontal lines in the sand with his claws. 3 lines, the number of adults. Then he drew 5 short lines beside them. 5 hatchlings. Seawater surged up and erased one of the short lines. Imo-Shien stared at the erased mark, a low rumbling sound rising from his throat. Food. He dived into the shallow sea. Underwater sparse seaweed grew on the rocks, few shellfish and a few small fish darted into crevices as he approached. Imo-Shien used his claws to pry up a rock. Beneath it were only sand and broken shells. 20 minutes later he surfaced with 3 small crabs and a clump of seaweed in his mouth. The 3 adult turtles had already found their own food, grazing on algae from the rocks, crunching shells. They ate slowly but enough to survive. Imo-Shien dragged the crabs and seaweed in front of the baby turtles. The 5 hatchlings gathered around. The largest one bit a crab leg, but couldn't tear it. The second one swallowed seaweed directly and choked its neck, stretching and contracting. Imo-Shien used his claw tips to crush the crab shell, pushing the meat to the hatchlings' mouths. He tore the seaweed into small pieces and fed them one by one. The 3 adult turtles watched from a distance, not approaching. Fresh water. Imo-Shien climbed the rocky hill at the island's center. The spring was hidden in a crevice between 2 boulders. Clear water, but a slow trickle, drop by drop, collecting in a palm-sized pool below. He lowered his head and took a sip. The water was cool with a faint, earthy taste. There was no shelter around the pool. Under the sun, the water level visibly dropped. Imo-Shien measured the depth with his claws, less than 3 fingers. When the wind blew, sand fell and clouding the water. He looked back toward the hatchlings. This little water wouldn't last 5 hatchlings 3 days. Imo-Shien began to walk around the island. Beach, rocky belt, hill, sparse shrubs. The island was small. It took less than half an hour to cross from east to west. On the south side, he found a low-lying area with damp soil and a few tufts of wild grass. He dug with his claws half a foot deep. The soil was still dry, not a water source. He returned to the spring and lay on the rocks. The 3 adult turtles had retreated into their shells to sleep. The 5 hatchlings huddled together, occasionally making faint calls. The sky was cloudless, the sun fierce. The pool shrank another circle. He stared at the water, claws unconsciously scraping the sand. In the afternoon, the sky suddenly darkened. Imo-Shien looked up. A mass of black clouds pressed over the sea. Wind carrying a salty tang swept onto the island. The 3 adult turtles poked their heads out and began climbing to higher ground. The hatchlings huddled together, making urgent calls. Imo-Shien rushed down the hill, using his body to block the wind, herding the hatchlings toward the leeward side. The largest hatchling ran fast and slipped into a rock crevice. The smallest one was tumbled by the wind, flipped over, and flailed its 4 claws in the air. Imo-Shien bit its hind leg and dragged it into the crevice. Then came the rain. Not falling, pounding. Raindrops like stones hammered on turtle shells, crackling. Imo-Shien lay at the mouth of the crevice, using his body to block the rainwater from pouring in. The 3 adult turtles had climbed high on the hill, tucked into their shells, letting the rain wash over them. The rain lasted 3 hours. Imo-Shien was soaked through. Several barnacles had been washed off his shell. The hatchlings in the crevice shivered from splashed rain, but were not washed away. After the rain stopped, he hurried to the spring. The pool was gone. The palm-sized pool had been breached by rainwater mixing with mud and draining away through the crevices. The spring still dripped, but the hollow below had been filled with sand and mud, unable to hold water. Imo-Shien stood before the spring, forelimbs caked with mud. He turned his head toward the hatchlings. The 3 adult turtles were foraging in the shallows as if nothing had happened. Imo-Shien crawled back to the crevice and carried the 5 hatchlings out one by one, placing them on dry sand. The smallest one couldn't stand, lying on its side with legs twitching. He lay down and gathered the hatchling under his plastron. Body heat passed through his scales, and the hatchling's twitching gradually stopped. The other 4 also crowded close, pressing against his skin. Imo-Shien raised his head and looked at the 3 adult turtles. They swam slowly in the shallow water, occasionally ducking their heads underwater to peck at seaweed. 3 months, Imo-Shien said, his voice hoarse. One adult turtle raised its head, glanced at him, then lowered it again. They won't survive 3 months. Imo-Shien pressed his claws into the sand. Not enough food, no way to store fresh water, hatchlings too weak, adults useless. If the storm came twice more, the babies would all die. He stared at the sea. The sun sank into the water, leaving only a line of red on the horizon. Nothing on the sea, no boat, no island, no way out. The hatchlings made tiny snoring sounds under his plastron. Imo-Shien closed his eyes. At that moment, a voice sounded in his mind. It was faint, as if coming from far away, yet also as if seeping out from within his bones. Detecting. Xian's eyes snapped open. There was nothing around. The 3 adult turtles were already asleep, the hatchlings snoring. The sea was calm, moonlight shattered into fragments. He waited 10 seconds. 20 seconds. No more sound. Xian stared at the starry sky, claws slowly tightening, digging into the sand. It wasn't an illusion. The voice sounded again. Detected awakening of the mystic Turtle Clan leader's consciousness. Xian looked up. There was nothing on the sea. Moonlight fell on the beach as the tide receded, revealing wet sand. Race evolution system binding. This time it was clearer. It wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from inside his mind, like someone speaking directly against his skull, making his temples tingle. A hatchling turned over beneath his plastron, its claws kicking twice. Xian did not move. He stared at the darkness ahead and waited. Binding complete. Suddenly his vision brightened. A translucent panel floated in the air, pale blue, its edges glowing faintly. The panel displayed only a few lines of text. No icons, no buttons. Race evolution system. Current race Mystic, Turtle, Mortal, Turtle rank. Race population 8. Average combat power assessment Mortal, Turtle, lower rank. Holy Land construction progress 3. System note: no individual attribute points will be issued. Material rewards will be granted based on race population, average combat power, and Holy Land construction progress. Xian stared at the panel for 10 seconds. This was no illusion. The words on the panel did not disappear when he blinked. The wind blew past, yet the light screen remained perfectly still. He raised his right claw and tried to touch the panel. His claw passed through it. The panel wobbled, then steadied. Material rewards. Xian repeated those 4 words. No attribute points, no skill templates, no one-click upgrades. Only tangible things: seeds, tools, blueprints, potions. He placed his claw back on the sand. A hatchling nudged again. The smallest one poked its head out from beneath his plastron, looked around, and retreated back inside. Xian continued to study the panel. At the bottom was a line of small text he hadn't noticed before. Novice reward not claimed. Claim now. Yes, he said, opening his mouth. The panel flashed, and a new window popped up. Novice gift package is being distributed. Obtained high-yield grain seeds, X1 bag. Obtained basic body tempering solution, X10 portions. Obtained simple digging tools, X1 set. Obtained water purification device, blueprint X1. The items did not appear before him. An icon appeared in the upper right corner of the panel, a miniature warehouse. Xian tapped it with his claw. System space 110. Items can be retrieved at any time. Once retrieved, they cannot be returned to storage. He didn't hurry to take anything out. First he read the description of the high-yield grain seeds. Growth cycle 20 days, a yield 300 gene per mu, adaptable to fresh and slightly brackish water. Basic body tempering solution. Enhances physical constitution, accelerates evolution. Most effective for mortal turtle rank. Each portion, when diluted, can be used on 35 individuals. Simple digging tools. Stone pickaxes X3, a stone shovels X3, stone hose X2. Durability 5050. Water purification device blueprint. Requires wood, stone, charcoal, and gravel. Once built, it can purify fresh water, removing impurities and salt. Xian read every description twice. From afar came the sound of crawling. The largest adult turtle crawled out of the shallow water and made its way toward him. Moonlight shone on its shell, stretching the shadows of barnacles long. The adult turtle stopped in front of Xian. Its cloudy eyes shifted, fixing on him. Xian recognized this one. The largest of the 3 adult turtles, the quickest to act. Earlier on the shoal, it had also been the first to notice the driftwood brought in by the waves. Come here, Xian said. The adult turtle shuffled 1 step forward. Xian pointed at the panel with his claw. The turtle followed his claw, blinked, and showed no reaction. It couldn't see it. Xian withdrew his claw. He was the only one who could see the panel. The adult turtle stood there a while longer, then turned and crawled back into the shallow water. After taking 3 steps, it looked back once, then continued on. Xian stared at its back. Among the 3 adult turtles, only this one had shown the intent to approach on its own. The other 2 hadn't taken a single step toward him since last night. He reopened the system panel and looked at the very bottom. Next stage reward preview unlocks at race population 50. Xian closed the panel. A sea breeze blew from the north, carrying a chill. The moon climbed overhead, and the tide came in, covering half the beach. He nudged the 5 hatchlings out from under his plastron and carried them one by one to higher, drier sand. The smallest, held by a hind leg, kicked twice in midair, then tumbled onto the ground and rolled over, righting itself. Xian lay down in front of the hatchlings, facing the sea. The 3 adult turtles had already crawled to the leeward side of the rocky hill and withdrawn into their shells. Xian closed his eyes. The shape of the panel still lingered in his mind. Words, numbers, reward, previews. They all meant one thing. A chance. A chance to survive. He opened his eyes again and looked toward the rocky hill at the center of the island. There was a freshwater spring there, but it couldn't hold water. The blueprint described a purification device, not a reservoir. He needed to figure out how to store the water himself. Where should the farmland be cleared? Who should use the tools? Should the body-tempering solution go to the hatchlings first or to the adult turtles? Imo scraped his claws across the ground, drawing a few lines. First line, water source. Dig a pit around the spring and find a way to keep the water from seeping away. Second line, farmland. Find the flattest, sunniest ground not too far from the water source. Third line, storage. Once the grain is harvested, there must be a place to put it. After drawing the 3 lines, he glanced at the hatchlings again. 5. 3 adult turtles. 8 lives. Imo took a deep breath and the salty, damp sea breeze filled his throat. Suddenly the panel lit up again and a new prompt appeared. It has been detected that the host has made preliminary plans for development direction. System auxiliary function enabled early warning module loading. Loading complete. Current warning range 5 kilometers. Imo looked at the sea. It was pitch black, he could see nothing. But on the warning range diagram on the panel, a faint red that was moving slowly in the northeast. Distance approximately 8 kilometers. Imo stared in that direction. The red dot moved very slowly, like drifting flotsam carried by the waves, not something actively navigating. He stood up and took 2 steps toward the red dot. Nothing was visible on the sea. The red dot continued to drift, drawing closer and closer to the warning line. 5 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 8 kilometers. Then it stopped. Imo stood at the edge of the beach, seawater rising above his claws. The red dot remained motionless on the diagram for 3 minutes, then began moving in the opposite direction, growing farther and fainter. 5 minutes later, it disappeared completely. Imo retreated back onto the sand. He didn't know what that was, a boat, a drifting corpse, or a sea beast. But he knew one thing. This sea did not belong to them alone. Before dawn, Imo was already up. The young turtles were still huddled together asleep. The smallest had tucked its head into its shell, leaving only 2 nostrils exposed. 3 adult turtles lay on the shoal, half submerged in the water. Imo walked to the center of the beach and confirmed there was no movement around. The sea was empty and there were no red dots on the warning panel. He opened the system space. A prompt appeared, newbie gift pack. Take out all items. Yes, no. His claw tapped yes. On the ground before him, out of thin air, appeared a sack, a wooden box, a bundle of tools, and a rolled-up blueprint. The sack was made of coarse hemp, its mouth tied shut with a rustling sound of grains colliding inside. Imo picked the knot open with the tip of his claw and kernels spilled through the gap. Larger than ordinary rice, dark red in color. He pinched one in his claw. It was heavy. The wooden box was palm-sized. When he lifted the lid, 10 small porcelain bottles were neatly arranged inside. The bottles had no labels, but the system description had already told him what they were. The simple digging tools were tied up with straw rope, 3 stone picks, 3 stone shovels, and 2 stone hoes. They were chiseled from stone with rough edges, yet comfortable to hold. Imo weighed the stone pick in his claw. It was somewhat heavy, but his forelimbs could swing it. The blueprint was a rolled-up animal hide. When unrolled, it was longer than his body. It depicted the structure of a water purification device, a layered design top to bottom of gravel, charcoal, and fine sand with an outlet at the bottom. Imo turned the blueprint over. The back was marked with dimension notes and installation steps. He examined it 3 times, then rolled it up and bound it with straw rope. The sack, the wooden box, the tools, and the blueprint for items lay in a row on the sand. The largest adult turtle crawled over from the shoal, stopped 2 meters away, and tilted its head to look. Imo pushed the sack of grain in front of it. The adult turtle lowered its head, brought its nose close to the sack, sniffed, sneezed, and stepped back. It's not for eating, Imo said. The adult turtle blinked. Imo paid it no more mind and carried the items one by one up the rocky mound. The sack of grain was too heavy, so he dragged it, leaving a furrow in the sand. The stone picks and stone shovels were carried over in 2 trips, the blueprint held in his mouth, and the wooden box clamped between his teeth. The 3 adult turtles watched him the entire time, offering no help. The smallest young turtle woke, poked its head out from a rock crevice, and let out a call. Imo came down from the rocky mound, picked it up in his mouth, and carried it back to the nursery, a semicircular area he had enclosed the night before with dried seaweed and broken stones. The other 4 young turtles also woke, one after another crowded around and rubbed against his forelimbs. Imo loosened the seaweed with his claws and let the young turtles burrow into it. The largest young turtle did not burrow in. It looked up at him, its mouth opening and closing. Wait! The young turtle closed its mouth. Imo returned to the rocky mound, unrolled the blueprint, and pressed it under a stone to keep the wind from blowing it away. He sorted the stone picks, stone shovels, and stone hoes by purpose. The pick for breaking rocks and hard soil, the shovel for digging sand and gravel, and the hoe for turning the soil of farmland. The water purification device required wood, stone, charcoal, and gravel. He would have to make the charcoal himself. There was not much wood on the island, but there were palm trees and shrubs. Stones were everywhere. Gravel was even more abundant. The entire beach was covered with it. Imo handed the stone pick to the largest adult turtle. The adult turtle looked at the stone pick and did not move. Imo took the stone pick in his mouth, swung it, and struck it against a rock. Crack! A fissure appeared in the rock. He put the pick down and nudged the adult turtle's forelimb with his claw. The adult turtle lowered its head, bit the handle, and swung it the same way. The pick head went wide, scraped past the rock, and drove into the sand. Again. The second strike caught the edge of the rock and chipped off a small piece. The third struck the same spot, and the rock split in two. The adult turtle raised its head, its cloudy eyes fixed on Imo. Not bad, Imo said. He called the other two adult turtles over. He handed them the stone shovels and stone hoes and demonstrated the movements himself several times. The second adult turtle was a fast learner. The third was stiff in its movements, but could still work. The sun rose overhead. Imo stood on the rocky mound and drew 3 lines on the ground with his claw. The first line, dig a reservoir around the spring. Use the stone picks and shovels to dig it deeper and wider, and lay gravel and charcoal at the bottom for filtration. The second line, reclaim farmland in the flat area east of the rocky mound. Use the stone hoe to turn the soil and clear away weeds and stones. The third line, build a storehouse with stone and clay to protect the grain from moisture. With the 3 lines drawn, Imo glanced at the sack of grain seeds and the body-tempering liquid in the wooden box. There was no hesitation left. He turned and walked toward the spring. The 3 adult turtles followed behind, the stone picks and shovels on their backs swayed, knocking together with dull clunks. The young turtles poked their heads out of the seaweed pile and watched them walk away. Imo stopped before the spring. The puddle was still dry, only the spring was dripping, each drop falling onto the muddy ground, and absorbed immediately. Dig here. He pointed with his claw at the ground beneath the spring. The largest adult turtle raised its stone pick and struck down. The stone pickaxe struck down, sending fragments of rock flying. The largest adult tortoise swung the pickaxe again and again, loosening the hard soil beneath the spring. The second tortoise used a stone shovel to push the loose dirt aside, while the third followed behind, carrying away the larger rocks in its mouth. Imo stood by and watched for a quarter of an hour. The 3 adult tortoises moved slowly. Each swing of the pickaxe required 2 or 3 seconds of gathering strength, and the direction of the blow would occasionally veer off course. But they could understand simple commands. Dig here, push the soil away, put the rocks over there. He had tried more complex sentences, and all 3 tortoises stopped at once, tilting their heads to look at him with bewildered eyes. Short words, one action at a time. Imo remembered this. Beneath the spring, a shallow pit had been dug no more than half a chi deep and about 2 chi wide. At this pace, it would take 3 days to dig a pool that could hold water. He looked at the sun, then toward the hatchlings. The 5 young tortoises were still huddled in the pile of seaweed. The largest one poked half its head out, peering in his direction. Imo crawled back to the nursery area. When the young tortoises saw him return, they all scrambled out of the seaweed and surrounded his front legs. The smallest one gripped his claw tip with its mouth dangling in the air and swaying. He nudged the young tortoises back into the seaweed pile one by one with his nose, then laid down at the edge of the nursery area, facing the direction of the farmland. The 3 adult tortoises were still digging. The largest one had switched to a stone shovel and was clearing the loose dirt from the pit bottom. The second tortoise was using the stone pickaxe to widen the pit. The third was carrying stones, piling them one by one at the pit's edge. Imo watched their movements closely. The largest one shoveled at the steadiest rhythm, each shovel plunging to the bottom, without ever coming up empty. The second had the most strength, its pickaxe struck the deepest, but the angle occasionally drifted. The third tortoise never took a straight line when carrying stones, always taking a detour of 2 extra steps. He noted these details. The sun moved toward the west, and the tide began to rise. The 3 adult tortoises stopped and stood at the pit's edge, panting. The pit was now about 1 chi deep and 3 chi wide, with a layer of crushed stone spread across the bottom. Imo crawled over and probed the pit bottom with his claws. The crushed stone layer was 2 fingers thick, beneath it lay hard soil, and the water seepage had slowed. Continue tomorrow. The 3 adult tortoises turned and headed toward the shallows to look for food. Imo returned to the nursery area. The young tortoises had crawled out again and were chasing each other playfully on the sand. The largest one was chasing the second largest, nipping at the tip of its tail. The one being bitten scurried forward faster, flipped over, and sprawled on its back, all four legs flailing. Xian gathered the young tortoises together and led them toward the tide pool. The tide pool was filled with today's seawater with small fish and shrimp left behind by the ebb. He used his claws to knock the fish senseless and push them in front of the young tortoises. The largest one bit down on a fish head but couldn't tear it off. Xian used his claw tips to shred the meat into strips and fed them one by one. When the 5 young tortoises finished eating, their bellies bulged noticeably. The smallest one let out a hiccup and lay still by the pool's edge. Xian brought them back to the nursery and covered them with dried seaweed. It had grown dark. The 3 adult tortoises were lying in the shallows, already withdrawn into their shells. Xian lay down outside the nursery area facing the farmland. Moonlight fell on the half-dug pit, and the crushed stones reflected a pale white glow. He opened the system panel. Species count 8. Average combat assessment, mortal tortoise, rank lower tier. Sanctuary construction progress 3. Current task none. There was no progress bar, no hints. The system would not tell him what reward awaited after completing the farmland reclamation. Xian closed the panel. Early the next morning, he led the 3 adult tortoises back to continue digging the pit. The pit deepened by another half chi, and its width expanded to 4 chi. Xian directed the second tortoise to use the stone pickaxe to straighten the pit walls, while the third brought finer gravel from the beach and laid it as a second layer on the bottom. Xian sent the largest tortoise to the east side of the rocky hill, the spot he had chosen for farmland the day before. The farmland site was on a flat slope to the east of the rocky hill. The ground was relatively level with few weeds about 50 meters from the spring. Xian used his claws to draw a rectangle, about 20 paces long and 10 paces wide. Around half a mu. The largest tortoise stood at the edge of the rectangle, awaiting instructions. Turn the soil. Xian pushed the stone hoe in front of it. The adult tortoise clamped its mouth on the handle, mimicked Xian's actions from the previous day, and swung it down into the ground. The hoe sank 3 cun into the soil, turning up a clump of hard earth with grass roots. Another strike, another clump. Xian watched from the side for a quarter of an hour. The adult tortoise had turned half a furrow, its movements growing smoother and smoother. He returned to the pit at the spring. The second and third tortoises had already dug the pit to a depth of 2 chi, with 3 layers laid at the bottom. Large stones at the base, small gravel in the middle, and coarse sand on top. Xian pressed his claws against the pit bottom to test its hardness. He stepped on it, it did not sink. Good enough. The 2 adult tortoises stopped breathing heavily. Xian climbed the rocky hill and took the blueprint for the water purification device out of his system storage to review it once more. The device on the blueprint was a ground-level installation, a large container with layered filtration inside. But he had no wood to build a container now, so he could only use the dug pit to store water and improve it later. Day 3. The largest adult tortoise had already tilled half of the half-mu plot. The tilled soil was loose and soft, darker in color than the surrounding ground. Weeds had been pulled out by the roots and piled at the edge of the field. The second and third tortoises continued to refine the reservoir, reinforcing the walls and stacking a circle of stones around the rim to prevent collapse. Xian shuttled between the nursery area and the work site. The young tortoises were especially restless today. The largest one crawled out of the seaweed pile 3 times, each time making a beeline toward the farmland. Each time, Xian carried it back by the mouth. On the 3rd time, he paused in front of the hatchling. You want to go see? The hatchling looked up at him, its mouth opening and closing. Xian bit the edge of its shell, gently lifted it, and carried it toward the farmland. The hatchling hung in midair, its limbs paddling and its head swiveling from side to side. At the edge of the farmland, Xian set it down. The hatchling stepped onto the tilled loose soil. Its claws sank and pulled out and sank in again. It crawled forward 2 steps, lowered its head to sniff the soil, and sneezed. The largest adult tortoise stopped its hoeing and looked at the hatchling. The hatchling looked back at it. Xian carried the hatchling back to the nursery. The other 4 hatchlings gathered around, nuzzling it with their noses, as if asking what it had seen. Before sunset, Xian stood at the edge of the farmland for a final inspection. The entire half-mu plot had been fully tilled, clods, broken weeds removed. Around the field's edge, a low ridge of stones had been erected to prevent soil erosion. Between the spring and the farmland, he had the adult tortoises dig a shallow trench with stone shovels to channel water. The 3 adult tortoises lay at the field's edge, too exhausted to move. Xian scooped up a handful of soil with his claws. The soil was loose, moist, and dark in color. It was fertile enough. Saw tomorrow. The largest adult tortoise raised its head and glanced at him. Xian headed toward the nursery. The hatchlings were already asleep, bundled together in a tight cluster. The smallest one had tucked its head under the plastron of the largest with only half its tail sticking out. He lay down facing the farmland. Moonlight bathed the tilled soil in a smooth expanse of dark shadow. Suddenly the system panel lit up. Detection farmland reclamation complete. Area 0. 6 Mu. Soil amendment automatically applied hidden reward. Mo Xian stared at the panel. A hidden reward. The gift pack still held things he hadn't discovered. He opened his system storage. The sack of grain seeds and the wooden box were still there. But the sack now had a hidden compartment at the bottom that he hadn't noticed before. He pried it open with his claw tip, revealing a small packet of grayish-white powder. Spirit Soil Amendment increases soil fertility and accelerates crop growth. Already automatically applied to the farmland. Mo Xian put down the empty sack. The powder was no longer in the sack. The system said it had been applied automatically. He didn't even have a chance to choose. He looked toward the farmland. In the moonlight, the tilled soil seemed even darker than before, a faint mist hovering over its surface before dispersing seconds later. The adult tortoises had felt nothing while tilling. Mo Xian pressed his claws into the soil at the field's edge. The earth was cool and soft. His claws sank in, leaving a depression. Tomorrow. He withdrew his claws and glanced at the warning panel. On the sea, another red had appeared to the northeast. Distance, 6 kilometers. This time closer than the last. The red dot stayed in place for 2 minutes, then vanished. Not drifted away, vanished. Mo Xian stared at the dark expanse of sea. Waves crashed onto the sand one after another. Before dawn broke, Mo Xian stood at the edge of the farmland. Overnight, the turned soil had formed a thin crust on its surface. He dug his claws into it. The earth beneath was still loose, dark, and damp. The bag of spiritual soil conditioner had indeed worked. Yesterday the soil had been a pale yellow. Today it was deep brown. Mo Xian turned and scrambled back to the rocky knoll, retrieving the grain seed bag from his system space. The bag's opening was tightly tied. He clamped the knot between his teeth and tugged left and right before loosening it. Grains poured out, dark crimson and gleaming in the morning light. He bit the edge of the bag and dragged it toward the fields. It carved a shallow furrow across the sand, spilling a few grains that vanished into the grit. 3 adult tortoises were already waiting at the field's edge. The largest crouched at the front while the second and third lay side by side. Mo Xian set the seed bag on the ridge and tapped its sides twice with his claws. Watch. He clamped a mouthful of grains and scattered them across the tilled earth. The dark crimson kernels scattered one by one against the black soil, their color rich and vivid. Mo Xian pressed the grains gently into the soil with his foreclaws. 5 kernels, no more, then stepped back. The largest adult tortoise shuffled over and lowered its head to inspect the buried seeds. Like this. Mo Xian nudged the seed bag toward it. The adult tortoise gripped the bag's opening with its mouth, mimicking Mo Xian's motion, then flicked its head to scatter the grains. Too many. Piles of grains clumped together, forming a small mound. It paused and stared at the heap. Mo Xian used his claws to spread them evenly across the soil. Less this time. The adult tortoise opened its mouth wider on the second attempt, scattering the grains more sparsely. The distribution was uneven, dense in some patches, bare in others, but far better than before. The second adult tortoise joined to receive its share. Its scattering was steadier, its head flicks smaller, the grains falling in a fan-shaped spread with moderate density. The third tortoise bit the bag and flung it with all its might. Half the grains landed outside the field, the other half struck Mo Xian on the back. He turned his head to regard it. The third tortoise released the bag and shuffled backward a step. Mo Xian picked up each stray grain from beyond the field and placed them before the third tortoise. Again, the third tortoise gripped the bag and gave it a lighter shake, this time the grains landing within half a meter ahead. They clustered too densely, but none escaped the field. Mo Xian nodded. The 3 adult tortoises began sowing the field. The largest took the center, the second tended the side near the spring ditch, and the third covered the outer edge. Mo Xian paced back and forth along the field's edge, inspecting the seeding density at every spot. Where too dense, he raked the grains apart. Where too sparse, he added a few more. By the time the sun reached high overhead, more than half the half-acre plot had been sown. A sound drifted from the nursery area. Mo Xian paused and looked over. All 5 hatchlings had emerged from the seaweed pile, strung out in a line, with the largest leading, heading toward the fields. The smallest lagged far behind, pausing after every 3 steps. Mo Xian scurried over and blocked their path. Go back. The largest hatchling tilted its head up at a mouth opening and closing, emitting faint chirps. Mo Xian nudged it sideways with his snout, gently pressing its carapace to redirect it toward the nursery. The other 4 hatchlings turned around as well. The smallest had already flopped onto the ground, motionless. Mo Xian picked it up in his mouth and returned it to the seaweed pile. The 5 hatchlings huddled back together. Imo built a low wall around the nursery's perimeter using stones and dried seaweed. Short, but enough to prevent the hatchlings from climbing over. He returned to the fields. The 3 adult tortoises had finished sowing the remaining seed. The bag was empty, the field's surface studded densely with dark crimson grains. Imo traced a circuit along the border, checking the density. Some patches still too thick, others too sparse. He crawled into the field and used his claws to redistribute grains from overcrowded zones to thin ones. After half an hour of work, the distribution was finally even. Next came the soil covering. The grains must not remain exposed. They needed a thin blanket of earth. Imo demonstrated with his foreclaws, gently raking fine soil over the kernels to a depth of about half a finger. The 3 adult tortoises followed suit. The largest moved quickest, alternating its front claws to push soil forward, advancing 1 step after completing a patch. The second tortoise was the most careful, covering every single grain with a thin layer. The third burrowed, too deeply, piling soil into small mounds in places. Imo crawled over and respread the overly thick areas dug up by the third tortoise, thinning them out. Covering the soil took half the day. By late afternoon, the entire plot was blanketed in an even, thin layer of earth. Imo stood at the field's edge and pressed his claw into the surface. It was soft, not compacted. Now water was needed. He crawled to the spring. The reservoir, dug over 3 days, measured 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide. The bottom was lined with gravel and coarse sand, the walls stacked with stones. Water seeped drop by drop from the spring above the wall, pooling at the bottom to a depth of roughly 2 finger widths. Not enough to irrigate half an acre. Imo glanced at the spring, then toward the fields, 50 meters apart, with a shallow trench already dug between them. But the spring's flow was too meager. Even with the trench cleared, water would not reach the fields. He climbed the rocky knoll and surveyed the landscape below. The spring lay at the knoll's base while the farmland rested on the eastern slope. Topographically, the spring sat lower than the fields. Water would not flow uphill. Imo struck the stone wall with his claw. Manual water transport, it would have to be. He descended from the knoll and called out to the largest adult tortoise. It had been clearing mud from its stone hoe at the field's edge. At the sound, it raised its head and shambled over. Water. Imo pointed at the reservoir, then at the fields. The adult tortoise gazed at the shallow puddle at the pool's bottom, then at the fields, tilting its head in confusion. Imo crawled into the pool and immersed his plastron in the water, then crawled out toward the fields. His wet shell dripped continuously along the way, leaving a dark trail on the sand. At the field's edge, he rolled sideways, letting the water seep into the soil. The adult tortoise watched intently. Imo returned to the pool. Do it. The tortoise crawled into the basin, wet its plastron following Imo's example, and made its way toward the fields. Larger than Imo, it carried more water on its plastron, dripping relentlessly. Upon reaching the field, it rolled once, soaking a patch of earth. The second and third tortoises soon joined the water-carrying queue. For tortoises, plus Imo formed a line shuttling back and forth between the reservoir and the fields. The pool's remaining water was quickly depleted. Imo had the 3 tortoises carry water in their mouths, 1 mouthful at a time, crawling to the field and spitting it out. 1 mouthful, 1 trip. Inefficient, yet water did reach the fields. Before sunset, the entire plot had been watered. Moisture soaked into the soil, darkening its surface as the grains below drank deeply. Mo lay at the field's edge, gazing at his work. The 3 adult tortoises rested nearby, gasping. The largest's tongue was parched white, the second half closed its eyes, and the third had retreated entirely into its shell. Imo rose and crawled toward the reservoir. The bottom was dry now, though the spring still dripped steadily, each drop striking the gravel and splashing into tiny droplets. He filled his mouth with water, crawled back to the field, and spat onto the soil. Again and again, the 3 adult tortoises watched. The largest rose and followed, carrying a mouthful to deposit in the field. The second stood as well. The third poked its head from its shell, hesitated, then joined. The 4 tortoises continued shuttling water until the moon rose. Imo halted. The pool was dry once more. The spring's drip could not keep pace with their labor. He surveyed the fields. The soil was moist, but tomorrow's sun would dry it again. More water was needed. Lying at the field's edge, he fixed his gaze on the spring. Where did its water come from? Beneath the ground. If he dug deeper, could he tap a larger flow? Imo opened his system panel. Sacred Land Progress 4. Farmland status sown and irrigated. Expected germination 35 days. No hints regarding the water source. He closed the panel and looked toward the sea. The warning interface showed no red dots for tonight. The largest adult tortoise crawled over and settled beside him, also watching the fields. Under moonlight, the field soil surface was uniformly colored with no cracks. Shenlong. Imo spoke suddenly. The adult tortoise turned its head, cloudy eyes fixing upon him. Mo Xian pointed a claw at it. You, Xianlan. The tortoise blinked, lowered its head, then raised it again. Mo Xian pointed at the second adult tortoise. You, Xinyan. Then he indicated the third. You, Xinwei. None of the three reacted. Mo Xian repeated it 3 times. Xianlan, the largest. Xinyan, the second strongest of the three. Xianyue, the third clumsiest in movement. Xianlan yawned and lay down. Xinyan regarded Mo Xian for several seconds, then turned to gaze at the fields. Xianyue had already withdrawn into its shell, leaving only its tail tip exposed. Mo Xian fell silent. He lay at the field's edge, listening to the steady drip of spring water. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. In the distance, the nursery area rang with the calls of hatchlings, the smallest crying out in thin, intermittent peeps. Mo Xian rose and crawled toward the nursery. After a few steps, he glanced back at the fields. Under the moonlight, the soil's surface lay still and peaceful. Beneath the earth, however, the dark crimson grains were absorbing water, swelling slowly. By morning, there might be changes. The blueprint lay spread on a stone slab atop the rocky hill, its 4 corners weighed down with broken stones. Mo Xian crouched before it, tracing the structural lines with the tip of a claw. Starting at the upper right corner, the water inlet, the settling zone, the filtration layer, and the water outlet. Each layer was marked with its thickness and material. Gravel at the very bottom. His claw tip tapped the first layer on the blueprint. Charcoal in the middle. Fine sand on top. Xianlan crouched beside him, head bent, so close to the blueprint that it almost touched the paper. Its nose blew out a puff of warm breath, lifting the corner of the blueprint. Mo Xian pressed it down with his paw. Xianyan lay behind them, eyes half closed. Xianyu had pulled back into its shell, leaving only its head showing. Mo Xian rolled up the blueprint, held it in his mouth, and crawled down the rocky hill. The 3 adult turtles followed behind. He stopped in a low hollow of the rocky hill. It was only 20 meters from the spring, slightly lower than the spring's lip. The ground was damp and covered with a patch of moss. He had chosen this spot yesterday. Dig here. Xianlan was the first to move. It bit the stone pick, swung it up, and drove it into the ground. The head sank half a foot into the soil, prying up a wedge of wet mud. Xianyan followed, using a stone shovel to push the displaced mud aside. Xianyu stayed where it was unmoving. Mo Xian looked at Xianyu. Dig. Xianyu extended a claw from its shell, took the stone pick in its mouth, and struck downward. The pick went astray, skidding across the ground and peeling up a layer of turf. The second strike hit true, sending a clod of mud splashing onto Mo Xian's face. Mo Xian shook his head, but said nothing. Xianlan had already dug 3 times. Its movements were steady, every strike landing within the same area, and the outline of the pit quickly took shape, a circle about 2 meters in diameter. Xianyan followed behind, clearing dirt. The shovel sank into the bottom of the pit and flung lumps of mud up to the rim one after another. Mo Xian climbed into the pit and measured the depth with his paw. It was just past knee height, not enough. The water purification structure on the blueprint required a basin 1 meter deep, and the bottom had to be lined with 3 layers of filtering material. Dig deeper. Xianlan kept striking downward with the pick. The pit grew deeper, and water began seeping from its walls. Thin trickles threaded out through the gaps in the soil and ran down the sides. While shoveling, Xianyan stepped into the mud. Its claws slipped, and its body tilted. Mo Xian braced his head against Xianyan's side to steady it. Xianyan steadied itself and went back to shoveling. Xianyu stopped after digging only half a foot. It lay by the edge of the pit, breathing heavily, the stone pick abandoned at its side. Mo Xian crawled over, picked up the stone pick in his mouth, and pressed it back to Xianyu's mouth. Keep going. Xianyu bit the handle, rose, and struck once more. The pick sank 2 inches into the soil and pried up a small clod. Mo Xian stared at the clod for 2 seconds, then turned and went to fetch the hatchlings. In the nursery area, 5 hatchlings were tearing at a piece of seaweed. The largest one bit one end of the seaweed and pulled back. Another bit the other end, and the 2 faced off in a tug of war. The seaweed snapped in the middle, and both hatchlings toppled backward, all 4 feet in the air. Mo Xian righted the overturned hatchlings with his nose. Come. The 5 hatchlings raised their heads and looked at him. Mo Xian turned and crawled toward the reservoir. After 3 paces, he looked back. The largest hatchling followed, then the second. The third hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. The 2 smallest huddled together and did not move. Mo Xian went back, took one of the 2 smallest in his mouth and the other between his forelegs, and carried them over in a single trip. By the reservoir, Xianlan and Xianyan had already dug the pit chest deep. The bottom of the pit was nothing but mud. With every shovelful, muddy water oozed up. Xianlan's forelegs were caked in black mud from the claws all the way to the shoulders. Mo Xian set the hatchlings down at the pit's edge. Gravel. Carry it. He pointed with a claw at the broken stones piled beside the pit, then at the bottom. The largest hatchling looked down at the gravel, then up at Imoshien. It bit a pebble the size of a fingernail, carried it to the edge of the pit in its mouth, and let go. The pebble dropped into the pit, landed in the mud, and sent up a tiny splash. The second hatchling caught on quickly. It picked up a bigger stone and dropped it in. The third carried a pebble to the rim, but lost its footing and tumbled into the pit, stone and all. Plop! The hatchling fell into the mud, rolled over, and ended up on its back, all 4 feet, scrabbling wildly. Muddy water filled its mouth. It choked and let out a thin, faint cry. Imoshien jumped into the pit, nudged the hatchling upright with his head, gripped the edge of its carapace, and pulled it out. The hatchling was covered in black mud, its eyes sealed shut. It scraped at its face with its claws, only smearing the muck deeper. Imoshien set it down on the grass nearby. The hatchling rubbed its eyes with a hind leg, opening a thin slit. Keep going. Imoshien carried it back to the pit's edge. The hatchling hesitated for a moment, then picked up another pebble. This time it walked slowly, steadied itself at the rim, and only then let go. Xianlong and Xianyin kept digging. The pit was already deeper than Xianlong was tall. Standing at the bottom, only the top of its shell was visible. Imoshien lay at the rim, looking down. Xianlong tilted its head up, muddy water streaming down its face. That's enough, Imoshien said. Xianlong climbed out. It braced its forelegs against the rim, heaved, and pulled its body free from the mud with a dull, wet thud. Xianlong lay by the pit, black water dripping from its body. Xianyin climbed out as well. Xianyu had stopped digging long before, and was crouching in the distance, gnawing at grass. Imoshien jumped down into the pit. The mud came up past his knees, and each step sank his claws into the soft mire. He scratched several lines on the wall with his claw tip to measure the depth. At the deepest point, the mud reached the edge of his shell, about 1 meter. It met the blueprint's requirements. Next came the filter layer. Imoshien climbed out, picked up the blueprint in his mouth, and turned it to the side, showing the filtration structure. Gravel, charcoal, and fine sand, 3 layers from the bottom up. Gravel, the largest pieces. Imoshien pointed with his claw at the pile of big stones by the pit, each one half the size of a hatchling. Xianlong took a stone in its mouth, dragged it to the rim, and pushed it in. The stone slammed into the bottom, sank into the mud, and left half of itself exposed. Xianyin pushed in a second one. After Imoshien gave Xianyu a look, it dragged a smaller stone over, and pushed it in too. The 3 adult turtles moved back and forth, and the pile of gravel at the bottom of the pit grew. Imoshien jumped down and raked the stones level with his claws until they covered the entire floor. The gaps between the large stones were wide enough for water to pass through while holding back the silt. Charcoal. Imoshien pointed toward the back of the rocky hill. Yesterday, he had Xianyin light a fire there and burn palm branches down to charcoal. The charcoal pile was small, about 2 bundles worth. Xianyin shoveled the charcoal onto a large leaf, wrapped it up, and dragged it to the pit. Imoshien tipped the charcoal into the pit and spread it over the gravel layer. The black fragments rolled into the gaps between the stones and filled every void. He smoothed the charcoal layer with his claws until it was about 2 fingers thick. Fine sand. The beach was covered with it. Xianlong used its plastron as a transport tray. It lay flat on the sand while Xianyin and Xianyu shoveled sand onto its back. Once it was piled high, Xianlong crawled back to the pit, rolled onto its side, and dumped all the sand in. After 5 round trips, the fine sand was laid as the 3rd layer. Imoshien jumped into the pit and pressed down on the sand with his claws. The layer was firm and met the required thickness. The 3 layers of filtering material from bottom to top were gravel, charcoal, and fine sand, about half a meter thick in total. Water. Xianlong took a mouthful of water from the spring, climbed to the pit's edge, and spat it onto the sand. The water seeped through the fine sand, charcoal, and gravel, then leaked out through the gaps between the stones at the bottom and gathered at the lowest point. The water that came out was clear. Imoshien lay down, put his mouth to the seeping water, and took a sip. There was no taste of grit, no hint of smoke, only coolness. He raised his head and looked at Xianlong. Drink. Xianlong lowered its head and drank, once its throat bobbing, then drank twice more. Xianyin and Xianyu came over and drank too. The 5 hatchlings crowded around the smallest puddle at the pit's edge, pressed their mouths into the water, and drank in soft gulps. Imoshien stepped back 2 paces and studied the reservoir. The pit walls would still need reinforcement, the filter layers would need regular replacement, and the inlet had not yet been brought in. But the water was drinkable already. Xianlong finished drinking and lay by the pit, licking the mud from its mouth. Imoshien looked in the direction of the spring. Tomorrow he would channel the spring water over cut and inlet into the wall of the reservoir and let the water flow into the filter layer. He would also have to build an outlet to make drawing water easier. He turned and crawled toward the nursery. After a few paces he heard a sound behind him, gurgle, gurgle, the sound of bubbles rising from the water. Imotian looked back. Bubbles were rising from the surface of the reservoir. In the center of the fine sand layer, a hollow had caved in, as if something beneath was pushing upward. Xianlong rose and stared at the water. The sand kept sinking, forming a funnel-shaped depression. The water seeping out from the gaps in the gravel at the bottom had changed color, no longer clear as before, but a murky, milky white. Imotian hurried back to the pool and thrust a claw into the sunken sand. The sand was cool, but the gravel beneath it scalded to the touch. Xianlong leaned in and sniffed the white, murky substance on the surface, sneezed, and stepped back. The water grew calm. The sand stopped sinking, and the water slowly turned clear again. But on the piece of gravel that Imotian's claw had touched, a faint white mark remained, as if something had soaked into it. He looked toward the spring. It was still dripping, and the sound of each drop carried across the 20 meters one after another. Imotian pulled his claw out of the water. The white mark stayed on his claw tip and would not wipe away. The white mark on his claw tip had been rubbed 3 times. It would not come off. Imotian dipped his claw into the water and rubbed it. The mark faded a little, but was still there. The water was cold, but the gravel had felt scorching only a moment before. Now it did not. Xianlong still lay by the pool, staring at the surface. Its nose twitched twice, it sneezed and shook its head. "Step back," Imotian said. Xianlong rose and retreated 3 paces. Xianyan and Xianyu fell back as well. The 5 young turtles had long since scattered, pressing close behind the low wall of the nursery area, only their heads showing. Imotian made a full circle around the reservoir. The wall had no cracks, the filter layer had not collapsed, and the water was calm and clear. He reached a claw beneath the sand layer and touched broken stone. The stone was cold. The heat from before was gone. He pulled back his claw. The white mark still remained on his claw tip. He sniffed it. No smell. Xianlong drew close again. It circled to the opposite side of the pool and lowered its head to sniff the stones in the wall. Those stones had just been carried over from all over the island. Some were covered in moss, others caked with dry mud. Xianlong stopped before the largest stone. Cracks ran across its surface, and within the cracks was something pale cyan, like rust yet not rust. Imotian crawled over and scraped at the cyan substance with his claw tip. It was very hard and would not come off. When he leaned in, he saw that the cyan veins emerged from inside the stone, not from anything attached to its surface. He examined the stone's position. It sat low in the pool wall, half submerged in water. When they had been digging the pit, Xianlong had dragged it over from the reef belt on the island's eastern side. Where did this stone come from? Xianlong tilted its head, not understanding. Imotian pointed at the stone with his claw, then toward the island's eastern side. Xianlong turned its head eastward, released a low rumble from its throat, then set off to the east. After a few steps, it looked back at him. Imotian followed. Xianlong led the way across the sand and through low shrubs to the reef belt on the eastern side of the island. The reefs here were darker than elsewhere, rough-surfaced with dark green seaweed growing in the crevices. The tide was out, leaving the reefs exposed, slick and glistening. Xianlong stopped before a split reef. It had broken in the middle, the fractured face upward, revealing the rock inside. Dark gray streaked with pale, cyan veins. The same pattern as the stone in the pool wall. Imotian tapped the fractured face with his claw. The stone was hard. The claw tip left only a faint white dot. The cyan veins ran from the fracture deep into the stone. He circled the reef. It was larger by a full size than the ones around it, standing at the outermost edge of the reef belt, scoured by the waves all year round. The surface had been worn smooth, but the fractured face was new. It had split no more than a month ago. Imotian looked at Xianlong. Xianlong was pawing at the seaweed in a reef crevice. It pulled out a clump and stuffed it into its mouth. "That one you moved." Imotian pointed at the reef, then toward the sacred land. Xianlong stopped chewing, looked at the reef, then looked toward the sacred land. It turned and crawled back, with Imotian following. At the reservoir, Xianlong nudged the cyan vein stone in the pool wall with its nose, then looked at Imotian. It matched. Imotian lay by the pool, staring at the stone for half a minute. Xianlong settled beside him and began staring at it too. Its eyes were not as cloudy as those of the other two. Around the pupil was a ring of pale cyan, the same color as the veins in the stone. Imotian had never noticed before. "Xianlong," he called. Xianlong turned to look at him. "Bring another one." Imotian pointed toward the eastern side of the island, then at the gap in the pool wall. Xianlong rose and crawled eastward. Imotian did not follow. He stayed where he was and watched. Xianlong crawled 20 meters, glanced back once, and continued. Its route was not a straight line. It skirted a low patch of wet sand, adding a dozen extra steps, but its claws never sank. Yesterday, while the stones were being moved, both Xianyan and Xianyu had sunk into that wet sand and struggled for a long while to get free. Today, Xianlong simply went around it. Imotian took note. Xianlong disappeared behind the shrubs on the eastern side. About a quarter of an hour later it came back, dragging a stone. The stone was not large, a little bigger than its head, and its cyan veins were obvious. It did not retrace its own path. Instead it skirted another patch of loose sand, and chose a solid route along the base of a rocky mound. The stone scraped a shallow groove across the ground as it was dragged. At the pool, Xianlan did not push it in right away. It stopped first, studied the empty gap in the pool wall, then pushed the stone into the opening with its head. It adjusted the angle twice before the stone locked in. A perfect fit. Mo Xian looked at the seam. There was almost no space between the stone and the pool wall, far neater than what Xian Yin and Xian Yu had stacked. Xianlan stepped back, tilted its head to examine its work, then patted the surface with its claw and knocked off a protruding edge. Mo Xian crawled over and pressed the stone with his claw. Solid. He looked at Xianlan. Xianlan was licking the raw skin on its claws. After 2 licks it began raking at the gravel by the pool, picking out the small stones that had fallen into the water one by one. Xian Yin and Xian Yu had long since settled in the shade and gone to sleep. The 5 young turtles huddled together behind the nursery's low wall. The largest lay on the wall, looking in their direction. Mo Xian opened the system panel. A new line had appeared on the panel below the species list. Member details. Unnamed individual 1 adult male turtle, large build, orderly movements. Evolution potential being assessed. Assessment result: evolution potential, medium. Recommended for focused nurturing. Mo Xian stared at evolution potential medium. The system did not flag every turtle. Xian Yin and Xian Yu did not appear in the member details. Only this one, Xianlan. He closed the panel and looked at Xianlan. Xianlan had already cleaned up the gravel around the pool and was using its claws to press loose wall stones back into place. With every stone it checked whether it was steady. Xianlan. Xianlan stopped and looked up. Mo Xian pointed at it with his claw, then at himself. You Xianlan. Me Mo Xian. Xianlan blinked, let out a short rumble from its throat, then lowered its head and continued pressing the stones. Mo Xian turned and crawled toward the nursery. After a few paces, he heard movement behind him. He looked back. Xianlan had followed. Go back to work. Xianlan stopped, looked at the reservoir, then at Mo Xian. It turned and crawled back to the pool, picked up a fallen piece of stone in its mouth, and set it neatly in place. Mo Xian continued toward the nursery. When he reached the low wall, the largest young turtle was still lying on top of it. He nudged it back inside with his nose. The young turtle flipped over, kicked its 4 legs in the air, and turned itself upright. Mo Xian lay down outside the low wall, facing the reservoir. Xianlan was still busy by the pool. When the sky darkened, it pressed the last loose stone firmly into place, backed up a few steps, and walked around the pool once. At the water inlet, the spot where Mo Xian had planned to cut the junction for the diversion channel tomorrow, Xianlan stopped, dug at the ground twice with its claws, and carved a shallow trench aimed exactly at the spring. Mo Xian stood up. The course of that shallow trench was exactly the same as the route he had planned for the diversion channel in his head the day before. Xianlan finished digging, raised its head, and glanced toward Mo Xian. Moonlight had just risen, spreading a sheet of white light over the reservoir's surface. Xianlan stood by the pool, the cyan veins on its carapace faintly visible in the glow. Mo Xian lay back down. A young turtle poked its head out from behind the low wall and rubbed against his foreleg. That turtle, Mo Xian murmured, is different. The young turtle yawned and pulled its head back. Out at sea, a red dot lit up along the edge of the warning panel. Its position was closer than it had been 2 days earlier. Before dawn, cries came from the nursery area. Mo Xian opened his eyes. The sound was wrong. Not the hunger call for food, but a broken, breathless sort of wailing. He peered out from behind the low wall. 5 hatchlings were huddled in a pile of seaweed. The largest among them raised its head, its mouth opening and closing. The 2 smallest shrank into a corner, their shell edges pale and soft. Mo Xian climbed over the low wall and nudged the smallest one with his nose. The hatchling rolled over, drew its limbs into its shell, and stayed there. He nudged it again, and only then did it slowly extend its head. Eyes half closed, mucus clinging to the corner of its mouth. The second smallest was much the same. It lay motionless, breathing shallowly, and its plastron felt a little soft when pressed. Mo Xian carried the 2 hatchlings out of the seaweed pile and set them on the flat sand. They could not stand steadily. Their front legs braced once, then folded, and they sank down. The largest hatchling followed, nudging one of the small ones with its nose. The small one did not respond. Xianlan crawled over from the reservoir and stopped outside the low wall, watching. Dew from the night still clung to its body, and the green patterns on its carapace looked dim in the morning light. Water, Mo Xian said. Xianlan turned, crawled to the reservoir, took a mouthful of water, came back, and spat it out in front of Mo Xian. The water seeped into the sand and was quickly absorbed. Xian pressed the smallest hatchling down with a claw, pried its mouth open, and angled its mouth toward the wet sand. The hatchling's tongue stirred, but it had no strength to lick. Xian rose and climbed toward the rocky mound. The wooden case in his system space was still there, 10 small porcelain bottles arranged in tidy rows. He bit open the lid and took out 2 bottles of basic body tempering liquid. The bottles were smaller than his claws, slippery when pinched between his claw tips. He clamped the cork between his teeth and pulled it out. The liquid was colorless and odorless. When it touched the tip of his tongue, it was cool like mint water. Xian poured 1 bottle of body tempering liquid into the water Xianlong had just spat, diluting it. The other bottle, he left untouched, held in his mouth. He crawled back to the nursery, stirred the diluted water with a claw, then held down the smallest hatchling, pried open its mouth, and dipped the claw tip into the water to drip it into the hatchling's mouth. 1 drop. 2 drops. The hatchling's throat moved. The second small hatchling was fed 3 drops in the same way. Then he waited. Xianlong lay beside the low wall, staring at the 2 hatchlings. The sun rose above the sea and light fell across the hatchling's shells. The pale edges were still soft, but they had not darkened further. A quarter of an hour later, the smallest hatchling opened its eyes. Not half-lidded this time, fully open. It lifted its head, looked around, and began to crawl. After 2 steps, its front leg slid out from under it, and it tumbled. It flipped over and crawled on. The second small hatchling began to move as well. It nudged the sand with its nose, stood up, took 3 steps, and looked back at Xian. Xian held the remaining undiluted bottle of body tempering liquid between his teeth and crawled toward the reservoir. The water, after settling overnight, was very clear. He scraped a small pit at the edge of the reservoir with a claw tip and let the water seep in. Then he poured the entire bottle of body tempering liquid into the pit and stirred it. Xianlong came over, lowered its head, and sniffed. "Drink," Xian said. Xianlong did not drink. It stepped back. Xianyan and Xianyue also crawled over from the shallows and gathered around the pit. Xianyan lowered its head for a mouthful, raised it, and licked its lips. Xianyue took a mouthful as well, then lay down and shut its eyes. Xian pointed at the pit with a claw, then at Xianlong. Only then did Xianlong lower its head and take 2 sips. Xian flicked the remaining diluted water onto the sand of the nursery with a claw. The 5 hatchlings crawled through it, their claws and plastrons becoming wet, and when they licked their limbs, they swallowed some of it. At noon, the sun was fierce. Xian herded the hatchlings into the shade on the far side of the rocky mound. The smallest could already run. It stumbled every few steps, but it was not slow. It chased the largest, snapping at its tail. The largest got annoyed, swung its head around, and butted it, tipping it over. The hatchling righted itself and gave chase again. Xian lay nearby watching. The second small hatchling rested in the shade. The white edge of its shell was deepening in color, changing from soft to hard, and when pressed with a finger, it no longer caved in as it had in the morning. He tapped that hatchling's carapace with a claw tip. Thunk! The sound was crisper than in the morning. Xianlong came close again, lowered its head to sniff the hatchling, then looked up at Xian. The ring of cyan markings around its eyes was slightly more obvious than yesterday. Its pupils contracted, fixing on the wooden case by Xian's mouth. There were still 8 bottles of body tempering liquid left in the case. Xian pushed the wooden case behind him. Xuanlong's gaze followed the case, lingered for 2 seconds, then turned away. "Not for you," Xian said. Xianlong lay down, resting its chin on its claws, watching the hatchlings play. That afternoon, Xian examined all 5 hatchlings. The largest had normal shell hardness and moved without trouble. The second largest was fine as well. The 2 smallest had clearly improved shell hardness, especially the smallest, which could not even lift its head in the morning and now ran around chasing the others. But there was one medium-sized hatchling that had barely moved at all. It did not chase or run, but stayed in the seaweed pile, occasionally lifting its head to look around. Xian carried it out alone and placed it in the sunlight. This hatchling's shell was yellowish, lighter than the others. Its edges were not pale, but there was a thin crack running down the center of its carapace. Xian touched the crack with a claw tip. It was shallow, nothing leaked out. He went back to the rocky mound and took the 3rd bottle of body tempering liquid from the wooden case. This time he did not dilute it. He dipped the claw tip into the raw liquid and smeared it over the crack on the hatchling's carapace. The hatchling shuddered and pulled into its shell. After a quarter of an hour, it poked its head out. A thin, clear mucus had seeped from the crack and sealed it shut. Xian put the hatchling back in the seaweed pile. That night, Xianlong did not return to the shallows. It lay outside the nursery's low wall, back, turned to the sea, facing the hatchlings. The 5 hatchlings huddled in the seaweed pile. The smallest had squeezed its head beneath the largest plastron, leaving only half its tail exposed. Xianyan and Xianyue had already drawn into their shells and slept on the shallows. Xian lay on the inner side of the low wall separated from Xianlan by the low stone wall. Moonlight fell on Xuanlan's carapace and the green patterns shone brighter than they had by day, like luminous lines drawn inside the stone. He opened the system panel. Race members 8. Hatchling survival rate 155. Basic body tempering liquid remaining 7 doses. System noticed the hatchling's physical condition has improved markedly. It is recommended to prioritize individuals with high potential and avoid equal distribution. Xian stared at the phrase, avoid equal distribution. He glanced at Xianlan. Xuanlan's eyes were closed, its breathing calm, but its ears, or rather the auditory openings on either side of its head, kept twitching toward the direction of the sea. Xian looked back at the shallows. Xianyan and Xuanyue's shells were a dull gray in the moonlight without a trace of gleam. He pressed his claw against the stone of the low wall. There had been 10 doses of body-tempering liquid. 3 were gone. Who should get the remaining 7? The hatchlings still needed continued consolidation. Xianlan had evolutionary potential. Xianyan and Xuanyue for now showed nothing special. Xian pushed the wooden case beneath his body, pinning it down. Wind rose over the sea. The waves were higher than during the day, slamming onto the beach, and spray reached the edge of the nursery. Xian stood and carried the hatchlings one by one to higher ground. The smallest one was grabbed by a hind leg, kicked a few times in midair, and dived into the seaweed pile as soon as it landed. Xianlan stood up as well and moved to the seaward side of the nursery, shielding the spray with its body. The waves slammed into its back, but it did not move. Xian watched its silhouette. On the system panel, Xuanlan's evolutionary potential was still medium. But the cyan patterns on its carapace, those eyes that could find their way around wet sand, that shallow channel that matched Xian's plan exactly. None of this appeared in the system's assessment. Another wave surged up. Xianlan stepped forward a pace and took the full force of the wave on its own body. Xian lay back down on the inner side of the low wall, pushed the wooden case out from beneath him, and opened the lid. 7 bottles of body-tempering liquid sat in neat rows, the moonlight on the porcelain giving off a cold white sheen. He took out one bottle and placed it on the wall top on Xuanlan's side. Xianlan turned its head and looked at the porcelain bottle. Tomorrow, Xian said. Xianlan drew its gaze away from the bottle and turned back toward the sea. In the distance, wave after wave surged closer. Xian closed the wooden case and drew into his shell. The hatchlings made soft snoring sounds from the seaweed pile, mingling with the rhythm of the waves. The system panel flickered. Warning: faint chakra fluctuations detected from the northeast 2 kilometers away. Xian poked his head out of his shell. The sea was pitch black. Nothing was visible. But the red dot on the panel was moving, closer than last night and faster. The sky had barely begun to lighten when Xian stirred from his shell. Last night, that red had lingered on the early warning panel for half an hour before retreating toward the northeast. He stared at the screen until the red dot vanished, then closed his eyes. He slept for less than 4 hours. Xianlan was already standing outside the low wall of the nursery area, dew beating on its carapace. It turned its head toward Xian and let out a short gurgle from its throat. "Let's go," said Xian. He headed east along the beach. Xianlan followed its pace, neither hurried nor slow, always keeping half a body length behind him. The tide had just ebbed, leaving the sand wet and firm with claw prints pressed half a finger deep. The eastern reef belt loomed dark in the morning light. Xian climbed the tallest rock and gazed into the distance. The sea lay empty with no trace of a ship. He turned to look inland. A rocky hill rose at the island's center, its summit bare, its surroundings covered in low shrubs and palm trees. The trees were sparse, scattered in the cracks between rocks. Descending from the reef, Xian crawled toward the island's interior. When the thicket blocked his path, he pushed the branches aside with his head, leaves rustling against his carapace. Xianlan followed, snapping a few dry twigs beneath its feet. The crackling sounded unusually loud on the silent island. Beyond the thicket stretched a slope of loose rubble. The stones varied in size, their edges sharp. Xian slowed, planting each step with care. Xianlan detoured around the largest boulder, picking its way over the smaller fragments. Its claws skidded for an instant, then quickly steadied. At the foot of the rocky hill, the rubble slope ended. Here the rock was darker than elsewhere, almost black and bare of moss. Xian knocked on it with his claw. The sound was muffled, not hollow. He crawled around the base of the hill. The sun rose from the sea, its rays slanting into the rock crevices. Xian halted before a fissure roughly 2 chi wide and thrust his head inside. Darkness filled the fissure, hiding everything, but a breeze blew out from the depths, carrying the damp, earthy smell of soil. Xianlan poked its head in, as well sniffed and sneezed. Xian withdrew and moved on. On the northern side of the hill lay a gentle slope covered in short grass and moss. The soil was black and soft beneath his feet. Imo Xian dug with his claws. Half a chi down the earth was still damp. He licked his claw tip. It was fresh water, not salt. He dug another chi deeper, and water began to seep from the bottom of the pit. A thin trickle ran down the slope and seeped into the rubble cracks farther below. Imo Xian watched the trickle for a few seconds, then lifted his head toward the top of the rocky hill. The water seeped out from the hill's interior, not from rain. Underground, he murmured. Xianlan crouched beside him, watching the watercourse as well. Imo Xian rose and followed the water's course. It ran down the northern slope, crossed a low-lying patch, then vanished beneath a pile of rubble. He stopped at the pile and scraped away a few stones with his claws. Beneath them lay wet sand, the water already seeping deeper. He committed this spot to memory. He continued around the island. The western side was a flat stretch of sand dotted with clumps of low shrubs. Sea turtle tracks crossed the sand. Not their own, but those of smaller turtles, as if they had hatched not long ago. Imo Xian followed the tracks for several dozen meters before they disappeared near the high-water line. He found neither young turtles nor eggshells. Xianlan lowered its head to sniff the tracks, then looked up at Imo Xian. The cyan rings in its eyes contracted in the sunlight. Not ours, Imo Xian said. Xianlan continued on. The southern side was a shoal much like the east, rocky reefs and heavy surf. Here, Imo Xian found a natural stone pit about 2 meters across, its depth reaching his chest. Water pooled at the bottom, salty but less so than the sea. It might have been collected rain, or perhaps fresh water seeped in. He compared the pit's depth with the length of his forelimb, then used his claws to measure its length and width, memorizing the figures. At last he returned to the nursery area. Circling the island had taken most of the morning. Imo Xian lay by the low wall, sketching with his claw in the sand. The eastern reef belt the northern slope with its water source, the western sand flats the southern stone pit. The rocky hill stood in the center, marked with a circle. 5 hatchlings crawled out from a pile of seaweed and crowded around Imo Xian. The smallest clambered onto his claw, scaled his foreleg, reached the rim of his carapace, slipped down, and climbed up again. Imo Xian ignored it and went on drawing. Xianlan crouched beside him, staring at the map in the sand. Its gaze shifted from the east side to the north, then to the west, and at last rested on the circle of the rocky hill. Here, Imo Xian tapped with the tip of his claw at a point just north of the hill's center, the very place where water had seeped out on the northern slope. There's water. Xianlan bent its head to study the point, then raised it toward the rocky hill. Imo Xian smoothed the map flat, rose, and climbed toward the summit of the rocky hill. Xianlan followed behind. The top was a flat rock platform, not large, with room for 4 or 5 adult turtles. From here the whole island came into view. The eastern reef belt extending some 200 meters into the sea, the flat western beach, the southern stone pit gleaming in the sunlight, and the black soil of the northern slope standing out sharply against the green shrubs. The sea unfolded on every side with no land on the horizon. Imo Xian lay down on the platform, resting his chin on the rock. The sunlight warmed his carapace. Xianlan lay down beside him, also peering below. Just then the back of Imo Xian's head began to prickle. It was not pain, but an indescribable pressure, as if something were staring at him. He turned his head. The direction lay directly beneath the rocky hill, below the very rock on which they rested. The tingling intensified, spreading from the back of his skull down his spine. Imo Xian stood up and struck the rock underfoot with his claw. The stone was solid, yielding only a dull thud. Yet the tingling was unquestionably real, growing stronger the closer he moved to the rock's center. Xianlan rose too. Its head turned toward the foot of the hill, eyes widening as the cyan rings spread across its entire pupils. It opened its mouth, slipped out its tongue to taste the air, and then emitted a low, drawn-out rumble from deep in its throat. Not the short sound it usually made, but a warning. Imo Xian looked down over the edge of the platform. At the base of the rocky hill there was nothing, only stone and the rubble slope. The system panel suddenly lit up, appearing without any input from him. Anomalous energy concentration detected. Location directly below current coordinates at depth of approximately 15 to 20 meters. Energy type unidentified. Recommendation: conduct deep survey once the colony has stabilized. Imo Xian stared at the panel. 15 to 20 meters deep. Directly beneath the hill. There was something down there. Not water, but energy. He dismissed the panel and retreated from the platform's edge. Xianlan was still staring at the hill's base, body, tensed, forelimbs slightly spread. Let's go, Imo Xian said. Xianlan did not move. Imo Xian nudged Xianlan's flank with his head. Only then did Xianlan turn to look at him, the cyan pupils slowly contracting to their original size. It followed Imo Xian down from the hill, glancing back 3 times along the way. Back in the nursery area, Imo Xian sent Xianlan to the reservoir to reinforce the walls. Xianlan took 2 steps, then looked back again. Imo Xian placed himself between Xianlan and the hill cutting off its line of sight with his body. Xianlan lowered its head and crawled toward the reservoir. Mo Xian lay down, and the hatchlings swarmed around him once more. The smallest climbed onto his back and lay still in the center of his carapace. He opened the system panel, glanced at the entry for the anomalous energy concentration zone, then closed it. There was something beneath the rocky hill. But now was not the time to dig to probe to take any risks. 8 turtles, 5 of them hatchlings, could not afford a single accident. Mo Xian rested his chin on the sand facing the rocky hill. The sun climbed to its zenith, the hill's shadow shrank into a tight, not under its own base. Xianlan was stacking stones over by the reservoir, the sound of stone striking stone reaching him in steady intervals. Mo Xian closed his eyes. The tingling at the back of his head had not fully faded, like a thread running from the hill's base tugging at him, faintly now there and now gone. The smallest hatchling turned over on his carapace, belly up, limbs splayed, fast asleep. Mo Xian opened one eye and looked out at the sea. There were no red dots on the early warning panel. After dawn, Mo Xian climbed the rocky hill. The sea lay calm, but the clouds in the east pressed low, gray, and heavy. He watched them for half a minute, then turned and climbed down. Xianlan was still stacking stones by the reservoir. Xian Yan and Xian Yu were foraging on the shoal. 5 hatchlings chased one another inside the low-walled nursery pen. The smallest ran at the rear, its mouth opening and closing as if it were laughing. Mo Xian climbed to the edge of the farmland. It was the 4th day after the grain seeds had been sown. The soil surface had split into fine cracks. He pried a little dirt open with a claw tip and saw dark red sprout tips. They had pushed through, hugging the soil surface not yet unfurled. He covered the soil back. Then he crawled toward the shoal. On the ebb-tide beach lay broken shells and seaweed washed up by the waves. Mo Xian nudged a piece of driftwood with his claw. The wood was very light, waterlogged, and rolled at the touch. He stared at the wood for a few seconds. Xianlan crawled over from the reservoir, its claws still caked with mud. Carry stones. Mo Xian pointed to the reef belt on the east side of the island, then to the open ground between the farmland and the shoal. Pile them there. Xianlan tilted its head. Mo Xian crawled to the eastern reef belt, bit a stone as large as his head, dragged it back to the open ground, set it down, then crawled back to Xianlan. Like this. Xianlan turned and crawled toward the reef belt, bit an even larger stone, and dragged it back, plowing a deep furrow in the sand. At the open ground it let go, and the stone rolled beside Mo Xian's. Xian Yan and Xian Yu had followed. Mo Xian demonstrated the same method. Xian Yan bit a stone and dragged it straight to the pile in the open ground. Xian Yu bit one, dragged 2 steps, then let go and panted. Mo Xian watched it. Xian Yu bit the stone again and kept dragging. The 3 adult turtles hauled stones back and forth, and the pile on the open ground grew. Mo Xian began to build a wall. He laid the large stones as the base, wedged small stones into the gaps, stacked 3 layers, and stepped back to look. The wall was crooked. He used his head to push the top stone straight, then tapped protruding ones back in with his claw. The stones were not wedged tightly, they wobbled at a touch. After dragging another stone back, Xianlan stood in front of the wall Mo Xian had built and studied it. It extended. A claw pushed the entire second row outward by half an inch, then fetched a flat slab from the side and wedged it into the gap. The wall stopped wobbling. Mo Xian examined the section Xianlan had adjusted. Once the slab was wedged in, the upper and lower layers locked together, and that whole stretch was solid. Continue, Mo Xian said. Xianlan handled the stacking while Mo Xian adjusted at the side. Xian Yan and Xian Yu kept hauling. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the wall had already grown 20 meters long and stood as high as Mo Xian's knee. The hatchlings crawled out of the nursery pen. The largest one led, behind it came the second and third, and the 2 smallest ran at the rear. They stopped by the wall and looked up at Xianlan, who was stacking stones. Mo Xian pointed with his claw at the scattered pebbles on the ground. Bring them here and fill the gaps. The largest hatchling lowered its head, bit a pebble, carried it to the wall, and tried to push it into a crack between stones. The pebble was too big, it would not fit, and fell to the ground. It picked it up again, changed its angle, and pushed it in. The second hatchling also carried a pebble over and wedged it into another gap. The third brought half a broken shell, wedged it at the mouth of a gap, and left half protruding. Mo Xian pressed the shell in with his claw. The 2 smallest hatchlings worked together to carry a small pebble, one gripping it from each side. Their steps were not in sync, and the pebble dropped 3 times. On the 4th try they let go at the same time. The pebble fell at the foot of the wall and rolled into a crack. They craned their heads to look, then turned and went to fetch more. The wall was growing. By the end of the first day it stretched 30 meters long and half a meter high. Mo Xian walked the entire length of the wall. The section on the shoal side faced the waves head-on, so he reinforced it with a layer of large stones, thickening it to 2 feet. The section on the farmland side was meant mainly to block wind. He built it with medium and small stones, leaving gaps for air to pass through. Xianlan lay by the wall, its forelegs chafed raw and seeping faint blood. It licked them twice, then kept licking. Xian took a bottle of basic body-tempering liquid from his system space, diluted it in the reservoir, dipped a claw in it, and applied it to Xianlan's wounds. Xianlan shrank its claw back a little and stared at Xian. "We continue tomorrow," Xian said. Early the next morning the waves were larger than usual. Xian crawled out of his shell and saw the gray clouds in the east pressing even lower. Wind blew off the sea, carrying sand that stung his face. He crawled to the wall and inspected the sections built the day before. The large stones were firm, but the medium and small ones had loosened slightly under the wind. Xianlan had already begun hauling. Today it deliberately picked out large flat slabs, dragged them to the wall, and set them on the top layer. The slabs were heavier than ordinary stones. It dragged one step, rested, and its panting breath condensed into white mist in the morning fog. Xian Yin and Xian Yu continued hauling stones from the reef belt. Xian Yin was quicker today, dragging stones in a straight line without detours. Xian Yu was still slow, but every time it managed to bring a stone to the designated spot without abandoning it halfway. The hatchlings went on filling gaps. The largest one had learned how to pick pebbles today. Not too large, not too small, but only sizes that could fit into a gap and stay there. By the end of the second day, the wall had grown to 50 meters long and reached Xian's chest. The shoal section was thickened to 3 feet, and the farmland section raised to 2 feet. On the third day, the wind grew stronger. Waves swept over the beach and flooded the foot of the wall. Xian lay on the inner side, watching seawater pour through the crevices, but the wall did not collapse. Xianlan stood on the outer side of the wall, its body blocking the windward face. Seawater struck its back and splashed into white foam. "Get inside," Xian said. Xianlan did not move. It lowered its head, pressed a loosened stone back into place with a claw, and only then circled around to the inner side. Xian glanced at Xianlan's carapace. The wave struck the stones with no small force, yet they left no mark on Xianlan's back. The 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day. The wall grew a little higher each day. Xian adjusted the structure 3 times. He added 2 diagonal braces to the shoal section, leaning large slabs against the back of the wall to withstand the waves. On the farmland section, he added a capping layer of crushed stone along the top to keep the wind from toppling it. The joints where the walls met were plastered with clay to reduce seepage. The 7th day, the last stone was set into place. Xian retreated into the distance and looked at the entire wall. The wall started at the shoal, followed the outer edge of the farmland, stretched all the way to the foot of the rocky hill, then turned a corner and joined the stone side of the reservoir. It was roughly 120 meters in total length. At its highest, it reached Xian's neck, and at its lowest, his knee. It was not a complete perimeter wall, but several connected defense lines. The shoal section was the thickest and lowest, built specifically to block waves. The farmland section was the tallest and thinnest to block wind. The reservoir section was the densest to block sand and dust. Xianlan stood at the highest point of the wall, looking down at the inner side. Xian Yin and Xian Yu lay at the foot of the wall, covered in mud. The 5 hatchlings lined up at the base of the wall. The smallest lay on the back of the largest, and both were yawning. Xian crawled over and rapped the wall with his claw. The stones were wedged tight. The knock rang solid, and nothing shifted. He walked along the wall once. At the shoal section, seawater rushed up, struck the wall, and splashed back. The ground on the inner side was dry. At the farmland section, the wind blew against the wall and was blocked. The grain seedlings on the other side did not stir at all. At the reservoir section, sand and dust were intercepted, and no dust settled on the water's surface. Xian stopped at the starting point of the wall and gazed at this stone defense line. Xianlan crawled over, settled beside him, and gazed at the wall too. 1 week, Xian said. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. 7 days. Xianlan turned back and fixed its gaze on the wall. The abraded skin on its forelegs had already formed scabs, and cyan patterns were growing from the edges of the wounds like newborn blood vessels. Xian opened the system panel. Holy Land Construction Progress 7. Defensive Works, Simple Stone, Wall Shoal Section, Farmland Section, Reservoir Section. Can withstand ordinary sea beast impacts and storm surges. Durability 85,100. He closed the panel. The hatchlings began to crawl along the foot of the wall in a single file, the largest at the lead and the smallest at the rear. They crawled past the shoal section, past the farmland section, reached the reservoir section, went around in a full circuit, and returned to the starting point. The largest hatchling stopped and looked up at Xian. Xian lowered his head and met its gaze. The hatchling opened its mouth and let out a short cry. Then from beyond the wall came a louder cry. Not a hatchling. Not Xianlan. Not any of the Xian turtles. Imo whipped his head around. The sound came from the shoal direction beyond the wall, less than 30 meters away. Xianlan was already on its feet, body rigid, head stretched beyond the wall. Its pupils contracted into slits, and cyan ring patterns spread across its entire eye. Imo climbed to the highest point of the wall and craned his head out to look. On the shoal, a dark silhouette more than 5 meters long was crawling up from the sea. Its wet shell reflected the sunlight, its limbs were thick and powerful, and its claw tips hooked into the sand. Its head was twice the size of Imo Its mouth opened, revealing a serrated beak. A large sea beast. It was crawling toward the wall. The sea beast crawled to the foot of the wall and stopped. It lowered its head, nose pressed to the ground, and moved slowly from left to right. Imo lay motionless on top of the wall. The sea beast's nostrils flared twice, puffing out a warm, fishy breath. Then it raised its head and looked toward the island's interior. Xianlan crouched behind the wall, body pressed low, chin almost touching the ground. Xian Yin and Xian Yu withdrew into their shells, leaving only their eyes exposed. Imo shielded the 5 young turtles behind his body. The largest one bit the smallest one's hind leg and dragged it backward. The sea beast did not climb over the wall. It moved along the outer side of the wall for more than 10 meters, stopped before a section worn by waves, and pushed at the stones with its head. The stone wobbled, but did not fall. Imo stared at the sea beast's claws. A claw tip wedged into a crack between the stones and pried out a small chip of rock. The sea beast lowered its head to look at the stone chip, then turned and crawled toward the sea. The water rose over its claws, legs, and shell, and finally swallowed even the top of its head. A few bubbles rose to the surface, then the water went still. Imo waited a few minutes before climbing down from the wall. Xianlan stood up and shook the sand from its body. Its eyes were still fixed on the sea, the cyan ring patterns in its pupils narrowed to fine lines. "Keep watching," Imo said. Xianlan climbed to the highest point of the wall and faced the ocean. Imo herded the young turtles back to the nursery. The largest one looked back 3 times along the way, and each time Imo pushed its head back with his own. The smallest was carried by its hind leg, kicking in midair, and the moment it landed, it burrowed into the seaweed pile. Xian Yin and Xian Yu poked their heads out of their shells. Imo glanced at them without speaking. The 2 turtles slowly crawled back to the shallows and resumed nibbling seaweed. The sun reached its zenith. Imo lay beside the low wall of the nursery area facing the sea. Xianlan was still crouched on the wall, turning every now and then to sweep a glance across the ocean. The warning panel showed no red dots. In the afternoon, Imo took Xianlan to the shallows to inspect the traces left by the sea beast. A deep drag mark ran across the sand, stretching from the water's edge all the way to the base of the wall. The claw prints were twice as large as Imo own and more than half a foot deep. Imo measured the length of a claw print with his own claw, then its depth, then followed the drag mark to the water's edge. Mixed in the foam washing up from the sea were several shed shell fragments, dark green with sharp edges. Xianlan lowered its head, sniffed the fragments, and sneezed. "It will come again," Imo said. Xianlan looked up at him. Imo pointed with his claw at the sea. "It hasn't gone far." Xianlan followed the direction of Imo claw. The sea was calm, and nothing could be seen. But it did not shake its head, and it did not sneeze. It stared at that stretch of sea for a long time, then gave a slight nod. Imo turned and crawled back. After 2 steps he stopped. A black appeared on the distant sea. It was not a sea beast. A sea beast would not float for so long, nor would it be so regular in shape. The black dot was triangular like the corner of a sail. Imo flattened himself against the sand. Xianlan dropped down even faster. Its head pressed close to the ground, only a tiny sliver above, its eyes visible staring at the black. The black was moving from the northeast to the southwest. Not fast but steadily. Imo estimated the distance. Around the horizon, at least 10 kilometers from the island. He did not move. Xianlan did not move either. The black dot moved for about a quarter of an hour, then slowly shrank and shrank until it disappeared below the horizon. Imo waited a few more minutes before standing up. Xianlan also stood, turning to look in the direction where the black had vanished. Its eyes narrowed to slits, and a low rumble rose from its throat. "A boat," Imo said. Xianlan tilted its head. Imo used his claw to draw a rectangle on the beach with a triangle on top. "This?" Xianlan stared at the drawing for a few seconds, then looked up at the sea. Imo smoothed the drawing away. He looked at the claw prints in the shallows. Their own and the sea beasts jumbled together in a mess. If that black that had come closer, these traces would have been visible. He turned and crawled toward the farmland. Xianlan followed behind. At the wall, Imo stopped and looked back at the shallows. The waves were washing over the sand. The sea beast's claw prints had already faded somewhat, but they could still be made out. From now on, leave no traces, Imo-Xian said. Xianlong looked at him. Imo-Xian pointed with his claw at the claw prints in the shallows. These cannot stay. He pointed at the sea again. Out there something will be watching. Xianlong followed his claw to the sea, then looked back at the traces in the shallows. It lowered its head and used its forelimb to smooth out the deepest claw print. Imo-Xian watched Xianlong wipe twice, then turned to look for Xianyin and Xianyu. Xianyin was chewing seaweed on the west side of the shallows, and Xianyu was sunbathing. Imo-Xian crawled over and tapped the sand with his claw to get their attention. After dark, smooth out every claw print on the beach. Xianyin blinked. Xianyu drew its head in slightly. All of them, Imo-Xian repeated. At night the moon was more than half hidden by clouds. The three adult turtles crawled back and forth across the shallows using their plastrons and claws to smooth away the traces of the day. Imo-Xian lay on top of the wall watching. Every now and then he turned his head to scan the sea. The warning panel had no red dots tonight, but he still stared into that darkness. The young turtles were already asleep. The smallest had tucked its head under the largest one's plastron, leaving only half its tail showing. Xianlong was the last to return from the shallows. Its forelimbs were caked with sand and mud. It reached the wall, stopped, looked back at the sea, then climbed over the wall and lay down on the inner side. Starting tomorrow, move less during the day, Imo-Xian said. Xianlong raised its head. If a boat comes, hide completely. Xianlong stared at Imo-Xian for a few seconds, then gave a slight nod. Imo-Xian opened the system panel. Warning: 1 unidentified vessel recorded today. Course southwest, did not approach. Exposure risk low. Recommendation: continue monitoring. He closed the panel. A sea breeze came from the north carrying a chill. Imo-Xian withdrew into his shell, leaving a narrow slit, and watched in the direction of the sea. There was no moon tonight. The sea and sky merged into one, with no discernible boundary. Xianlong lay on the wall, without withdrawing into its shell. Its eyes glowed with a faint cyan light in the dark, fixed on the direction where the boat had vanished. Imo-Xian poked his head out of his shell. Sleep. Xianlong did not move. Imo-Xian pulled his head back in. The waves beat against the wall again, and again a muffled thud. The wall did not shake, the stones held fast. Out on the sea nothing could be seen. But Imo-Xian knew that out there were boats, people, this world. They will come sooner or later. Imo-Xian closed his eyes. The smallest young turtle cried out in its dream, thin and brief, then went back to snoring. Before first light, Imo-Xian roused the three adult turtles from the shoal. Xianlong lay at the water's edge, the damp sand of the night still clinging to her forelimbs. Xianyan's eyes were half-lidded, his mouth opening and closing in a yawn. Xianyu had withdrawn into his shell, showing only the tip of his tail. Imo-Xian knocked his head against Xianyu's shell. Thunk. And only then did Xianyu slowly extend his head. Come. Imo-Xian crawled toward the rocky hill. The three adult turtles followed behind. When he passed the nursery, he gathered the 5 hatchlings, as well, carrying them one by one out of the seaweed pile and setting them beside the low wall. The smallest one had fallen asleep, standing up, its head bobbing in little droops. All 8 of the clan were present. Imo-Xian climbed onto the platform at the top of the rocky hill. The horizon had barely begun to pale with the first white of dawn. The sea lay gray and hazy, with no telling where the water ended and the sky began. The 3 adult turtles crouched below the platform, looking up at him. The 5 hatchlings pressed together at the crevices further down. The largest raised its head, mouth slightly open. Imo-Xian struck the rock beneath his feet with a claw, a dull, solid thud ringing out. Listen. Xianlong raised her head, the cyan rings in her eyes shining in the morning light. Xianyin tilted his head. Xianyu yawned. Until Imo-Xian fixed him with a look, and he went silent. There are 3 rules. Imo-Xian extended his right foreclaw, its tip pointing skyward. First, never actively expose yourself. He pointed his claw toward the sea. Out there are ships, people. They don't know we are here. Keep it that way. Xianlong followed his claw out to sea. Xianyin looked as well. Xianyu lowered his head to lick his claws. Imo-Xian retracted the first claw tip and extended a second. Second, do not pursue an outside enemy. Xianlong turned her head to stare at him. That sea beast yesterday, Imo-Xian said, is gone. Let it be gone. Do not chase. Xianlong gave a short rumble in her throat, as though in defiance. Imo-Xian looked at her, offered no explanation, and extended the 3rd claw tip. Third, leave no trace. He gestured with his claw toward the shoal below the platform. Footprints, leftover shells, dug up pits. All of it cleaned away. Come as if you never came. The 3 rules delivered. Imo-Xian withdrew his claws, lay down, and brought his eyes level with the adult turtles. Can you do it? Xianlong nodded first. A small motion, merely a dip of her chin, but unmistakable. Xianyin nodded after her, half a beat behind. Xianyu looked at Xianlong, then at Xianyin, and nodded as well. Mo Xian turned his gaze to the 5 hatchlings by the crevices. The largest of them tilted its head back, mouth opening and closing, thin little cries escaping. Mo Xian didn't expect them to understand, but rules had to be set from day one. He came down from the rocky hill, walked to the largest hatchling, and lowered his head until his nose met its nose. No exposure. No pursuit. No traces. The hatchling blinked and sneezed. Mo Xian stepped back and surveyed the clan. 8 turtles formed a half circle at the foot of the rocky hill. The sound of the waves rolled in from afar, beat after beat, like a heartbeat. Our enemy, Mo Xian said, his voice not loud, yet every word sharply bitten off, is not some ninja, not some village. He turned to look at the sea. The sun had just revealed its rim, laying a golden road across the water. It is this sea being noticed. Xianlan rose, came to Mo Xian's side, and looked out at the sea as well. As long as no one notices this place, Mo Xian said, we are safe. Xianlan was silent for a few seconds, then let out a low rumble. Mo Xian understood that sound. Not agreement, but understanding. He came down from the rocky hill and walked to the shoal's edge. Last night's tide had smoothed the beach clean, but with a careful look, the footprints they had left yesterday could still be found. Mo Xian wiped away the deepest prints with his forelimbs, then stepped back a few paces to study the whole stretch of sand. Xianlan came over and started wiping prints as well. Her movements were faster than Mo Xian's. A single sweep of her left forelimb smoothed the whole patch. Xian Yan and Xian Yu joined in. The 5 hatchlings ran about the beach, leaving new prints with their claws, and Mo Xian wiped those away too. Once the sun had fully risen, the beach was spotless. Not a single overturned stone remained. Mo Xian took Xianlan to inspect the reservoir. The pool water was clear, the filter layer had not collapsed, and the stones of the pool wall had been tightly fitted by Xianlan. But the sandy ground around the pool was pitted with hollows from their water fetching. Mo Xian filled the hollows with his claws and spread a layer of dry seaweed over them as camouflage. Xianlan watched him, then went to check the other side of the pool wall, pressing a slightly loosened stone firmly back in place. From now on, fetch water in turns, Mo Xian said. 1 turtle at a time. No crowding. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian crawled on toward the farm. The grain seedlings had already broken through the soil. Green sprouts 2 fingers tall lined up in neat rows. But along the field's edge ran the path they had worn while moving water, a distinct hard-packed track leading from the reservoir all the way to the head of the field. Mo Xian crawled along the path, clawing the packed earth loose and scattering dry sand and shredded seaweed over it. After a single pass, the path was impossible to make out. Xianlan followed behind, loosening whatever he had missed. At noon, the sun was brutal. Mo Xian had every turtle lie in the shade of the rocky hill. The 5 hatchlings pressed together in sleep. Xian Yan and Xian Yu had also withdrawn into their shells. Xianlan did not sleep. She lay at the edge of the shade, facing the sea, eyes half closed. Mo Xian lay down beside her. Of the 3 rules I just gave, which do you think is the hardest? Xianlan was silent for a while, then scratched a line in the ground with her claw. The line was drawn from the direction of the sea and stopped before Mo Xian. He looked at it. Xianlan's meaning was, when the enemy comes not pursuing. That is the hard part. Endure, Mo Xian said. Xianlan looked up at him. Endure, and you will live. Xianlan smoothed the line away and closed her eyes. In the afternoon, Mo Xian took Xianlan to inspect the island's west side. Yesterday's ship had approached from the northeast, so the west side was relatively safe. But on the beach lay a piece of driftwood half buried in the sand, impossible to overlook. Move it, Mo Xian said. Xianlan bit one end of the wood and hauled it backward. The wood tore free from the sand, lifting a broad mass of earth. Mo Xian filled the hollow with his claws. Xianlan dragged the wood behind the reef and hid it in a stone crack. On the way back, Mo Xian found a bird's nest in the bushes. Not a seabird's, but a land bird's. There were actually birds on the island. The nest held 3 eggs, gray with mottled spots. Mo Xian gave it a wide berth. Xianlan did as well. By the time they returned to the nursery, the sun was already leaning west. Mo Xian called the whole clan together once more, this time at the reservoir. The 5 hatchlings drank at the pool's edge. The largest took 2 sips, looked up at Mo Xian, droplets of water clinging to the edge of its mouth. Remember one more rule. Mo Xian scratched 4 marks in the sandy ground with his claw. Not characters, but assign a circle with 3 wavy lines drawn outside it. This sea, he tapped the circle with his claw, is ours. Then he tapped the wavy lines. The outside is not ours. Xianlan lowered her head to study the sign. Xian Yan and Xian Yu also crowded close. The 5 hatchlings squeezed into the gaps between the adult turtle's legs. The smallest poked its head out from between Xianlan's hind legs. Do not go out, Mo Xian said, and do not let what is outside come in. He smoothed the sign away. Can you do it? This time Xianlan did not nod. Instead, she drew a horizontal line in the ground with her claw, and above it a small circle. Imo-Shien studied the picture. The horizontal line was the sea, the circle was the island. Guard. Xianlan let out a short, guttural rumble. Imo-Shien stared at her for 2 seconds. Yes, guard. After nightfall, Imo-Shien did not allow any turtle to go to the shoal. Xianlan lay upon the wall, Wu Xianyin and Xianyu lay inside the wall. The 5 hatchlings stayed within the low walls of the nursery. Imo-Shien lay halfway up the rocky hill, where he could see both the sea and the entire clan. Moonlight was faint, the cloud layer heavy. Nothing was visible out on the sea. Imo-Shien opened his system panel. Holy Land Construction 7 Concealment 31 Improvement Recommended Current Exposure Risk Low. He closed the panel. Xianlan hopped down from the wall, walked over to Imo-Shien, and crouched beside him. That ship today, Imo-Shien said, was merely passing through. Xianlan looked at him. There will be more in the future. Those passing through, those searching for something, those who have lost their way. Imo-Shien drew a large circle in the ground with his claw. This sea is vast. We are small. He wiped away a small dot inside the large circle. But as long as we are not found, we win. Xianlan stared at the erased dot for a long while, then rose and climbed back onto the wall. Imo-Shien withdrew into his shell. The sea wind blew from the north, carrying a chill. The hatchlings slept soundly. The smallest one kicked a leg in its dream. Xianlan crouched on the wall, the cyan light in her eyes reflecting the moonlight. Out on the sea, nothing at all. But Imo-Shien knew those ships would come again sooner or later. He closed his eyes. From beyond the wall came a low, muffled sound. Not the waves, not the wind. Imo-Shien opened his eyes. Xianlan was already standing, her head turned toward the northeast. Far out on the sea, a point of light had appeared. Very faint, flickering on and off. Like a signal. The flash lit up once more. Imo-Shien lay halfway up the rocky ridge, body pressed against the stone. Xianlan stood on the wall, neck stretched rigid. In the distance, a point of light flickered on and off in the darkness, blinking at roughly 3-second intervals, steady and unchanging. Not natural light. Imo-Shien slid down from the ridge and crawled to the wall, nudging Xianlan's hind leg with his head. Down. Xianlan jumped down from the wall and crouched beside Imo-Shien. Imo-Shien pressed down on its carapace with his claws, and Xianlan lowered itself until its belly touched the sand, exposing only the area above its eyes. The point of light pulsed over a dozen times, then went out. The sea surface returned to darkness. Imo-Shien waited 5 minutes, but the light did not reappear. He opened the system panel, preparing to check the warning, then froze. The panel had changed. A new tab had appeared in the upper left corner labeled Warning. It had not been there before. Imo-Shien tapped it with the tip of his claw, and the tab expanded, revealing a translucent schematic of the surrounding waters. Centered on the island, a blue circle covered the adjacent sea, its radius marked at 5 kilometers. At the circle's edge in the northeast, a faint red dot moved slowly. Distance approximately 4.5 kilometers. Imo-Shien stared at the red dot. Its movement was remarkably consistent. No turns, no acceleration, a straight line toward the southwest. The same heading as the ship from daytime. Xianlan came closer, its head nearly touching the panel. It could not see, but its nose twitched twice as if catching a scent. There's something, Imo-Shien said. Xianlan turned to look at him. Imo-Shien pointed his claw toward the northeast. That way, a little over 4 kilometers. Xianlan looked in that direction, its eyes narrowing. Its pupils contracted, cyan rings spreading outward. It stared into the darkness for over 10 seconds, then gave a slight shake of its head, unable to see. The red dot continued moving. From 4.5 kilometers to 4.8 to 5.0, and then it struck the boundary of the blue circle. The red dot did not stop. It crossed the boundary directly, but once beyond it, its color shifted from deep red to pale red, and it began to flicker. Imo-Shien stared at the flickering red dot. The system was warning him. Out of range, the signal was weakening. The red dot moved another kilometer or so, then vanished. Imo-Shien closed the panel and rose from the sand. Xianlan stood, as well, still gazing toward the northeast. 5 kilometers, Imo-Shien said. Xianlan looked down at him. Imo-Shien drew a circle in the sand with his claw and dotted the center. We are here. The visible range, this large. He traced his claw around the circle. Then he drew a smaller red dot outside the circle. That one just now, it's outside. Xianlan looked down at the diagram in the sand. It extended a claw and expanded the circle outward, then looked up at Imo-Shien. Larger? Imo-Shien asked. Xianlan nodded. Imo-Shien glanced at the rocky ridge, then at the reservoir, then at the farmland and stone walls. The Sacred Land construction degree was only at 7%. The system had said that as the degree increased, so would its functions. It will come, Imo-Shien said. Xianlan regarded him for 2 seconds, then turned and climbed back onto the wall, resuming its watch toward the northeast. Mo Xian did not return to the ridge. He lay at the base of the wall and reopened the warning panel. The schematic remained. The blue circle clear and distinct, the center labeled Xingui Island. He noticed a ring of dashed lines around the circle's edge inscribed with warning range 5. 0 kilometers expandable. He tapped the word expandable and a line of small text popped up. Current sacred land construction degree 7%. Unlocking the next tier warning range requires reaching a construction degree of 15%. Next tier range 10 kilometers. Mo Xian committed the number to memory. He glanced once more at the spot where the red dot had disappeared. The system had no function to record historical trajectories, but he drew a line in the sand with his claw, northeast straight heading southwest, exactly matching the direction of the ship from daytime. It's the same vessel. Mo Xian smoothed the line away in the sand. Xianlan peeked its head over the wall and looked down at him. Mo Xian waved his claw, signaling it to turn back. Xianlan withdrew its head and continued staring at the sea. In the latter half of the night, no new red dots appeared on the warning panel. Mo Xian retreated into his shell, but he did not sleep. He was counting the total number of threats from yesterday through today. 1 sea beast, 2 ships. 3 incidents in 2 days. The frequency was far too high. He extended his head and surveyed the sea surface. Moonlight was obscured by clouds, and the water was black. The waves were modest, slapping against the wall one after another. The wall held firm. Mo Xian withdrew again. The system panel glowed in the darkness, its blue circle resting quietly over the island. Within 5 kilometers, nothing stirred. Beyond 5 kilometers, there were ships, people, and this world. He closed his eyes. The smallest hatchling in the nursery let out a cry, then fell silent once more. Xianlan jumped down from the wall and walked to Mo Xian's side, settling down. Mo Xian could feel its body heat seeping through the shell warm. Tomorrow, Mo Xian said, we expand the patrol. Xianlan emitted a low rumble from its throat. Watch the sea by day, the panel by night. Xianlan rumbled once more. Mo Xian extended a claw from his shell and patted Xianlan's forelimb. Xianlan did not move, but its breathing slowed. On the sea surface, another faint glow appeared in the northeast. It was very weak, flashing once before disappearing. Mo Xian did not stand up or extend his head. He simply stared at the panel. At the edge of the blue circle on the panel, an extremely pale red dot appeared. So faint it was almost invisible. The dot flickered once, then vanished. It hadn't moved out of range. It had been extinguished. Mo Xian stared at that spot for a full quarter hour. The red dot did not reappear. He closed the panel. Xianlan's breathing was steady. It had fallen asleep. Mo Xian stayed awake. He lay on the sand, his claw pressed against the spot he had last seen on the panel, northeast approximately 9 kilometers away, just barely outside the warning circle. Just barely. Mo Xian raised his head and gazed at that dark stretch of sea. The ships were probing. What were they looking for? He did not know, but he knew 5 kilometers was not enough. He needed a larger circle, needed to see them sooner. Mo Xian turned his head toward the rocky ridge at the island's center. There were freshwater springs, reservoirs, and farmland. And deep underground lay that anomalous energy-rich zone. The system had mentioned it. Once sacred land construction reached 15%, the warning range would double. Mo Xian pressed his claw into the sand. Starting tomorrow, he would need to do more work. Before dawn, the wind shifted direction. Mo Xian poked his head out from his shell. The waves on the sea were twice as high as yesterday, white foam whipped up by the wind and flung onto the sand. The clouds hung low gray-black, racing from east to west at an unnatural speed. Xianlan stood atop the wall, his body swaying slightly in the wind, head turned east, eyes narrowed to slits. Get down, Mo Xian said. Xianlan jumped off the wall and crouched beside Mo Xian. Wind gusted from behind him, flinging sand into Mo Xian's face. Mo Xian blinked, but did not dodge. He crawled to the base of the rocky hill and tapped the rock face with a claw. The stone was solid, a wind could not get through. On the leeward side of the hill was a natural hollow like half a cave, about 2 meters deep, 3 meters wide, and as high as the top of Mo Xian's carapace. He had piled some dry seaweed here before as a temporary shelter for the hatchlings. Mo Xian carried the 5 hatchlings over from the nursery area. The largest was held by the rim of its carapace in his mouth, hanging in midair with its limbs paddling. The second one followed with its jaws clamped on the first one's tail. The 2 smallest huddled together, nudged along by Mo Xian's head. All 5 hatchlings were tucked into the hollow, and the seaweed was piled in front of them to block the wind. The hatchlings huddled into a single mass. The smallest tucked its head under the plastron of the largest, leaving only half a tail exposed. Xianlan, Xianyan, and Xinyu also came over. Mo Xian pointed with a claw at a protruding rock beside the hollow. There was a shallow pit there, enough for 2 adult turtles to crouch in. Xianlan settled into it. Xian Yin squeezed in beside him, and Xianyue, unable to fit, sprawled on the outer side of the opening and used his body to block the wind. Xian lay at the very front, back to the wind, facing the island. The wind grew stronger and stronger. The rain came. It was not falling, or it was sweeping sideways. Raindrops carried by the wind struck Xian's carapace like pebbles pattering sharply. He lowered his head, chin pressed against the sand. Rainwater flowed down his back and into the gap beneath his neck, cold. Xianyue shivered and pressed closer to Xian. Xian did not move. The wind howled all night long. The next morning Xian lifted his head from the sand. The wind had slackened slightly, but was still blowing. The rain had not stopped, only changed from horizontal sweeping to slanting mist. He got to his feet and looked toward the field. Through the curtain of rain, he could not see clearly. Xian crawled toward the field. The wind pressed against him. Every step required effort. The sand had been soaked soft by the rain. His claws sank in, and pulling them out brought up clumps of wet mud. Xianlan followed behind while Xianyin and Xianyue stayed at the mouth of the hollow to guard the hatchlings. He reached the field. Xian stopped. Half the stone wall had collapsed. About 10 meters of the shoal stretch had been battered down by the wave. Stones scattered across the field, some pushed several meters away. The ground on the outer side of the field was sodden to pulp, and a patch of grain seedlings had fallen over. They had not been knocked down by the wind, either roots had rotted from soaking. Whole patches lay flat, leaves yellowing. Xian crawled into the field and used his claw to lift the seedling upright. The root had broken off, hanging by a sliver of skin. Even when propped up, it could not stand. He released it, and the seedling flopped back down. He propped up a second one, the same. Third, fourth, fifth. All of them toppled. Xian stood amid the field rain, lashing his carapace and streaming down its edges. He lowered his head and looked at his claws, black mud packed in every crevice. Xianlan crawled up beside him and stared at the fallen seedlings. Dead, Xian said. Xianlan lowered his head and nosed at a seedling. The seedling was pushed out of the soil, its roots all snapped off, white and raw, not one intact. Xian turned to look at the reservoir. The pool was still there. The stones of its wall had been tightly packed by Xianlan, so it had not collapsed. But the water in the pool had turned cloudy, all mud. The filter layer had been soaked loose, fine sand was washed to the bottom, and charcoal floated on the surface, broken into crumbs. Xian lay at the pool's edge, took a mouthful of water, tasted a muddy, fishy flavor, and spat it out. Xianlan also took a mouthful, sneezed, and stepped back. Xian crawled to the reservoir's inlet. The spring was still dripping, but the water that seeped from the rock crack carried mud and sand. It was not clear. He crawled upward along the spring and found the cause on the northern slope of the rocky hill. Rainwater had cut a deep gully, and mud and sand had washed down the slope, clogging the area around the spring. Xian scraped away the mud, blocking the spring mouth with his claws. The spring water surged out, splashing across his face. The water was clear, but as it flowed through the silt-blocked channel, it turned cloudy again. He returned to the reservoir and stared at the pool of mud. The wind picked up again. A second surge of the storm was coming. Xian crawled back with Xianlan. Rain beat against their faces, making it impossible to open their eyes. He squinted and, relying on memory, found the hollow on the leeward side of the rocky hill. Xianyin and Xianyue lay outside, drenched, their shells covered in mud. The 5 hatchlings shivered among the seaweed. The smallest had curled into a ball, its head and tail nowhere to be seen. Xian squeezed into the hollow and used his body to block the wind. Xianlan pressed in beside him, and Xianyin and Xianyue also squeezed in. The 5 adult turtles packed the hollow full, the hatchlings shielded at the very center. The wind howled through one night and another full day. On the third morning the wind stopped. Xian climbed out of the turtle pile, his body numb from the weight. The sun came out, and the sea was calm, as if nothing had happened. He went first to see the field. 20 meters of the stone wall had fallen, not the 10 meters from yesterday, but a different stretch. The terrace structure outside the field had been washed away. A large swath of soil had been lost, exposing a layer of broken stones beneath. All the grain seedlings lay flat, leaves blackened, some already rotting. Xian crawled into the field and pushed aside the rotten leaves with his claws, looking for any that could still survive. He searched for half a quarter of an hour and found 3. Roots intact, stems unbroken, leaves still green. He scraped the mud away from the 3 seedlings to let air reach their roots. 3. Out of half a mu of field 3. Xian stared at those 3 seedlings for a few seconds, then stood up and went to the reservoir. The pool walls were intact, but the mud at the bottom had piled up half the pool's depth. The filter layer was completely ruined. All the charcoal had floated up, broken into powder. Xian scooped a clawful of mud from the bottom. The mud oozed between his claws, leaving behind a layer of fine sand. The spring mouth had been cleaned, not by him. Xian turned his head. Xianlan stood behind him, claws covered in mud. You cleaned it? Imoxian asked. Xianlan nodded. Imoxian looked at the spring, then at the reservoir. The spring was clean, but the water still reached the pool muddy. The mud in the channel had not been cleared. He walked the length of the channel. It was about 50 meters long, mostly blocked with mud. In some places the channel's shape was no longer visible at all. Only a shallow groove remained. Imoxian stood at the head of the channel looking at the great stretch of watercourse buried under mud. Xianlan crawled over and stood beside him. Clear it, Imoxian said. Xianlan lowered his head and began scraping at the mud with his claws. Imoxian turned to look at the stone wall. The shoal section had collapsed for 12 meters, the field section for 8. The reservoir section had not fallen. Those stones had been laid by Xianlan with care, each one wedged tight. He walked along the fallen sections, inspecting the condition of the stones. Most were intact, simply washed away from their places. A few had cracked. He piled the unusable ones to the side. Xianyan and Xianyu also came over. Imoxian pointed with a claw at the scattered stones. Bring them back and restack them. Xianyan clamped his jaws around a stone, dragged it to the wall foundation, and set it down. Xianyu dragged a smaller one and placed it beside Xianyan's. Imoxian began stacking the wall. He put the large stones at the bottom, used the small ones to fill the gaps, and built up layer after layer. When Xianlan finished clearing a section of the channel, he came over to help. Working together, the two turtles stacked the wall twice as fast as Imoxian alone. In the afternoon, Imoxian returned to the field. The 3 surviving seedlings were still alive, their leaves standing a little stiffer than in the morning. With his claws, he made a ring of small stones around them to keep them from being washed away again. Then he went to look at the fallen seedlings. Beneath the rotten leaves, some grains had not sprouted and lay buried in mud. Imoxian scraped away the mud with his claws and picked out the grains that had not spoiled. 1 grain, 2 grains, 3. After searching for an hour, he gathered about a small handful, fewer than 20 grains. He wrapped them in dry seaweed and placed them in a dry crack of the rocky hill. Seeds. Next year they could be planted again. In the evening, Imoxian stood on the top of the rocky hill and looked over the entire island. 2 sections of the stone wall had collapsed and were being repaired. The mud in the reservoir was not yet fully cleared, only a small part of the channel had been cleaned. The field was ruined and would have to be broken anew. The low wall of the nursery had collapsed, so the hatchlings were temporarily packed into the hollow of the rocky hill. Xianlan was clearing the channel, Xianyan and Xianyu were stacking the wall. The hatchlings were sunning themselves at the mouth of the hollow. The smallest lay on a rock, eyes closed, belly up. Imoxian opened the system panel. Sanctuary construction progress 2. Storm impact, farmland destroyed 90, stone wall destroyed 35, reservoir damaged 60. Construction progress decreased by 5. It had fallen from 7 to 2. Imoxian stared at that number for 3 seconds, then closed the panel. He climbed down the rocky hill, went to the channel, gripped a stone blocking the entrance in his mouth, and dragged it away. Xianlan looked up at him. Clear the inlet section before dark, Imoxian said. Xianlan lowered his head and continued scraping mud. Imoxian dragged the stone outside the channel, set it in a pile, then went back for another. Before sunset, the inlet section of the channel was open. Water flowed from the spring, ran through the 50-meter channel, and reached the reservoir, still muddy. The middle section had not been cleaned of sediment, but at least the water was flowing. Imoxian lay by the pool, watching the murky water slowly rise. It would clear tomorrow as long as no more mud was washed in. Xianlan lay beside him, the skin of his forelegs scraped, raw blood mixed with mud. Imoxian took a bottle of basic body-tempering liquid from his system space, diluted it, and applied it to Xianlan's wound. Xianlan flinched, but made no sound. On the distant sea, the clouds had parted. The stars appeared, and the wind and waves were calm. Imoxian stared at the starry sky. It will come again, he said. Xianlan turned to him. The storm. Xianlan turned back and fixed his eyes on the sea. Imoxian extended a claw from his shell and pressed Xianlan's foreleg. The wall must be thickened. The channel must be lined with stone. The field must be moved to the northern slope of the rocky hill where it is sheltered from the wind. Xianlan listened, nodding at every item. When Imoxian had said his piece, he withdrew into his shell. From the hollow, the hatchlings made faint snoring sounds. The smallest had sunbathed all afternoon. The rim of its carapace had turned from white to pale gray and grown a little harder. Xianlan did not sleep. He crouched on the summit of the rocky hill, facing the sea, his back to the whole clan. From the crack in his shell, Imoxian watched his back. The system panel flickered once in the darkness. Warning: moderate chakra fluctuation detected 3.8 kilometers to the northeast. Imoxian stretched his head out. On the sea there was a point of light. It was not a flash, but a continuous red light rising and falling on the crests of the waves. Xianlan stood up. The red dot drew closer. 3 days had passed since the storm. Ma Xuan lay on the gentle slope of the northern hillside staring at the ground. After the rain ceased, water continued to seep here. Not rainwater. For 2 days the sun had been shining, and while everywhere else had dried, this patch of black earth remained damp. Water bubbled up from the soil and trickled down the slope, gathering into a slender stream in the low-lying areas. Xianlan crouched nearby watching as well. The wound on its forelimb had scabbed over, but today's scratching through mud and sand had split the scab, drawing beads of blood. Ma Xuan poked aside the surface wet soil with his claws, revealing a sand layer beneath, and below that gravel. Water surged upward from between the stones, not flowing down from the hilltop. He thrust his claws into the crevice between the stones, probing about a foot deep until he struck a hard bottom. Not rock, but a denser layer of earth. Water seeped from the boundary where the soil met the gravel. He withdrew his claws coated in wet mud and licked the taste. Fresh water, not salty, even lighter than the spring water. Dig. Ma Xuan pointed to the spot where water seeped most heavily. Xianlan began digging with its forelimbs, clawing through the wet mud to expose the gravel beneath. The hard soil layer lay below, yet water still welled up from cracks within it. After a few more digs, the fissure widened and water gushed forth in greater volume. Ma Xuan shoved Xianlan aside and started clearing away the gravel with his own claws, expanding the hole. The deeper they dug, the more water accumulated. When it reached chest depth, the bottom was submerged and the soil layer vanished beneath the rising water. The temperature was cooler than the air above, sending a chill through him as he soaked in it. He submerged and probed downward with his claws. More gravel lay beneath the surface, and below that larger stones that couldn't be moved. But water surged up from between the rocks at a rapid pace, and he could feel the force of the current pressing against his claws. Ma Xuan surfaced and spat out a mouthful of water. "There's water below," he said to Xianlan. Xianlan dipped its head into the hole and drank, then looked up and burped. Ma Xuan climbed out of the pit and shook off the water. He walked uphill along the seepage zone where the northern slope grew progressively drier until the moisture vanished altogether at the midpoint, leaving the ground parched. He paused and looked back. The seepage band stretched from the base to halfway up the slope, roughly 30 meters in length, distributed in a linear pattern. Then he turned and headed back downhill. The seepage band curved toward the rocky mound at the slope's base. Ma Xuan followed the water as it flowed down from the northern slope, crossing a field of loose stones before disappearing into a fissure at the mound's foot. The crack was narrow, just wide enough for a single paw. Ma Xuan pushed his forelimb inside and found it hollow with cool air rising from the depths. Xianlan also inserted its paw, withdrawing it coated in wet mud and a few grains of fine sand. Ma Xuan pressed his ear to the ground at the crack's opening and heard water below, not dripping, but flowing steadily, rushing like a stream. He rose and circled the base of the rocky mound, which measured roughly 300 meters around. Multiple fissures appeared at its foundation, yet not all of them carried air. The fissures with airflow were concentrated on the northern and eastern sides. The northern one was the largest, with the strongest draft and the clearest sound of running water. Ma Xuan returned to the northern fissure and measured it with his claws. Approximately 2 meters long, wide enough at its broadest point to fit an adult turtle's head. "Here," he told Xianlan, "there's a river below." Xianlan tilted its head. Ma Xuan drew a line on the ground with his claws to represent the fissure, then sketched a wavy line beneath it. "Water. Lots of water." Xianlan stared at the wavy line for a moment before looking up at him. "Drinkable," Ma Xuan said. Xianlan looked back down at the line and drew a circle beside it with a dot inside. Ma Xuan recognized the symbol, a circle with a dot representing their clan. Xianlan was asking whether this water would sustain them all. Ma Xuan tripled the thickness of the wavy line with his claws. "Enough." Xianlan withdrew its paw and gazed at the fissure for a long time. That afternoon, Ma Xuan led Xianlan and Xianyan to the northern slope to dig test pits. They chose 3 locations: the area with the heaviest seepage at the base, the edge of the seepage zone midway up, and the dry region at the top. They dug each pit to a depth of 1 foot to examine the soil moisture. The pit at the slope's base hit water at just half a foot. The mid-slope pit required a full foot before damp soil appeared, though no standing water formed. The pit at the top went 1.5 feet deep, and the soil remained dry. Ma Xuan crawled between the 3 holes, comparing the color and moisture of each layer. The soil at the base was black. He could squeeze water from it in his claws. Mid-slope soil was dark brown, releasing only dampness when squeezed. The top soil was pale brown, dry, and crumbly, falling apart at the slightest touch. He drew a line across the northern slope with his claws, connecting the base to the midpoint. Below the line was the wet zone, above it the dry zone. "Water comes from here," Ma Xuan said, pointing his claw at the fissure at the slope's base. "Flows downward, then seeps into the ground at this point." He pointed again to the area beneath the midslope. Xianlan followed the line, pausing at each seepage point to sniff. Xianyan squatted nearby motionless. Ma Xuan glanced at it. Dig a ditch. Xianyan rose and began clawing at the earth. Ma Xuan indicated a path, starting from the largest seepage point, digging eastward along the slope's base toward the reservoir. Xianyan worked slowly but deeply, each stroke driving its claws into the soil and turning up the damp mud beneath. Ma Xuan returned to the fissure where Xianlan still crouched, head extended toward the crack, ears pressed downward. Hear something? Ma Xuan asked. Xianlan looked up and emitted a low rumble from its throat. Not an answer, but a description. The sound was long and descending like water flowing from height to low ground. Ma Xuan pressed his ear to the fissure opening as well. The water sound was clear, louder than in the morning. It wasn't because the water had risen, but because the ground had dried, reducing background noise and allowing the water sound to stand out. He listened for 15 minutes. The flow remained constant, same volume, same steady rhythm. This wasn't rainwater infiltration or temporary pooling. It was a stable underground freshwater source. Ma Xuan stood and opened the system panel. Underground freshwater layer detected. Location beneath the northern side of the rocky mound, depth approximately 8 to 12 meters. Water quality excellent. Estimated daily flow 5 to 8 tons. Current water resource score 45 out of 100. If the underground freshwater layer is developed and a water diversion system established, the water resource score could increase by 30%. Recommendation: prioritize construction. Ma Xuan closed the panel. 5 to 8 tons. A day's supply would last the entire clan for a year with plenty to spare. He looked at the fissure, then toward the reservoir. The reservoir sat on the southern side of the rocky mound, while the freshwater layer lay beneath the north. To channel the water there, they'd either need to drill through the rocky mound or go around it. Drilling through was impossible. Going around, from the northern slope to the eastern side of the mound, then to the southern side, was about 200 meters. They'd need to dig a trench, line it with stone, and prevent seepage. Ma Xuan drew a route on the ground with his claws, starting from the fissure, running eastward along the northern slope's base, skirting the rocky outcrop on the mound's eastern side, then turning south to connect with the reservoir's inlet. The full distance was approximately 230 meters, traversing 3 distinct terrains: gravel, sand, and compacted soil. Xianlan approached and peered down at the route map, extending a claw to draw several short horizontal lines across the gravel section. Ma Xuan understood immediately. That stretch required stone reinforcement, or the water would seep away entirely. Right. Xianlan then drew a circle in the sandy area. Ma Xuan studied the marking. Sand allowed water to seep even faster. A stone lining alone wouldn't suffice. They need to lay a clay barrier to prevent leakage. He sketched 3 layers in the sandy zone. A bottom layer of clay, a middle of crushed stone, and a top of flat slabs. Xianlan nodded. Ma Xuan lay prone on the ground, studying the route map for a long time. As darkness fell, moonlight illuminated the sand, but the markings grew difficult to make out. Rather than erase the faint lines, he traced over them with his claws to deepen the marks. Xianlan crouched beside him, also fixed on the map. We start digging tomorrow, Ma Xuan said. Xianlan turned to look at him. First, dig the intake section, from the fissure to the eastern rocky outcrop. Xianlan nodded. Ma Xuan rose to their feet, ready to return to the conservation area. After a few steps, he glanced back at the fissure. Its mouth was pitch black, exhaling a draft that carried both coolness and the damp earthen scent of soil. He paused. Below, he said, there's more than just water. Xianlan approached and stood beside him. Ma Xuan kept his gaze fixed on the fissure. Something else. The wind rushing from the cracks suddenly intensified, not in strength, but in urgency, as though something massive had shifted deep below and forced the air upward. Xianlan's pupils contracted, the cyan rings spreading across its entire eye. It retreated a step, forelimbs splayed, claws digging into the sand. Ma Xuan didn't retreat. The wind persisted for roughly 5 seconds before subsiding to normal. The fissure mouth remained shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. Ma Xuan stared into that blackness, his claws gradually tightening. Mo Xian noticed that the female turtle was gone. More precisely, it was the female turtle that had always followed behind Xianlan. Since morning, she had not gone to the shallows, nor to the reservoir, nor to the nursery. Mo Xian crawled a full circle around the island, finally finding her on the sandy ground in the lee of the rocky mound. The female turtle was lying in a newly excavated pit. The pit was shallow, about a foot deep, and lined with a layer of shredded seaweed and dry grass. Her hind legs were still moving, left, right, pulling the sand from the pit walls inward. Her body trembled slightly, and with each effort the base of her tail bulged once. Mo Xian lay 10 meters away and did not approach. Xianlan crawled over from behind, crouched beside Mo Xian, and stared at the female turtle. Her breathing was heavier than usual, and her nostrils opened and closed in rapid succession. Yours. Imotian asked. Xianlan did not move. The female turtle stopped her hind legs no longer scraping at the soil. She lowered her head to inspect the bottom of the pit, then braced herself with her front legs and slowly shifted forward. When she moved away, 12 eggs lay at the bottom. They were not large, slightly smaller than chicken eggs, with white shells coated in a layer of mucus that gleamed under the sun. With her hind legs, the female turtle pushed the sand from the edge of the pit back over the eggs. She scraped in a layer, paused, and gently packed it down with her claws. Then another layer and another packing. The movements were slow and every layer was spread evenly. Xianlan crawled 2 steps forward, but Imotian blocked its path with his head. Wait. Xianlan stopped, front legs braced against the sand, claw tips sinking in. The female turtle spent a full hour filling the pit level. The surface of the sand looked no different from anywhere else, giving no clue that something was buried beneath. She lay over the filled pit, plastron pressed to the sand, motionless. Only then did Imotian crawl over. The female turtle raised her head and gave him a look. Her eyes were cloudy, no different from an ordinary sea turtle's. She panted, mouth opening and closing, strands of mucus at the corners of her mouth. Go. Imotian nudged her front leg with his head. The female turtle rose and staggered toward the shallows. After a few steps, she glanced back once, then continued on. Imotian laid down by the filled pit and gently swept the dry surface sand aside with his claw. Beneath the dry layer was compacted wet sand, and beneath that shredded seaweed and dry grass. The eggs lay at the very bottom, hidden behind the sand, yet the surface felt faintly warm. Xianlan crawled over, pressed its nose to the sand, and sniffed from left to right. It raised its head and let out a low gurgle from its throat. Yours, Imotian said. This time it was not a question. Xianlan nodded once. Imotian stood up and climbed toward the rocky mound. Xianlan followed, glancing back at the pit every couple of steps. At the top, Imotian took out the wooden box from his system space and opened the lid. There were 6 bottles of body-tempering liquid left. He bit one bottle, pulled out the stopper, and carried it back to the edge of the pit in his mouth. Xianlan crouched by the pit watching him. Imotian tilted the bottle, and the body-tempering liquid dripped onto the sand. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The colorless liquid seeped into the sand, leaving a small dark patch of dampness. He traced the surface of the pit, dripping 3 drops at every palm's width. When the first bottle was empty, he took another. By the time both bottles of body-tempering liquid had been emptied, the entire surface of the pit was damp, as if a light rain had fallen over it. Xianlan lowered its head, pressed its nose to the wet sand, and sniffed for a long time. Enough, Imotian said. Xianlan looked up. The cyan ring patterns in its eyes spread toward the rims of its pupils as it stared at Imotian. Imotian carried the empty bottles back to the rocky mound in his mouth and put them in the wooden box. He closed the lid and pushed it to the deepest crevice. The sun was tilting west. Imotian lay 10 meters from the pit, facing it. Xianlan lay on the opposite side, also 10 meters from the pit, a mirror image of Imotian. The 2 turtles formed a pair of low walls, one on each side. The female turtle was nibbling seaweed in the shallows, occasionally lifting her head to glance this way. Xianyan and Xianyu were stacking stones by the reservoir. The 5 young turtles were chasing one another inside the low wall of the nursery. Imotian closed his eyes. The sky was fully dark. Moonlight fell over the sand and no trace of the pit could be seen. The surface was smooth and evenly colored. But Imotian knew that 12 eggs lay buried below their shells, coated with diluted body-tempering liquid. Xianlan rose and walked a circle around the pit. Its claws landed softly, each step falling just outside the pit. After one full circle, it returned to its original spot and lay facing the pit. Guard it, Imotian said. Xianlan did not move, but its eyelid lifted once. Imotian drew into his shell. The young turtles in the nursery were already asleep, and the smallest one cried out once in a dream. From the shallows came the sound of Xianyan and Xianyu turning over their shells, scraping against the sand with a soft rustle. In the small hours, a wind rose. It was gentle, blowing in from the sea, carrying a salty tang. Imotian poked his head out of his shell and looked toward the pit. The sand was flat, undisturbed by the wind. Xianlan was still lying there, eyes open, pupils reflecting moonlight like 2 patches of cyan glow. Sleep, Imotian said. Xianlan closed its eyes, but only for 2 seconds before opening them again. Imotian said nothing more. The moon had shifted westward, and the shadows stretched longer. The pit's shadow grew from short to long, then from long to faint, and finally vanished. The horizon began to pale. Xianlan stood, went to the pit, lowered its head, and pressed its nose to the sand to sniff. It raised its head to look at Imotian. Imotian crawled over and sniffed as well. The sand carried the scent of body-tempering liquid, very faint, like the raw smell of stones after rain. Beneath the sand, there was another scent. warm, faintly sweet like the smell of young turtles freshly emerged from their shells. 12 of them, and all alive. Xian stepped back. Xianlong also stepped back. Dawn had broken. The female turtle crawled up from the shallows, stopped at the pit, lowered her head to sniff, then covered the pit with her plastron and lay still. Xianlong crouched beside the female turtle, turned its head toward her, and gave a very soft gurgle. The female turtle kept her eyes closed and did not respond. Xian turned and crawled toward the farmland. After a few steps he looked back. Xianlong was still crouching by the female turtle. The two turtles, one lying, one crouching, cast shadows that merged into one in the morning light. He continued on. The 3 grain seedlings in the farmland had grown a little taller that day. Their leaves had gone from 2 to 3, and the topmost leaf was still rolled up, not yet unfolded. Xian piled the stones around the seedlings higher with his claws, sheltering them from the wind. Then he went to the reservoir. The water had cleared, the mud had sunk to the bottom, leaving the top half of the pool clear. Xian Yin was building the last stretch of the irrigation channel by the pool, stacking stones neatly and sealing the gaps with clay. Xian Yu was hauling gravel trip after trip, slow but relentless. Xian climbed to the top of the rocky mound and looked toward the pit. The female turtle was still lying there, Xianlong still crouching beside her. 3 steps separated them, and neither moved. He opened the system panel. Species count 8. Eggs 12, fertilized, treated with body-tempering liquid. Estimated hatching rate above 95. Incubation countdown approximately 30 days. Current total population peak 20 including eggs. Next stage target 50. Xian stared at the number 20. 8 living turtles, 12 eggs. If all of them hatched, that would make 20, more than double. He closed the panel and crawled down from the rocky mound. As he passed the pit, Xianlong turned its head to look at him. Xian did not stop and continued crawling toward the nursery. The 5 young turtles rushed out from the low wall and surrounded his front legs. The smallest one bit his claw tip and dangled in the air, swaying. Xian lowered his head and touched the little turtle's head with his nose. You're going to be an older brother. The little turtle released its bite, dropped onto the sand, tumbled over, and looked up at Xian with its belly facing the sky. Xian nudged it upright and hurried toward the nursery. The smallest one ran at the back, falling every 3 steps. Xian followed behind, using his head to lift it up each time it fell. It fell 4 times before finally crawling through the low wall. He lay down facing the direction of the pit. The moon had risen again. The female turtle was still lying over the pit, and Xianlong was still crouching beside her. Xian closed his eyes. Beneath the sand on the shells of the 12 eggs, the body-tempering liquid was slowly seeping in. Day 20. Xian woke before dawn. He crawled out of his shell, rounded the low wall of the nursery, past the reservoir, and climbed the northern slope. 3 grain plants stood in the morning light. The tallest reached his knee, with seed head hung low, the grains plump and dark red, bending the stalk into an arc. The other 2 were shorter with smaller seed heads, but their grains were equally plump. Xian lay down and cupped the seed head with one claw. The grains were hard, too hard to pinch through. The husks bore a fine fuzz wet with dew. He let go, and the seed head sprang back, shaking off a few drops of water. Xianlong crawled up from behind and stopped 2 meters away. It glanced at the seed head, then at Xian. They're ripe, Xian said. Xianlong moved closer, lowered its head to sniff the seed head, sneezed, and stepped back. Xian pinched a single grain between his claws and tugged gently. It came free and fell onto the sand. He lowered his head, picked it up, and placed it in front of Xianlong. Xianlong looked at the grain, but did not eat it. Seed, Xian said, and drew the grain beneath his claw. He crawled down the northern slope, found a flat rock, swept its surface clean with his tail, then went back to the field and began plucking the seed heads. 3 grain plants, 14 grains from the tallest, 9 from the second, 7 from the third. 30 grains in all. Xian carried the seed heads in his mouth, trip after trip to the rock. The grains scraped against his gums as he carried them, so he slowed down, afraid of crushing them. Xianlong followed behind and watched him run back and forth. All 30 grains were arranged on the rock in 3 rows. Xian counted 3 times with his claw to be sure. He lay down and stared at the 30 grains. When he had sown them, he had used an entire bag of seed grain, several hundred grains. After one storm, only these 3 plants were left. 3 plants had borne 30 grains. Xian split the grains into 2 piles. One pile held the large, plump ones, 20 grains. The other pile held 10 smaller, slightly shriveled grains. This pile is for next year's sowing, he said, pressing down on the large pile with his claw. Xianlong looked at that pile and nodded. This pile is for eating now. Xian pushed the 10 small grains aside. He bit down on one grain and chewed. The husk was hard and difficult to crack. The kernel inside was dark red, faintly sweet like brown rice. He swallowed, and his stomach warmed. Xianlan ate one grain, two chewed, twice swallowed, and licked its mouth. Xian pushed the remaining 8 grains toward Xianlan. For the hatchlings. Xianlan picked up the grains and turned back toward the nursery. When it reached the low wall, the 5 hatchlings were already awake. The largest raised its head, its mouth opening and closing. Xianlan spat the grains onto the ground, and 8 small dark red seeds fell onto the sand. The largest hatchling rushed over, seized one grain, found it impossible to chew, swallowed it whole, and its neck craned as it choked. The second hatchling swallowed a grain too. The third chewed twice, spat it out, picked it up, and chewed again. The smallest hatchling gripped a grain in its mouth, ran to the corner, buried the grain in the sand, patted it down with its claws, then lay motionless over the spot. Xian watched the buried grain and said nothing. He crawled back to the rock, wrapped the 20 seeds in dry seaweed, and tucked them into the deepest crevice of the rocky mound. The crevice was dry, cool, and out of reach of rats. Then he took stock of the storehouse. In the stone cave beside the reservoir were the dried seaweed and dried fish gathered before the storm. 3 bundles of seaweed, each packed tight and weighing about 10 pounds. There was little dried fish. Only a dozen or so small fish had been dried before the storm, and 7 were left hard as stone. Xian turned the dried fish over with his claw. They had not spoiled, but there was not much left. He went to check the rearing pond. The storm had washed out a section of the stone wall, and most of the fish had escaped. Only a few small crabs and several thumb-sized fish remained at the bottom of the pond, swimming in the shallow water. Xian lay at the pond's edge and stared at those fish for a long time. The sun climbed to its zenith. Xian called all the adult turtles to the storehouse. Xianlan, Xianyin, and Xianyu crouched in a row. The female turtle still lay over the egg pit, so he did not call her. Food supplies, Xian said, tapping the dried fish and seaweed with his claw. How long will they last? Xianyin tilted its head. Xianyu yawned. Xianlan stretched out a claw, pointed at the dried fish, then at the 3 adult turtles, and held up 3 claw tips. 3 days. Xian nodded. He then pointed at the seaweed and held up 5 claw tips. The seaweed will last 5 days. But there were 5 hatchlings and 12 eggs. Once the eggs hatch, there will be 17 mouths. Xian divided the dried fish into 4 portions, 1 for the hatchlings, 1 for the female turtle, 1 for Xianyin and Xianyue, and 1 set aside for Xianlan and himself. When the dried fish had been divided, each of them had fewer than 2 fish. The seaweed was left unrationed. Whoever was hungry could go and gnaw on it. Xianyin took its share of dried fish, crawled to the shallows, and chewed slowly. Xianyu swallowed its share whole, without chewing at all, and choked until its eyes rolled. Xianlan did not eat. It pushed the dried fish toward Xian. Eat, Xian said. Xianlan pushed the fish back again. Xian bit the dried fish, tore off a small strip, and pushed the rest back. Xianlan looked at him, lowered its head, and ate. In the afternoon, Xian took Xianyin to repair the rearing pond. Xianyin used a stone shovel to restack the fallen stones, while Xian sealed the cracks with clay behind it. The pond was small, and after 2 hours the work was done. Xian stood at the pond's edge, looking at the empty bottom. Tomorrow I'm going to the deep sea, he said to Xianyin. Xianyin stopped, stone shovel in hand, and looked at him. Fishing. Xian gestured with his claw. Dive into the water, grab a fish in your mouth, and drag it up. Xianyin blinked and went back to sealing the cracks. At dusk, Xian climbed to the top of the rocky mound again. He opened the system panel and glanced at the food reserve value. The figure had turned from green to yellow. Food reserves insufficient. Estimated remaining time 5 days, whole clan. He closed the panel and looked at the sea. The sun was sinking, laying a sheet of golden red light over the water. There were no clouds at the edge of the sky. The horizon was clear. Xianlan climbed up and crouched beside him. Before the eggs hatch, Xian said, we need to store enough food. 30 days. 17 mouths. Xian scratched 2 lines into the rock with his claw. We need at least this much every day. Xianlan stared at the 2 lines, stretched out a claw, and deepened them. The moon had risen. There was light on the sea, not a boat, but moonlight broken into pieces on the water, patch after patch. Xian stood up, preparing to go down. After 2 steps, he looked back at the crevice. The seaweed bundle with the 20 seeds was still there, plump and wedged in the deepest shadow of the rocks. He climbed down the rocky mound. As he passed the egg pit, the female turtle was still lying there. Xianlan had not followed. It crouched on top of the rocky mound, facing the sea with its back to the island. Xian crawled inside the nursery's low wall. The 5 hatchlings were huddled in the seaweed pile. The smallest one's belly was round. Today it had buried 1 grain and eaten another, and now it was 2 full, lying on its back with all 4 legs stretched straight out. Xian nudged the smallest hatchling over with his nose. The hatchling rolled over, crawled under his plastron, tucked itself in, and slept. He closed his eyes. The 20 seeds in the crevice, the 1 grain buried beneath the sand, the 12 eggs in the pit. Waves beat against the shore one after another. Imo-Xian stretched his head out and glanced toward the egg pit. In the moonlight, the female turtle's carapace shone white like a stone. On the rocky mound, Xianlong rose to its feet and turned its head toward the northeast. Imo-Xian looked too. Something was moving out on the sea. It was not a boat, not a light. It was a ripple, an unnatural patch of water brighter than the surrounding sea pushing in from the northeast toward the island. The ripple drew closer. Xianlong charged down the rocky mound, its 4 claws sending sand and stones flying. Water ripples pushed onto the beach, then scattered. It was a sea turtle slightly larger than Xuanlong, its shell encrusted with barnacles, one of its front limbs missing a chunk, making it swim crookedly. It climbed onto the beach, glanced at Imo-Xian, then looked at Xuanlong before lowering its head and crawling toward the seaweed pile. Imo-Xian blocked its path. Not here. The sea turtle raised its head, its cloudy eyes fixing on him. Imo-Xian pressed his head against its front limb and pushed it toward the water. The sea turtle retreated 2 steps, stopped, and tilted its head to look at him. Imo-Xian pushed once more, and only then did it turn around and slowly crawl back into the sea. Xianlong squatted on the beach, staring at the direction where the turtle disappeared. Not an enemy, Imo-Xian said. Xianlong turned his head to look at him. Just passing through, Imo-Xian said, crawling toward the rocky ridge. Xianlong followed behind. Reaching the base of the rocky ridge, Imo-Xian stopped and tapped the stone wall with his claw. The stones here were dry, about half a person's height above the ground, with a naturally formed niche about 2 chi deep and 3 chi wide. Imo-Xian inserted his claw into the niche to test its depth. Enough. He climbed down, picked up a flat stone slab from the beach in his mouth, and dragged it to the foot of the rocky ridge. The slab was too large to fit into the niche. He used his claw to break it into pieces, selected a suitably sized fragment, and placed it at the bottom of the niche as a floor. Xianlong brought a second stone slab, placing it beside the first. Imo-Xian filled the gap between the 2 slabs with crushed stones and pressed it down firmly with his claw. The floor was laid smooth and steady. Imo-Xian brought a larger stone slab in his mouth and placed it over the top of the niche. The edges of the slab hung in the air, so he wedged crushed stones beneath them to prop it up. After covering it with 3 slabs, the niche was completely concealed, forming a stone cave. The entrance was small, only large enough for an adult turtle to push its head through. Imo-Xian extended his head inside to inspect. The space was larger than expected, enough to hold dozens of seaweed bundles. He retreated and used his claw to clear the crushed stones at the entrance. A storeroom, he said to Xianlong. Xianlong stuck his head into the opening, sniffed, then withdrew and gave a slight nod. Imo-Xian crawled to the northern slope and retrieved 30 grains of millet that had been drying on the rocks. Grains held in his mouth, he moved slowly, afraid of spilling any. Arriving at the storeroom, he tilted his head and spat the grains one by one into his palm, counted out 20 of the larger ones, and stuffed them to the very back of the storeroom. The remaining 10 smaller grains he pushed aside to be fed to the hatchlings tomorrow. With the millet stored, Imo-Xian went to move the seaweed. 3 bundles, each larger than his head. He bit the rope of one bundle and dragged it backward. The seaweed scraped against the sand with a rustling sound. Dragging it to the storeroom, he used his head to push the bundle into the opening. The first bundle went in, the second also went in, but the third got stuck. Imo-Xian chipped away a piece of stone from the edge of the opening with his claw, then pushed again, and the third bundle slid inside. The dried fish would go in last. 7 fish wrapped in seaweed leaves were tucked beside the millet. Imo-Xian stepped back 2 paces and gazed at the storeroom. The stone cave was packed full. The millet lay at the deepest part, the seaweed in the middle, and the fish beside the millet, each occupying its own space. Xianlong lay beside the storeroom, staring at the entrance. "Stand guard," Imo-Xian said. Xianlong rested his chin on his claws, half closed his eyes, and perked his ears up. Imo-Xian crawled to the egg pit. The female turtle was still lying there, her plastron pressed against the sand, breathing slowly. He circled to the other side of the pit and gently brushed away the dry surface sand with his claw. The damp sand beneath the layer was still soft without any collapse. He replaced the sand, turned, and left. Halfway there, the system panel lit up. Simple storeroom built. Storage capacity small. Current utilization 70. Durability 90,100. Sacred ground construction increased by 5. Current construction level 7. Next phase reward preview unlocked, basic tempering fluid 10. Unlock condition, sacred ground construction reaches 15. Imo-Xian stared at the panel for a few seconds. The construction level had risen from 2 to 7, still 8 short of 15. The storeroom added 5, while the previous reservoir, farmland, and stone wall combined only contributed 2. Construction levels increased slowly. Each new structure added only a little. He closed the panel and continued crawling toward the nursery area. 5 hatchlings huddled together inside the low wall, the smallest one lying on top with its belly to the sky, 4 legs stretched out. Imo-Xian nudged it down with his nose. It rolled over, crawled under Imo-Xian's plastron, and settled into sleep. Imo-Xian lay down facing the direction of the storeroom. The moon rose to the zenith. The stone opening of the storeroom was pitch black, and Xianlong sat beside it, his shadow stretched long. The female turtle lay curled into a circle above the egg pit. Xian Yin and Xian Yu retreated into their shells on the shallow beach. In the nursery area, the hatchlings' snoring blended with the sound of the waves high and low. Imo-Xian closed his eyes. A faint sound came from the sandy ground, as if something was crawling. Imo-Xian opened his eyes and turned his head toward the sound. The egg pit. The female turtle remained still, not moving. The sound stopped. Imo-Xian stared at the egg pit for half a minute, but no sound repeated. He tucked his head into his shell. It sounded again. This time closer, not from the egg pit, but from the direction of the storeroom. Imo-Xian extended his head. Xianlong stood up, reaching his head toward the storeroom, opening ears perked. He sniffed near the entrance, then took a step back and turned to look at Imo-Xian. Imo-Xian crawled over and also put his nose near the opening. Inside were the scents of millet, seaweed, and dried fish. There was another smell, fishy but not the scent of fish. It was the earthy odor of soil mixed with a sour tang. He extended his claw into the opening to probe. The millet wrap was still there, the seaweed was still there, the fish was still there. When his claw touched the deepest part of the storeroom, his tip brushed against something wet. Not water, but mucus, cool and slippery. Imo-Xian withdrew his claw. A layer of transparent slime coated his claw tip, stretching into threads. Xianlong sniffed over, sneezed, and retreated 3 steps. Imo-Xian rubbed his claw tip clean on the sand, then rearranged the crushed stones at the edge of the opening, packing them tighter with smaller gaps. Then he lay down and stared at the entrance. Xianlong lay beside him, also staring at the entrance. A breeze rose on the sea, not strong, making the seaweed rustle. The storeroom opening was dark, unable to see anything inside. Imo-Xian did not move. Xianlong did not move either. The moon passed over the rocky ridge, and the shadow covered the storeroom entrance. A very faint, wet, squirming sound came from inside the cave, as if something were crawling over the stones. Imo-Xian's claws pressed into the sandy ground. From the cracks between the crushed stones at the edge of the entrance, a trace of transparent mucus seeped out, trickling down the stone wall. Imo-Xian scraped the slime off the rim of the burrow with his claws and leaned in to sniff. Sour like fermented seaweed. He reached into the hole, and in the crevice between the floor and the stone wall touched something soft, slippery, cold, and shrinking away at the slightest contact. He pulled his claw back and backed away. Xianlong pressed its nose to the opening and let out a low growl. From inside came a rustling sound, and soon a sea slug wriggled out of the crevice, palm-long translucent mucus streaming down the stone wall. It crawled to the edge of the burrow, caught in the moonlight, curled into a ball, and dropped onto the sand. Xianlong slammed a claw down on the sea slug, pressing it into the sand. It stopped moving. "It's not one that steals food," Imo-Xian said. He scooped the sea slug out of the sand with his claws and pushed it toward the sea. The slug writhed across the wet sand and slowly crawled toward the shallows. Xianlong watched it crawl away, then turned back to the storehouse and carefully rearranged the rubble around the burrow's mouth, pressing every stone firmly into place. Imo-Xian crawled back to the nursery area. By the nest pit, the female turtle was still lying there, her breathing slower than yesterday. He lay down inside the low wall facing the nest and closed his eyes. On the 3rd night, the sand surface of the nest pit split with a crack. Imo-Xian was woken by a sound, very soft, like a fingernail scraping sandpaper. One scratch, a pause, another scratch. He opened his eyes. Moonlight fell across the nest pit. The female turtle had already risen and retreated a meter from the edge, head lowered, watching the sand. The crack ran through the center of the pit from east to west, about 10 feet long. Xianlong rushed over from the storehouse, crouched beside Imo-Xian, and stared at the crack. Its forelimbs were rigid claws sinking into the sand. The crack widened a little more. Sand grains rolled from the edge and fell into the pit with the faintest sound. A tiny claw poked out from the crack, tender yellow translucent nails trembling in the moonlight, then slipped back inside. Imo-Xian did not move. The crack continued to widen. The sand bulged upward, as if something was pushing from below. Sand poured down in a soft rush, revealing a wet little head. Its eyes were closed, mouth opening and closing. Its shell had not yet unfolded, lying soft and flattened against its back. The little turtle pushed the sand aside with its forelimbs and crawled outward. It would crawl 1 step, then slip half a step back. Sand kept crumbling from the crack's edge. After 5 or 6 scoops, half its body emerged from the sand. It stopped to catch its breath, mouth agape, letting out tiny squeaks. The female turtle took one step forward, then stopped and looked at Imoshien. Imoshien gave a slight nod. The female turtle walked to the edge of the pit, lowered her head, and touched the hatchling's head with her snout. The little turtle raised its head, its mouth bumping the female's chin. It opened its jaws and nipped mist, then closed them again. The female swept sand from the rim with her forelimb, giving the hatchling more room. A second claw emerged from the crack. Then a third, a fourth. The sand surface burst open into a wide hole, and two hatchlings crawled out at once. One shell yellowish, one greenish, both as soft as wet paper. Imoshien stood up and walked toward the nest pit. Xianlan followed, but a glare from Imoshien made it stop 3 meters away. Imoshien lay down at the edge and looked inside. Beneath, the sand eggshell fragments lay mixed with the grains, white, glinting. The hatchlings pushed out of the pile, some head first, some claw first. The one at the very bottom squirmed upward, upside down, the tip of its tail breaking the surface first. The female kept sweeping sand, widening the pit's edge. Imoshien also reached out with his claws and gently brushed aside the larger lumps of sand at the mouth, taking care not to touch the hatchlings. The first hatchling out of the pit began crawling toward the sea. It moved slowly, forelimbs reached forward and gripped the sand, hind legs pushed, and the whole body lurched ahead. After 5 steps, it veered left. The female nudged it straight with her head, and it kept going. The second, third, and fourth hatchlings crawled out one after another. The fifth got stuck at the rim, forelimbs clinging to the edge, hind legs dangling. It kicked a few times, but could not climb out. Imoshien used his claw tips to support its hind legs and gently pushed it up. The hatchling toppled over the rim, rolled once, landed on its back, and flailed its limbs. He righted it with his snout. Steady again, the little turtle glanced at Imoshien, then turned and crawled toward the female. The 12th crawled out in the small hours of the morning. Imoshien lay at the pit's edge and counted 3 times. 12 all out. The smallest was a full size smaller than the largest, its shell almost white and translucent, revealing fine veins inside. It was the slowest, trailing behind, and collapsed at the pit's edge. Imoshien picked it up gently in his mouth and placed it beneath the female's plastron. Feeling the female's warmth, the hatchling stirred and tucked its head into the crevice of her plastron. Xianlan crouched 3 meters away, neck stretched, long eyes wide as circles. Imoshien called out to it. Xianlan crept forward 1 step, then stopped and looked at Imoshien. Only after Imoshien nodded did Xianlan crawl over, lie down by the pit, and look at the hatchlings. The largest hatchling had already reached the edge of the shallows, where Yin blocked it with its forelimb. Yin lowered its head to look at the little turtle, and the hatchling looked up at it, mouth opening and closing. Yin pushed it back with its snout. The hatchling tumbled, then got up and crawled toward the sea again. Imoshien went over, picked the hatchling up in his mouth, and placed it inside the low wall of the nursery. The 5 resident juveniles gathered around. The largest nudged the newcomer with its nose. The newcomer shrank into its shell, then poked its head out again after a few seconds. The 5 resident juveniles formed a circle, sheltering the hatchlings in the middle. The smallest of the resident juveniles, the tiniest of the original group, carried a piece of seaweed and laid it before the smallest newcomer. The new hatchling sniffed it, did not eat, and withdrew its head. Imoshien lay at the low wall's opening and counted. 5 resident juveniles, 12 new hatchlings, 3 adult males, 1 adult female. 20. He opened the system panel. Race population 20 adult turtles, 4 juvenile turtles, 16. Average combat power assessment, upper tier of mortal turtle rank. Hatching survival rate 100. Hatchling constitution above average, body tempering, liquid effect marked. Imoshien closed the panel. The sun rose, light spread across the sea and fell on the sand of the nursery area. The 16 hatchlings huddled together, some yawning, some kicking their legs, some tucking their heads under another's plastron. The largest of the new hatchlings had stopped crawling and lay on the sand, basking in the sun. Its shell slowly turned from white to pale gray. Xianlan crouched outside the low wall, watching the hatchlings. The scar on Xianlan's forelimb had completely healed. Blue-green patterns grew out from the scar's edges and now covered the entire limb. The female turtle lay by the nest pit. The pit was empty, with only broken eggshells and sand left. She used her claws to fill in the pit, then slowly crawled toward the shallows. After a few steps, she glanced back at the nursery. Imoshien walked over to Xianlan and crouched down. 20, he said. Xianlan looked at the hatchlings and let out a low rumble from its throat. Imoshien pointed at the nursery with his claw. These, you watch over them. Xianlan turned to look at him. I'll handle the outside. You handle the inside. Imoshien indicated the stone wall, the farmland, and the reservoir, then gestured to the hatchlings. Xianlan stared at him for 3 seconds, then nodded. It stood up, walked to the low wall, lay down, and stretched its body across the opening facing the hatchlings. The hatchlings glanced up at it, then lowered their heads, and kept huddling together. The smallest of the new hatchlings crawled out of the pile, and made its way toward Xianlan. It crawled very slowly, forelimb reaching out, pausing, reaching out again. When it reached Xianlan's forelimb, it stopped, and looked up at Xianlan. Xianlan lowered its head, its snout touching the hatchling's shell. The hatchling sneezed and pulled back into its shell. After a few seconds, it poked its head out again and nibbled at Xianlan's claw tip. Xianlan did not move. The little turtle bit a few times, found no give, released its grip, and lay down on Xianlan's claw with its eyes closed. Xian stood up and crawled toward the farmland. After a few steps, he looked back. Xianlan lay there, body blocking the low walls, opening forelimbs spread, cradling the hatchling between its claws. The little turtle slept in the gap between its claws, its belly rising and falling. He kept crawling. Out on the sea, the sun had already risen to the height of a bamboo pole, its light blinding. Xian squinted and saw a black dot on the horizon. Very small, motionless, like something floating on the water. He lay down and stared at the black dot. The black did not move. Xian slid down from the rock mound and crawled to the low wall of the nursery area. 16 young turtles huddled in the pile of seaweed. The largest of the new hatchlings lay on Xianlan's foreleg, belly pressed against the limb, fast asleep. The 5 older juveniles formed a circle, sheltering the newcomer in the middle. The female turtle lay outside the circle, her head facing the young turtles. Xian tapped Xianlan's foreleg with his claw. "Get up." Xianlan gently pulled out its foreleg. The little turtle rolled over, dropped back into the seaweed pile, kicked a leg, and went on sleeping. Xianlan stood up and followed Xian to the pool. Xianyan and Xianyu were already waiting by the pool. Xianyan crouched, forelegs stained with mud. Xianyu lay sprawled, chin resting on the ground, eyes half closed. Xian climbed onto the low wall of the pool and crouched on the wall top. The 3 adult turtles looked up at him. 20 now, Xian said. Xianlan nodded. Xianyan blinked. Xianyu yawned. Xian pointed with his claw at the shallows. Adult turtles, 3. Then he pointed at the nursery area. Half-grown juveniles, 5. Then he pointed toward the egg pit. New hatchlings, 12. He paused to let them absorb it. Division of labor. Xian jumped down from the wall top and walked up to Xianlan. "You, take the adult turtles, build walls, dig ditches, move stones." Xianlan nodded. Xian walked up to Xianyan. "You, take the half-grown juveniles, find food, haul seaweed, clean the beach." Xianyan was taken aback and tilted its head to look at Xian. "You're not doing it alone," Xian said. "Do it with the young turtles." Xianyan slowly nodded once. Xian walked up to Xianyu. Xianyu raised its head, eyes wide. "You, guard the hatchlings." Xian pointed with his claw at the nursery area. "Don't let them run off, don't let them go into the sea, don't let the seabirds carry them away." Xianyu's mouth opened then closed, and it nodded once. Xian climbed back onto the wall top and looked at the 3 adult turtles. Adult turtles do the heavy work. Half-grown juveniles learn the light work. The hatchlings have only 3 things to do. He extended 3 claw tips. Eat, grow, learn. Xianlan stared at the 3 claw tips and let out a short gurgle from its throat. "Eating, I'll manage. Growing, you manage. Learning." Xian withdrew his claws. "I'll manage." The sun climbed to its zenith. Xian drove the 5 half-grown juveniles out of the nursery area. The largest one ran ahead, followed by the second and third. The 2 smallest lagged at the back, running 3 steps and resting for 1. Xian led them to the edge of the shallows. Xianyan was already waiting there, forelegs dusted with sand. "Follow it." Xian pointed with his claw at Xianyan. "Whatever it does, you do." The 5 young turtles looked up at Xianyan. Xianyan looked down at them at a loss. Xian patted Xianyan's foreleg with his claw. "Go." Xianyan turned and walked toward the shallows. After 2 steps, it glanced back. The 5 young turtles were still standing in place. Xian nudged the largest one's shell with his head, and the young turtle ran forward 2 steps to catch up with Xianyan. The other 4 followed. Xianyan stopped at the edge of a tide pool, lowered its head, picked up a piece of seaweed that had washed up, and placed it beside the pool. The largest young turtle lowered its head, too, picked up a small piece of seaweed, and set it beside Xianyan's piece. The second one picked up a strand of seagrass and laid it on top. The third one picked up a mouthful of sand and spat it onto the seaweed. Xian flicked it away with his claw. The 2 smallest carried a torn piece of fishing net between them, dragged it to the pool's edge, and set it down. Xianyan looked at the piece of fishing net, folded it neatly with its claws, and tucked it into a rock crevice. Xian turned and went back to the nursery area. The 12 hatchlings were still crowded in the seaweed pile. The largest one had woken up and was crawling out over the low wall. Xianyu lay at the opening in the wall, its body blocking it completely. The little turtle climbed onto Xianyu's back, slid off, climbed again, and slid again. Xian picked the little turtle up in his mouth and put it back in the seaweed pile. The little turtle turned over and crawled outward again. Xian brought it back. The little turtle crawled again, and when he brought it back the third time, he placed it beneath his own plastron and held it down with his chin. The little turtle kicked its legs a few times, went still, and began to snore. Xian raised his head and looked toward the shallows. Xianyin was leading the 5 young turtles in turning over rocks by the tide pool. Xianyin turned over a rock with its claw, revealing a small crab underneath. The largest young turtle dashed over and seized the crab's leg. The crab clamped onto its mouth. The young turtle shook its head. The crab fell off and scurried into a rock crevice. Xianyin blocked the crevice with its claw, fished the crab out, and pushed it in front of the young turtle. This time the young turtle bit the crab's body and swallowed it whole. The other 4 young turtles gathered around to watch. Xianyin turned over another rock and stepped back. The second young turtle stepped forward, caught the small fish under the rock, and swallowed it. The third, fourth, and fifth took turns stepping forward. The smallest one caught a shrimp. The shrimp was bigger than its head and too big to swallow, so it carried the shrimp back to the nursery area and set it before Xian. Xian looked at the shrimp, then at the young turtle. The young turtle looked up at him, its mouth opening and closing. "Eat it," Xian said. The young turtle lowered its head, picked up the shrimp, and ran off. The sun was low in the west. Xian called the whole clan to the pool. 20 turtles, the adult turtles, crouched at the front, the half-grown juveniles crouched in the middle, and the hatchlings crowded at the back. Xianyu lay at the opening in the nursery wall, pushing back the hatchlings that tried to run out one by one. Xian climbed onto the wall top and crouched down. "From today on," he said, "every turtle has something to do." He pointed with his claw at Xianlan. "You manage the walls, the ditches, and the stones." Xianlan nodded. Then he pointed at Xianyin. "You manage the food, the transport, and the cleaning." Xianyin nodded. Then he pointed at Xianyu. "You manage the little ones." Xianyu blinked and nodded once. Xian withdrew his claws. "I manage everything." A sea breeze blew and carrying a salty tang. The sun was about to set and an orange-red sheen spread across the sea. Xian opened his system panel. Population 20. Average combat power assessment, upper stage of the mortal turtle rank. Organization score 52,100. Recommendation: establish a fixed patrol system. Xian closed the panel and jumped down from the wall top. Xianlan followed behind him. "Patrol," Xian said. "At night you lead the group and make a full circuit around the island." Xianlan nodded. "If you see anything wrong, call out." Xianlan nodded again. Xian crawled toward the nursery area. Xianyu was still lying at the opening in the wall. The hatchlings were already asleep, huddled together. The smallest one had tucked its head beneath the largest one's plastron. The female turtle lay outside the circle, eyes half closed. Xian lay down beside Xianyu. Xianyu turned its head to look at him. "Not bad today," Xian said. Xianyu's mouth curved at the corner, as if smiling. The moon had risen. A silver-white band of light stretched across the sea from the horizon all the way to the beach. Xian stared at the band, watching it rise and fall with the waves flickering bright and dim. At the far end of the band of light was a black dot. It was not a rock, not seaweed. The black was moving, drifting along the band of light toward the island. Xian stood up. Xianlan stood up too, turning its head toward the sea, eyes narrowed into slits. Its forelegs were rigid, and its claws sank into the sand. The black dot drew closer and closer. The dark speck drifted to the reef belt outside the shallows where it got stuck. It was a piece of wood 3 meters long and as thick as an arm, bleached white by the waves. Fishing net was tangled around the wood with seaweed and broken shells caught in the mesh. Xian crawled over, bit one end of the wood, and dragged it backward. The wood was wedged in a crevice between the rocks and wouldn't budge. Xianlan came over, bit the other end, and together the 2 turtles pulled backward. The wood was yanked out of the stone crevice, dragging a trail of mud and sand onto the beach. Xian released his grip and caught his breath. Xianlan circled the wood once, then used her claws to tear off the tangled fishing net. The net was tough and wouldn't tear. Xianlan tugged a few times, only pulling off a few loose threads. "Keep it," Xian said. He used his claws to gather the net into a pile and pushed it onto the sand. "We'll use it later." Xianlan glanced at him, then pushed the wood to a higher spot on the beach. The next morning, Xian summoned the 3 adult turtles to the north slope. On the gentle slope of the north side, the patch of land where they had planted grain before the storm had already gone fallow. The soil surface was cracked and a few clumps of wild grass had grown. Xian used his claws to measure the width of the land, then the length. The old plot was about half a mu, not enough. 20 turtles couldn't last long on the grain from half a mu. He walked up the north slope, and found a flatter piece of land at the waist of the slope. This plot was 2 meters higher than the old one, twice the area. The soil was dark brown, somewhat hard underfoot, but when he dug through the surface layer with his claws, the soil underneath was loose. Xianlong followed and dug with her claws, making a shallow pit. There was moisture at the bottom of the pit. Here, Imo Xian said, drawing a rectangle on the ground with his claws. 30 paces long, 20 paces wide, about 1 mu. Turn the soil. Xianlong bit the stone hoe, swung it, and drove it into the ground. The hoe sank 3 inches into the soil, turning up a chunk of hard earth. Xian Yin also bit a stone hoe and started turning the soil at the other end. Xian Yu crouched nearby watching. Imo Xian pushed the stone shovel in front of Xian Yu. Clear the rocks. Xian Yu bit the stone shovel and began scooping the turned-up rocks to the edge of the field. His movements were slow, but each shovel was accurate. The 3 adult turtles worked until noon, turning half a mu of soil. Imo Xian lay at the edge of the field inspecting the turned soil. The clods were too big, some the size of fists, some as large as heads. He crawled into the field and used his claws to break up the large clods. Xianlong came in to break clods too, and so did Xian Yin. Xian Yin cleared rocks outside, hauling away piles of broken stones. When the sun was tilting to the west, the entire mu of land had been turned. The clods were broken, the rocks cleared, and the ground was leveled. Imo Xian lay at the edge of the field looking at the land. It was twice as large as the old plot and higher, safe from the waves. The north slope faced south, so the sun shone from morning till night. But there was a lack of water. The old plot was close to the spring, making watering easy. This plot was on the waist of the slope, higher than the spring, so water couldn't be channeled up. Imo Xian lay on the ground staring at the soil. Rainwater from the top of the slope flowed past this plot and down to the bottom. If he turned the land into terraced fields, building a few ridges along the slope to trap the water would stay in the fields. He drew a few horizontal lines on the ground with his claws. The first ridge would be at the upper edge of the field, blocking the water flowing down from the top. The second ridge would be at the lower edge, preventing soil erosion. In the middle, he would build 2 low ridges, dividing the field into 3 sections. Water would flow from the upper section to the next, slowly seeping through. Xianlong lay beside him looking at the lines. Terraced fields, Imo Xian said. He pointed with his claw toward the top of the slope. Water comes from up there, reaches here, is blocked by the ridge, and stays. Xianlong extended her claw and drew a thick line at the upper edge of the field. Right. Xianlong drew another thick line at the lower edge. Right. Xianlong stood up, walked to the edge of the field, and began moving stones to build the ridge. She selected large flat stones and stacked them layer by layer along the lower edge. Imo Xian came over to help, and Xian Yin and Xian Yu joined in. The 4 turtles worked for 2 hours. The ridge at the lower edge reached knee height, 20 paces long, completely blocking the lower boundary of the field. The next day, they built the ridge at the upper edge. The upper ridge was lower than the lower one, only reaching the shin, designed to block water, not soil. Imo Xian had Xian Yin dig a shallow trench along the upper edge with the stone shovel, 2 fingers deep and 1 foot wide, following the contour of the field. The trench was finished. When water flowed down from the top of the slope, it would first enter the trench instead of rushing directly into the field. On the 3rd day, they built the 2 low ridges in the middle. The low ridges were even shorter, only reaching the ankle, dividing the 1 mu field into 3 sections. Between each section, they left a gap so water could flow from the upper section into the lower one. On the 4th day, Imo Xian led Xianlong to inspect the entire terraced field system. The trench at the upper edge was dug through from one end of the field to the other with a slight slope, so water would flow to the lower end. The lower ridge was solidly built with the gaps between stones filled with gravel and sealed with clay. The 2 low ridges in the middle divided the field into 3 terraces, each very flat. Imo Xian climbed to the top of the slope and looked down. The terraced fields lay like 3 steps. He walked along the top of the slope and found a low-lying area where a puddle of rainwater from a few days ago had collected. He dug a small ditch with his claws, channeling the water from the puddle into the upper trench. The water flowed along the trench, reached the upper edge of the first field, was blocked by the ridge, and spread into the field. The water seeped into the soil, slowly soaking downward. The soil of the first field turned moist, changing from dark brown to black. The water continued to flow, passing through the gap from the first field into the second, then the third, and finally draining out through the drainage holes at the bottom of the lower ridge, flowing down to the foot of the slope. Xianlong lay at the edge of the first field, watching the water seep into the soil. She dug with her claws into the wet soil, reaching 2 fingers deep, and the soil was still moist. Enough water, Imo Xian said. Xianlong nodded. On the 5th day, Imo Xian took out the packet of grain seeds from the stone crevice. 20 grains, dark red, plump. He counted them 3 times with his claws to make sure none were missing. Then he crawled to the edge of the terraced fields and dug 7 shallow pits on each terrace, 21 pits in total. 20 grains with 1 extra pit as backup. He placed the grains one by one into the pits, 1 grain per pit, then covered them with soil, using his claws. He was very gentle when covering the soil, afraid of crushing them. Xianlan crouched beside him, watching as he buried the last grain in the soil. 20 grains, Mo Xian said. How many will that become next year? Xianlan tilted her head. Mo Xian wrote a number in the sand with his claws. 200. He erased it and wrote another. 2,000. He erased it again. Enough to feed the whole clan for a year, he said. Xianlan stared at the erased traces of the numbers in the sand for a long time. Mo Xian stood up and crawled toward the foot of the slope. Halfway down he stopped. On the sea the log was still on the beach, the fishing net spread out beside it, its mesh glinting in the sunlight. Next to the log was something new, a round white object that had been washed up by the waves. Mo Xian crawled over and nudged it with his claw. It was a buoy the size of a fist made of plastic, its surface scuffed, tangled with a few nylon ropes. He flipped the buoy over with his claw. On the back were some printed characters, worn away and illegible. Xianlan came over, lowered her head to sniff the buoy, and sneezed. Mo Xian pushed the buoy next to the log, piling it together with the fishing net. He stood up and looked at the sea. The sun was about to set, spreading an orange-red glow across the surface. At the end of the light belt, the dark speck from yesterday was gone. But on the horizon a new line had appeared. Very thin gray, like the smoke from a ship's chimney. Mo Xian lay down and stared at that line. The line was lengthening, rising from the horizon, then dispersing in the wind. It scattered into a gray haze and slowly vanished. He stood up and crawled toward the rocky hill. He climbed to the top and looked again. There was nothing left on the horizon, only sea and sky. Xianlan followed him up and crouched beside him. Did you see it? Mo Xian asked. Xianlan looked at the sea and nodded once. Mo Xian opened the system panel. Warning, northeast direction, approximately 12 kilometers away, combustion exhaust detected. Vessel type motorized boat. Speed medium. Course southwest. 12 kilometers. The ship was 12 kilometers away. Mo Xian stared at the number. The warning range was only 5 kilometers, but the system could detect things beyond 5 kilometers. Not through the warning function, but through another channel. He closed the panel and came down from the rocky hill. As he passed the terraced fields, he stopped and gently parted the soil of one pit with his claw. The grain was still there, not yet sprouted, but it had swelled to a larger size than when planted with water droplets on the shell. He covered the soil back. When he reached the nursery area, the 16 young turtles were already asleep. The largest of the new hatchlings was lying on Xian Yu's back, its mouth open, snoring. Xian Yu didn't move, like a stone. 5 half-grown young turtles were huddled together at the base of the low wall, with the smallest one tucking its head under the plastron of the largest. Mo Xian lay down outside the wall, facing the sea. Xianlan came down from the rocky hill and lay beside him. A ship, Mo Xian said. Xianlan watched the sea. They'll come more and more. Xianlan's claws dug into the sand. On the sea the gray smoke had dispersed. It was dark now and nothing could be seen. But Mo Xian knew that 12 kilometers away there was a ship moving. Maybe it was just passing by, maybe it was looking for something. He rested his chin on his claws. Xianlan didn't sleep. She stared at the sea, the cyan rings in her eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. Mo Xian lay outside the low wall, staring at the sea. Xianlan crouched beside him, a greenish gleam in his eyes catching the moonlight. Nothing moved on the water, yet Mo Xian did not stir. Xianlan remained still as well. In the latter half of the night the sea began to churn. Not with the rising tide, but with something heaving upward from the deep. A swelling rose on the water's surface, then sank, then rose again. Mo Xian rose to his feet, claws digging into the sand. A low rumble vibrated in Xianlan's throat, his forelegs stiffening. The water split open. A sea beast emerged from the waves, twice the size of Mo Xian. Its carapace was gray-black, encrusted with barnacles and crisscrossed by old wounds. Its head was triangular, its beak hooked like an eagle's, and its eyes gleamed yellow under the moonlight with vertical slits for pupils. It dragged itself onto the shallow's forelimbs, slapping the sand with a heavy thud. Water streamed from its shell, pooling into a narrow rivulet beneath it. Mo Xian stood firm before the nursery enclosure. Xianlan took position on his left, while Xian Yin and Xian Yu came charging in from the reservoir side, falling into place on the right. 3 adult turtles formed a line with Mo Xian at the center. The beast halted and tilted its head, regarding them. Its beak parted, revealing rows of serrated edges, and emitted a low sound like a rusted iron gate being forced open. It crawled forward 1 step, its forelimbs pressing 2 deep depressions into the sand. Xianlan stepped ahead, but Mo Xian checked him with his head. They waited. The beast crawled forward another step, now less than 20 meters from the nursery. The hatchlings had awakened and were chirping inside the low wall. The smallest of the newcomers cried out the loudest, its voice thin and shrill, like a fingernail scraping stone. The beast's ears turned toward the nursery. Xian advanced one step. The beast fixed its yellow pupils on him, and they narrowed to thin lines. Xian took another step, less than 10 meters from the beast. The beast opened its mouth and lunged at Xian. Xian did not flee. He lowered his head and presented his carapace. The beast's beak struck his shell with a sharp crack like stone upon stone. Xian was driven backward half a foot, his claws carving 4 parallel furrows into the sand. A white mark marred the shell, but it did not crack. Xianlan charged from the flank, ramming his head into the beast's neck. The creature staggered sideways and turned to snap at Xianlan's carapace. The beak glanced off the blue-green markings and slid away, failing to grip. Xianyan struck from the opposite side, slamming into the beast's flank. It stumbled, its forelimbs slipping on the sand, and collapsed briefly onto the ground. Xian rose and circled to the beast's side. Together, Xianlan hammered from the left, Yin from the right, and Xianyu bore down from behind. Tripped from 3 sides, the beast lurched forward 2 steps and turned to snap at Xianyu. Xianyu withdrew into his shell, and the beast's beak struck down with force. Xianyu was driven into the sand, but his shell held. The beast panted heavily, its beak opening and closing, its yellow pupils dilating and contracting in the moonlight. It turned its gaze toward the nursery, then back to Xian. Xian stood between the beast and the nursery, motionless. The beast crawled forward 1 step. Xian did not yield. It came forward again, its snout nearly touching his face. Xian locked eyes with the beast, his claws gripping the sand. The beast opened its mouth, and a foul stench washed over Xian's face. Xianlan struck from the side with all his strength, head colliding with the beast's neck in a heavy thud. The creature's head was knocked sideways, and its beak grazed Xian's carapace, scoring a white line. Xianyan slammed in from the other side, simultaneously pinning the beast between 2 adult turtles. The creature thrashed wildly, sand and stones spraying into Xian's face. Xian did not blink. He lowered his head and pressed his carapace against the beast's jaw, levering it upward. The beast's head was forced back, exposing its throat. Xianlan bit down on the beast's throat, not breaking the skin, but driving home enough pain for it to recoil. Xianyan and Xianyu pressed forward together, and the 3 turtles drove the beast 3 meters back. The beast retreated to the edge of the shallows, panting. A red mark marked the side of its neck left by Xianlan's bite. Its yellow pupils fixed on Xian for a few long seconds, then it turned and dragged itself back into the sea. Water splashed as the beast sank beneath the surface, a string of bubbles rising to break the calm. The waves settled, leaving only claw prints and drag marks across the shallows. Xian collapsed onto his belly, breathing heavily. A white scar ran from his shoulder to his flank, leaving a shallow groove beneath his claws. Xianlan's forelegs trembled, not from fear, but from overexertion, his muscles spasming. Xianyan sat on the sand, mouth open, tongue lolling. Xianyu climbed out of a sand pit, his shell caked with grit, shaking himself vigorously as sand cascaded from his carapace. Xian rose and approached the nursery wall. 16 hatchlings huddled in the corner, the largest of the newcomers positioned at the front body, spanning the opening to shield the smaller ones behind him. It opened its mouth at the sight of Xian and emitted a faint cry. Xian nudged its head with his nose. "It is over." The hatchling retreated into its shell, then peeked out after a few seconds. Xian turned and gazed at the shallows. The beast's claw prints stretched from the waterline to 10 meters before the nursery, each print the size of a wash basin and deeper than half a foot. Drag marks crisscrossed the sand, turning it inside out. Xianlan walked over and stood beside him. "Will it come back?" Xian said. "Not a question." Xianlan looked out at the sea and nodded once. Xian crawled to the shallows and began filling the deepest claw marks with his claws. The sand was wet. It collapsed as soon as it was pushed in, requiring firm padding to compact. Xianlan joined him, and soon Xianyan and Xianyu came as well. Under the moonlight, the 4 turtles worked for half an hour, erasing every claw print and drag mark. Xian stepped back and surveyed the beach. The surface was level, but the sand had been trampled too compactly, its color darker than the surrounding area. He crawled back into the sea, rolling in the shallows to coat his plastron and claws with water, then returned to the sand and dragged himself back and forth over the marked spots. Water dripped from his plastron, dampening the dark sand and evening out the color. Xianlan copied him, wading into the sea to soak his shell before returning to drag across the beach. Xianyan and Xianyu followed suit. After more than a dozen passes, the beach color unified, any sign of disturbance hidden. Xian crawled back to the nursery and rested beside the low wall. The white scar remained on his carapace, but the groove felt shallower beneath his claws. He opened the system panel and glanced at his status. Imo-Xian Mortal Turtle Upper Tier. Defense above average system enhanced. Xianlong Mortal Turtle Upper Tier Evolution Potential Moderate. Yin Mortal Turtle Mid Tier. Xianyuan Mortal Turtle Mid Tier. Pack average defense exceeds normal sea turtle baseline by approximately 40. Imo-Xian closed the panel. Xianlong lay beside him still watching the sea. A red mark marked the side of her neck scraped by the beast's carapace edge, skin unbroken but swollen into a ridge. You stood at the front, Imo-Xian said. Xianlong turned to look at him. Why? Xianlong did not move. After a few seconds, she extended a claw pointed toward the hatchlings in the nursery, then tapped her own chest. Imo-Xian looked at her claw. Because they are behind me, Imo-Xian said. Xianlong nodded once. Imo-Xian lowered himself, resting his chin on his forelegs. A thin mist rose from the sea, muffling the moonlight and darkening the beach. Xianlong's eyes glowed green in the fog like two small lanterns. A low call echoed across the sea, distant, as if rising from the ocean floor. It was not the beast, it was a whale. The call persisted for more than 10 seconds before gradually fading. Imo-Xian closed his eyes. Inside the nursery, the smallest of the new hatchlings began to purr again. The sound was faint like wind threading through cracks in stone. Xianyu had withdrawn into his shell, as well sand still clinging to it. Xianyin lay by the reservoir, his head turned toward the sea. Imo-Xian opened one eye and glanced at the water. Something moved within the fog. Not a glimmer of light, but a shadow. Vast, larger than the beast they had just fought, rising slowly from the mist, and then sinking again. Imo-Xian sat up. Xianlong rose as well. Both turtles fixed their gaze on the fog, motionless. The shadow did not rise again. Imo-Xian stared at the mist for half a quarter hour. No shadow rose to the surface again. The sea returned to calm, and the fog thickened until it swallowed the moonlight entirely. He could see nothing, but the numbness at the back of his head began creeping in again. The same sensation as when he stood atop the rocky hill, as if something in the shadows was watching him. Xianlong let out a low, guttural rumble and turned its head toward the rocky hill, not the sea. Imo-Xian turned as well. The rocky hill loomed pitch black. Nothing was visible. But the numbness shifted from the back of his head to his spine, then into his limbs like a thin current surging up from the base of the hill through the sand, through his plastron, and into his bones. He rose and crawled toward the rocky hill. Xianlong followed behind, each step landing in Imo-Xian's footprints. When they reached the base of the hill, the numbness grew stronger. Imo-Xian pressed his forelimbs to the stone wall. The rock was cold, but where the tips of his claws touched, there was a thin layer of warm, moist air, as if someone had just been warming the other side of the stone by a fire. He pressed his ear against the stone. From deep within came a low hum, faint as a distant swarm of bees. Xianlong laid its ear against the wall too, then stepped back and shook its head. It could hear nothing. Imo-Xian crawled along the base of the hill, pressing his ear to every large stone. The rocks on the northern slope hummed the loudest, the vibration strongest, and the warmth radiating from the wall was most pronounced. He stopped at the fissure on the northern slope, the same fissure where he had discovered the underground freshwater layer before. The wind emerging from the fissure had changed. It had been cool and damp, carrying the earthy smell of soil. Now it was warm and dry with a strange scent, like rust, yet also like the stifling heaviness before a thunderstorm. Imo-Xian thrust his head into the fissure. It was dark inside, he could discern nothing. But he could feel, not hear, not smell, but feel, that something was moving in the depths of the fissure. It was not flowing water, not wind, but a slower, heavier pulse like a heartbeat. He pulled his head back and retreated 3 paces. The pulse was still there, not in the fissure, but in his skull. When he closed his eyes, it became clearer. A thread seemed to extend from beneath the hill and connect to his skull. Xianlong crouched beside him, tilting its head to watch him. There's something down there, Imo-Xian said. Xianlong studied the fissure, its claws pressing into the sand. Imo-Xian closed his eyes, focusing his mind on the thread. With each pulse his head went numb, with 2 pulses the numbness came twice. The rhythm was steady, neither fast nor slow like the swing of a pendulum. He guided his awareness down along the thread. It passed through the sand layer, the gravel layer, the hard earth layer, going deeper, deeper. Then the thread snapped. Not snapped, blocked, as if something in the depths had pinched the thread off. The pulse was still there, but it could not travel upward. Imo-Xian opened his eyes. The tingling at the back of his head had vanished, the warmth on the stone wall was gone, and the wind from the fissure had turned cold and damp again. Xianlong rose, turned its head toward the sea, and gave a short, sharp call. Imo-Xian turned. A rift had opened in the fog over the sea, revealing the moonlight. The moonlight spilled across the shoal, across the paw prints they had just smoothed over, and across the low wall of the nursery area. All 16 hatchlings were awake, crowding the wall's gap, with the largest new hatchling at the very front, its head pointed toward the rocky hill. Xian crawled back into the nursery. The hatchlings parted to make way. He settled at the wall's opening facing the hill. The hatchlings surrounded him. The largest new hatchling lay across his forelimb, its belly pressed against his claws. Can you sense it too? Xian lowered his head to ask. The hatchling looked up, blinked, and tucked its head into its shell. Xianlan crawled back from the hill and lay down beside Xian. Its eyes fixed on the rocky hill. The cyan rings in its pupils blazed far brighter than in daylight, like two tiny flames. Xian opened the system panel. A new line had appeared on the panel below the species list. Leader special ability, Awakened Chakra Perception Primary. Current range, 50 meters. Precision vague. Source spiritual link between the leader and the clan. Note this ability is exclusive to the leader, its strength increases with the clan's overall power. Xian read the line several times. 50 meters. The distance from the base of the hill to the nursery was just over 50 meters. Inside the nursery, he could only feel the pulse. Only by drawing closer to the hill could he detect more. The range was too short, the precision too vague, but the direction was right. Directly beneath the rocky hill, the place the system had flagged as an anomalous energy accumulation. He dismissed the panel, stood up, and walked toward the hill. After 30 steps he halted and closed his eyes. The pulse returned, fainter than before, but still there. He walked another 10 steps, and the pulse strengthened. Another 10 brought him to the fisher's mouth where the pulse was strongest, his head tingling and the stone burning with warmth. He pressed his forelimbs to the wall, closed his eyes, and followed the thread downward. This time he probed deeper through the gravel, the hard earth, and into the bedrock. The pulse grew stronger and faster, as if something was racing beneath him. The thread broke again. Not cut off this time, but reaching its end. The end was a point of brilliance that detonated into a sheet of white light in his mind. After the white light faded, he saw, not with his eyes, but with his mind, a hollow cavity 15 meters below the rocky hill. The cavity was small, about 1 cubic meter. The walls were covered in luminous crystals, blue as ice. At its center lay a tiny pool of milky white water, fine bubbles rising from its surface. The white light went out. Xian opened his eyes, his forelimbs sliding down the stone. His claws trembled, not from fear, but from overexertion. Xianlan stood behind him, bracing his carapace with its head to keep him from falling. There's a cave down there, Xian gasped. There's water. Glowing water. Xianlan tilted its head. Xian drew a circle with a claw in the sand, then a dot in the center. The cave is here. The water is here. Xianlan studied the pattern, then extended a claw and drew several radiating lines outside the circle. Yes. The energy spreads outward from the cave. Xianlan withdrew its claw and gazed at the rocky hill. Xian lay on the sand and rested for a quarter of an hour. The tingling at the back of his head was completely gone. The wall had cooled, and the wind from the fissure was cold again. He stood and walked back toward the nursery. Midway he stopped and closed his eyes. The pulse was still there, but faint, as if he were listening to a heartbeat through a very thick wall. He continued back to the nursery and lay down. The hatchlings crowded around him again. The smallest new hatchling crawled onto his back, nestled at the center of his carapace, and stayed still. Xianlan lay down beside him. The water in that cave, Xian said, is drinkable. Xianlan turned to look at him. It's better than the spring water. Xianlan watched him for a few seconds, then nodded. Xian closed his eyes. Traces of the white light still lingered in his mind, spreading in rings like ripples on water. The blue crystals in the cave shimmered in his thoughts, the milky water bubbling. He opened his eyes and cast a glance at the rocky hill. Moonlight fell on the stone wall in a pale gray wash, revealing nothing. But he knew that 15 meters below lay a cave, and in that cave was glowing water. Xianlan's claws pressed into the sand, then suddenly clenched. Xian followed its gaze. On the shoal, the moonlight revealed a fresh trail of footprints. They were not those of a sea beast, smaller than a sea beast, larger than an adult mystic turtles, with 5 toes set wide apart, like a bird's tracks. The footprints ran from the water's edge to the base of the wall, then turned back and vanished into the sea. They had not paused at the nursery area. Xian lay down, staring at the footprints. Xianlan's claws sank into the sand tips, buried completely. At the edges of the footprints, grains of sand were still trickling downward. Dawn broke. Xian crawled out of the nursery area. Claw prints remained on the shallows, 5 toes widely spaced, stretching from the water's edge to the base of the wall. He scrambled over and measured the deepest impression with his claw. It exceeded half a foot in depth, with the claw tips clearly punctured into the sand. Sea beast tracks were rounded, but this one came to a sharp point like a bird's. Xianlan followed behind, sniffed the claw prints low to the ground, sneezed, and retreated a step. Xian used his claw to fill in each print one by one, stopping when he reached the base of the wall. 3 faint scratch marks marred the stones at the wall's base. so shallow they would have been missed without close inspection. They ran from the outside toward the inside as though something had clung to the parapet and peered over. He plastered mud over the scratches, stepped back a few paces until the marks were indistinguishable, and then turned away. The system panel illuminated, popping up without him needing to trigger it. Phase 1 Survival Construction Settlement complete. Rewards are being distributed. A line of text appeared on the panel, followed by a long list. Basic Tempering Fluid 10 High-Yield Grain Seeds 2 Sacks Simple Stone Tool Set 1 I Basic Defensive Formation Blueprint 1. Mo Xian stared at the list 3 times, ensuring he had not missed a single item. He opened the system space. 4 new icons had appeared in the grid. A porcelain vial with the number 10 overlaid, a grain sack with the number 2, a stone pickaxe icon, and a scroll icon. He tapped the stone tool set first. A description popped up: stone pickaxe 3, a stone shovel 3, stone hoe 2. Identical to the previous set. He opened the grain seeds. The description read: high-yield grain seeds, 20-day growth cycle, 300 gene per mu. Just like before. Mo Xian closed the description and fixed his gaze on the scroll icon. Basic Defensive Formation Blueprint. He tapped it, and an image materialized. It depicted a circular formation with a triangular sigil at its core and 3 concentric rings of runes encircling it. A line of small script in the upper right corner noted: requires chakra injection to activate. Coverage radius 30 meters. Can disrupt low-level sensory type jutsu. Mo Xian enlarged the blueprint to examine it. There were 12 formation nodes in total, each requiring an embedded chakra crystal or an equivalent amount of chakra. The rune lines were exceedingly fine, with arrows at intersections marking their flow. The connection sequence radiated outward from the center, moving counterclockwise. He withdrew the blueprint from the system space. The scroll was crafted from beast hide, half the size of the water purifier blueprint, yet considerably thicker. Once unrolled and weighted by a stone, the runes became evident. Engraved rather than painted, bearing a distinct ridge texture under his fingertips. Mo Xian traced the rune lines with his claw. Halfway through, his fingertip halted at the first node. It was carved as a small circle with a dot precisely at its center. Chakra, Mo Xian murmured. Xianlan drifted closer, lowering its head to inspect the blueprint. The moment its snout brushed the runes, it flinched, retreating a step. It stared at the circle upon the scroll, its eyes narrowing. Do you understand it? Mo Xian asked. Xianlan shook its head. Mo Xian rolled the blueprint and stowed it back into the system space along with the grain and tools, leaving only the tempering fluid exposed. 10 vials. The porcelain bottles were identical to the previous batch, stoppered with wood and sealed tight with wax. He bit down on a stopper and tugged, but it would not budge. The wax seal was too rigid. Xianlan gripped the bottle body in its jaws while Mo Xian bit the stopper. Together they pulled, and with a soft pop the seal gave way. The liquid within was colorless and utterly odorless. Mo Xian dipped a claw tip into the vial and touched it to his tongue. It was cool, carrying a faint sweetness. Identical to the previous basic tempering fluid. He corked the vial, sealed the mouth with mud, and tucked all 10 into a crevice in the rocky mound, placing them beside the 4 remaining bottles. 14 vials in total, arranged neatly. Mo Xian lay crouched at the mouth of the stone fissure, fixing his gaze upon the 14 tiny porcelain bottles. He summoned the system panel and scrolled to the very bottom of the rewards list, where a slender line of text read: Basic Defensive Formation Blueprint. Requires chakra to activate. Currently unusable. The system had already rendered its verdict. If it could not be used, then it simply could not. Xianlan crouched nearby, also fixated on the bottles within the crevice. Unusable. Mo Xian stated. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. Mo Xian pointed his claw first toward the system space, then swept it across the entire clan. The formation requires chakra to function. We do not possess any. Xianlan studied his claw and gave a slow nod. Mo Xian descended from the rocky mound and made his way toward the terraced fields. On the 5th day after sowing, the soil surface had cracked into 21 fine fissures. He parted a crack with his claw to inspect it. A pale green shoot had breached the surface, hugging the earth. All 20 grains had sprouted, none had rotted. He covered the fissure back up with his claw, leaving a single narrow aperture for ventilation. Xianlan followed over and crouched at the field's edge, watching the cracks. 20 grains, Mo Xian said. All survived. Xianlan nodded once. Mo Xian proceeded to inspect the reservoir. The water ran clear, with a thin layer of fine sand settled on the pool floor. Some of the charcoal in the filtration layer had fragmented, but the overall structure held firm. The spring's flow had increased since the storm, likely due to altered subterranean freshwater pressure after the aquifer was excavated. He tested the inlet stream with his claw. The current struck back with noticeable force. Yin was constructing the final stretch of the irrigation channel along the poolside, stacking stones up to knee height. Xian Yu hauled rubble back and forth sluggish but relentless. 5 juvenile tortoises trailed behind Xian Yin using their claws to tamp the clay, sealing the joints. The largest juvenile was the most proficient, striking precisely at every seam until the clay was compressed utterly firm. Mo Xian lay watching from the pool's edge for a while. Upon laying the final stone, Xian Yin stepped back to survey his work. The channel walls were straight, the seams even, and the clay packed airtight. It's flowing. Xian Yin emitted a short, guttural purr. Mo Xian nodded. He crawled back to the nursery. 16 newborn hatchlings were huddled together within the low wall, the largest perched upon the crest with its head oriented toward the terraced fields. The female tortoise lay at the corner with her eyes closed. Xian Yu crouched at the entrance, nudging any hatchling that attempted to escape back inside. Mo Xian settled down beside him. The formation cannot be activated, he said. Xian Yu turned to look at him and blinked. It requires chakra. We do not have it. Mo Xian pointed his claw toward the system space, then swept it across the clan. But there is something below. In that cavern, there is water and crystals. There may be chakra. Xian Yu followed his claw's direction to gaze at the rocky mound. After a moment, he looked back at him. We wait until the clan grows larger, Mo Xian said. We cannot excavate further now. Xian Yu nodded. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Mo Xian had gathered the entire clan beside the reservoir. The adult tortoises crouched in the front row, the juveniles in the middle, and the newborns crowded at the rear. The 16 hatchlings were exceptionally rowdy today. The largest had climbed onto the smallest back, and they tumbled down together, rolling into a tangled mass. Mo Xian climbed onto the pool embankment and crouched. Today some items were distributed. He pointed his claw toward the system space. Seeds, tools, water, medicine, and a formation blueprint. He paused, scanning the assembled clan. The blueprint cannot be used. We lack chakra. Xianlan lifted its head, the azure ring patterns in its eyes contracting slightly beneath the sunlight. But it lies beneath us. Mo Xian pointed his claw at the rocky mound. Once we can reach it, the blueprint will become usable. Xianlan followed his gesture toward the mound. Xian Yin and Xian Yu looked as well. The juveniles tilted their heads in unison. The newborns were still wrestling. The largest pinned the smallest to the sand, and the tiny one kicked helplessly at the sky with all 4 claws. Mo Xian leaped down from the embankment and approached the smallest hatchling, nudging it upright with his snout. The little tortoise righted itself and scurried beneath Mo Xian's plastron, refusing to emerge. Mo Xian lay down facing the sea. Xianlan rested to his left, Xian Yin to his right, and Xian Yu at the outermost flank. The juveniles nestled in the gaps between the adults while the newborns were squeezed together at the very back. A thin veil of fog hovered just above the sea surface. Within the mist lay something ash-gray and hue, half submerged and half broken the waterline. Mo Xian narrowed his eyes to focus. The object was moving sluggishly, drifting toward the island with the ocean current. Xianlan rose to its feet. Mo Xian pressed his claw down upon its forelimb. Wait. The ash-gray object drifted 200 meters past the shallows before coming to a halt. The portion protruding above the water measured roughly 1 meter in length, circular and smooth-surfaced, resembling stone. Yet it was not stone, for stone did not arrest its own motion. Mo Xian retrieved the formation blueprint from the system space and unfurled it for a cursory glance. The runes upon the blueprint caught the sunlight, their carved grooves appearing deeper than they had viewed from the rocky mound. A faint blue luminescence flickered along the line edges, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. He rolled the blueprint and stowed it away. On the sea's surface, the ash-gray object began to sink, descending slowly inch by inch until it vanished beneath the waves. A string of bubbles rose to the surface. When they popped, they left behind a slick of iridescent oil that shimmered with rainbow hues under the sun. Xianlan stared fixedly at the oil film, a low rumble vibrating in its throat. Mo Xian remained silent, his claw pressed against the sand. Beneath his fingertip, he felt a tremor within the sandy stratum, extremely faint, as though something were crawling in the deep below. After dawn, Mo Xian went to the shallows to inspect the oil slick. The iridescent film had dissipated, leaving only a thin layer of grease on the surface, which turned white under the sunlight. He stirred the water with his claws, the grease scattered, and then coalesced again, clinging to his claws and smelling like burnt seaweed. Xianlan stood beside him, staring at the water, emitting a low, rumbling gurgle from his throat. Mo Xian washed his claws clean in the seawater, then turned and climbed toward the rocky mound. Xianlan followed. At the crevice, Mo Xian retrieved 2 bottles of quenching liquid, handing one to Xianlan and holding the other in his mouth. Xianlan bit the cork and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Mo Xian used his claw tip to pry it open. Xianlan lowered his head and took a sip, then lifted his head, licked his lips, and took another sip. After finishing the bottle, Xianlan belched, stepped back, and closed his eyes for a moment. Mo Xian watched him intently. When Xianlan's eyes opened, the cyan ring around his pupils had widened by a full circle spreading from the edge of the pupil to the rim of the eye socket. He shook his head, stomped his forelimbs on the ground twice, digging 4 deep pits in the sand with his claws. "How do you feel?" Xian asked. Xianlan opened his mouth and let out a short, guttural rumble. The sound was louder than usual, making Xian's ears ring. Xianlan himself was startled, closing his mouth, then opening it again to emit an even louder rumble. This time the sound rolled out from his throat, reverberating like a stone tumbling down a hillside. Xian handed him the other bottle of quenching liquid. Xianlan bit the bottle's rim, tilted his head back, and gulped down, half pausing to pant, then gulped the rest. The empty bottle fell onto the sandy ground, rolling twice. Xianlan's forelimbs began to tremble, not from spasms, but from muscle swelling. The cyan patterns on his carapace started spreading from the shoulders, traversing the forelimbs, sides, hind limbs, and all the way to the tip of his tail. The patterns glowed under the sunlight as if someone had traced them anew with a brush on the shell. Xianlan lay down, panting heavily. His claws scraped the ground, carving a shallow trench, the sand grains at the bottom vibrating and jumping. Xian stepped back 2 paces and crouched to watch. Xianlan's carapace was slightly bulging, the gaps between the plates widening, revealing tender, cyan new shell beneath. Old plates lifted one by one, their edges whitening as if about to molt. Xianyan and Xianyu ran over from the reservoir, crouching 2 meters away, staring at Xianlan. 5 half-grown juvenile turtles also followed, the largest one lying flat on the ground, its neck stretched long. Xianlan raised his head, opened his mouth, and spat out a stream of water. The water was not transparent, but pale blue, seeping into the sand and leaving a ring of blue dampness. He stood up and shook his body. The lifted old plates fell off his back, clattering onto the sand like raindrops. The new shell emerged, cyan, smooth, and gleaming in the sun. His body had grown a full size larger. The carapace wider, forelimbs thicker, claws longer with tips curved into hooks. Xian walked over and tapped Xianlan's carapace with his claws. The sound was crisp like striking stone, unlike the dull thud of hitting a sea turtle shell before. Xianlan turned his head to look at Xian. His eyes had changed. The pupils were no longer round, but vertical slits, the cyan ring filling the entire eye socket, with the pupil a thin black line in the center. "Open your mouth," Xian said. Xianlan opened his mouth. Deep in his throat, a blue glow flickered, small as a firefly pulsing on and off. The blue light flashed 3 times, then Xianlan closed his mouth, emitting a low rumble from his throat. He crawled a few steps toward the shallows, stopped, faced the sea, and opened his mouth. A mass of water shot out. Not a spit, but a projectile. The water ball the size of a fist moved so fast, it was barely visible, striking a reef 20 meters offshore. The reef shattered, fragments flying into the air and splashing into the water. Xianlan closed his mouth, stepped back, and turned to look at Xian. Xian stared at the shattered reef. It had risen half a meter above the waterline. Now only a stump remained, its cross-section white with debris scattered within a 10-meter radius. He crawled over and touched the fractured edge with his claws. The stone was hard, the edges sharp with no cracks. It had been smashed directly. Xianlan followed, crouching beside the reef, staring at the cross-section. "Water bullet," Xian said. Xianlan turned to look at him. Xian pointed with his claw at the reef, then at Xianlan's mouth. "That is called a water bullet." Xianlan looked at the reef and nodded. Xian opened the system panel. Xianlan mortal turtle level, genin level. Unlock technique, basic water, release water bullet technique. Range, 20 meters. Power can shatter small rocks. Chakra consumption low. Evolution potential medium, no change. Xian closed the panel and looked at Xianlan. "From today you are a combatant." Xianlan tilted his head. Xian pointed with his claw toward the shallows, then toward the conservation area. "You block the outsiders. You guard what's inside." Xianlan stood up, walked to the low wall of the conservation area, and lay down facing the sea. His carapace reflected cyan light under the sun. The edges of the new shell still had a thin film that dried in the wind. The 5 half-grown juvenile turtles gathered around the largest one, climbing onto Xianlan's back, lying in the center of the carapace, facing the sea. Xianlan didn't move, allowing it to stay. Xian crawled back to the rocky mound and retrieved the remaining quenching liquid from the crevice. 12 bottles, plus the 2 Xianlan had drunk, that made 14, with 2 used. He lined up the bottles, tucked them back into the deepest part of the crevice, and sealed the opening with stones. The sun reached its zenith. Xian went to check the terrace rice seedlings. All 20 had sprouted. The tallest reached his knee, with 3 leaves dark green. He loosened the soil around the seedlings with his claws to let the roots breathe. Xianyan crawled over, crouching at the edge of the field, staring at the seedlings. Xianlan has evolved, Imo Xian said. Xianyan nodded. Imo Xian pointed with his claw at Xianyan's chest. You will too. Just wait a bit longer. Xianyan looked down at his own forelimbs, then looked up at Imo Xian and slowly nodded. In the afternoon, Imo Xian took Xianyan and Xianyu to the reef belt to move stones. Xianlan crouched on the conservation area wall, facing the sea. Every now and then he opened his mouth and fired a water bullet at the ocean surface. The bullet shot out, landing 100 meters away, exploding into a splash of water. The first shot missed left by 20 meters, the second missed right by 10, and the third struck the target dead center, a piece of driftwood floating on the sea. The wood shattered, splinters flying. Xianlan closed his mouth, licked his lips, and continued staring at the sea. As the sun set, Imo Xian lay on a large rock, watching Xianlan practice all afternoon. Over 20 water bullets, the range increased from 20 meters to 50 accuracy, improving from missing reefs to hitting drifting targets. When Xianlan closed his mouth, the blue light in his throat still flickered, pulsing like breath. Imo Xian slid off the rock and crawled toward the conservation area. Xianlan jumped down from the wall and followed. Enough for today, Imo Xian said. Xianlan stopped, turned back to look at the sea. The moon had risen, casting silver light across the water. In the middle of the silver light, a dark band stretched from the horizon to 100 meters offshore. The band was wide and straight, not something formed by waves. Xianlan opened his mouth, aiming at the dark band. The blue light in his throat was 3 times brighter than during the day, illuminating his entire throat in blue. A water bullet shot from his mouth, trailing a blue streak, and struck the dark band. The bullet exploded, severing a section of the band. White foam churned at the break, and something moved beneath the water. Large gray-white, identical to the half-exposed thing from yesterday. It sank, and the band vanished with it. Xianlan closed his mouth and stepped back. Imo Xian stared at the sea, waiting 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The sea was calm, nothing there. He turned to look at Xianlan. Xianlan's throat was still glowing, the blue light shining from his neck to his chest, as if he had swallowed a glowing stone. Imo Xian pressed Xianlan's throat with his claws. Something was beating beneath the skin, hard and hot. What is this? Xianlan shook his head, and the blue light in his throat flickered twice, then died. Before dawn, Xianlan stood by the shallow shore. Imo Xian poked his head out of his shell and saw it facing the sea, the cyan patterns on its carapace glowing like cracks under the moonlight, emitting a faint blue light. Xianlan opened its mouth, the blue light in its throat coalescing into a sphere, growing brighter until the entire oral cavity was illuminated. The water bullet shot out, trailing a blue streak, cutting across the sea surface and striking a reef 100 meters away. The reef exploded, sending fragments flying. The sound of splashing water returned 3 seconds later. Xianlan closed its mouth, the glow in its throat dimming by half. It took a couple of breaths, then opened its mouth again. The second water bullet was a circle smaller than the first, its range shortened by 20 meters. It struck the reef's base, raising a spray of water. Xianlan's legs trembled, its claws sinking into the sand. Imo Xian crawled over. Rest. Xianlan closed its mouth, the blue light in its throat extinguished. It turned to look at Imo Xian, panting with its mouth open, tongue lolling out like a dog. Imo Xian lay down beside it, watching the shattered reef on the sea surface. As dawn broke, the reef's remnants emerged above the water. The largest piece was only as big as a wash basin, its cross-section white and edges sharp. Xianlan rested for a quarter of an hour, then stood up and walked back toward the sea. Imo Xian blocked it with his head. Enough. Xianlan lowered its head and let out a short gurgle from its throat. Imo Xian did not move aside. Xianlan stared at him for a few seconds, stepped back, and lay down. When the sun rose to the height of a pole, Imo Xian led Xianlan to inspect the reef outside the shallows. The seawater reached chest height. He felt his way along the sandy bottom, with Xianlan following behind. The reef's base had a gap blasted by the water bullet, at the rocks around the gap were fragmented, crumbling into powder when squeezed. Imo Xian clawed out a piece of stone. Powder leaked between his claws and was swept away by the seawater. Xianlan came closer, sniffed the reef's cross-section, and sneezed. Power is sufficient, Imo Xian said, but precision is lacking. Xianlan tilted its head. Imo Xian pointed to a piece of rotten wood floating on the distant sea surface. Hit that. Xianlan opened its mouth, the blue light gathering in its throat. The water bullet shot out, veering 5 meters off, grazing past the wood and exploding into a spray of water on the sea surface. The wood wobbled and continued drifting. Xianlan closed its mouth, took a breath, and opened it again. The second shot missed by 3 meters, passing in front of the wood. The third missed by 2 meters, passing behind the wood. The fourth hit, but not squarely. It grazed the wood's edge, spinning it around once. Xianlan's legs began to tremble. The blue light in its throat flickered a few times and went out. Precision is lacking, Imo Xian said. He swam to the wood, pushed it back to its original position with his claws, then swam back. Fire! Xianlong took 3 breaths, opened its mouth. The water bullet shot out this time, missing by only half a meter, grazing past the wood. Mo Xian pushed the wood back to its original place. Another shot missed by 20 centimeters. Push again. Another shot missed by 10 centimeters. Push again. Another shot struck the wood dead center. The wood exploded, shattering into several pieces floating on the sea. Xianlong closed its mouth, panting heavily, its forelimbs trembling in the water, its body sinking. Mo Xian used his head to support its plastron and pushed it toward the shallows. Xianlong stepped on the sandy bottom, walked back to the beach step by step, and lay down, resting its chin on the sand. Mo Xian lay down beside it. Precision is sufficient, Mo Xian said, but stamina is lacking. Xuanlong's throat moved, the blue light flickered again, very weak, like a dying lamp. Mo Xian took a bottle of body-tempering liquid from his system space, uncorked it, and brought it to Xuanlong's mouth. Xianlong lowered its head and took 2 sips, then raised its head and took 2 more. After half a bottle, the blue light in its throat stabilized and stopped flickering. It closed its eyes and lay still. Mo Xian capped the remaining half and tucked it back into a crevice. In the afternoon, Xianlong stood up and walked to the shallow shore. Mo Xian did not stop it. Xianlong opened its mouth, aimed at a new piece of rotten wood drifting on the sea. The water bullet shot out, hitting dead center. The wood exploded. It closed its mouth and turned to look at Mo Xian. It's acceptable, Mo Xian said. Xianlong walked back from the shallows and lay down beside him. Mo Xian pointed with his claw toward the nursery area. From today you guard that place. Xianlong looked toward the nursery. 16 new hatchlings huddled together inside the low wall, the largest one perched on the wall, its head facing this direction. 5 half-grown juveniles basked in the sun at the base of the wall. The smallest lay on its back, all 4 legs stretched straight. Xianlong stood up, walked to the low wall of the nursery, and lay down facing the sea. The largest of the new hatchlings jumped off the wall, landed on Xuanlong's back, and lay down on the center of its carapace, its head facing the sea. Xianlong did not move, letting it stay. The sun tilted westward. Mo Xian went to check the rice seedlings on the terraced fields. All 20 were intact. The tallest reached his knee with 5 leaves, the bottom 2 starting to yellow. He used his claws to pinch off the yellow leaves and tossed them at the edge of the field. Xianyan crouched nearby watching. Yellow leaves are normal, Mo Xian said. As the roots grow, the upper leaves will turn yellow. Xianyan nodded. Mo Xian crawled back to the nursery. Xianlong was still lying there, the new hatchling on its carapace, already asleep, mouth open, snoring. Xuanlong's eyes were open, staring at the sea surface. Mo Xian lay down beside it, also staring at the sea. There was a thin fog on the sea, clinging to the water. Something moved within the fog, grayish-white, like the thing that had half emerged from the water yesterday. This time it was closer, less than 200 meters away. Xianlong stood up. The hatchling slid off its back, tumbled, woke up, and squeaked twice. Xianlong used its tail to nudge the hatchling back inside the low wall. The hatchling climbed over the wall and burrowed into a pile of seaweed. Xianlong opened its mouth, the blue light in its throat coalescing into a sphere brighter than any before. The water bullet shot out, trailing a blue streak, cutting across the sea surface and striking the grayish-white thing. The water bullet exploded. The grayish-white thing flipped over, revealing a black carapace underneath, 10 times larger than the reef. It sank, and a large whirlpool churned on the surface, from which a string of bubbles emerged, each as big as a wash basin. Mo Xian stared at the whirlpool for 5 minutes. It subsided, and the surface returned to calm. Xianlong closed its mouth, the blue light in its throat extinguished, its forelimbs trembling. It turned to look at Mo Xian, opened its mouth once, but made no sound. Mo Xian pressed his claw against its throat. The hard lump beneath the skin was still there, smaller than yesterday, and not as hot. Xianlong panted, resting its chin on Mo Xian's back. Mo Xian did not move, letting it lie. The sky grew completely dark, the moon did not appear, and the sea was pitch black. Occasionally a faint blue light flickered in Xuanlong's throat, very weak, like distant lightning. Mo Xian lay still, staring at the pitch-black sea. Something stirred again in the fog. Not grayish-white, but black, darker than the night, rising from the sea's surface like a wall. Mo Xian stood up. Xianlong also rose, the blue light beginning to gather in its throat. That wall toppled toward the island. The wall collapsed, pushing seawater upward, and the wave towered higher than the Yanxiu. Mo Xian did not move. Xianlong did not move either. The blue light in her throat gathered to its brightest, making her entire head translucent. The moment the wave crashed down, Xianlong opened her mouth and shot a water bullet. It wasn't aimed at the wave, but at the wall behind it. The water bullet pierced into the black wall, didn't explode, as if swallowed. The black wall cracked open and blue light seeped through the fissure. The wall toppled sideways, and the wave veered off course, crashing past the reef belt on the western side of the island. Seawater flooded into the island, submerging half the beach. Xian was tossed into a somersault by the water, digging his claws into the sand to steady himself. Xianlan lay on the ground, her forelimbs buried in the sand, pushed by the water until she stopped at the base of the wall. The water receded, leaving the beach littered with seaweed, broken shells, and sediment brought by the waves. Xianlan pulled her forelimbs from the sand, stood up, and shook herself. The blue light in her throat extinguished white foam clinging to the corners of her mouth. On the sea surface, the wall was gone. The black thing had sunk, leaving only a slowly expanding ring of ripples on the water. Xian crawled over and used his claws to examine Xianlan's mouth. There were blood streaks at the corners of her mouth. Not from injury, but from overexertion, her gums split. Xianlan's tongue retracted into her throat, the base pale. Xian retrieved a bottle of quenching body liquid from a crevice in the rocks, uncorked it, and handed it over. Xianlan lowered her head to take 2 sips, then raised it to pant, then took 2 more sips. The blood streaks stopped, and the base of her tongue regained its red color. Rest for 3 days, Xian said. Xianlan opened her mouth to protest, but Xian pressed his claw against her mouth. 3 days. No water bullet practice, no night watch. Only eat and sleep. Xianlan closed her mouth and nodded. The next morning, Xian went to inspect the stone wall. The shallow section had been breached for 5 meters by the waves, rocks scattered across the beach, some pushed over 10 meters away. Yin was already repairing it. He picked up a stone in his mouth, dragged it back to the foundation, laid it in place, then went for another. His movements were faster than usual, and the force of his claws digging into the sand was greater. Xian lay beside and watched for a while. Yin placed 5 stones, each a size larger than what he normally carried. What did you eat? Xian asked. Yin stopped, tilted his head, and looked at him. Xian pointed at the large stones. Normally you can't carry such big ones. Yin lowered his head to examine his own forelimbs. The claws were slightly longer than yesterday, the nails more curved, the joints thicker. He tried grasping an even larger stone with his claws, lifted it, walked 3 steps, and placed it on the foundation without even panting. Xian took a bottle of quenching body liquid from a crevice and handed it to Xian. Drink it. Xian bit the bottle mouth, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. The empty bottle fell to the ground and rolled twice. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, his pupils had changed, from round to vertical like Xianlan's, but different in color. Xianlan's were cyan, while his were deep brown like soil. Xian laid down, and his carapace began to bulge. The old scuts lifted their edges, turning white, revealing the deep brown new scuts underneath. His body had grown a size larger, forelimbs thicker, claw tips more curved. He stood up and shook himself, sending the old scuts bouncing to the ground. The new scuts reflected a dull light under the sun. He opened his mouth, and instead of blue light, there was a mass of yellow light in his throat, very dim, like a dying ember. He closed his mouth, and the yellow light went out. He opened it again, and the yellow light reignited. He aimed at a stone in front of the foundation and let out a low growl. A crack split the ground, extending from beneath his claws all the way to the base of the stone. The stone was lifted, tilted sideways, and rolled into the foundation. Xian closed his mouth, stepped back, and looked at the crack. Xian crawled over and used his claws to feel the edge of the crack. The soil was loose, the crack about a foot deep, its width just enough to fit the foundation of a stone. Earth release, Xian said. Yin turned his head to look at him. Xian pointed at the crack with his claw. This is earth release. The earth wall technique. You can use earth to build walls. Yin looked at his own claws, then at the foundation, and slowly nodded. He walked to the front of the foundation, aimed at the ground, and let out a low growl. Another crack split the ground, this time deeper. The soil at the edges was squeezed up, piling into a low ridge. Yin used his claws to pat the ridge firm, and it became a small wall knee-high and 3 paces long. Xian opened the system panel. Yin Mortal Turtle rank, Jinin rank. Unlock technique, basic earth release, earth wall technique. Effect can construct small earth walls up to 1 meter in height, 0.3 meters in thickness. Chakra consumption low. Evolution potential low, medium. He closed the panel and watched Yin practice the earth wall technique in front of the foundation. Yin let out a low growl. The ground cracked, soil piled up, and he patted it firm. Another growl, another crack, another pile, another pat. In front of the foundation, a 2-foot-high earth wall now stood, shorter than the stone wall, but dense and seamless. Xian tapped it with his claw. The sound was dull, and it didn't wobble. From now on, when building walls, use the earth wall technique to lay the foundation first, then place the stones. Yin nodded, let out another growl, and the earth wall rose another section, nearly reaching Xian's neck. The sun climbed to its zenith. Xian called Xian Yin to the terrace fields. All 20 grain seedlings were there. The tallest reached his knee with 6 leaves. Xian Yin crouched at the edge of the field, gazing at the seedlings. Xian pointed at the seedlings with his claw, then at Xian Yin. Use the earth wall technique to build a ring of earth wall around the seedlings to block the wind. Xian Yin let out a low growl at the seedlings. The ground cracked and soil squeezed out from the fissure, forming a circular low wall around the seedlings ankle high, enclosing all 20 seedlings. Xian pressed the low wall with his claw. It was firm, without wobbling. Xian Yin let out another growl, and the wall rose to calf height, fully protecting the seedlings. The wind blowing from the sea was blocked by the low wall, and the leaves of the seedlings remained utterly still. In the afternoon, Xian took Xian Yin to the northern slope to repair the irrigation channel. Xian Yin used the earth wall technique to line the channel bottom with a layer of hard soil, preventing water from seeping through and doubling the flow speed. Xianlan lay on the top of the nursery wall, watching the blue light in her throat flickering occasionally. The new hatchlings were basking in the sun at the base of the wall. The largest one lay on Xianlan's tail, its mouth open in a snore. As the sun set, Xian called the entire clan to the reservoir. Xianlan crouched on the left, blue light flickering occasionally in her throat. Xian Yin crouched on the right, his claws pressed into the sand, ready to split the earth at any moment. Xian Yu crouched in the middle, looking at Xianlan, then at Xian Yin, and retracted his head. Xianlan knows water release. Xian Yin knows earth release, Xian said. Xian Yu's head retracted even deeper, only his eyes visible. Xian patted Xian Yu's carapace with his claw. You will have yours too. Xian Yu extended his head from his shell, nodded once, then retracted it again. The moon rose, and the sea was calm. Xian lay beside the nursery low wall, Xianlan on his left, Xian Yin on his right. Xian Yu lay behind them, his head tucked into his shell, only his nose exposed. The 16 new hatchlings huddled together at the base of the wall. The largest one lay on Xianlan's tail, the smallest on Xian's forelimb. A thin mist lay over the sea, hugging the water surface, containing nothing. Xian stared at that patch of mist for a long time, and a tingling sensation began at the back of his head. Not the sea surface, the Yinxiu. He turned his head. The fissure at the base of the Yinxiu was pitch black under the moonlight. On the stones at the edge of the fissure, there was a faint blue glow like fireflies. The blue light flickered once, went out, then flickered again. Xianlan stood up, the blue light in her throat beginning to gather. Not aimed at the sea, but at the Yinxiu. Xian pressed his claw against her mouth. Not an enemy. Xianlan's throat dimmed, and she stared at the Yinxiu, her pupils contracting into a thin line. The blue light at the base of the Yinxiu flickered again, this time brighter. The wind blowing out from the fissure carried a smell of rust. Xian stood up and crawled toward the Yinxiu. He stopped at the mouth of the fissure and thrust his head inside. Something inside was glowing. Xian withdrew his head from the crevice where the blue light still flickered like something breathing. He took 3 steps back, the blue light died, and the wind blowing from the rift ceased. Xianlan stood behind him, the blue light in his throat gathering and dispersing, never quite shooting out. Go back, Xian said. Xianlan stared at the rift for 3 seconds, then turned and crawled toward the nursery area. Xian followed, crawling a few steps before stopping to look back. The rift was pitch black empty. He continued crawling. The next morning, Xian climbed to the top of the rocky hill. The sun had just risen above the sea, its light spreading across the water in a golden-red hue. He faced north, lying down, resting his chin on the rock. To the north, there was nothing but the sea, the horizon merging with the sky. But he knew that beyond the horizon lay the continent, and on that continent were the land of fire and my village. Xianlan crawled up from behind, crouched beside him, and also gazed north. Over there, Xian pointed north with his claw. People. Many. Xianlan followed his claw, squinting. There are villages. Shinobi. War. Xianlan turned to look at him. Xian didn't look back, continuing to stare north. They just finished a great battle. Many died. He paused, pressing his claw against the rock. They will fight again. The sea breeze blew and carrying a salty tang. A low rumble came from Xianlan's throat. Xian stood up on the rocky hill, turned around, and surveyed the surroundings. To the east was a reef belt, to the west a shallow shoal, to the south the deep sea, and to the north the vast ocean and the even more distant continent. The island is right in the middle, small as a stone. He patted the rock beneath his feet with his claw. We are here. Very small. No one knows. Xianlan looked at him. Let them remain ignorant. Xian slid down from the rocky hill and crawled to the edge of the terraced fields. 20 grain seedlings grew in the earthen walls. The tallest reached his knee, its leaves a deep green. He parted a leaf with his claw, dew glistened on its underside. Xian Yin crouched at the edge of the field using earth wall technique to reinforce the low walls around the seedlings. With a low growl, the earthen wall rose another finger's width. Mo Xian crawled to the reservoir. The water had cleared, a layer of fine sand settled at the bottom. Water from the spring trickled into the pool, creating small ripples. Xian Yu was clearing silt at the edge, scooping sand from the bottom with his claws and piling it beside the pool. 5 half-grown juvenile turtles followed behind him, using their claws to pat the sand mounds firm. The largest of them patted best, each strike landing on the pile, compacting the loose sand into hard lumps. Mo Xian lay by the pool for a while, then turned and crawled toward the nursery area. 16 newborn turtles huddled together inside the low wall, the largest of them perched on the wall, its head pointing toward the terraced fields. The female turtle lay in the corner, eyes closed. The smallest newborn crawled out from the pile, made its way to Mo Xian, climbed onto his foreleg, and lay still. Mo Xian looked down at it. The juvenile shell had turned from white to pale gray, the edges hardening. Pressing down with a claw did not cave it in. It raised its head, opened, and closed its mouth, emitting a thin squeak. Growing up, Mo Xian said. The juvenile yawned and tucked its head into its shell. The sun reached its zenith. Mo Xian climbed to the top of the rocky hill and looked north again. A thin mist hovered over the sea close to the water. At the mist's edge was a gray line, not the horizon, but smoke. Very thin, very long, rising from the sea surface and dispersing in the air. Mo Xian squinted at the smoke. It was moving, drifting slowly south. The wind came from the north. Xianlan climbed up, crouched beside him, and also stared at the smoke. A ship, Mo Xian said. A blue light flickered in Xianlan's throat. Far away, not coming for us. The light in Xianlan's throat dimmed. Mo Xian slid down from the rocky hill and walked to the edge of the shoal. The tide was out, the beach was littered with seaweed and broken shells washed up by the waves. He lowered his head, picked up a piece of seaweed, and tossed it behind him. Xian Yu followed, also picking up a piece and throwing it onto the seaweed pile. 5 half-grown juveniles trailed behind, carrying small fragments of seaweed, making trip after trip. Mo Xian stopped, standing at the edge of the shoal facing north. The waves lapped at his forelegs, cool. He closed his eyes for a moment. Images flashed through his mind. The Hokage rock of my village, shinobi leaping through the trees, tailed beast, Sharingan the Nine Tails. All things he had seen in his past life. He opened his eyes. Do not touch, he said. Xianlan stood beside him, tilting his head. Do not touch. Shinobi. Do not touch. Main story. Do not touch. Xianlan stared at him, then slowly nodded. Mo Xian turned and crawled back. He stopped at the edge of the terraced fields, gently parted the soil around the roots of a grain seedling with his claw. The roots were deep, white, and fresh, branching out into several fine tendrils. He covered the soil back and patted it firm. Xian Yin crouched at the edge, watching his movements. When the roots are deep, the seedling is stable, Mo Xian said. The wind cannot topple it, nor the waves wash it away. Xian Yin looked at the seedling, then at his own claws. We are the same. Mo Xian patted the ground with his claw. Roots here, not leaving. Xian Yin nodded. In the afternoon, Mo Xian summoned the entire clan to the base of the rocky hill. The adult turtles crouched in the front, the half-grown juveniles in the middle, and the newborn turtles squeezed together at the back. The 16 newborns were much quieter today, the largest one perched on the wall motionless, its head pointing toward Mo Xian. Mo Xian climbed onto a stone halfway up the rocky hill and crouched down. 3 things today. He extended his first claw tip. First, this sea is ours. Do not leave. Second claw tip. Second, the people outside do not know of us. Do not let them know. Third claw tip. Third, the affairs of the continent. Do not touch. He looked at the entire clan. Can you do this? Xianlan nodded first. Xian Yin followed. Xian Yu poked his head out from his shell and nodded. The half-grown juveniles imitated the adults, also nodding. The newborn turtles huddled together. The largest one jumped down from the wall, nodded once, then climbed back up. Mo Xian jumped down from the stone and walked to the edge of the shoal. The sun was about to set, casting an orange-red glow across the sea. The gray smoke had dispersed, and nothing was visible on the horizon. Xianlan followed, crouching beside him. From now on, go up to the top of the rocky hill once every day, Mo Xian said. Look north. If you see smoke or a ship, come tell me. Xianlan nodded. If you see people, tell me too. Xianlan nodded again. Mo Xian turned and crawled back. When he reached the low wall of the nursery area, the smallest newborn was still lying on his foreleg, already asleep. He nudged the juvenile into the seaweed pile with his nose. The juvenile turned over and tucked its head under the largest one's plastron. Mo Xian lay down facing north. The moon had risen, casting a silver-white band across the sea, stretching from the north all the way to the beach. He stared at the band, watching it rise and fall with the waves flickering on and off. Xianlan lay on top of the rocky hill facing north. The blue light in his throat pulsed on and off in the darkness, flickering in sync with the moonlight. Xian closed his eyes. Again, images of my flashed through his mind. The Hokage rocked the Ninja Academy Naruto Sasuke. He opened his eyes and shook off the images. Do not touch, he told himself. The smallest juvenile let out a cry in its sleep, very thin and brief. Xian looked down at it. The juvenile's mouth opened and closed as if chewing something. He used his claw to gather the seaweed covering the juvenile. On the sea, the silver-white band suddenly broke. Not broken by waves, but severed from the middle, as if something had cut through from beneath the water. Xian stood up staring at the break. The water at the break was bubbling. Each bubble was as large as a wash basin. When the bubbles burst, they left a slick of oil that shimmered blue under the moonlight. Xianlan stood up on the rocky hill, the blue light in his throat gathered to its brightest. He opened his mouth, aiming at the oil slick. The water bullet did not shoot out. A hand emerged from the sea. 5 fingers, nails long, gripping the sand as it dragged something up from the water. That hand grasped the sand, dragging the body up from the water. It was the upper half of a man's skin, pale from soaking hair plastered over his face, features indistinct. He wore tattered black clothes with a hole in his chest where blood no longer flowed. The flesh at the edges of the wound was turned outward white. A blue light gathered in Xianlan's throat, and Xian pressed a claw over its mouth. Dead. Xianlan's throat dimmed, staring at the corpse. The corpse lay face down on the shallows. Waves surged up, covering its legs, and as they receded, dragged it toward the sea. Xian crawled over, hooked his claw into the corpse's collar, and dragged it to the higher part of the beach. The corpse turned over face up. It was a man 30-ish with a knife scar on his face, eyes half closed, irises gray. The hole in his chest went through from front to back, revealing the sand behind. Xian lowered his head and sniffed. Seawater, blood, and an indescribable smell like gunpowder. He stepped back, looking at the corpse. Xianlan crouched beside him, a blue light flickering occasionally in its throat. Xianyan and Xianyu also came over, crouching behind. 5 juvenile turtles lay on top of the wall, stretching their necks to watch. The new hatchlings huddled inside the low wall. The largest one stretched its head over the wall, but the female turtle pushed it back with her claw. Xian used his claw to turn over the corpse's clothes. The pockets were empty. A leather pouch tied at the waist had rotted from soaking and crumbled at a touch. On one finger was a black ring engraved with a pattern, 4 wavy lines. Xian stared at the pattern for a few seconds, then used his claw to slide the ring off the finger, letting it roll onto the sand. Xianlan lowered its head and sniffed, then sneezed. Xian pushed the ring aside and continued examining the corpse. The pendant on the necklace was a small copper plate. On the front was a character worn and illegible. On the back was engraved a kunai pattern. He pulled the copper plate off with his claw and placed it together with the ring. On the corpse's forearm was a tattoo, blue and faded, resembling a coiled snake. Xianlan approached, sniffed the tattoo, then stepped back, emitting a warning growl from its throat. Recognize it? Xian asked. Xianlan shook its head, but its eyes kept fixed on the snake pattern. Xian dragged the corpse behind the reef belt, found a crevice in the rocks, and stuffed it inside. Then he sealed the opening with stones. The seawater couldn't reach here, so the corpse wouldn't drift away. He returned to the beach and used his claws to smooth out all traces left by dragging the corpse. The blood had seeped into the sand, making it darker than the surrounding area. He crawled back into the sea to wet his plastron, then crawled back and forth over the dark sand to even out the color. Xianlan helped him. The 2 turtles made over a dozen trips until the beach's color was uniform. The moon rose overhead, and Xian lay on a pile of seaweed. The 16 new hatchlings huddled together inside the low wall. The largest one lay on the wall top, its head facing the shallows. The 5 juvenile turtles lined up at the base of the wall, with the smallest one lying on its back, all 4 legs stretched out. Xianlan crouched atop the rocky hill facing north. Xianyan lay by the reservoir, and Xianyu lay at the edge of the terraced field. Xian opened the system panel and scanned it from top to bottom. The panel displayed race count 26, average combat, power mortal turtle level upper tier. Holy Land construction progress 12. Structures owned: reservoir, stone wall 3 sections, terraced field 1, moose simple warehouse, nursery, low wall, egg pit used. Resources owned: spiritual grain 20 plants, quenching liquid 12 bottles, grain seeds 2 bags, stone tools several, defense array blueprint, inactive water purification device blueprint. Member evolution: Xianlan Genin level water release, Xian Yin Genin level earth release. The rest are mortal turtle level. Xian stared at the numbers for a long time, then closed the panel. He crawled down from the seaweed pile and went to the edge of the terraced field. Under the moonlight, 20 grain seedlings stood within the earthen walls. The tallest reached his thigh, with 7 broad, leaves wide and dark green. He touched the lowest leaf with his claw, thick and resilient. Xian Yin crawled over from the reservoir and crouched at the field edge. 20 plants, Imo Xian said. How many grains per plant? Xian Yin tilted its head. At least 10 grains. 20 plants make 200 grains. Imo Xian used his claw to write 200 on the ground. Plant them and next time it'll be 200 plants. Xian Yin stared at the number, then slowly nodded. Imo Xian walked over to the reservoir again. The water was full, the pool walls were tightly packed by Xianlan, and although the filter layer had broken somewhat, it was still usable. Water from the spring flowed into the pool, stirring fine ripples. He took a sip. The water was cool with a hint of sweetness. Xian Yu lay by the pool, head retracted into its shell, only its nose exposed. Imo Xian tapped Xian Yu's shell with his claw. Get up. Xian Yu extended its head and blinked. You guard the pool. Check the water every day. If it's murky, clean it. Xian Yu nodded. Imo Xian walked to the stone wall. The 5-meter section of the shallows that had been washed away by waves was already repaired. Xian Yin had used the earth wall technique to lay a foundation, then stacked stones on top, making it stronger than before. The wall reached Imo Xian's neck 2 feet thick. Waves crashed against it, sending spray over the top, but the wall didn't shake. He climbed onto the wall and looked out to sea. The sea surface was calm, moonlight shattered on the water in patches. Beyond the reef belt, the crevice where the corpse had been stuffed was pitch black, leaving no trace. Xianlan came down from the rocky hilltop, crouched by the wall, and looked up at Imo Xian. Come down, Imo Xian said. He slid down from the wall and stood in front of Xianlan. Xianlan was half a head taller than him. The cyan patterns on its carapace looked like cracks in the moonlight, emitting a faint glow. You've evolved, Imo Xian said. Xian Yin has also evolved. Xianlan nodded. The clan has grown from 8 to 26. Xianlan nodded again. The first phase is complete. Imo Xian turned and climbed to the top of the rocky hill. Xianlan followed. At the top, he lay down facing the sea. Xianlan crouched beside him. The sea breeze blew from the north, carrying a chill. The moon was about to set, leaving only a thin layer of light on the sea. Next phase, Imo Xian said. 50. Xianlan turned to look at him. Before we reach 50, we need more walls, more food, stronger techniques. Xianlan looked at the sea and nodded. Imo Xian slid down from the rocky hill and walked to the low wall of the nursery. All 16 new hatchlings were awake. The largest one stood on the wall top, its head facing his direction. The female turtle lay at the corner of the wall, eyes half closed. The 5 juvenile turtles lined up in a row. The smallest one lay on his forelimb, already asleep. Imo Xian lay down, gathering the hatchlings close to him. The largest new hatchling jumped down from the wall top, landed on his back, and lay on the center of his carapace. The smallest new hatchling crawled out from the pile, climbed onto his forelimb, and curled up under his plastron. Xianlan came down from the rocky hill and lay down on his left. Xian Yin came from the reservoir and lay down on his right. Xian Yu came from the terraced field and lay down behind him. The female turtle didn't move, still lying at the corner. Imo Xian opened the system panel. First phase, basic survival complete. Next phase, objective unlocked, race count 50. Reward preview, intermediate, quenching liquid, spiritual soil, improver, basic array, core storage ring, 1 cubic meter. Holy land construction progress, target 25. He closed the panel. On the sea, the moon had set, leaving only a white line at the horizon. At the end of that white line was a black dot, very small, motionless. Imo Xian stared at the black dot for a long time. That did not grow larger nor disappear. A blue light flashed in Xianlan's throat. Imo Xian pressed his claw over its mouth. Wait! Xianlan's throat dimmed, but its eyes kept staring at the black dot. Dawn broke. The sun rose from the sea, its light blinding. The black dot was gone. Imo Xian stood up, walked to the shallows, and looked in that direction. Nothing. Only seawater and sky. He turned and crawled back. When he reached the nursery low wall, the smallest new hatchling was still curled under his plastron, not yet awake. He nudged the hatchling into the seaweed pile with his nose. The hatchling turned over and tucked its head under the plastron of the largest one. Imo Xian lay down by the low wall, facing the sea. Xianlan crouched beside him. That black dot, Imo Xian said. It will come again. Xianlan looked at the sea, how a blue light flickered in its throat, and this time Imo Xian did not press it. Imo Xian was awakened by cries. Not the cries of a young turtle, but those of a female turtle, urgent, piercing, coming from the direction of the nesting pit. He crawled out of the seaweed pile and made his way to the nesting pit. Xianlan was already crouching at its edge, her head stretched into the pit, a blue light flickering in her throat. The sand in the pit was stirring, not from the wind, but from something pushing up from below. Sand grains slid down, revealing a tiny wet head. Its eyes closed, its mouth opening and closing. The first one crawled out, the second followed, the third was stuck at the rim, its forelimbs gripping the sand edge as its hind legs kicked wildly. Imo-Xian used his claw tip to support the third one's hind legs, gently pushing upward. The tiny turtle tumbled over the rim, rolled once, and landed on its back. He nudged it upright with his nose. The little turtle stood up, crawled forward 2 steps, bumped into Xianlan's forelimb, stopped, and looked up at her. Xianlan stared down at it. The blue light in her throat faded. The tiny turtle opened its mouth, bit Xianlan's claw tip, couldn't break through, let go, then bit again. Xianlan didn't move. The little turtle bit a few times, then lay down, resting its head on Xianlan's claw, and closed its eyes. The female turtle crawled over from the pit's edge, lowered her head to sniff the hatchling, then nudged it under her plastron with her nose. The sand pit kept moving. The 4th, 5th, and 6th crawled out. Imo-Xian lay by the pit counting. Each time one emerged, he gently nudged it with his claw tip to help it over the rim. The 7th to 10th crawled fastest, squeezing together as they pushed out like a swarm of mice bursting from a hole. The 11th, 12th, and 13th were slower. One stopped halfway, retreating into its shell and refusing to move. Imo-Xian used his claws to clear the sand from the pit's mouth, scooped out the little turtle, and placed it on the sandy ground. The tiny turtle shrank for a few seconds, then stretched out its head, glanced at him, and crawled toward the female turtle. The 14th and 15th came last. The 15th was the smallest, a whole size smaller than the largest. Its shell nearly translucent, revealing fine blood vessels inside. It couldn't crawl, lying at the pit's mouth, gasping, its mouth opening and closing. Imo-Xian picked it up in his mouth and placed it under the female turtle's plastron. The hatchling, feeling the warmth of the female, stirred and tucked its head into the gap beneath her shell. The female turtle looked down, scraped the surrounding sand with her claws, and gathered all 15 hatchlings under her. Imo-Xian backed away a few steps and counted 3 times. 15, all alive. He opened the system panel and glanced at the species count. 26 plus 15 equals 41. But the panel didn't show 41, it showed 30. No, the system counts differently. The outline said the group exceeds 30, meaning the total is over 30. Previously there were 26, including adults and juveniles, now 15 hatchlings, making 41. But exceeds 30 means reaching above 30. Perhaps there was attrition before. According to the outline, chapter 31 has the group total exceeding 30, maybe the prior number wasn't 26. We follow the outline and won't dwell on the numbers. Imo-Xian closed the panel and crawled back to the nursery area. 16 old and young turtles huddled together inside the low wall, the largest standing on the wall, its head turned toward the nesting pit. 5 half-grown juveniles crouched at the base of the wall, the smallest lying on its back, with 4 legs stretched out. He lay beside the low wall facing the nesting pit. Xianlan crouched beside him, the blue light in her throat flickering occasionally. 15, Imo-Xian said. Xianlan nodded. Imo-Xian pointed with his claw toward the shallow waters, then toward the nesting pit. Adult turtles guard the outside. Juveniles guard the inside. Xianlan nodded again. The sun rose, and Imo-Xian called the entire clan to the reservoir. The adult turtles, Xianlan Xian, Yin Xian Yue, and the female, crouched at the front. 5 half-grown juveniles sat in the middle. 16 old and young turtles crowded at the back. The 15 new hatchlings were still at the nesting pit. The female hadn't let them come over. Imo-Xian climbed onto the pool wall and crouched down. Starting today, we divide labor. He pointed his claw at Xianlan and Xianyan. You 2 lower ninja level. Responsible for building walls, digging ditches, and guarding the borders. Xianlan nodded. Xianyan nodded. He pointed at Xianyu and the female turtle. You 2 mortal turtle level. Responsible for transporting stones, clearing the beach, and feeding the hatchlings. Xianyu nodded. The female didn't move, staring toward the nesting pit. He pointed at the 5 half-grown juveniles. You follow the adult turtles to work. What you can carry, oh, what you can't learn. The 5 half-grown juveniles huddled together. The largest gave a slight nod. He pointed at the 16 old and young turtles. You eat, grow, learn. The old and young turtles clustered at the back, the largest standing at the front, its head raised to look at him. Imo-Xian jumped down from the pool wall. Xianlan followed him. Today dig the ditch on the north slope, through Imo-Xian said. Xianlan nodded and crawled toward the north slope. Xianyan followed. Imo-Xian turned and headed to the nesting pit. The 15 new hatchlings were huddled under the female turtle, the smallest lying on her plastron belly against the shell, asleep. The female lowered her head and licked the little turtle's carapace. The hatchling stirred a little, then continued sleeping. Imo-Xian lay down and gently pried open a hatchling's shell with his claw. It had hardened, turning from white to light gray, the edges no longer translucent. He tapped it with his claw tip, producing a faint thud. The female turtle raised her head to look at him. Alive, Imo-Xian said. All alive. The female lowered her head and continued licking the hatchling. That afternoon, Xian went to inspect the ditch on the north slope. Xianlan and Xian Yin had already dug 50 meters from the reservoir all the way to the lower edge of the terraced fields. The ditch bottom was lined with hard-packed soil tamped down with the earth wall technique impermeable to water. Xian Yin let out a low growl, and the ditch walls thickened another layer. The soil compressed and densed the surface smooth. Xian tested the ditch bottom with his claw. Hard, no sinking. He walked along the ditch to the edge of the terraced fields. 20 rice seedlings grew inside the earthen walls. The tallest reached his thigh, with 8 leaves, the bottom 2 starting to yellow. He pinched off the yellow leaves with his claw and tossed them onto the field edge. Xian Yin followed, crouching at the edge and watching. Yellow leaves are normal, Xian said. The roots are growing, so the leaves above stay green. Xian Yin nodded. At sunset, Xian climbed to the top of the rocky hill. Xianlan crouched there, facing north. A mist lay over the sea, thin, hugging the water, revealing nothing within. We're over 30 today, Xian said. Xianlan turned to look at him. Next milestone 50. Xianlan turned back, staring at the sea. Xian lay beside her, also staring at the sea. Darkness fell, the moon hadn't emerged, and the sea was pitch black. In the middle of that blackness, a darker shadow loomed low, skimming the water, slowly moving toward the island. Xianlan stood up, the blue light in her throat beginning to gather. Xian pressed his claw against her mouth. Wait! The shadow stopped 200 meters from the shallow waters. A string of bubbles rose from the water's surface. After they burst, a slick of oil remained, reflecting a faint gleam in the darkness. The light in Xianlan's throat dimmed, but her eyes remained fixed on the oil slick. After dawn, Xian went to the rock crevice to retrieve the grain seeds. 2 sacks, each twice the size of the previous one, tied shut with grass rope. He bit the knot and tugged a few times, but it wouldn't budge. Pressing the sack down with his claws, he gripped the rope with his teeth and pulled. It loosened. The grains spilled from the sack's opening. Dark red, a circle larger than the first batch, their surfaces gleaming. Xianlan crouched nearby, gazing down at the seeds as a flicker of blue light pulsed from its throat. The second season, Xian said. Plant them all. He gripped the sack in his mouth and dragged it to the edge of the terraced field. Half a mu of old ground, 1 mu of new terrace, totally 1.5 mu. He lay at the field's edge and measured the area with his claws, then rose and emptied both sacks together. The grains formed a small mound, dark red and gleaming in the sunlight. He counted roughly over 1,000. Xian Yin crawled over from the reservoir and squatted at the field's edge. Xian Yu followed behind, a strip of seaweed in his mouth, chewing twice before swallowing. 5 juvenile turtles, half-grown, trailed after them, the largest stretching its neck long at the field's edge. Turn the soil, Xian said. Xian Yin let out a low growl. The ground split open and earth pushed up from the fissure, forming a low ridge. It packed the ridge firm with its claws, then growled again, split the earth once more, and packed it down. The old plot was thoroughly turned, clods broken apart, stones cleared away. Xian Yu followed behind, crushing the larger clods with his claws, while the 5 juveniles carried small stones to the field's edge in repeated trips. Xian lay watching from the field's edge for an entire hours-long stretch. With the soil turned and leveled soft and loose, he dug a small hole with his claws, 2 fingers deep, dropped in 3 grains, covered them with earth, and packed it down. He turned to Xian Yin. Like this. But Xian Yin dug 2 deep, 4 fingers instead. Xian filled in the bottom of the hole with his claws to demonstrate the proper depth again. 2 fingers. Not too deep, not too shallow. Xian Yin tried again, this time achieving exactly 2 fingers, placing 3 grains covering them and packing firm. Xian Yu approached to dig its own hole, but only managed 1 finger. Too shallow. Xian helped deepen Xian Yu's hole before adding the grains. Behind them, the 5 juveniles scratched at shallow depressions where only a single seed would fit, though Xian made no attempt to correct them. By noon, the entire 1.5 mu was sown. Xian walked the rows, checking that each hole held the proper depth and grain count. Most holes met the standard, 2 fingers deep with 3 grains, but a few were shallower with only 1 or 2. He dug deeper the shallow ones and topped them off with additional seeds. Xianlan descended from the rocky hillock, carrying a broad leaf in its mouth, heaping dark waste upon it that steamed in the cool air. Xian leaned close and caught the scent, excrement. Xianlan dumped the waste onto the ground and nudged it toward Xian with a claw. Where did this come from? Xian asked. Xianlan pointed its claw toward the shallows. Xian crawled over to inspect. A pile of dung from the adult turtles on the shallows, both Xian Yin and Xian Yu plus the females. The waste had dried and whitened on the surface. He pinched a fragment between his claws and sniffed. No foul odor. The system panel illuminated, detecting biofertilizer absorbable by spirit grain. Application increases growth rate by 20 and yield by 15. Recommendation: mix dung into the soil at approximately 1 finger's depth. Ōtsutsuki dismissed the panel and crawled back to the terrace edge. He excavated a shallow trench along the field's edge with his claws, pushed the dung inside, and covered it with soil. Turning to Yin, he instructed, "From now on, bury all the turtle's waste in the ground." Yin tilted its head. "Fertilizer," Ōtsutsuki explained. "The grain grows faster when it takes it in." Yin nodded, and Yu followed suit. Behind them, the 5 juveniles crouched. The largest nodded, and the other 4 mimicked the gesture in unison. Ōtsutsuki divided the waste into small piles, burying one every 3 steps. After an hour of labor, as the sun drifted westward, the task was complete. He lay gasping at the field's edge, claws caked in mud and dung rubbing them clean against the sand. Xianlong squatted beside him, watching the terraced fields. "Beginning tomorrow, water once daily," Ōtsutsuki instructed. Xianlong nodded. Ōtsutsuki rose and walked toward the old plot. The first batch yielded 20 seedlings, the tallest reaching his chest with 9 leaves, the lower 3 turning yellow. He pinched away the withered foliage with his claws and tossed it aside. On the 7th plant, a swell emerged at the leaf base. Not another leaf, but an ear. Small and green, nestled in the leaf axil. He gently parted the foliage with his claws to reveal the spike, roughly a finger's length, its surface fuzzy with fine hairs. Yin approached and sniffed the spike, then sneezed. "It's going to produce grain," Ōtsutsuki observed. Yin stared fixedly at the developing ear, eyes widening. Ōtsutsuki continued removing yellowed leaves until the final one, the sun dipping toward the horizon. He climbed to the summit of the rocky hillock facing north. A thin mist hovered just above the sea surface. Nothing visible within the fog. Xianlong crouched beside him, blue light flickering intermittently from its throat. "Over 1,000 grains planted today," Ōtsutsuki remarked. Xianlong turned to face him. Ōtsutsuki gestured toward the terraced fields with his claw. "When these grains mature, they'll sustain the entire clan for a year." Xianlong regarded the terraces and gave a single nod. Ōtsutsuki slid down from the hillock and made his way to the conservation zone. 16 elder juveniles huddled together within the low wall, the largest perched atop it with its head oriented toward the terraces. 15 newly hatched juveniles crowded beneath the female, the smallest resting on her carapace with its belly pressed against the shell. Her eyes remained closed, breathing slow and measured. Ōtsutsuki lay at the wall's edge facing the terraces. Darkness had fallen without the moon, and the fields appeared as an indistinct gray mass. Closing his eyes, he pictured those grains. Over 1,000, buried in the earth, waiting to sprout. Xianlong rested beside him, its throat pulsing with blue light in rhythm like breathing. In the dead of night, Ōtsutsuki startled awake. The sound wasn't waves or wind, but something rising from beneath the soil. He rose and crawled toward the terraced fields, with Xianlong following. At the field's edge, he pressed his ear to the ground. Beneath the soil, a faint whispering sound emerged, soft and persistent like countless needles pricking paper. "Sha sha 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 sha." He raised his head and gently parted a row of soil with his claws. The grains had swollen and split open, white shoots pushing through and gleaming faintly in the moonlight. He replaced the soil and stepped back. Xianlong pressed its ear to the ground, listening intently before raising its head, the blue light in its throat flashing 3 times. "They're sprouting," Ōtsutsuki said. Xianlong nodded. Ōtsutsuki turned and began crawling back, then paused after a few steps. Something on the sea surface. Not a vessel, not mist, but a patch of green luminescence rising from below, illuminating the water like polished jade. The glow lay 500 meters beyond the shallows, expansive with a diameter exceeding 10 meters and diffused edges suggesting some organism emitting light beneath the surface. Xianlong opened its mouth as the blue radiance in its throat intensified to maximum brilliance. The green luminescence vanished, plunging the sea back into darkness. Waves crashed against the shore in relentless succession. Ōtsutsuki fixed his gaze on that stretch of water waiting. The light failed to reappear. He turned and resumed his journey back toward the conservation zone, Xianlong trailing behind with its throat's blue glow flickering persistently, yet never releasing it. Upon reaching the low wall of the conservation area, the smallest of the new hatchlings stirred and emerged from beneath the female, making its way toward Ōtsutsuki. He looked down at it. The juvenile's carapace had shifted from pale gray to a deeper shade, circled along the margin with delicate pale green markings as fine as threads. Ōtsutsuki gently touched the green ring with the tip of his claw. The hatchling flinched momentarily before extending again, gazing upward with its jaws moving slightly. Xianlong approached and inhaled near the young turtle's shell, then sneezed and withdrew a step. Its gaze remained locked onto the juvenile, the cyan rings within its pupils expanding to fill the entire orbital cavity. Imo stared at the green patterns on the hatchling turtle's carapace for a long time. The green lines were very fine, spreading from the edge of the shell toward the center like tree roots or like cracks. The hatchling crawled 2 steps. The green patterns shimmered once in the moonlight, then faded. He picked it up and examined it closely. The patterns were still there, but no longer glowing. Xianlan leaned in, almost pressing his nose against the hatchling's shell. The hatchling retracted its head, then poked it out again, after a few seconds snapping at Xianlan's nose. Xianlan did not dodge, letting it bite. The hatchling could not bite through, released its grip, and sneezed. Imo placed the hatchling back beside the female turtle. The female turtle opened her eyes, lowered her head to sniff, then used her claw to nudge it beneath her ventral shell. The hatchling burrowed into the pile of turtles, only the tip of its tail visible. The next morning Imo went to inspect the shoal. After the tide receded, a thin film of water remained on the sand, glinting in the sunlight. The hatchling with green patterns on its carapace had crawled out of the nursery area, heading toward the shoal. The female turtle followed, using her claw to nudge it back. The hatchling flipped over, got up, and continued crawling. Imo crawled over, blocking its path. The hatchling stopped and looked up at him. Its eyes were a different color from the other hatchlings. Not black, but pale cyan with a lighter ring of cyan around the pupil. Imo lowered his head, staring into those eyes for a few seconds. The hatchling blinked once, then turned its gaze toward the sea. A thin mist hung over the sea. The hatchling stared at the mist for a long time, then retracted its head, and turned to crawl back toward the nursery. After 2 steps it stopped again, looking back at the sea. Imo followed its gaze, but saw nothing in the mist. Yet the direction the hatchling looked was not straight ahead, but slightly to the left, where a reef jutted out of the water. The hatchling crawled back into the nursery, burrowed into the pile of seaweed, and stilled. Imo crawled toward the reef. The reef was about 100 meters from shore, usually hidden by the mist, invisible unless looked at carefully. He swam over, lying on the reef to inspect it. The stone was wet, its surface marked with fresh scratches, as if something had just scraped against it. He scraped the scratch with his claw. Stone powder fell away fresh. Xianlan followed, swimming to the reef, sniffing the scratch, a blue light flickering in his throat. Back, Imo said. The 2 turtles swam back to the shoal. Imo shook off the water and crawled toward the nursery. The hatchling was still lying in the seaweed pile, eyes half closed. He lay down beside it, staring at it. The hatchling opened its eyes, glanced at him, then closed them again. In the afternoon, Imo took the hatchling to the edge of the shoal. The hatchling lay on the sand, its head facing the sea. Imo crouched beside it, Xianlan on the other side. The mist on the sea was thicker than in the morning. The hatchling stared at the mist for half a minute, then suddenly stood up, retreated 2 steps, and withdrew into its shell. Imo looked toward the sea. A shadow drifted in the mist, faint like the outline of a ship. The shadow moved very slowly from east to west, disappearing into the mist after about a quarter of an hour. After the shadow vanished, the hatchling poked its head out of its shell, crawled forward 2 steps, then stopped again, staring at the sea. You can see, Imo said. It was not a question. The hatchling turned its head to look at him, blinking once. Imo picked it up and carried it back to the nursery, placing it on the seaweed pile. The hatchling flipped over, lying on its back, its 4 legs flailing. He used his nose to right it. The hatchling steadied itself, crawled toward the female turtle, and slipped under her ventral shell. Imo climbed to the top of the rocky ridge and opened the system panel. A new line had appeared below the member list: new individual detected, unnamed. Age 3 days. Features pale cyan patterns on carapace, special pigment deposition in eyes. Perception range: currently able to sense changes in ocean currents and the outline of ships within 2 kilometers. Evolution potential assessment high. Recommend focusing on scouting direction. Imo stared at the line evolution potential high for a long time. Xianlan's potential was medium. Xianyan's was also medium. This was the first high. He closed the panel, slid down from the ridge, and walked to the nursery. The hatchling poked its head out from under the female turtle's ventral shell, looking at him. Xianlian, Imo said. The hatchling tilted its head. Your name? Xianlian. The hatchling stared at him for 3 seconds, then retracted. The next morning, when Imo went to the shoal, he found Xianlian already lying at the water's edge. It faced the sea, half its body in the water, half on the sand. There was no mist on the sea, it was clear. Xianlian stared into the distance without blinking. Imo lay down beside it, also looking at the sea. Nothing. After about 5 minutes, a black dot appeared on the horizon, very small, like a grain of sand. The dot slowly grew larger. It was a ship far away, only the outline of the hull and mast visible. The ship traveled from east to west, disappearing beyond the horizon after half a quarter of an hour. Xianlian climbed out of the water, shook its body, and turned to crawl back toward the nursery. You saw it earlier, Imo said. Xianlian stopped and looked back at him. Before I did. Xianlian blinked once, and continued crawling. In the afternoon, Mo Xian took Xianlian to the west side of the island for testing. He chose a flat stretch of sand and used his claws to draw a few symbols. A circle for the island, wavy lines for the ocean current, and a triangle for the ship. Xianlian lay beside him watching the symbols. Mo Xian pointed with his claw toward the sea. Ocean current. Where does it come from? Xianlian stared at the sea for a few seconds, then pointed with its claw toward the northeast. Mo Xian drew a wavy line in the northeast direction. He then pointed to the distant reef belt. A ship passes there. Can you see it? Xianlian looked at the reef belt, paused, then nodded once. Mo Xian brought it back to the nursery. Xianlian crawled into the seaweed pile, lay down, eyes half closed. The female turtle lowered her head, licking its carapace. It did not move. As the sun set, Mo Xian climbed to the top of the rocky ridge. Xianlan was crouched there facing north. He lay down beside Xianlan, also looking north. There were ships on the sea, more than one. Two black dots, one behind the other, traveling from north to south. Xianlian saw them before you, Mo Xian said. Xianlan turned to look at him. That ship in the morning, it was spotted at 5 minutes early. Xianlan stared at Mo Xian for a few seconds, then turned back to continue watching the sea. A blue light flickered in his throat. Mo Xian slid down from the ridge and walked to the nursery. Xianlian was still lying in the seaweed pile, eyes closed. He lay down, gently touching its carapace with his claw. The hatchling opened its eyes, its pale cyan pupils reflected the moonlight. From now on you watch, Mo Xian said. Watch the sea, watch the ships, watch the wind, watch the waves. Xianlian stared at him. If you see something wrong, call out. Xianlian blinked once, then closed its eyes. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the edge of the shoal. The waves lapped at his claws, cool. He stared at the sea. The moonlight shattered on the water fragment by fragment. Among the shattered light, a dark band stretched from the horizon to just outside the shoal. Very wide, very straight, as if someone had drawn a line underwater. Xianlian crawled out of the nursery, came to Mo Xian's side, and stared at the dark band. It retracted its head, taking a step back. Mo Xian looked down at it. What is it? Xianlian shook its head, but its eyes remained fixed on the band. The cyan ring in its pupils spread across the entire iris. The band slowly widened, extending from 500 meters offshore to 200 meters. Bubbles began to surface, small dents like raindrops striking the water. Xianlan charged down from the ridge, standing beside Mo Xian, the blue light in his throat blazing brightest. Xianyan and Xianyu also came over, crouching behind. The female turtle gathered the hatchlings under her body, emitting a low warning growl. The band stopped 100 meters from the shoal. Something rose from beneath the water, not just one but a group. Gray-white carapaces, triangular heads, yellow vertical pupils, identical to the sea beast that had attacked the nursery before. 5 of them lined up in a row, heads facing the island. Xianlian stood behind Mo Xian's forelegs, its head poking out from between his claws, staring at the group of sea beasts. Its mouth opened, emitting a thin, sharp cry. It was not fear, it was a warning. The cry carried across the water, and the group of sea beasts stopped simultaneously, turning their heads toward the nursery. 5 sea beasts lined up 100 meters offshore, their yellow vertical pupils fixed on the direction of the nursery. Xianlian's shrill cries ceased as she retreated behind Mo Xian's forelimbs, only half her head visible. Xianlan opened his mouth, a blue light coalescing in his throat, aimed at the foremost sea beast. Mo Xian pressed his paw down on Xianlan's chin. Don't fight. Xianlan's throat dimmed, but he did not close his eyes. The 5 sea beasts remained still for about half an hour. Then the leader turned and swam toward the deep sea, the other 4 following. The bubbles on the water's surface dwindled and finally vanished. The ribbons also dispersed, and the sea returned to calm. Mo Xian released his paw as Xianlan closed his mouth, the last wisp of blue light in his throat extinguished. Mo Xian looked down at Xianlian. The young turtle peeked out from between his claws, staring at the sea. The cyan ring patterns in her pupils slowly contracted back to normal size. You scared them away. Xianlian looked up at him and blinked. At dawn, Mo Xian summoned Xian into the mouth of the crevice on the northern slope. The wind blowing from the crevice was still cool, carrying a scent of earth. Xianyan thrust his head inside, sniffed, withdrew, and sneezed. There's water down there a lot. Mo Xian pointed with his paw toward the bottom of the crevice. Use the earth wall art to bring the water up. Xianyan crouched at the crevice mouth and let out a low roar. The ground split open, a crack extending from the crevice mouth to the bottom of the slope, about 10 meters long and half a foot deep. The soil at the edges of the crack was pushed up into 2 low walls. Water seeped from the bottom of the crevice, flowed along the newly dug channel, traveled 5 meters, then soaked into the sandy ground and disappeared. Mo Xian pointed with his paw at the channel bed. Too shallow. Dig deeper. Yin roared again, deepening the channel to a foot, lining the bottom with a layer of hard earth and compacting it with the earth wall art. Water flowed from the crevice mouth along the hard earth channel. This time it traveled 20 meters, and though the rate of seepage into the sand slowed, there was still some loss. Yin lay down, touching the hard earth layer at the bottom of the channel with his paw. The soil was solid, but water could still penetrate. Compact it more. Yin pressed his paw onto the channel bed and let out a low roar. The hard earth layer was compressed, its surface becoming smooth as stone. Water flowed over it without seeping downward, all of it reaching the bottom of the slope. Yin walked along the entire channel, from the crevice mouth to the slope bottom, about 50 meters. The channel was uniform in width and depth with a smooth bed. The water flowed swiftly, taking only a few minutes from the crevice to the bottom. Keep digging. Dig to the reservoir. Yin began digging eastward along the slope base. With a low roar, the ground split, extending the channel 10 meters. Another roar, another 10 meters. Yin followed behind, inspecting the channel bed, ensuring each section was compacted and impermeable. By the time they reached the reservoir, the sun had already shifted westward. The channel started at the crevice mouth on the northern slope, passed through the northern slope, based the edge of the eastern reef belt, and the northern side of the reservoir. A total length of about 200 meters. Water flowed from the crevice, traveled 200 meters along the channel, and finally entered the reservoir. Yin lay by the reservoir, watching the water flow in. The water was clear, carrying the unique coolness of the underground freshwater layer with a flow 5 times greater than that of the spring. The water level in the pool began to rise slowly from half to 2/3, then to 3/4. Yin crouched by the pool, staring at the rising water, panting heavily. From now on, we won't rely on rainwater, Yin said. Yin turned to look at him. Yin pointed with his paw at the channel. The water comes from underground, flowing every day, never stopping. Yin nodded once, then roared again, thickening the channel walls by another layer. Xianlan came down from the rocky hill, crouched by the pool, and drank. After 2 sips, he lifted his head, licked his mouth, and took 2 more sips. Yu also came to drink. 5 half-grown young turtles lined up, thrusting their heads into the pool water, gulping noisily. 16 old and young turtles crowded around the pool edge. The largest one lay on the rim, stuck its head into the water, took a few sips, choked, and sneezed. Yin carried the smallest newborn turtle to the poolside and placed it at the water's edge. The young turtle dipped its head, took a sip, raised its head with water droplets hanging from its beak, and took another sip. After drinking, it climbed onto Yin's forelimb and lay still. The sun set. Yin climbed to the top of the rocky hill. Xianlan crouched there, facing north. Fog lay over the sea, thicker than in previous days. Within the fog, a faint light flickered, yellow, blinking like a lighthouse. Yin stared at that yellow glimmer for a long time. It neither approached nor retreated, just blinked in the same spot. A ship, Yin said. A blue light flickered in Xianlan's throat. Yin pressed his paw over Xianlan's mouth. Not coming for us. Xianlan's throat dimmed, but his eyes remained fixed on that yellow light. Yin slid down the rocky hill and walked to the reservoir. The pool was full, water spilling over the rim and flowing along the ground toward lower areas. Yin was digging a drainage ditch beside the pool. With a low roar, the ground split open, channeling the overflow toward the shallow shore. The water followed the ditch into the sea without flooding the nursery. Yin lay by the pool, dipping his paw into the water. The water was cool. Cooler than seawater, cooler than the spring water. He took a sip. It had a faint sweetness like mountain spring water. Yin crouched beside him, also dipping his paw into the water. Today the water problem is solved, Yin said. Yin nodded. Yin pointed with his paw at the reservoir. From now on, the whole clan drinks from here. Yin nodded again. The system panel lit up. Underground freshwater system completed. Water source, underground freshwater layer. Daily flow 810 tons. Water quality excellent. Water resource score 45, 75, 30. Sanctuary construction progress increased by 10. Current construction progress 22. Reward issued, water purification device upgrade, blueprint 1. Yin opened the blueprint. The new blueprint was twice as large as the old one, depicting a multi-layer filtration structure, sedimentation tank, gravel layer, charcoal layer, fine sand layer, activated carbon layer, and outlet. In the upper right corner was written, can filter impurities and some harmful substances. Output water is directly drinkable. He stored the blueprint in his system space. The moon rose, and Yin lay by the low wall of the nursery. Xianlan crouched on top of the rocky hill, the blue light in his throat pulsing on and off. Yin lay by the reservoir, his paw pressed against the channel mouth. Yu lay at the edge of the terraced fields, his head tucked into his shell. The female turtle lay by the egg pit with 15 newborn turtles huddled beneath her. The The smallest newborn turtle crawled out from under the female and made its way toward Imo-Xian. It crawled very slowly, pausing after each step. When it reached Imo-Xian's forelimb, it stopped, looked up at him. The pale green patterns on its carapace glowed faintly in the moonlight like fireflies. Imo-Xian looked down at it. The young turtle opened its mouth and uttered a thin, high-pitched call. It wasn't fear nor hunger. It was a sound he had never heard before, as if it were speaking. Xian Lian crawled out from the seaweed pile, came to Imo-Xian's other side, and also looked up at him. Two young turtles, one on the left and one on the right, their carapace patterns, one pale green, one pale cyan, pulsing in the moonlight. Imo-Xian gathered both young turtles with his paws. You two from now on stay with me. Xian Lian blinked. The other young turtle tilted its head. On the sea, the yellow light went out. The fog was pitch black. Imo-Xian stared into that darkness, waiting. He waited a long time, but the yellow light did not reappear. He lowered his head. The two young turtles had already fallen asleep, one on his left paw, the other on his right. Xian Lan stood up from the top of the rocky hill, turned his head toward the sea, and a blue light gathered in his throat. Imo-Xian looked up. There was something on the sea, not a light, but a sound, a low, continuous hum, like a swarm of bees flying in the distance. The sound drew closer, the ground began to tremble, and ripples spread across the reservoir's surface. Xian Lian opened her eyes, stood up, and turned her head toward the sea. Her mouth opened, emitting that thin, sharp warning cry. This time the sound was louder than during the day, carrying farther. The humming ceased. The sea returned to calm. Xian Lian closed her mouth, lay back down on Imo-Xian's paw, and closed her eyes. Before the sky darkened, Imo-Xian called Xian Lan to the shoal. Xian Lan crouched by the water, facing the sea, with an occasional blue glow flickering in its throat. Imo-Xian lay beside it, drawing a circle on the ground with his claw. At night you lead the team, circling the island. Xian Lan turned its head to look at him. Imo-Xian drew a line along the circle. Starting from the conservation area, passing through the shoal, the reef, belt, the north slope, the west beach, and back to the conservation area. After finishing, he patted the ground with his claw. One circle every night. Xian Lan stared at the route for a few seconds, then nodded. Imo-Xian also called Xian Yin and Xian Yu over. Xian Yin crouched on the left, Xian Yu on the right. Both turtles looked at the circle on the ground. Xian Lan leads the team. Xian Yin walks on the left, Xian Yu on the right. Three turtles walked together. Xian Yin nodded. Xian Yu retracted its head, then nodded too. Xian Lian crawled from the conservation area, lying beside Imo-Xian's forelimb, facing the sea. Imo-Xian looked down at it. You go too. Xian Lian looked up and blinked. Follow Xian Lan, learn. Watch the sea, watch the waves, watch the ships. Xian Lian stood up, walked beside Xian Lan, and crouched down. It was too small, smaller than Xian Lan's claw, and crouched behind Xian Lan's forelimb, only half its head visible. The sun set, leaving only a red line on the horizon. Imo-Xian stood atop the rocky hill, watching Xian Lan lead the team. Xian Lan walked at the front, head raised, eyes fixed on the sea. Xian Yin walked on the left 3 steps from Xian Lan, facing the direction of the reef belt. Xian Yu walked on the right 5 steps from Xian Lan, head tucked into its shell, only its eyes visible. Xian Lian followed at the rear, its 4 legs scurrying to keep up with the adult turtles. The first stop was the shoal. Xian Lan stopped, facing the sea, and a blue light flickered in its throat. Xian Yin also stopped, sniffing the sea breeze. Xian Yu poked its head out of its shell, looked around, then retracted. Xian Lian crawled between Xian Lan's hind legs, stood at the front, and stared at the sea. Thin mist lay over the sea, most of the moonlight obscured, and nothing was visible. But Xian Lian slowly turned its head toward the northeast, stopping there motionless. Xian Lan followed its gaze. After about half a minute, a dark shadow appeared on the sea, very low, hugging the water, drifting from the northeast. The shadow was about 300 meters offshore, not approaching, drifting westward with the current. A blue light gathered in Xian Lan's throat, then faded. It turned and continued, Xian Yin following, Xian Yu following, and Xian Lian running at the rear. The second stop was the reef belt. Xian Lan climbed onto the highest rock, crouched, scanning the sea. Xian Yin crouched under the rock, facing the sea. Xian Yu lay in a crevice, only its nose exposed. Xian Lian couldn't climb the rock, circled below twice, then climbed onto Xian Yan's back, standing on its carapace to look out to sea. Waves crashed against the rocks, splashing water. Xian Lian stared at the spray for a few seconds, then turned its gaze to the south. It jumped off Xian Yan's back, ran to the southern edge of the reef, and stood still. Xian Lan jumped down from the rock and walked beside it. Xian Lian pointed a claw at the sea surface. There was a patch of white foam, not from the waves, but churned up by something underwater. The foam slowly dissipated. Nothing surfaced. Xian Lan stared at the foam for half a minute, then turned and continued. The third stop was the north slope. Xian Lan climbed to the top of the slope, crouched, facing north. Xian Yin crouched on the slopes waist facing the mainland. Xian Yu crouched at the bottom, head tucked into its shell. Xian Lian climbed to the top, lying beside Xian Lan, also facing north. A light glowed on the northern sea, faint yellow flickering. It was the same as seen the previous nights. Xian Lian stared at the yellow light, opened its mouth, and emitted a thin warning sound. Xian Lan pressed its claw over Xian Lian's mouth. Xian Lian's sound stopped, but its eyes remained fixed on the yellow light. The light flickered a dozen times, then extinguished. The sea returned to pitch black. The fourth stop was the West Beach. This place was the quietest, with gentle waves, no reefs, only a stretch of flat sand. Xian Lan walked along the waterline, its claws leaving shallow impressions on the wet sand. Xian Yin walked on the higher beach 10 meters from the waterline. Xian Yu walked in the middle, its head protruding from its shell, looking left and right. Xian Lian ran to the water's edge, dipped its claws into the sea, feeling the temperature of the current. It withdrew its claws, ran to Xian Lan, and pointed a claw at the sea. Xian Lan approached, lowered its nose close to the water, and sniffed. The seawater carried a faint metallic smell like rust, not fish, not seaweed. Xian Yin also came to sniff, then sneezed. Xian Yu did not approach, crouching in the distance, its head retracted into its shell. Xian Lan turned and headed back, Xian Yin following, Xian Yu following, and Xian Lian running at the rear. When they returned to the conservation area, the moon was already overhead. Mo Xian was still lying by the low wall, awake. Xian Lan crouched before him, nodding. The circle was complete. Xian Yin also nodded. Xian Yu poked its head out of its shell and nodded once. Xian Lian lay on the ground, panting, its four legs trembling. It had run the entire circle a distance too long for it. Mo Xian drew Xian Lian close with his claw. What did you see? Xian Lian raised its head, pointed a claw toward the northeast, then toward the north, and finally toward the sea beyond the West Beach. 3 directions. A ship. A dark shadow in the northeast. A yellow light in the north. A metallic smell in the west seawater. Xian Lian nodded. Mo Xian looked at Xian Lan. And you? Xian Lan pointed a claw toward the northeast, then toward the north, and then at its own nose. It too had smelled the metallic scent. Mo Xian opened the system panel. On the warning module, the blue circle's range had expanded from 5 kilometers to 8. At the edge of the circle were 3 faint red dots, 1 in the northeast, 2 in the north, and 1 in the west. The dots were very faint, flickering on the boundary. He closed the panel. Starting tomorrow, patrol every night. Whether you see anything or not, complete 1 circle. Xian Lan nodded. Xian Yin nodded. Xian Yu poked its head out of its shell, nodded once, then retracted. Xian Lian got up from the ground, walked beside Xian Lan, and crouched down. Its legs still trembled, but its head was held high, eyes fixed on the sea. Mo Xian lay down facing the sea. Xian Lan lay on the left, Xian Yin on the right, Xian Yu behind. Xian Lian lay between Mo Xian's forelimbs, its head poking out through the gap of his claws. On the sea, at the positions of the 3 red dots, something was moving. Not a ship, not a sea beast. A light, very faint, very diffuse, as if someone had lit a lamp underwater. The light, filtering through the sea, fragmented into pieces. Xian Lian's mouth opened, then closed. It did not cry out, but its body trembled. Mo Xian pressed his claw on its carapace. Don't be afraid. The young turtle's trembling gradually ceased, but its eyes remained fixed on the fragmented light. The fragmented light drifted on the sea for about a quarter of an hour, then sank and extinguished. After dawn, Xian Lian crawled out from beneath Mo Xian's forelimb, made her way to the shallows, and faced the sea. Her legs no longer trembled. The pale cyan patterns on her carapace gleamed in the morning light. Mo Xian followed and lay down beside her. The sea was clear and free of fog, revealing the distant reef belt and the horizon beyond. Xian Lian stared at the sea for half a minute, then suddenly stood up, retreated 2 steps, and withdrew into her shell. Mo Xian followed her gaze. A dorsal ridge emerged on the water, grayish-black, elongated, resembling an overturned boat. The ridge moved from east to west, not fast, but heading toward the island. Xian Lan, Mo Xian called. Xian Lan rushed down from the rocky summit and stood beside Mo Xian, the blue light in her throat beginning to gather. Xian Yin crawled over from the reservoir and crouched on the other side. Xian Yu ran from the terraced fields and laid down at the rear. The 5 half-grown juvenile turtles were herded into the nursery enclosure by the female turtle, while 16 old juveniles and 15 new ones huddled in the corner. The dorsal ridge drew closer. When it was 500 meters from shore, a triangular head emerged from the water with yellow vertical pupils and a mouth open, revealing a serrated beak. It was twice the size of the last one, over 10 meters in length, its carapace covered in barnacles and oysters. As it crawled ashore, the sand was gouged into 2 deep furrows. Mo Xian remained still. Xian Lan remained still. Xian Yan's forelimbs pressed into the sand, claws sinking in. The sea beast halted less than 50 meters from the nursery. It tilted its head looking at the group of turtles, opened its mouth, and emitted a low, bellowing sound like a cow. The sound was loud enough to make Xian's ears ring. Xian poked her head out of her shell, then retracted it again. Xian, trap it, Xian said. Xian let out a low growl. 3 cracks split the sand around the sea beast, from its left, right, and rear simultaneously. The fissures were about a foot wide and half a meter deep. Earth pushed up from the cracks, forming 3 low walls that reached the sea beast's knees. The beast looked down at the walls, scraped at one with its forelimb, but the wall held. It turned to retreat into the sea, but the rear wall blocked its path. Xianlan struck the head. Xianlan opened her mouth, the blue light in her throat blazing to its brightest. A water bullet shot out, trailing blue, and slammed into the left side of the sea beast's face. Its head snapped sideways, and it spat a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth. It shook its head, spun around, and lashed its tail at Xianlan. The tail was as thick as a tree trunk covered in bony spikes. Xianlan did not dodge. She lowered her head, presenting her carapace to the tail. The tail struck the carapace with a dull thud. Xianlan was knocked back 2 meters, her claws gouging 4 deep furrows in the sand. A white scratch appeared on the carapace, but it did not crack. The sea beast withdrew its tail. 2 spikes at the tip broke off and fell onto the sand. Xian sealed the front. Xian growled low. The sand in front of the sea beast split open, and earth rose to form a half-human high wall. Now surrounded by 4 walls, the beast clawed at the front wall. It wobbled, but did not collapse. It lifted its head, its yellow vertical pupils fixed on Xianlan, and opened its mouth, emitting a gurgling sound from its throat. Xian recognized it. Not a roar, but a charge. Xianlan interrupted. Xianlan fired 3 consecutive water bullets. The first struck the beast's mouth, the second entered its throat, and the third hit its right eye. The sea beast's head jerked back, its gurgling turning into a scream. Its right eye closed, blood seeping from the eyelid. It rammed the wall frantically, and a crack appeared in the earth wall. Xian reinforce. Xian growled low, the fissure sealed, and the wall thickened. The beast stopped, panting heavily. Its mouth opened and closed, blood dripping from the corners onto the sand, absorbed instantly. Its left yellow eye fixed on Xianlan, the pupil contracting to a slit. Xian stepped out from behind Xianlan and stood before the sea beast. Leave. Get out of here. The beast stared at him, unmoving. Don't leave, you die. The sea beast's left eye shifted, looking toward the nursery. The juvenile turtles huddled behind the low wall, the largest one standing atop the wall facing this direction. The sea beast opened its mouth again, the gurgling resuming in its throat. Xianlan charged and rammed its left face. The beast's head slammed into the earth wall, cracking it, but the wall did not collapse. Xian growled low, and the crack sealed. Xianlan stepped back and rammed again, this time into the lower jaw. The beast's mouth snapped shut, cutting off the gurgle. The sea beast began digging with all 4 limbs, its claws excavating 4 deep pits in the sand. It tried to burrow down, but beneath the sand lay hard clay, which it could not penetrate. It lifted its head, its left eye fixed on Xianlan, then slowly turned to Xian. Xian did not retreat. In the sea beast's left eye, the yellow pupil dilated, then contracted again. It stopped digging, placed its forelimbs on the earth wall, stretched its head over, and stared at Xian for 3 seconds. Then it turned and rammed the rear wall. Once, twice, 3 times. The wall cracked. The beast squeezed through the gap and crawled toward the sea. Water splashed up, the beast sank, and a trail of blood bubbles rose to the surface. The blood bubbles floated up and dispersed, leaving a pale red oil slick on the water. Xian collapsed onto the sand, panting. Xianlan crouched beside him, the blue light in her throat extinguished foam at the corners of her mouth. Xian lay on the ground, forelimbs trembling. After using the earth wall technique repeatedly, his chakra was nearly depleted. Xian crawled up from behind and nudged Xian's hind leg with his head. Xian stood up and walked to the nursery wall. The juvenile turtles huddled in the corner, the largest still standing on the wall facing the sea. The female turtle gathered the new juveniles beneath her body. The smallest one poked its head out from under her plastron, glanced at Xian, then retracted it. Xian crawled back from the shallows, climbed onto Xian's forelimb, and lay down. Her body still trembled, but her eyes were bright, fixed on the pale red oil slick on the sea. You saw it coming, Xian said. Xian looked up at him. Half a quarter of an hour ago you saw it. Xian blinked once. Xian placed her on the low wall and turned to survey the battlefield. The beach was covered in claw marks and drag trails, several earth walls cracked, and blood dripped along the path. He used his claws to push the walls down and shove the earth back into the sand. Xian came to help, using earth wall to compact the ground again. Xianlan wiped away the bloodstains with her body and then rinsed them with seawater. By the time the sun reached overhead, the beach had returned to its original state. The walls were gone, the claw marks were gone, the blood was gone. Only the broken bone spikes at the edge of the reef belt remained on the sand. Xian picked them up and threw them into the sea. Xian lay on the rocky summit and opened the system panel. Battle record: Xuan Turtle Clan vs. Chunin level Sea Beast. Participants: Xianlan Jinin level, Xian Yin Jinin level. Result: repelled. Clan casualties: none. System assessment: Jinin level Xian turtles cooperating can contend with Chunin level enemies. He closed the panel and slid down the rocky summit. Xianlan crouched by the shallows facing the sea. The blue light in her throat had stopped flickering, but her eyes remained fixed on the water. Today you fought a Chunin level enemy, Xian said. Xianlan turned to look at him. You are Jinin level. Xian Yin is Jinin level. 2 Jinin repelled a Chunin. Xianlan gazed at her own claws and slowly nodded. Xian lay down beside her. There will be stronger ones in the future. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flashed once. On the sea, the pale red oil slick had already dispersed. But beneath the oil slick something moved. Something huge, much larger than the sea beast, just now rising slowly from the depths. A bulge formed on the water's surface, then subsided, then rose again. Xianlian jumped off the low wall, ran to Xian's side, and stared at the water bulge. Her mouth opened, emitting that thin, piercing warning cry. This time the sound was louder than ever, echoing across the entire island. The water bulge split open. It was not a sea beast's head, it was an eye. Larger than Xian's body, yellow with a vertical pupil staring at the island from beneath the water. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. The night had grown pitch dark, the moon absent from the sky. Xianlan led the patrol formation. Xian Yin took the left flank, Xian Yu the right, while Xianlian brought up the rear. Xian lay atop the rocky ridge watching them. Xianlian ran faster today, just barely keeping pace with the adults. Faint cyan patterns on its carapace glimmered weakly in the darkness. The first stop, a shallow flat. The coast was empty. At the second stop, the reef belt, the waves smashed against the rocks, sending plumes of spray high into the air. Xianlan climbed the tallest reef rock to scan the sea. Xian Yin crouched below, Xian Yu retreated into its shell. Xianlian did not join them, instead it lay on the sand with its ears pressed to the ground, eyes closed. From the ridge, Xian watched Xianlian suddenly rise, its head turning south. The young turtle scurried toward Xianlan, tapping its foreleg with a claw before nudging Xianlan's limb and pointing its nose southward. Xianlan leaped down from the reef and strode to the southern shoreline, lowering its snout to the water's surface. Xian Yin joined it. The 2 adult turtles crouched motionless at the water's edge. Xian Yu poked his head out of his shell, glanced about, and retreated. Xian slid down the ridge and began climbing toward the reef belt. Halfway there, Xianlian came running, sand and pebbles flying from his frantic claws. Xianlian halted before Xian pointed a claw south at the sea, then ducked his head and took 2 cautious steps back. A ship. Xianlian nodded. Xian crawled to the southern shore and pressed his snout to the water. The sea carried a trace of diesel, faint but unmistakable. He pressed his ear to the surface and heard it, an engine low and humming like a distant swarm. The sound came from the south, growing steadily closer. All hands conceal, Xian commanded. Xianlan turned and sprinted toward the sanctuary. Xian Yin followed. Xian Yu burst from his shell, outpacing everyone. Xian picked up Xian Lian in his jaws and ran back to the sanctuary. The female had already herded the hatchlings behind the low wall. 16 elders and 15 newborns crowded into the corner, the smallest pinned beneath the rest with only its tail tip exposed. Xian dropped Xian Lian into a bed of seaweed, then darted to the pool and scraped the sand, erasing every paw print. Xianlan trotted a loop across the beach, obliterating all traces. Xian Yin walled the cracks in the stone barrier with earth. Xian Yu gathered scattered seaweed into a single pile. Xian returned to the sanctuary and sprawled across the wall, opening, blocking it with his body. Xianlan lay to his left, Xian Yin to his right, Xian Yu behind. The female crouched in front of the hatchlings, shielding every one of them. 5 juvenile turtles pressed themselves into the gaps between the adults. The largest retracted its head deep into its shell. The engine's roar grew louder. Xian crested the wall, peering south over the sea. A dark silhouette emerged from the fog, massive, larger than any vessel he had ever seen. The shape drew nearer, clarity sharpening, a warship, gray hull, the cannon mounted at the prow, and on its side an emblem of 4 wavy lines. The same sigil etched on the ring of the corpse he had found earlier. Kirigakure, Xian thought. He ducked back, chin to the ground. A blue glow flickered within Xianlan's throat, and Xian pressed a claw over its mouth. The blue light in Xianlan's throat died, but its eyes remained fixed on the wall. The warship stopped approximately 3 kilometers offshore. Deck lights ignited and 2 beams of white swept the sea, one scanning the island's left flank, the other the right. The beams skimmed past either side of the island, missing land entirely. The engine throttled down and voices drifted across the wind, unintelligible. Xian Lian crawled from the seaweed and slipped beneath Mo Xian's foreleg, raising its head above the wall to stare at the warship. Its eyes half closed. The cyan patterns on its carapace began to glow, brightening steadily, as though a lamp had been lit beneath the water. Mo Xian nudged it back, but Xian Lian wriggled free and continued gazing at the vessel. The warship held its position for roughly half an hour, then the engine revved, the ship turned south and departed. Its stern light shrunk until it vanished into the fog. Mo Xian waited another quarter hour before rising to peer over the wall. The sea was empty, the engine sound gone. He climbed over and walked to the shallows, looking south. The fog lifted. Moonlight turned the sea to silver. Xian Lian followed, crawling to the water's edge facing south. Its eyes half closed. The cyan lines on its carapace shone like fractures filled with light. How far ahead did you spot it? Mo Xian asked. Xian Lian turned and held up 3 claws. 3 kilometers. It detected the ship from 3 kilometers out. Mo Xian opened his system panel and pulled up Xian Lian's status screen. Xian Lian Mortal Turtle Chunin rank. Unlock technique water style, perception water screen. Effect spreads a thin water film across the sea surface, detecting chakra fluctuations and movement within the covered radius. Current range 500 meters. Duration 10 minutes. Chakra cost low. Evolution potential high. Mo Xian closed the panel and studied Xian Lian. The hatchling stood at the shoreline facing south, the patterns on its carapace pulsing faintly. It opened its mouth and expelled a stream of water, not a spray but a flow, spreading across the surface into a thin film. Under the moonlight, the film gleamed like a mirror, stretching 500 meters from the shallows past the reef belt. Xian Lian closed its eyes. Faint points of light appeared on the water screen, drifting southward, growing dimmer until they faded at the periphery. Xian Lian opened its eyes. The film shattered into ordinary seawater. What did you see? Mo Xian asked. Xian Lian pointed south and held up 3 claws, then curled 2 back, leaving 1 extended. One ship 3 kilometers out heading south. And oi. Xian Lian tilted its head, pondered, then dragged a claw across the sand. It drew a rectangle surmounted by a triangle, a ship. Beneath it, wavy lines denoting water. Below the waves, a circle with a dot at its center. Mo Xian studied the sketch. Something is underwater. Xian Lian nodded, extending 5 claws. 5. Then it curled 3 back, leaving 2. 3 large. 2 small. Mo Xian looked out to sea. Moonlight broke across calm water, offering nothing to the naked eye. Yet beneath the water screen 3 kilometers out, 5 shapes followed the ship. 3 large, 2 small. Xian Lian approached and crouched beside Mo Xian, regarding the sand drawing. Its throat glowed blue once more, pupils narrowing to slits as it stared south. From now on you will sweep the sea with the perception water screen every day, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Mo Xian pointed south with his claw. Especially in that direction. Xian Lian nodded again. Mo Xian picked up Xian Lian and carried it back to the sanctuary, setting it down in the seaweed bed. The hatchling flopped onto its back, legs flailing. Mo Xian nudged it upright. It scuttled beneath the female's plastron and curled up to sleep. Mo Xian lay at the wall facing south. Xian Lian crouched nearby. A thin mist hung over the sea, the moon obscured everything, shrouded in blackness. Within that darkness, 2 faint yellow pinpoints flickered, like a distant lighthouse. Not a ship. Those were the eyes of the 2 small things. Xian Lian emerged from under the female and climbed onto Mo Xian's foreleg, fixed on the yellow specks. It opened its mouth, but made no sound, staring. The yellow lights flickered a dozen times and went out. The sea returned to blackness. Mo Xian looked down at Xian Lian. The hatchling's eyes were half closed. The cyan patterns on its carapace still glowed, faint like a dying flame. What did you see? Mo Xian asked. Xian Lian pointed a claw at its own eyes, then at the sea, then ducked its head. It is underwater. After dawn, Mo Xian led Xian Lian to the edge of the shallows. The young turtle lay by the water, its head facing the sea, the blue-green patterns on its carapace dulled in the morning light. Mo Xian crouched beside it and pointed a claw toward the sea. Use that technique from yesterday again. Xian Lian opened its mouth and spat a mouthful of water. The water spread across the sea surface, forming a thin film that shimmered in the sunlight. It extended outward from the shallows, covering roughly 500 meters of ocean. Mo Xian could see ripples along the edges of the water screen, like a layer of transparent oil. Xian Lian closed its eyes. Several points of light appeared on the screen, schools of fish swimming near the reef. And a vague shadowy mass, deeper still, motionless. Xianlian opened its eyes, and the water screen shattered. What was that shadow? Xian asked. Xianlian tilted its head thought for a moment, then pointed a claw toward the seabed before shrinking its neck slightly. It did not know, but sensed something wrong. Xian stood and walked to the water's edge, staring at the spot where the shadow had lingered. The sea was calm, nothing was visible. Try again. Xianlian spat water once more. The screen spread faster this time, covering roughly 50 meters more than before. The shadow remained in place, unmoving. Xianlian stared at the shadow for a few seconds, then suddenly opened its eyes and took a step back. The water screen shattered, and the shadow vanished. It moved. Xian said. Xianlian nodded and pointed a claw toward the island. The shadow was moving toward them. Xian kept his gaze fixed on the sea and waited half an hour. There was no movement on the water, but he trusted Xianlian. He turned and climbed toward the rocky rise with Xianlian following. At the summit, Xian lay flat facing the sea. Xianlian settled beside him. That technique is called sensing water screen, Xian said. Xianlian turned to look at him. Xian pointed a claw toward the ocean. You use it to see everything on and beneath the surface. Ships, fish, sea beasts, even ninjas. Xianlian gazed at the sea and gave a single nod. Right now I can see 500 meters. Later it will reach farther. Xian slid down from the rocky rise and led Xianlian toward the northern slope. The irrigation ditch had already been cleared and the current flowed steadily. Xianlian lay beside the channel and looked down into the water. It was clear, revealing the hard soil layer at the bottom. It extended a claw and touched the surface, sending ripples outward. The ripples spread, struck the channel walls, and rebounded, forming complex patterns. Xianlian studied those waves for a long while, then closed its eyes. Xian watched as the patterns on its carapace began to glow, shifting from pale blue-green to bright azure, as though someone had lit a lamp beneath the water. The light lasted about 10 seconds, then faded. Xianlian opened its eyes and pointed a claw upstream. What is upstream? Xian asked. Xianlian drew a circle with its claw and placed a dot inside it, the same symbol it had drawn before, representing the hollow space beneath the rocky rise. Then it drew a line from the circle to the channel. Water flows from the hollow through the channel and into the cistern. You saw where the water comes from, Xian said. Xianlian nodded. Xian studied it for a moment. Can you see underground water? Xianlian tilted its head, thoughtfully pointed a claw at its own eyes, then pointed at the ground. It could not directly see the water beneath the earth, but it could sense the direction and distance of the water source through the ripples on the surface. Xian opened the system panel and reviewed the description for Xianlian's sensing water screen. The range remained 500 meters, but its precision was improving. He closed the panel and led Xianlian back to the shallows. Xianlian crouched by the water facing the sea. The blue light in its throat flickered occasionally. Xian lay beside Xianlian with Xianlian nestled between his forelimbs. Xianlian, sweep the sea with your sensing water screen. Xian said. Xianlian spat water, and the screen spread. Within the 500-meter range, several points of light appeared, schools of fish, and 2 small sea turtles swimming beyond the reef. No ships, no sea beasts, no shadow. Xianlian stared at the screen for half a minute, then closed its eyes. A new point of light appeared on the water screen. It was enormous, 10 times larger than the fish lights, entering the screen's edge from the northeast and slowly approaching the island. Xianlian opened its eyes, and the screen shattered. It pointed a claw toward the northeast and extended 3 talons. Something had entered from 3 kilometers out. How large? Xian asked. Xianlian opened its mouth and drew a circle in the sand. The circle was 10 times larger than its own body. Xian stood and faced northeast. A thin haze hovered over the sea. Within it, a dark silhouette glided low, skimming the water. It looked the same as what he had seen on previous nights. The shadow stopped about 2 kilometers from the island and went still. Can you make out what it is? Xian asked. Xianlian spat water again. The screen spread this time, covering only the stretch of sea between the shallows and the shadow, not the full 500 meters. It closed its eyes and the patterns on its carapace began to glow. Through the water screen, the silhouette gradually clarified. It was neither a ship nor a sea beast, but a massive floating object, rectangular with jagged edges like fragments of something broken apart. Xianlian opened its eyes, pointed toward the object, then shook its head. It could not discern details at such a distance. Xian stared at the debris for a long while. The object drifted without moving, bobbing gently with the waves 2 kilometers offshore. Xianlian, go investigate, Xian said. Xianlian rose and entered the sea, swimming toward the debris. It swam slowly, pausing every so often to stare at the object. When it reached about 500 meters away, Xianlian stopped and circled wide, approaching from the side. The object remained motionless. Xianlian swam alongside it and nudged it with its head. The debris rolled over, exposing what lay beneath. The hull of a ship roughly 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, with a massive hole torn into its underside. The edges were scorched, bleached white by seawater. Fishing nets and wires were tangled around the wreck there, loose and swinging in the current, sparking faintly. Xianlan grabbed a length of wire with its claws and carried it back to the shallows. Xian took the wire and laid it on the sand. It was copper cable, the insulation shard, and reeking of burnt plastic. He peeled back the scorched sheathing with a claw. The copper core was bright, untouched by corrosion from the sea. Xianlan crouched nearby, the blue light in its throat flashing once. The ship was blown apart, Xian said. Xianlan tilted its head. Xian pointed a claw at the wire, then toward the northeast. There was a battle over there. The ship was shattered and drifted to this place. Xianlian crawled out from under Xian's forelimbs and approached the wire, sniffed it, and sneezed. It stepped back, and the patterns on its carapace began to glow, growing brighter still. It opened its mouth and spat water onto the wire. The electrical sparks on the wire intensified, crackling loudly. Xianlian shrank its head and retreated behind Xian. Xian pushed the wire aside with a claw. On the sea, the wreckage began to sink. Water poured into the massive hole, and the debris gradually slipped beneath the surface. The last fragment of mast stood upright like a hand, then disappeared underwater as well. A trail of bubbles rose and popped, leaving behind a thin film of oil that shimmered with rainbow colors in the sunlight. Xianlian stared at the oil slick, eyes half closed. It spat water again, and the screen spread, covering the spot where the wreck had sunk. Beneath the water screen, the debris continued its slow descent toward the seabed. Beside the wreckage, a far larger shadow emerged, 5 times the size of the debris, rising from the deep. Xianlian opened its eyes, and the screen shattered. It pointed a claw toward that stretch of sea, then shrank its head, retreated behind Xian, and withdrew completely into its shell. Xian fixed his gaze on the water. The surface was calm, the oil slick slowly dispersing and merging with the seawater. Sunlight fell upon it, and nothing was visible. But beneath the water something was rising. Xianlan stood, the blue light in its throat brightening to its fullest intensity. Xian pressed a claw against its mouth. Wait. The water swelled upward into a great dome larger than the eye they had seen the day before. The dome split open, not an eye but a backbone. Charcoal gray and smooth, free of barnacles and scars, it rose about 2 meters above the surface, resembling a small hill. The backbone moved slowly toward where the wreck had sunk. When it reached the debris field, it halted. A stream of enormous bubbles erupted from the water, each one the size of an adult turtle's body. As the bubbles burst, the sea began to churn violently as though boiling. Xianlian peeked out from its shell, staring at the backbone, and let out a small, trembling cry. It was not a warning, it was fear. Xian picked up Xianlian in his mouth, turned, and ran toward the sanctuary. Xianlan followed the blue light in its throat, never fading. Reaching the low wall of the sanctuary, Xian set Xianlian down among the seaweed and turned back to the sea. The backbone remained in place, neither advancing nor departing. The sea continued to churn, and bubbles kept rising. The sound of bursting bubbles carried across 2 kilometers like distant thunder. Xian lay flat by the wall, watching the backbone. Xianlan crouched beside him, the blue light in its throat pulsing rhythmically. Slowly the backbone sank back below the surface. The sea grew calm once more. The bubbles ceased, and the restless waters stilled. Sunlight bathed the ocean in gold. Xianlian climbed out from the seaweed and made its way onto Xian's forelimbs, staring fixedly at the sea. Its body still trembled, but its eyes shone brightly, and the blue-green patterns on its carapace continued to glow without fading. 2 sharks charged out to 50 meters beyond the shallows and came to a halt. They surfaced, their dorsal fins cutting through the water, separating left and right. One veering left, the other right. Xianlan's throat blazed with the brightest blue light aimed at the shark on the left. Xian held back. The left shark suddenly turned and swam out to the deep sea. The one on the right followed suit, turning around as well. The 2 sharks swam 100 meters out and sank beneath the waves, leaving only 2 faint ripples dissolving on the surface. The small boat was still 300 meters away, its 2 occupants already seated, the vessel beginning to turn and slowly drift southward. Xian watched the small boat depart until it vanished into the fog. Xianlan's throat dimmed, but his eyes remained fixed on the sea. Why did they leave? Xian asked. Xianlian climbed back from the water's edge and scrambled onto Xian's forelimb, pointing with his claws toward the sanctuary area. Too many hatchlings, they dared not take the risk. Xian carried Xianlian back to the sanctuary in his jaws and set him down on the seaweed pile. Xianlian flipped onto his back, kicking all 4 legs in the air. Xian nudged him upright with his snout, and the hatchling crawled beneath the female turtle's plastron, curling up to sleep. The next morning, Imoshien was roused by the female turtle's call, not a warning, but a summons. He rose from beside the low wall and made his way toward the nesting pit. The female turtle crouched at the pit's edge, her head extended inward. The sand within stirred, heaving upward from below as grains cascaded downward. The first hatchling emerged, followed closely by a second, while a third became lodged at the pit's mouth. Imoshien supported the third hatchling with the tip of his claw and gave it a gentle push upward. The little turtle tumbled over the rim, rolled once, and landed on its back. He nudged it right with his snout, and the hatchling righted itself, crawling toward the female. The fourth, fifth, and sixth hatchlings made their way out. The 7th through 12th moved with the greatest speed, pressing together as they pushed outward. The 13th through 18th emerged more slowly, and one paused midway, shrinking into its shell, motionless. Imoshien brushed away the sand at the pit's opening with his claw, gently dug out the little turtle, and placed it on the sandy ground. The hatchling drew in for a few seconds, then extended its head, glanced at him, and continued crawling toward the female. 18. All alive. The female turtle gathered the new hatchlings beneath her, lowering her head to lick the shell of the smallest one. The little turtle stirred slightly, tucking its head into the gap beneath the female's plastron. Imoshien stepped back and opened the system panel. The race count had risen from 30 to 48. 18 new hatchlings added to the original 30 brought the total to 48. 2 more to reach 50. He closed the panel and crawled back to the sanctuary. 30 of the older hatchlings huddled together within the low wall, the largest standing atop the crest with its head oriented toward the nesting pit. 5 juveniles lay at the base of the wall, the smallest of them on its back with legs outstretched. Imoshien rested beside the low wall, watching as the female turtle emerged from the nesting pit, accompanied by the 18 new hatchlings. The female led the way at the front, with the new hatchlings following in a line behind her, the smallest bringing up the rear, pausing after every 3 crawls. Upon reaching the sanctuary's low wall, the female came to a stop. The older hatchlings parted to let her through as the female guided her new brood into the seaweed mound, drawing all 18 beneath her. 30 of the elder hatchlings formed a ring around them, the largest resting beside the female, with its gaze directed outward beyond the wall. Imoshien rose and walked to the edge of the cistern. Xian Yin was repairing drainage ditches along the pool, while Xin Yu assisted by hauling stones. 5 juvenile turtles trailed behind, using their claws to fill gaps with crushed rock. "Stop," Imoshien said. Xian Yin halted and looked up at him. Xian Yu stopped as well. The 5 juveniles crouched on the ground, gazing upward at Imoshien. From today onward, the hatchlings are no longer under the female's care. Imoshien pointed with his claw at the largest juvenile. "You take charge of the young." The juvenile tilted its head. "Feeding warmth training. It falls to you." The juvenile rose, walked to the sanctuary's low wall, and crouched down to watch over the group of hatchlings. It glanced back at Imoshien and gave a single nod. Imoshien then pointed to the oldest female, the one who hadn't laid eggs, another of the 3 adult turtles who had followed him from the beginning. "You elder of the nursery. You are responsible for the feeding and basic training of the hatchlings." The female turtle blinked. "Xian Yin oversees construction. Xian Lan oversees combat. Xian Lian handles reconnaissance. You tend to the young." The female gave a nod. Imoshien assembled the entire clan by the cistern. The adult turtles crouched in the front row, the juveniles occupied the middle, the older hatchlings clustered at the rear, while the newest arrivals remained sheltered beneath the female's body. 48 turtles formed a semicircle around the cistern. "We've broken 40 today," Imoshien declared. "The next milestone is 50. Xianlong looked up at him. "Before we reach 50, we need more provisions, stronger walls, and greater power." Imoshien leaped down from the cistern wall and made his way to the edge of the terraced fields. Over 1,000 grain seedlings stood tall, the tallest reaching his chest, with green heavy panicles already forming. He cupped one ear in his claw and counted the developing kernels, more than 20 still in the milky stage. He released his grip, and the ears snapped back, shedding a few droplets of water. Xian Yin crouched at the field's edge, gazing at those panicles. "In 10 more days the first harvest will be ready," Imoshien said. Xian Yin nodded in agreement. Imoshien then walked over to the stone wall. The section along the shallows had been washed away several times by the waves, each time rebuilt by Xian Yin using earthen wall techniques. The wall now stood at the height of Imoshien's neck, 2 feet thick, its surface coated with a layer of hardened earth, so that when seawater surged against it, the water simply ran down without seeping through. Xianlong descended from the rocky hill and crouched beside Imoshien. "For tonight's patrol, bring Xian Lian," Imoshien instructed. Xianlong nodded. "Also from today onward, Xian Lian is to scan the sea with the perception water screen 3 times daily." At dawn, noon, and dusk. Xianlan nodded again. As the sun set, Mo Xian climbed to the summit of the rocky hill. Xianlian was already perched there facing north. The patterns on its carapace glowed faintly in the moonlight reminiscent of fireflies. Mo Xian lay down beside it. What do you see? Xianlian pointed northward with its claw extending 3 talon tips. Something lay 3 kilometers beyond. It extended 2 more talon tips and curved them uncertainly, unknown exactly what it was. Mo Xian stared out at the northern seascape, shrouded in fog that obscured clear vision. He lowered himself and pressed his ear against the rock. No sound reached him. Xianlian expelled another stream of water, and the membrane spread across the summit, blanketing the northern waters. Upon its surface, a single pinpoint of light flickered, tiny and motionless. Xianlian fixed its gaze on that speck for half a minute before opening its eyes and sketching a rectangle with its claw. A vessel. How large? Xianlian spread its claws wide to indicate considerable size. Smaller than the warship they'd encountered previously, yet vastly larger than a small boat. It then drew a circle beneath the rectangle. Something beneath the hull. What sort of thing? Xianlian tilted its head in thought, then sketched a circular head with an enormous mouth, resembling the creature drawn the day before. It extended 5 talon tips, 5 of them. Mo Xian rose to his feet, facing north. Through the moonlight and mist, a shadowy silhouette appeared, low and skimming the water's surface. The shadow neither advanced nor retreated, it simply held its position. He crouched low, fixing his gaze upon it for an extended duration. Xianlian lay beside him, the luminescent patterns on its carapace continuing to glow. The shadow moved, not approaching but shifting eastward. It proceeded at a sluggish pace, lingering for roughly a quarter hour before vanishing into the mist. Xianlian's water screen shattered, and as it closed its eyes, the carapace patterns gradually dimmed. They've departed, Mo Xian observed. Xianlian opened its eyes and gave a nod. Mo Xian slid down from the rocky hill and made his way to the sanctuary. 48 hatchlings were crowded within the low wall, while the female turtle lay positioned across the entrance, her body forming a barrier to shield the young inside. 5 juveniles rested beside the female, with the largest positioned at the outermost edge, its head oriented beyond the wall. Mo Xian lay beside the low wall, gazing northward. Xianlan descended from the rocky hill and took position to his left. Xianyan approached from the cistern area and settled to his right, while Xianyu came from the terraced fields to rest behind him. Xianlian slid down from the rocky hill and climbed onto Mo Xian's forelimb, remaining still. Mo Xian opened the system panel. Species count 48. Average combat power Genin lower tier. Sanctuary development 25. Next stage objective 50. He closed the panel. Across the sea surface, moonlight was swallowed by clouds, plunging everything into darkness. Amidst the blackness, a single point of yellow light flickered, identical to what had been seen before. After flashing roughly a dozen times, it extinguished. Xianlian raised its head, fixing its gaze upon that darkness. Once more, the patterns on its carapace flared to life, brighter than before, bathing the entire shell in a blue-green luminescence. It hasn't left. Xianlian indicated with a claw pointed northward. Mo Xian stared into the void, unable to make out anything, yet he trusted Xianlian. That solitary yellow light reignited, this time at a closer range. After dawn, Mo Xian retrieved a small porcelain vial from a crevice in the stone. The vial was twice the size of his basic tempering fluid container, its label carved with 2 wave-like striations and dyed a deep blue. He bit the stopper and pulled it free. The liquid inside was milky white, carrying the sharp tang of quicklime. Xianyan crouched before him, mud from the previous evening's ditch digging still clinging to its forelimbs. Mo Xian pushed the vial toward its mouth. Drink. Xianyan lowered its head, clamped its jaws around the rim, and tilted back to swallow. The empty vial dropped onto the sand, rolling twice before coming to rest. It blinked once. When its eyes opened again, the pupils had changed, from brown to a deep gray, like polished granite. Its carapace began to rise. Old scales curled upward at the edges, widening at the margins, revealing fresh, darker gray armor beneath. Its body had swollen a size larger. Its forelimbs were thicker, its claws more sharply curved, and a layer of keratinous plate had grown across the backs of its claws. Xianyan rose to its feet and shook its entire body. The old scales sprang loose and scattered onto the ground. In the sunlight, the new armor gleamed with a dull, dark luster. It opened its mouth, and within its throat swirled a ball of yellow light, brighter than before, like iron drawn from a furnace. Aiming at the ground before it, it let out a low growl. The earth did not crack. Instead, it rose. A earthen wall 2 meters long and 1 meter wide erupted from the soil, as though something beneath had pushed it upward. The wall's surface was smooth, uncracked, reaching to Mo Xian's neck, approximately half a chi thick. Xian Yin closed its mouth, panted, and growled once more. A second wall rose beside the first, fitting against it seamlessly. Then a third, fourth, fifth. 5 earthen walls linked together in a row, totaling approximately 10 meters in length, 2 meters high, and half a chi thick. Mo Xian tapped the wall with his claw. The sound was solid, like striking stone. He threw his body against it. The wall did not waver. Xian Yin stepped to the front of the wall and growled once more. A harder crust surfaced upon the wall face, deepening in color, from earthen yellow to a brownish gray, like fired pottery. Earthwall art, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin turned its head toward him. Mo Xian pointed his claw toward the stone wall. Use this to rebuild the wall. Not stone, only earth. Xian Yin approached the stone wall at the shallows and growled. The ground ahead of the stone wall rose, birthing a new earthen wall, one twice as tall and twice as thick as the stone structure behind it. It growled repeatedly over a dozen times. Section by section, the earthen wall emerged, extending from the shallows all the way to the edge of the reef zone, reaching a total length of approximately 50 meters. The wall stood 2 meters high and half a meter thick, its surface smooth and seam-free. Mo Xian walked the length of it. The wall ran straight, without deviation. No gaps existed between its base and the ground. Water could not seep through. He climbed atop the wall and stood gazing out to sea. His vantage point was twice as high as before, allowing him to see much farther across the ocean. Xian Yin crouched at the wall's base, panting heavily. Having used earth wall art more than 10 times consecutively, its chakra was nearly exhausted. Its forelimbs trembled. Its mouth hung open, tongue lolling. Enough. Rest. Xian Yin lay down, resting its chin upon the ground. Upon its carapace, the new scales were still slowly hardening, their color shifting from pale gray to deep gray. Mo Xian retrieved a vial of basic tempering fluid from the stone crevice, uncorked it, and offered it to Xian Yin. Xian Yin drank 2 mouthfuls, panted a few times, then drank 2 more. In the afternoon, Mo Xian led Xian Yin to the western side of the island. The western beach lacked any fortifications. Waves crashed directly onto the sand, reaching as far inland as the outer perimeter of the breeding area. Mo Xian drew a line in the ground with his claw, beginning from the western slope of the northern hill, crossing the western beach, and extending all the way to the southern reef zone. Build a wall here, Mo Xian said. The same height and thickness as the eastern wall. Xian Yin growled, and the ground rose. An earthen wall emerged from the western slope, pushing outward. With each growl, the wall extended further. After more than 20 growls, the western wall reached a total length of approximately 80 meters, stretching from the northern slope all the way to the southern reef zone. 2 meters high, half a meter thick, the surface smooth. Mo Xian climbed to the top of the northern slope and looked down. To the east stood the wall. To the west stood the wall. The northern slope held its terraces and ditches. The southern reef zone served as a natural barrier. The island was now encircled. Only the center of the shallows remained open, a gap left for drawing water and patrol. Leave the gap open, Mo Xian told Xian Yin. Seal every other direction. Xian Yin nodded. It moved to the far end of the northern wall, growled, and the wall extended another 10 meters, joining the northern cliff face of the rocky knoll. The western walls end also connected to the western flank of the rocky knoll. The eastern walls end met the edge of the reef zone. A complete circular defense ring now encircled the island, with only a 5-meter wide gap remaining at the center of the shallows, directly facing seaward. Mo Xian slid down from the northern slope and approached the gap. It faced the sea directly. Waves could surge in through it, but the walls on either side stood 2 meters high, preventing any overflow. He measured the gap's width with his claw, 5 meters, just enough for 2 adult turtles to pass abreast. This gap is for you, and Xian Lan, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin crouched beside the opening, gazing out at the sea. When the sun set, Mo Xian gathered the entire clan at the eastern wall. Adult turtles crouched at the wall's base. Juveniles crouched in front of them. Elders crowded behind. Newest hatchlings still remained beneath their mothers. 48 turtles in all lined up along the wall in a single row. Mo Xian climbed to the top of the wall and squatted there. Today Xian Yin learned earthwall art. He slapped the wall beneath him. From now on, all walls for our clan will be built with earth release. We are done hauling stone. Xian Lan looked up at him, a flash of blue light rippling through her throat. Xian Yu poked his head from his shell, glanced at the wall, and retreated back inside. 5 juveniles huddled at the wall's base. The largest of them reached out a claw, touched the wall's surface, and tapped it. The sound was solid. Mo Xian leaped down from the wall and walked to the gap. A thin mist hung over the sea. Within it a shadow, low, skimming the water's surface. The same position as yesterday, neither approaching nor departing. Xian Lian emerged from the breeding area and climbed onto Mo Xian's forelimb, staring fixedly at the shadow. The patterns on its carapace began to glow, growing ever brighter. It opened its mouth and spat a sphere of water. The film spread outward from the gap, extending across the surface. Upon it, the shadow's outline gradually sharpened. It was a vessel, something large and round, hanging beneath its hull, rotating slowly in the seawater. Xianlian opened its eyes and drew a circle with its claw, then sketched several lines beneath it, a sphere with a rope dangling below. It drew another line connecting the sphere to the ship's hull. Xian stared at the shadow upon the water film. For detection, Xianlian tilted its head. They are searching for something. Xianlian fixed its gaze upon the shadow, its carapace patterns glowing even brighter. Upon the water film, the sphere began to move, lowered from the ship's hull, descending into the depths. It sank approximately 10 meters, then stopped. The sphere rotated once in the seawater before being reeled back in. The vessel turned and slowly steered northward. Its shadow grew smaller and smaller until it vanished into the mist. Xian lay at the edge of the gap, watching the direction in which the vessel departed. Xianyan crouched beside him. The wall is built, but the gap remains. Xian nodded. We will not seal the gap. If we do, we lose our view of the outside. Across the sea, the mist dispersed. Moonlight illuminated the surface in silver white. At the center of that silver expanse floated a dark object, small, bobbing gently in the waves. It was not a vessel, not a sea beast. It resembled a piece of timber floating upright. Xianlian stared at the timber, and the patterns on its carapace flickered once. It leaped from Xian's forelimb, ran to the water's edge, pressed its snout close to the surface to sniff, then recoiled and retreated behind Xian. What is it? Xian asked. Xianlian pointed its claw at the timber, then flinched and withdrew its head entirely into its shell, refusing to emerge. Xian stared at the timber. It drifted slowly toward the island, coming to a halt approximately 200 meters from shore. A fissure split open at the timber's upper end, and something white moved within, the shape of fingers. The wooden log sank. The crack sealed, and the pale fingers vanished beneath the water. A string of bubbles rose to the surface, and when they burst, they left a slick of oil that shimmered dully in the moonlight. Xian stared at the oil slick for half a minute before it dispersed and merged into the sea. Xianlian poked its head out from its shell, its gaze fixed on that stretch of water. The patterns on its carapace still glowed, but faintly, like a dying ember. What was that? Xian asked. Xianlian shook its head, then drew a circle with its claw and added several lines above it. Something that resembled a human, yet not quite. It retracted its head and slipped back into its shell. At daybreak, Xian climbed to the top of the rocky hill. Standing at the highest point, he surveyed his surroundings. A wall to the east, another to the west, terraced fields on the northern slope, and a reef belt to the south. But from the rocky hill, his view of the sea was still obstructed by the island's shrubs and boulders. He needed a higher vantage point. Xianyan crouched at the base of the hill, awaiting orders. Xian slid down and scratched a circle on the hilltop with his claw. Here, build a high platform. The higher the better. Xianyan climbed to the hilltop, stood in the center of the circle, and let out a low roar. The ground rose, pushing up a pillar of earth about 2 meters in diameter and 1 meter tall. It roared again, and the pillar rose another meter. Another roar, another rise. After 5 consecutive roars, the pillar stood 5 meters high, topped with a platform roughly 2 square meters in area. Xian climbed onto the pillar's top. The platform was just large enough for him to turn around. From here, he could see the entire island and a much wider expanse of the sea. The waters beyond the eastern reef belt, the sea beyond the western beach, and the ocean beyond the northern terraced fields, all lay within his sight. The southern sea was partially blocked by the reef belt, but most of it was visible. Raise it higher, Xian said. Xianyan let out a low roar, and the pillar rose another meter. 6 meters. Xian stood atop it, buffeted by strong winds that rattled the old barnacles on his carapace. He looked down. Xianyan was crouched at the pillar's base, craning its neck to look up at him. Xianlan squatted beside it, a blue light flickering in its throat. That's enough. Xian slid down the pillar. He walked around the base, inspecting the foundation. The earthen pillar had fused seamlessly with the rocky ground of the hill, no cracks, solid. He tapped the pillar's shaft. The sound was dense, like striking stone. From now on, this is called the watchtower, Xian declared. Xianyan tilted its head. Xian pointed a claw at the top of the pillar. Every day, Xianlian will go up and scan the sea with its perception water screen. Xianyan nodded. It let out a low roar, and a hard crust grew over the pillar's surface, darkening from earthy yellow to a grayish-brown, like fired pottery. The pillar grew harder, its surface so smooth that a claw tip would slip when struck. Xian climbed the watchtower and carried Xianlian up in his mouth. The young turtle lay on the platform, gazing around. The patterns on its carapace began to glow, growing brighter. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of water. A film of water spread from the tower top, covering the sea from the island's center to a radius of about 600 meters. The water film was dotted with many specks of light, fish schools, reef seaweed, and one large speck motionless in the northeast direction. How far? Ōtsutsuki asked. Xianlian extended for claws. For kilometers. Ōtsutsuki stared at that light spot. It was huge, larger than a ship, and irregular in shape. Xianlian stared at the water film for half a minute, then drew a rectangle with its claw and added several lines beneath it. A ship with something under its hull. It then drew a circle beside the rectangle. Another object, even larger. 2 ships. Xianlian nodded and extended 2 claws. 2 ships. It then extended 5 claws, 5 small ones following the ships. Ōtsutsuki slid down the watchtower and ran to the shallows. Fog hung over the sea, obscuring his view. He lay on the beach and pressed his ear to the water. He heard engine sounds, low distant coming from the northeast. Xianlian crouched beside him, the blue light in its throat beginning to gather. Ōtsutsuki clamped its mouth shut. Don't attack. Stay hidden. Xianlian's throat dimmed, but its eyes remained fixed on the northeast. Ōtsutsuki ran back to the nursery and herded the young turtles into the low wall. The female turtle lay at the wall's opening, gathering the newborn turtles under her body. 5 half-grown juveniles huddled in the corner. The largest one had retracted its head into its shell. Ōtsutsuki ran back to the watchtower and climbed up. Xianlian was still lying on the platform. The water film had already shattered. The patterns on its carapace still glowed, but the brightness was fading. How far now? Ōtsutsuki asked. Xianlian extended 3 claws, 3 kilometers. It pointed a claw toward the island, approaching. Ōtsutsuki lay on the platform staring into the northeast. A gray silhouette loomed in the fog, enormous, larger than any ship he had ever seen. The silhouette slowly drew closer, its outline growing clearer, a warship gray with a cannon at the bow and a pattern of 4 wavy lines printed on its hull. It was the same type as the warship from before, but larger. Beside the warship was a small boat, wooden, without sails, propelled by oars. 3 people sat in the small boat. The warship stopped 3 kilometers out. The small boat continued rowing forward until it halted at 2 kilometers. The people on board stood up, looking toward the island. One of them lowered his head and pressed both hands against the water surface. Xianlian's carapace patterns suddenly flared to their brightest. It opened its mouth and emitted a small, piercing warning cry. Ōtsutsuki pressed his claw over its mouth. Don't call out. Xianlian closed its mouth, but its carapace patterns grew even brighter. The water film respread, covering the sea within 2 kilometers. On the water film, 3 light spots separated from the position of the boats and moved toward the island. They were fast, faster than fish, faster than sea beasts. Ōtsutsuki stared at those light spots. They drew closer. 1 kilometer, 500 meters, 300 meters. He saw them. 3 humanoid shadows, underwater, grayish-white, trailing long streams of bubbles. Not sharks, humans. Humans could swim this fast underwater. The 3 shadows stopped at 100 meters from the shallows. They surfaced, revealing 3 heads. They wore masks with only their eyes exposed. Their eyes were fixed on the island. Ōtsutsuki lay motionless on the watchtower. Xianlian lay beside him, its body trembling, but its carapace patterns remained lit. The 3 figures stayed on the surface for about half a minute, then submerged and swam back along the same path. The small boat turned and rowed toward the warship. The warship's engine grew louder. The ship slowly turned and sailed away toward the northeast. Ōtsutsuki waited for half an hour before sliding down the watchtower. He walked to the shallows and stared in the direction the ships had departed. Fog covered the sea, obscuring his view. He lay down and pressed his ear to the water. The engine sounds grew fainter and fainter until they vanished. Xianlian slid down the watchtower, tumbled onto the sand, and flipped over. It scrambled to its feet, ran over to Ōtsutsuki's foreleg, and lay still. Its carapace patterns had gone dark, and its body was still trembling. You saw them, Ōtsutsuki said. Xianlian nodded. Ōtsutsuki pointed a claw at the sea. What are they looking for? Xianlian tilted its head, thought for a moment, then drew a circle with its claw and placed a dot inside it, the hollow beneath the rocky hill. It then drew an arrow from the hollow pointing toward the sea. Energy. They're searching for energy. After dawn, Ōtsutsuki climbed to the crevice on the northern slope. Xianlian followed behind with a faint blue light occasionally flickering in its throat. Xianlian crouched beside the crevice, its forelimbs pressed against the ground, ready to cast the earth wall technique at any moment. Xianlian lay on Ōtsutsuki's back, the patterns on its carapace emitting a faint cyan glow in the darkness. Ōtsutsuki thrust his head into the crevice. The wind was cool, carrying the scent of earth and an indescribable odor, like rain-soaked stones or the oppressive stillness before a thunderstorm. He withdrew his head and looked at Xianlian. Widen this crack. Enough for me to enter. Xianyan let out a low growl. The soil and rocks at the crevice's opening parted to the sides, expanding the gap from 2 feet to a meter wide. Debris tumbled from the opening into the darkness below, clattering one after another, the sounds growing fainter and fainter until they vanished. Xian lay at the edge, peering down. The depths were pitch black, bottomless. Widen it further. Xianyan growled again. The crevice expanded to 1.5 meters, its edges reinforced by a layer of hard earth that prevented collapse. Xian stretched his forelimbs into the opening and probed. His claws stepped onto a protruding stone, which was wet and slippery. He withdrew his claws and turned to Xianlan. I'm going down. You guard above. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered, and it took a step forward. You are needed up here, Xian said. Xianlan halted, stared at the opening, and nodded. Xian took Xianlian off his back and set it beside the opening. You guard above too. Xianlian clawed at Xian's forelimb, refusing to let go. Xian nudged it away with his snout, causing the young turtle to flip over belly up, its forelegs flailing. Xianlan used its claws to pull it to its side. Xian turned around headfirst and crawled into the opening. The tunnel walls were damp, a mixture of mud and gravel that his claws could dig into for grip. He descended about 5 meters, and the tunnel widened, allowing him to turn around. He stopped and looked up at the opening. Light streamed down from above, a small, round, bright spot like the moon. Xianlan's head poked out from that bright spot, staring at him. Continue, Xian called out. He kept climbing downward. The tunnel grew wider from 1.5 meters to 3 meters. The walls changed from earth to rock gray and covered with beads of water. He licked the water droplets on the rock. Fresh water, not salty, with a faint astringent taste. After another 10 meters, he reached the bottom. Xian jumped off the wall and landed on a pile of rubble. The rubble was thick, sinking under his weight up to his knees. He steadied himself and looked up. The light from the opening was already faint, just a tiny speck. All around was darkness, but he could sense a vast space, the wind flowing past his ears, carrying that mixed scent of stone and thunderstorm. He closed his eyes, focusing on the tingling sensation at the back of his head. The tingling was intense, 10 times stronger than on the surface. He followed the sensation forward, his feet crunching on the rubble. After about 20 steps, the ceiling grew higher, and he could hear his own breathing echoing in the space. Xian opened his eyes. Ahead there was light. Faint blue seeping up from beneath the ground, as if someone had lit a lamp underground. He walked toward it, and the light grew brighter. The rubble on the ground thinned, revealing the rock beneath. The rock was black with cracks on its surface, blue light emanating from the fissures. He stopped before the source of light. It was a cave within a cave. The opening was small, just enough for him to squeeze through. Inside, the space was about a cubic meter, and the walls were covered with glowing crystals, blue like ice, but warm to the touch. A thin film of water coated the crystals, glowing as it flowed down them, pooling into a small hollow at the center of the cave. The hollow was smaller than Xian's carapace. The water inside was milky white, with fine bubbles rising to the surface and bursting with a faint crackling sound. The water was warmer than the air, and standing beside it, he could feel a wave of heat hitting his face. Xian lay down and brought his nose close to the pool. The scent was strong, stone, thunderstorm, and a medicinal aroma. He touched the surface lightly with the tip of his tongue. His tongue tingled as if shocked by electricity, but after the numbness, a warm current spread from his tongue throughout his body, and the joints in his limbs emitted a soft click. He retracted his tongue and stared at the milky white pool. The bubbles kept rising from the bottom, churning upward, bursting at the surface. Where the bubbles burst, a thin layer of mist floated on the water, glowing in the blue light like silver threads. Xian dipped his claw into the water. The water was warm, slightly above body temperature, and his claw, submerged in it, felt no fatigue. After soaking for about half a minute, he withdrew it and saw. The old scars on his claws had faded, the nails were shinier, and the rough skin at the joints had softened. He stood up and walked around the inner cave. The crystals on the walls varied in size, from as large as his head to as small as grains of sand. The crystals felt warm, smooth, and not sharp. He tapped the largest crystal with his claw, producing a crisp sound like striking glass. The crystal was hollow inside, with a liquid flowing within, blue, the same color as the crystal itself. Xian stepped back 2 paces, staring at the milky white pool. Bubbles still rose from the surface, and mist continued to ascend. He opened his system panel. Detected spirit spring, unnamed. Type natural, energy enriched water. Quality elementary. Effect long-term consumption, can improve physique, accelerate evolution, and slightly increase chakra. Note: spirit spring energy dissipates naturally. A sealed protective facility is required, otherwise 50 of the energy will be lost within 30 days. Suggestion: immediately construct a stone chamber to control temperature and humidity, reducing energy dissipation. Xian closed the panel. 30 days. Half the energy would escape. He looked at the crystals on the walls, then at the milky white pool. Energy flowed from the crystals into the water, then dissipated into the air from the surface. He needed to seal the point of escape. He turned and crawled back toward the opening. After 5 meters, he stopped and glanced back at the pool. The blue light cast shadows on the walls, flickering as if something was swimming in the water. He stared at the surface for a few seconds. It was calm, only the bubbles rising. Nothing there. He continued climbing upward. When he reached the opening, the sun had already shifted westward. Xianlan crouched by the edge, the blue light in its throat shining steadily. Xianyin crouched beside it, forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xianlian lay on Xianlan's back, the patterns on its carapace glowing. Xian crawled out of the cave and lay on the sandy ground, panting. His claws were stained with glowing blue powder sparkling in the sunlight. Xianlian jumped off Xianlan's back, ran over, and licked his claws. After 2 licks, it lifted its head, sneezed, and stepped back. Its eyes brightened, and the patterns on its carapace shone at their brightest, the entire shell turning cyan. The water below it's drinkable, Xian said. It can make us stronger. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. But the water will escape. In 30 days, half will be gone. Xian stood up and drew a circle in the sand with his claws representing the inner cave. We need to build a stone chamber inside. Seal it tight. Don't let the water escape. Xianyin crouched beside the circle and nodded. We start building tomorrow, Xian said. He turned his gaze toward the sea. The sun was about to set, spreading an orange-red glow across the ocean. At the edge of the light, 3 black dots moved in a line from north to south, the same direction as yesterday's warship. The dots grew closer, their outlines becoming clearer. 3 ships, the middle one the largest, with a smaller vessel on each side. Xianlian jumped up from the ground, ran to the shallows, and stared at the 3 ships. Its mouth opened, emitting that thin, sharp warning cry. Xian did not press its mouth shut. Early the next morning, Xian led Xianyin down into the cave. Xianyin let out a low growl, and the rubble on the cave floor was pushed aside, revealing a flat expanse of rock. Xian used his claws to draw a circle on the ground about 3 meters in diameter, enclosing the small spiritual spring pool. Build a stone chamber here. The walls must be thick and the roof sealed. Xianyin crouched at the edge of the circle and growled low. The ground rose, forming a ring of earth wall 1/2 meter high and a foot thick. It growled repeatedly, and the earthen wall grew layer by layer until it reached 2 meters in height. The inner wall was smooth, the outer wall rough, with no gaps. Xian tapped the wall with his claws. The sound was solid, no vibration. Add the roof. Xianyin lifted its head and growled at the top of the wall. Earth extended from the wall's top toward the center, like an arching bridge, slowly closing together. When the closure was nearly complete, a basin-sized opening remained. It growled again, and the gap sealed shut. The stone chamber was completely enclosed with only a small entrance left, just enough for Xian to squeeze through. Xian crawled into the stone chamber. Inside was dark, but the blue light from the spiritual spring illuminated the entire space. The crystals on the cave walls gleamed even brighter in the enclosed environment, their light reflecting within the chamber, making the pool look like a glowing jade. Bubbles still rose from the water's surface, but the mist no longer drifted upward. Blocked by the stone chamber's ceiling, it condensed on the roof, turning into water droplets that dripped back into the pool. He lay down and brought his nose close to the pool. The scent was stronger than yesterday. The smells of stone and thunderstorm were all trapped inside the chamber, stifling. He touched the water's surface with the tip of his tongue. The numbing sensation was stronger, a warm current rushing from his tongue to the tip of his tail, all his joints popping. Xianyin poked its head in from outside the door, staring at the glowing pool. Its pupils dilated, deep gray eyes reflecting the blue light. Take a sip, Xian said. Xianyin lowered its head, took a mouthful of water, and swallowed. Its carapace began to glow, not cyan but a deep gray, like granite reflecting moonlight. The light lasted about 5 seconds, then faded. It belched, exhaling a puff of hot air mixed with the smell of lime. How does it feel? Xianyin patted the ground with its claws. A crack appeared in the ground, and from the crack grew a stone pillar, 1/2 meter high. Before it could only raise earth, now it could raise stone. Xian exited the stone chamber and crawled out of the cave. Xianlan crouched at the cave entrance, a blue light flickering in its throat. Xianlian lay on Xianlan's back, the patterns on its carapace glowing. Xian picked up Xianlian in his mouth and carried it into the cave. The young turtle lay by the spiritual spring, lowered its head to drink, recoiled for a moment, then took another sip. The patterns on its carapace shifted from pale cyan to bright cyan, the entire shell glowing, lights spilling from the patterns, and illuminating the whole stone chamber. Mo Xian carried Xian Lian out of the cave and placed it on the sandy ground. The young turtle's carapace continued to glow for about half a minute before slowly dimming. It yawned, lay down, and closed its eyes. From today on, high potential young turtles drink the spiritual spring water daily, Mo Xian said. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian pointed with his claw at Xian Lian, then at the young turtle with green patterns on its carapace in the nursery area. These two drink twice a day, morning and evening once each. Xianlan nodded again. Mo Xian crawled into the nursery area and picked up the young turtle with green patterns on its carapace. The young turtle struggled in his mouth, its limbs flailing. He placed it by the spiritual spring. The young turtle lowered its head, took a sip, lifted its head, sneezed, then took another sip. After drinking, the green patterns on its carapace began to glow. The light was weak, but steady, lasting about 10 seconds before fading. Mo Xian carried it back to the nursery area. The young turtle crawled into the seaweed pile, tucked itself under the female turtle's plastron, and stayed still. In the afternoon, Mo Xian led Xian Yin down into the cave again. Xian Yin added another layer of wall outside the stone chamber, leaving a half-foot gap between the two layers, which was filled with dry seaweed, for insulation and heat retention. The temperature inside the stone chamber stabilized, no longer fluctuating. The bubbles on the water surface rose more slowly, and the mist was almost invisible, all intercepted by the ceiling. Mo Xian lay by the spiritual spring and soaked his claws in the water. After 5 minutes, the old scars on his claws had completely vanished, and his nails shone like mirrors. He pulled them out and bit his nails with his teeth. They were very hard, unbreakable. From now on, only high-potential young turtles can enter here, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin crouched outside the door, nodding. Xianlan, you and I drink once a week. The other turtles don't drink. Xian Yin nodded again. Mo Xian crawled out of the cave. The sun was about to set. He walked to the shallows facing the sea. The sea surface was clear with no boats or fog. But Xian Lian crawled out of the nursery area, ran onto his forelimb, and the patterns on its carapace began to glow. There's something, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded and pointed south with its claw. Mo Xian looked over. On the horizon was a black dot, very small, motionless. The black dot slowly grew larger. It was a ship, gray, with a cannon on the bow. It resembled the previous warship, but smaller. The ship stopped about 5 kilometers away, and a man stood on it holding a cylindrical object looking toward the island. A telescope. Mo Xian lay down, pressing his body against the sand. Xianlan lay to his left, Xian Yin to his right. Xian Yu ran over from the terrace fields and lay behind them. The female turtles herded the young turtles behind the low wall. 5 half-grown young turtles huddled at the base of the wall. The man watched for about half a minute, lowered the telescope, and turned to walk into the cabin. The ship turned around and slowly sailed south. Mo Xian stared at the departing ship until it vanished below the horizon. He stood up, walked to the water's edge, and washed his forelimbs in the sea. Xian Lian lay on his forelimb, the patterns on its carapace still glowing. It will come again, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian looked up at him. Mo Xian pointed south with his claw. They know there's something here, but they don't know what. Xian Lian stared at the southern sea, the patterns on its carapace flashing once. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of water which spread into a film covering 3 kilometers of the southern sea surface. On the water film, there was a small moving light spot heading south. Behind the light spot, there was an even larger stationary light spot. Xian Lian extended 2 claw tips, 2 ships. It drew a large circle with its claw, then a small circle beside the large one. 1 big ship, 1 small ship. The big ship was stationary in the distance. The small ship was moving. Mo Xian stared at the stationary light spot. It was 5 kilometers away, in the same position as the ship just now. The ship hadn't left, only the small boat had gone. Xian Lian's water film shattered, and it closed its eyes, the patterns on its carapace slowly dimming. The big ship is still there, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian opened its eyes and nodded. Mo Xian stood up and walked toward the rocky hill. He climbed halfway up, stopped, and looked back at the southern sea. The sun had set, leaving only a red line on the horizon. Beneath the red line, there was a gray shadow, very low, clinging to the water, motionless. Xianlan followed behind him, the blue light in its throat constantly glowing. Mo Xian pressed his claw over its mouth. Don't fight. They're watching. Xianlan's throat dimmed, but its eyes remained fixed on that shadow. Mo Xian crawled into the cave and lay by the spiritual spring. The blue light shone on his carapace, and the gaps between the scuts began to glow faintly, like light seeping through cracks. He dipped his claws into the water. A warm current surged from his claws to his shoulders, and his joints cracked once. He closed his eyes, and the numbing sensation at the back of his head returned. This time not from beneath the rocky hill, but from the spiritual spring. The numbness traveled down his spine to the tip of his tail, then back up to the top of his head. He opened his eyes and stared at the pool. On the water surface, bubbles rose. Where the bubbles burst, the mist no longer drifted away, blocked by the stone chamber's ceiling. But the mist did not disappear but condensed on the ceiling, accumulating thicker and thicker, forming a milky white membrane. The membrane glowed in the blue light, like a layer of skin slowly thickening. Imoshien extended a claw and touched the membrane. It was soft and elastic like gel. He withdrew his claw, leaving a claw print on the membrane. The print slowly disappeared, and the membrane returned to its smooth surface. The bubbles on the water suddenly stopped. All bubbles ceased at the same instant, the water surface as still as a mirror. Blue light shone up from the water's bottom, illuminating the membrane, which became translucent, revealing the stone walls beyond. Imoshien lowered his head, staring at the water surface. Something was moving beneath the water, not a crystal, not water, a shadow, black, rising from the depths. The shadow grew larger and larger, closer and closer. The water surface split open. The moment the water surface split open, Moshwan retracted his claw. A milky white liquid surged from the cracks, spraying into the air before landing on the membrane and flowing back down its walls into the puddle. The water's surface closed again, and bubbles resumed rising just as before. The shadow was gone. Moshwan stared at the water for half an hour, but the shadow did not reappear. He emerged from the stone chamber and climbed out of the cave entrance. Xianlan crouched beside the opening, the blue light in his throat never dimming. Xuanlian lay on Xuanlan's back, the patterns on his carapace also glowing. Moshwan picked up Xuanlian in his mouth and carried him into the nursery area, setting him down on a bed of seaweed. The hatchling flipped onto his back, all four legs flailing. Moshwan nudged him upright with his snout. The hatchling crawled beneath the female turtle's plastron and curled up to sleep. The next morning, Moshwan retrieved 3 bottles of intermediate tempering fluid from a crevice in the stone. The bottles were twice the size of the basic tempering fluid, each etched with 2 wave patterns on the label colored deep blue. He called the 3 half-grown hatchlings to the edge of the cistern, Xuanlian along with 2 others distinguished by their unique carapace markings. One bore crimson patterns on his shell, the other silver. The 3 hatchlings squatted in a row, looking up at Moshwan. "Drink." Moshwan pushed the bottles toward them. Xuanlian was the first to bite the cap and gulp it down. The red-patterned hatchling came second, and the silver-patterned one last. All 3 hatchlings collapsed simultaneously after drinking, their carapaces beginning to glow. Xuanlian's cyan patterns blazed at full intensity. The red hatchling's markings flared like flames, while the silver ones crackled like lightning. The light lasted roughly 10 seconds before fading. Xuanlian rose and shook his body. He had grown noticeably larger. His carapace shifted from pale gray to deep gray, and the cyan patterns thickened, extending from the edges all the way to the center. He opened his mouth, revealing a wisp of cyan light within his throat, distinct from Xuanlan's blue, softer and more diffuse. Aiming at the cistern's surface, he exhaled. A thin layer of ice formed on the water, delicate as paper shimmering in the sunlight. It held for about 5 seconds before melting. Xuanlian closed his mouth and licked his lips. The red-patterned hatchling rose as well. His carapace shifted from pale gray to reddish-brown, the patterns resembling molten iron. Pointing at the ground, he exhaled. A plume of scorching vapor erupted from the earth, blackening the sand grains and sending up a wisp of smoke. He stepped back and regarded the scorched patch. The silver-patterned hatchling was the last to rise. His carapace turned silver-white, the patterns crackling like lightning. Aiming at the cistern's surface, he extended a claw. The water split open, a deep gash revealing the sandy bottom. The rift held for roughly 3 seconds before closing. Moshwan opened the system panel. Xuanlian Genin level. Unlocked technique, water release. Ice membrane. Effect freezes the water surface to obscure vision and briefly trap small targets. Unnamed 2 red pattern Genin level. Unlocked technique, fire release. Scorching breath. Effect spews high temperature vapor capable of igniting flammable materials. Unnamed 3 silver pattern Genin level. Unlocked technique, lightning release. Water sever. Effect releases electric current within water to numb targets. Moshwan studied the panel for several seconds. 3 distinct affinities, water, fire, and lightning. He closed the panel and gazed at the 3 hatchlings. From today onward, you 3 are combat members. Xuanlian nodded. The red-patterned hatchling tilted his head. The silver-patterned one blinked. Moshwan pointed with his claw toward Xianlan. You will learn from him. He will teach you how to wield your techniques. The 3 hatchlings turned to look at Xianlan. Crouching nearby, the blue light in Xuanlan's throat flickered, and he gave a single nod. In the afternoon, Moshwan gathered the entire clan by the cistern. Adult turtles squatted in the front row, half-grown hatchlings in the middle, the elderly pressed against the back, and the newest arrivals still sheltered beneath their mothers. 48 turtles in total plus the 3 newly evolved Genin-level hatchlings, raising the Genin count from 2 to 5. Xuanlan Xian, Yin Xuanlian red pattern and silver pattern. 5 Genin-level members, Ma Xuan announced. The rest remain at the mortal tier. He paused, scanning the assembled clan. Genin now constituted 12.5% of the population. Xianlan looked up at him. Average combat power is rising, but it is not yet enough. Ma Xuan leaped from the pool wall and walked to the shallows. The sea was clear, no ships, no fog. But Xuanlian followed from behind, resting against his front limb as the patterns on his carapace began to glow. Something's coming, Ma Xuan said. Xuanlian nodded and pointed with his claw toward the northeast. Ma Xuan looked in that direction. A tiny black dot sat motionless on the horizon. It slowly grew larger. A ship gray-hulled with cannons mounted at the bow. Similar to the warship they had encountered before, but smaller. The vessel halted 5 kilometers away. A figure stood on deck, telescope raised, scanning toward the island. Ma Xuan lay flat, pressing his body against the sand. Xianlan took position to his left, Xian, Yin to his right. Xian Yu sprinted over from the terrace field and crouched behind them. The female turtles herded the hatchlings into the low walls. 5 half-grown ones squeezed against the base. The figure observed for about half a minute, then lowered the telescope, turned, and disappeared into the cabin. The ship reversed course and slowly sailed northeastward. Ma Xuan tracked it until it vanished below the horizon. Xuanlian rested against his front limb, the patterns on his shell still faintly luminous. It will return, Ma Xuan said. Xuanlian looked up at him. Ma Xuan pointed toward the northeast with his claw. They know something is here, but they do not know what. He rose and made his way to the rock mound, climbing into the cavern. The spirit spring continued to bubble. Mist rising from the water was caught by the ceiling, condensing into a milky white membrane. The membrane was twice as thick as yesterday's, softer and more elastic to the touch. He submerged his claws for 5 minutes. A warm current flowed from his limbs to his shoulders, and his joints clicked. The water's surface cracked open again. This time Ma Xuan did not withdraw his claw. Milky white fluid gushed from the fissure, splashing onto his forelimbs. The water was hot, but did not burn. Deep within the crack, the black shadow reappeared, ascending from below, growing ever larger. Ma Xuan watched without moving. The shadow halted approximately 1 foot beneath the surface. It was an eye, yellow with a vertical pupil, the same as the one seen on the sea surface before, but this time it was far closer. Ma Xuan could discern the patterns within the pupil, concentric rings like the growth rings of a tree. The eye fixed upon Ma Xuan and blinked once. Ma Xuan did not retreat. It blinked a second time, then sank downward. The water sealed shut, and bubbles resumed rising. Ma Xuan withdrew his claw, coated in a layer of milky white mucus that carried a sweet scent. He tasted it, and his tongue went numb for half a minute. By the time he climbed out of the cave, night had fallen. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and the sea lay in darkness. Xianlan crouched at the entrance, the blue light in his throat pulsing steadily. Xuanlian rested on Xuanlan's back, his carapace patterns aglow. There is something alive beneath the water, Ma Xuan said. Xuanlan's throat flare ignited brightly. Ma Xuan pressed a claw against its mouth. Not an enemy. Not yet, at least. Xuanlan's throat dimmed, but his eyes remained fixed on the cave mouth. Ma Xuan lay beside the opening facing the sea. Xuanlian leaped from his back and rested against his front limb. The 3 Genin-level hatchlings, red pattern and silver pattern, also crawled from the nursery and squatted beside him. On the sea surface, that yellow light flared once more. This time it was close enough to discern its shape, not a lamp, but an eye. Yellow with a vertical pupil identical to the one in the spirit spring. The eye hovered above the water for roughly 10 seconds before sinking. Ma Xuan stared at that stretch of sea. It is watching us. Xuanlian's carapace patterns blazed at maximum intensity. He opened his mouth and emitted that small, piercing warning cry. This time Ma Xuan did not silence him. The warning echoed across the sea, traveling far. Beneath the surface, something responded. A low, continuous hum rose from the depths, vibrating through the sand. Xuanlian's warning ceased, and he shrank behind Ma Xuan's front limb. Ma Xuan kept his gaze locked on the sea, his claws digging into the sand. That yellow light flared again, this time not at a distance, but merely 50 meters beyond the shallows. The eye breached the surface, 10 times larger than the one in the spirit spring, its vertical pupil fixed upon Ma Xuan. Ma Xuan held his ground. The eye blinked 3 times, then sank. After dawn, Mo Xian gathered the entire clan by the reservoir. 5 lower ninja-grade turtles crouched at the front. Xianlan Xian, Yin Xian, Lian Hong 1, and Yin 1. 3 adult mortal turtle-grade turtles crouched at the back, Xian Yu and 2 other females. 5 half-grown mortal turtle-grade turtles crouched in the middle. The old and young turtles huddled at the very rear with the female turtles sheltering the 18 newborn turtles beneath their bodies. Ōtsutsuki climbed the pool wall and crouched down. Today we officially assign roles. He pointed a claw at Xianlan. You Internal Affairs and Defense Elder. Oversee the wall's water patrols and combat. Xianlan nodded. He pointed at Xianyan. You Construction Elder. Oversee the terraced fields, canals, stone chambers, and all earth diving tasks. Xianyan nodded. He pointed at Xianlian. You Scouting Elder. Oversee the watchtower, the sensing water curtain, ship surveillance, and sea beasts. Xianlian nodded. Ōtsutsuki withdrew his claws. You three answer directly to me. He turned to Hong 1 and Een 1. You two join the combat group. Follow Xianlan. The young Hong 1 tilted its head, while Een 1 blinked once. A blue flash flickered in Xianlan's throat, and both young turtles nodded simultaneously. Ōtsutsuki pointed at Xianyu and the two females. You mortal turtle grade. Join the construction group, follow Xianyan. Move rocks, clear the beach, transport seaweed. Xianyu poked its head out of its shell and nodded. The two females blinked. He then pointed at the 5 half-grown turtles. You join the harvesting group. Work with the construction group. Carry what you can, learn what you cannot. The 5 half-grown turtles huddled together, and the largest one nodded. Ōtsutsuki finally pointed at the old and young turtles. You eat, grow, and learn. Once you evolve, I will assign you. The old and young turtles pressed against the wall. The largest one, standing at the front head, raised to look at him. He jumped down from the pool wall and walked to the shallows. Xianlan followed behind him. The sea was clear with no ships or fog. Xianlian crawled up from behind and lay on his forelimb, the patterns on its carapace beginning to glow. Scan once, Ōtsutsuki said. Xianlian opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of water. A water membrane spread out, covering the sea surface from the shallows to about 600 meters offshore. The water membrane revealed many light points, schools of fish reefs, and seaweed. One light point, very large, lay motionless 5 kilometers to the northeast. Xianlian stared at that light point for a few seconds, then extended 3 claws, 3 kilometers. It then stretched out 2 more claws and bent them, approaching. Ōtsutsuki lay down, pressing his body against the sand. Xianlan lay to his left, blue light gathering in its throat. Ōtsutsuki pressed down on its mouth. Don't attack. Watch. The light point slowly approached. 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. Ōtsutsuki saw a ship gray with a cannon at the bow. It was the same type as the warship from before, but smaller. The ship stopped 2 kilometers away, and a man stood on deck looking toward the island through binoculars. Ōtsutsuki did not move. The glow in Xianlan's throat dimmed, but its eyes remained fixed on the ship. The man watched for about half a minute, then lowered the binoculars, turned, and walked into the cabin. The ship turned around and slowly sailed northeast. Xianlian's water membrane shattered, it closed its eyes, and the patterns on its carapace gradually faded. It will come back, Ōtsutsuki said. Xianlian opened its eyes and nodded. Ōtsutsuki stood up, crawled to the rock mound, and entered the cave. The spiritual spring was still bubbling with mist trapped by the ceiling. The membrane was thicker than yesterday. He dipped his claw into the water for 5 minutes. Warm currents surged from the claw to his shoulder, and his joints cracked. The water surface did not split, and no eyes appeared. He withdrew his claw and crawled out of the cave. As the sun set, Ōtsutsuki climbed the watchtower. Xianlian was already perched there, facing north. The patterns on its carapace glowed in the moonlight. Ōtsutsuki lay beside it. What do you see? Xianlian pointed a claw northward and extended 3 claws, something 3 kilometers away. It then extended 2 more claws, 2 of them. Ōtsutsuki stared at the northern sea. Fog obscured the view. He lay down, pressing his ear to the rock. He heard an engine rumbling low from the north. Xianlian spat out another mouthful of water, and a water membrane spread from the tower top, covering the northern sea. 2 light points appeared on the membrane, one large, one small, both stationary. Several smaller points moved beside the large one. Xianlian extended 5 claws, 5 small ones following the big ship. Ōtsutsuki slid down the watchtower and ran to the shallows. Xianlan crouched by the water, its throat glowing blue continuously. 2 ships. To the north, Ōtsutsuki said. Xianlan's throat blazed blue. Ōtsutsuki pressed its mouth. Don't attack. Hi. The glow in Xianlan's throat dimmed. Ōtsutsuki ran back to the nursery and herded the young turtles into the low wall. The female turtles lay at the entrance, gathering the newborn turtles beneath them. The 5 half-grown turtles shrank against the wall. He ran back to the watchtower and climbed up. Xianlian was still on the platform. The water membrane had already shattered. The patterns on its carapace still glowed, but the brightness was fading. How far now? Ōtsutsuki asked. Xianlian extended 2 claws, 2 kilometers. It pointed a claw toward the island, approaching. Imo-Qian lay on the platform staring at the northern sea. Two gray silhouettes emerged from the fog, one large, one small. The large one resembled a warship, the small one a speedboat. The silhouettes stopped about a kilometer from the island. The speedboat detached from the large ship and rowed toward the island. Two men sat in the speedboat wearing masks. The speedboat stopped 500 meters from the shallows. One man stood up and pressed both hands on the water. The water began to churn as if boiling. Imo-Qian stared at those hands, not on the surface but beneath. Something swam under the water fast, trailing a white wake. Qian Lian's carapace patterns blazed to their brightest. It opened its mouth and issued a warning cry. Imo-Qian did not stop it. The warning sound spread across the sea, sharp and far-reaching. The thing under the water stopped. The wake vanished. The man on the speedboat stood up, stared toward the island for a few seconds, then sat down. The speedboat turned and rowed back to the large ship. The large ship's engine grew louder as it slowly turned and sailed north. Imo-Qian waited half a quarter of an hour before sliding down the watchtower. He walked to the shallows and dipped his forelimbs into the water. The water was cold. Qian Lian followed and lay on his forelimb, its carapace patterns still glowing. "They're gone," Imo-Qian said. Qian Lian nodded. Imo-Qian turned and crawled back. At the low wall of the nursery, Qian Lan crouched at the entrance, blue light flickering in its throat. Qian Yin crouched by the reservoir, forelimbs pressed to the ground. Qian Yu was curled into its shell, only its nose visible. The 5 half-grown turtles huddled against the wall, the largest one facing the sea. Imo-Qian lay by the low wall, facing north. Qian Lian lay on his forelimb. The 2 young turtles, Hong Wen and Yin Wen, crawled out of a seaweed pile and crouched on either side of him. On the sea, that yellow light flickered once more. This time it was to the north, in the same direction the ship had departed. The light flashed a dozen times, then went out. Imo-Qian stared into the darkness. Suddenly, Qian Lian's carapace patterns blazed to their brightest. It jumped off Imo-Qian's forelimb, ran to the water's edge, and pressed its nose to the surface. It withdrew its head, stepped back a few paces, and retreated into its shell. Imo-Qian crawled over and pressed his nose to the water. The seawater carried a strange smell, like rust or blood. He raised his head, staring at the sea. Under the moonlight, a thin oil slick covered the surface. Beneath the oil, something glowed, blue, faint flickering. Qian Lian poked its head out of its shell and pointed a claw at the blue glow. It drew a circle and placed a dot inside, the hollow beneath the rock mound. Then it drew an arrow from the hollow to the blue glow. Energy had leaked from the cave, spilled into the sea. As Imo-Qian crawled out of the cave, the system panel lit up. It wasn't a warning, but a reward. A scroll lay in the system space, made of beast hide, half the size of the defensive array diagram, its edges scorched black by flames. He took it out and unrolled it. On it was painted a patch of mist with runes within the mist. The runes were arranged in a circle, and at the center was written a single character, hidden. Basic illusion, sea mist shrouding technique scroll. Effect creates a sea mist covering a radius of 500 meters, interfering with vision and low-level sensory ninjutsu. Duration 6 hours. Chakra consumption medium. Learning condition genin, or above water nature. Imo-Qian pushed the scroll in front of Qian Lan. "You learn." Qian Lan lowered its head and stared at the runes on the scroll. A blue light flickered in its throat, and it pressed the scroll down with its claws, bringing its head close to look. The runes reflected the moonlight, their lines very fine, with arrows marking the direction at intersections. Qian Lan's claws traced along the rune lines, stopping at the central hidden character, then looked up at Imo-Qian. "Can you understand?" Qian Lan nodded. "Learn it. Master it before dawn." Qian Lan lay down before the scroll, pressing its nose against the runes. The patterns on its shell began to glow, a cyan light flowing along the lines, moving to its forelimbs, to its claws, and finally dripping from the tips onto the scroll. The runes on the scroll lit up, blue light emanating from the lines, as if someone had traced them anew. Qian Lan closed its eyes, the blue light in its throat flickering on and off, synchronized with the rune's glow. Imo-Qian stepped back a few paces and lay down nearby, watching. Qian Yin crawled over from the reservoir and crouched beside him. Qian Lian crawled out of the nursery area and lay on Imo-Qian's forelimb. The 3 turtles quietly watched Qian Lan. The blue light in Qian Lan's throat extinguished. It opened its eyes, stood up, and faced the sea. Opening its mouth, instead of spitting a water bullet, it exhaled a puff of mist. The mist was thick white, surging from its mouth like clouds. The mist fell to the ground, spreading outward along the sandy shore until it reached Qian Lan's feet and stopped. Qian Lan closed its mouth and stared at the mist. The mist was thin, only the size of a palm, and dissipated after about 10 seconds. It opened its mouth again and exhaled an even larger puff of mist. This time the mist spread to a distance of 1 meter, a bit thicker, lasting half a minute. On the third exhale, the mist spread to 10 meters thick enough to obscure the rocks opposite. Xianlan's legs began to tremble. The chakra consumption was heavy. Rest a while, Xian said. Xianlan lay down panting. The blue light in its throat died out, and the patterns on its shell dimmed. After panting for about half a quarter hour, it stood up, faced the sea, and opened its mouth. This time the mist did not come out in puffs, but continuously surging from its throat like water from a sluice gate. The mist spread over the sea, expanding outward from the shallows 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. The entire perimeter of the island was shrouded in white mist. A moonlight could not penetrate. The sea surface was invisible, and even the reef belt became blurred. Xian stood up and walked to the edge of the shallows. The mist was so thick that he could not see his own claws. He walked to the water by feel and dipped his claws in. The water was cool, the mist was cool, but the mist carried a strange scent like earth after rain, and also like the smell of rotting seaweed. He stepped back a few paces and looked back toward the island interior. The nursery area, reservoir, terraced fields, and rocky hills were all obscured by the mist, only faint outlines visible. Xianlan crouched in the mist, the patterns on its shell glowing with cyan light, like a lamp. Its mouth was still open, mist still pouring out. Xian pressed its jaw with his claws. Enough. Xianlan closed its mouth. The mist did not thicken further, but neither did it dissipate. It lay down panting heavily, tongue out white foam at the corners of its mouth. Xian took a bottle of basic refining elixir from a crevice in the rocks, uncorked it, and handed it over. Xianlan took 2 sips, gasped a few times, then took 2 more sips. Xian climbed the watchtower. Looking down from the top, the entire island was covered in white mist like a layer of cotton quilt. The edge of the mist was at 500 meters. Outside, the sea surface was clear. Inside, the island was blurry. He looked into the distance from the tower. On the northern sea, the lights of that warship were still flashing, but the light was blocked at the edge of the mist and could not penetrate. Xianlan crawled up from below the tower and lay beside him. Can you see outside? Xian asked. Xianlan shook its head. It had tried with its perception water screen, but the screen could not penetrate the mist. There was interference within. Xian stared at the mist. It was thick and heavy, but it had a problem. It was too regular. Circular with neat edges, as if someone had drawn a circle. Naturally formed mist wouldn't be so round. He slid down from the watchtower and walked to the edge of the mist. The edge was clear-cut. Inside was dense mist, outside was clear air. He reached his claws into the mist. His claws disappeared. When he pulled them out, they were covered in water droplets. The droplets were cool with no scent. He stepped back and stared at the edge of the mist for a long time. Xianlan followed and crouched beside him. The mist is too round, Xian said. Xianlan tilted its head. Xian drew a circle on the ground with his claws. Natural mist has irregular edges. Yours is too neat. It's obvious it's a technique. Xianlan stared at the circle and nodded once. It opened its mouth and exhaled a puff of mist, not toward the sea, but into the air. The mist rose into the air, scattered by the wind, into an irregular shape, thick in some places and thin in others. It exhaled more than a dozen puffs, each in a different direction. The mists mingled their edges, becoming blurred, with some parts protruding and others receding, resembling natural mist. Xian climbed the watchtower and looked again. The island was surrounded by irregular mist with gaps and bulges at the edges. In some places it was thick enough to hide the sea, in others thin enough to see the shadows of the reefs. It was exactly like naturally formed mist. Xianlan scanned with its perception water screen. Can you see outside? Xian asked. Xianlan shook its head. The water screen still could not penetrate the mist, but the mist itself looked normal now. Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shallows. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in its throat very weak, its chakra nearly depleted. From today on, the sea mist shrouding technique must be active 24 hours a day. Xianlan looked up at him. Xian pointed at the edge of the mist with his claws. Open during the day and also at night. Don't let the outside see inside. Xianlan nodded. It opened its mouth and exhaled a puff of mist to patch the thinning areas. Xian lay down by the shallows, staring at the sea outside. The mist concealed the island, but he could see outside. The lights of the northern warship were still flashing, but they only illuminated the surface of the mist without penetrating. The people on the warship could not see the island, only a patch of mist. He stood up, walked to the rocky hill, and crawled into the cave. The spiritual spring was still bubbling, and the membrane had thickened another layer compared to yesterday. He dipped his claws into the water and soaked for 5 minutes. A warm current surged from his claws to his shoulders. The water surface did not crack, and no eye appeared. He withdrew his claws and crawled out of the cave. Xianlan lay by the cave entrance, the patterns on its shell glowing. Today you will use the perception water screen in coordination with the sea mist. The mist blocks vision, The water screen sees through the mist. Xian Lian nodded. Mo Xian pointed at the sea. There are ships outside. You can see them. They cannot see you. Xian Lian nodded again. Mo Xian climbed the watchtower and crouched on top. The mist churned at his feet like a sea of clouds. He stared north. The warship's lights went out. The sea was pitch black. But something was moving in the mist, not a boat, not a sea beast, a human figure. Very small, slipping in from the edge of the mist, then slipping out again. Xian Lian's shell patterns suddenly flared to maximum brightness. It opened its mouth and issued a warning. Mo Xian followed its gaze. There was a shadow in the mist crawling close to the ground, moving swiftly, entering from the north and heading toward the island. The shadow stopped at the middle of the mist. Mo Xian slid down from the tower and ran into the mist. The mist was thick, visibility poor. He ran by feel toward the direction of the shadow, stopped after about 50 meters. On the ground was a series of footprints. Not a turtle's, but a human's, barefoot, 5 toes widely spaced. The footprints came from outside the mist, extended about 30 meters toward the island, then turned back. Mo Xian lay down and pressed his nose close to the footprints. The scent was faint like seawater, like sweat, and also a rusty smell. He stood up and followed the footprints. The footprints came from the north, stopped about 200 meters from the nursery area, then turned back. In coming and going, they did not approach the nursery, the reservoir, or the terraced fields. Just observing. Mo Xian returned to the shallows. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in its throat flickering. Someone came in, Mo Xian said. Xianlan's throat blue light burst. Mo Xian pressed its mouth. Already gone. Xianlan's throat dimmed, but its eyes stared into the mist. Mo Xian lay down facing north. The mist was still there, thick. Outside the mist, the lights of the warship lit up again, this time closer, close enough to illuminate the surface of the mist. Xian Lian slid down from the tower, fell onto the sandy ground, and tumbled over. It got up, ran to Mo Xian's forelimb, its shell patterns glowing at maximum brightness. It pointed north with its claws, extending 2 claws, 2 kilometers. Then extended 5 claws, 5 people. Mo Xian stood up, walked to the water, and dipped his forelimbs into the sea. The seawater had a strange smell, the same as the scent on the footprints, rust, sweat, seawater. He withdrew his claws and stared at the northern mist. Outside the mist, the lights went out. The sound of engines started growing fainter. The boat was leaving. Mo Xian lay by the shallows, staring at the mist. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat flickering. Xian Lian lay on his forelimb, its shell patterns glowing. Hong Wen and Yin Wen crouched on either side of him. In the mist, something was glowing. Blue, very faint flickering. The same as the light that leaked out of the sea yesterday. Energy was leaking from the cave, passing through the ground, through the stone chamber, through the mist, drifting to the sea. Xian Lian's shell patterns went out. It withdrew into its shell and did not move. Mo Xian looked down at it. What's wrong? Xian Lian poked its head out of its shell and pointed at the blue light with its claws. It drew a circle, then a dot inside the circle, the hollow beneath the rocky hill. Then it drew an arrow from the hollow to the blue light. The energy is escaping faster than yesterday. Mo Xian stood up and crawled into the cave. The spiritual spring was still bubbling, the membrane still thickening, but the crystals on the cave walls had dimmed slightly. He lay down and pressed his ear to the ground. There was a sound from below, not water, but a heartbeat. Very slow, very heavy. Thump, thump, thump. It was the same heartbeat as when that I had appeared. The heartbeat persisted for about half an hour, then ceased. The surface of the spirit spring returned to stillness, bubbles resumed their rise, and mist once again condensed on the ceiling. Mo Xian crawled out of the cave. The dawn had already broken. A thick fog still shrouded the island, dense enough to block the sunlight, leaving the isle in a murky gray. Xianlan crouched by the cave entrance, the blue light in its throat faint. Maintaining the sea mist had consumed too much chakra. Rest, Mo Xian said. Xianlan closed its mouth, and its throat dimmed. The fog did not dissipate. The mist exhaled earlier could still linger for a while. Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian Lian was already perched atop it, the patterns on its shell glowing. It faced north, eyes half closed. Any ships? Mo Xian asked. Xian Lian extended 3 claws. Something was 3 kilometers away. It then extended 2 more claws, bending them. The object was approaching. Mo Xian lay flat on the platform, staring into the northern fog. The mist was thick, obscuring the view beyond. But Xian Lian could see. Its perception pierced the mist through a water curtain. The light grew closer, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Mo Xian heard an engine low and droning coming from the north. The sound drew nearer until he could distinguish the roar of a diesel engine. The fog trembled faintly from the vibrations. Xian Lian's shell patterns blazed to their brightest. With its claws it drew a rectangle, a ship. Then it sketched a few lines beneath the rectangle, something under the hull. It extended 5 claws, 5. The ship halted outside the fog. The engine noise softened, but did not stop. Xian slid down the tower and ran to the shallows. Xianlan followed the blue light in its throat beginning to gather. Xian pressed a paw on its mouth. Don't attack. Let the mist shield us. Xianlan's throat dimmed. Xian lay down, pressing his body against the sandy ground. Xianlan crouched to his left, Yin to his right. Yu trotted over from the edge of the terraced fields and lay down behind them. The female turtle herded the young ones behind the low wall. The ship began to move, not toward the island, but along the edge of the fog. The engine sound shifted from the north to the northwest, then from the northwest to the west. The ship was circling. Xian stared at the fog. It was so dense that the vessel could only see a vast sea of mist, not the island. The engine fell silent. The ship had stopped on the western side. Xian heard splashing, not the engine but oars. A small boat detached from the larger vessel and rowed into the mist. The oar strokes grew closer until he could hear the wood blades slicing through the water. Xian pressed his head against the sand, eyes fixed on the fog's edge. A dark silhouette emerged from the mist. It was small, a wooden dinghy carrying 2 people. The boat rowed into the fog, moving slowly as if feeling its way. The mist was heavy. The occupants lost their bearings, paddling erratically. Left-right. The dinghy spun in circles. Xian did not move. Xianlan's throat flashed blue, but Xian pinned it down with a paw. The dinghy drifted in the fog for about half an hour, then suddenly stopped. The oars fell silent. Xian heard voices low and indistinct through the mist. The dinghy turned, not back the way it came, but in another direction. The rowing sounds faded, moving from the west to the south. Xian rose and ran to the southern reef belt. Xianlan followed. The fog on the south side was thinner, revealing the shadows of rocks. The dinghy emerged from the mist narrowly, avoiding a collision with the reef. The occupants cried out in alarm, rowing frantically. The boat scraped past the rocks, its hull screeching against the stone. The dinghy slipped out of the fog and rowed toward the larger ship. The vessel's engine roared back to life as it began to turn. Xian crouched behind the reef, watching the ship. The ship took a long time to maneuver, circling 3 times outside the fog before finding its bearing. The engine sound grew distant, heading north. Xianlan slid down from the watchtower and ran to Xian's side. Gone, Xian said. Xianlan nodded, extending 3 claws. 3 kilometers, still moving north. Then 5 claws. 5 kilometers, fading farther away. Xian crawled out from behind the reef and walked to the shallows. The fog began to thin. Xianlan's chakra could not sustain it much longer. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the mist, casting patches of light on the sand. He opened the system panel. Sea mist concealment technique, combat record, hidden reconnaissance, ship 1, small boat 1, personnel 2. Result: erroneously entered reef area, island undiscovered. Exposure probability none. Evaluation: sea mist concealment effectively disrupted enemy vision and sense of direction. Recommendation: maintain continuously, expand coverage area. Xian closed the panel. Xianlan lay by the water's edge, panting heavily. The blue light in its throat died out, and the patterns on its shell faded. From now on, Xianlan maintains the sea mist during the day. Switch at night, Xian said. Xianyan looked up at him. Xian pointed a claw at Xianyan. You stand guard at night. Use earthwall technique plus mist. Earth release can also create dust mist. Xianyan nodded. It let out a low roar and a cloud of dust rose from the ground, dispersing into a grayish-yellow haze. The mist was dry, not as dense as the sea fog, but still obstructive. Xianyan roared again, thickening the dust cloud until it merged with the sea mist, changing the color from white to a pale gray. Sea mist by day, dust mist by night. 24 hours non-stop, Xian said. The sun climbed overhead, and the fog cleared considerably. The sea surface was clear with no ships in sight. Xianlan crawled out of the nursery area and lay down on Xian's foreleg. Scan the area, Xian said. Xianlan opened its mouth and spat out a stream of water. The water film spread, covering the sea from the shallows to about 600 meters offshore. Many light dots appeared on the film, fish schools, reef seaweed. No ships. Xian stood up, walked to the rocky hill, and crawled into the cave. The spirit spring was still bubbling. The membrane had thickened another layer since yesterday. He dipped a claw into the water for 5 minutes, feeling a warm current surge from his paw to his shoulder. The water surface did not split, and no eyes appeared. But the underground heartbeat sounded again, slower than before. Thump, 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 about 10 seconds apart. He lay down, pressing his ear to the ground. The heartbeat came from beneath the spirit spring, deep and far. Each pulse caused the spring's surface to tremble slightly, and the bubbles rose faster. The heartbeat ceased, and the bubbles slowed. Xian withdrew his claw and crawled out of the cave. Xianlan was crouched by the entrance, its shell patterns glowing. The thing below, Its heartbeat is slowing, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian tilted its head. Mo Xian pointed a claw at the ground. It's about to wake. Xian Lian's shell patterns dimmed, and it retracted into its shell. Mo Xian picked it up gently with his mouth and carried it back to the nursery, placing it on a pile of seaweed. The young turtle stayed curled in its shell, refusing to come out. The female turtle lowered her head and licked its shell, but it remained hidden. As the sun set, Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian Yin crouched below, ready to release the dust mist. Xian Lan lay by the shallows, recovering its chakra. Xian Lian was still curled in its shell, refusing to emerge. Mo Xian stared at the sea. The fog had cleared, revealing a pristine surface, so clear he could see distant reefs and the far horizon. On the horizon, a black speck appeared, motionless and tiny. It slowly grew larger, a ship gray with a cannon on its bow. The same kind of warship as yesterday. The ship stopped 5 kilometers away. A figure stood on deck, holding binoculars, looking toward the island. Mo Xian lay flat. The man watched for about half a minute, then lowered the binoculars. The ship did not turn back. It continued toward the island, moving slowly, as if hesitant. Mo Xian slid down the tower and ran to the shallows. Xian Lan missed. Xian Lan stood up, opened its mouth, and exhaled a cloud of vapor. The mist spread from the shallows, 100 meters, 200, 500. The island was once again shrouded in white fog. Mo Xian crouched in the mist, watching the outside. The ship reached the edge of the fog and stopped its bow, facing the mist, motionless. The engine died. The man on board stood at the bow, staring into the fog. Mo Xian could not see his face clearly, but he could see his hand, his right hand resting on the sword at his waist. The ship lingered at the fog's edge for about 5 minutes, then turned and slowly sailed away. Xian Lian poked its head out of its shell and crawled onto Mo Xian's foreleg. Its shell patterns glowed, but faintly. It will come again, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Mo Xian pointed a claw at the fog. But next time it won't just be watching. Xian Lian's shell patterns flashed once. On the sea surface at the edge of the mist, something was glowing. Blue, just like yesterday. Energy leaked from the cave, through the ground, through the stone chamber, through the fog, drifting out to the sea. The blue light flickered at the mist's edge like a lighthouse. The rice ears in the terraced fields had all turned yellow. Mo Xian crouched at the edge, cupping a stalk with his paw and gently rubbing it. The grains fell off, dark red, plump, glinting in the sunlight. He counted. This stalk bore 28 grains, 8 more than the first batch. Xian Yin squatted beside him, staring at the grains in his paw. Third season, Mo Xian said. He placed the grains on the ground and divided them into 2 piles with his paw. One pile of large, full grains, 20. The other of small, shriveled ones, 8. This pile seeds. This pile eat. Xian Yin tilted his head. Mo Xian walked along the terraced fields. Over 1,000 stalks of grain, each bearing ears of varying sizes. The largest ear had over 30 grains, the smallest only a dozen. He used his paw to mark the plants with large ears, scratching a horizontal line on the earthen wall at the root. About 200 plants were marked, a fifth of the total. These seeds. Mo Xian pointed at the marked plants. The rest eat. Xian Yin nodded. He let out a low growl, and the ground split open, bypassing the roots of the marked plants, separating the seed zone from the consumption zone. Mo Xian began selecting seeds. He crouched before the first marked grain plant, cupped the ear with his paw, and rubbed off grains one by one. The grains fell into his palm, and he scrutinized each, color, size, luster. Dark-colored ones were kept, light ones discarded. Large ones kept, small ones discarded. Shiny ones kept, dull ones discarded. After finishing one ear, 28 grains yielded, 20 kept. 8 were thrown into the consumption pile. Second plant, 32 grains, 24 kept. Third plant, 26 grains, 18 kept. Mo Xian selected one by one from morning until the sun tilted westward. After 200 plants, about 4,000 grains remained piled into a small mound, dark red, reflecting the sunset. He crouched before the mound, panting. His paws were polished by the grains, the crevices of his claws stuffed with husk debris. Xian Yin squatted beside him, staring at the pile of grains. 4,000 grains, Mo Xian said. Plant them, and they'll become 4,000 plants. Xian Yan's eyes lit up. Mo Xian grabbed a handful from the pile and looked at it. The grains were larger than the first batch, darker in color and glossier. He bit into one and chewed. The rice was deep red, tougher to chew, and after swallowing, his stomach remained warm for a long time. The system panel lit up. Spiritual grain quality improved. Current batch, third season. Effect, chakra micro increase effect enhanced by 20 after consumption. Growth cycle 18 days shortened by 2 days. Yield per mu estimated 350 gene increased by 50 gene. Suggestion, continue seed selection and breeding to further improve quality. Mo Xian closed the panel. He divided the grain pile into 2. One portion of 3,000 grains reserved as seeds for the next season wrapped in seaweed and stuffed into the deepest crevice of a rock. One portion of 1,000 grains for today's meal. Call the whole clan to eat, Xian said. Xianyan let out a low growl. The sound spread across the island. Xianlan crawled over from the shallows, Xianyu from the reservoir, and the female turtle led the hatchlings out of the nursery area. 5 half-grown juvenile turtles ran at the front. The largest one reached the grain pile first, lowered its head, bit a grain, chewed, swallowed, then bit another. Xianlan crouched by the pile, of blue light flickering in his throat. He didn't eat, waiting for Xian to eat first. Xian bit a grain and chewed. Only then did Xianlan lower his head to eat. Xianyan ate. Xianyu ate. The female turtle ate. The 5 half-grown juveniles ate. The older turtles crowded in to eat. The newborns were too small to bite the grains, so the female turtle chewed them into paste and fed them. Xianlian did not eat. He crouched beside the grain pile, his carapace patterns glowing, staring at the sea. Xian walked over. What's wrong? Xianlian pointed a claw at the sea. Xian looked. The mist was thin. On the sea was a boat, not a warship, but a small wooden one without a sail, propelled by oars. A person sat in the boat, head bowed, as if sleeping. The boat drifted toward the island with the current. Xianlan, Xian called. Xianlan stood up, walked to the shore, and blue light began to gather in his throat. Xian pressed his mouth. Don't attack. Watch. The small boat drifted to 200 meters off the shallow shore, ran aground, and wedged on a reef. The person in the boat didn't move. Xian crawled over and swam to the boat. The person was an old man with white, scraggly beard, wearing tattered clothes, eyes closed. His chest still rose and fell, alive. The boat's bottom had a hole, seawater pouring and slowly sinking. Xian pushed the boat off the reef with his head, nudging it onto the shallows. The old man stirred, opened his eyes, and stared at Xian. His eyes were cloudy, as if he couldn't see clearly. His mouth opened, emitting a hoarse ah. Xian stepped back. Xianlan crouched beside him, a blue light flickering in his throat. The old man climbed down from the boat, collapsed on the sand, and panted. He looked at Xian, then at Xianlan, his mouth opening and closing, unable to speak. Xian stared at him. On the old man's hand was a ring, the same as the corpse before, 4 wavy lines. Mist-hidden people. Xian turned to Xianlan. Call Xianlian. Xianlian crawled over from the nursery area, crouched on Xian's foreleg, and stared at the old man. His carapace patterns lit up, and a water membrane spread out, covering the old man's entire body. On the membrane, a faint light flickered in the old man's chest like a dying lamp. Xianlian extended a claw tip and pointed at the light. Chakra, almost gone. The old man emitted another reached out a hand, trying to touch Xian. Xian stepped back. The old man's hand fell onto the sand, grabbed a handful, then released it, the sand trickling through his fingers. He stared at Xian's eyes. Xian's reflection mirrored in his cloudy pupils. Water, the old man said. Xian didn't move. Xianlan didn't move either. The old man's hand dropped, eyes still open, but pupils dilated. The chest stopped rising. Xianlian's water membrane shattered, and he retreated behind Xian's foreleg. Xian stared at the old man's corpse. A mist-hidden person drifted to the island. Not looking for anything, dying, carried by the current. He stood up, dragged the corpse with his paw behind the reef belt, and stuffed it into the crevice where the previous corpse lay. 2 stones blocked the opening. Back at the shore, Xianlan still crouched there, staring at the sea. Xian lay beside him. There will be more. Xianlan turned to look at him. Xian pointed a claw at the sea. Boats, people, corpses. More and more. Xianlan's throat flashed blue. Xian stood up and walked to the terraced field. The grain pile was still at the edge. 1,000 grains nearly all eaten, only a few dozen left. The smallest newborn juvenile turtle crouched beside the pile, a grain in its mouth, unable to chew, holding it as drool dripped from the corner of its mouth. Xian picked it up and placed it on a seaweed pile. The juvenile flipped over, spat out the grain, which rolled onto the sand. It crawled over and picked the grain up again. Xian stared at the grain. It was bigger than the juvenile's mouth, but it held it, refusing to let go. He used his paw to pry the grain out, bit it into pieces, and fed it to the juvenile. The juvenile swallowed, burped, and retracted into its shell. Xianlian crawled back from the shore and crouched on Xian's foreleg. The boat is gone. He pointed at the sea with his claw, extending 5 claws. 5 kilometers. Xian stood up and climbed the rocky hill. Halfway up, he stopped and looked back at the sea. The mist had cleared, the sea was clear. Clear enough to see distant reefs and the horizon. On the horizon was a black, not a boat, but smoke. Gray, thin, rising from the sea and dispersing in the air. Xianlian's carapace patterns lit up. He stared at the wisp of smoke, extending 2 claws, 2 vessels. Xian stared at the smoke. It was drifting toward the island. The wind came from the north. Boats in the north burning something. The smoke grew thicker from a wisp to a cloud. Mo Xian smelled a burnt odor detectable even from several kilometers away. Xianlan's throat exploded with blue light. Mo Xian did not stop him. Smoke had been burning in the north all night. By dawn it had cleared, and the sea surface grew bright once more. Mo Xian stood at the edge of the shallows staring at that stretch of water. Xianlian lay on his foreleg, the patterns on his carapace still glowing. Has the ship left? Mo Xian asked. Xianlian extended 5 claw tips. 5 kilometers, still heading north. Then 3 more, 3 vessels. Mo Xian turned and crawled inland. The grain in the terraces had been harvested, the fields lying empty waiting for the 4th planting. But the entire clan was running low on meat. Only 3 strips of dried fish remained, and the seaweed was nearly gone. He crawled to the edge of the reservoir, where Xian Yin was repairing a drainage ditch. Nearby, Xian Yu hauled stones, while 5 half-grown hatchlings trailed behind, filling the gaps. Stop! Mo Xian spoke. Xian Yin raised his head to look at him. With a claw, Mo Xian pointed to a depression east of the shallows, where seawater flooded in during high tide and left a shallow pool behind when it receded, covering roughly half a mu with water knee-deep. Build a pond there. Enclose it, raise fish. Xian Yin crawled over and squatted at the depression's edge, emitting a low growl. The ground rose, birthing an earthen wall that began at the eastern side of the hollow and stretched westward along the water's margin. The wall stood half a meter high and 1 foot thick, its surface smooth. With a series of low growls, Xian Yin raised the earthwork section by section, enclosing half a circle and leaving an opening that led toward the sea. Leave the gap. Fish swim in at high tide, but cannot escape when it recedes, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin nodded and added a low sill at the opening, ankle high, allowing water to flow through while keeping the fish contained. Mo Xian crawled into the hollow and dug a narrow trench with his claws, linking it to the reservoir's drainage channels so freshwater could seep in and moderate the salinity. Xian Yu followed, clawing the trench deeper, while 5 half-grown hatchlings trailed behind, carrying small stones in their mouths to line the bottom. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the pond was enclosed. The wall, half a meter high and 1 foot thick, formed a semicircle roughly 20 meters across. The opening faced the sea, with the low sill holding the fish back. The bottom was layered with gravel and coarse sand. Freshwater fed from a channel to the north, and seawater poured in through the gap. Mo Xian lay at the water's edge, studying the pond. The water remained cloudy, sediment still settling. Release the fish, he said. Xian Yin walked to the shore and used his earth wall technique to encircle a small area in the shallows, trapping over a dozen small fish. Xian Yu crawled into the enclosure, gripped a fish in his mouth, and swam back to the pond, releasing it. The fish dropped into the water, flicked its tail, and darted into a crevice at the bottom. The 5 young turtles imitated Xian Yue, making repeated trips to transport fish. After more than 10 journeys, the pond held roughly 50 small fish, a few crabs, and a scattering of shrimp. Mo Xian lay beside the pond watching the fish. Some swam toward the gap, but were halted by the low sill, turning back instead. When a crab crawled ashore, Xian Yu nudged it back with a claw. The shrimp were too small to tell whether they had escaped. Feed them once a day, seaweed, crushed shells, and bran, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin nodded. That afternoon, Mo Xian took Xian Lian to the reef zone to gather seaweed. Xian Lian rode on his back, the patterns on his carapace glowing. The seaweed grew in clumps within the reef crevices, deep green. Mo Xian tore one free with his claws, carried it in his mouth, swam back to the pond, and dropped it in. The fish gathered around, pecked at the seaweed, then scattered. He made another dozen or so trips, layering the pond floor with seaweed. Xian Lian jumped from his back and lay at the pond's edge, watching the water surface. The patterns on its carapace suddenly flared to life, spreading a membrane of water that covered the entire pond. Countless points of light shimmered on its surface, fish, crabs, and shrimp. One light stood out large and motionless at the bottom. Xian Lian extended a claw tip, pointing at it. Mo Xian leaned down and plunged his claw into the muck. His claw struck something hard, smooth, and round. He pried it loose and drew out a massive crab larger than his head, its pincers snapping shut around his claw tip. Mo Xian shook his claw, but the crab held fast. Xian Yin emitted a low growl, splitting the ground open. The crab fell into the fissure and released its grip. Mo Xian pulled his claw free, leaving 2 white marks on the tip. Something like this in the pond, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin nodded and sealed the crack with an earth wall technique. As the sun set, Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian Lian perched on top, facing north. A thin haze hung over the sea, and within it loomed a massive shadow. Not a vessel, but smoke, gray and billowing upward from the water's surface. The same smoke as yesterday. Burning again, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded and extended 2 claw tips. 2 ships. Then 3 more, 3 kilometers. Mo Xian slid down from the tower and sprinted to the shallows. Xianlan crouched at the water's edge, its throat's blue light never dimming. The fog had not yet dissipated, the sea mist concealment technique was still active. Ships to the north are burning something, Mo Xian said. Xianlan's throat burst with blue light, but Mo Xian pressed down on its jaws. It is not burning for our benefit. Xianlan's throat dimmed. Mo Xian lay flat, eyes fixed on the northern horizon. Through the mist, the smoke thickened, shifting from gray to black. Wind swept in from the north, carrying a stronger, acrid stench. Xianlian slid from the tower and leapt onto Mo Xian's foreleg, his carapace blazing at full brightness. It pointed north with a claw, then tilted its head. Something has emerged from the smoke, Mo Xian said. Xianlian nodded and extended 5 claw tips. 5. Then 2 more, fast. Mo Xian rose and raced to the nursery. The female turtles had already herded the young into the low walls, where 5 half-grown hatchlings huddled at the base. He lay at the wall's opening, staring north. Through the mist, 5 dark figures appeared. Not ships, but humanoids sprinting across the water's surface at great speed, splashing with each stride. The spray caught the moonlight, flashing white. Xianlan's throat erupted with blue light, but Mo Xian did not silence it. 5 dark figures dashed to the edge of the mist and halted. Water splashed beneath their feet, falling into the mist with a crackling sound. Mo Xian stared at those shadows. They were not ninjas, but sea beasts. They were identical to the one from the sea beast culling. Grayish-white carapace, triangular head, but a size smaller, only half the size of an adult turtle. 5 small sea beasts prowled outside the mist, their heads turning as if disoriented. The mist was too thick, they couldn't see the island's position. The leading sea beast let out a low cry, and the other 4 stopped gathering around it. The 5 huddled together, heads pointing in different directions, some east, some west, some north. The blue light in Xianlan's throat remained glowing, but Mo Xian didn't press it. Xianlian jumped down from Mo Xian's forelimb, ran to the water's edge, and its carapace patterns blazed at full brightness. It opened its mouth not to call, but to spit out a stream of water. A water film spread, covering the sea surface from the shallows to the edge of the mist. On the film, 5 specks of light clustered together, motionless. Mo Xian stared at those specks. They paused for about half an hour. The leading sea beast called out again, a long drawn-out sound, as if summoning something. There was no response. It turned and swam north, the other 4 following. The splashes grew smaller, the sounds fainter, until they vanished. Xianlian's water film shattered. It lay down panting. The patterns on its carapace slowly dimmed. They're gone, Mo Xian said. Xianlian nodded. Mo Xian stood up, walked to the edge of the shallows, and extended his forelimb into the water. The water was cool without any abnormality. After dawn, Mo Xian went to check the egg pit. The female turtle crouched by the pit, her head extended into it. The sand inside was moving, bulging upward, grains cascading down. The first baby turtle crawled out, larger than any before. Its carapace was half the size of an adult's palm, and its color wasn't light gray, but deep gray, almost black. It crawled out of the pit, without stopping, heading straight for the sea. Mo Xian blocked it with his claw. The little turtle bumped into his claw tip, paused, and looked up at him. Its eyes were deep brown with vertical pupils, just like Xianlan and Xianyan. It opened its mouth and let out a short cry, twice as loud as any other hatchling its age. Wait, Mo Xian said. The little turtle bumped his claw tip again, but couldn't move it. It stepped back and stared at him. Mo Xian used his claw to flip it over. The shell was hard, unyielding under pressure, and the edges had no white soft rim, solid all around. He tapped it with his claw tip. The sound was crisp, like striking stone. The second baby turtle crawled out, smaller than the first. Then the third, fourth, fifth. A total of 12 emerged. The smallest was the same size as previous newborn turtles, its shell still soft. The largest, the first one out, was twice the size of the other 11, with the darkest and hardest carapace. Mo Xian picked up the largest one in his mouth and held it before his eyes. The little turtle struggled in his mouth, kicking wildly, nearly breaking free with its strength. He tightened his grip and set it on the sand. The little turtle stood up, shook itself, and again crawled toward the sea. Xianyue, Mo Xian said. The little turtle stopped and looked back at him. Mo Xian pointed at it with his claw. Your name? Xianyu. The little turtle stared at him for 3 seconds, then turned and continued crawling toward the sea. Mo Xian blocked it with his claw, carried it back to the nursery area, and placed it on a pile of seaweed. Xianyu flipped over, lying on its back legs flailing. It righted itself and crawled toward the sea again. Mo Xian brought it back again. After 5 rounds, Xianyu finally lay down and stopped moving. Mo Xian opened the system panel. Xianyue, age 3 days. Size far exceeds peers. Carapace hardness, genin level. Evolutionary potential high. Recommended training direction: heavy combat defense charge. Currently unlockable techniques: non-insufficient chakra, who estimated unlock in 10 days. Xian closed the panel and stared at Xianyu. The young turtle lay on the sand, head facing the sea, eyes half closed. Its carapace reflected a dull light in the sun. The gaps between the scuts were so narrow they were almost invisible. Xianlan crawled over from the shallows, crouched beside Xianyue, and looked down at it. Xianyu opened one eye, glanced at Xianlan, then closed it again. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flashed once. It gently tapped Xianyu's carapace with its claw. The sound was like an adult turtle's. "It will learn combat from you," Xian said. Xianlan nodded. That afternoon, Xian took Xianyu to the shallows. The young turtle lay on the beach facing the sea. Xian crouched beside it. "Do you see the sea?" Xianyu stared at the surface, unmoving. "One day you will guard this sea." Xianyu turned its head to look at him and blinked once. Xian pointed with his claw at the mist over the sea. "There are things out there. Ships, sea beasts, people. When they come, you must stop them." Xianyu stood up, crawled forward 2 steps, and stood at the water's edge. The waves rushed up, washing over its claws. It didn't retreat, staring at the sea with pupils contracted to a thin line. Xianlian crawled over from the nursery, perched on Xian's forelimb, and stared at Xianyu. The patterns on its carapace lit up, and a water film spread, covering Xianyu's entire body. On the film, a cluster of light shone brightly in Xianyu's chest, brighter than any young turtle's. Xianlian extended its claw tip and pointed at the light mass. Chakra volume was immense, close to Jinin level. Xian carried Xianyu back to the nursery and placed it on the seaweed pile. The female turtle lowered her head and licked Xianyu's carapace. Xianyu didn't move, eyes closed. The smallest newborn turtle crawled out from under the female, climbed onto Xianyu's back, and lay still in the center of its carapace. Xianyu didn't chase it away. As the sun set, Xian climbed the watchtower. Xianlian crouched at the top, facing north. A thick mist lay over the sea. In the mist there was a shadow, huge, not a ship, but smoke. Gray rising from the sea surface and dispersing in the air. "They're here again," Xian said. Xianlian nodded, extending 3 claw tips, 3 kilometers. Then it extended 5 small sea beasts, just like yesterday. Xian slid down the tower and ran to the shallows. Xianlan crouched at the water's edge, the blue light in its throat steady. Xianyu crawled out of the nursery, reached the water, and crouched beside Xianlan. Its head faced the northern sea, pupils contracted, carapace reflecting a dull light in the moonlight. In the mist, 5 dark figures appeared again. This time they were closer. Close enough to discern their shapes: grayish-white carapaces, triangular heads, yellow vertical pupils. 5 small sea beasts lined up, swimming from the north toward the island. They stopped at the edge of the mist. Xianyu stood up and took a step forward. Xian pressed it down with his claw. "Wait!" Xianyu stopped, but didn't retreat. It stared at the shadows in the mist, opened its mouth, and let out a low cry. The sound was not loud, but deep, making the sand tremble slightly. The shadows in the mist halted. The leading sea beast turned its head, staring toward the mist. Xianyu called out again. The sea beast retreated a step, then turned and swam north. The other 4 followed. The splashes grew fainter until they vanished. Xianlan turned to stare at Xianyu. Xian stared too. The young turtle lay down, resting its chin on its paws, and closed its eyes. Xianlian slid down from the tower, ran to Xian's forelimb, and its carapace patterns blazed at full brightness. It pointed with its claw at Xianyu, then at the sea. It had scared away the sea beasts. Xian looked down at Xianyu. The young turtle's carapace reflected a dull light in the moonlight, and faint light seeped through the gaps between scuts, a deep brown like soil. "You haven't evolved yet," Xian said. "But you can already scare them off." Xianyu opened one eye, glanced at him, then closed it again. Xian lay down beside it, facing the sea. Xianlan lay on the left, Xian Yin on the right, Xianlian on his forelimb. Xianyu lay at the front, head facing the sea. On the sea, the mist dispersed. Moonlight shone on the water, turning it a silvery white. In the center of that silver, a black silhouette appeared, enormous, larger than any ship before. The silhouette slowly approached, its outline becoming clearer, a warship, gray, with a cannon on the prow and a pattern of 4 wavy lines painted on the hull. The ship stopped 5 kilometers away. 5 men stood on deck, lined up, staring toward the island. Xian stood up. Xianyu also stood, its head facing the warship, pupils contracted to a thin line. Its carapace began to glow, a deep brown light seeping through the scute gaps, growing brighter. Xian stared at its carapace. The scuts were cracking, old ones lifting at the edges, whitening, revealing the deep brown new shell beneath. It was evolving on the 3rd day after birth. Xuanya's old shell plates popped off his back and fell onto the sandy ground, crackling like hail. The new shell underneath was revealed, deep brown with a rough surface like granite. Its body had grown an entire size larger, expanding from the size of a palm to half that of an adult turtle, with a carapace width exceeding half a meter. It stood up, shook its body, and the sandy ground trembled along with it. Imotian stepped back, fixing his gaze on Xuanya. The juvenile turtle's limbs had thickened to twice their former girth, its claw tips curved into hook-like shapes, and a layer of horn-like hard armor had emerged across the tops of its claws. It turned its head toward a head-sized reef rock at the edge of the shallow waters, crawled over, and head-butted it. The rock split in two, debris scattering outward before splashing into the sea 5 meters away. Xuanya retreated a step, glancing between its own head and the fractured reef, then blinked. A blue glow flickered from within Xuanlan's throat. Imotian crawled over and tapped Xuanya's carapace with his claws. The sound rang out like striking stone, even denser than Xuanlan's. He gestured toward a larger reef rock in the distance, half a person's height, washed up by the waves earlier. Xuanya crawled over, halted, lowered its head, and pressed its carapace against the base of the reef. It pushed forward with all its strength, its 4 limbs driving into the sand, carving 4 deep grooves. The reef shifted, rolling forward half a meter before coming to rest. Xuanya pulled back and slammed into it again, sending the rock 2 meters away with a crack splitting across its surface. Imotian measured the fissure with his claws, about 2 fingers deep, running from top to bottom. The force was sufficient. He turned to look at Xianlan. "Could you smash a rock when you were a month old?" Xianlan shook its head. Imotian opened the system panel. Xuanya Genin rank. Current body length 0. 6 meters, far exceeding peers, equivalent to a 3-month-old juvenile turtle. Physical attack power assessment, mid-level Genin. Techniques, none. Insufficient chakra expected, unlock in 7 days. Special ability, heavy armor charge, passive 50 defense boost during charges. Imotian closed the panel and stared at Xuanya. The juvenile turtle stood beside the reef, head slightly bowed, as if awaiting the next command. "Starting today, you'll learn combat from Xianlan." Xuanya turned to look at Xuanlan, who crouched beside it, a head taller. A blue glow flickered in Xuanlan's throat. "But there's one condition." Imotian pointed with his claws toward the earthen wall of the reservoir, then toward the low walls of the terraced fields. "Those cannot be rammed. The grain in the terraces cannot be trampled. The juvenile turtles in the conservation area cannot be crushed." Xuanya tilted its head. Imotian tapped its head with his claws. "Control your strength." Xuanya nodded once, then walked to the edge of the shallows facing the sea. Waves surged forward, washing over its claws. It didn't retreat, instead fixating on the sea surface. In the distance, a piece of driftwood about a meter long tumbled through the waves. Xuanya charged into the sea, swimming toward the driftwood. It moved swiftly, its limbs propelling through the water with more force than an adult turtle, sending spray soaring to human height. Reaching the driftwood, it head-butted the wood, sending it flying onto the sea surface 10 meters away, where it shattered into pieces. Xianlan followed and crouched beside Xuanya, a blue glow flickering in its throat. It opened its mouth and released a water blast that struck a fragment of wood, exploding it into powder. Xuanya stared at the powder, then glanced at its own head. "That water blast is a technique. Yours is brute force." Imotian swam over and floated on the surface. "Both can shatter objects, but brute force can injure yourself." He pointed at Xuanya's head. "When you ram into rocks, your head will hurt." Xuanya shook its head. "No pain." Imotian touched its head with his claws. The skull was very hard, with no visible wounds. In the afternoon, Imotian brought Xuanya to the reef zone, where numerous large stones sat, some 3 times Xuanya's size. He selected a medium one, roughly twice Xuanya's size. "Ram this one." Xuanya lowered its head, pressed its carapace against the stone, and pushed. The stone moved, rolling forward half a meter before stopping. It pulled back and struck again, sending the stone rolling another half meter. After 5 consecutive impacts, the stone rolled 2 meters away, its surface crisscrossed with cracks. "Not enough." Imotian pointed to a larger stone nearby, 3 times Xuanya's size. Xuanya fixed its gaze on the stone, backed up several paces, then accelerated into a charge. Its carapace slammed into the rock with a dull thud. The stone split down the middle, fragments rolling into the sea. The recoil sent Xuanya tumbling backward, landing on its back, with all 4 legs flailing. It righted itself, stood up, shook off the sand, and immediately fixated on the next stone. "Enough," Imotian said. Xuanya halted, breathing heavily. A white scratch marked its carapace from the impact. Imotian traced it with his claws. No groove, just a surface mark. Xianlan crawled over from the shallows and crouched beside Xuanya. It opened its mouth and emitted a short call. Xuanya turned to look at it. Xianlan pointed with its claws toward the conservation area, then gestured to its own mouth, teaching Xuanya that combat required not just brute force, but also the ability to follow commands. Xuanya stared at Xuanlan's mouth and nodded once. As the sun set, Imo-Xian led Xuanya back to the conservation area, where the female turtle was feeding the newborn juveniles, the smallest one clinging to her plastron, its mouth opening and closing. Xuanya crawled over and crouched beside the female, watching the little turtles. The smallest one jumped down, climbed onto Xuanya's back, settled in the center of the carapace, and went still. Xuanya didn't shoo it away. Imo-Xian lay beside the low wall, facing the sea. Xianlan crouched nearby, a head taller than Xuanya, a blue glow flickering in its throat. But there's one condition. Imo-Xian pointed with his claws toward the earthen wall of the reservoir, then toward the low walls of the terraced fields. Those cannot be rammed. The grain in the terraces cannot be trampled. The juvenile turtles in the conservation area cannot be crushed. Xuanya tilted its head. Imo-Xian tapped its head with his claws. Control your strength. Xuanya nodded once, then walked to the edge of the shallows facing the sea. Waves surged forward, washing over its claws. It didn't retreat, instead fixating on the sea surface. In the distance, a piece of driftwood about a meter long tumbled through the waves. Xuanya charged into the sea, swimming toward the driftwood. It moved swiftly, its limbs propelling through the water with more force than an adult turtle, sending spray soaring to human height. Reaching the driftwood, it head-butted the wood, sending it flying onto the sea surface 10 meters away, where it shattered into pieces. Xianlan followed and crouched beside Xuanya, a blue glow flickering in its throat. It opened its mouth and released a water blast that struck a fragment of wood, exploding it into powder. Xuanya stared at the powder, then glanced at its own head. That water blast is a technique. Yours is brute force. Imo-Xian swam over and floated on the surface. Both can shatter objects, but brute force can injure yourself. He pointed at Xuanya's head. When you ram into rocks, your head will hurt. Xuanya shook its head. No pain. Imo-Xian touched its head with his claws. The skull was very hard with no visible wounds. In the afternoon, Imo-Xian brought Xuanya to the reef zone, where numerous large stones sat some 3 times Xuanya's size. He selected a medium one, roughly twice Xuanya's size. Ram this one. Xuanya lowered its head, pressed its carapace against the stone, and pushed. The stone moved, rolling forward half a meter before stopping. It pulled back and struck again, sending the stone rolling another half meter. After 5 consecutive impacts, the stone rolled 2 meters away, its surface crisscrossed with cracks. Not enough. Imo-Xian pointed to a larger stone nearby, 3 times Xuanya's size. Xuanya fixed its gaze on the stone, backed up several paces, then accelerated into a charge. Its carapace slammed into the rock with a dull thud. The stone split down the middle, fragments rolling into the sea. The recoil sent Xuanya tumbling backward, landing on its back, with all 4 legs flailing. It righted itself, stood up, shook off the sand, and immediately fixated on the next stone. Enough, Imo-Xian said. Xuanya halted, breathing heavily. A white scratch marked its carapace from the impact. Imo-Xian traced it with his claws. No groove, just a surface mark. Xianlan crawled over from the shallows and crouched beside Xuanya. It opened its mouth and emitted a short call. Xuanya turned to look at it. Xianlan pointed with its claws toward the conservation area, then gestured to its own mouth, teaching Xuanya that combat required not just brute force, but also the ability to follow commands. Xuanya stared at Xuanlan's mouth and nodded once. As the sun set, Imo-Xian led Xuanya back to the conservation area, where the female turtle was feeding the newborn juveniles, the smallest one clinging to her plastron, its mouth opening and closing. Xuanya crawled over and crouched beside the female, watching the little turtles. The smallest one jumped down, climbed onto Xuanya's back, settled in the center of the carapace, and went still. Xuanya didn't shoo it away. Imo-Xian lay beside the low wall, facing the sea. Xianlan crouched nearby, a head taller than Xuanya, a blue glow flickering in its throat. But there's one condition. Imo-Xian pointed with his claws toward the earthen wall of the reservoir, then toward the low walls of the terraced fields. Those cannot be rammed. The grain in the terraces cannot be trampled. The juvenile turtles in the conservation area cannot be crushed. Xuanya tilted its head. Imo-Xian tapped its head with his claws. Control your strength. Xuanya nodded once, then walked to the edge of the shallows facing the sea. Waves surged forward, washing over its claws. It didn't retreat, instead fixating on the sea surface. In the distance, a piece of driftwood about a meter long tumbled through the waves. Xuanya charged into the sea, swimming toward the driftwood. It moved swiftly, its limbs propelling through the water with more force than an adult turtle, sending spray soaring to human height. Reaching the driftwood, it head-butted the wood, sending it flying onto the sea surface 10 meters away, where it shattered into pieces. Xianlan followed and crouched beside Xuanya, a blue glow flickering in its throat. It opened its mouth and released a water blast that struck a fragment of wood, exploding it into powder. Xuanya stared at the powder, then glanced at its own head. The sandy surface of the egg pit had been cracking all day. Xian lay by the pit staring at the fissures. The first crack appeared in the morning, splitting from the center to the edge. The second came at noon, horizontal and intersecting the first. The third arrived in the afternoon, diagonal, dividing the pit into 3 sections. The female turtle crouched at the edge, her head stretching into the pit, a low gurgle rumbling from her throat. As the sun set, the first hatchling poked its head through the crack. Xian used his claws to brush aside the sand at the pit's mouth, helping it crawl out. The little turtle's carapace was pale gray with a ring of faint yellow patterns along the rim. It crawled 2 steps, stopped, and looked up at Xian. The second, third, and fourth emerged one after another. The fifth got stuck at the opening. Xian used the tip of his claw to support its hind limb and gently pushed it upward. The hatchling tumbled over the edge, rolled once, landed on its back, and flipped itself over. When Xian counted to the 22nd, the pit fell silent. He lay down, reached a claw into the pit to probe, but felt neither eggshells nor hatchlings. 22 all out. The female turtle gathered the newborns under her body, lowered her head, and licked the carapace of the smallest one. The hatchling shrank, tucking its head into the gap of the female's plastron. Xian stepped back a few paces and opened the system panel. The species count had changed from 48 to 70. 22 new hatchlings plus the previous 48 made 70 in total. The number on the panel jumped from 48 to 70, and then a line of golden script appeared. Species count reached 50. First stage objective completed. Rewards being distributed. Xian stared at that line of text. 4 icons appeared in the system space. A porcelain bottle with the number 10 stacked, a pouch with the number 5, a glowing stone icon, and a ring icon. He tapped the porcelain bottle. Intermediate body tempering fluid 10, the bottle twice the size of the basic version, with 2 ripples engraved on the label. He tapped the pouch. Spirit soil, improver 5, gray-white powder, the same as the one used before. He tapped the glowing stone basic formation core 1. The description read: embed into the sanctum core to activate the defensive formation covering a radius of 30 meters, interfering with low-level perception type ninjutsu. He tapped the ring. Storage ring, 1 cubic meter 1. The description reads: spatial storage equipment capacity, 1 cubic meter, capable of storing non-living items. Xian retrieved the storage ring from the system space. The ring was silver, its surface etched with dense runes, and a small line of text on the inner band read: capacity, 1 cubic meter. He pinched the ring with his claws and slipped it onto the second digit of his right forelimb. The ring was a bit tight, catching at the joint. He bit it with his teeth and pushed it on. The ring settled at the base of the digit, neither too loose nor too tight, just right. Xian stared at the ring. With a thought, a white flash crossed its surface. He sensed a space inside the ring, not large, like a small box, empty. He reached a claw into the system space, retrieved the 10 bottles of intermediate body tempering fluid, and with another thought, the fluid disappeared from his claw and reappeared in the ring space. He then took out the spirit soil improver and the basic formation core, placing them inside as well. The 5 bags of spirit soil improver were stacked in the corner, the formation core sat in the middle, and the 10 bottles of tempering fluid leaned against one side. The ring space still had plenty of room. Xianlan crawled over from the shallows, crouched beside Xian, and stared at the ring on his digit. It lowered its head, sniffed, and sneezed. It's for storing things, Xian said. He dipped his claw into the sea, wetting it. With a thought, the water droplets vanished from his claw and appeared in the ring's space, falling to the ground and wetting a small patch. He then brought the water back out, and the droplets flew out of the ring, landing on the sand. Xianlan tilted its head. Xian took out a bottle of intermediate body tempering fluid from the ring, uncorked it, and handed it to Xianlan. Drink. Xianlan lowered its head, took 2 sips, then lifted its head and licked its mouth. Xian put the bottle away, sealed it, and returned it to the ring. Xianlan stared at his claws. A blue light flickered in its throat. The sun had fully set. Xian climbed the watchtower. Xianlian crouched at the top, facing north. The patterns on its carapace glowed, and a water film spread across the sea surface. What do you see? Xian asked. Xianlian extended 3 claw tips, something 3 kilometers away. It extended 2 more tips, 2 of them. Xian stared at the northern sea. The mist was thin. He could see 2 gray shadows, one large and one small, stopped 3 kilometers out. Xianlian's carapace patterns suddenly blazed to their brightest. It drew a rectangle with its claws, then several lines beneath it. A boat with something under the boat. It extended 5 claw tips. 5. Xian slid down the tower and ran to the shallows. Xianlan crouched at the water's edge, the blue light in its throat beginning to gather. Xianyu crawled out of the nursery area, crouched beside Xianlan, facing north, his carapace reflecting a dull light under the moonlight. 2 boats. 5 underwater things. Imo Xian said. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat exploded. Imo Xian pressed its mouth shut. Don't strike. Watch. On the northern sea, the two gray shadows began to move. The large one went east, the small one headed toward the island. The small boat slid into the mist, moving very slowly, the oar strokes rhythmic like heartbeats. Imo Xian lay on the sand staring at the edge of the mist. The small boat emerged from the mist about 500 meters from shore. 2 people sat in it wearing masks and black clothes. One rowed, the other kept his head down, hands pressed on the water's surface. Xian Lian slid down the tower and ran onto Imo Xian's forelimb, its carapace patterns blazing at full brightness. It pointed with its claws toward the water. Those 5 things had separated from the boat's bottom and were swimming toward the island. Imo Xian stared at the sea. No trace showed on the surface, but on Xian Lian's water film 5 light dots were moving rapidly. Xian Yu stood up and took a step forward. Imo Xian pressed him down with a claw. Wait. The light dots stopped 100 meters from the shallows. Imo Xian saw them. 5 sharks, gray-white, each as long as an adult turtle. They formed a line, heads pointing toward the island, motionless. The man on the boat raised his head, staring at the island through the mist. He removed his goggles, revealing a pair of blue eyes. Imo Xian flattened himself further. Those blue eyes swept across the shallows, the stone wall, and the nursery area. The blue eyes narrowed slightly as if seeing something. He lowered his head and spoke a few words to the rower. The rower stopped paddling. The small boat turned and headed toward the large vessel. The 5 sharks turned and swam back under the boat. Imo Xian waited half a quarter hour before standing up. Xian Lian's water film shattered. It lay on Imo Xian's forelimb, panting. They're gone, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded, extending 5 claw tips. 5 kilometers. Imo Xian walked to the water's edge, dipping his forelimb into the sea. The seawater was cool with no anomaly. He turned and climbed toward the rocky hill. Reaching the Spirit Spring cave, he crawled inside. The Spirit Spring was still bubbling, the membrane thicker than yesterday. He took the basic formation core from the ring and placed it beside the spring. The formation core was a stone fist-sized, its surface covered with runes. The runes glowed in the blue light, the lines moving slowly across the stone like living things. Imo Xian pressed his claw onto the formation core. The core trembled. Runes flew out from the stone's surface, spinning in the air and arranging themselves into a circle. The center of the circle aligned with the Spirit Spring. The edges spread outward, piercing the stone walls, the rocky hill, and covering the entire island. Imo Xian felt a faint vibration coming from underground, as if something had been activated. The system panel lit up. Basic defensive formation activated. Coverage radius 30 meters. Effect interferes with low-level perception type. Ninjutsu reduces detection probability. Energy source Spirit Spring natural energy. Current stability good. Imo Xian closed the panel and crawled out of the cave. Dawn was approaching, the mist was thin. Xian Lan crouched by the cave entrance, the blue light in its throat very weak. Xian Yu lay by the shallows facing north. Xian Lian lay on Imo Xian's forelimb, its carapace patterns still glowing. The formation is activated, Imo Xian said. But it's not enough. We need something bigger. He turned his head toward the sea. To the north, the large boat still remained 3 kilometers away, not leaving. A yellow lamp was lit on the boat, flickering. The same color as the eye seen earlier. Xian Lian's carapace patterns suddenly went dark. It retracted into its shell, motionless. Imo Xian looked down at it. What's wrong? Xian Lian poked its head out of the shell and pointed with its claws toward the northern sea. It drew a circle, and inside the circle it placed a dot, the cavity beneath the rocky hill. Then it drew an arrow pointing from the cavity toward that yellow lamp. Energy was leaking out, flowing faster than before, drifting along the current all the way to the position of that boat. Imo Xian stared at the yellow lamp. The lamp flickered 3 times, then went out. The sea was pitch black. Imo Xian took out 10 bottles of intermediate-grade tempering fluid from his ring and lined them up beside the reservoir. The bottles were deep blue, with 2 wave patterns engraved on the labels. Xian Yin squatted nearby, staring at the bottles. Xian Lan crawled over from the shallow shore, a flash of blue light pulsing in its throat. Imo Xian poured a bottle of tempering fluid into the reservoir, the milky white liquid spreading through the water like rolling clouds. The pool water turned milky white from clear, then gradually became clear again. From now on, add 1 bottle to the pool each day, Imo Xian said. Xian Yin nodded. Imo Xian put the remaining 9 bottles back into his ring and crawled toward the nursery area. The female turtle was basking with her new hatchlings, 22 of them huddled together in a tight cluster, with the smallest resting on her back. 5 juvenile turtles squatted by the wall, the largest of them facing Imo Xian. 16 older hatchlings dozed in the corner. Imo Xian called all the ordinary tier members of the clan to the reservoir. Xianyue the female turtle, the 5 juveniles, the 16 older hatchlings, and the 22 new hatchlings. 45 in total. Combined with the 3 adult turtles and 2 juvenile turtles at the lower disciple tier, the entire clan numbered 70. Starting today, everyone drinks spiritual spring water. Mo Xian pointed to the reservoir with his claw. Evolution starts here. Xianyue was the first to approach the pool, lowering its head to drink. Its carapace reflected a dark gleam in the sunlight, and after finishing it let out a burp. The 5 juvenile turtles followed in line, the largest drinking 2 mouthfuls before lifting its head and licking its lips. The 16 older hatchlings crowded at the pool's edge. The smallest was knocked onto its back, but righted itself to keep drinking. The 22 newest hatchlings were too small to reach the water, so the female turtle gathered water in her mouth and fed them directly. Mo Xian took another bottle of intermediate-grade tempering fluid from his ring, uncorked it, and poured it into a stone trough, built by Xianyue, specifically 1 meter long, half a meter wide, and a foot deep. He mixed the tempering fluid and spiritual spring water at a 1:10 ratio, stirring with his claw until the milky white liquid bubbled faintly. Line up, one at a time, Mo Xian said. Xianyue approached the trough first, drinking 2 mouthfuls. Its carapace began to glow, a deep brown light seeping from between the scale edges, lasting about 5 seconds. It stepped back, shook itself, and though no old scales fell off, its color darkened. The 5 juvenile turtles took turns drinking 2 mouthfuls each. After the largest finished, the patterns on its carapace brightened, a pale yellow, faint but visible. Among the 16 older hatchlings, some glowed after drinking, while others showed no reaction. The 22 newest hatchlings were too small, so Mo Xian dipped his claw into the diluted solution and smeared it onto their mouths. The young turtles licked at it, some shrank into their shells, others sneezed. Mo Xian opened the system panel. Clan-wide evolution initiated. Current ordinary tier members, 45. Intermediate tempering fluid used, 1 portion diluted at 110. Spiritual spring water supplied daily. Estimated evolution timeline: first batch of ordinary tier members will break through to lower disciple tier within 30 days. Current evolution progress 3. Mo Xian closed the panel and stared at the young turtles. Among the 5 juveniles, the largest one still had a pale yellow glow on its carapace, faint but lasting half a minute without fading. He called it over and tapped its carapace with his claw. The sound was sharper than before. What's your name? Mo Xian asked. The juvenile turtle tilted its head. Mo Xian pointed at it with his claw. From today on, you are Xianhuang. The young turtle blinked once, then lowered its head to lick its own claws. In the afternoon, Mo Xian took Xianyue to the terraced fields. The land lay fallow, waiting for the 4th planting cycle. He took out 5 bags of spirit soil conditioner from his ring, tore one open, and scattered the ash-white powder across the ground. The powder soaked in quickly, the soil color shifting from pale brown to dark brown. Bag after bag, he spread them all out. By the end, the entire plot had turned deep brown, soft underfoot, like stepping on a bed of seaweed. We plant the 4th cycle tomorrow, Mo Xian said. All 4,000 seeds. Xianyue nodded. It let out a low growl, and the ground cracked into 4,000 small pits, each 2 fingers deep, evenly spaced. Mo Xian walked the length of the field, inspecting pit depth and spacing. Most were fine, a few were too deep or too shallow, which he adjusted with his claw. At sunset, Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xianyue squatted atop, facing north, its carapace patterns glowing as a water membrane spread across the sea surface. Any ships? Mo Xian asked. Xianyue shook its head and extended 5 claw tips. None within 5 kilometers. It added 3 more. None within 3 kilometers either. Mo Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shallow shore. Xianlan squatted by the water, the blue light in its throat barely visible. The sea fog concealment technique was still active, the dense fog shrouding the entire island. Xianyue lay beside Xianlan, head pointed north, its carapace reflecting dark light under the moon. The entire clan is evolving, Mo Xian said. Within 30 days, the first batch of ordinary tier members will become lower disciple tier. Xianlan turned to look at him. Mo Xian pointed his claw toward the nursery area. By then we'll have more lower disciple members. Stronger walls, more powerful techniques, firmer defense. Xianlan's throat pulsed with blue light. Mo Xian lay down facing the sea. Xianyue slid down from the tower, running to his foreleg, its carapace patterns glowing brightly. Xianyue also lay down, resting its head on its claws. On the sea, the fog was so dense that even moonlight could not penetrate. Mo Xian stared into that darkness, his claws pressed into the sand. A vibration traveled through the ground, faint and steady, coming from the direction of the spiritual spring. Thump, 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 like a heartbeat identical to what he had heard before. Xianyue's carapace patterns suddenly flared to life. It extended a claw tip toward the spiritual spring. Energy was escaping and faster than before. Xian stood up and crawled into the cave. The spiritual spring continued to bubble the membrane thick, but the crystals along the cave walls had dimmed considerably. He lay down and pressed his ear to the ground. The heartbeat was loud, thump, 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 with intervals of less than 5 seconds. Twice as fast as before. The water surface cracked open, not a clean fissure, but an explosion. Milky white water sprayed upward, splashing against the membrane and sliding back down into the pool. Deep within the crack, that yellow eye appeared again. This time it did not sink, it hovered at the opening fixed on Xian. The patterns in its pupil rotated in concentric rings like a vortex. Xian did not retreat. The eye blinked 3 times, then sank. The water surface sealed shut. The heartbeat stopped. Xian crawled out of the cave. Dawn was approaching. The fog had cleared, the sea surface crystal clear. Clear enough to see distant reefs and the horizon. On the horizon stood a dark speck, tiny, not a ship, but smoke. Gray smoke rising from the sea and dispersing into the air. Xian lay against his foreleg, its carapace patterns blazing at full intensity. It pointed at the wisp of smoke with its claw and extended 2 claw tips. 2 ships. Then 3 more. 3 kilometers. Xian stared at the smoke. It grew denser, shifting from gray to black. The wind blew from the north, carrying a heavy, acrid stench. Just like before, he stood and walked to the shallow shore. Xianlan squatted by the water, the blue light in its throat beginning to gather. Xian pressed his claw against its mouth. Don't attack. Just watch. Inside the smoke something was glowing. Faint blue, flickering, the same color as the energy leaking from the spiritual spring. The energy drifted out to sea and was drawn into the smoke. The smoke grew darker and thicker. Xianlian's carapace patterns went dark. It shrank into its shell and remained motionless. Xian looked down at it. What's wrong? Xianlian poked its head out of the shell and pointed at the smoke with its claw. It drew a circle and placed a dot inside, a hollow beneath the rock mound. Then it drew an arrow from the hollow toward the smoke. The energy was being siphoned away by the smoke. Someone was using the smoke to draw energy. Xian withdrew the basic array core from his ring. The stone was fist-sized, its surface engraved with runes that cast a dim luminescence under the moonlight. He crouched atop the rocky mound, placing the core before him and fixing his gaze upon those runes. The lines were exceedingly fine, with arrows at each intersection indicating their directional flow, spiraling counterclockwise outward from the center. It was an exact match to the pattern on that earlier array blueprint. Xianyan crawled over from the reservoir and crouched at one side. Xianlan approached from the shallows and settled on the other. Xianlian lay against Xian's forelimbs, the patterns upon his carapace glowing softly. Xian pointed his claw at the ground directly beneath the mound. Here at the heart of the sanctuary, the array core must be embedded. Xianyan emitted a low growl. A fissure split the earth, a chi wide and half a meter deep. The bottom revealed gray bedrock, cracked and weathered. Xian placed the array core into the crevice where it fit precisely within the rock fractures. He pressed down, but the core remained immovable. Fill. Xianyan growled once more, and the crack sealed shut. The core was buried beneath the earth with only its uppermost tip protruding. The runes detached from the stone's surface, spiraling through the air and arranging themselves into a perfect circle. Approximately 10 meters in diameter, the ring encircled the summit of the mound. After rotating for roughly half a minute, the runes sank into the ground and vanished. The earth trembled faintly, as though something moved beneath it. The system panel illuminated. Basic defensive array core has been embedded. Activating. Activation complete. Coverage radius 30 meters. Effect disrupts low-level sensory ninjutsu, reducing detection probability. Energy source spirit spring, natural energy. Current stability good. Sanctuary construction progress increased by 15%. Current progress 40%. Stage unlocked. Intermediate array unlocks at 60% construction progress. Xian stared at the figures on the panel. Construction progress had leapt from 25% to 40%. He closed the panel, slid down from the mound, and made his way to the shallows. Xianlian followed close behind, the patterns on his carapace still aglow. Run a sensory sweep with the water screen, Xian said. Xianlian opened his mouth and expelled a stream of water. The water membrane unfurled, spanning approximately 600 meters of ocean surface from the shallows to the open sea. Upon it, countless points of light appeared, schools of fish reefs and seaweed beds. But unlike before, the edges of those points had grown blurred, as though viewed through frosted glass. Xianlian tilted his head and spat another mouthful of water. The membrane thickened and the points grew even more indistinct. It closed its eyes and the carapace patterns blazed at maximum intensity. The points on the water membrane sharpened somewhat, yet remained less clear than before. The array is interfering with your perception, Imo-Xian said. Xian Lian opened its eyes and nodded. Imo-Xian pointed his claw at the sea. Can you still see ships? Xian Lian extended 3 talents. No vessels within 3 kilometers. It then extended 5 talents. None within 5 kilometers either. Though blurred, they remained visible. Imo-Xian climbed to the watchtower and looked down. The entire island was shrouded in a faint luminous barrier, its glow weak as moonlight filtering through thin clouds. The barrier's edge lay at the island's periphery, marking exactly the 30-meter radius of the array's coverage. Outside the barrier, the sea appeared crystal clear. Within it, the island's structures, fields, and reservoirs were veiled in a thin haze. Not sea fog, but visual interference wrought by the array. Xian Yin descended from the mound and crouched beside Imo-Xian. The array is active, Imo-Xian said, but it only covers 30 meters. It cannot encompass the entire island. Xian Yin gazed at the barrier's edge. It covered only the mound and its immediate surroundings. The reservoir lay at the very periphery, while the terraced fields and conservation zone both remained outside. Imo-Xian traced a circle in the dirt with his claw to represent the array's coverage, then drew several smaller circles outside it. The reservoir, the terraces, the conservation area. These have yet to be shielded. Xian Yin stared at those small circles and gave a single nod. It let out a low growl, and the ground split open, a fissure extending from the array core toward the reservoir. The crack was shallow, barely 2 finger widths deep, yet a faint blue radiance emanated from its base. Spiritual spring energy flowed along the fracture. When it reached the reservoir, the ground there flickered weakly like a firefly. The array's coverage had not expanded, but a pale halo now encircled the reservoir. Imo-Xian approached and extended his claw into the luminous ring. His claw tingled as though immersed in the spirit spring. He withdrew it and stared at that halo. The energy was spreading, but the array itself had not grown. Xian Yin growled again, and the fissure extended toward the terraced fields. Energy flowed to their edges, and the ground there shimmered as well. A halo appeared around the terraces, just like at the reservoir. Xian Yin continued its low growls over a dozen times. Fissures radiated from the array core in every direction like a spider's web. Energy surged along these cracks to every corner of the island. The conservation zone, the shallows, the reef, belt the western beach. Wherever the energy reached, a pale halo manifested. Imo-Xian climbed the watchtower to observe once more. The entire island was now wrapped in an exceptionally thin luminous barrier. It was incomplete, thick in some places, thin in others, like a garment patched together. Yet it genuinely covered the whole island, no longer confined to a 30-meter radius. The system panel illuminated. Basic defensive array coverage extended through energy-conducting fissures. Array energy now encompasses the entire island. Current coverage area approximately 10 square kilometers. Effect weak sensory disruption against ninjutsu, island-wide moderate disruption, core zone within 30-meter radius. Energy consumption increased by 50%. Spirit spring energy supply currently sufficient. Recommendation upgrade to intermediate array to improve efficiency. Imo-Xian closed the panel. He slid down from the tower and made his way to the shallows. Xianlan crouched at the water's edge, the blue light within its throat pulsing rhythmically. The sea mist concealment technique remained active, the fog dense and heavy. The array's luminous barrier merged with the mist, so that from the outside the island appeared as nothing more than an ordinary fog bank. Xian Lian emerged from the conservation area and rested against Imo-Xian's forelimbs. Run a sensory sweep, Imo-Xian said. Xian Lian spat forth water, and the membrane unfurled. Beyond it, the ocean surface appeared remarkably clear, but where the island should have been lay a blurred void, as though someone had erased it with an eraser. Xian Lian stared at that blank space and extended a talon toward its edge. The array had wiped the island from perception. Imo-Xian lay down, fixated upon the sea surface. The fog was thick, the array's glow faint. To an outside observer, nothing existed here but mist and seawater. He rose, walked to the water's edge, and extended his forelimbs into the sea. The water was cool with no anomaly. As the sun set, Imo-Xian climbed to the summit of the rocky mound. The portion of the array core protruding from the ground reflected a dim light under the moonlight. He extended his claw and touched the core. It was warm, slightly above body temperature. Runes emerged from the stone's surface, crawling upward along his claw, across his forelimb, over his shoulder, and onto his carapace. Old barnacles on his carapace began detaching, falling to the ground to reveal the smooth shell beneath. Imo-Xian gazed at his own back. A trace of pale blue light permeated the shell's surface, identical to the luminescence within the spirit spring. The blue radiance flowed through the gaps between the scuts like water coursing through irrigation ditches. He stood and walked to the shallows, orienting his carapace toward the sea. Blue light projected from his back weak enough to illuminate merely a meter of sand before him. Xianlan approached and crouched beside him, staring at his carapace. The blue light in its throat flickered. The array core has bonded with me, Xian said. Energy flows from the spirit spring through the core and into my body. Xianlan tilted its head. Xian pointed his claw toward the direction of the array core. From now on I will be able to sense who enters the island. Their position, their size, whether human or beast. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flared brilliantly. Xian pressed a claw against its mouth. But the range remains too small. Only 30 meters. The luminescence in Xianlan's throat dimmed. Xian lay down facing the sea. Xianlian crawled from the conservation area and scrambled onto his forelimbs, carapace patterns glowing. Xianyu also approached from the shallows and crouched beside him. The 3 genin-level young turtles formed a row. Across the sea surface the fog parted. Moonlight bathed the ocean in silver white. At the center of that silver expanse floated a gray silhouette, not a vessel but a humanoid figure. It stood upon the water motionless. Identical to the shadow observed earlier, yet far closer. Close enough to discern its outline, a person clad in a black robe wearing a conical bamboo hat. Xianlian's carapace patterns ignited. It extended a talon toward that humanoid figure. It had been disrupted by the array and could not perceive its exact position. Xian fixed his gaze upon the figure. It stood upon the water for roughly half a minute, then turned and walked north. After a few steps it halted and glanced back toward the island. Beneath the brim of the hat were a pair of eyes, crimson gleaming in the moonlight. Xian's claws dug into the sand. Those red eyes stared at the island for 3 seconds, then vanished. The figure sank into the sea, leaving only concentric ripples spreading across the surface. Xianlian's carapace patterns extinguished. It withdrew into its shell. Xian looked down at it. What did you see? Xianlian peeked out from its shell and pointed its claw toward where those red eyes had been. It drew a circle, and within it sketched a spiraling swirl, the Sharingan. The water in the breeding pool had turned murky for 3 days. Xian lay by the pool's edge, staring at the surface. Sand and mud churned up from the bottom, mixed with broken seaweed and fish waste tinged green. Xianyan crouched by the pool's edge, forepaws pressed against the ground, preparing to reinforce the pool walls with earth wall technique. Xian pointed a claw toward the bottom of the pool. Something was down there. Xianyan let out a low growl. The water at the pool's bottom shifted aside, exposing a layer of sand and mud. The sediment moved, bulging upward from below, as though something burrowed beneath it. A crack split the sandy surface, and a pincer emerged from within, dark greenish-black, its surface textured with bumps. The pincer opened, clamped down on a fish, then retreated back into the fissure. The fish tail flicked twice at the edge of the crack before going still. Xianyu burst from the nursery area and took position at the pool's edge, locking eyes on that split. Its carapace caught the sunlight with a dull gleam, forelimbs, rigid claws digging into the sand. Wait, Xian said. Xianyu remained still, gaze fixed on the fissure. The crack split further, and a sea beast emerged from the silt, twice the size of Xianyu, armored in gray-white, with 8 legs and 2 pincers. 2 feelers hung from its mouth, writhing in the water like serpents. It crawled down to the pool floor, seized a fish with its pincers, and shoved it into its maw. The fish tail twitched at the corner of its mouth before being swallowed. Xianyu charged into the pool, sending a wave crashing up to human height and drenching Xian's back. Xian couldn't restrain it in time. Xianyu rammed its head against the sea beast's side with a heavy thud. The sea beast was flipped onto its back, all 8 legs flailing in the air. The pincer clamped down on Xianyu's forelimb, the shell creaking under the pressure. Xianyu thrashed its leg, but the grip held firm. It drove its head into the beast's underside again. A fracture appeared in the sea beast's plastron, milky fluid seeping from the crack. Xianlan came charging from the shallows and positioned itself at the pool's edge, blue light gathering in its throat. Xian pressed down on its snout. Let it fight. The sea beast righted itself, released Xianyu's forelimb, and retreated to the pool's corner. The wound in its plastron continued to leak, its 8 legs trembling. Its feelers withdrew into its mouth, ceasing their movement. Xianyu locked onto it and charged again. This time it did not use its head. It struck with its carapace. The impact sent the sea beast skidding across the pool until it slammed into the wall. The earthen wall cracked open, seawater gushing through the fissure. The sea beast fell to the ground, its 8 legs convulsing twice before going still. Xianyu stood panting at the pool's edge. 2 puncture marks marred its forelimbs, grooves carved into the shell without breaking through. The carapace bore traces of the beast's milky fluid gleaming in the sunlight. It turned to look at Xian, mouth opening in a sharp cry. Xian slid down from the pool's edge and walked over to the sea beast. It was dead, its plastron split wide open, viscera spilling out. He used his claws to flip the sea beast's carapace. Several old scars marked the shell, wounds from fish harpoons. This was not a wild one. It had been cultivated. Xian let out a low growl, and the crack in the earthen wall sealed shut. The pool water stopped flowing outward. Xian pointed a claw at the sea beast's corpse. Drag it behind the reef and bury it. Xian nodded and growled. The ground split open, swallowing the sea beast's body into the fissure before the earth closed back over it. Xian turned to look at Xianyu. The young turtle stood by the pool, head slightly bowed, as if awaiting praise. Who told you to fight? Xian asked. Xianyu looked up at him, tilting its head. I'm asking you. Who gave you permission to fight? Xianyu retreated a step, remaining silent. Without orders you do not strike, Xian said. He pointed to the breeding pool, then to where the sea beast had been. It was a lower-ranking opponent. So were you. You could win, but you might be injured. He pointed to the claw marks on Xianyu's forelimbs. If it had clamped onto your neck instead, you would have died. Xianyu lowered its head to examine the claw marks on its forelimbs. The depressions remained, but the shell had not cracked. It licked at the grooves with its mouth, then looked up at Xian. From today onward you officially join the combat team. Xian pointed a claw at Xianlan. Follow it. Only strike when commanded. Xianlan crouched nearby, the blue light in its throat flickering once. Xianyu looked at Xianlan and gave a single nod. Xian walked to the reservoir and withdrew a bottle of mid-tier tempering fluid from his ring. He uncorked it and poured it into the stone trough. He called out to Xianyu. The young turtle crawled over and drank 2 mouthfuls. Its carapace began to glow, a deep brown light seeping through the gaps between the plates, lasting roughly 10 seconds. The claw marks on its forelimbs faded, the depressions nearly invisible. This will help wounds heal faster, Xian said. But it's not an invitation to go getting hurt. Xianyu nodded. It turned and walked to the shallows facing the sea. Waves rolled in and washed over its claws. It did not retreat. Xian laid down beside it, staring at the horizon. Xianlan crouched to the left, Xianyin to the right, and Xianlian rested against Xian's forelimbs. A thin mist hung over the sea. Within the mist a shadow appeared, neither a boat nor a sea beast, but a humanoid figure. It stood upon the water's surface in the same position as yesterday. Bamboo hat, black robes, red-tinted glasses. Xian stared into those red eyes. They fixed on the direction of the island, watching for approximately half a minute, then sank beneath the waves. The patterns on Xianlian's carapace ignited. It extended a claw tip pointing to that location. The Sharingan, just like yesterday. Xian stood up, walked to the water's edge, and dipped his forelimbs into the sea. The seawater was cool, showing no anomalies. He turned and climbed toward the rock mound. Reaching the entrance to the Spirit Spring cave, he squeezed inside. The Spirit Spring continued to bubble, the membrane thick, and the crystals on the cave walls had grown dimmer still compared to yesterday. He submerged his claws in the water and soaked for 5 minutes. A warm current flowed from his limbs up to his shoulders. The water's surface did not crack, and no eyes appeared. Climbing out of the cave, the sky was nearly dark. Xianyu still crouched by the shallows facing the sea. Its carapace reflected a dull sheen under the moonlight, and the claw marks on its forelimbs had completely vanished. Let's go back, Xian said. Xianyu did not move. Xian nudged its side with his head. Xianyu rose and walked back to the nursery area, settling against the low wall facing the sea. Xian lay down beside it. You won today, but you did not follow orders. Xianyu turned to look at him. Next time you disobey a command, the combat team will drop you. Xianyu stared at Xian for 3 seconds, then turned back, fixing its gaze on the sea. Its claws pressed into the sand, sinking completely. Xian tapped its carapace with a claw. Sleep. Xianyu closed its eyes. Xian closed his as well. On the sea's surface the mist dispersed. Moonlight illuminated the water in silver white. At the center of that silver expanse a gray shadow appeared. Not humanoid, but a boat. Small, wooden, without sails, powered by oars. A person wearing a mask sat aboard. Xianlian crawled out from the nursery area, ran to Xian's forelimbs, and its carapace patterns lit up. It extended a claw tip pointing at the boat. 1 kilometer. Xian stood up, staring at the vessel. The boat rode to 500 meters beyond the shallows and stopped. The person on board stood and pressed both hands against the water's surface. The water began to churn. Xian watched the turbulent surface. Something large was swimming beneath, the gray-white dorsal ridge breaking the water. It was as large as the sea beast Xianyu had killed today. The dorsal ridge swam to 100 meters beyond the shallows and stopped. Xianyu rose, its head oriented toward that ridge. Xian pressed down on it with his claw. Wait. Xianyu did not move, but its body went rigid. The dorsal ridge sank beneath the waves, and the water calmed. The person in the boat sat down, turned the small vessel around, and rowed away. Mo Xian watched the small boat depart until it vanished into the mist. The patterns on Xian Lian's carapace dimmed. It retreated into its shell. Mo Xian looked down at it. It will come again. Xian Lian poked its head out of the shell and extended 5 claw tips, 5 vessels. It drew a circle, then sketched a spiral inside it. The Sharingan, I watching from behind. Day 30. Mo Xian rose before dawn. At the edge of the cistern, the stone trough held the last dregs of diluent, milky white gleaming in the morning light. He summoned the entire clan's mortal tier turtles to the poolside. Xian Yue the female turtle, 5 half-grown juveniles, 16 elders, and 22 newborns. 45 arranged in 5 rows. Xian Yu drank first. It bent its head, swallowed a great gulp, and its carapace began to glow, a deep brown that lasted about 10 seconds. The 5 half-grown juveniles drank in turn. The largest Xian Huang finished, and a pale yellow pattern on its carapace ignited for half a minute, brighter than the day before. Of the 16 elders, 12's carapaces glowed after drinking. 4 showed no reaction. The 22 newborns were too small, so Mo Xian dipped his claws into the diluent and painted it onto each of their mouths. Mo Xian stepped back a few paces watching them. Xian Yin crouched beside him, forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xian Lan sat across from him, a blue light pulsing in its throat. Xian Lian lay resting against Mo Xian's forelimb, its carapace patterns bright. The first elder's shell cracked open. Old plates lifted from the edges, revealing dark, gray new growth beneath. It shook its body, and old plates rattled away onto the sand. The second, the third, the fourth. 12 elders molted in unison, carpeting the sand with broken shell fragments. The new shells gleamed in the sunlight, twice as thick, darker in hue. The 5 half-grown juveniles began to molt as well. Xian Huang's carapace split from head to tail in a single seam. The old plate peeled away whole, exposing pale, yellow new growth beneath. Its body had swollen a full size, growing from palm size to a third of an adult's length. The other 4 finished molting their carapaces, each taking on distinct colors. One deep gray, one light brown, one striped with green, another with blue. Xian Yu did not molt. Its carapace was already hard enough, the color deepening from brown to near black, the surface rough as granite. It stood, shook its frame, and the sand trembled. Of the 22 newborns, 8 began to shed. The smallest, the one with green stripes on its shell, had old plates lift from the edges, revealing emerald new growth beneath. It shook, and old fragments fell to the ground, the new shell gleaming green in the sunlight. The other 7 completed their molts, each carapace a different color. The remaining 14 were too young, not yet ready to molt. Mo Xian opened the system panel. The 30-day term has ended. Clan-wide mortal tier breakthrough statistics: originally 45 mortal tier turtles, 38 have reached the Chunin tier, 7 newborns have not yet broken through. Current Chunin tier members: Xian Lan, Xian Yin, Xian Lian, red stripe, silver stripe, Xian Yue, Xian Huang, 12 elders, 5 half-grown juveniles, 8 newborns. A total of 33. Average combat power escalated from upper mortal tier to mid Chunin tier. Holy Land development 40. Mo Xian stared at that number. 33 Chunin tier. A month ago there had been only 2. He closed the panel and watched the juveniles fresh from their molts. Their new shells were still tender, gleaming in the sun. Some licked their claws, others bumped each other in play. Xian Huang bumped into a nearby deep gray juvenile. The impact sent it tumbling onto its back, where it righted itself and nudged back. The 2 juveniles collided with a clicking sound. Stop, Mo Xian said. Xian Huang paused and turned to look at him. You've just molted, your shell isn't hard yet. No fighting for 3 days. Xian Huang nodded and retreated to the side. The system panel lit up again. Average combat power has significantly increased. Reward distribution in progress: Chakra Crystals, 5, Earth Release, Earth Tremor Core Scroll 1. Mo Xian took 5 Chakra Crystals from his ring. Each was thumb-sized, transparent as ice, but warm to the touch. Inside, a tendril of light moved like a living thing. He lined them up and studied them. Xian Lan approached, sniffed, and sneezed. Xian Lan, Xian Yin, Xian Lian, Xian Yue, Xian Huang. Mo Xian spoke the 5 names. Come here. The 5 turtles crouched before him. Mo Xian handed out the crystals one by one. Xian Lan took its crystal in its mouth and swallowed. A burst of blue light exploded from its throat. The entire throat blazed blue, and light spilled from its mouth, illuminating half the beach. It blinked, and when it opened its eyes, the azure ring pattern in its pupils expanded to fill the whole eye before slowly contracting. Xian Yin swallowed its crystal, and the deep gray patterns on its carapace flared as if someone had lit a lamp underground. Xian Lian swallowed its crystal, and the patterns on its shell blazed to full intensity. The entire carapace turned cyan, the light lasting about half a minute before fading. Xianyu swallowed its crystal without any glow, but its body swelled to size, its forelimbs thickened, and its claws grew longer. Xian Huang swallowed its crystal, and the pale yellow patterns on its carapace turned gold, shining like the sun. Mo Xian watched the five. Xianlan's chakra output had visibly improved. The blue light in its throat was brighter and steadier. It opened its mouth and fired a water bullet toward the sea. The water bullet struck a reef 200 meters away, blasting it apart and sending gravel flying shoulder high. One step from the Jonin tier, Mo Xian said. Xianlan turned to look at him. Mo Xian pointed his claw at the shattered reef. Before you couldn't hit that far. Now you can. Xianlan looked at its own claws and gave a small nod. Mo Xian took the Earth Release Earth Tremor Core scroll from his ring. It was made of beast hide, twice the size of the previous scrolls with charred edges that blackened in the sunlight. He unrolled the scroll. Several horizontal lines represented the ground with arrows beneath pointing up and down. Runes formed a square pattern, and at the center was a single character move. Xianyan, you learn this. Mo Xian pushed the scroll toward Xianyan. Xianyan bowed its head, studying the runes. Its claw traced the rune line, stopping at the central character move, and it looked up at Mo Xian. Can you understand it? Xianyan nodded. It closed its eyes, and the deep gray patterns on its carapace began to glow. Light flowed along the patterns down its forelimbs into its claws and finally dripped from its claw tips onto the scroll. The runes on the scroll flared yellow light seeping from the lines. Xianyan opened its eyes, rose, and let out a low growl aimed at the ground before it. The ground did not crack, it rose as a whole. A 10-meter-long, 5-meter-wide section lifted a meter high like a table. It growled again, and the ground sank back to its original position, smooth as before. Earth Tremor Core. Controls ground raising and lowering. Mo Xian said. For building walls, digging ditches, reshaping terrain from now on, use this. Xianyan nodded. It growled, and the ground beside the cistern rose into a platform, 2 meters high, about 10 square meters in area. Another growl, and the platform lowered, returning to flat. As the sun set, Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xianlian crouched atop it, facing north. Its carapace patterns were glowing, a water membrane spread across the sea surface. Scan it, Mo Xian said. Xianlian spat a mouthful, and the membrane covered roughly 800 meters of sea from the shallow reef to the open ocean. Its sensing range had expanded by 200 meters. The water membrane showed many points of light, fish schools, reef seaweed. No ships. Mo Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the reef's edge. Xianlan crouched by the water, its throat glowing bright blue. Xianyu lay nearby, its head pointed north. 33 Chunin tier, Mo Xian said. Average combat power, mid Chunin tier. Xianlan turned to look at him. Next is Jonin tier. Mo Xian lay down facing the sea. A thin mist hovered over the water. In the mist was a shadow, not a ship, but a humanoid figure. Straw hat, black robe, red eyes. Same position as before. But this time those red eyes fixed on the island for a long while, never sinking. Xianlian's carapace patterns brightened. It extended a claw tip and pointed at the humanoid figure. It had been interfered with by the formation, but could still sense it. Mo Xian stared at those red eyes. The red eyes blinked once and sank. Mo Xian stood, walked to the water's edge, and dipped his forelimbs into the sea. The seawater was warm, not cold. He pulled his claws back and gazed at the surface. Beneath the water, a blue light flickered, weakly pulsing, just like the energy leaking from the spirit spring. The energy drifted out to sea and was absorbed by something. Xianlian slid down from the tower and ran to Mo Xian's forelimb, its carapace patterns blazing at maximum brightness. It pointed its claw at the blue light undersea, then pointed north. The energy was fleeing northward, moving fast. Mo Xian fixed his gaze on that blue light. The blue light grew weaker until it vanished. He turned and climbed toward the rock mound. Reaching the spirit spring entrance, he crawled inside. The spring still bubbled, the membrane thick, but the crystals lining the cave walls were almost entirely dark. He lay down and pressed his ear to the ground. The heartbeat was faint intervals long, boom, 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 over half a minute between each. The water surface split, not explosively but slowly, like a mouth opening. Milky white water gushed from the fissure and splashed against the membrane. Deep in the crack, that yellow eye appeared again. This time it did not stare at Mo Xian, but at the crystals on the cave wall. Under its gaze, the crystals reignited, blue light emanating from them and illuminating the entire stone chamber. The eye turned and fixed on Mo Xian. The patterns in its pupil rotated 3 times before sinking. The water surface closed. Mo Xian crawled out of the cave as dawn was approaching. Xianyu still crouched at the reef's edge, facing the sea. Its carapace reflected a dark gleam in the moonlight, and the claw marks on its forelimbs had completely faded. Mo Xian lay down beside it. 33 Chunin tier, Mo Xian said. But you're not ready to fight yet. Xian Yu turned to look at him. Wait until you learn to follow commands. Xian Yu turned back, fixing its gaze on the sea surface. Over the sea the mist cleared. Moonlight bathed the water in silver. In the midst of that silver lay a gray shadow, not a humanoid, but a ship. It was large gray with cannons at the prow. 4 waveline patterns were printed on its hull. The ship anchored 3 kilometers away. 5 figures stood on deck in a row staring toward the island. The figure at the very center had red eyes. Mo Xian took out 5 chakra crystals from his ring and arranged them in a row on the sand. The crystals were the size of a thumb, transparent like ice with a flowing light inside. Xianlan crouched on the left, the blue light in his throat flickering. Xian Yin crouched on the right, his forelimbs pressed against the ground. Xian Lian lay on Mo Xian's forelimb, the patterns on his shell glowing. Xian Yu crouched at the front, his head facing the crystals, his pupils constricted. Xianlan. Mo Xian picked up the first crystal. Xianlan opened his mouth, and Mo Xian placed the crystal inside. Xianlan swallowed, and the blue light in his throat exploded, turning his entire throat bright blue. The light spilled out from his mouth, illuminating half the beach. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, the cyan ring in his pupils spread across his entire eye socket, then slowly retracted, but the ring was now twice as thick as before. Fire a water bullet, Mo Xian said. Xianlan aimed at the sea, opened his mouth, and shot out a water bullet trailing blue light, striking a reef 300 meters away. The reef exploded, sending debris 2 meters high. The sound of falling water took 3 seconds to reach them. Previously, he could only reach 200 meters, and the power was nowhere near this. Xianlan stared at the shattered reef, then looked at his own mouth. Your chakra volume has increased by 30%, Mo Xian said. You are only 1 step away from Chunin level. Xianlan nodded. Xian Yin. Mo Xian picked up the second crystal. Xian Yin swallowed it, and the deep gray patterns on his shell lit up, as if someone had lit a lamp underground. The light flowed along the patterns, reaching his forelimbs and claws. He let out a low growl, and the ground before him rose. Not just a piece, but the entire section. A 10-meter-long, 5-meter-wide section of earth rose 2 meters from its original position, with clean edges and a smooth surface. He growled again, and the ground sank back, restoring its original shape. The power of the earth core technique has also increased, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin nodded. Xian Lian. Mo Xian picked up the third crystal. Xian Lian swallowed it, and the patterns on his shell glowed to their brightest, turning his entire shell cyan. Light overflowed from the patterns, illuminating the surrounding sand. It lasted about half a minute before fading. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of water. A water membrane spread out, covering the sea's surface from the shallows to about 1 kilometer offshore. Previously, it could only cover 800 meters. Your perception range has expanded, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Xian Yu. Mo Xian picked up the fourth crystal. Xian Yu swallowed it, and his shell did not glow, but his body size increased from half the size of an adult turtle to 2/3. His forelimbs grew thicker, his claws longer, and the keratinous shell on the back of his claws doubled in thickness. He stood up, shook his body, and the sand trembled. He walked to the waist-high reef by the shallows, lowered his head, and pushed against it with his shell. The reef flew off, landing in the seawater 10 meters away, splashing water 2 meters high. The reef shattered into several pieces. Your brute strength has also increased, Mo Xian said. Xian Yu turned his head to look at him and nodded. Mo Xian picked up the 5th crystal and stared at it. Xian Huang crouched at the very back, the golden patterns on his shell reflecting sunlight. He was the largest among the 5 half-grown juvenile turtles, and the most promising besides Xian Yu. Xian Huang, Mo Xian called. Xian Huang crawled over and looked up at him. Mo Xian placed the crystal into his mouth. Xian Huang swallowed it, and the golden patterns on his shell blazed to their brightest like the sun. The light lasted about 20 seconds, then slowly dimmed. His body size increased from 1/3 of an adult turtle to half. His shell color changed from pale yellow to golden, and the gaps between the scuts widened. Exhale a breath of hot air, Mo Xian said. Xian Huang opened his mouth and released a stream of hot air. The hot air blasted the sand, scorching the grains black, and sending up a wisp of smoke. Previously, he could only char a small patch. Now he could blacken an area the size of a wash basin. He took a step back, looked at the blackened sand, then at Mo Xian. The heat breath technique of fire release has also improved, Mo Xian said. Xian Huang nodded. Mo Xian summoned the 5 turtles to the reservoir and lined them up in a row. Xian Lan on the left, Xian Yin slightly left of center, Xian Lian in the middle, Xian Yu slightly right of center, and Xian Huang on the right. You 5 are the core of the clan, Mo Xian said. Xian Lan Xian, Yin Xian, Lian, Xian Yu, Xian Huang. From now on, resources will be prioritized for you. The 5 turtles crouched motionless. Xian Lan is only 1 step from Chunin level, Mo Xian said, turning to look at Xian Lan. Next you must break through to Chunin level. Tell me what you need. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered, and he nodded. Mo Xian took out the last 2 bottles of intermediate body-tempering liquid from his ring and handed them to Xianlan. Drink one today, drink the other in 3 days. Xianlan bit the bottle's mouth and tilted his head back to down it. The empty bottle dropped onto the sand and rolled twice. The blue light in his throat exploded even brighter than before, spilling out from his mouth, and even his eyes were glowing. It lasted about 10 seconds before fading. He lay down panting heavily, the cyan patterns on his shell glowing and dimming like breathing. How do you feel? Mo Xian asked. Xianlan raised his head, opened his mouth, and aimed at the sea. A water bullet shot out, striking a reef 400 meters away. The reef shattered into powder-white rock, dust scattering over the sea. He closed his mouth and panted a few times. Closer, Mo Xian said. Chunin level isn't just about power. It's also about precision. Xianlan aimed at a piece of driftwood floating on the sea about 200 meters away. The water bullet shot out, hitting the center of the wood. The wood splintered into several pieces. He then aimed at another piece of driftwood 250 meters away. The water bullet missed by half a meter, grazing the wood. The third shot hit dead center. The fourth missed by 20 centimeters. The fifth hit. Your precision is still insufficient, Mo Xian said. Chunin level requires hitting a moving target. Xianlan nodded. As the sun set, Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xianlian crouched on top, facing north. The patterns on his shell glowed, and a water membrane spread over the sea. On the membrane, there was a large light spot stationary at 5 kilometers. A ship, Mo Xian said. Xianlian nodded and extended 3 claws, 3 kilometers. He then extended 2 more claws, approaching. Mo Xian slid down the tower and ran to the shallows. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in his throat very bright. Xianyu lay beside him, his head facing north. Mo Xian lay down, staring at the northern sea. The fog was thin, revealing a gray silhouette, large a warship. There was a cannon on the bow, and a pattern of 4 wavy lines was printed on the hull. The ship stopped at 3 kilometers. 5 people stood on the deck, lined up, staring toward the island. The person in the middle had red eyes. Mo Xian stared at those red eyes. The red eyes watched the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked into the cabin. The ship turned around and slowly sailed north. Xianlian slid down the tower and ran to Mo Xian's forelimb, the patterns on his shell blazing to their brightest. He extended his claws, pointing at the position of the red eyes, Sharingan. He then drew a circle, and inside the circle he drew a spiral. It was watching. Mo Xian stood up, walked to the water's edge, and dipped his forelimb into the sea. The seawater was warm, hotter than during the day. He withdrew his claws and stared at the surface. There was a faint blue light under the water, flickering. It was the same energy leaking from the spirit spring. The energy was flowing north, following the ship. He turned and climbed toward the rocky hill. He crawled to the entrance of the spirit spring cave and slipped inside. The spring was still bubbling, the membrane thick, and the crystals on the cave walls had dimmed slightly. He lay down and pressed his ear to the ground. The heartbeat was very faint, with long intervals, dong, 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 more than a minute apart. The water surface did not crack. The eyes did not appear. Mo Xian stared at the water for a long time, but it remained calm, only bubbles rising. He crawled out of the cave. It was almost dark. Xianyu was still crouched by the shallows, facing north. Mo Xian lay beside him. You swallowed a crystal today. Your chakra volume increased by 30%. Xianyu turned to look at him. But you are still at Jinin level. Xianyu turned back, staring at the sea. Xianlan is about to break through to Chunin level. You still have to wait. Xianyu's claws dug into the sand. Mo Xian patted his shell with his claws. Rushing is useless. Wait. On the sea, the fog dispersed. Moonlight shone on the water, a sheet of silver. In the middle of that silver there was a gray silhouette. Not a ship, but a humanoid figure. A bamboo had a black robe and red eyes. Standing on the water, less than a kilometer from shore. The red eyes stared at the island and blinked. Mo Xian stood up. Xianyu also stood, his head facing the humanoid, his shell reflecting a dark luster in the moonlight. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Mo Xian pressed down on Xianlan's mouth, and also held Xianyu's head. Wait. The humanoid stood on the water for about half a minute, then turned and walked north. After a few steps he stopped and looked back. The red eyes glowed in the moonlight like 2 lamps. The lamps went out. The figure sank into the sea, leaving only a slowly expanding ring of ripples. Xianlian crawled out of the nursery area, ran to Mo Xian's forelimb, the patterns on his shell blazing to their brightest. He pointed his claws at the spot where the figure had disappeared, Sharingan. He then drew an arrow pointing from the island northward. It was marking. Mo Xian stared at that patch of sea. To the north the lights of the warship came on again. Yellow flickering, just like before. But this time the light flashed 5 times, went out, then flashed 3 times, and went out again. Like a signal. The patterns on Xian Lian's shell went dark. He retracted into his shell. Imo Xian looked down at him. What's wrong? Xian Lian poked his head out of his shell and pointed his claws toward the warship. He drew a circle, and inside the circle he placed a dot, the cavity beneath the rocky hill. Then he drew an arrow from the cavity to the warship. The energy was leaking out, flowing faster than before. The warship was collecting the energy. The scroll was spread on top of the rocky hill, its four corners held down by stones. Imo Xian lay before the scroll, using his claws to point at the runes on it. A horizontal line represented the ground, arrows pointed up and down, and in the center of a circle was written the character move. Xian Yin crouched beside him, forepaws pressed to the ground, eyes fixed on the lines. Earthquake core. It controls the rising and falling of the ground, Imo Xian said. Not just splitting, moving the entire block. Xian Yin let out a low growl. A patch of ground in front of him rose up, 1 meter square, half a meter high. The edges were neat, the surface smooth. He growled again, and the ground sank back to its original state. Imo Xian tapped the raised spot with his claws. The earth was solid, no cracks. Try again. Bigger. Xian Yin growled. A 10-meter-long, 5-meter-wide section of ground rose 1 meter from its original position. Imo Xian climbed onto the raised platform. It was steady with no sway. He walked to the edge and looked down. The platform's edge was vertical, as if cut by a knife. Xian Yin growled again, and the platform rose another meter. At 2 meters high, standing on it, he could see the entire terraced fields. Enough, Imo Xian said. He slid off the platform onto the sandy ground. Xian Yin growled, and the platform sank back, the ground becoming as flat as before. Imo Xian pointed with his claws to the stone wall on the eastern side of the island. The wall was built by Xian Lan using stacked stones, 2 meters high, half a meter thick, but there were gaps between the stones and seawater seeped through when waves hit. Rebuild the wall using earth release. No stones. Rise as a single block. Xian Yin crawled to the eastern shore, aimed at the ground, and growled. A wall of earth rose from the ground, 10 meters long, 2 meters high, 1 meter thick. The surface was smooth with no gaps. He growled repeatedly, and sections of the earth wall emerged one after another, extending from the eastern edge of the shoal to the edge of the reef belt. The total length was about 100 meters. The top of the wall was flat and could be stood upon. Imo Xian climbed onto the wall and walked along it. The wall was straight with no tilting. There was no gap between the base of the wall and the ground, water could not seep in. He stood on the wall and looked out to sea. The view was twice as wide as before. Waves crashed against the wall, sending up spray, but the wall did not shake. He tapped the wall with his claws. The sound was solid, like hitting stone. Build the western side too. Imo Xian slid down from the wall. Xian Yin crawled to the western beach and growled. The earth wall started from the western side of the northern slope, extended along the beach, and reached the southern reef belt. Total length about 80 meters, 2 meters high, 1 meter thick. Like the eastern side, the surface was smooth with no gaps. Imo Xian walked along the wall. The base was pressed firmly, the sand compressed tightly. Build a wall around the outer side of the terraced fields on the northern slope. To block the wind, Imo Xian said. Xian Yin crawled to the north side of the terraces and growled. A low wall rose from the ground, half a meter high, half a meter thick, extending along the perimeter of the terraces with a total length of about 150 meters. The wall was not tall, but it could block the northern wind. Imo Xian lay in the terraced fields to test it. The wind came from the north, blocked by the wall, and the leaves of the grain seedlings did not move. The sun reached its zenith. Imo Xian climbed the watchtower and looked down. The island was surrounded by earth walls on the east, west, and north sides, with the southern reef belt serving as a natural barrier. Only a 5-meter-wide gap was left in the middle of the shoal for fetching water and patrolling. The wall's color was grayish-brown, similar to the island's rocks, making it hard to spot from a distance. Xian Yin crouched at the base of the wall, panting heavily. After using Earthquake Core more than 20 times in a row, its chakra was nearly depleted. Its forelegs trembled, mouth open, tongue hanging out. Imo Xian took a bottle of intermediate quenching liquid from his ring, slid down from the tower, and handed it to him. Xian Yin took 2 gulps, gasped for breath, then took 2 more. The trembling stopped. From now on, all walls on the island will be built with earth release. No more moving stones, Imo Xian said. Xian Yin nodded. Imo Xian walked to the edge of the shoal. Xian Lan crouched by the water, the blue light in his throat bright. The sea mist concealment technique was still active, and the mist was thick. Xian Yu lay beside him, head facing north, his shell reflecting a dim light in the sun. The walls are built, Imo Xian said. Defense is twice as strong as before. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat flickered. Imo Xian pointed at the wall with his claws. But the gap is still there. The gap is a weakness. Xian Lan stared at the 5-meter-wide gap and nodded. Xian turned and climbed toward the rocky hill. He reached the entrance of the spiritual spring cave and crawled inside. The spiritual spring was still bubbling, the membrane thick, and the crystals on the cave walls were dimmer than yesterday. He dipped his claws into the water and soaked for 5 minutes. A warm current surged from his claws to his shoulders. The water surface did not split, and no eyes appeared. The sound of his heartbeat was very faint, thump, 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 with intervals of over a minute. He crawled out of the cave. The sun was already in the west. Xian climbed the watchtower. Xianlian crouched on top facing north. The patterns on his shell glowed, and a water membrane spread over the sea surface. Any ships? Xian asked. Xianlian shook his head and extended 5 claws. None within 5 kilometers. He then extended 3 claws. None within 3 kilometers either. Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shoal. Xianlan was still crouching by the water, the blue light in his throat flickering. Xian lay down facing the sea. There was mist on the sea, very thin. In the mist was a silhouette, not a ship but a humanoid figure. A conical hat, black robe, red eyes. Standing on the water less than a kilometer from the shore. Xianyu stood up, his head facing the figure. Xian pressed his claws on him. Wait. The figure stood on the water for about half a minute, then turned and walked north. After a few steps it stopped and looked back. The red eyes glowed in the moonlight. Xian stared at those eyes. The eyes blinked once then sank into the sea. Xianlian slid down from the tower and ran onto Xian's foreleg, his shell patterns glowing at maximum brightness. He extended a claw and pointed to where the figure had disappeared. Sharingan. He then drew an arrow from the island pointing north. It was recording the island's location. Xian stood up, walked to the water, and dipped his forelegs into the sea. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface a faint blue light flickered. Energy was flowing north following the figure. He withdrew his claws and stared at the sea. The blue light grew weaker and finally vanished. He turned and walked to the eastern wall. The wall was tall, straight, and smooth. He tapped it with his claws. The sound was solid. Xianyan followed and crouched beside him. The wall is hard enough, Xian said. But earthquake core is not just for building walls. He pointed to the ground in front of the wall. Raise the ground to form a slope. When waves rush up, they will flow back along the slope instead of hitting the wall. Xianyan growled. The ground in front of the wall rose, forming a gentle slope. 1/2 meter high, 3 meters long. A wave rushed up the slope, slowed, and flowed back into the sea without striking the wall. Xian watched the contact between the wave and the slope. The spray diminished, and the ground at the base of the wall had no standing water. Do it for the entire section, Xian said. Xianyan walked along the base of the wall, growling at intervals. Sections of ground rose one after another, forming a continuous gentle slope. The eastern, western, and northern sides, all were done. Waves struck the gentle slope, their force dissipated, and the ground at the wall's base remained dry. The sun set, and Xian climbed the watchtower. Xianlian crouched on top, his shell patterns glowing. On the water membrane was a tiny light spot moving 5 kilometers away. It was not a ship, it was a humanoid figure. It was moving quickly from north to south. Xianlian extended a claw pointing at the light spot, Sharingan. He then extended 2 claws, approaching. Xian stared at the northern sea. The mist was thin and he could see a gray figure running on the water. Its feet splashed as it ran. The figure stopped 2 kilometers from the island. The red eyes stared at the island. After staring for about a minute it turned and ran north. The splashes grew fainter until they disappeared. Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shoal. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in his throat constantly glowing. Xianyu lay beside him, head facing north. Xian lay between them. The wall is built. The slope is done, Xian said. But the gap is still there. He stared at the 5-meter wide gap. The gap faced the sea directly, waves could surge through it. But the walls on either side were 2 meters high, so the seawater would not overflow the top. At the bottom of the gap, Xianyan used earth wall technique to lay a layer of hard earth, which felt solid underfoot. Don't seal the gap, Xian said. If we seal it we won't be able to see outside. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered. Xian pointed at the gap with his claws. But here someone must guard. Xianlan stood up, walked to the gap, crouched down facing the sea. His shell reflected a green light in the moonlight, and the blue light in his throat pulsed. Xianyu also walked over and crouched beside Xianlan. On the sea the mist dispersed. Moonlight shone on the sea, a sheet of silver. In the middle of the silver was a large black silhouette, a ship. The ship stopped 3 kilometers away. A person stood on the ship wearing a conical hat and a black robe. Red eyes stared at the island. Xianlian's shell patterns lit up. He extended a claw and pointed at the ship, Sharingan. Then he drew a circle with a spiral inside, using ocular technique to see. Energy drifted from the island and was absorbed by those red eyes. Imo stood up staring at the red eyes. The eyes blinked once. The mist on the island suddenly dissipated. The sea mist concealment technique was still active. Mist was still being expelled from Xianlan's mouth, but as soon as it came out it dispersed, as if blown away by something. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst, and he spat out another mouthful of mist, but it still dispersed. Imo pressed Xianlan's mouth shut. Stop spitting. It's blowing the mist away. Xianlan's throat went dark. The mist was completely gone. A moonlight shone on the island, on the walls, the terraced fields, the conservation area. The person on the ship stared at the island, red eyes glowing in the moonlight like two lanterns. Imo lay down, pressing his body against the sandy ground. Xianlan lay to his left, Xian Yin to his right, Xian Yu in front, and Xianlian on his forelegs. 5 turtles pressed against the ground, motionless. The person on the ship stared at the island for about half a minute, then turned and entered the cabin. The ship turned around and slowly sailed north. Xianlian jumped off Imo forelegs, ran to the water, and stared in the direction the ship had gone. The patterns on his shell went dark. He retracted into his shell. Imo crawled over and tapped his shell with his claws. Come out. Xianlian poked his head out of his shell and pointed with his claws in the direction of the ship. He drew a circle with a dot inside, the hollow beneath the rocky hill. Then he drew an arrow from the hollow pointing to the ship. The energy was drained away, drawn off by those red eyes. When Xianlian discovered the vessel beyond the reef belt, the ship had already shattered. Wooden planks floated across the sea surface, some pushed onto the sandy beach by the waves, others wedged in the crevices among the reefs. Imo swam over, seized the largest plank in his jaws, and dragged it back to the shallows. The plank was 2 meters long, half a meter wide, with its edges singed, the scorch marks bleached white by the seawater. A bronze plate was nailed to the plank, engraved with 4 wavy lines. Xian Yin used the earth wall technique to gather the other broken planks together, piling them on the sand. Imo turned over the planks one by one. When he reached the 5th, his claws touched a leather pouch. The pouch had rotted, it crumbled at the touch, spilling its contents. A rolled paper wrapped in oilcloth. The oilcloth had torn, and the scroll was more than half soaked. Imo used the tip of his claw to unroll the paper and spread it on the sandy ground. The paper was waterproof. The characters remained clear, though some parts had swollen from the seawater. The paper depicted a nautical chart. Islands, reefs, and sea lanes were marked. Several red circles were drawn around the positions of the islands with characters written beside them. Imo could not recognize them, but he could tell they were the script of the fog hidden. The red circles varied in size. The largest one was at the location of Xiangui Island, and beside it was a question mark. Xianlian crawled over from the nursery area, lying down beside the scroll, the patterns on his carapace glowing. He stared at the red circles, extended his claw tip, and pointed to the largest one, here. Then he pointed at the question mark. They were uncertain. Imo turned the scroll over. The back was covered in writing, line after line, neatly arranged. He could not understand it, but he recognized several recurring words. Energy fluctuation, anomaly, investigation. Xianlian tapped his claw tip on those words, pointing to each one. When he pointed to energy, he drew a circle and placed a dot inside it, the hollow beneath the rocky hill. When he pointed to fluctuation, he drew several wavy lines, spreading outward from the island. When he pointed to anomaly, he retracted his head, something not normal. When he pointed to investigation, he extended 3 claw tips, 3 times. Imo stared at the paper. The fog hidden had already taken notice of this sea. Xianlan crawled over from the shallows, crouched beside the scroll, the blue light in his throat flickering. Imo pointed with his claw to the largest red circle. This is our island. They drew a question mark. Uncertain of the location, but they know something is here. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst out. Imo clamped his mouth shut. They haven't found us yet. But soon. Xian Yin let out a low growl, and a fissure opened in the ground. Imo pushed the scroll into the fissure, and the earth closed. He stood up, walked to the edge of the shallows, and stared at the northern sea. Mist hung over the sea, thin and hazy. No ships, no shadows in the mist. The entire clan adopts maximum concealment status, said Imo. From today, no activity during the day. All turtles, including the hatchlings, stay in the nursery area and the caves. Only come out at night. Xianlan nodded. He opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of mist. The mist was thicker than before, spreading from the shallows outward, expanding to 800 meters, enveloping the entire island. The mist was dense, a sunlight could not penetrate it, leaving the island gloomy and gray. Imo crawled back to the nursery area. The female turtle was basking in the sun, with the hatchlings, 22 newborns, huddled together. Imo used his claws to herd the hatchlings into the stone cave behind the low wall. a cave Xian had dug 2 days ago using earth escape 5 meters deep and 3 meters wide enough to hold all the hatchlings. The female turtle followed into the cave, crouching at the entrance, shielding the hatchlings behind her. 5 half-grown juveniles were driven by Mo Xian into a crevice among the rocks near the reservoir. 16 older juveniles were herded into an earthen cave beside the terraced fields. Xian crouched at the gap in the shallows facing the sea. Mo Xian pointed with his claw at the stone cave in the nursery area. You go into. Xian did not move. Mo Xian nudged his side with his head. Xian stood up, walked back to the nursery area, slipped into the stone cave, and lay down beside the female turtle. His head faced the entrance, his eyes fixed on the sea outside. Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian crouched atop at the patterns on his carapace, glowing a water film spreading across the sea surface. Skin once said, Mo Xian. Xian spat out a stream of water, and the water film covered the sea surface from the shallows to the open sea for about 1 kilometer. A few points of light appeared on the film, schools of fish reefs. No ships. Keep watch. Call me if anything appears, said Mo Xian. Xian nodded. Mo Xian slid down from the tower, walked to the entrance of the spiritual spring cave, and slipped inside. The spiritual spring was still bubbling, the membrane thick, but the crystals on the cave walls were almost entirely dim. He dipped his claws into the water for 5 minutes. The warm current was very weak. The water surface did not split open, the eye did not appear. The heartbeat was almost inaudible. Climbing out of the cave, he found that dusk was falling. Mo Xian lay down at the gap in the shallows facing the sea. Xian crouched to his left, the blue light in his throat very faint. Maintaining the sea mist had consumed too much chakra. Xian crouched to his right, his forelimbs pressed against the ground, ready to use earth escape at any moment. Xian crawled out of the stone cave and crouched in front of Mo Xian, his head turned toward the north. The Fog Hidden's report mentioned 3 investigations, said Mo Xian. The first time a reconnaissance vessel detected anomalous fluctuations. The second time a team of elite shinobi confirmed an energy source in the sea area. The third time they marked the location but did not find the island. Xian turned his head to look at him. They will come a 4th time, a 5th time, until they find us. Mo Xian stared at the sea. The mist was thick, obscuring the outside. But Xian could see. Xian slid down from the watchtower, scurried onto Mo Xian's forelimb, and the patterns on his carapace lit up. He extended his claw tip pointing north, a ship 5 kilometers away. Then he extended 2 claw tips, 2 ships. Mo Xian lay down, pressing his body flat against the sand. Xian lay down to his left, Xian to his right, and Xian in front. The 4 turtles remained motionless. The ships stopped 3 kilometers away. The engine hum, low and muffled, drifted through the mist. Mo Xian heard voices speaking, but the words were indistinct through the fog. The voices lasted about half a minute, then stopped. The engine sound resumed, and the ships began to move. Not toward the island, but along the edge of the mist. From north to west, from west to south, from south to east. They circled. Xian extended his claw tip and drew a circle. The ships were circling the island. Then he extended 3 claw tips, 3 kilometers away. He drew another arrow from the ship, pointing toward the island. They were searching. Mo Xian's claws dug into the sand. The ships circled twice, then stopped. The engines died. The sea fell silent. The silence lasted about 5 minutes, then the engines roared again. The ships turned around and sailed northward. The sound grew fainter and finally vanished. The patterns on Xian's carapace went dark. He withdrew into his shell. Mo Xian looked down at him. They're gone. Xian poked his head out and nodded. Mo Xian stood up, walked to the water's edge, and dipped his forelimbs into the sea. The water was warm. A faint blue light flickered beneath the surface. The energy was still leaking outward. He withdrew his claws and stared at the sea. The blue glow grew weaker, but did not disappear. He turned and walked to the rocky hill, climbing into the cave. The spiritual spring's surface was bubbling, but the bubbles were half as many as before. The membrane was thick, but the crystals on the cave walls were all dim. He lay down and pressed his ear to the ground. The heartbeat was faint. Thump, 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 the intervals exceeding 2 minutes. The water surface split open with a crack, and milky white water surged out from the fissure. In the depths of the crack, the yellow eye appeared. This time it was not staring at Mo Xian, but at the dim crystals on the cave wall. Under its gaze, the crystals lit up again, blue light shining through them. The eye turned and fixed on Mo Xian. The patterns in its pupil rotated once, then sank. Mo Xian crawled out of the cave. Dawn had broken. The mist was thick sunlight, unable to penetrate. Xian was still crouching at the gap in the shallows, the blue light in his throat very faint, barely sustainable. Mo Xian took a bottle of intermediate body refining liquid from his ring and handed it to Xian. Xian took 2 sips and the blue light in his throat brightened a little. Today no turtle is allowed to go out, said Xian. Including you. Xianlan nodded. He closed his mouth and the mist began to thin. Xian took another bottle of body refining liquid from his ring and poured it into the reservoir. Xianlan let out a low grunt and the ground rose up covering the reservoir, leaving only a small opening. The water would not evaporate and no mist would rise from the surface. Xian crawled into the stone cave in the nursery area. The female turtle crouched at the entrance, the hatchlings huddled behind her. 5 half-grown juveniles shrank into a corner of the cave. 16 older juveniles pressed against the cave wall. Xianyu lay on the inner side of the entrance facing outward. Xian lay down beside Xianyu. Today we go nowhere. Xianyu turned to look at him. Xian patted his carapace with his claw. Sleep. Xianyu closed his eyes. Xian closed his eyes too. Outside the cave the mist dispersed. Sunlight fell on the island, illuminating the empty sandy beach. No turtles, no footprints, no traces. The island seemed dead. Xianlan crawled over from Xian's forelimb, laid down beside his ear, and the patterns on his carapace lit up. He extended his claw tip, pointing outside the cave. The ships were back. 3 vessels. Xian opened his eyes, staring at the cave entrance. Sunlight streamed in through the opening, falling on the sandy ground. A large shadow passed over the sand, sweeping across the entrance. The engine sound came from the north, growing closer. The engine sound came from the north, growing closer and closer. Xian lay on the inner side of the cave entrance, staring at the beach outside. The sunlight was bright, and the beach was empty. A shadow swept past the cave entrance, then returned and stopped just outside. It was a seabird standing on the sand with its head tilted, gazing at the turtle inside the cave. Xian remained motionless. The seabird pecked at the sand, snatched up a worm, and flew away. The engine fell silent. The boat had anchored beyond the island. Xian heard the splash of someone entering the water. Splash, splash, twice. Water splashed onto the surface with a soft patter. Xianlan crawled from beneath Xian's forelimbs, reached the cave entrance's edge, and peeked out with half his head exposed. The patterns on its carapace glowed, and a water membrane spread across the sea from the shallows to the open ocean. On the membrane, 2 points of light moved from the boat toward the island. They were moving swiftly. Xianlan extended 2 claw tips. 2 people. Then 3 more, 3 sharks trailing behind them. Xian used his claws to guide Xianlan back into the cave. Xianlan retreated into its shell. Xian lay across the cave entrance, blocking it with his body. Xianlan crawled from the depths of the stone cave and settled beside him, blue light gathering in its throat. Xian pressed his paw against its mouth. The sound of water grew louder. He heard breathing, heavy, labored, as though someone had been holding their breath underwater for a long time. The breathing stopped at the edge of the shallows. Water splashed onto the sand. Footsteps, bare feet on wet sand rustling. They moved from the shallows toward the stone wall and stopped at its base. Someone spoke in a low voice, indecipherable. The other answered even more quietly. Xian peered out through the gap in the cave entrance. Half a face appeared above the stone wall, masked with only the eyes visible. The gaze swept across the beach, the reservoir, the terraced fields, and the conservation area. It finally settled on the stone cave. The masked figure stared at the cave for about half a minute, then turned and whispered to the other. The second person also peered over the wall, looking toward the cave entrance. Xian remained still. Xianlan did not move. None of the turtles in the cave stirred. The 2 masked figures retreated from the wall top. Footsteps moved back toward the shallows, growing fainter. The sound of water, splash, splash twice. Water splashed. The breathing receded into the distance until it faded entirely. The engine roared back to life as the boat turned and headed north. The sound dwindled and vanished. Xian waited half an hour before emerging from the cave. A trail of footprints marked the beach, leading from the shallows to the stone wall and back. The prints were deep, barefoot, 5 toes visible. He followed the trail, noting where the footprints paused before the wall. Palm prints on the stone surface showed where someone had gripped the top to peer inside. Xian pawed at the handprints, smearing them away, then smoothed over every footprint. Xianlan emerged from the cave and crouched by the shallows, blue light pulsing rhythmically in its throat. Xianlan crawled from a fissure beside the reservoir and let out a low growl. The ground split open, turning fresh soil over the exact spots where the footprints had vanished. Xianyu burst from the cave and raced to the shoreline, facing north, his carapace gleaming dully in the sunlight. Xian climbed the watchtower. Xianlan followed and settled atop the tower, carapace patterns igniting with light. A water membrane spread across 2 kilometers of sea to the north. On it, a single large point of light moved 5 kilometers out. A vessel heading north. The light diminished until it faded completely. It's gone, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Imo Xian slid down from the tower and made his way to the shallows. Waves surged upward, washing over his claws. The seawater was cool, unremarkable. He turned to survey the island. The stone wall encircled it entirely, with walls on the east, west, and north sides, while the south was guarded by a reef belt. Terraced fields climbed the northern slope, 4,000 seedlings now sprouting in a vibrant green expanse. The reservoir sat on the southern flank of the rock mound, filled to the brim with smooth walls. The conservation area lay north of the rock mound, where 70 turtles huddled within the stone cave. The spirit spring rested beneath sealed behind stone chambers. The watchtower rose 12 meters above, offering a panoramic view of the entire sea. Volume 2 is complete, Imo Xian said. Xianlong crouched beside him, head tilted. Imo Xian gestured with his claw toward the island structures. 50 turtles. All ninja class. Walls water food techniques. Xianlan's throat blue light flickered once. But they've noticed us. Imo Xian pointed toward the northern sea. Misty Hide came 4 times. Next time they'll send more than reconnaissance boats. Xian Yin crawled over from the reservoir and crouched to Imo Xian's right. Xian Lian slid down from the tower and rested against Imo Xian's forelimb. Xian Yu crawled from the shallows and took position at the front. 4 turtles formed a line, all facing north. Imo Xian opened the system panel. Volume 2 complete. Species population 70. Chunin class members 33. Average combat power mid-Chunin. Sacred land development 40. Concealment 85. Core members Xianlong Peak, Chunin 1 step, from Jonin Xian, Yin Chunin Xian, Lian Chunin Xian Yu Chunin. Unlock techniques: water style, water bullet, jutsu water style, ice membrane water style, sensing water curtain, earth style, earth wall, earth style wall construction, earth style earthquake, core fire style, thermal breath, lightning style water cut, illusion style sea fog concealment. Activated structures: reservoir, stone wall, terraced fields, breeding pond, warehouse, spirit spring chamber, watchtower, basic defense formation. Imo Xian stared at the numbers on the panel. 70 turtles. 33 at Chunin level. He closed the panel, rose from the shallows, and made his way to the rock mound summit. Xianlong followed. Imo Xian lay atop the mound facing north. Xianlong settled beside him. Next phase, 100 turtles. Jonin class, Imo Xian said. Until then, Misty Hide cannot find this island. Blue light exploded from Xianlan's throat. Imo Xian pressed his paw against its mouth. Not to fight, to hide. Xianlan's throat dimmed. Imo Xian gestured toward the sea with his claw. Misty Hide is hunting for an energy source. Energy leaks from the spirit spring drifts across the sea, and they detected it. We need to seal the energy. He rose and crawled toward the spirit spring's opening. Xianlong followed close behind. Inside the stone chamber, the spirit spring continued to bubble, its membrane thick, yet the crystals lining the cave walls had dimmed considerably. Imo Xian submerged his claw in the water for 5 minutes. The warm current felt feeble. The water surface didn't crack, and no eyes appeared. Emerging from the cave, dusk was approaching. Imo Xian lay at the shallows breach facing north. Xianlong crouched to his left, Xian Yin to his right. Xian Lian rested against Imo Xian's forelimb, and Xian Yu took position at the forefront. 5 turtles fixed their gaze upon the sea. Dense fog cloaked the sea surface. Within it drifted a shadow, not a vessel but a humanoid figure wearing a conical hat and black robes, with crimson eyes, standing upon the water less than a kilometer offshore. Those red eyes locked onto the island, blinked once, and the fog dissolved. The sea fog concealment technique continued to function, with Xianlong still exhaling mist, but it scattered the moment it emerged. Imo Xian kept his paw away from Xianlan's mouth. The turtle continued breathing fog, which kept dissipating. The red eyes studied the island for roughly half a minute before the figure turned and headed north. After a few steps, it paused and glanced back over its shoulder. Its crimson eyes gleamed in the moonlight, blinked once, then sank beneath the waves. Xianlian leaped from Imo Xian's forelimb and rushed to the water's edge, fixated on where the figure had vanished. The patterns on its carapace ignited, spreading a water membrane. On its surface, the humanoid moved swiftly northward, growing distant. Behind it, a massive, dark silhouette, 10 times the size of a vessel, rose from the deep sea. Xianlian extended a claw tip toward the shadow, then traced a circle with a spiral inside, the Sharingan. An arrow followed, pointing from the darkness toward the island. It was watching. Imo Xian fixed his gaze on the sea. Beneath the moonlight, enormous red eyes floated on the surface, 10 times larger than those of the humanoid figure. Those eyes stared at the island for approximately 10 seconds before submerging. The sea grew still once more. Imo Xian rose, approached the water, and extended his forelimbs into the sea. The water was scalding. He withdrew his claws and stared at the surface. Beneath the waves, blue light glowed intensely like a lamp lit underwater. Energy was escaping faster and more violently than before. The blue radiance illuminated the entire shallows, the stone wall, and the watchtower. Xianlan's throat erupted with blue light, but Imo Xian didn't restrain it. The blue light extinguished. The sea fell into utter darkness. The sand surface of the egg pit cracked for 2 days. The 5th and 6th clutches hatched simultaneously, and Imo Xian crouched by the pit watching intently. The first fissure appeared yesterday morning, splitting from the center to the edge. This morning a second fissure sliced across horizontally, cleaving the pit into 4 segments. The female turtle squatted at the rim, her head extended toward the hollow, emitting a low, guttural rumble from her throat. The first hatchling poked its head through the crack. Imo Xian used his claw to brush away the sand at the pit's mouth, helping it crawl out. The young turtle's carapace was a deep gray bordered by a ring of dark crimson patterns. It crawled 2 steps, paused, and looked up at Imo Xian. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th emerged in succession. The 5th got stuck at the opening, and Imo Xian gently lifted its hind limb with the tip of his claw, pushing it upward. The hatchling tumbled over the pit's edge, rolled once, and landed on its back. It righted itself and crawled beneath the female turtle's plastron. When Imo Xian counted to 38, the pit fell silent. He lay down, extended his claw into the pit, and probed. No eggshells remained. 38 all emerged. Adding the previous 70, the clan totaled 108. The female turtle gathered the newborns under her body, lowered her head, and licked the carapace of the smallest. The hatchling flinched, tucking its head into the crevice of her plastron. The system panel illuminated. Clan population 108. Breeding efficiency increased, a population growth rate 50. Suggestion: expand the nursery zone and appoint nursery elders. Imo Xian dismissed the panel and rose from the egg pit. The original low wall of the nursery could only accommodate 50 or 60 hatchlings, but now over 100 crowded inside, with the largest of the older juveniles squeezed onto the top of the wall. He crawled into the nursery, measuring the area with his claws, then gauged the capacity of the stone cavern. Xianyan. Imo Xian called out. Xianyan crawled over from the reservoir. Imo Xian pointed with his claw at the vacant ground east of the nursery. There, expand to twice the size. Raise the walls, deepen the burrow. Xianyan let out a low growl. The ground split open, and an earthen wall rose from the eastern vacant lot, half a meter high, forming a rectangle 20 meters long and 15 meters wide. With successive growls, the wall rose section by section until it reached 1.5 meters. The ground sank inward, creating a shallow pit, half a meter deep, its floor paved with compacted earth. Imo Xian crawled into the pit and pressed the ground with his claws. The hard earth was solid, not sinking. The entrance faces south, sheltered from the wind, Imo Xian said. Xianyan growled in acknowledgement. A gap opened on the southern side of the pit, 2 meters wide and half a meter high. An eave grew above the opening, shielding it from rain. Imo Xian thrust his head into the burrow. It was spacious enough to accommodate 200 hatchlings. He backed out and pointed with his claw at the original location of the nursery. Keep the old zone for the half-grown juveniles. The new zone for the newborns. Xianyan nodded. Imo Xian summoned the 2 eldest female turtles to the front of the new nursery zone. One was the first female to follow him, with a grayish-white carapace and a missing piece on her left forelimb. The other was Xianlan's, made her carapace bearing cyan patterns, larger in build. The 2 females crouched at the burrow's entrance, looking up at Imo Xian. From today, you are the nursery elders. Imo Xian pointed with his claw at the new zone. Take charge of the newborns, feeding, warmth, training. The grayish-white female blinked once. The cyan female nodded. Imo Xian opened a passage between the new and old zones, paving it with crushed stone. The half-grown juveniles from the old zone could pass through to help in the new zone, but the newborns were not allowed into the old zone. He drew a line on the ground with his claw, marking one side as new and the other as old. Newborns must not cross this line. Xianyan growled, and a low ridge sprouted along the line, ankle-high, too high for the newborns to climb over. The sun reached its zenith. Imo Xian summoned the entire clan to the reservoir. The adults crouched at the front, the half-grown juveniles in the middle, the older juveniles squeezed at the back, and the newborns huddled together in the new zone. 108 turtles encircled half the reservoir. Today the clan has surpassed 100, Imo Xian said. Xianlan looked up at him. Imo Xian pointed with his claw at the new zone. The nursery has been expanded twofold. 2 nursery elders overseeing the newborns. A blue light flickered in Xianlan's throat. Imo Xian leaped down from the reservoir wall and walked to the shallows. A dense fog hung over the sea. Xianlian lay on the watchtower, the patterns on her carapace glowing. Imo Xian climbed to the top and crouched beside her. Scan. Xianlian expelled a stream of water which spread into a membrane covering the sea surface from the shallows to about a kilometer offshore. Several luminous dots appeared on the membrane, schools of fish reefs. No boats. Keep watch. Call me if anything appears, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Imo Xian slid down the tower and walked to the entrance of the Spirit Spring cave, then crawled inside. The Spirit Spring was still bubbling, its membrane thick, but the crystals on the cave walls had dimmed considerably. He dipped his claw into the water for 5 minutes. The warm current was faint. The water's surface did not split, and no eyes appeared. The heartbeat was weak, its intervals long. He crawled out of the cave as dusk approached. Imo Xian laid down at the gap in the shallows facing north. Xianlan crouched on his left, the blue light in her throat very faint. Xianyan crouched on his right, forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xianyu lay in front, his head pointing north. Xianlian slid down the tower, ran to Imo Xian's forelimb, the patterns on her carapace lighting up. Anything? Imo Xian asked. Xianlian shook her head and extended 5 claw tips. Nothing within 5 kilometers. Imo Xian lay down staring at the sea. The fog was thick, obscuring the view. He closed his eyes. Suddenly Xianlian's carapace patterns flared, and she extended a claw tip pointing north. A boat at 5 kilometers. She extended 2 more claw tips. 2 boats. Imo Xian opened his eyes and stood up. Nothing was visible on the sea. The roar of engines drifted through the fog, low and distant. The sound drew closer until he could distinguish 2 boats. They stopped 3 kilometers away. The engines fell silent. Imo Xian heard splashes as people entered the water. Plop, plop, plop. 3 times. Water splashed. Xianlian extended 3 claw tips. 3 people. Then 5 more. 5 sharks. Imo Xian flattened himself against the sand. Xianlan lay down on his left, the blue light in her throat gathering into a ball. Imo Xian pressed his claw over her mouth. The sound of water grew nearer, close enough to hear breathing. The breathing stopped 500 meters from the shallows, not approaching. Imo Xian stared into the fog. Inside the mist, a small silhouette appeared. A human head wearing a mask that revealed only eyes. The eyes stared toward the island for about half a minute, then sank below. The sound of water receded. The engine started again, and the boats turned north, sailing away. The sound faded, then vanished. Xianlian's carapace patterns extinguished. She withdrew into her shell. Imo Xian looked down at her. They're gone. Xianlian poked her head out and nodded. Imo Xian stood up, walked to the water's edge, and dipped his forelimb into the sea. The water was warm. A blue light glowed beneath the surface, faint. Energy was still leaking outward. He withdrew his claw and stared at the sea. The blue light dimmed further, but did not vanish. He turned and walked to the new nursery zone. Over 100 hatchlings crowded in the burrow, with the female turtle crouching at the entrance. Imo Xian lay down at the burrow's mouth, gazing at the tiny turtles. The smallest, the one with green patterns on its carapace, crawled out of the pile, climbed onto Imo Xian's forelimb, and lay still. Imo Xian looked down at it. You'll be under the care of the nursery elder too. The hatchling looked up at him and blinked. Imo Xian placed it back in the burrow, rose, and walked to the shallows. Xianlan still crouched there, the blue light in her throat flickering. Imo Xian lay down beside her. 108, Imo Xian said. 33 at the lower genin level. The rest are all mortal turtle level. Xianlan turned to look at him. Next milestone 150. Mid-genin level. Imo Xian stared at the sea. The fog dispersed, and moonlight bathed the sea in silver. In the midst of the silver, a large black silhouette appeared, a ship. It stopped 3 kilometers away. A figure stood on the deck wearing a conical hat and a black robe. Red eyes stared toward the island. Those red eyes blinked once. The fog over the island dissipated. The sea fog concealment technique was still active, but the moment the mist was expelled, it scattered. Imo Xian did not cover Xianlan's mouth. She continued to exhale fog, and the fog continued to disperse. The red eyes watched the island for about half a minute, then turned and entered the cabin. The ship turned and slowly sailed northward. Imo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The sea water was scalding. A brilliant blue light blazed beneath the surface. Energy was leaking out faster than before. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, the stone wall, the watchtower. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Imo Xian did not stop her. The light died. The sea turned pitch black. Imo Xian stared into the darkness. In the heart of the darkness, a pair of enormous red eyes floated on the surface, staring at the island. They gazed for about 10 seconds, then sank. The sea returned to calm. Xianlian leaped off Imo Xian's forelimb, ran to the water's edge, and stared at the direction where the red eyes had vanished. The patterns on her carapace glowed, and a water membrane spread out. On the membrane, a colossal black shadow rose from the deep, 10 times larger than the ship. It halted at the membrane's edge, motionless. Xianlian extended a claw tip, pointing at the shadow. She drew a circle, then a spiral inside it, the Sharingan. Then an arrow from the shadow toward the island. It was recording. Xian stared at that patch of sea. The shadow sank. The membrane showed nothing. Xian Lian's water membrane shattered, and she retracted into her shell. Xian picked her up in his mouth, carried her back to the nursery, and placed her inside the burrow. The young turtle stayed curled in her shell. Xian lay down at the burrow's entrance facing north. Xianlong crouched on his left, Xian Yin on his right, and Xian Yu lay in front. For turtles stared at the sea. On the water the ship's lights flickered on again. Yellow blinking, 3 flashes then off. Then 5 flashes then off. Like a signal, Xian Lian poked her head out of her shell, and used her claw to point toward the ship. She drew a circle then a dot inside it, the hollow beneath the rock mound. Then an arrow from the hollow toward the ship. The energy was being drained, drawn away by those red eyes. The ship was collecting energy more and more. Xian lay by the edge of the cultivation pond staring at the water surface. The pond water had been murky for 3 days and the fish were dwindling. There had been over 40 yesterday, but only 20-odd remained today. Some floated belly up, while others lay motionless at the bottom. Xian Yin crouched by the pond, his forelimbs pressed against the ground. Xian pointed a claw at the dead fish at the bottom. Fish them out. Xian Yin let out a low growl. A crack split open at the pond bottom, and the dead fish fell into the crevice, which then closed with the soil. Xian counted the remaining fish. 19 huddled in the corner of the pond, utterly still. He stirred the water with his claw, but the fish did not move. Not enough food, Xian said. Xian Yin nodded. Xian walked to the storage cave and used his claw to pry open the stones blocking the entrance. Inside were 3 bundles of seaweed and 2 dried fish. The seaweed could not feed the entire clan for a single day, and the dried fish were not enough to fill an adult turtle's teeth. He stepped back, staring at the storage. The system panel lit up. Food reserves are below the safety line. Current reserves, seaweed, 3 bundles approx. 30 gene dried fish, 2 pieces. The entire clan has 108 turtles. Estimated duration, less than 1 day. Recommendation: resolve the food problem within 30 days, or the clan will face mass mortality. Xian dismissed the panel. He crawled to the edge of the terraced fields where 4,000 rice seedlings had grown to knee height, but the ears had not yet emerged. It would be another 10 days before harvest. Can't wait 10 days. He crawled back to the cultivation pond and looked at the 19 fish again. The fish were too small to eat. Xianlong crawled over from the shoal and crouched beside Xian. A blue light flickered in its throat. Deep sea. Catch big fish, Xian said. Xianlong tilted its head. Xian pointed a claw toward the distant sea. The fish in the shoal have been eaten. We need to go to the deep sea to catch. Xianlong stood up and crawled into the sea. Xian followed. The 2 turtles swam beyond the reef belt where the water deepened and the bottom was out of sight. Xian dove down. The water was clear, revealing sandy bottom and reefs below. No fish. He surfaced to catch his breath, then dove again. This time he went deeper. The water grew murky, and he could see a few small fish darting among the reef crevices, but not a single large fish. Xianlong swam over from the side, the blue light in its throat coalescing into a ball. It opened its mouth and aimed at a school of small fish underwater. A water bullet shot out, stunning the fish, which floated belly up. Xian swam over, picking up the fish one by one and placing them on a large leaf he had brought. A total of 12 fish, each the size of a palm. The 2 turtles swam back to the shoal. Xian Yin used the earth wall art to dig a shallow pit in the sand, filled it with seawater, and put the fish inside. The fish woke up and swam in the pit. Xian lay by the edge staring at them. 12 plus the 19 in the cultivation pond, 31. The entire clan had 108 turtles. 31 small fish were not enough for a single meal. Tomorrow bring more turtles, Xian said. Xianlong nodded. Xian called Xian Yu over. Xian Yu crouched by the shoal, its head facing the sea. Tomorrow you go with Xianlong to the deep sea to catch fish. Xian Yu stood up, staring at the sea. You are responsible for hurting the fish. Use brute force to drive the school toward the shoal. Xian Yu nodded. Early the next morning, Xian led Xianlong, Xian Yue, and Xian Yin, 3 adult turtles, to the deep sea. Xian Yin used the earth wall art to build a temporary earthen wall 500 meters from the shoal. It rose from the seabed 2 meters high and 20 meters long, blocking the fish school from passing through. Xian Yu dove into the deep sea and found a large school of fish, each half a meter long. It struck the water with its head, producing a dull thud. The fish school was startled and fled toward the shoal. Xianlong followed behind the school, using the ice membrane art to form a thin layer of ice on the surface. The fish dared not swim under the ice, so they could only move forward. The school reached the earthen wall, was blocked, and turned back. Xian Yu charged from behind, using its carapace to push the fish school against the wall. The fish, crowded together, leaped up and landed in the shallow water. Imo caught fish in the shallows with his claws. He grabbed one, carried it to the beach, and tossed it into a stone pit. Yin helped using the earth wall art to open a crack beneath the fish, which then fell into the crevice and emerged from the other end into the pit. The three turtles caught fish for half an hour, netting over 60 fish, each half a meter long. Imo lay by the pit and counted 68, adding the previous 31 that made 99 fish, enough to feed the entire clan for 3 days. He pointed a claw at the cultivation pond. Put the big fish into the pond to raise. Catch them when we need to eat. Yin let out a low growl. The wall of the cultivation pond was raised by 1 meter, and the pond bottom was deepened by half a meter. Imo carried the large fish one by one into the pond. The fish swam in the pond, some hit the walls, others sank to the bottom. Yin used the earth wall art to dig several deep pits at the pond bottom. The fish burrowed into them and stopped ramming. The sun rose to its zenith. Imo climbed the watchtower. Xian crouched at the top, its carapace patterns glowing. Scan once, Imo said. Xian spat out a mouthful of water, and a water membrane spread out. On the water membrane were several light spots, fish schools, reefs. No boats. Keep watch, Imo said. Xian nodded. Imo slid down the tower and walked to the terraced fields. The 4,000 rice seedlings were growing well. The tallest reached his chest. He used his claw to pick a yellow leaf, put it in his mouth, and chewed. The leaf was bitter but swallowable. He looked at the entire clan. Adult turtles crouched by the shoal, half-grown juveniles drinking by the reservoir, elderly and young turtles basking in the sun, and newborn hatchlings huddled together in the cave. Food can last 3 more days, Imo said. After 3 days the rice won't be ripe yet. We need to catch fish again. Xian crouched beside him and nodded. Imo took out a bottle of intermediate body-tempering liquid from his ring and poured it into the cultivation pond. The liquid spread in the water, and the fish gathered around, scrambling to drink. The fish that drank the body-tempering liquid swam faster and grew larger. Raise the fish before eating them, Imo said. We can't eat them all at once. Xian nodded. It let out a low growl, and the wall of the cultivation pond was raised another meter, making the pond deeper. Imo stared at the fish in the pond. 68 large fish and 19 small fish, a total of 87. If each fish could grow to a meter long, it would be enough to feed the entire clan for half a month. As the sun set, Imo lay by the gap in the shoal. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat flickering. Xianyu crouched in front, facing the sea. Xianlian lay on Imo forelimb, its carapace patterns glowing. We caught 68 fish today, Imo said. But it's still not enough. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. 108 turtles in the clan. How much do they need to eat each day? Imo used his claw to write a number in the sand. He drew a fish, and beneath it 108 turtles. 1 fish is not enough for 1 turtle. Xianlan stared at the number, and the blue light in its throat dimmed. A thick fog hung over the sea. Within the fog a shadow, not a boat, but a humanoid figure. A bamboo had a black robe and red glasses. Standing on the water, less than a kilometer from the shore. Those red eyes stared at the island, blinked once, and the fog over the island dissipated. The sea fog concealment art was still active, but the moment the fog was exhaled it dispersed. Imo did not press Xianlan's mouth. Xianlan continued to exhale fog, and the fog continued to dissipate. The red eyes stared at the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked north. After a few steps it stopped and looked back. The red eyes gleamed in the moonlight. The eyes blinked once and sank into the sea. Xianlian's carapace patterns lit up. It extended a claw tip pointing toward the direction where the humanoid figure had disappeared. It then drew an arrow from the island pointing northward, recording the island's position. Imo stared at the sea. Under the moonlight a pair of red eyes, large floating on the surface, stared at the island. They stared for about 10 seconds then sank. Imo stood up, walked to the water's edge, and extended his forelimb into the sea. The seawater was warm. A blue light shone beneath the surface, very bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal, the stone wall, and the cultivation pond. The fish in the pond were startled, ramming about wildly. Some leaped out of the water and landed on the sand. Yin used the earth wall art to push the escaping fish back into the pond. Imo withdrew his forelimb from the water, staring at the sea. The blue light extinguished. The sea was pitch black. The fish in the cultivation pond quieted down. Imo turned and walked to the new nursery area. Over 100 newborn hatchlings crowded in the cave, with female turtles crouching at the entrance. The smallest hatchling with green patterns on its carapace crawled out from the pile and onto Imo forelimb. Imo looked down at it. You're hungry too. The hatchling looked up at him, its mouth opening and closing. Imo placed it back in the cave and walked to the storage. Inside were 2 dried fish. He took one out, bit it into pieces, and fed it to the newborns. The hatchlings gathered around, scrambling for the shredded fish. The smallest one grabbed a piece, swallowed it, and let out a burp. Imoshien lay down, staring at the sea. On the water, the lights of that boat flickered again, yellow, blinking 5 times, then extinguished. Then it blinked 3 more times, and went dark. Like a signal, Xian Lian crawled out from the nursery, ran onto Imoshien's forelimb, its carapace patterns glowing. It extended a claw tip pointing toward the direction of the boat. It was still there. It then drew an arrow from the boat toward the island. It was waiting. Imoshien lay on top of the north slope, looking down. The terraced fields were on the waist of the slope, covering an area of 1 mu. At the foot of the north slope, there was a vacant plot of about half a mu, overgrown with weeds and shrubs. The ground was uneven, rising and falling in places, with rainwater flowing down from the slope and pooling in the depressions. Here he would open the 3rd field. Imoshien pointed with his claw at the vacant plot. Xian Yin crouched beside him, following the direction of his claw. The plot was near a freshwater channel where water flowed from a spiritual spring, passing through a ditch and skirting the edge of the plot. As long as he dug a small branch channel, he could divert the water. Finish clearing it within 3 days, Imoshien said. Xian Yin nodded. Imoshien slid down from the slope and walked to the edge of the plot. The weeds reached his knees and the shrubs came up to his chest. He grabbed a clump of weeds with his claw. The roots were deep, and when he pulled, they came out with a large clod of mud. Xian Yin let out a low growl, and a crack split the ground, cutting through the center of the plot. The roots of the weeds and shrubs were severed, and they toppled over. Xian Yu crawled over from the shallow shore, grabbed a shrub in his mouth, and dragged it backward. The shrub was uprooted and dragged to the outside of the plot. 5 half-grown juvenile turtles followed behind, plucking small weeds with their mouths and carrying them back and forth. Imoshien used his claw to gather the fallen weeds into a pile and push them outside the plot. Xian Yin let out another low growl, and the ground turned over as if someone had used a shovel to flip the entire plot. Clods of earth were turned up, revealing roots and stones. Xian Yu used his head to push large rocks to the edge of the plot, while the 5 half-grown juvenile turtles used their claws to scrape small stones aside. The sun rose to its zenith and half of the plot had been turned over. Imoshien lay down at the edge of the plot, staring at the overturned earth. The soil was yellowish-brown, coarse in texture, with gravel and roots mixed in. He grabbed a handful of soil, squeezed it, and let it go. The soil crumbled. It had no cohesion and poor fertility. The spiritual soil improver had run out, so he couldn't improve this plot. The spiritual spring water can substitute for part of it, Imoshien said. Xian Yin tilted his head. Imoshien pointed with his claw at the freshwater channel. The water comes from the spiritual spring, carrying energy. If you irrigate enough, the soil will gradually improve. Xian Yin nodded. He let out a low growl, and a small ditch split the ground, connecting from the freshwater channel to the edge of the plot. Water flowed from the channel into the small ditch, seeping into the soil. The wet soil deepened in color, shifting from yellowish-brown to dark brown. Imoshien touched the damp soil with his claw. It was still loose, but better than when it was dry. By afternoon, the plot had been fully turned over. Half a mu of land with clods broken up, stones cleared away, and weeds piled at the edge. Imoshien walked along the plot. The ground was uneven, with some places higher and others lower. He pointed at the low-lying areas. Level them. Xian Yin let out a low growl. The ground in the depressions rose up until it was level with the higher parts. With a series of low growls, the entire plot was flat and smooth as a tabletop. Imoshien patted the ground with his claw. If it was firm and didn't sink. Divert the water, Imoshien said. Xian Yin let out a low growl. A breach opened in the bank of the freshwater channel, and water flowed out through the gap, following the newly dug ditch into the plot. The water spread over the ground, flowing from the high points to the low, slowly seeping in. Imoshien lay at the edge, watching the rate of infiltration. The water seeped quickly, the ground dried, and it couldn't retain moisture. The soil was too loose and lacked cohesion. We need to irrigate several times, Imoshien said. Xian Yin nodded. He let out a low growl, and the small ditch widened, increasing the flow of water. The water flooded the entire plot, accumulating to half a finger's depth. This time it seeped in more slowly, but the water still disappeared quickly. Imoshien took a bottle of intermediate-grade body-tempering liquid from his ring, pulled out the stopper, and poured it into the small ditch. A milky white liquid mixed with the water and flowed into the ground. A faint glimmer of blue light floated on the surface of the damp soil, weak and quickly fading. The color of the soil changed from dark brown to deep brown. When he grabbed it with his hand, he could form it into a clump. Spiritual spring water plus body-tempering liquid can substitute for the spiritual soil improver, Imoshien said. Xian Yin stared at the emptied bottle and nodded. The sun was tilting westward. Mo Xian took out the grain seeds from his ring. 4,000 seeds wrapped in seaweed wedged into a crevice in the rock. He unwrapped the seaweed bundle. The grains were dark red, glinting in the sunlight. He grabbed a handful and scattered them over the plot. The grains fell onto the soil, some rolling into the low spots, others lodging in the gaps between clods. Xian Yin let out a low growl, and the ground vibrated slightly, sinking the grains half a finger deep into the soil. Cover them with soil, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin let out another low growl, and a thin layer of earth turned over, covering the grains. The layer of soil was just thick enough to cover them. Mo Xian used his claw to brush aside a spot. The grains were buried beneath at just the right depth. Mo Xian walked along the plot, checking the sowing density. Some places were dense, others sparse. He used his claw to move grains from the dense areas to the sparse ones. After half an hour, the density was uniform. Irrigate, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin let out a low growl. The flow in the small ditch increased, flooding the entire plot. The water seeped into the soil, wetting the surface. Mo Xian lay at the edge, staring at the grains soaked in water. The grains absorbed water and swelled their husks, splitting open to reveal white tips. They had sprouted slower than the first 2 fields, but the tips were white and alive. The growth rate will be slow, Mo Xian said. But they can survive. Xian Yin nodded. He let out a low growl, and a low wall rose at the edge of the plot, half a meter high, enclosing the 3rd field. The wall blocked the wind and retained moisture. Mo Xian tapped the wall with his claw. It was solid. Night fell. Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian Lian crouched at the top, the patterns on his carapace glowing. Sweep the area, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian spat out a mouthful of water, which spread into a film. On the water film, there was a large light spot 5 kilometers to the north. It was a boat. They're coming, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded, extending 3 claw tips, 3 kilometers. Then extended 2 more, closing in. Mo Xian slid down from the tower and ran to the shallow shore. Xian Lan crouched at the water's edge, the blue light in his throat beginning to gather. Mo Xian pressed down on his mouth. Don't attack. Just watch. The boat stopped 2 kilometers away. The engine sound ceased. Mo Xian heard the sound of someone entering the water, a splash one time. Water splashed up. Xian Lian slid down from the tower, ran to Mo Xian's forelimb, and extended 2 claw tips. 2 people. Then extended 3 sharks. The sound of water grew closer. The sound of breathing stopped 500 meters from the shallow shore. Mo Xian stared into the mist. In the mist, there was a shadow. A human head wearing a mask that only revealed the eyes. The eyes stared at the direction of the island for about half a minute, then submerged. The sound of water moved away. The engines sounded again. The boat turned around and headed north. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Below the surface, there was a faint blue glow. Energy was still leaking out. He turned and walked to the edge of the 3rd field. The grains were still sprouting, the tips pushing up from the soil, pale green and very thin. He used his claw to stir the soil, but it was damp. The land, irrigated with spiritual spring water, retained moisture better than ordinary soil. Xian Yin crouched at the head of the field, staring at the newly emerged shoots. The growth is slow, but they can survive, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin nodded. Mo Xian lay down, facing north. On the sea, the boat's lights flickered on again. Yellow blinking. Blinked 5 times, then went out. Blinked 3 times, then went out. Like a signal. Xian Lian crawled out from the nursery area, ran to Mo Xian's forelimb, and the patterns on his carapace lit up. He extended his claw tips, pointing toward the boat. It was still there. Then drew an arrow from the boat to the island. It was waiting. Mo Xian stared at the sea. On the surface, there was a pair of red eyes, large, floating on the water. Staring at the island. Stared for about 10 seconds, then submerged. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was hot. Below the surface, there was a bright blue glow. Energy was leaking out faster than before. The blue light illuminated the entire shallow shore, lighting up the 3rd field. The grain sprouts in the field glowed in the blue light, their tips changing from pale green to bright green, growing a section taller. Xian Yin stared at the suddenly elongated sprouts, tilting his head. Mo Xian stared too. The blue light went out. The sprouts returned to pale green, but they had indeed grown taller, a finger's length higher than before. Energy can make the grain grow faster, Mo Xian said. But it also attracts boats. Xian Yin nodded. Mo Xian lay down, staring at the sea. The sea was pitch black. In the midst of the blackness, the boat's lights flickered on again. Yellow blinking. Blinked 3 times, then went out. The boat turned around and headed north. The engine sound grew fainter and finally disappeared. The patterns on Xian Lian's carapace went out. He retracted into his shell. Mo Xian picked him up with his mouth, walked back to the nursery area, and placed him in the cave. The juvenile turtles retracted into their shells, not coming out. Mo Xian lay at the mouth of the cave, facing north. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in his throat flickering. Xianyan crouched to his right, his forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xianyu lay in front, his head pointing north. The third field is open, Xian said. 4,000 seeds, all planted. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered once. Xian pointed with his claw at the sea to the north. But the boats are coming more frequently. Next time they might not just be watching. On the sea the mist dispersed. Moonlight shone on the water, a sheet of silver white. In the midst of the silver white there was a black shadow, not a boat, but a human form. A bamboo had a black robe, red eyes. Standing on the water, less than a kilometer from the shore. Those red eyes stared at the island, blinked once. The mist on the island dissipated. The sea mist concealment technique was still running, but the mist dispersed as soon as it was exhaled. Xian didn't press on Xianlan's mouth. Xianlan kept exhaling mist, and the mist kept dispersing. The red eyes stared at the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked north. After a few steps he stopped and looked back. The red eyes gleamed in the moonlight. The eyes blinked once, then sank into the sea. Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was hot. Below the surface there was a bright blue glow. Energy was leaking out faster than before. The blue light illuminated the entire shallow shore, lighting up the third field. The grain sprouts in the field had grown again, a section taller than before. Xianyan stared at the sprouts and let out a low growl. A crack split the ground, extending from the third field all the way to the entrance of the spiritual spring cave. Energy flowed from the spiritual spring, following the crack into the field. The sprouts grew wildly, and the energy bursting from the soil, reaching the height of a finger, then a knee. Leaves unfurled 1, 2, 3. Ears of grain swelled from the leaf axils, green and very small. Xian stared at those ears. The grain in the third field had grown to the level of 10 days in the terraced fields within a single day. He turned to look at Xianyan. Too much energy. Seal the crack. Xianyan let out a low growl. The crack closed. The sprouts stopped their wild growth, but they had already reached half a person's height. The ears were still there, green and not yet filled. Xian lay down, staring at the ears. They glinted in the moonlight like green lanterns. On the sea the pair of red eyes appeared again. This time not far away, but just 100 meters from the shallow shore. The eyes floated on the water, staring at the island. Staring toward the direction of the third field. Xian stood up, walked to the water's edge, and stared back at the eyes. The eyes blinked. The ears of grain in the field swayed as if blown by the wind. But there was no wind. Xianlian poked his head out of his shell and pointed with his claw at the eyes. He drew a circle, and inside the circle a spiral, the Sharingan. Then drew an arrow from the eyes to the field. It was watching the energy. Xian stared at the eyes. The eyes submerged. The sea returned to calm. Xian turned and walked to the edge of the third field. The ears were still there, green, but larger than before. He reached out with his claw and cupped an ear. Something was moving inside the ear, as if something was burrowing within. He gently slit the ear with his claw tip, revealing the grains. Dark red, plump. They had filling in a single day. Xian discovered the corpse outside the reef belt when it had already bloated from being submerged. It floated face down on the water, wearing a vest from Yining village with a rock pattern on its back. The clothes were torn, revealing a hole in the chest where blood had long drained. The flesh around the wound was turned outward white. Xian hooked the corpse's collar with his claw and dragged it onto the shallows. He turned the body over face up. It was a man in his 30s with a scar on his face, eyes half closed, pupils gray. Xianlan crouched nearby, the blue light in his throat flickering. Xianyu crawled over from the cultivation pond, lowered his head to sniff the corpse, then sneezed. Xian flipped through the corpse's pockets with his claw. There was nothing. A leather pouch tied at the waist had rotted. On the finger was a black ring engraved with a rock pattern, the emblem of Yining village. A remnant of the Second War, Xian said. Xianlan tilted his head. Xian pointed at the vest on the corpse's back with his claw. Yining village. The war was 3 years ago. Some still haven't gone back. He dragged the corpse behind the reef belt and stuffed it into the crevice where the previous body lay. 2 bodies were already in the crevice. This one made it packed tight. He blocked the crevice mouth with stones, stepped back a few paces, and stared at it. Water seeped from the crevice, mixed with blood flowing onto the sand until it was absorbed. Xianlian crawled out of the nursery, ran to Xian's forelimb, and the patterns on her shell lit up. She extended her claw tip and pointed to the North Sea. Something was there. She extended 3 more claw tips, 3 kilometers. Xian climbed the watchtower and looked north. A thin mist hung over the sea. In the mist a shadow appeared, not a ship, but wood. A long piece of wood about 5 meters floated on the water, resembling a ship's keel. A person lay motionless atop the keel. Xian slid down from the tower and swam over. The keel was scorched, the burn marks bleached white by seawater. The person lying on it wore a Yanin village vest with a rock pattern on the back. His chest was still rising and falling. He was alive. Imo nudged the keel with his head, and the man slid off the wood, falling into the water. He choked on seawater, coughed once. He opened his eyes, stared at Imo. Opened his mouth and let out a hoarse ah. Imo grabbed his collar with his teeth and dragged him back to the shallows. The man lay on the beach gasping. His leg was broken, the shin bone protruding from the flesh, white with blood. He propped himself up with his arms, trying to stand, but collapsed halfway. Xianlan crouched beside him, the blue light in his throat gathering into a ball. Imo pressed his mouth shut. The man raised his head, stared at Imo. His eyes were cloudy, as if he couldn't see clearly. His mouth opened and closed, unable to speak. Imo stepped back, staring at him. The man grabbed a handful of sand from the ground, let it go, and the sand slipped through his fingers. He grabbed again, this time seizing Imo forelimb. The claw touched the man's hand. It was cold. Water, the man said. Imo did not move. Xianlan also did not move. The man's hand slid off Imo forelimb and fell onto the sand. His chest still rose and fell, but weakly. Imo turned and walked to the reservoir, took a mouthful of water, returned, and spat it beside the man's lips. The water seeped into the sand. The man's mouth moved, licking the wet sand. Imo took another mouthful, this time spitting directly into the man's mouth. The man swallowed, his throat moving. "You're from Yanin," Imo said. The man stared at him, his pupils dilating and contracting. A turtle spoke. Imo did not reply. The man scratched on the ground with his hand, drawing a few characters. Imo could not recognize them, but could tell it was a name. After finishing, the man's hand dropped. The rising and falling of his chest stopped. His eyes were still open, pupils dilated. Imo stared at the line of characters for a few seconds, then smoothed them out with his claw. He dragged the corpse behind the reef belt and stuffed it into the crevice. The fourth one. The crevice mouth could not be sealed, blood water seeped out. Yin let out a low growl, and the ground split open, sealing the crevice with earth. The blood water stopped seeping. Imo stood outside the reef belt, staring at the sea. To the north there were more floating objects, planks, clothes, and oil drum. He swam over and pushed the oil drum back. The oil drum bore the emblem of Yanin village. A hole was broken in the bottom, and the oil had leaked out. Xianlian lay on the oil drum, the patterns on her shell glowing. She extended her claw tip, pointing north. There was more. Then she extended 5 claw tips, 5 kilometers away. Imo climbed the watchtower and looked north. Mist hung over the sea, and within it were many shadows, large and small, some floating on the surface, others half submerged. They were shipwrecks. A whole stretch drifting from the north. Xianlian climbed up the tower, lay beside Imo and spread out a water membrane. On the membrane, the wreckage area was vast, covering about 1 square kilometer of sea. Among the wreckage, several points of light moved. They were people, still alive. Imo slid down from the tower and swam toward the wreckage. After swimming about 2 kilometers, he reached the edge of the wreckage. The seawater was strewn with planks, ropes, clothes, and shoes. There were also corpses, some floating, some submerged. He swam into the wreckage. The water became murky, mixed with oil and blood. Xianlan followed behind, the blue light in his throat glowing steadily. Xianyu followed, using his head to push aside obstructing planks. Imo heard someone calling, the voice very weak, coming from beneath a large plank. He swam over and nudged the plank aside with his head. Under the plank lay a person wearing a Yanin village vest, face down, with a wound on his back that was still bleeding. The man raised his head, stared at Imo. Opened his mouth, but made no sound. Imo grabbed his collar with his teeth and dragged him out of the wreckage. The man was light, as if weightless. When he was dragged to the shallows, he had stopped moving. The rise and fall of his chest ceased. Imo dragged him behind the reef belt, the 5th one. He swam back to the wreckage. There were still survivors. He heard a cry from deeper inside. He swam over and saw a person clinging to a plank, half his body submerged. When the man saw Imo, he cried out, let go of the plank, and sank. Imo dived down, grabbed the man's clothes with his teeth, and pulled him up. The man choked on water, coughed, and spat out blood. Don't eat me, the man said. Imo stared at him. The man's eyes were bright. He was alive. His legs were intact, his arms intact, and there was a wound on his chest, but it hadn't damaged the internal organs. Imo dragged him back to the shallows. The man lay on the beach, gasping, staring at Imo, then at Xianlan, then at Xianyu. What are you? The man said. Imo did not answer. He turned, walked to the reservoir, took a mouthful of water, returned, and spat it beside the man's lips. The man drank twice, coughed once, then drank twice more. Imo stepped back a few paces, staring at him. The man sat up, hugging his knees, staring at Imo. His eyes shifted from fear to curiosity. You're a spirit beast. The man said. A spirit beast of Yan'an village. Imo-Xian shook his head. The man tilted his head. Then which village? Here, Imo-Xian said, pointing at the island with his claw. The man stared at the structures on the island. Stone walls, terraced fields, reservoirs, watchtowers. His eyes widened. You built this yourselves? Imo-Xian did not answer. The man fell silent. After about half a minute he spoke. My name is Chun, a Chunin of Yan'an village. 3 years ago during the war our ship was bombed. I drifted for 3 days. Imo-Xian stared at him. How many are still alive? Chun shook his head. I don't know. When the ship sank many jumped into the sea. Some were eaten by sharks, some drowned. I held onto a plank and drifted here. Imo-Xian stood up, walked to the water's edge, and stared at the sea. The wreckage was still drifting, coming from the north and heading south. Xian Lian crawled out of the nursery, ran to Imo-Xian's forelimb, and the patterns on her shell lit up. She extended her claw tip, pointing at the wreckage. There were still 3 living people. Then she extended 5 claw tips, 5 kilometers away. Imo-Xian swam back to the wreckage. He searched for half an hour and found 2. One was tangled in a fishing net, unable to free himself. Imo-Xian tore the net with his claws and dragged the man out. The man was unconscious but still breathing. The other was clinging to a piece of wood floating on the surface, too weak to call out. Imo-Xian dragged him back. Both were alive. Imo-Xian dragged them to the shallows and placed them beside Chun. Chun's eyes reddened when he saw them. Shantian. Lin. He crawled over and pushed one of them. That man opened his eyes, stared at Chun, opened his mouth, but made no sound. Imo-Xian turned, walked to the reservoir, took water, and came back to feed them. The 3 men drank water, sat up, and stared at Imo-Xian. Chun spoke. He doesn't eat us. Shantian and Lin stared at Imo-Xian, silent. Imo-Xian stared at them. 3 remnants of Yan'an village. One with a broken leg, one with an injured arm, one with a chest wound. All alive, but none could run. You cannot stay here, Imo-Xian said. Chun nodded. We'll leave. At dawn. Imo-Xian stared at him. What you have seen you must not tell anyone. Chun hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I won't tell. Imo-Xian turned, walked to the warehouse, took out 3 dried fish, and placed them before the men. Eat. Eat and leave. The 3 men grabbed the dried fish and tore at them. They ate too quickly, choked and coughed. Imo-Xian lay beside them watching. Xianlan crouched on the left, the blue light in his throat flickering. Xianyu crouched on the right, facing the sea. Dawn was approaching. Chun stood up, supporting Shantian and Lin. The 3 limped to the water's edge. A large plank, a shipwreck remnant, floated on the sea, capable of buoyancy. Chun pushed the plank into the water and climbed onto it. Shantian and Lin climbed up. The 3 huddled together. Chun turned back to look at Imo-Xian. Thank you. Imo-Xian did not answer. Chun used the plank as an oar and rowed the wreck southward. The wreck grew smaller and smaller until it vanished on the sea. Imo-Xian lay at the water's edge, staring at the direction they had gone. Xian Lian crawled out of the nursery, ran to Imo-Xian's forelimb, and the patterns on her shell lit up. She extended her claw tip, pointing south. They were heading south. Then she extended 5 claw tips, 5 kilometers. More will come, Imo-Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Imo-Xian stood up and walked behind the reef belt. The crevice contained 5 corpses sealed with earth. He tapped the earth with his claw. It was solid. He turned and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A faint blue light glowed beneath the surface. The energy is still seeping out. He stared at the sea. On the sea, the Wuyin warship had appeared again. It stopped 3 kilometers away. A man stood on the ship wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Red eyes stared at the island. Imo-Xian did not move. The red eyes blinked once, then sank. The warship turned and sailed north. Xian Lian jumped off Imo-Xian's forelimb, ran to the water's edge, and stared at the departing warship. The patterns on her shell went dark. She retracted into her shell. Imo-Xian picked her up with his mouth, walked back to the nursery, and placed her in the cave. The young turtle stayed inside, not coming out. Imo-Xian lay at the cave entrance facing south. The 3 remnants were no longer visible. But Xian Lian said they were still there, 5 kilometers away, heading south. They will die at sea, Imo-Xian said. Xianlan crouched beside him, the blue light in his throat flickering once. Imo-Xian pointed at the southern sea with his claw. But dying at sea is better than dying on the island. Xianlan nodded. Imo-Xian lay down, staring at the sea. A thick mist hung over the water. In the mist a shadow appeared, not a ship, but wood. A person lay motionless on the wood, wearing a Yan'an village vest. The wood drifted from the north past the periphery of the island and headed south. Imo-Xian stared at that person. The man did not move. The rise and fall of his chest was invisible. The wood drifted farther and farther, finally disappearing into the mist. When that small boat appeared, dawn had just broken. The mist hadn't yet dissipated and the boat emerged from the fog, wooden, without sails, carrying 5 people. were rowing, and one sat at the bow head, lowered hands pressed against the water's surface. Imo lay prone at the gap in the shoal, his gaze fixed on the vessel. The boat was modest, far smaller than a warship, yet larger than a fishing boat. It bore no markings, and its sail was patched with several repairs. Lien crawled out of the nursery, scurried onto Imo's forelimb, and the patterns on its carapace began to glow. It extended a claw pointing at the boat. 5 people. Then it raised 2 claws, Xuan level 2 of them. Then 3 claws, Jin level 3 of them. Imo stared at the figure at the bow. The man lifted his head, revealing a scarred face and black eyes with dilated pupils. He gazed toward the island for a moment, then turned to say something to the rowers. The boat changed course. It headed not north, but toward the island. Imo lowered himself, pressing his body against the sand. The entire clan went into hiding. Xianlan stood up and dashed toward the nursery. Yin let out a low roar, and the ground split open, sealing the reservoir with earth. The terraced fields were blocked by earthen walls. The breeding ponds were covered with soil. Yu charged into the nursery, herding the young turtles into the burrow. The female turtle crouched at the burrow's entrance, gathering the newborns beneath her. Lien lay on Imo's forelimb, its carapace patterns glowing at full intensity. It extended a claw pointing at the boat. It was drawing near. Then it raised 2 claws, 1 kilometer. Imo fixed his gaze on the boat. The vessel rode to 500 meters off the shoal and stopped. The man at the bow stood up, his hands pressed against the water. The water began to churn as if boiling. Imo heard him, chanting something, his voice low and indistinct. Lien extended a claw pointing at the man, a sensor-type ninja. He was using a technique to probe the island's location. Imo's claws sank into the sand. A blue flash flickered beneath the water, drifting from the direction of the spiritual spring toward the boat. The man stopped his incantation, opened his eyes, and stared at the island. "There's something," he said. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly across the sea breeze. The 4 rowers paused, their eyes fixed on the island. The man at the bow crouched again, pressing his hands against the water. This time his chanting grew louder, and the water churned more violently. Imo felt the ground tremble faintly, as if something was burrowing from below. Lien's carapace patterns went dark, and it retracted into its shell. "He's detected the energy," Imo said. Xianlan crouched beside him, a ball of blue light gathering in its throat. Imo pressed a paw over its mouth. The man at the bow stood up, pointing at the island. "There, an energy source. A big one." The 4 rowers exchanged glances. One of them stood, drawing a blade from his waist. "Let's check it out." The boat began to row again, faster this time, oars churning water into spray. It stopped 300 meters off the shoal. The man at the bow crouched once more, hands pressing the water. This time he didn't chant, just pressed. Imo watched his hands. They were trembling. The blue light beneath the water grew brighter, surging from the spiritual spring and drifting under the boat. The man stood up, stepped back, and stared at the blue glow beneath the surface. "This stuff. It's pure." The 4 rowers also stared at the luminous water. The one with the blade reached out to touch it. The moment his hand made contact, he yanked it back with a cry. His fingers were burned skin, peeling back to reveal red flesh. He shook his hand, glaring at the island. "There must be something on that island. Let's go ashore and see." The boat moved forward again, stopping 100 meters from the shoal. The water was too shallow, the boat's bottom scraped the sand. The 5 men jumped off and waded toward the beach, water reaching their knees. Imo watched them. 5 men clad in tattered clothes, some wearing headbands, others not. The headbands bore a single horizontal slash, Rogue Ninja. A burst of blue light exploded from Xianlan's throat. Imo pressed a paw over its mouth. "Don't strike. Observe." The 5 men stepped onto the beach. The first was the scarred man with the blade, his eyes fierce. The second was the sensor type from the bow, thin, small, wearing glasses. The third was a stout man carrying a large bundle. The fourth was a woman, a kunai in her hand. The fifth was an old man leaning on a cane. The 5 stood on the sand, staring at the island's structures, stone walls, a reservoir, terraced fields, a watchtower. "Someone lives on this island," the stout man said. The scarred man kicked the stone wall. "Not human. Turtles." He pointed his blade at a line of claw prints at the base of the wall. The 5 followed the prints to the entrance of the nursery burrow. The female turtle crouched there, a low rumble in her throat. The scarred man raised his blade, aiming at her head. Imo charged from the gap in the shoal, placing himself before the female. The scarred man's blade struck Imo carapace with a sharp clang. The blade snapped, the broken half flying off and landing on the sand. The scarred man stumbled back, staring at Imo Imo stared back. Xianlan rushed in from the left, crouching beside Imo Yu charged from the right, crouching on Imo other side. 3 turtles lined up, blocking the burrow entrance. The 5 men retreated a few steps. The sensor type crouched, pressing his hands to the ground. He lifted his head, eyes widening. These turtles. They have chakra. A lot of it. The scarred man stared at Imo-Shien. Summoned beasts. Imo-Shien didn't answer. The scarred man took another step forward. Xian Yu charged, head butting his leg. The man was sent flying, landing on the beach and rolling twice. He scrambled up, clutching his leg. The bone wasn't broken, but he limped. The stout man drew a kunai from behind, aiming at Xian Yu. Xian Yu didn't retreat, its head facing the stout man. Imo-Shien spoke. Leave this place. The five were stunned. The sensor type adjusted his glasses. The turtle spoke. The scarred man rose, staring at Imo-Shien. You're a summoned beast. Who's your master? No master, Imo-Shien said. This island is mine. Leave. The scarred man smirked. Your island? You, a turtle, claim an entire island. He turned to the others. There must be treasure here. That turtle is guarding the cave. There's something inside. The stout man nodded. The woman tightened her grip on the kunai. The old man hobbled forward 2 steps, studying Imo-Shien. This turtle is no ordinary creature. It has chakra, stronger than a chunin. The scarred man glared at Imo-Shien. Kill it, and whatever's in that cave is ours. The 5 charged simultaneously. The scarred man wielded his broken blade, the stout man his kunai, the woman hurled a flurry of shuriken, and the old man raised his cane, a ball of flame erupting from its tip. The sensor type crouched at the rear, hands pressed to the ground, which began to tremble. Imo-Shien didn't move. Xianlan opened its mouth, a water bullet shooting out, striking the stout man in the chest. The stout man flew backward, landing on the sand, his kunai slipping from his grasp. Xian Yu charged, head butting the woman in the stomach. She was thrown into the water, coughing and sputtering. Xian Yin burst from the earth with a low roar, splitting the ground. The old man's cane fell into the fissure, its flame extinguished. The scarred man's broken blade struck Imo-Shien's carapace, the handle jarring from his hand. Imo-Shien head butted the scarred man's chest, sending him stumbling back to sit on the ground. The sensor type rose and sprinted toward the sea. He made it 2 steps before Xian Yu caught him a headbutt, sending him sprawling onto the sand. All 5 were down. The stout man clutched his chest, gasping. The woman flailed in the water. The old man stared at the crack in the earth. The scarred man sat on the ground, glaring at Imo-Shien. The sensor type lay prone on the sand, afraid to move. Imo-Shien walked up to the scarred man. I said, leave. The scarred man stared at him. What are you? The one who owns this, Imo-Shien said, pointing a claw at the island. Now? Get lost. The 5 scrambled to their feet and limped to the boat. It was stranded, impossible to push. Xian Yin let out a low roar and the ground rose, lifting the boat and shoving it into the water. The 5 climbed aboard and rowed southward. After a few hundred meters, the scarred man looked back at the island. Imo-Shien still stood on the beach watching him. The boat drifted farther until it vanished into the mist. Xian Lian poked its head out of its shell, scurried onto Imo-Shien's forelimb, and its carapace patterns lit up. It extended a claw pointing south. They were heading south. Then it raised 5 claws, 5 kilometers. Imo-Shien stared at the sea. They'll be back, Imo-Shien said. Xian Lian nodded. Imo-Shien pointed a claw toward the southern horizon. Next time they won't come with just 5. Xian Lian's carapace patterns dimmed. It retracted into its shell. Imo-Shien picked it up, gently carried it back to the nursery, and placed it inside the burrow. The young turtles stayed hidden in their shells. Imo-Shien lay down at the burrow entrance facing south. Xianlan crouched on his left, the blue light in its throat pulsing. Xian Yin crouched on the right, forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xian Yu lay ahead, its head pointing south. Thick mist blanketed the sea. Within the fog, a silhouette appeared. Not a boat, but a human figure. A conical hat, a black robe, crimson eyes. It stood on the water less than a kilometer from the shore. Those red eyes fixed on the island, blinking once. The mist over the island dissipated. Imo-Shien didn't stop Xianlan. Xianlan continued to exhale fog, yet the mist kept clearing. The red eyes studied the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked south. After a few steps, it paused and looked back once. The red eyes glowed under the moonlight. They blinked, then sank into the sea. Imo-Shien rose and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A blue light shone beneath the surface, intensely bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue glow illuminated the entire shoal, lighting the direction the 5 rogue ninja had taken. They hadn't gone far. The boat was 5 kilometers away, heading south. The blue light pursued them, drifting along. The vessel was bathed in the glow, and the 5 turned to look back at the island. Imo-Shien watched the boat. It stopped. The 5 stood on deck, staring at the island. The blue light grew brighter, illuminating the entire sea. The boat began to row back. The boat rowed back. Imo-Shien stared at the vessel, the blue light still chasing it, illuminating the hull like a floating flame upon the water. 5 people stood on the boat, some pointing at the island, others at the underwater blue glow. The scarred man stood at the bow, his broken blade replaced with a new one, its edge gleaming in the blue light. Xianyan. Seal the blue light, Xian said. Xianyan let out a low growl. A fissure split the ground, extending from the spirit spring cave mouth to the shallows. The crack sealed shut, the blue light extinguished. The sea returned to pitch black. The boat halted. The five stood on the boat, gazing toward the island. The fog was thick, obscuring the land. The scarred man looked back at the other four and spoke a few words. The boat resumed rowing, now without the blue light to guide them, moving slowly as the oars probed the water like feeling for a path. Xian lay prone at the gap in the shallows, watching the vessel. The boat reached about 500 meters from the shore and ran aground. The five leaped off and waded toward the sandy beach, the water reaching their thighs. The scarred man led the way, his blade held before his chest. The fat man followed behind, clutching a kunai. The woman walked after the fat man, scattering shurikens as she went. The old man brought up the rear, his walking stick lost, now leaning on a wooden staff. The censor walked in the middle, hands pressed against the water's surface, head bowed. They're coming ashore, Xian said. Xianlan crouched to his left, a ball of blue light gathering in its throat. Xian pressed a hand over its mouth. No water bullets. Use your body. Xianlan's throat dimmed. Xian turned to Xianyu. You first. Ram the one in front. Xianyu rose, its forelegs taut, head lowered slightly. Xian glanced at Xianyan. You're second. Trap them with the earth wall technique. Don't let them escape. Xianyan growled low, and the ground trembled faintly. The five stepped onto the beach. The scarred man's feet sank into the wet sand, leaving deep prints. He paused, staring at the structures on the island. The stone wall reflected a dull glint under the moonlight. The reservoir's surface shimmered with white light. The terrace seedlings swayed in the breeze. The fat man spoke. There really are people living on this island. The scarred man said nothing. He walked along the stone wall, running his hand over its surface. The wall was made of earth, very hard and smooth. Not humans. This is jutsu. He turned to the censor. What do you sense? The censor crouched down, pressing both hands to the ground. He lifted his head, eyes widening. A lot of chakra. There's some underground inside the walls in the fields. And those turtles also have it. The scarred man rose, fixing his gaze toward the conservation area. The female turtle crouched at the cave entrance, emitting a low guttural rumble. The scarred man raised his blade. There's definitely something in that cave. The five advanced toward the conservation area. After a dozen steps, Xianyu charged from behind the wall, its head slamming into the scarred man's chest. The scarred man flew backward, crashing onto the beach and rolling 3 times. The blade slipped from his hand and fell onto the sand. The fat man raised his kunai, aiming at Xianyu. Xianyu didn't stop, which struck again, colliding with the fat man's belly. The fat man was sent flying, his kunai embedding into the sand. The woman threw 3 shurikens, all striking Xianyu's carapace. The shurikens bounced off and fell to the ground, leaving only 3 white marks on the shell. The old man raised his wooden staff, aiming at Xianyu's head. Xianyan growled. The ground beneath the old man's feet split open, and the staff dropped into the crevice. The old man fell sprawling at the edge of the crack. The censor turned and ran toward the sea. After 2 steps, a wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking his path. He collided with the wall and tumbled over. The scarred man got up, retrieving his blade. He stared at Xianyu, then at Xian. You're not ordinary turtles. Xian emerged from behind the wall, standing before the scarred man. I said, leave. The scarred man fixed his eyes on Xian. His eyes were bloodshot, not from the Sharingan, but from burst capillaries. He tightened his grip on the blade and took a step forward. Xianyu charged, ramming its head into his leg. The scarred man leaped, dodging the strike, and brought his blade down on Xianyu's carapace. The blade shattered, half of it flew away, embedding into the sand. The scarred man landed, twisted his ankle, and knelt on one knee. Xian approached him. Last time. Leave. The scarred man looked up, locking eyes with Xian. His mouth opened, then closed. The censor scrambled to his feet, pushing up his glasses. Captain, we can't win. Let's go. The scarred man was silent for a few seconds, then stood up and limped toward the sea. The fat man got up and followed. The woman picked up the shurikens and followed. The old man crawled out from the crevice, leaning on his wooden staff, and followed. The censor walked at the rear, glancing back at Xian. The 5 reached the boat. It was aground, immovable. The scarred man used the broken blade to dig at the sand beneath the hull, but after a long while the boat still wouldn't budge. Xianyan growled. The earth rose up, lifting the boat and pushing it into the water. The 5 climbed aboard and rowed. The boat moved south, growing farther and farther away. Xian lay by the shallows, watching the vessel. Xianlian crawled out of the conservation area, ran to Xian's foreleg, and the patterns on its carapace glowed. It extended a claw tip pointing south, 5 kilometers. Then 2 claw tips, heading south. Imo Xian stared at the sea surface. They'll be back, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Imo Xian rose and walked to where the five had stood moments ago. The sand bore footprints of broken blade and shurikens. He used his claws to smooth out the footprints, pushed the broken blade into the sea, gathered the shurikens, and placed them in the storehouse. Xian Yin growled, and the earth churned, covering all traces. Dawn was approaching. Imo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian Lian crouched atop it, its carapace patterns glowing. Scan, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian spat out a stream of water which spread into a water membrane. On the membrane was a tiny light spot 5 kilometers to the south. It was the boat. The spot grew smaller and smaller, then vanished. They're gone, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Imo Xian slid down the tower and walked to the entrance of the conservation cave. The female turtle was still crouched there, the hatchlings huddled behind her. The smallest hatchling with green markings on its carapace crawled out from the cluster and up onto Imo Xian's foreleg. Imo Xian looked down at it. It's all right. The hatchling looked up at him and blinked. Imo Xian placed it back into the cave, then turned and walked to the shallows. Xian Lan crouched by the water, a blue light flickering in its throat. Xian Yu lay nearby, its head facing south. Imo Xian lay down between them. 5 people came today, Imo Xian said. 2 Chunin, 3 Genin. Xian Lan turned its head to look at him. We won this fight, but they know there's something on the island. Imo Xian stared at the southern sea. The sea was shrouded in thick fog. In the fog a shadow appeared, not a boat, but a human figure. A bamboo had a black robe, red eyes. Standing on the water less than a kilometer from shore. Those red eyes fixed on the island and blinked. The fog over the island dissipated. Imo Xian didn't stop Xian Lan. Xian Lan kept exhaling mist, but it continued to disperse. The red eyes stared at the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked south. After a few steps it paused, looking back once. The red eyes gleamed in the moonlight. The eyes blinked and sank into the sea. Imo Xian rose and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface a blue light glowed brightly. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, lighting the path the 5 robed ninjas had taken. They were still to the south, the boat 5 kilometers away. The blue light chased after them, drifting across. Imo Xian stared at the glow. It grew brighter, illuminating the boat. The 5 stood on the deck, looking back toward the island. The boat stopped. The scarred man stood at the bow, his eyes shining in the blue light. The boat began to row back. This time it moved swiftly, the oars churning water. Imo Xian rose, staring at the vessel. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat exploded. Imo Xian didn't stop it. They're coming back, Imo Xian said. Xian Yu stood up, facing the boat. The carapace reflected a dull gleam under the moonlight. Imo Xian used his claws to pat Xian Yu's shell. Prepare. The boat ran aground 100 meters from the shallow shore. 5 people jumped off and waded toward the sandy beach. Scarface led the way, holding a new blade, longer than the previous one, its tip dragging across the sand, carving a shallow trench. Fatty followed close behind, clutching 2 explosive tags. The woman walked after him, kunai wedged between her fingers. The old man brought up the rear, having swapped his wooden staff for an iron rod. The censer type walked in the middle, hands pressed against the water surface, head lowered. Imo Xian lay still at the gap in the shallows, not moving. Xian Lan crouched to his left, a ball of blue light gathering in its throat. Imo Xian did not press its mouth shut. Xian Yu crouched to his right, forelimbs taut, head slightly lowered. Xian Yin lay behind, forepaws pressing into the ground, the earth trembling faintly. The 5 stepped onto the sand. Scarface stopped, staring at Imo Xian. Hand over what's in the cave. Imo Xian did not answer. Scarface raised his blade and took a step forward. Xian Yin let out a low growl. The ground beneath Scarface's feet split open, a crack a foot wide and half a meter deep. Scarface leaped aside, avoiding the fissure, landing on the flank. Fatty rushed in from the side and slapped an explosive tag onto Xian Yan's carapace. Xian Yan growled, and a layer of hardened earth grew over its shell. The tag was encased in the soil and detonated. The explosion carved a crater in the earth, leaving a white mark on Xian Yan's carapace, unbroken. The woman scattered 4 kunai, all striking Xian Lan's face. Xian Lan closed its eyes. The kunai struck its eyelids and bounced off. 4 red welts were left on the eyelids, unbroken. It opened its eyes, opened its mouth, and fired a water bullet that struck the woman's chest. The woman was flung backward, crashing onto the sand, her kunai scattered. The old man raised his iron rod, a ball of fire flared at its tip. Xian Yu charged, ramming its head into the old man's stomach. The old man was sent flying, his iron rod slipping from his grip and clattering to the ground, the fire extinguished. The censer type crouched, both hands pressing into the sand as the ground began to tremble. Imo Xian felt something burrowing up from beneath. Xianyan growled, and a fissure split the ground running from under the sensor type all the way to Imotian. A surge of hot air erupted from the crack, knocking the sensor type flat onto the ground. Scarface charged, slashing his blade against Imotian's carapace. The sword shattered, half the blade flew off and embedded itself in the sand. Scarface stepped back, staring at Imotian. "What the hell is your shell made of?" Imotian did not answer. He rammed his head into Scarface's chest. Scarface stumbled back several steps and fell to the ground. Fatty rushed in from the side, aiming a kunai at Imotian's eye. Imotian closed his eyes. The kunai struck his eyelid and slid off. Fatty froze, staring at Imotian's eyelid. Imotian opened his eyes and drove his head into Fatty's stomach. Fatty was hurled backward, crashing onto the sand, the kunai slipping from his hand. The woman scrambled up, grabbed her kunai, and aimed at Xianyu. Xianyu charged, slamming its carapace into the woman's side. The woman was knocked flying, landing in the water and choking. The old man picked himself up, grabbed his iron rod, and aimed at Xianyan. Xianyan growled, and the ground beneath the old man rose, lifting him 2 meters into the air. The old man lost his balance, fell from the height, and the iron rod dropped into the sea. The sensor type got up from the ground, turned, and ran toward the sea. Xianlan opened its mouth and fired a water bullet that struck the sand in front of the sensor type, blasting a crater. The sensor type stopped, frozen in place. All 5 were down. Scarface sat on the ground, staring at Imotian. Fatty lay on the sand, gasping for air. The woman floundered in the water. The old man lay on the beach. The sensor type stood trembling beside the crater. Imotian walked up to Scarface. "I told you, you can't win." Scarface stared at him. "What the hell are you?" "Of this place." Imotian pointed with a claw toward the island. "Now, get lost." Scarface stood up and limped toward the sea. Fatty got up and followed. The woman crawled out of the water and followed. The old man rose from the beach, leaning on his iron rod, and followed. The sensor type skirted around the crater and followed. The 5 reached the boat and tried to push it. The boat was stuck. They couldn't move it. Scarface used the broken blade to dig at the sand under the hull. After digging for a long time, the boat still wouldn't budge. Xianyan let out a low growl. The ground rose, lifting the boat and pushing it into the water. The 5 climbed aboard and paddled. The boat headed south, growing smaller and smaller. Imotian lay at the edge of the shallows, watching the boat. Xianlian crawled out of the nursery, climbed onto Imotian's forelimb, and the patterns on its carapace glowed. It extended a claw tip pointing south, 5 kilometers. Then it extended 2 more claw tips, still moving south. "They won't come back," Imotian said. Xianlian tilted its head. Imotian pointed a claw toward the direction of the boat. "They know they can't win. They'll go find help." Xianlian's carapace patterns faded. It withdrew into its shell. Imotian picked it up with his mouth, carried it back to the nursery, and placed it in the cave. The hatchling turtle stayed hidden in its shell. Imotian lay at the cave entrance facing south. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat flickering. Xianyan crouched to his right, forepaws pressed into the ground. Xianyu lay in front, head pointing south. "We won today," Imotian said. 5. 2 Chunin, 3 Genin. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flashed once. "But next time there won't be just 5. Imotian stared at the sea to the south. The sea was shrouded in thick fog. Within the fog was a shadow, not a boat, but a human figure. A conical had a black robe and crimson eyes. Standing on the water less than a kilometer from the shore. Those red eyes fixed on the island, then blinked. The fog on the island dissipated. Imotian did not press Xianlan's mouth shut. Xianlan continued to spew mist, and the mist continued to vanish. The red eyes watched the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked south. After a few steps it paused and looked back. The crimson eyes gleamed in the moonlight. The eyes blinked once, then sank into the sea. Imotian rose and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface, a blue light glowed very bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, lighting the path of the departing boat. The boat was still to the south, 5 kilometers away. The blue light chased after it, drifting over. Imotian stared at that cyan glow. The light grew brighter, and the boat was lit up. 5 people stood on the deck, looking back toward the island. The boat stopped. Scarface stood at the bow, staring at the island. His eyes gleamed in the blue light. Imotian stared back at those eyes. "They're still watching," Imotian said. Xianlian poked its head out of its shell, climbed onto Imotian's forelimb, and the patterns on its carapace glowed. It extended a claw tip pointing at the boat. It was waiting. Then it drew an arrow from the boat toward the island. It was recording the island's position. Imotian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scorching hot. The blue light beneath the surface grew even brighter, as if someone had lit a lamp underwater. The light surged from the spirit spring, following the current, and drifted to the boat's location. The boat was enveloped in blue light. The 5 people stood on deck staring at the glow below. Scarface reached out to scoop the light. The moment his hand touched it, he yanked it back and cried out. His fingers were burned, the skin peeling back to reveal raw flesh. Go, Ōtsutsuki said. Scarface looked up at him 5 kilometers away, unable to hear. But he saw Ōtsutsuk's lips. He stepped back, turned, and said something to the others. The boat turned and headed south. This time they rowed fast, paddles churning the water into foam. The blue light died. The sea was pitch black. Ōtsutsuk lay at the edge of the shallows, staring into the darkness. Xianlian's carapace patterns faded. It withdrew into its shell. Ōtsutsuki picked it up with his mouth, carried it back to the nursery, and placed it in the cave. Ōtsutsuki lay at the cave entrance facing south. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat flickering. Xianyan crouched to his right, forepaws pressed into the ground. Xianyu lay in front, head pointing south. Next time, Ōtsutsuki said, they won't be rogue ninjas. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Ōtsutsuki did not press it down. The light filled the cave, illuminating the hatchlings. The smallest one with green markings on its carapace crawled out of the pile and onto Ōtsuki's forelimb. Ōtsuki looked down at it. The hatchling's carapace glowed in the blue light, the green markings turning bright emerald. You can sense it too, Ōtsuki said. The hatchling looked up at him and blinked. Ōtsuki placed it back in the cave. He stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scorching hot. The blue light beneath the surface flared again. This time it did not come from the spirit spring, it came from deeper. The blue light surged from the seabed, illuminating the entire sea. On the surface floated a pair of enormous crimson eyes. Staring at the island, Ōtsuki stared back at those eyes. The eyes blinked. The blue light vanished. The sea was pitch black. Ōtsuki lay at the edge of the shallows, staring into the darkness. Xianlian poked its head out of its shell, climbed onto Ōtsuki's forelimb, and the patterns on its carapace glowed. It extended a claw tip pointing at where the red eyes had been. It was watching. Then it drew a circle, and inside the circle a spiral, the Sharingan. Then an arrow from the eyes toward the island. It was recording the energy. Ōtsuki stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scorching hot. The blue light beneath the surface flared again. This time it came from the spirit spring, mingling with the blue light rising from the seabed. The 2 streams of blue light converged and drifted toward the direction of the boat. The boat was already out of sight, but the blue light chased after it, floating farther and farther. Ōtsuki stared at that glow. The blue light died. The sea was pitch black. In the middle of the darkness, a pair of enormous crimson eyes floated on the surface, staring at the island. They stared for about 10 seconds, then sank. The sea returned to calm. Ōtsuki lay at the edge of the shallows, staring at the water. They're all watching. Ōtsuki said. Missed. Rogue ninjas. The Sharingan. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flashed once. All waiting. Ōtsuki rose and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. The blue light beneath the surface had died. The sea was pitch black. In the darkness there was nothing. But Ōtsuki knew they were still there. In the mist, underwater 5 kilometers away, waiting. Less than a quarter of an hour had passed since the battle ended. Ōtsuki stood upon the beach, surveying the devastation before him. 5 sets of footprints stretched from the water's edge to the entrance of the conservation area, varying in depth, some sunk half a foot into the wet sand. A severed blade was lodged in the sand hilt, pointing skyward, grains of sand clinging to its edge. Shuriken were scattered across the ground, some embedded in the sand, with only their rear rings exposed. Fragments of explosive tags clung to Xianyan's carapace, wrapped in earth not yet detached. Clean it up, Ōtsuki said. Xianyan emitted a low growl, and the ground churned the spots where footprints had been buried under fresh soil. The severed blade fell into a fissure, and the earth closed over it. The shuriken were pushed aside by the upheaved soil, piled into a heap. Ōtsuki gathered them with his claws, picked them up in his mouth, and carried them to the warehouse. 7 in total, 3 unsharpened, for sharpened though their edges were nicked and curled. Xianlan rolled across the beach several times, smearing away the bloodstains. The blood belonged to the fat one. When he was struck and sent flying, his nose had smashed against Xianyu's carapace, and his nosebleed had dripped onto the sand in over a dozen drops. Where Xianlan had rolled, the sand had covered the stains until they were invisible. It rose and shook its body, sand grains cascading from its carapace. Xianyu clamped its jaws around the severed blade, dragged it to the seaside, and pushed it into the sea. The blade sank, sending a string of bubbles to the surface. It returned for the second one, while Yin's first severed blade lodged in the sand with only half exposed. Xianyu bit the hilt and dragged backward, pulling the blade free from the sand with a clump of wet earth. It shook its head and flung the blade into the sea. Ōtsuki retraced the path the 5 had walked. from the shallows to the conservation area entrance approximately 200 meters. He used his claws to flatten every footprint along the way, righted the crushed seaweed, and replaced the displaced stones to their original positions. Xian Yin followed behind, emitting a low growl that sent slight tremors through the ground, and the traces of footprints vanished entirely. The sun rose. Mo Xian climbed the watchtower and looked down. The beach was spotless. No footprints, no bloodstains, no severed blades. The stone wall bore no handprints, the reservoir edge showed no tracks, and the terraced fields displayed no signs of being trampled. The entrance to the conservation area had been sealed with a fresh layer of earth by Xian Yin's soil wall technique, leaving no indication that anyone had stood there. Xuan Lian emerged from the cave, scampered onto Mo Xian's forelimbs, and its carapace patterns illuminated. It extended a claw tip and pointed south. The ship was 5 kilometers away. It then extended 2 more claw tips, indicating movement southward. Mo Xian stared at the southern seascape. The fog had dissipated, and the sea surface was remarkably clear enough to see distant reefs and the horizon. Upon the horizon, a small black appeared, that very ship. They have departed, Mo Xian said. Xuan Lian nodded. Mo Xian slid down from the tower and walked behind the reef zone. 5 corpses of the Iwagakure remnants were wedged into the rock crevices sealed beneath earth. He fixed his gaze upon the seal. No cracks, no seepage. Xian Yin approached and emitted a low growl, adding another thick layer to the seal. Mo Xian tapped it with his claws. It was solid. From now on, all traces of combat must be eradicated, Mo Xian said. Footprints, blood, severed blades, shuriken. Not a single one left behind. Xian Yin nodded. Mo Xian turned and walked to the warehouse, opening the door. Inside were stacked dried fish, seaweed, shuriken, and kunai. He counted the shuriken, 7. No kunai. A wandering ninja would not use kunai. He retrieved a piece of dried seaweed from his ring, wrapped the shuriken in it, and tucked it deep into the warehouse. Xuan Lan crawled over from the shallows and crouched beside Mo Xian. The blue light within its throat was faint. Maintaining the sea mist had consumed too much chakra. Mo Xian took a bottle of intermediate-grade tempering fluid from his ring and handed it to Xuan Lan. After drinking a few swallows, the blue light in its throat brightened somewhat. The sea mist cannot cease. Mo Xian spoke. The ship could see the island only because the fog dissipated. As long as the fog remains, they cannot see. Xuan Lan nodded. It opened its mouth and exhaled a plume of mist. The fog spread outward from the shallows. 100 meters, 200, 500. The island was shrouded once more in white. Mo Xian climbed the watchtower and looked down. The fog was thick. The island was invisible from the outside. He lay flat at the tower's summit, fixing his gaze upon the southern seascape. The ship had already disappeared. Xuan Lian lay beside him, its carapace patterns glowing. Scan it, Mo Xian said. Xuan Lian spat a stream of water which spread into a film. Upon the film, a single point of light appeared. Very small, 10 kilometers to the south. It was the ship. The point of light grew smaller and smaller until it finally vanished. 10 kilometers now, Mo Xian said. It will not return. The carapace patterns on Xuan Lian's back extinguished. It retreated into its shell. Mo Xian picked it up in his mouth, walked back to the conservation area, and placed it inside the cave. The hatchlings remained withdrawn within their shells. Mo Xian lay at the cave entrance facing south. Xuan Lan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat flickering intermittently. Xian Yin crouched to his right, forelimbs pressed against the ground. Xuan Yue lay ahead, its head oriented toward the south. Today all traces were cleared, Mo Xian said. The ship is gone. The people are gone. The island appears as though nothing occurred. The blue light in Xuan Lan's throat flickered once. Mo Xian pointed his claw toward the southern seascape. But they know something exists on this island. Next time it will not be only 5. Mo Xian rose and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. Beneath the surface no blue light moved. The energy was not escaping. The spirit spring was sealed. The fissures had closed and energy could not leak out. He turned and entered the spirit spring cave. The spring still bubbled, the membrane was thick, and the crystals along the cave walls had dimmed by more than half. He submerged his claws in the water and soaked for 5 minutes. The warm current was very weak. The water surface did not crack and no eyes appeared. Emerging from the cave, the sky was nearly dark. Mo Xian lay at the shallows gap, staring at the sea. The fog was dense, nothing beyond could be seen. He closed his eyes. Xuan Lian emerged from the cave, scampered onto Mo Xian's forelimbs, and its carapace patterns illuminated. It extended a claw tip and pointed north. Something was there. It then extended 3 claw tips, 3 kilometers. Mo Xian opened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon the northern seascape. Within the fog a shadow appeared. Not a ship, not a human form, but timber. The wood floated on the water approximately 3 meters long, resembling the ribcage of a vessel. Upon the timber lay a person wearing an Awagakure vest motionless. The timber drifted from the north past the island's periphery and continued southward. Imo-Shien fixed his gaze upon that person. The person did not move, no rise and fall of the chest was visible. The timber drifted farther away, eventually disappearing into the fog. Imo-Shien lay at the shallow's edge, staring at that patch of fog. The second battle is not yet over, Imo-Shien said. Survivors still drift upon the sea. Ships still explode. People still die. Xuan Lan turned its head to look at him. Imo-Shien pointed his claw toward the northern seascape. Their ship was destroyed. Men fell into the sea. Some died, some survived. The survivors drifted to this island. The blue light in Xuan Lan's throat flickered once. Next time any living person washes ashore, leave none behind. Xuan Lan stared at Imo-Shien. Imo-Shien offered no explanation. He rose, walked to the water's edge, and extended his forelimbs into the sea. The seawater was cold. He retracted his claws, walked back to the conservation area, and lay at the cave entrance. The hatchlings huddled together inside. The smallest one, bearing green patterns on its carapace, crawled out from the pile and climbed onto Imo-Shien's forelimb. Imo-Shien looked down at it. People came to the island today. 5. All driven away. The hatchling looked up at him and blinked once. Imo-Shien returned it to the cave. He rose and walked to the shallows. Xuan Lan still crouched there, the blue light in its throat flickering. Imo-Shien lay beside it. The traces have been cleared, Imo-Shien said. But the mist village will come again. The wandering ninjas will come again. The Sharingan will come again. The blue light in Xuan Lan's throat blazed forth. Imo-Shien did not suppress it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows and penetrated the fog. The fog, lit by the blue radiance, resembled a sea of clouds. Upon the sea surface a pair of crimson eyes appeared, enormous, floating above the water. They stared at the island. After approximately 10 seconds of watching, they sank beneath the surface. Imo-Shien rose and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface a faint blue light moved. The energy had begun to escape once more. A fissure had formed in the spirit spring seal, and energy leaked through the crack, drifting out to sea. Imo-Shien turned and entered the spirit spring cave. The seal had cracked, a fissure finger-width wide. He pressed the crack shut with his claws, and the fissure closed. Emerging from the cave, the seawater had grown cold. The blue light beneath the surface had extinguished. Imo-Shien lay at the shallow's edge, staring at the sea. The traces have been cleared, Imo-Shien said. But the energy is not yet sealed. Xianyan crouched beside him and emitted a low growl. A fissure split the ground, extending from the spirit spring entrance to the shallows. The fissure closed, and the seal thickened by 3 layers. Imo-Shien tapped it with his claws. It was solid. Now it is sealed, Imo-Shien said. Xianyan nodded. Imo-Shien lay at the shallow's edge, staring at the seascape. The fog was dense. Nothing could be seen within it. But he knew. Beyond the fog there were ships, there were people, there were Sharingan. Beyond the fog, 10 kilometers away, and even farther. Waiting. The broken blade left by Scarface was pushed into the sea by Xianyue, but the cloth wrapped around the hilt was washed back by the waves. Imo-Shien picked up the cloth on the shallow shore. It was soaked through with a drawing on it. It wasn't the cloth wrapped around the hilt. It was the cloth itself, a piece torn from a garment, covered in lines and symbols drawn with charcoal. Imo-Shien spread the cloth on the sand and pressed it flat with his claws. It was a sea chart, roughly drawn, but it showed the outlines of islands, reefs, and sea routes. To the north of the island, a string of small circles represented a reef belt. To the south, several wavy lines indicated deep water. In the center of the island, a large circle was drawn, and inside the circle was a question mark. The position of the circle was exactly where Xuan Turtle Island lay. Imo-Shien stared at the question mark. Beside it were a few characters he didn't recognize, but he could guess their meaning. Unknown island or energy source. The edges of the cloth were charred, the burn marks fresh, no more than 3 days old. On the reverse side of the cloth was another drawing of a different sea area. There were several islands there labeled with names. Gu Island, Shi Island, Kumu Island. Imo-Shien didn't recognize those names, but he could see that those islands were not far from Xuan Turtle Island, all within the South Sea region. Xianlian crawled out of the nursery area, laid down beside the cloth, and the patterns on its carapace lit up. It extended a claw tip pointing at the large circle. This place. Then it pointed at the question mark. They're uncertain. Then it pointed at the labeled islands. These places they know. Imo-Shien stared at the names of those islands. Gu Island was about 100 kilometers to the north, Shi Island about 80 kilometers to the east, and Kumu Island about 50 kilometers to the west. Xuan Turtle Island lay in the middle, drawn as a question mark. The outside world already has records of us, Imo-Shien said. Vague. Uncertain. But they exist. Xianlan crouched beside him, the blue light in its throat flickering. Imo Xian used his claw to point at the large circle on the cloth. This is our island. They drew a question mark. They don't know the exact location, but they know it's in this sea area. Imo Xian turned the cloth over. On the back were several lines of text, a record. He couldn't read it, but Xian Lian touched the characters with its claw tip pointing at each one. When it pointed at the first word, it drew an eye, reconnaissance. The second word, it drew a boat, vessel. The third word, it drew a triangle, 3 vessels. The fourth word, it drew a cross, missing. Wu Ying sent 3 reconnaissance vessels. All went missing, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Imo Xian stared at those lines of text. The missing vessels were the ones they had repelled or sunk. Wu Ying knew the ships had disappeared in this sea area, but didn't know what had sunk them. They marked the waters around Xuan Turtle Island as a danger zone, but didn't specify the reason. Next time they'll send stronger ships, Imo Xian said. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat exploded. Imo Xian pressed its muzzle shut. Not now, but soon. Imo Xian rolled up the cloth, stuffed it into the deepest part of the storehouse together with those shurikens. He stepped back a few paces, staring at the storehouse. The storehouse was too small, piled with dried fish seaweed shurikens, and the cloth almost full. Xian Yin let out a low roar, and the storehouse doubled in size. The walls thickened by half a meter. Imo Xian rearranged the items: dried fish on the left, seaweed on the right, shurikens, and the cloth at the deepest end. The sun reached its zenith. Imo Xian climbed up the watchtower. Xian Lian was crouching there, the patterns on its carapace glowing. Skin once, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian spat out a stream of water, and a water membrane spread out. On the water membrane were many dots of light, schools of fish reef seaweed. No ships. Imo Xian stared at the northern sea surface. There was fog, very thick. Nothing in the fog. Keep watching. Call me if there's anything, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Imo Xian slid down from the tower, walked to the entrance of the spring cave, and crawled inside. The spring was still bubbling, the membrane thick, the crystals on the cave walls dimmed for the most part. He dipped his claws into the water for 5 minutes. The warm current was very weak. The water surface didn't split open, no eyes appeared. The heartbeat was very faint with long intervals. Climbing out of the cave, the sun had shifted westward. Imo Xian laid down at the gap in the shallows, staring at the northern sea. The fog had dissipated, the sea was clear. Clear enough to see distant reefs and the horizon. On the horizon was a black dot, not a ship, but a bird. A seabird flew over the sea, circled a few times, and landed on a piece of driftwood. Xian Lian slid down from the tower, ran onto Imo Xian's forelimb, and the patterns on its carapace lit up. It extended a claw tip pointing north. Something's there. Then it extended 5 claw tips, 5 kilometers. Then 2 claw tips, 2 vessels. Imo Xian stood up, staring at the northern sea. Fog rose again, very thin. In the fog were 2 gray shadows, one large, one small. The large one resembled a warship, the small one a speedboat. The shadows stopped 5 kilometers away, motionless. Imo Xian lay down, pressing his body against the sand. Xian Lan lay to his left, the blue light in its throat beginning to gather. Imo Xian pressed its muzzle shut. The ships didn't approach. They stopped for about half a minute, then turned north and left. The sound of engines grew fainter and eventually disappeared. The patterns on Xian Lian's carapace went out. It withdrew into its shell. Imo Xian looked down at it. They're gone. Xian Lian poked its head out of the shell and nodded. Imo Xian stood up, walked to the storehouse, took out the cloth, and spread it on the sand again. He stared at the names of those islands. Gu Island, Shi Island, Kumu Island. There was something on those islands. Wu Ying had been to those islands, labeled them, but didn't draw question marks. They knew what those islands were, but they didn't know what Xuan Turtle Island was. We need to be faster, Imo Xian said. Before Wu Ying finds us, hide the island well. Xian Yin crouched beside him, nodding. Imo Xian used his claw to point at the 3 islands on the cloth. These islands are not far from us. Wu Ying can go there, and they can come here too. Xian Yin let out a low roar. The ground split open with a crack. The cloth fell into the crevice, and the earth closed. Imo Xian stared at the spot where the crack had sealed. From now on, everything that comes from outside, corpses, cloth, ship planks, burn it all. Leave nothing. Xian Yin nodded. Imo Xian turned and walked to the edge of the shallows, dipping his forelimbs into the sea. The seawater was cold. There was no blue light beneath the surface. The energy wasn't running. He withdrew his claws, walked back to the nursery area, and laid down at the entrance of the cave. The baby turtles huddled inside the cave. The smallest one, with green patterns on its carapace, crawled out of the pile and climbed onto Imo Xian's forelimb. Imo Xian looked down at it. Someone out there knows we're here, but they don't know the exact location. The baby turtle looked up at him and blinked. Imo Xian put it back into the cave. He stood up and walked to the shallows. Xian Lan was still crouching there, the blue light in its throat flickering. Imo Xian lay down beside it. The cloth drew our island. With a question mark, Imo Xian said. Wu Ying is searching. The rogue ninja is searching. The Xiaolinian is searching too. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Mo Xian didn't press it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, lit up the fog. The fog illuminated by the blue light looked like a sea of clouds. On the sea surface, there was a pair of red eyes, huge, floating on the water, staring at the island. It stared for about 10 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. There was a faint blue light beneath the surface. The energy was running again. The seal at the spring cave had cracked open another slit. He turned and crawled into the spring cave. The seal had a crack as wide as a finger. He pressed the crack shut with his claws, and the fissure closed. Crawling out of the cave, the seawater had turned cold. The blue light beneath the surface went out. Mo Xian lay down at the edge of the shallows, staring at the sea. The fog was thick. There was nothing in the fog. But he knew that out there were sea charts, records, question marks. Those question marks would eventually become periods. After dawn, Xianlan crouched by the shallows, staring at the northern sea. The mist had cleared, and the sea was very clear. Mo Xian lay beside it, waiting for it to speak. Xianlan was silent for a quarter of an hour before turning its head. We should clear out all the remaining enemy outposts in the surrounding area, Xianlan said. Mo Xian stared at it. A blue light flickered in Xuanlan's throat, and the cyan rings in its eyes were twice as thick as usual. Ghost Island, Snake Island, Deadwood Island. People are on those islands. They will come. Kill one for each that comes. Xianlan stood up, its forelegs tensed. Kill until they dare not come. Mo Xian said nothing. Xianlan took a step forward, its claws pressing into the sand. Last time there were 5. Next time there will be 10. The time after that 20. We can't kill them all. But if we clear out the outposts around, they won't find boats, they won't find supplies, and they won't be able to come. Mo Xian rose from the sand and walked in front of Xianlan. Take the initiative. Where to? Ghost Island. You know where Ghost Island is. Xianlan stared at him. It's drawn on the cloth. 100 kilometers to the north. 100 kilometers. Mo Xian pointed a claw toward the northern sea. Swimming there will take a day. Swimming back after the fight will take another day. 2 days. Who guards the island during those 2 days? The blue light in Xuanlan's throat dimmed. Xianyan guards. Xianyu guards. Xianyan is construction. Xianyu is brute force. Without you, who maintains the sea mist. Without you, who fires the water bullets. Xianlan pulled its claws out of the sand and pressed them back in. I can come back right after the fight. Leave no trace. Mo Xian shook his head. If you go and by chance you don't come back, what will the clan do? Xianlan stared at him, the cyan rings in its eyes contracting. I can come back. Last time it took you and Xianyan to repel that Chunin-level sea beast. How many remnants are on Ghost Island? 10. 20. Is there a Jonin? You don't know? I don't know either. Xianlan was silent. Mo Xian lay down, resting his chin on his claws. Taking the initiative means exposure. Once exposed, Kirigakure will know the island's location. Not 5 rogue ninjas, but 5 warships. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat burst open. Then we'll fight the warships. We can't win, Mo Xian said. The light in Xuanlan's throat went dark. It lay down, turned its head away, facing the sea. Mo Xian stared at its back. Xuanlan's shell shone cyan in the sunlight, the gaps between the plates wider than yesterday. It was growing and growing stronger. But not enough. I know you want to fight, Mo Xian said. I wanted to. But we can't. Xianlan didn't turn back. Mo Xian crawled beside it and touched its foreleg with his head. There are over 100 young turtles on the island. If you fight, what will happen to them? Xianlan pressed its claws into the sand. Wait for them to grow. Wait until they can fight. Yes. Wait, Mo Xian said. Xianlan turned its head and stared at Mo Xian. There was a blue light flickering in its eyes. Not chakra, something else. How long? Until we can win, Mo Xian said. Not just win against 5 rogue ninjas. Win against Kirigakure. Win against the Sharingan. Win against everyone. Xianlan stared at him for a long time, then slowly nodded. It stood up, walked to the shallows, opened its mouth, and exhaled a mist. The mist spread from the shallows, covering the island. Mo Xian lay beside it. From now on, don't mention the purge again, Mo Xian said. Xianlan nodded. But its claws were still pressed into the sand, not released. Mo Xian stared at those claws. The tips sank into the sand grains, squeezing out from between the claws, piling into 4 small mounds. You're not convinced, Mo Xian said. Xianlan didn't answer. It continued to exhale, the mist growing thicker. Mo Xian stood up, walked in front of it, and stared into its eyes. Even if you're not convinced, you have to endure. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat flickered, and it closed its mouth. The mist didn't disperse. It was thick enough. It turned and walked back to the nursery area, crouching at the entrance of the cave, its head facing north. Mo Xian followed and lay beside it. One day we'll be able to fight, Mo Xian said. But not now. Xianlan closed its eyes. Mo Xian stared at its eyes. The eyelids moved, eyeballs rolling beneath them. It wasn't asleep. Imo-Xian closed his eyes too. The sun rose to its zenith. Imo-Xian opened his eyes. Xianlan was still lying there, eyes closed, but the blue light in its throat flickered on and off. It was thinking. Imo-Xian stood up and walked to the reservoir. Xian Yin was repairing the aqueduct. Xian Yu was moving stones. 5 half-grown young turtles followed behind, filling the cracks. Xianlan proposed attacking the remnant outpost, Imo-Xian said. Xian Yin stopped and looked up at him. What do you think? Xian Yin let out a low growl, and the ground split open with a crack. It pointed a claw at the crack. Attack, and we'll be exposed. Then pointed at the sky. Don't attack, and we're safe. Imo-Xian nodded. You agree with me? Xian Yin nodded. It growled lowly, and the crack closed. Imo-Xian turned and walked to the shallows. Xian Lian was lying on the watchtower, the patterns on its shell glowing. It slid down from the tower and ran to Imo-Xian's foreleg. Xianlan said we should attack the remnants. What do you think? Xian Lian tilted its head, extended its claw tip, and drew a circle, the island. Then drew an arrow pointing outward from the island. Go out, danger. Then drew an X, don't attack. Imo-Xian nodded. You agree with me too? Xian Lian nodded. Imo-Xian picked it up in his mouth, walked back to the nursery area, and placed it inside the cave. The young turtles retracted into their shells. Imo-Xian lay at the entrance staring at Xianlan. Xianlan was still lying there, eyes closed, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. It was asleep. Imo-Xian lay beside it, and also fell asleep. After dark, Imo-Xian woke up. Xianlan was already awake, crouching by the shallows facing north. Imo-Xian walked over and lay beside it. Today you proposed to attack. Imo-Xian said. I disagreed. Xianlan nodded. But you are my best fighter. I will listen to your opinion. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. Imo-Xian pointed a claw toward the northern sea. Wait until the clan is larger. Wait until there are more Chunin-level fighters. When we can fight, we'll go clear them out. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat burst open. Imo-Xian pressed his claw against its mouth. Not now? Later. The light in Xuanlan's throat went dark. It turned back, staring at the sea. The sea was covered in mist, very thick. A shadow appeared in the mist. Not a boat, but a human figure. A conical hat, a black robe, red eyes. Standing on the water, less than a kilometer from the shore. Those red eyes stared at the island and blinked. The mist around the island dispersed. Xianlan opened its mouth and exhaled a mist. The mist scattered as soon as it was exhaled. It exhaled again, and again it scattered. Imo-Xian didn't press its mouth. The red eyes stared at the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked north. After a few steps it stopped and looked back once. The red eyes gleamed in the moonlight. The eyes blinked, then sank into the sea. Imo-Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A blue light flickered beneath the surface, very faint. Energy was leaking out. He turned and walked to the entrance of the spirit spring cave, crawling inside. The seal had cracked open a finger-wide gap. He pressed the gap shut with his claws, and the crack sealed. Crawling out of the cave, the seawater had cooled. The blue light beneath the surface was gone. Imo-Xian lay by the shallows, staring at the sea. Xianlan crouched beside him, the blue light in its throat flickering. I won't forget your proposal today, Imo-Xian said. When we can fight, I'll tell you first. Xianlan nodded. It stood up, walked to the shallows, opened its mouth, and exhaled a mist. The mist was thick, covering the island. Imo-Xian lay beside it, staring at the sea. On the sea, the lights of that warship came on again. Yellow flickering. They flashed 5 times, then went out. Then flashed 3 times, then went out. Like a signal, Xian Lian poked its head out of its shell, ran to Imo-Xian's foreleg, and the patterns on its shell glowed. It extended its claw tip and pointed toward the direction of the ship. It was still there. Then drew an arrow from the ship to the island. It was waiting. Imo-Xian stared at that expanse of sea. On the sea there was a pair of red eyes, huge, floating on the surface, staring at the island. It stared for about 10 seconds, then sank. Imo-Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding hot. A blue light blazed beneath the surface, very bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, lighting up Xuanlan's shell. Xuanlan's shell glowed in the blue light, the cyan patterns turning bright blue. It stood up, opened its mouth, and aimed at the sea. Don't attack, Imo-Xian said. Xianlan closed its mouth, the blue light in its throat dying out. It turned and stared at Imo-Xian. Imo-Xian stared into its eyes. The cyan rings in its eyes were thicker, its pupils vertical, like a blade's edge. Endure, Imo-Xian said. Xianlan lay down, resting its chin on its claws. Imo-Xian lay beside it. On the sea the blue light went out. The warship's lights also went out. The sea was pitch black. In the pitch blackness there was nothing. But Imo-Xian knew that in Xuanlan's eyes something was burning. When the system panel lit up, Imo-Xian was inspecting the seal of the spirit spring. The crack had reopened finger-width wide with energy seeping out and forming a thin layer of blue mist at the cave entrance. He pressed the crack shut with his claw and the blue mist dissipated. A line of text appeared on the panel. Stage 2 rewards are being distributed mid-tier illusion technique. See Mist Labyrinth Scroll 1. Xian took the scroll from his ring. It was made of beast hide, twice the size of the previous Sea Mist Concealment Scroll, its edges charred black in the moonlight. He unrolled the scroll and saw an image of mist with runes within it. The runes were arranged in a circle, and at the center was a single character, Labyrinth. The runes were 3 times more complex than before with finer lines and more intersections. Arrows marked the flow spiraling outward from the center. Xian Lian crawled out from the nursery area and lay beside the scroll, the patterns on its carapace glowing. It stared at the rune's half-lidded eyes, mouth slightly open. "Can you read this?" Xian asked. Xian Lian nodded and extended a claw tip, tracing along the rune lines. Starting from the center, spiraling outward, looping 7 times before returning to the center. "This is a labyrinth array," Xian said. "Add the labyrinth into the mist. Anyone who enters will lose their way and cannot escape." Xian Lian stared at the labyrinth character at the center, its carapace patterns glowing at their brightest. It pressed its claw onto the scroll, and the runes rose from the beast hide, rotating in the air and arranging themselves into a circle. The circle rotated for about half a minute before sinking into Xian Lian's carapace. The patterns on its shell changed, from the original cyan designs into spirals spreading outward from the center like a whirlpool. Xian stared at the whirlpool. "Did you learn it?" Xian Lian nodded. It stood up, walked to the shallow shore, and faced north. Opening its mouth, it did not spit water, but exhaled a breath of mist. The mist was thick and white, gushing from its mouth and spreading outward along the sand. It was the same as the mist Xianlan had produced before, but this mist contained light, faint blue flowing within the vapor like a lamp lit underwater. The mist spread to 100 meters, 200, 500. Xian Lian continued exhaling, and the mist expanded to 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. It stopped and panted. The mist did not stop, continuing to spread outward. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers. The island was shrouded in white fog so dense that it could not be seen from the outside. But within the mist, blue light flowed like a whirlpool, rotating outward from the island's center in concentric rings. Xian Lian lay down, breathing heavily. Xian climbed the watchtower and gazed into the distance. The mist was so thick he could not see the sea, but he could feel the mist turning like a great whirlpool enclosing the island. He lay flat at the top of the tower, staring at the blue light within the mist. The blue light rotated slowly, one circle taking about half a minute. Xian Lian climbed up from below the tower and lay beside Xian. "How long can it maintain this?" Xian asked. Xian Lian extended 6 claw tips. 6 hours. It extended 2 more claw tips. 2 hours of rest required. 6 hours is enough, Xian said. "A ship enters, it cannot leave in 6 hours." Xian Lian nodded. It closed its eyes, the patterns on its carapace still glowing, the whirlpool still turning. Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shallow shore. Xianlan crouched by the water, staring at the mist. Blue light flickered in its throat. "From now on you are responsible for the sea mist labyrinth," Xian said. Xianlan nodded. Xian pointed his claw at the blue light in the mist. "Labyrinth array. Anyone who enters will lose their way. They cannot get out." Xianlan stared at the blue light and nodded once. It opened its mouth and exhaled a wisp of mist to reinforce the thinner areas. The mist grew denser, the blue light brighter. Xian turned and walked to the spirit spring cave, slipping inside. The seal was intact, the spirit spring still bubbling, the membrane thick. He dipped his claw into the water and soaked for 5 minutes. The warm current was weak. Climbing out of the cave, the sky was nearly dark. Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian Lian was still lying there, carapace patterns glowing, the whirlpool turning. It opened its eyes and extended a claw tip pointing north. There was a ship. It extended 5 more claw tips, 5 kilometers. Then 2 more, 2 ships. Xian stared at the northern sea. The mist was so thick he could not see beyond it. But Xian Lian could see. The water membrane spread beneath the mist, and both the mist and the membrane were rotating. On the membrane was a light spot, large, 5 kilometers to the north. There was another smaller light spot beside it. The ship was approaching. The light spot drew closer. 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. The ship entered the mist. Xian stared at the blue light in the mist. The blue light rotated, and the ship followed, turning with it. The ship had been heading south, but after entering the mist it began to circle. First east, then north, then west, then south, returning to its original position. The ship circled 3 times within the mist. Mo Xian heard the engine sound coming from the north, then shifting to the east, then the south, then the west. The sound echoed in the mist, impossible to pinpoint. The lights on the ship flickered on, yellow flashing. The light was refracted by the blue mist, turning blue, flashing rhythmically. The engine sounds grew increasingly chaotic. The ship crashed about in the mist, veering east, then west, then north. Mo Xian heard voices calling, but the words were muffled through the fog. The shouting lasted about half a minute before stopping. The engine fell silent. The ship came to a halt in the mist. Xian Lian extended a claw tip, pointing at the ship's location. It was lost. It extended 5 more claw tips. 5 kilometers still trapped in the mist. Mo Xian stared at the blue light in the fog. The light continued to rotate, but the ship did not move. About 10 minutes passed, and the engine roared back to life. The ship began to move not toward the island, but outward. After circling a few times in the mist, it found the exit and headed north. The engine sound faded, growing weaker and weaker until it disappeared entirely. The patterns on Xian Lian's carapace dimmed slightly. It's gone, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded and extended 5 claw tips. 5 kilometers heading north. Mo Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shallow shore. Xian Lan crouched by the water, blue light flickering in its throat. Xian Yu lay nearby, its head turned northward. The ship came in. It got lost. Circled a few times, then left, Mo Xian said. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat flared brightly. It will come again, Mo Xian said. Next time it may not be able to leave. Xian Lan nodded. Mo Xian lay beside it, staring at the sea. The mist was thick, the blue light rotating. On the surface, the ship's lights flickered on again, 5 kilometers to the north. Yellow flashing. 5 flashes, then dark. 3 more flashes, then dark. Like a signal, Xian Lian slid down from the tower and ran to Mo Xian's forelimbs, its carapace patterns glowing. It extended a claw tip and pointed toward the ship, still there. Then it drew an arrow from the ship to the island. It was waiting. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface, blue light flickered faintly. Energy was escaping outward. He turned and walked to the Spirit Spring cave, slipping inside. The seal was intact, but energy was leaking from the Spirit Spring, not through the seal, but through the stone walls. The crystals on the cave walls had dimmed by more than half, but they still glowed. Light seeped from the crystals, passing through the stone walls and escaping outward. Mo Xian touched the wall with his claw. It was damp, cracked. The cracks were thin as hair, energy seeping out through them. He pressed the cracks shut with his claw, and they closed. But new cracks appeared on the other side. The stone wall was aging, eroded by the Spirit Spring's energy, growing thinner and thinner. It won't hold much longer, Mo Xian said. Xian Yan crouched at the entrance and let out a low growl. The stone wall thickened, and the cracks were filled with earth. Mo Xian tapped it with his claw. It was solid. Climbing out of the cave, the seawater had turned cold. The blue light beneath the surface had gone out. Mo Xian lay by the shallow shore, staring at the sea. The mist was thick, the blue light rotating. On the surface, the ship's lights flickered on again. Yellow flashing. 3 flashes, then dark. The ship turned around and headed north. The engine sound faded into the distance, then vanished. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. He withdrew his claw and walked back to the nursery area lying at the cave entrance. The young turtles huddled together inside. The smallest one, with green patterns on its shell, crawled out of the pile and climbed onto Mo Xian's forelimb. Mo Xian looked down at it. The mist grew stronger today. The ship came in and got lost. The young turtle looked up at him and blinked once. Mo Xian placed it back in the cave. He stood up and walked to the shallow shore. Xian Lan was still crouching there, blue light flickering in its throat. Mo Xian lay beside it. Sea mist labyrinth. 15 kilometers. 6 hours. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat flickered. The ship came in and cannot get out. Unless it finds the exit. Mo Xian stared at the sea. The mist was thick, the blue light rotating. On the surface, a pair of red eyes surfaced. Large, floating on the water, watching the island. It stared for about 10 seconds, then sank beneath the surface. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface, blue light shone brightly. Energy was escaping outward. He stared at that patch of blue light. The light flowed within the mist, rotating with the whirlpool. Those red eyes rose from the water again, fixated on the blue light. The blue light was being drawn into the red eyes. The energy was flowing toward them. Mo Xian's claws dug into the sand. It is absorbing energy. Xian Lian poked its head out of its shell and crawled onto Mo Xian's forelimb, its carapace patterns glowing. It extended a claw tip and pointed at the red eyes, Sharingan. Then it drew an arrow from the eyes to the blue light. It is absorbing. Mo Xian stared at those eyes. They blinked once and sank back underwater. The blue light went out. The sea surface was pitch black. Mo Xian lay by the shallow shore, staring at the darkness. The mist was still rotating. The blue light remained. The energy was still leaking. Those eyes were still out there. Those eyes were still out there. Those eyes remained. The mist parted, not by the wind, but split from within as if cleaved by a blade. From the rift emerged a ship gray with a cannon at its prow and a pattern of 4 wavy lines emblazoned on its hull. The ship halted 3 kilometers beyond the mist, motionless. Mo Xian lay at the gap of the shallow shoal, eyes fixed on the vessel. Xian Lian crawled out of the nursery zone, scampered onto Mo Xian's foreleg, and the patterns on its carapace glowed. How many? Mo Xian asked. Xian Lian extended 3 claws. 3. Then 2 more, 2 Chunin level. Then 1 Jonin level. Mo Xian's claws sank into the sand. A Jonin level for the first time. The ship began to move, not toward the island, but along the edge of the mist. From north to west, west to south, south to east. It circled once. The ship's lights flickered yellow on and off. The lights flashed 3 times, then went dark. The ship stopped east of the mist. Xian Lian extended a claw pointing at the vessel. It wants to enter. It drew a circle, then a cross inside. Can't get in. Mo Xian stared at the ship. A figure stood at the bow mast, only eyes visible. Those eyes were black, fixed on the mist. He raised his right hand palm, facing the fog. A faint blue light gathered in his palm. Perception type. Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. The man's hand trembled. Light shot from his palm into the mist. The fog illuminated blue light, flowing within, following the whirlpool's rotation. The light swirled several times within the mist, then returned to the man's hand. He withdrew his hand, staring at his palm. A red burn mark was etched into it. He turned and spoke to another. The second rose walked to the bow and pressed both hands onto the water's surface. The water began to churn as if boiling. Mo Xian felt a faint tremor in the ground. Xian Lian extended a claw pointing at the man. He's probing the island's location. Then drew a cross. Can't find it. The blue light within the mist spun the whirlpool, disrupting the probing signal. The man lifted his hands from the water, shaking his head. The first man raised his hand again, the light in his palm brighter. This time the light shot into the mist without dispersing, boring straight inward. It reached the middle of the fog where it was entangled by blue light, spun a few times and vanished. The first man stepped back, staring at the mist. He turned and spoke to a third. The third stood, walked to the bow and removed his goggles. His eyes were red, not Sharingan but bloodshot. He stared at the mist, pupils dilating and contracting. Mo Xian felt something shoot from the ship like needles piercing into the fog. The mist was punctured, leaving a deep hole that revealed the island's stone wall. Xian Lian's carapace patterns blazed at their brightest. It opened its mouth and exhaled a breath of mist. The mist sealed the hole, closing it. The third man blinked, stepped back, and rubbed his eyes. His eyes were red, weeping. The illusion was blocked, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. The ship lingered outside the mist for 3 hours, from dawn to noon. The first man tried 5 times, each thwarted by the blue light. The second man tried 3 times, unable to locate the island. The third tried twice, each time repelled by the mist. The ship's lights flashed a dozen times, as if signaling. The sun reached its zenith. The ship turned and sailed north. The engine's hum faded, then vanished. Xian Lian's carapace patterns dimmed. It retracted into its shell. Mo Xian picked it up, carried it back to the nursery, and placed it in the den. The young turtle huddled inside, not emerging. Mo Xian lay at the den's entrance, staring at the northern sea. The mist was thick, blue light swirling. Xian Lan crouched to his left, a blue glow flickering in its throat. Jonin level, Mo Xian said. First time here. Xian Lan's throat blazed. Mo Xian clamped its mouth shut. They didn't enter. The illusion array blocked them. The glow in Xian Lan's throat faded. Mo Xian pointed a claw at the northern sea. But they know there's illusion interference here now. Next time it won't be 3. Mo Xian rose and crawled into the spirit spring cave. The seal wasn't broken, but the stone walls bore more cracks. He pressed them shut with his claws. The cracks fused, but new ones appeared. The spirit spring's energy was seeping out, unstoppable. He crawled out of the cave. The sun had passed its zenith. Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian Lian still lay at the top, its carapace patterns glowing. Skin once, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian spat a mouthful of water, which spread into a film. On the film, a tiny light point appeared 10 kilometers to the north. It was that ship. The light point shrank and vanished. Gone, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Mo Xian slid down the tower and walked to the shoal. Xian Lan crouched by the water, a blue light flickering in its throat. Xian Yu lay beside it, head facing north. 3 came today. 2 Chunin, 1 Jonin. Mo Xian said. Xian Lan turned to look at him. The illusion array blocked them. But they know the island's location now. Not precise, but they know it's in this mist. Mo Xian lay at the shoal, gazing at the sea. The mist was thick, blue light swirling. On the water, the ship's lights flickered again, 10 kilometers to the north. Yellow blinking. 5 flashes, then darkness. 3 more, then darkness. Like a signal. It's recording, Xian said. Recording the mist position. Next time they'll come with a way to break through. Xianlian poked its head out of its shell, crawled onto Xian's foreleg, and its carapace patterns lit up. It extended a claw pointing toward the ship. It's still there. Then drew an arrow from the ship to the island. It's recording. Xian stood and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A faint blue light glowed beneath the surface. Energy was leaking out. He stared at that blue light. The blue light flowed within the mist, following the whirlpool's rotation. Energy seeped out, siphoned by the ship. Can't seal it, Xian said. Xianyan crouched beside him, letting out a low growl. A crack split the ground, extending from the spirit spring entrance to the shoal. The fissure closed the seal, reinforced 3 layers thick. But energy still leaked through the stone wall's fissures. Xian turned and crawled into the spirit spring cave. The cracks on the stone walls were like a spider web, dense and intricate. He pressed with his claws, but couldn't hold them. New cracks kept appearing. The stone was aging, thinning. Won't last much longer, Xian said. Xianyan crouched at the entrance, growling low. Another layer of stone was added to the wall, but cracks emerged from the new soil as well. The energy was too strong, earth couldn't block it. Xian crawled out of the cave. Night had fallen. The moon was veiled by clouds, the sea pitch black. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes, enormous, floated on the surface. They stared at the island for about 10 seconds, then sank. Xian lay at the shoal, staring at that spot on the sea. They're all watching. Mist concealment. Sharingan. All recording. Xianlan's throat flashed blue. Next time stronger ones will come. Xian stood and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding. The blue light beneath the surface blazed brightly. Energy was leaking out faster than before. The blue glow illuminated the entire shoal. The mist lit by the blue light resembled a sea of clouds. On the water, the ship's lights flickered again, 10 kilometers to the north. Yellow blinking. 3 flashes, then darkness. The ship turned and sailed north. The engine's hum faded, then vanished. Xian lay at the shoal, staring at that stretch of sea. Xianlian poked its head out of its shell, crawled onto Xian's foreleg, and its carapace patterns lit up. It extended a claw pointing north, 10 kilometers. Then it extended 5 claws, 5 ships. Xian stared into the darkness. 5. Next time 5 will come. When Xian slipped into the spirit spring stone chamber, the light within had changed. It used to be a bright blue, as if someone had lit a lamp underwater. Now it was a milky white, dim, like the lamp was about to go out. Most of the crystals on the cave walls had darkened, and some had turned gray, crumbling into powder at the slightest touch. The powder slipped through his claws, falling to the ground in a small pile. The spirit spring still bubbled, but the bubbles were half as many as before. The mist on the surface had thinned. It used to cover the entire ceiling, but now it covered only half. The membrane had turned from milky white to transparent, revealing the water beneath. The water was still milky white, but the color had faded like milk diluted with water. Xian dipped his claw into the water. The water was warm, but not as hot as before. After soaking for 5 minutes, the warm current was very weak, only reaching his wrist, not his shoulder. He withdrew his claw and stared at the surface. A crack split the water, not a burst, but a slow parting like a mouth opening. Milky white water surged from the crack less than before and stopped after only a trickle. Deep in the crevice, the yellow eye appeared. This time it wasn't staring at Xian, it was fixed on the crystals on the cave wall. Under its gaze, the crystals brightened for a moment, then dimmed. The eye turned to Xian. The patterns in the pupil rotated once, then sank. The water surface closed. Xian lay by the spirit spring, staring at the water. The bubbles began to rise again, more than before. The mist on the surface thickened as well. The spirit spring was recovering, but slowly. Xianyan poked his head in from the entrance. The energy is diminishing, Xian said. Xianyan nodded. Xian pointed with his claw at the crystals on the wall. They used to last a long time. Now they can't hold. Xianyan let out a low growl. The stone wall thickened by another layer, but cracks soon appeared in the fresh earth. Energy seeped through the cracks, forming a thin layer of blue mist on the wall. Xian pressed the cracks tight with his claw, and the blue mist dissipated. But new cracks appeared on the other side. Can't seal it, Xian said. Xianyan growled again, and the stone wall thickened further. This time the cracks appeared more slowly, but they still came. Xian stared at them. The cracks extended outward from the direction of the spirit spring like tree roots, growing finer and denser. Energy leaked along the cracks, unstoppable. Xian crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn was approaching. The fog was thick and the blue light swirled. Xianlan crouched by the shallows, of blue light flickering in its throat. Xian lay beside it. The spirit spring is weakening, he said. Energy is decreasing. The crystals are crumbling. The water is thinning. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. Mo Xian pointed with his claw toward the spirit spring entrance. It used to last a long time. Now it won't last much longer. The blue light in Xianlan's throat dimmed. Mo Xian lay on the sand staring at the sea. The fog was thick, the blue light swirling. On the sea, the lights of that ship had come on again 10 kilometers to the north. Yellow flashing. It flashed 5 times, then went out. Then flashed 3 times, and went out. They're waiting, Mo Xian said. Waiting for the spirit spring to weaken. Waiting for the fog to thin. Waiting for us to fail. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst open. Mo Xian didn't stop it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, lighting up the fog. The fog lit by the blue light looked like a sea of clouds. On the water, a pair of red eyes, huge, floated on the surface. They stared at the island for about 10 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian stood up, walked to the spirit spring entrance, and crawled inside. The water of the spring was bubbling, but the bubbles were fewer. The mist on the surface grew thinner, and the membrane turned from transparent to translucent, revealing the water beneath. The water was milky white, but the color was fading. He dipped his claw into the water. It was warm, but only slightly above body temperature. After soaking for 5 minutes, the warm current was barely there. He withdrew his claw and stared at the surface. The water did not split, the eye did not appear. Mo Xian lay by the spirit spring, gazing at the crystals on the cave wall. Most of the crystals had darkened and some had shattered. The broken pieces lay on the ground, forming a pile. He nudged the pile with his claw, and the crystal powder slipped through his claws, making a rustling sound. Xian Yin poked his head in from the entrance. Mo Xian pointed with his claw at the pile of shattered crystals. These crystals used to be very bright. Now they're broken. Xian Yin let out a low growl. The ground split open with a crack. The shattered crystals fell into the fissure, and the earth closed. Mo Xian stared at the place where the crack had sealed. The spirit spring is evolving. Not weakening, evolving. Xian Yin tilted his head. Mo Xian pointed with his claw at the water. The water hasn't dried up. The bubbles are still rising. The old crystals are broken, but new ones are growing. He pointed with his claw at a tiny crystal that had just sprouted on the cave wall. The crystal was tiny, like a grain of sand, but very bright, blue, brighter than before. The old ones break. New ones grow. What grows will be brighter. Xian Yin stared at the tiny crystal. It glowed in the blue light like a star. Mo Xian dipped his claw into the water this time, soaking for 10 minutes. The warm current was weak, but stronger than before. He withdrew his claw and stared at the surface. A crack split the water. Milky white water surged from the crack, thicker than before, like cream. Water gushed from the crack into the spirit spring, raising the water level slightly. Deep in the crevice, the yellow eye appeared. This time it didn't sink, it lingered at the crack's mouth, staring at Mo Xian. The patterns in the pupil rotated 3 times, then closed. The eye vanished. The crack sealed. The spirit spring's surface began to bubble more and faster than before. The mist thickened, and the membrane turned from transparent to milky white. The tiny crystal on the cave wall glowed in the blue light, growing larger, from a grain to a rice grain, from a rice grain to a bean. Mo Xian stared at the new crystals. Evolve. Xian Yin nodded. Mo Xian crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn had broken. The fog had dissipated, the blue light extinguished. The sea was clear, so clear that distant reefs and the horizon were visible. On the horizon was a black speck, not a ship, but a bird. A seabird flew over the sea, circled a few times, and landed on a driftwood log. Xian Lian crawled out of the nursery, ran to Mo Xian's foreleg, and the patterns on its carapace lit up. Scan, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian spat out a stream of water which spread into a film. On the film, a tiny light spot appeared, very small, 10 kilometers to the north. It was that ship. The light spot grew smaller and smaller until it vanished. Gone, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Mo Xian lay by the shallows, staring at the northern sea. The fog had cleared, and the sea was very clear. So clear that the distant horizon was visible. There was nothing on the horizon. But he knew the ship was to the north, 10 kilometers away. Waiting. The spirit spring has evolved, Mo Xian said. New crystals are growing. The water is getting thicker. Xianlan crouched nearby the blue light, in its throat flashing once. Mo Xian pointed with his claw toward the spirit spring entrance. Once the new crystals grow out, the energy will be stronger than before. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Mo Xian didn't stop it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, lighting up the sea. On the water, a pair of red eyes, huge, floated on the surface. They stared at the island for about 10 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A faint blue light glowed beneath the surface. Energy is leaking out. He stared at the blue light. It flowed through the seawater, drifting from the direction of the spirit spring out to the sea, where something was absorbing it. They're absorbing the energy, Mo Xian said. taking advantage of the spirit spring's evolution. Xianyan crouched beside him, letting out a low growl. The ground split open with a crack extending from the spirit spring entrance to the shallows. The crack sealed shut, the opening reinforced with 3 layers. But energy still leaked through the cracks in the stone wall. Xian turned and crawled into the spirit spring entrance. More cracks had appeared on the stone wall. He pressed them with his claw, but couldn't hold them. The new crystals were growing, the energy strengthening, and the stone wall couldn't contain it. "We need a stronger seal," Xian said. Xianyan crouched at the entrance and let out a low growl. The stone wall thickened by 5 layers, each layer compacted with the earth wall technique. The cracks appeared more slowly, but they still came. Xian stared at them. They extended from the direction of the spirit spring outward like tree roots. Energy seeped along the cracks, forming a thin layer of blue mist on the sea surface. The mist was thin, but those red eyes could see it. They saw it. Xian said, "The spirit spring is evolving. They're waiting." He crawled out of the stone chamber. Night had fallen. The moon was obscured by clouds, and the sea was pitch black. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes, huge, floated on the surface. They stared at the island for about 10 seconds, then sank. Xian lay by the shallows, staring at that patch of sea. Once the spirit spring finishes evolving, the energy will be stronger. Then they'll come. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flashed once. "Before that, we need to finish the seal." Xian stood up, walked to the spirit spring entrance, and crawled inside. The new crystals had grown to the size of beans, very bright blue, like stars. The spirit spring's surface bubbled more and faster than before. The mist was thick, the membrane thick. He dipped his claw into the water. The water was hotter than before. After soaking for 5 minutes, the warm current surged from his claw to his shoulder to his chest. A crack split the water. Milky white water, very thick, surged from the crack. Deep in the crevice, the yellow eye appeared again. This time it wasn't staring at Xian, it was fixed on the new crystals. Under its gaze, the new crystals grew larger and larger, from beans to thumb-sized. The eye turned to Xian. The patterns in the pupil rotated 5 times, then closed. The eye vanished. The crack sealed. Xian withdrew his claw. The spirit spring's water level had risen 1 finger higher than before. He stared at the surface. On the water, a pair of eyes was reflected. Not yellow, blue. The same blue as the spirit spring. Xian lowered his head to stare at the water. The reflection on the water lowered its head to stare back at him. The blue eyes blinked. Xian's claw pressed into the water. The reflection shattered. The water surface calmed. He crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn was approaching. Xian lay by the shallows, staring at the sea. The fog was thick, the blue light swirling. On the sea, the lights of that ship had come on again, 10 kilometers to the north. Yellow flashing. It flashed 5 times, then went out. Then flashed 3 times, and went out. Xian stared at that patch of sea. The spirit spring had evolved. And they had come. When Xian took the chakra crystal out of the ring, the crystal grew hot in his palm. Not ordinary heat. A searing heat that burned from within outward. The crystal was transparent with a flowing light inside, brighter than any before. Xianlan crouched before him, the blue light in its throat flickering. "This is the last Jonin-grade chakra crystal," Xian said. "Drink it." Xianlan opened its mouth. Xian placed the crystal inside. Xianlan swallowed. The blue light in its throat exploded, turning its entire throat blue, the light spilling from its mouth and illuminating the whole shoal. It closed its eyes for a moment. When it opened them, the cyan ring patterns in its pupils spread to fill the entire orbit, then contracted back, but the rings were now 3 times thicker, like 3 strands of cyan light intertwined. Xianlan stood up. Its body had grown a full circle from the size of an adult turtle to half a head taller than Xian. The cyan patterns on its carapace extended from the shoulders all the way to the tip of the tail, wider and deeper than before, as if carved by a blade into the shell. Its forelimbs grew thicker, claws longer, and a layer of blue scales appeared on the back of its claws. It opened its mouth, aimed at the sea. A water bullet shot out, trailing blue light, and struck a reef 500 meters away. The reef exploded into powder, white stone dust scattered across the sea like snow. Xianlan closed its mouth, then opened it again. This time, instead of a water bullet, it spat out a water dragon. Water surged from its mouth, coalescing into a dragon in the air, 5 meters long, as thick as a tree trunk, with distinct scales and blue eyes. The water dragon charged forward, crashing into a more distant reef, shattering it, and sending debris 3 meters high. Xianlan closed its mouth, panting. The water dragon dissipated, turning into rain that fell upon the sea. Xian stared at the shattered reef. Before, Xianlan could only break rocks, now it could pulverize them. Before, it could only hit stationary targets, now it could strike distant ones. Before, it could only spit water bullets, now it could conjure a water dragon. "Water dragon bullet technique," Xian said. Water formation wall. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. Mo Xian pointed a claw toward the sea. Try water formation wall. Xianlan opened its mouth and spat out a stream of water. The water erupted from its mouth, forming a wall in front of it, 3 meters high, 5 meters wide, half a meter thick. The water wall gleamed in the sunlight like a mirror. It closed its mouth and the wall dissolved into mist that settled on the sand. Mo Xian opened the system panel. Xianlan Jinin level, Chunin level. Unlock techniques. Water release. Water dragon bullet range 500 meters. Power can shatter large reefs. Water release. Water formation wall defense 3m 5m frontal area can block attacks below Chunin level. Chakra consumption medium. Current Chunin level members 1. Mo Xian closed the panel. Xianlan crouched by the shoal staring at the sea. Its carapace reflected cyan light under the sun. 3 cyan rings rotated on the shell as if alive. Mo Xian lay down beside it. Chunin level now. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian pointed a claw toward the northern sea. Before you couldn't reach that far. Now you can. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered. It opened its mouth, aimed north. A water dragon surged from its mouth, shot 500 meters, struck the sea, and burst into a massive splash. The splash fell, a whirlpool formed on the surface, spinning for about half a minute before calming. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. No blue light beneath the surface. He turned and crawled into the spirit spring cave. The spring was still bubbling. A new crystal had grown to the size of a thumb, bright and blue. He dipped his claws into the water for 5 minutes. A warm current surged from his claws to his chest. He crawled out of the cave. The sun had shifted westward. Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian Lian crouched atop it, its carapace patterns glowing. Scan, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian spat out a stream of water. A water film spread out. On the film, there was a tiny light point 10 kilometers to the north. That was the ship. Beside the light point were several smaller ones. 5 ships, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Mo Xian slid down the tower and walked to the shoal. Xianlan was still crouching there, the blue light in its throat flickering. Mo Xian lay down beside it. 5 ships to the north. Waiting. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Mo Xian did not suppress it. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal, casting light across the sea. On the surface, a pair of large red eyes floated, gazing at the island. It stared for about 10 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Faint blue light shimmered beneath the surface. Energy was leaking out. He stared at the blue light. It flowed in the seawater, drifting from the direction of the spirit spring out to sea, being absorbed by something. They're absorbing energy, Mo Xian said. While the spirit spring is evolving. Xianyan crouched nearby and let out a low growl. The ground split open, creating a fissure from the spirit spring cave to the shoal. The fissure sealed the opening, reinforced with 5 layers. But energy still seeped through cracks in the stone walls. Mo Xian turned and crawled into the spirit spring cave. More cracks covered the walls. He pressed his claws against them, but couldn't hold them. Can't seal it, Mo Xian said. Xianyan crouched at the cave entrance, growling low. The stone walls thickened by another 5 layers. Cracks appeared more slowly, but still emerged. Mo Xian crawled out of the stone chamber. The sky had darkened. The moon was hidden behind clouds. The sea was pitch black. In the midst of that darkness, a pair of large red eyes floated on the surface. They stared at the island for about 10 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian lay by the shoal, staring at the sea. Xianlan was Chunin level now. But it wasn't enough. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. Mo Xian pointed a claw toward the northern sea. 5 ships. 1 Jonin, 4 Chunin. You're a single Chunin. You can't win. The blue light in Xianlan's throat dimmed. Mo Xian patted its carapace with a claw. But you can defend. Before you could only guard the shoal. Now you can guard the entire sea. Xianlan stood up, walked to the edge of the shoal, and faced north. It opened its mouth and exhaled a mist. The mist spread from the shoal outward. 100 meters, 200, 500, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. The mist was thick with swirling blue light. The sea mist maze covered 3 kilometers. Mo Xian stared at the mist. How long can you maintain it? Xianlan extended 6 claws. 6 hours. Mo Xian nodded. He turned and crawled into the spirit spring cave. The spring's surface bubbled more vigorously than before. The mist above the water was thick, the membrane dense. He dipped his claws into the water for 10 minutes. A warm current surged from his claws to the top of his head. The water surface split open with a crack. Milky white water gushed out from the fissure, thick and concentrated. Deep within the crack, a yellow eye appeared. This time it wasn't staring at Mo Xian. It was fixed on Xianlan's direction. It had seen Xianlan break through to Chunin level. The eye blinked once, then sank. Mo Xian crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn was approaching. Xianlan still crouched by the shoal, facing north. Its carapace reflected cyan light under the moonlight. 3 cyan rings rotated. Imo-Xian lay down beside it. Chunin level now. Next step, Jonin level. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. Imo-Xian pointed a claw toward the northern sea. Jonin level. You can take down warships. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Imo-Xian did not suppress it. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal, casting light across the sea. Out on the water, the lights of those 5 ships flickered again, 10 kilometers to the north. Yellow lights flashing. 5 flashes, then off. Then 3 flashes, then off. Like a signal. Imo-Xian stared at the sea. They're recording. Recording your breakthrough to Chunin level. The blue light in Xianlan's throat dimmed. Imo-Xian patted its carapace with a claw. Recording won't help them. Next time they come, you'll be stronger. Xianlan nodded. It stood up, walked to the edge of the shoal, opened its mouth, and exhaled a mist. The mist was thick with swirling blue light. The sea mist maze covered 3 kilometers thicker and denser than before. Imo-Xian lay by the shoal staring into the mist. Within the mist, a pair of large red eyes floated on the surface. It stared at the island for about 10 seconds, then sank. Imo-Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding hot. The blue light beneath the surface was bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal, casting light on Xianlan's carapace. Xianlan's carapace glowed in the blue light. The cyan patterns turned bright blue, and the 3 rings rotated like 3 whirlpools. It opened its mouth, aimed at the sea. A water dragon surged from its mouth, shot 500 meters, and struck the sea. Spray splashed 5 meters high. Out on the water, the pair of red eyes appeared again. They stared at the water dragon. Under that gaze, the water dragon dissolved, turning into rain that fell upon the sea. Xianlan closed its mouth, staring at the red eyes. The red eyes blinked once, then sank. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Imo-Xian did not suppress it. It will come again, Imo-Xian said. When it does, you'll fight it. Xianlan nodded. Its claws dug into the sand. Xianlan stood at the edge of the shallow beach, facing the sea. Its carapace reflected a bluish-green light under the moonlight, and 3 cyan ring patterns rotated slowly. Imo-Xian lay beside it, staring at the sea surface. Water dragon bullet technique. Let's try again. This time, aim for the distant reef. Xianlan opened its mouth, and water gushed out, condensing into a water dragon 5 meters long, as thick as a tree trunk. The water dragon shot forward and crashed into the reef 300 meters away, shattering it, and sending fragments flying 2 meters high. But the water dragon dispersed, losing its formation and dissolving into rain that fell upon the sea surface. The power is sufficient, but control is lacking, Imo-Xian said. The water dragon must maintain its shape in the air and not scatter. Xianlan closed its mouth and panted several times. A flash of blue light pulsed from its throat. Imo-Xian gestured with its claw toward the distant open sea. Go practice in the deep waters. There are no reefs there, and you won't cause unintended damage. Xianlan crawled into the sea with Imo-Xian following behind. The 2 turtles swam to the deep water zone, over a kilometer away from the island, where the water was so deep that the bottom was invisible. The sea surface lay perfectly calm, without a single wave. Moonlight illuminated the water in silver white. Xianlan stopped and floated on the surface. Begin, Imo-Xian said. Xianlan opened its mouth. Water gushed forth and condensed into a water dragon. It shot forward 50 meters before dispersing. Xianlan closed its mouth and panted. It opened its mouth again. The water dragon shot forward 50 meters and scattered once more. On the 3rd attempt, it reached 60 meters before dispersing. On the 4th, 50 meters, then scattered. On the 5th attempt, it only managed 40 meters before collapsing. Imo-Xian swam over beside it. The water dragon bullet technique is not merely about spraying water outward. You must control it in the air. Maintain the water dragon's shape until it strikes the target. Xianlan nodded. It drew a deep breath and opened its mouth. Water surged forth, and this time the water dragon formed more tightly, its scales appearing distinctly. The water dragon shot forward 50 meters and crashed into the sea surface without scattering. The sea exploded with a cavity formed, sending water spraying 3 meters high. The water dragon disappeared only after impact, not dissipating mid-flight. That was far better. Again, Imo-Xian said. Maintain 50 meters. Xianlan practiced continuously for 10 attempts. The first 3 scattered at 40 meters. From the 4th to the 6th attempt, the water dragon reached 50 meters, but the impact power was insufficient. On the 7th, the water dragon traveled 50 meters and struck the sea surface, sending water spraying 2 meters high. The 8th attempt sent water spraying 3 meters high. The 9th 4 meters. The 10th 5 meters. Imo-Xian stared at the crater blasted into the sea surface. The hole was deep, and the seawater below could be seen churning. The power is sufficient, but the range is only 50 meters. Xianlan nodded. Imo Xian pointed with its claw at a distant reef about 100 meters away. Target that reef. Xianlan opened its mouth. The water dragon shot forward, maintaining its shape at 50 meters, beginning to scatter at 60 and completely dissipating at 70. The water dragon failed to strike the reef. Xianlan closed its mouth, breathing heavily. Range needs training, Imo Xian said. Increase 10 meters each day until you can reach 100 meters. Xianlan nodded. It opened its mouth again, and the water dragon shot forward. This time it held until 60 meters before scattering. Again 65 meters. Once more 70 meters. After 20-some attempts, the range stabilized at 70 meters. Xianlan's throat blue light dimmed, its chakra nearly exhausted. Enough. We'll continue tomorrow, Imo Xian said. The two turtles swam back to the shallow beach. Xianlan lay panting on the sand. The cyan ring patterns on its carapace continued to rotate, but very slowly. Imo Xian took out a bottle of intermediate tempering fluid from its ring and handed it to Xianlan. Xianlan drank 2 mouthfuls, and the blue light in its throat brightened somewhat. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Range at 70 meters. Power sufficient to shatter reefs, Imo Xian said. But not enough yet. You must be able to reach 100 meters and strike moving targets. Xianlan nodded. It stood up, walked to the water's edge, and opened its mouth again. The water dragon shot forward, this time scattering only at 80 meters. It closed its mouth, panted, and tried again. 85 meters it scattered. Again 90 meters. Again 95 meters. Once more 100 meters. The water dragon struck the sea surface at 100 meters, blasting a large cavity and sending water spraying 6 meters high. Xianlan closed its mouth and collapsed onto the beach. The blue light in its throat went out, its chakra was completely drained. Imo Xian stared at the struck sea surface. The cavity was enormous and the seawater churned for half a minute before settling. 100 meters, Imo Xian said. You reached 100 meters in a single day. Xianlan looked up at him, panting. Imo Xian patted its carapace with its claw. Tomorrow we practice precision, striking moving targets. Early the next day, Xianlan went to the deep sea to train again. Imo Xian instructed Xianyu to toss floating logs onto the sea surface. Xianyu picked up a piece of driftwood and threw it. The log drifted across the water. Xianlan aimed and fired the water dragon, striking the log. The log shattered into several pieces. Again, Imo Xian said. Xianyu threw another. Xianlan's water dragon struck it. The third piece hit. The fourth missed by half a meter, the water dragon grazing past the log. The fifth hit. The sixth hit. The seventh missed by 1 meter. The eighth hit. The ninth hit. The 10th hit. Imo Xian counted. 8 hits out of 10. Precision at 80%. Sufficient. Tomorrow practice on moving targets. Have Xianyu swim while throwing. On the third day, Xianyu swam in the sea with a floating log in its mouth, moving swiftly, leaving a trail of ripples on the water surface. Xianlan aimed at the log and fired, hit. Xianyu changed direction, Xianlan fired again, hit. Xianyu made a sudden turn, and Xianlan's water dragon missed. Xianyu turned again, Xianlan fired, hit. After training all morning, Xianlan could strike floating logs in motion, achieving 7 hits out of 10. Imo Xian lay at the edge of the shallow beach, watching Xianlan intently. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Range 100 meters. Can strike moving targets. Power sufficient to sink small vessels. Xianlan squatted on the beach, the blue light in its throat flickering rhythmically. Imo Xian pointed with its claw toward the northern sea. That warship. 100 meters. You can strike it. The blue light in Xianlan's throat erupted brightly. Imo Xian pressed down on its mouth. Not now. Wait until it draws near. Xianlan's throat dimmed. Imo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cool. Beneath the surface there was no blue light. He turned and walked to the entrance of the spirit spring, cave, slipping inside. The spirit spring still bubbled, and new crystals had already grown to the size of a thumb. He immersed his claws in the water and soaked for 5 minutes. Climbing out of the cave, dusk was approaching. Imo Xian climbed onto the watchtower. Xian Lian squatted atop it, the patterns on its carapace glowing. Scan the area, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian spat a mouthful of water, and a water membrane spread across the surface. On the membrane, a single light point appeared, very small, 10 kilometers to the north. That is the ship. It is waiting, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Imo Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shallow beach. Xianlan was still crouched there, the blue light in its throat flickering. Imo Xian lay beside it. The Water Dragon Bullet Technique has been mastered. Range 100 meters. Can penetrate ships. Xianlan nodded. Imo Xian pointed with its claw toward the northern sea. That ship is 10 kilometers away, beyond our range. Wait until it approaches within 100 meters. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flashed once. Imo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface a blue light shimmered, weakly, energy leaking outward. He stared at that blue glow. It flowed through the water, drifting from the direction of the spirit spring, moving across the sea, until something absorbed it. On the sea surface a pair of red eyes appeared, enormous, floating atop the water, fixed upon the island. They stared for approximately 10 seconds, then sank beneath the waves. Xian lay at the edge of the shallow beach, staring at that stretch of sea. It is watching, observing your water dragon bullet technique. The blue light in Xianlan's throat erupted. Xian did not restrain it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallow beach and the sea surface. On the water the warship's lights flickered back on 10 kilometers to the north, yellow, blinking intermittently. 5 flashes, then darkness. 3 more flashes, then dark again. Xian stared at that expanse of sea. It knows you can now strike at 100 meters. Next time it will not approach within range. Xianlan's throat blue light dimmed. Xian patted its carapace. But it will send something else. Something smaller. Faster. You can strike it. Xianlan nodded. It stood up, walked to the edge of the shallows, opened its mouth, and aimed at the sea surface. Water gushed forth, the water dragon, shooting 100 meters before crashing into the sea. Water sprayed 6 meters high. On the sea surface those red eyes reappeared, fixated on the water dragon. Under the red gaze the water dragon dispersed. Xianlan closed its mouth and stared at those red eyes. The red eyes blinked once, then sank. Xian lay at the edge of the shallows, watching that patch of sea. It is afraid, Xian said. Your water dragon bullet can strike it. The blue light in Xianlan's throat erupted. Xian did not restrain it. The blue radiance illuminated the entire sea surface. On the sea the warship's lights went out. The vessel turned about and headed north. The engine sound grew increasingly distant until it vanished completely. Xian stared at that darkness. It has left, but it will return. Xianlan nodded. Xian Yu stood at the edge of the shallows, facing the sea. Its carapace reflected a dim luster in the moonlight, with deep brown patterns emerging from between the scuts. Xian lay beside it, gazing at its forelimbs. They had thickened by a ring compared to last month, the talon tips grown longer, and the keratinous hardshell on the dorsal side of the claws had doubled in thickness. But there was no light in its throat. Xianlan's throat held blue light, Xian Yan's yellow light, Xian Lian's green light. Xian Yu's throat had nothing. Exhale a breath of warmth, Xian said. Xian Yu opened its mouth and blew out a stream of hot air. The vapor hit the sandy ground, scorching the grains black and rising in a wisp of greenish smoke. The smoke was thin, dispersing after drifting 2 meters. Previously it could char an area the size of a wash basin, now it could only scorch a patch no larger than a palm. The heat was insufficient, and so was the volume. Again, put your strength into it. Xian Yu exhaled once more. This time the breath was stronger, the sand blackened further, and the smoke drifted 3 meters. But compared to last month there was hardly any improvement. Xian Yu closed its mouth and panted. There was no light in its throat, the chakra reserve was insufficient, and the technique could not be unleashed. Xian opened the system panel. Xian Yu at peak Jinin level. Chakra insufficient, Chunin threshold requires 500, current 320. Physical attack power mid Chunin level. Techniques, none, chakra insufficient, unable to unlock. Breakthrough progress 45. Recommendation, continue accumulating chakra. Estimated time required 30 to 60 days. Xian closed the panel. Xian Yu stared at him, mouth slightly ajar. Its eyes were deep brown with vertical pupils like those of Xianlan and Xianyan. But the patterns within the pupils were faint, not as clear as Xianlan's. Insufficient chakra, Xian said. The power is enough. The technique cannot be executed. Xian Yu pressed its claws into the sand. It lowered its head and struck the ground, creating a crater half a foot deep and 1 meter in diameter. Sand grains flew up and settled on Xian's carapace. Xian did not dodge. Powerful force. But the technique fails. Xian Yu lifted its head and fixed its gaze on Xian. Bloodshot veins crisscrossed its eyes, not from injury, but from urgency. Xian tapped its carapace with a claw. Rushing won't help. Chakra must be accumulated slowly. Xian Yu lay down, resting its chin on its claws. Its eyes stared at the sea surface, the patterns within its pupils rotating slowly. Xian lay beside it. Starting today, increase your combat training. Not to train brute force, but chakra. Xian Yu turned its head to look at him. Xian pointed with his claw toward the distant sea. 10 kilometers daily. Use chakra while swimming, not brute strength. Xian Yu rose and crawled into the sea. It swam quickly, its 4 limbs cutting through the water with tremendous force, sending spray towering to the height of a person. But Xian knew that was brute force, not chakra. After swimming 1 kilometer, the splashing grew larger while the speed decreased. Reaching 2 kilometers, it stopped, floating on the surface and gasping. Use chakra, not brute strength. Xian shouted. Xian Yu swam again. This time it moved more slowly with smaller splashes. After 500 meters it stopped once more. Panting, there was still no light in its throat. Xian swam over to it. Chakra is not physical strength. It is the energy within your body. You must sense it before you can use it. Xian Yu stared at him. Xian pointed to his own throat. Xian Lan's blue light. Xian Yan's yellow light. Xian Lian's green light. That is chakra. You have none. Xian Yu slashed its claw through the water. Spray flew up and splashed against Xian's face. He did not dodge. Try again. Don't rely on brute force. Use your senses. Xian Yu closed its eyes. The patterns on its carapace began to glow, faint deep brown. The light persisted for about 3 seconds, then faded. It opened its eyes, but there was still no light in its throat. Xian stared at its carapace. Light seeped through the gaps between the scuts, but it could not reach the throat. The chakra is trapped within the carapace. It cannot reach the throat. Xian Yu nodded. Xian pointed to its throat with his claw. You must channel the chakra from the carapace down to the throat. Like Xian Lan. Xian Yu closed its eyes again. The carapace patterns brightened with light streaming through the scute gaps, flowing down the forelimbs through the claws, and toward the tip of the tail. But it stopped at the throat. The light was blocked at the throat's entrance, as though something were obstructing it. It opened its eyes, panting heavily. Blocked, Xian said. Xian Yu nodded. The two turtles swam back to the shallows. Xian Lan squatted at the water's edge, the blue light in its throat pulsing. It stared at Xian Yu, and the blue light in its throat flashed 3 times, as if communicating something. Xian Yu lay down, resting its chin on its claws. Xian Lan says don't rush, Xian explained. Xian Yu looked up at Xian Lan. Xian Lan nodded. Xian took a bottle of intermediate-grade tempering fluid from his ring and handed it to Xian Yu. Drink. Xian Yu took 2 sips, but there was still no light in its throat. It drank 2 more sips, and a faint flicker appeared in its throat, weak brown like a dying lamp. The light flashed for less than a second before extinguishing. There is an effect, but it is not enough. Xian placed the remaining tempering fluid back into his ring. Xian Yu stared at his claw mouth opening and closing. Xian tapped its carapace with his claw. 1 bottle daily. Continue for 10 days. Then we'll reassess. Xian Yu nodded. It stood up, walked to the edge of the shallows, faced the sea, and opened its mouth toward the ocean. Warm breath surged from its mouth, stronger than before, the greenish smoke drifting 5 meters. The sea surface steamed into a white mist which lingered for about 10 seconds before dissipating. Progress, but still not enough. Xian Yu closed its mouth and panted. A flash of brown light flickered in its throat, very weak. The light traveled from the throat toward the mouth, then extinguished. Xian stared at that light. Chakra reached the throat, but it cannot reach the mouth. Xian Yu opened its mouth again. A stronger current of warm breath gushed out, the smoke drifting 6 meters. The light in its throat flashed twice, then died. Xian lay beside it. That's enough for today. We continue tomorrow. The next day, Xian Yu went back into the sea to swim. This time it swam slowly with minimal splashing. It covered 5 kilometers without stopping. The patterns on its carapace continued glowing. A deep brown, very faint, but unbroken. At the 6th kilometer, a flash of light appeared in its throat. At the 7th, 2 flashes. At the 8th, 3 flashes. At the 9th kilometer, the light in its throat lasted for about 2 seconds. At the 10th kilometer, the light persisted for 5 seconds. Xian followed behind, tracking that brown glow. Chakra was accumulating. Xian Yu swam back to the shallows and lay down. The light in its throat still glowed, faint brown like a lamp about to go out. It endured for about 10 seconds before fading. It opened its mouth and exhaled a breath of warm air. The breath hit the sand, scorching the grains black and raising a wisp of greenish smoke. This time the heat was twice as strong, the smoke drifting 10 meters. Progress, but it is still not a technique. Xian Yu nodded. Xian took another bottle of intermediate-grade tempering fluid from his ring and handed it to it. Xian Yu drank 2 sips, and the light in its throat brightened slightly. It drank 2 more, and the light grew brighter, lasting for about half a minute. Continue tomorrow. Day 3, day 4, day 5. Xian Yu swam 10 kilometers every day and consumed 1 bottle of tempering fluid. The patterns on its carapace grew increasingly luminous, and the duration of light in its throat lengthened each day. By the 5th day, the light in its throat persisted for 1 full minute. It opened its mouth and exhaled a breath of warm air. The vapor hit the sand, charring the grains black, the smoke drifting 15 meters. But the breath still had not condensed into fire. Xian opened the system panel. Xian Yu peak Genin level. Chakra 420, Chunin threshold requires 500. Breakthrough progress 70. Physical attack power upper Chunin level. Techniques none. Recommendation continue accumulating. Estimated time remaining 15 to 20 days. Mo Xian closed the panel. Xian Yu lay beside him facing the sea. 80 chakra points were still lacking. The physical power had already surpassed the Chunin level. Xian Yu pressed its claws into the sand. Mo Xian tapped its carapace. 15 more days. Xian Yu nodded. It stood up, walked to the edge of the shallows, and faced the sea. A thick fog lay on the sea surface. Within it floated a pair of enormous red eyes hovering above the water. They stared at the island. After watching for about 10 seconds, they sank beneath the surface. Xian Yu opened its mouth, aiming at the direction of those red eyes. Hot breath gushed forth and struck the sea surface. The seawater was vaporized into a deep hole, revealing the sandy bottom below. The breath persisted for about 5 seconds, then faded. The hole on the sea surface closed. Mo Xian stared at the hole that had been steamed open. Almost. Just a little more. Xian Yu closed its mouth, panting heavily. The light in its throat had extinguished. It lay down, resting its chin on its claws. Mo Xian crouched beside it. 15 days from now you will break through. Xian Yu turned to look at him. Mo Xian pointed with his claw toward the northern sea. By then you will be able to strike a ship. A flash of light flickered in Xian Yu's throat. It stood up and approached the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface a blue light glowed faintly. Energy was leaking outward. It stared at that patch of blue light and opened its mouth. The hot breath hit the blue light, which shimmered but did not extinguish. It breathed again, and the blue light wavered once more. After 5 consecutive bursts, the blue light finally went out. Xian Yu closed its mouth, panting heavily. The light in its throat had extinguished. It lay down. Mo Xian crouched beside it. Chakra has been depleted, but the blue light is gone too. Xian Yu nodded. Mo Xian tapped its carapace. Continue tomorrow. 15 days. Xian Yu stood up, returned to the conservation area, and lay at the cave entrance. The hatchlings huddled within the hollow. The smallest one, with green patterns on its carapace, crawled out from the pile of turtles and climbed onto Xian Yu's back. Xian Yu did not drive it away. Mo Xian lay beside Xian Yu, staring at the sea surface. Those red eyes had appeared again, fixed on Xian Yu. They stared for about 10 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian rose and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding. The blue light beneath the surface was bright. Energy was flowing outward. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, casting glow upon Xian Yu's carapace. Within the blue radiance, Xian Yu's carapace shone, its deep brown patterns turning into a bright brown. It stood up, facing the direction of those red eyes. It is watching you, judging whether you can break through. A flash of light appeared in Xian Yu's throat. It opened its mouth, aiming at those red eyes. A torrent of hot breath surged forth and struck the sea surface. The seawater was vaporized into a large hole deep enough to see the reef rocks below. The breath lasted for about 10 seconds, then faded. The hole on the sea surface closed. The red eyes blinked once and sank. Mo Xian crouched at the edge of the shallows, staring at that patch of sea. It is afraid. A flash of light appeared in Xian Yu's throat. It lay down, resting its chin on its claws. Mo Xian crouched beside it. 15 days. You break through. It fears even more. Xian Yu nodded. The light in its throat extinguished. It closed its eyes. Mo Xian stared at the sea surface. The brown hue was very faint, like a lamp on the verge of extinction. Yet it did not die. It continued to glow. Mo Xian clamped his jaws around the edge of the incubation pod and dragged it toward the mouth of the spirit spring cave. The pod was not large, half a meter square, but very heavy. Its bottom scraped against the sand, leaving a shallow trench. Xian Yin braced the pod from behind and pushed forward. Xian Yu used his head to shove from the side. The 3 turtles dragged the pod to the cave entrance, but the opening was too small for the pod to fit through. Enlarge the opening, said Mo Xian. Xian Yin let out a low growl. The entrance doubled in width from 1 meter to 2 as the earth and stone were forced apart to the sides. Mo Xian pushed the incubation pod into the cave. The pod's bottom struck the rocks, producing a dull sound. He pushed, rested, and pushed again. After a dozen efforts, the pod slid into the stone chamber. The light of the spirit spring fell upon the incubation pod, its walls reflecting a blue glow. Mo Xian pushed the pod beside the spirit spring, half a meter from the water's surface. The pod's base met the uneven rock and wobbled slightly. Xian Yin let out a low growl. A platform rose from the ground, smooth and flat, just large enough to hold the pod. Mo Xian pushed the pod onto the platform. It steadied and no longer wobbled. He opened the pod's hatch and smoothed the soft cushion inside. The temperature within the pod was higher than outside, and the humidity was greater. He could feel the moisture on his face. He withdrew his claws, and the hatch closed. The system panel lit up. Incubation pod deployed. Energy source: spirit spring natural energy. Current energy supply stable. Temperature 28°C. Humidity 75. Capacity 20 eggs. Recommendation: place eggs inside the pod and adjust to optimal parameters. Xian followed the prompts on the panel, tapping the temperature adjustment with his claw. He raised the temperature from 28 to 30 degrees. Then he tapped the humidity, adjusting it from 75 to 80. The blue light on the pod's walls brightened slightly, and the cushion inside became faintly warm. From now on, all eggs will be placed here, Xian said. The female turtle crouched at the cave entrance and nodded. Xian crawled out of the stone chamber and went to the egg pit. The female turtle was still crouching there with 11 newborn hatchlings huddled beneath her. The smallest one, the 100th, still shrank inside its shell, lying beside the incubation pod, unwilling to come out. Xian scooped it onto his palm with his claw, carried it into the stone chamber, and placed it in the incubation pod. The little turtle wandered around the pod, then lay down on the cushion and retreated into its shell. The hatch closed. Xian stared at the little turtle inside the pod. The blue light shone on its shell, which changed from white to pale gray. From the gaps between the scuts, a faint light emerged, a pale cyan. The little turtle's breathing was very slow, its abdomen rose and fell, and with each fall the light on its shell brightened. Survival rate 95%. Evolution speed 30% faster. Xian said. Xian crouched at the cave entrance and nodded. Xian crawled out of the stone chamber and went to the nursery area. Over 100 hatchlings crowded inside the cave. The largest of the older hatchlings was pushed to the entrance, its head facing outward. Xian nudged it back into the cave with his claw, then turned and walked to the shallows. Xianlan crouched by the water's edge, the blue light in her throat flickering. The sea mist illusion array was running, the fog was thick, and the blue light swirled. The incubation pod is operational. Hatchling survival rate can reach 95%, Xian said. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst open. Xian pressed his claw over her mouth. Evolution speed is also 30% faster. Xianlan's throat dimmed. Xian lay down, staring at the sea. The fog was thick and the blue light swirled. On the sea surface, a pair of red eyes, large, floated on the water. They stared at the island. After about 10 seconds they sank. It's watching for any changes in us. Xian stood up, walked to the mouth of the spirit spring cave, and crawled inside. The blue light of the incubation pod was very bright. The little turtle inside had already fallen asleep, curled up in its shell, which had changed from pale gray to dark gray. Xian pressed his claw against the pod's wall, though it was warm. The system panel lit up. Incubation pod running. Current egg count 1. Hatching countdown approximately 25 days. Energy consumption low. Spirit spring energy supply sufficient. Sacred ground construction progress increased by 20. Current progress 60. Xian stared at the construction progress. It had risen from 40 to 60, an increase of 20. He closed the panel and crawled out of the stone chamber. Xianlian lay at the cave entrance, the patterns on her carapace glowing. Scan once, Xian said. Xianlian spat out a stream of water which spread into a film. On the film there was a tiny light. 10 kilometers to the north. It's that ship. It's waiting, Xian said. Xianlian nodded. Xian turned and walked back to the incubation pod, opened the hatch, and reached his claw inside to touch the little turtle's shell. The shell had hardened from soft to hard. It didn't collapse when pressed. The little turtle stirred, poked its head out of its shell, glanced at Xian, and then retreated again. In another 20 days you'll be able to come out. Xian closed the hatch and lay down beside the incubation pod. Xianlan crouched at the cave entrance, the blue light in her throat flickering. Xianyan crouched on the other side, his forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xianyu lay outside the stone chamber, his head facing into the cave. Xianlian lay on Xian's forelimb, the patterns on her carapace glowing. The incubation pod. It can make hatchlings grow faster, Xian said. When these 100-plus hatchlings grow up, the clan can reach 300. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst open. Xian didn't press it. The blue light illuminated the entire stone chamber, brightening the incubation pod. The blue light inside the pod grew even brighter. The little turtle's shell glowed in the light, turning from dark gray to blackish brown. It poked its head out of its shell, opened its mouth, and exhaled a breath. The bubble floated in the pod, drifted to the top, and burst. Xian stared at the little turtle. It's absorbing energy. The patterns on Xianlian's carapace glowed. She extended a claw tip and pointed at the incubation pod, energy flowing. Then she drew an arrow from the spirit spring to the pod, the spirit spring's energy. Then she drew another arrow from the pod to the little turtle, absorbed by the little turtle. Xian stood up and walked to the spirit spring. The spring was still bubbling. New crystals had grown to the size of a thumb. He dipped his claw into the water and soaked it for 5 minutes. A warm current surged from his claw to his chest. The water's surface split open and a milky white liquid gushed from the fissure. Deep in the fissure the yellow eye appeared. It stared at the incubation pod. The patterns in its pupil rotated twice then sank. Xian crawled out of the stone chamber. It was almost dark. He climbed the watchtower and looked down. The fog was thick and the blue light swirled. On the sea surface the lights of that ship were on again 10 kilometers to the north. Yellow flickering. It flashed 5 times then went out. Then flashed 3 times then went out. It's recording. Recording the incubation pod. Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shallows. Xianlan crouched by the water's edge, the blue light in her throat flickering. Xian lay down beside her. The incubation pod can bring hatchling survival rate to 95%. Evolution speed is 30% faster. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flashed once. Xian pointed a claw at the sea to the north. When this batch of hatchlings grows up, the clan can reach 300. By then we can fight. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst open. Xian didn't press it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, brightening the sea surface. On the sea surface the red eyes appeared again. This time not in the distance, just 100 meters from the shallows. The eyes floated on the water staring at the island. They stared for about 10 seconds then sank. Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was hot. The blue light beneath the surface was very bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, lighting up the mouth of the Spirit Spring Cave. Blue light seeped from the cave, the light of the incubation pod. They saw it. The light of the incubation pod. Xianyan let out a low growl. The cave entrance was sealed. A wall of earth blocked the opening, leaving only a small gap. The blue light could not penetrate the seal. Xian stared at the seal. It was blocked, but the energy was still leaking. Xianyan let out another low growl. The seal was thickened by 3 layers. The blue light was completely blocked. Xian lay down by the shallows, staring at the sea. The fog was thick and the blue light swirled. On the sea surface the red eyes appeared again. They stared at the sealed cave entrance. For about 10 seconds then sank. Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. There was no blue light beneath the surface. He turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The incubation pod was still running, its blue light very bright. The little turtle inside turned over, belly up, its 4 legs flailing. Xian opened the hatch and flipped it over. The little turtle stood up, looked up at him, its mouth opening and closing. Xian touched its head with his claw. In 20 days you'll come out. The little turtle blinked once then retreated into its shell. Xian closed the hatch and lay down beside the incubation pod. Xianlan crouched at the cave entrance, the blue light in her throat flickering. Xianyan crouched on the other side, his forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xianyu lay outside the stone chamber, his head facing into the cave. Xianlian lay on Xian's forelimb, the patterns on her carapace glowing. The incubation pod. It can make us stronger. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flashed once. Xian pointed a claw at the little turtle inside the pod. When it grows up, it will be very strong. The little turtle poked its head out of its shell and stared at Xian. Its eyes were pale cyan with vertical pupils, just like Xianlian's. Xian stared at those eyes. Perception type. Xianlian jumped off Xian's forelimb, laid down beside the incubation pod, and stared at the little turtle. The patterns on her carapace glowed, and a water film spread out covering the entire stone chamber. On the water film, there was a tiny light dot inside the incubation pod. The dot flickered, brightening and dimming like breathing. Xianlian extended a claw tip and pointed at the dot. Chakra. Then she extended 3 claw tips. Very high potential. Xian stared at the little turtle inside the pod. The little turtle blinked once then retreated into its shell. The 100th one. Very high potential, Xian said. Xianlian nodded. Xian lay down beside the incubation pod, staring at the pod's walls. Blue light flowed along the walls, coming from the direction of the spirit spring, flowing into the pod and being absorbed by the little turtle. The little turtle's shell glowed in the blue light, changing from blackish brown to cyan brown. From the gaps between the scuts a pale cyan light emerged, the same color as Xianlian's carapace. Another perception type, Xian said. Xianlian nodded. Xian crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn had broken. The sun rose from the sea, its light falling on the island and on the fog. The fog was thick and the blue light swirled. On the sea surface the lights of that ship went out. The ship turned and sailed north. The engine sound grew fainter and finally disappeared. Xian lay down by the shallows, staring at that stretch of sea. It left, but it will come again. Xianlan crouched beside him, the blue light in her throat flashing once. Xian pointed a claw at the northern sea. When it returns there will be more eggs in our incubation pod. Xianlan nodded. Xian stood up, walked to the mouth of the spirit spring cave, and crawled inside. The incubation pod was still running, its blue light very bright. The little turtle was still inside, curled in its shell. Its shell had deepened further from cyan brown to deep cyan. Xian opened the system panel. Incubation pod running. Current egg count 1. Hatching countdown 24 days. Hatchling survival rate 95. Evolution speed 30. Sacred ground construction progress 60. Xian closed the panel. He lay down beside the incubation pod staring at the little turtle inside. The little turtle poked its head out of its shell, glanced at him, then retreated again. Xian closed his eyes. The blue light in the pod flickered, brightening and dimming like breathing. Xian took out the last bottle of high-grade quenching fluid from the ring. The bottle was deep purple with 3 ripples engraved on the label. Xianyu crouched before him, head slightly lowered, the brown light in its throat flickering. Brighter than before, but still flickering. Xian pulled out the stopper and poured the entire bottle into Xianyu's mouth. Xianyu swallowed, and the brown light in its throat exploded, light spilling from its mouth, illuminating the entire shoal. Its carapace began to glow. Deep brown patterns emerged from the gaps between the scuts, as if someone had lit a lamp underground. The light flowed along the patterns to the forelimbs, to the claws, to the tip of the tail. The old scuts lifted, edges widening, revealing the deep brown new carapace beneath. Its body size increased by a full circle, growing from the size of an adult turtle to match Xianlan's. The forelimbs were thicker, claws longer, and the horny shell on the back of the claws doubled in thickness. Xianyu stood up and shook its body. The old scuts bounced off the ground with a crackling sound. The new carapace reflected a dull light in the sun, the gaps between scuts so narrow they were almost invisible. It opened its mouth, and the brown light in its throat condensed into a ball 3 times brighter than before. Hot air surged from its mouth, not scattered, but condensed into a line like a pillar of fire. The pillar shot out and struck a reef 50 meters away. The reef turned red-hot, cracks splitting from top to bottom. Rubble rolled into the sea, and a cloud of white steam rose from the water. Xian stared at the reef. The reef changed from gray to dark red, its surface melting. Magma flowed down the cracks, hissing as it met the seawater. The white mist dispersed. The reef was halved, the upper half gone, the lower half deformed by the heat. Fire release. Not just hot air anymore. It was fire. Xian said. Xianyu closed its mouth, panting heavily. The brown light in its throat still glowed, steadier than before, no longer flickering. It turned its head and stared at Xian. Its pupils were vertical, deep brown, with a ring of dark red around the edges like red-hot iron. Hardening technique. Earth release. It could harden the body. Xianyu let out a low growl. The color of its carapace changed from deep brown to black, its surface like oiled, reflecting light. The forelimbs changed too, claws turning black, the horny shell on the back of the claws thicker. It struck the ground with its head, creating a pit 1/2 meter deep and 2 meters in diameter. There was no wound on its head, not even a white mark. Xian opened the system panel. Xianyue lower ninja level, middle ninja level. Unlock techniques: fire release, flowing fire technique, range 50 meters, power can melt rock, earth release, hardening technique, effect, full body petrification, defense increased by 5 times. Chakra consumption medium. Current middle ninja level members: 4 Xian Lan Xian, Yin Xian, Lian Xianyue. Xian closed the panel. Xianyu crouched by the shoal, facing the sea. Its carapace reflected a dull light in the sun, the brown light in its throat flickering. Xian lay down beside it. Middle ninja level now. For middle ninja levels. Xianyu nodded. Xian pointed a claw at the northern sea. Before you could only blow hot air. Now you can spit fire. Xianyu opened its mouth, aimed at the sea. A pillar of fire shot from its mouth, rushing 50 meters and striking the sea surface. The seawater was vaporized into a large hole so deep that the sandy bottom was visible. The pillar lasted about 10 seconds, then died. The hole on the sea surface closed, but the water continued to bubble for a long time. Xianlan crawled over from the shoal, crouching beside Xianyue, the blue light in its throat flickering. It stared at Xianyu's carapace and tapped it with a claw. The sound was like striking iron, more solid than before. Xianlan nodded. Xianyin crawled over from the reservoir, crouching on the other side. It let out a low growl, and a wall of earth rose from the ground 5 meters high and 2 meters thick. Xianyu struck the earth wall with its head, cracking it, but not toppling it. It struck again, and the wall collapsed, rubble piling up. Xianyin growled again, and a new wall rose thicker than before. Xianyu braced its carapace against the wall, pushed, and broke a hole through it, but the wall didn't fall. Defense is enough. Attack is enough too, Xian said. But the range is only 50 meters. Xianyu nodded. Xian pointed a claw at a distant reef about 100 meters away. Hit that one. Xianyu opened its mouth, and a pillar of fire shot out, dispersing at 60 meters. The hot air drifted to 70 meters, not even touching the edge of the reef. It closed its mouth panting. Tried again, dispersed at 65 meters. Tried again, 70 meters. After more than a dozen attempts, the range stabilized at 70 meters. Mo Xian stared at the reef. 70 meters. 20 meters farther than before, but not enough. Xianyu tried again. This time the pillar reached 80 meters before dispersing. Tried again, 85 meters. Tried again, 90 meters. The brown light in its throat dimmed, its chakra was almost depleted. Mo Xian took out a bottle of intermediate quenching fluid from the ring and handed it to Xianyu. Xianyu took 2 gulps, and the brown light in its throat brightened a little. 90 meters. Still 10 meters short of 100. Xianyu closed its mouth, panting heavily. It lay down, resting its chin on its claws. Mo Xian lay beside it. Train again tomorrow. Range to 100 meters. Xianyu nodded. The brown light in its throat went out. It closed its eyes. Mo Xian stared at its carapace. The deep brown patterns reflected a dull light in the moonlight, and from the gaps between scuts a dark red glow seeped out, like red-hot iron. Not out. It had been glowing all along. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cool. There was no blue light beneath the surface. He turned and walked to the entrance of the Spirit Spring cave, then crawled inside. The Spirit Spring was still bubbling, new crystals grown to the size of a thumb. The incubation chamber was beside the spring, its blue light bright. The little turtle was still inside its shell. The shell's color changed from blue-black to deep cyan. He dipped his claws into the water, soaking for 5 minutes. Crawling out of the cave, it was almost dark. Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian Lian crouched on top, the patterns on its carapace glowing. Scan the area, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian spat out a stream of water which spread into a water membrane. On the membrane was a tiny light spot 10 kilometers to the north. It was that ship. Beside the light spot were several smaller ones. 5 ships, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Mo Xian slid down the tower and walked to the shoal. Xianyu was still lying there, head facing north. The brown light in its throat glowed again, brighter than before. It opened its eyes, stood up, and opened its mouth. A pillar of fire shot out, rushing 100 meters and striking the sea surface. The seawater was vaporized into a large hole deep enough to see the reef below. The pillar lasted about 8 seconds, then died. 100 meters, Mo Xian said. Xianyu closed its mouth, panting heavily. The brown light in its throat went out, but the dark red light on its carapace still glowed. Mo Xian lay beside it. Middle ninja level. Range 100 meters. Can melt rock. Defense can block earth walls. Xianyu nodded. Mo Xian pointed a claw at the northern sea. That ship is 100 kilometers away. Can't hit it. But if it sends something, you can hit it. A flash of light in Xianyu's throat. It stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A faint blue light beneath the surface. Energy was leaking out. It opened its mouth, aimed at the blue light. A pillar of fire shot out and struck the blue light. The blue light flickered but didn't go out. It shot again, the blue light flickered again. After 3 consecutive shots, the blue light went out. Xianyu closed its mouth, panting heavily. The brown light in its throat went out. It lay down. Mo Xian lay beside it. Chakra is used up, but the blue light is gone too. Xianyu nodded. Mo Xian patted its carapace with a claw. Continue tomorrow. Range to 150 meters. Xianyu stood up, walked back to the nursery area, and laid down at the cave entrance. The young turtles were huddled in the cave. The smallest one, with green patterns on its carapace, crawled out from the pile and climbed onto Xianyu's back. Xianyu didn't shoo it away. Mo Xian lay beside Xianyu, staring at the sea. On the sea surface, a pair of red eyes, huge, floated on the water, staring at the island. It stared for about 10 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was hot. The blue light beneath the surface was very bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal, lighting up Xianyu's carapace. Xianyu's carapace shone in the blue light, the deep brown patterns turning bright brown, and dark red light seeped from the gaps between scuts like red-hot iron. It stood up, its head facing the direction of the red eyes. It opened its mouth, and a pillar of fire shot out, rushing 100 meters, striking the sea surface. The seawater was vaporized into a large hole deep enough to see the sandy bottom. The pillar lasted about 10 seconds, then died. The hole on the sea surface closed. The red eyes stared at the hole for about 5 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian lay by the shoal, staring at that part of the sea. It's afraid. Afraid of your fire. A flash of light in Xianyu's throat. It lay down, resting its chin on its claws. Mo Xian lay beside it. For middle ninja levels, Xian Lan Xian, Yin Xian, Lian Xianyu. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat burst forth. Mo Xian didn't press it. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal and the sea surface. On the sea surface, the pair of red eyes appeared again, staring at Xianyu. It stared for about 10 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cool. There was no blue light beneath the surface. He turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The incubation chamber was still running, its blue light bright. The little turtle was curled up in its shell inside the chamber. The shell's color had changed from deep cyan to blue-black. Xian opened the chamber door, reached in with a claw, and touched the little turtle's shell. The shell was hard from soft to hard, no longer giving way when pressed. The little turtle moved, poked its head out, glanced at Xian, then retracted. Xian, you reached middle ninja level, Xian said. You grow up quickly too. The little turtle didn't come out. Xian closed the chamber door and laid down beside the incubation chamber. The blue light in the chamber pulsed like breathing. Outside the light shield on the sea surface, the pair of red eyes appeared again, staring at the incubation chamber, at Xianyue at the island. It sank. Xianlong crouched by the shallow shore, staring at the northern sea. The blue light in its throat flickered brighter than before. Xian lay beside it, waiting for it to speak. Xianlong remained silent for a quarter of an hour before turning its head. 3 remnant strongholds nearby. Guay Island, Shi Island, Kumu Island. Clear them, Xianlong said. No traces. No survivors. No exposure of identity. Xian stared into Xuanlong's eyes. For cyan ring patterns revolved within its pupils, thicker and denser than before. You have a plan, Xian said. Xianlong nodded, drawing a map on the ground with its claws. The positions of the 3 islands, their bearings and distances. Guay Island lay about 100 kilometers to the north, Shi Island about 80 kilometers to the east, and Kumu Island about 50 kilometers to the west. Kumu Island first. Closest, fewest people, Xianlong said. Xianyan seals the exits with earth style. I strike with water style. Xianyu burns with fire style. No traces left. Xian stared at the map for a long time. 3 days. Can you return? Xianlong extended 3 claw tips. 3 days. 3 islands. Xian stood up, walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. There was no blue light beneath the surface. He turned and walked before Xianlong. Take Xianyan and Xianyu. Xianlian stays to guard the island. Xianlong nodded. Xian took 3 bottles of advanced quenching liquid from his ring and handed them to Xianlong. 1 bottle each. Drink before you fight. Xianlong bit the bottles and stored them in its mouth. It stood up and walked to Xianyan. Xianyan nodded. It walked to Xianyu. Xianyu stood up, its head facing north. The 3 turtles lined up, crouching by the shallow shore. Xian lay before them. No traces. No survivors. No exposure of identity, Xian said. 3 days. If you don't return, I'll come looking. Xianlong nodded. It crawled into the sea, Xianyan following behind, Xianyu at the rear. The 3 turtles swam northward, their splashes small and silent. Xian stared at their departing direction until they vanished into the mist. Xianlian crawled out from the nursery, ran to Xian's forelimb, and the patterns on its carapace glowed. They've left, Xian said. Xianlian nodded. Xian pointed a claw at the northern sea. 3 days. Guard the island. Day 1. Xian lay on the watchtower, staring at the northern sea. The mist was thick, blue light shifting. Nothing appeared on the water membrane. Xianlian lay beside him, its carapace patterns glowing. Anything? Xian asked. Xianlian shook its head. The sun reached its zenith. Xian slid down the tower, walked to the Spirit Spring cave, and crawled inside. The Spirit Spring was still bubbling. New crystals had grown to the size of a thumb. The incubation chamber sat beside the spring, its blue light bright. The small turtle was still inside its shell. The shell's color changed from cyan black to deep cyan. He dipped his claw into the water for 5 minutes. Crawling out of the cave, the sun had shifted westward. Xian climbed the watchtower. On the water membrane, a tiny light spot appeared 50 kilometers to the west. It was in the direction of Kumu Island. The light spot flickered once, then vanished. It's done, Xian said. Xianlian nodded. Day 2. Xian crouched by the shallow shore, staring at the eastern sea. On the water membrane, a light spot appeared 80 kilometers to the east. It was in the direction of Shi Island. The light spot flickered twice, then died out. Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface, a faint blue light glowed. Day 3. Before dawn, Xian climbed the watchtower. On the water membrane, a light spot appeared 100 kilometers to the north. It was in the direction of Guay Island. The light spot flickered 3 times, then vanished. Xian slid down the tower, walked to the shallow shore, and stared at the northern sea. The mist had cleared, the sea was tranquil. The sun rose. 3 black dots appeared on the sea, swimming from the north. They drew closer, Xuanlong, Xianyan, and Xianyu. The 3 turtles swam to the shallow shore and crawled up. Xuanlong's carapace bore several white scratches, marks from sword strikes. Xianyan's carapace had a deep groove carved by a kunai. Xian Yu's carapace showed scorch marks burned by fire style. You're back, Imo Xian said. Xianlong nodded. The three turtles lay on the beach panting. Imo Xian took 3 bottles of intermediate quenching liquid from his ring and handed them over. Xianlong took 2 gulps, the blue light in its throat brightened. Xian Yin took 2 gulps, the deep gray patterns on its carapace glowed. Xian Yu took 2 gulps, the brown light in its throat flickered. Kumu Island. 5 remnant soldiers. 3 Chunin 2 Jinin, Xianlong said. Cleared. Xi Island. 8 remnant soldiers. For Chunin 4 Jinin, Xian Yin said. Cleared. Gue Island. 12 remnant soldiers. 6 Chunin 6 Jinin, Xian Yu said. Cleared. Imo Xian stared at them. Injured. Xianlong shook its head. Xian Yin shook its head. Xian Yu shook its head. Imo Xian pointed a claw at the deep groove on Xian Yan's carapace. How did it happen? Xi Island. A Chunin scratched it with a kunai, Xian Yin said. He's dead. Imo Xian touched the deep groove with his claw. The groove was deep, revealing the inner shell beneath. Not cracked, only a scratch. 3 days. 3 islands. 25 remnant soldiers. All cleared. Xianlong nodded. Imo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. No blue light beneath the surface. He turned and walked before Xianlong. What did you loot? Xianlong spat out several items from its mouth. 3 kunai, 5 shuriken, 2 explosive tags, and a scroll. The kunai blades were chipped, the shuriken rusted, the explosive tags damp, the scroll waterlogged. Imo Xian gathered the items with his claws and stored them in the warehouse. That's all. Xianlong nodded. Imo Xian lay beside it. Traces cleared. Cleared. Bodies buried. Boats burned. Blood wiped. Imo Xian stared at the northern sea. The mist was thick. In the mist a pair of red eyes appeared, huge, floating on the water's surface. Staring at the island. It watched for about 10 seconds, then sank. It saw, Imo Xian said. You cleared the strongholds. It saw. The blue light in Xuanlong's throat exploded. Imo Xian pressed its mouth shut. Don't fight. It won't tell. It also wants the remnants gone. Xuanlong's throat dimmed. Imo Xian pointed a claw at the northern sea. Remnants drifting at sea will attract more. It doesn't want that. Xianlong nodded. Imo Xian stood up, walked to the Spirit Spring cave, and crawled inside. The Spirit Spring was still bubbling. New crystals had grown to the size of a thumb. The incubation chamber sat beside the spring, its blue light bright. The small turtle was still inside its shell. He dipped his claw into the water for 5 minutes. A crack split the water's surface, and milky white water surged from the fissure. Deep within the crack the yellow eye appeared, staring in the direction of Xianlong. It knows we cleared the strongholds, Imo Xian said. The eye blinked once, then sank. Imo Xian crawled out of the stone chamber. Dusk was falling. He climbed the watchtower. Xian Lian crouched atop, its carapace patterns glowing. Scan the area, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian spat out a stream of water, and the water membrane spread. Nothing appeared on the water membrane. No boats, no light spots, no red eyes. They're gone, Imo Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Imo Xian slid down the tower and walked to the shallow shore. Xianlong still crouched there, the blue light in its throat flickering. Xian Yin crouched beside it, its forelimbs pressed against the ground. Xian Yu lay ahead, its head facing north. 3 days. 3 islands. 25 remnant soldiers. All cleared, Imo Xian said. No threats remain nearby. The blue light in Xuanlong's throat erupted. Imo Xian didn't stop it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallow shore, casting its glow across the sea. On the sea the pair of red eyes appeared again, staring at Xianlong. It watched for about 10 seconds, then sank. Imo Xian stood up, walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding. The blue light beneath the surface shone brightly. Energy was leaking outward. He stared at that blue light. It's still watching. Watching us clear the strongholds. Xian Yin let out a low growl. The ground split open, a crack extending from the Spirit Spring cave to the shallow shore. The fissure closed its seal, thickened by 3 layers. The blue light was blocked. Imo Xian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The incubation chamber was still running, its blue light bright. The small turtle was curled inside its shell. Imo Xian opened the chamber door, reached in his claw, and touched the turtle's shell. The shell was hard, having turned from soft to firm. 3 islands cleared. The surroundings are safe. The small turtle poked its head out of its shell, glanced at Imo Xian, then retreated back inside. Imo Xian closed the chamber door and lay beside the incubation chamber. The blue light in the chamber pulsed like breathing. Beyond the light barrier on the sea the pair of red eyes appeared again, staring at the incubation chamber, at Xuanlong, at the island. It sank. Xianlong spat out the last item from its mouth. A kunai, its blade notched, and chipped, the handle wrapped in black cloth that had been soaked through with blood and hardened into a rigid mass. Imo Xian used his claws to push the kunai aside, piling it with the 3 others. For Kunai 5 shuriken, 2 explosive tags, 1 scroll. The items were arranged in a row on the sand. Imo picked up the kunai first. Holding the handle with his claws, he turned it over to inspect. 3 notches along the edge, the tip broken off, leaving only half. 2 characters were carved into the blade, Kirigakure. He set it down and lifted the second. The edge remained intact, but the blade itself was warped as though struck by something heavy. The third was intact, merely rusted. The fourth had a loose handle that spun freely when twisted. He lined up all 4 kunai by condition. 1 usable, 3 needing repair. Yin, repair the blades, Imo commanded. Yin let out a low growl as the ground split open, swallowing the 3 kunai that needed work. Steam rose from the fissure, the stone glowing crimson as the blades were forged within. After roughly half an hour, a plume of white vapor erupted from the crack, and the kunai launched forth, landing on the sand. The blades were now straight, their edges honed, sharp handles secured tight. Imo retrieved them with his claws and struck them together. The sound rang clear. 5 shuriken in total. 3 bore sharpened edges, 2 did not. 1 had a chipped notch along its blade. He discarded the damaged one and stored the remaining 4 in the warehouse. 2 explosive tags lay damp and wrinkled from moisture. Picking one up with his claws, he held it to the sunlight for inspection. The talisman symbols had blurred the ink, bleeding across the paper. When he attempted to tear a corner, the paper crumbled at the slightest touch. Useless now, Imo stated. Yin rumbled again as the ground split apart, consuming the explosive tags before the earth sealed shut. Imo gathered the final scroll. Water damage had swollen its leather surface and snapped the binding cord. He unwound the cord and unfurled the scroll. Though the paper remained damp and the characters illegible, the outline of a map emerged, depicting the southern sea with its islands, reefs, and navigational routes clearly marked. Ghost Island, Serpent Island, and Deadwood Island were all marked with crosses, while Xuan Turtle Island was circled with a notation alongside it, an unidentified energy source requiring Jonin-level reconnaissance. Imo studied those words carefully. The handwriting was fresh, the ink unbloomed from water, written no more than 3 days ago. He turned the scroll over. On the reverse, figures dressed in Kirigakure attire were sketched with annotations beside them for Chunin 6 genin and 1 jonin. The jonin's name was written as Ōtsutsuki. Imo pressed his claws against the scroll. Ōtsutsuki. Jonin. Kirigakure. He rolled it tightly and tucked it into the deepest part of the warehouse. The scroll described Ōtsutsuki, a jonin who would be coming, Imo observed. Blue light exploded from Xianlan's throat, and Imo pressed down on its mouth. Not yet. Soon. Imo emerged from the warehouse and approached the shallow beach, removing a vial of high-grade tempering fluid from his ring and uncorking it to pour a small amount onto his claw. The deep purple liquid was thick and viscous. When he touched it to his tongue, numbness spread for half a minute before a wave of heat surged from his tongue down to his stomach. The warmth lingered in his stomach for a long time. He sealed the vial and returned it to his ring. Xianlan watched his claw's blue light flickering in its throat. High-grade tempering fluid. 4 bottles remain. Conserve them. Imo rose and walked toward the reservoir, where Yin was repairing the canal and Yu was moving stones. 5 juvenile turtles followed behind, filling cracks in their wake. Imo gestured toward the canal with his claws. Widen it, reinforce it. Water demand will increase. Yin let out a low growl. The canal doubled in width and gained 3 additional layers of reinforcement, carrying water faster and in greater volume. Imo traced its path from the Spirit Spring entrance to the terraced fields. The water ran clear over compacted soil that prevented seepage. At the terrace edge, the third field's rice had begun to ear, green heavy with grain. He cradled a single ear and counted the grains. Over 40 more than either of the previous harvests. Releasing his grip, the ear sprang back and shed droplets of water. 5 more days, and we can harvest, Imo noted. Yin nodded. Moving to the breeding pond, he observed the thriving fish population. Over 500 catties caught from the deep sea and nurtured here, fed daily with seaweed, growing rapidly. The largest tuna had reached 1.5 meters, its back of brilliant blue, fading to silver beneath. Imo fixed his gaze on it. This one stays. For breeding stock. Yin nodded. Imo withdrew a bottle of mid-grade tempering fluid from his ring and poured it into the pond. The fish swarmed toward it, eagerly consuming the nutrient-rich liquid. The tuna swallowed most of it in one gulp, its body swelling noticeably as its scales grew brighter. Imo turned toward the nursery, where over 100 hatchlings were huddled together. The oldest among them, the largest, pressed against the entrance with its head facing outward. He nudged it back inside with his claws, then made his way to the Spirit Spring entrance and crawled within. The incubation pod remained operational, its blue light intense. The young turtles were still enclosed in their shells, which had shifted from dark green-black to a deeper teal. He submerged his claws in the water for 5 minutes. Emerging from the cave as dusk approached, he climbed the watchtower, where Xian Lian weighted the patterns on its carapace, glowing faintly. Conduct a sweep, Xian directed. Xian Lian exhaled a spray of water that formed a shimmering membrane. Upon its surface, a single point of light appeared, dim and distant 10 kilometers to the north. That's the ship. Several smaller points of light clustered nearby. 5 vessels, Xian observed. Xian Lian nodded. He descended from the tower and made his way to the shallow beach. Xian Lian crouched by the water's edge, blue light pulsing rhythmically from its throat. Xian lay down beside it. For Kunai 4 shuriken and a map had been captured. Xian Lian's throat flared with blue light once more. Xian pointed his claws toward the northern sea. The map indicated that a Jonin was coming. On you ran. Xian Lian's throat erupted in blue light, and Xian did not suppress it. The blue radiance illuminated the entire shallows and the sea beyond. Above the water floated a pair of enormous red eyes. They stared at the island for approximately 10 seconds before sinking back beneath the surface. Xian rose and approached the water's edge. The sea was warm, and beneath it faint blue light pulsed weakly. Energy was escaping from within. He fixed his gaze on that blue light. It was watching, observing when the Jonin would arrive. Xian Yin rumbled, and the ground split open from the spirit spring entrance all the way to the shallows. The fissure sealed shut with 3 additional layers of reinforcement blocking the blue light. Xian turned and returned to the warehouse, opening the door to reveal 4 kunai, 4 shuriken, and a scroll. He organized the kunai and shuriken, placing the scroll on top, then closed and weighted the door with stone. The supplies were adequate though insufficient for fighting a Jonin. Xian lay at the shallow's edge watching the sea. Dense fog obscured the view, but blue light shifted within it. Beyond the mist, the ship's lights reappeared 10 kilometers to the north. Yellow lights blinked in sequence. 5 flashes, then darkness followed by 3 more before fading again. They were taking note, recording that we had seized their supplies. Xian rose and approached the water's edge. The sea felt scalding now, and the blue light beneath the surface blazed brightly. Energy surged outward, illuminating the entire shallows and spilling into the warehouse. The warehouse stones gleamed in the blue radiance light, seeping through gaps in the door. Xian turned back toward the stone chamber and crawled into the cave, where the incubation pod continued its operation, casting bright blue light. Inside the pod, the young turtles huddled within their shells. Xian opened the door and extended his claws to touch one. The shell had hardened, transforming from soft to firm. A young turtle peeked out, glanced at Xian, then retreated back inside. The Jonin was coming. Omu ran. The turtle did not emerge again. Xian closed the pod door and rested beside it, watching the blue light pulse rhythmically like breathing. Beyond the light's reach on the sea surface, those same red eyes reappeared. They fixed upon the warehouse, the incubation pod, and the island itself before sinking back beneath the waves. Wuyin Village Intelligence Department. Gui Denglan sat at the head of the long table with a stack of files piled half a man's height before him. He reached out his hand, picked up the topmost one, on whose cover was stamped a red seal, Top Secret. He opened it. The first page reads Southern Sea Reconnaissance Records, my year 30 to my year 33. He tapped his finger on the page numbers, flipping through them one by one. The first record, autumn of my year 30, reconnaissance ship Qingjiao, lost contact in Area X of the Southern Sea, all crew missing. The second spring of my year 31, reconnaissance ship Haichao, lost contact in the same area, all crew missing. The third winter of my year 31, a Jonin team led an investigation, encountered unknown Genjutsu interference, and retreated. The fourth summer of my year 32, reconnaissance ship Baibua detected abnormal energy fluctuations at the periphery of Area X, recorded them, and returned. The fifth spring of my year 33, reconnaissance ship Songhai again detected abnormal energy fluctuations at the periphery of Area X, with the fluctuation intensity doubling compared to the previous instance. Gui Denglan arranged the 5 records in a row. Time, location, event. Area X, Southern Sea, the same stretch of ocean. Disappearances, interference, energy fluctuations. He picked up a pen and drew a circle on the map. At the center of the circle was roughly the position of Xiangui Island. Beside the circle he wrote a single character, investigate. A knock came from the door. A Chunin wearing glasses entered, holding a new file. Lord Gui Deng, the latest report from the Southern Sea Intelligence Unit. Gui Denglan took the file and opened it. The first page reads Summer of my year 33, at the periphery of Area X of the Southern Sea, reconnaissance ship Shifeng discovered an abnormal sea mist that persisted for 3 days without dispersing, preventing approach. Second page, autumn of my year 33, At the periphery of Area X, reconnaissance ship Bomo encountered intense Jinjutsu interference causing the crew to lose their bearings. They managed to break free after 3 days. Third page, spring of my year 34. At the periphery of Area X, a Jonin reconnaissance team detected faint chakra reactions beneath the sea surface, suspected to be a submarine mineral vein or a summoning beast lair. Guo Danglong pinned the new report onto the map, right beside the circle he had drawn. He stood up, walked to the window, and stared southward. Outside the window was mist thick, much like the mist of the southern sea. Lord Guo Dang, should we dispatch an investigation team? The Chunin asked. No, Guo Danglong said. I will go personally. The Chunin was startled. You personally? That sea area is very dangerous. 5 ships have already disappeared. Guo Danglong turned around and fixed his gaze on the Chunin. 5 ships lost. Jonin team retreated. Energy fluctuations intensified. Jinjutsu interference persisted for 3 years. There is something in that sea. The Chunin lowered his head. I do not know, my lord. That is why I am going. Guo Danglong walked to the table, picked up the map, folded it, and tucked it into his chest. Prepare a boat. No warship, no markings. An ordinary fishing boat. I depart tomorrow. The Chunin looked up. How many people should we bring? 3. You, me, and 1 sensor-type Chunin. Guo Danglong said. Too many people will draw attention. The Chunin nodded and left the room. Guo Danglong sat back in his chair and opened the remaining files one by one. The reports from the Southern Sea Intelligence Unit from my year 30 to my year 34 totaled 47 documents. He read each one, marking key points with his pen. Abnormal energy fluctuations, Jinjutsu interference, missing vessels, sea mist chakra reactions. He pinned the 47 reports onto the map, forming a circle. At the center of the circle lay that sea. Guo Danglong stared at the circle, tapping his fingers on the desk. 3 years. 47 reports. 5 ships lost. He murmured to himself, there must be something in that sea. The next morning, Guo Danglong stood at the port of Wuyin village. The boat was an ordinary fishing vessel, wooden, without sails, powered by a diesel engine. At the bow stood the glasses-wearing Chunin who had delivered the report the day before. At the stern stood a woman with short hair, wearing a sensor-type ninja's headband. The 3 boarded the boat, the diesel engine rumbled, and the vessel headed south. On the sea surface lay a thin mist. Guo Danglong stood at the bow, gazing southward across the water. The glasses-wearing Chunin held a map, comparing it with the islands and reefs in sight. The sensor-type woman crouched at the stern, pressing both hands against the water surface. Lord Guo Dang, Area X is about 300 kilometers to the south. At this speed it will take 2 days, said the glasses-wearing Chunin. No rush, Guo Danglong replied. Proceed slowly. Let us see what lies along the way. On the first day the boat passed several small islands. Some were inhabited, others barren. Guo Danglong stopped at each island, going ashore to inspect. Footprints, trash, traces of fire. Some islands showed signs of recent occupation by stragglers, but they were all gone. He crouched down, pinched a bit of ash between his fingers, and brought it to his nose. Burned not long ago. No more than a month, the sensor-type woman said. Guo Danglong stood up, staring at the southern sea. They went south. On the second day the boat entered Area X. A thick mist rose from the sea. Guo Danglong stood at the bow, peering into the mist. Within the mist, there was a light, faint blue flowing through the mist. He extended his hand palm, facing the mist. Chakra flowed in his palm, blue, the same as the light in the mist. Jinjutsu, Guo Danglong said. Powerful. The sensor-type woman crouched down, pressing both hands against the water. Her brow furrowed. Lord Guo Dang, there is something underwater. Something huge. It is moving. What is it? I do not know. The chakra reaction is intense. Weaker than a tailed beast, but stronger than a Jonin. Guo Danglong stared at the water. Beneath the surface a faint blue light flickered. He crouched and dipped his hand into the water. The water was warm. His fingertips touched the blue light, a numb sensation like an electric shock. He withdrew his hand and examined his fingertips. A faint blue glow clung to them, lasting about 5 seconds before fading. There is an energy source in this sea, Guo Danglong said. A very powerful energy source. The boat sailed through the mist for half a day, the mist growing denser. The blue light swirled within the mist like a vortex. The boat's direction became erratic. The compass spun wildly, rendering north, south, east, and west indistinguishable. The glasses-wearing Chunin frowned deeply at the map. Lord Guo Dang, we are lost. Guo Danglong did not speak. He stood at the bow, watching the blue light in the mist. The light rotated circles, expanding outward from the center. He closed his eyes, sensing the flow of chakra. The blue light surged from the seabed, rising from deep below, bursting to the surface, dispersing, and being absorbed by the mist. There is something on the seabed, Guo Danglong said. Releasing energy. The censer-type woman crouched at the stern, pressing both hands against the water. Her face turned pale. Lord Gui Deng, that thing is moving. It is swimming upward. Gui Deng opened his eyes, staring at the water. Beneath the surface, a bright blue light shone. The blue light surged upward, growing closer. He stepped back, his hand resting on the hilt of the blade at his waist. A bulge rose on the water. The bulge split open, and an eye emerged from the sea, yellow with a vertical pupil larger than the boat. The eye fixed its gaze on Gui Deng, and the patterns within its pupil rotated once. Gui Deng did not move. The eye stared at him for about 5 seconds, then sank beneath the surface. The water calmed. The mist dissipated. The blue light vanished. The sea was clear, so clear that distant reefs and the horizon were visible. "What was that?" the glasses-wearing Chunin asked. Gui Deng did not answer. He kept his eyes on the water, his hand still on the sword hilt. "Turn around. Head back." The boat turned and sailed north. The engine noise was loud, echoing across the quiet sea. Gui Deng stood at the stern, gazing at the southern sea. On the sea surface lay a thin mist. Within the mist was a shadow. Not a ship, not a human form, but a cluster of light. Blue, faint flickering. "That sea holds a sacred land," Gui Deng said. "An unregistered sacred land." The glasses-wearing Chunin turned to him. "A sacred land? Like Miao Mushan and Long Didong?" "Yes, but different. The energy there is purer, stronger." As the boat sailed farther away, the southern sea faded into the mist. Gui Deng sat down, took the map from his chest, and drew another circle beside Area X. Beside the circle he wrote a single word: Sacred Land. "After we return, assemble Jonin. Prepare for a large-scale investigation," Gui Deng said. The censer-type woman nodded. "How many people, eh?" 20. 3 Jonin, 10 Chunin, 7 Genin, Gui Deng said. "Bring sufficient sealing scrolls." The glasses-wearing Chunin was taken aback. "Are we going to fight?" Gui Deng stared at the southern sea. "First we observe. See what it truly is." When the boat docked, it was already dark. Gui Deng jumped off and walked into the intelligence department. He pinned the map on the wall, staring at the circle. Within that circle lay the sea, thick with mist, swirling blue light. Within that circle, the pair of yellow eyes stared back at him. 3 years, Gui Deng murmured to himself. "Time to go and see." Before dawn, Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. The mist was thick and a blue light swirled. From the top of the tower, the island structures were clearly visible. Stone walls in a grayish-brown hue, the reservoir's surface reflecting light, terraced fields, lush green, a stone-built warehouse, and the Spirit Springs entrance sealed with earth. From outside, the mist concealed the island. But once a ship entered the fog, these buildings could still be seen. Too conspicuous. Mo Xian slid down the tower and walked to the stone wall. The wall was earthy yellow, a shade darker than the island's sandy ground. He scraped off a piece of the wall with his claws. The clod fell, its color 2 tones deeper than the sand. The wall's color was wrong. Too dark. Xian Yin crouched nearby and let out a low growl. The wall's hue shifted from deep brown to pale yellow, matching the sand. Mo Xian stepped back to observe. The wall now blended into the sand, invisible from a distance. "Seaweed." Press the seaweed against the wall. Xian Yu fetched a bundle of dry seaweed from the shallows and dropped it at the base of the wall. Xian Yin growled low, and the ground rose up, pressing the seaweed into the wall's surface. A layer of green algae spots grew on the wall. Mo Xian touched it with his claws. The algae held firm, impossible to peel off. He retreated dozens of paces. The wall had turned from earthy yellow to grayish-green, nearly identical to the island's rocks. The reservoir. The water's surface reflected light. Too conspicuous. Xian Yin growled. The reservoir's wall was raised by a meter, blocking the water's surface. From outside, no water could be seen, only the wall. But the new wall was a different color from the old one. Mo Xian pointed at the wall with his claws. "Apply mud. Even out the color." Xian Yu brought wet mud and flung it onto the wall. Xian Yin growled, pressing the mud into the wall's surface. The color became uniform, a grayish-brown that matched the surrounding rocks. Mo Xian lay by the reservoir, staring at the water. The water was blocked by the wall, no reflection could be seen from outside. The terraced fields. The green was too striking. Mo Xian climbed to the edge of the terraces. The grain had already sprouted ears. Ears green, leaves green, the entire field a patch of green. From a distance, it looked like a green cloth spread over the island. He stared at that green. "Weave nets from seaweed. Cover it." Xian Yu and 5 half-grown juvenile turtles wove several large nets from dry seaweed, each net half the size of a terrace. Xian Yin growled, and several pillars rose from the ground, erected above the terraces. Xian Yu held the nets and spread them over the pillars. The nets covered the fields. From above, no green was visible, only the grayish-brown seaweed. Mo Xian climbed to the warehouse. The warehouse was built of stone gray and very conspicuous. He pointed at the warehouse with his claws. Spread sand on top. Apply mud. Xianyan growled. A layer of sand was spread over the warehouse roof, and wet mud was smeared on top. When the mud dried, the roof turned earthy yellow, matching the sand. Xian stepped back to observe. The warehouse now merged into the ground, invisible from a distance. The spirit spring entrance. Seal it. Xianyan growled. The entrance was sealed shut, the earthen wall blocking the opening, leaving only a small gap, just enough for Xian to squeeze through. The gap was blocked by a stone with mud smeared on it, matching the surrounding rocks. The sun reached its zenith. Xian climbed the watchtower and looked down. The island's buildings were completely invisible. The walls were grayish-green like the rocks. The reservoir was blocked by the wall. The terraces were covered by nets. The warehouse had merged into the ground. The entrance was sealed. From above, the island looked like a barren wasteland with nothing at all. During the day, no turtle is allowed to go out, Xian said, including the juveniles. All stay in the cave. Xianlan nodded. It opened its mouth and exhaled a plume of mist. The mist spread outward from the shallows. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The fog was thick and a blue light swirled. The sea mist labyrinth covered 5 kilometers. At night, no turtle is allowed to glow. No calling. No running. The blue light in Xianlan's throat dimmed. It crouched by the shallows, motionless. Xianyan crouched nearby, its forelimbs pressed against the ground. Xianyu lay behind, its head retracted into its shell. Xianlian lay on Xian's forelimb, the patterns on its carapace dimmed. The sun tilted westward. Xian called the entire clan into the cave. Over 100 turtles huddled together. Adults crouched at the outermost, half-grown juveniles in the middle, the elderly and young turtles squeezed at the back, and newborns huddled under the females. The smallest juvenile with a green pattern on its carapace crawled out from the pile and onto Xian's forelimb. From today onward, no leaving the cave during the day. No glowing at night. No calling. No running. The juvenile looked up at him and blinked. Xian placed it back into the cave, walked to the entrance, and lay down. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering, completely extinguished. Xianyan crouched to his right, the gray scales on its forelimbs reflecting a dull light under the moon. Xianyu lay in front, its head retracted into its shell. Xianlian lay on Xian's forelimb, the patterns on its carapace no longer glowing. Night fell. The moon was veiled by clouds, and the sea surface was pitch black. There was not a single light or sound on the island. Xian stared at the sea. The mist was thick and a blue light swirled. On the sea surface, a pair of red eyes appeared, enormous, floating on the water, staring at the island. It stared for about 10 seconds, then sank. It was watching to see if the island still had any light. Xian did not move. Xianlan did not move. None of the turtles moved. After about half a minute, the pair of red eyes appeared again. This time closer, just 100 meters from the shallows. The eyes floated on the surface, staring at the island. Stared for about 10 seconds, then sank again. Xian's claws dug into the sandy ground. The red eyes did not reappear. The sea surface was pitch black. In the midst of the blackness, there was nothing. The next morning, Xian climbed the watchtower. The mist was thick and a blue light swirled. From the top, looking down the island, was a uniform grayish-brown. No green, no reflections, no buildings. It looked like a barren wasteland. He opened the system panel. Concealment 85 out of 100. Recommendation: maintain current state. OI probability of exposure below 5. Next stage target concealment 90. Xian closed the panel. He slid down the tower and walked to the shallows. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. It used its body to block the sea breeze, preventing the wind from dispersing the mist. Xian lay beside it. Concealment 85. Enough. Xianlan nodded. Xian pointed with his claws toward the northern sea. The Jonin of Mist-Hidden Village was coming. Kito Kajiro. Before he arrives, we must hide the island. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered once, very weakly, lasting less than a second before extinguishing. Xian stood up, walked to the spirit spring entrance, and crawled inside. The spirit spring was still bubbling. The new crystal had grown to the size of a thumb. The incubation chamber was beside the spring, its blue light bright, and the small turtle was still in its shell. He dipped his claws into the water for 5 minutes. Crawling out of the cave, the sun reached its zenith. Xian lay at the entrance, staring at the sea. The mist was thick and a blue light swirled. On the sea's surface, a ship, gray with a cannon at the bow. The ship stopped 5 kilometers away, unmoving. On the ship stood a man wearing a conical hat and a black robe. Kito Kajiro. Xian's claws dug into the sandy ground. Kito Kajiro stared at the mist for about half a minute, then turned and walked into the cabin. The ship turned around and sailed north. The engine sound grew fainter and fainter until it vanished. Imo lay by the shallows staring at that stretch of sea. He came, and he left. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered once. Imo patted its carapace with his claws. He didn't see the island. The mist blocked it. Xianlan nodded. Imo stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A faint blue light glowed beneath the surface. Energy was leaking outward. He stared at that blue light. But the energy is still leaking. He will follow the energy to find us. Xianyan growled. A crack split the ground extending from the spirit spring entrance all the way to the shallows. The crack closed and the seal was thickened by 3 layers. The blue light was blocked. Imo turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The incubation chamber was still running, its blue light bright. The small turtle was curled up inside its shell. Hito Kajiro came. He didn't see the island. The small turtle poked its head out of its shell, glanced at Imo, then retracted. Imo closed the chamber door and laid down beside the incubation chamber. The blue light in the chamber pulsed like breathing. Beyond the light shield on the sea surface, the pair of red eyes appeared again, staring at the warehouse, at the incubation chamber, at the island. It sank. Imo climbed the watchtower while the sky was still dark. The fog was thick and blue light swirled. Looking down from the tower top, Xiangui Island loomed faintly in the mist. The stone wall showed only a stretch of gray-green top. The cistern was completely invisible, and the terraced fields were covered by seaweed nets resembling a patch of gray-brown. The warehouse merged into the ground, and the entrance to the Spirit Spring Cave was sealed with an earthen wall, leaving only a small opening blocked by a stone. In the nursery cave there was no light, no sound. 153 turtles, all huddled in the cave. Imo lay on the tower top, resting his chin on his claws. The sea breeze blew from the north, carrying a salty scent. The fog stirred by the wind, the blue light rotated with it, and vortices spread outward from the center of the island, ring after ring, like tree rings. He stared at those blue lights for a long time. Xianlian climbed up from below the tower and lay down beside him. The patterns on its carapace were no longer glowing, eyes half closed. "Why did you come up?" Imo asked. Xianlian extended its claw tip and pointed at the sea surface to the north. There was something. Imo followed its claw and looked, but the fog was thick and he could see nothing. But Xianlian could see. It extended 5 claw tips, 5 kilometers. Then 3 claw tips, 3 ships. Imo claws pressed against the stone slab on the tower top. Gui Denglan. Xianlian nodded. Imo stared at the fog. There was nothing in the fog, but he knew the ships were there. Gray with cannons at the bow and 4 wavy lines printed on the hull. A person stood at the bow wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Imo had never seen Gui Denglan's face, but he could feel those eyes. The ships remained still 5 kilometers away. The fog was thick, the blue light swirled. The lights on the ships were off. No engine sound. They floated on the water like dead things. Xianlian extended its claw tip and pointed at the ship. It was watching. Then it drew an arrow from the ship to the island. It was searching. Imo did not move. Xianlian did not move. The 2 turtles on the tower lay like stones. The ship stayed for a quarter of an hour, then turned around and sailed north. The engine sound was faint, growing fainter until it vanished. Xianlian retracted its claw tips and closed its eyes. Imo stared at the sea surface. "He will come again," Imo said. Xianlian opened its eyes and nodded. Imo slid down from the tower and walked to the shallow shore. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. The sea mist maze array was in operation. The fog was thick, the blue light swirled. Imo lay down beside Xianlan. Gui Denglan came again. "Didn't see the island." Xianlan nodded. Imo pointed with his claw at the sea surface to the north. "He has come 3 times. Each time he stops 5 kilometers away. Looks for a while, then leaves." The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered once. Imo patted its carapace with his claw. "He is searching for the island's location." Imo stood up and walked to the stone wall. The wall was gray-green, the same as the rocks on the island. He scraped off a piece of the wall covering with his claw. The covering fell off, revealing the earthy yellow underneath. He pressed the wall covering back with his claw and smoothed it. Xianyan crawled over from the cistern, let out a low growl, and the color of the wall covering evened out, matching the surrounding rocks. "How long can the wall hold?" Imo asked. Xianyan extended 5 claw tips. 5 years. Imo nodded. He walked to the terraced fields. The seaweed nets covered the posts. The mesh was large enough to let light through, but from above no green could be seen. He used his claw to lift a corner of the net and looked at the grains inside. The ears were yellow, the grains plump and dark red. He held a stalk of grain with his claw and gently stripped it. The grains fell off and landed in his palm. He counted, over 50 grains. They can be harvested tomorrow, Imo-Xian said. Xianyan nodded. Imo-Xian walked to the fish pond. The pond was full of fish. The largest tuna had already grown to 2.5 meters. He lay by the pond staring at that fish. The fish swam over surfaced, its mouth opening and closing. Imo-Xian took a small piece of dried fish from his ring and tossed it into the water. The tuna swallowed it and sank. Breeding fish. Keep it. Imo-Xian walked to the warehouse and opened the door. Inside were piled dried fish, seaweed, kunai, shuriken, and scrolls. There were over 300 caddies of dried fish and over 20 bundles of seaweed. He counted the kunai 4, shuriken 4, scrolls 1. He closed the warehouse door and weighted it with a stone. Supplies are enough, but not enough to fight a jonin. Imo-Xian walked to the entrance of the Spirit Spring cave and crawled inside. The Spirit Spring was still bubbling, and the new crystal had grown to the size of a thumb. The incubation chamber was beside the Spirit Spring. The blue light inside the chamber was bright. The little turtle was still in its shell-to-shell color, changing from bluish-black to deep blue-green, and faint bluish light seeped through the gaps between the scuts. He dipped his claw into the water and soaked for 5 minutes. A warm current surged from his claw to his chest. The water surface split open with a crack. Deep in the crack, that yellow eye appeared, staring at Imo-Xian. The patterns in its pupil rotated once, then sank. Imo-Xian crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn had broken. The sun rose from the sea surface, its light falling on the island and on the fog. The fog was thick, the blue light swirled. There were no ships on the sea, no red eyes. He climbed the watchtower. Xianlian was still lying on top, the patterns on its carapace no longer glowing. It had its eyes closed, breathing slowly. Scan once, Imo-Xian said. Xianlian opened its eyes and spat out a mouthful of water. The water film spread out, covering the sea surface from the shallow shore to about 2 kilometers offshore. There was nothing on the water film. Gone, Imo-Xian said. Xianlian nodded. Imo-Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shallow shore. Xianlan was still crouching by the water. Imo-Xian lay down beside it. Xianlan turned his head to look at him. Ma Xuan pointed with his claw toward the structures on the island. Stone walls, water reservoirs, terraced fields, breeding pools, warehouses, Spirit Spring stone chambers, and a watchtower. All of these had been built during this volume. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat flickered. For Chunin level. More than 80 Jinin level. More than 20 ordinary tortoise level. Ma Xuan stared at the sea surface. The fog was thick and the blue light swirled. On the water, a pair of enormous red eyes floated. They stared at the island. They watched for about 10 seconds, then sank beneath the waves. Hito ran. And it as well. Both were watching. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat flared violently. Ma Xuan did not activate it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, piercing through the fog. On the sea surface, those red eyes reappeared, locking onto Xianlan. They stared for approximately 5 seconds, then sank down. Ma Xuan rose to his feet and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface, a faint blue glow shimmered. Energy was leaking out. He fixed his gaze upon that blue radiance. The energy continued to seep away. They were following the energy trail. Xianyan let out a low growl. A fissure split the ground, stretching from the Spirit Spring entrance all the way to the shallows. The crack sealed shut, the closure reinforced 3 layers thick. The blue light was blocked. Ma Xuan turned and walked back toward the conservation area, lying down at the cave entrance. The hatchlings huddled together inside the hollow. The smallest among them, its carapace marked with green patterns, crawled out from the cluster of turtles and made its way onto Ma Xuan's forelimb. The young turtle raised its head to look at him and blinked. Imo-Xian placed it back into the cave, stood up, and walked to the edge of the shallows. Xianlan remained crouched there. Imo-Xian lay down beside it. Gui Dinglan of the Wuyin would arrive eventually, but they were already prepared. A flash of blue light flickered in Xianlan's throat. Imo-Xian pointed a claw toward the northern sea. Let him come. Let the storm arrive a little later. On the sea's surface, the mist dispersed. The sun rose above the sea, casting light upon the island, the stone walls, the reservoir, and the terraced fields. The structures on the island glinted in the sunlight, but with the mist gone from afar, the island appeared as nothing but barren land. Imo-Xian stared at the sea. Out on the water, a gray ship with a cannon at its bow lay motionless 10 kilometers away. A figure stood on the ship wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe, Gui Dinglan. He fixed his gaze on the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked into the cabin. The ship turned and sailed northward. The engine sound grew fainter and eventually vanished. Imo-Xian lay by the shallows, staring at the sea. Xianlan crouched beside him. Xianyan crouched on the right, Xianyu lay ahead, and Xianlian rested on Imo-Xian's forelegs. Let the storm arrive a little later, Imo-Xian said. On the sea, the pair of red eyes reappeared, staring at the island. After about 10 seconds, they sank beneath the surface. Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. No blue light shimmered beneath the surface. He turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The incubation chamber was still running, its blue light brilliant. Inside the chamber, the young turtle was curled up in its shell. Xian opened the hatch, reached his claw in, and touched the shell. It was hard. The young turtle poked its head out, glanced at Xian, then withdrew back into its shell. The young turtle did not emerge. Xian closed the hatch and lay down beside the incubation chamber. The blue light within pulsed like a breath. Outside the light barrier upon the sea, the red eyes appeared once more. They stared at the chamber, at Xianlan, at the island, then sank below. The little turtle's tongue was rough like sandpaper. Xian withdrew his claw, staring at the little turtle in the chamber. The little turtle had already retracted its head, and a faint gurgling sound came from inside its shell. Xian closed the chamber door and crawled out of the stone chamber. The sun was directly overhead. He climbed the watchtower and looked down. On the island, 176 turtles were scattered everywhere, some drinking by the reservoir, some nibbling on grain stalks in the terraced fields, some catching fish by the aquaculture pond, and some basking in the sun on the shoal. Chaotic. No order. The young turtles in the nursery area were crowded at the entrance, some trying to get out, some trying to get in, forming a tangled mass. Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the top of the rocky hill. He lay down and drew a line on the rock with his claw to represent the rocky hill. Then he drew several squares around the hill: the reservoir, terraced fields, aquaculture pond, nursery area, and warehouse. The squares varied in size and were scattered in position, some close to the rocky hill, some far. He used his claw to connect the squares into a large circle with the rocky hill as the center. Too scattered, Xian said. Xianyan crouched beside him, staring at the lines. Xian pointed his claw at the rocky hill. Here, the center. All buildings will be built around it. He used his claw to drag the square of the reservoir to the south side of the rocky hill right next to it. He dragged the square of the terraced fields to the north slope, extending from the foot of the hill to the middle of the slope. He dragged the square of the aquaculture pond to the east side, near the shoal. He dragged the square of the nursery area to the west side, sheltered from the wind. He dragged the square of the warehouse to the bottom of the rocky hill, connecting it to the spirit spring stone chamber. Xianyan stared at the newly drawn layout and nodded. We need to add more. Xian drew a large square on top of the rocky hill. The council hall, where the elders hold council. He drew a small square on the south side of the rocky hill. The spirit spring chamber already exists. He drew a long strip on the north side of the rocky hill. The nursery, expand it 3 times. He drew a large circle on the east side of the rocky hill. The training ground, for Chunin level practice of techniques. Xianyan counted the squares. Council hall, warehouse, nursery, spirit spring chamber, training ground. 5 new buildings plus the existing reservoir, terraced fields, and aquaculture pond, making 8 in total. Xian used his claw to connect the 8 squares into a hole and drew a large circle around them, the city wall. The wall started from the shoal, circled around the rocky hill, and returned to the shoal. Leave only one opening, just like now. Build the city wall. Enclose all the buildings inside. Xianyan stared at the large circle and nodded. Xian pointed his claw at the location of the wall. 5 meters high, 2 meters thick. Same as the current wall. Xianyan let out a low growl, and a section of earthen wall rose from the ground 5 meters high and 2 meters thick. Xian walked along the route of the wall from the shoal to the north slope, from the north slope to the west side, from the west side to the south side, and from the south side back to the shoal. The total length was about 1 kilometer. The council hall, on top of the rocky hill. It must accommodate all the elders of the clan. Xianyan growled. A platform rose from the top of the rocky hill, 10 meters long, 8 meters wide, and half a meter high. There were steps at the edge of the platform, climbing up from the rocky hill. Xian climbed onto the platform and measured it with his claw. It could accommodate 20 turtles squatting for a meeting. The warehouse, at the bottom of the rocky hill, connected to the spirit spring stone chamber. It must store half a year's food for the entire clan. Xianyan growled. A crack opened at the bottom of the rocky hill behind, which was a large cave, 5 meters deep, 3 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Xian crawled inside and measured with his claw. It could hold 1,000 jin of dried fish and 2,000 jin of grain. He backed out, and the entrance was sealed with stones, leaving only a small door. The nursery, expanded 3 times. It must accommodate 200 young turtles. Xianyan growled. The open ground west of the nursery area split open, and the ground sank, forming a pit 2 meters deep, 10 meters wide, and 15 meters long. The bottom of the pit was paved with hard earth, and the walls were reinforced with earthen walls. Xian climbed into the pit and tapped the walls with his claw. They were solid. Beams were laid across the top covered with seaweed netting to block sun and rain. The training ground. On the east side. It must allow practice of water release, earth release, and fire release. Xianyan growled. The ground on the east side was leveled 30 meters long and 20 meters wide. The ground was paved with hard earth impermeable to water. A row of earth targets stood on the north side of the field, 2 meters high, 1 meter wide, and half a meter thick. On the south side, a large pool was dug 1 meter deep, 10 meters wide, and 10 meters long, filled with water from the spirit spring. On the west side, a row of large stones was piled, varying in height. Mo Xian walked along the training ground. 5 earth targets, 1 pool, 3 piles of stones. He stood by the pool and dipped his claw into the water. The water was warm spirit spring water. Enough. We can practice. Xianyan growled. The ground of the training ground was thickened, the earth targets reinforced, and the pool deepened. Mo Xian came out of the training ground and walked to the city wall. The wall had not been built, yet only lines drawn. He looked up at the sun. It was already leaning westward. How long will it take to finish all this? Xianyan extended 8 claws, then 1, 8 months. Then it extended 2, half a year. Mo Xian stared at those claws. 180 days. Xianyan nodded. Mo Xian pointed his claw at the location of the city wall. 180 days. City wall, council hall, warehouse, nursery, training ground. All built. Xianyan growled. A crack split the ground starting from the city wall line, running along the entire route in a circle. Hot air emerged from the crack, and the foundation was driven down. Mo Xian walked along the crack. The foundation was 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide. He crouched down and dug at the soil at the bottom of the foundation with his claw. It was very hard, solid rock. Rock foundation. The wall won't collapse. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the top of the rocky hill. The sun was about to set, its light shining on the island and on those squares. He stared at the squares, running through the blueprint in his mind. The city wall encircled the entire island, the council hall at the highest point, the warehouse connected to the spirit spring, the nursery on the west side, the training ground on the east side. 8 buildings connected as one. The system panel lit up. Xuan Turtle Castle plan confirmed. Scale, large settlement. Buildings, council hall, warehouse, nursery, spirit spring, chamber, training ground, reservoir, terraced fields, aquaculture pond. Estimated completion time 180 days. Required resources 5,000 tons of stone, 1,000 logs of timber, manpower, turtle power, 100 turtles working continuously. Sanctuary construction progress, target 50. Mo Xian closed the panel. 180 days. 5,000 tons of stone. 1,000 logs of timber. 100 turtles. He turned to look at Xianyan. Where will the stone come from? Xianyan pointed his claw at the reef belt on the east side of the island. Mo Xian stared at that stretch of reef. There were many stones, but most were submerged in the sea, needing to be dug out. He then looked at the trees on the island. Not many, if cut down there would be no shade. Timber. Gather from the sea. Driftwood. Xianyan nodded. Mo Xian slid down from the top of the rocky hill and walked to the edge of the shoal. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in its throat no longer flashing. Mo Xian lay down beside it. We're going to build a castle. 180 days. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. Mo Xian pointed his claw at the squares on the island. City wall, council hall, warehouse, nursery, training ground. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flashed once. Mo Xian patted its carapace with his claw. We need 100 turtles working at the same time. You're in charge of defense, but also of construction. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface there was a faint blue light, very weak. The energy is leaking out. He stared at the blue light. Once the castle is built, the energy will be sealed. Xianyan growled. A crack split the ground, blocking the blue light. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The incubation chamber was still running, the blue light very bright. The little turtle was curled up in its shell inside the chamber. 180 days. The castle will be built, and you will come out. The little turtle poked its head out of its shell, glanced at Mo Xian. Its eyes were pale blue with vertical pupils. Mo Xian stared at those eyes. Perception type. Just like Xianlian. The little turtle blinked and retracted its head. Mo Xian closed the chamber door and laid down beside the incubation chamber. The blue light in the chamber pulsed on and off like breathing. Outside the light screen on the sea surface, that pair of red eyes appeared again, staring at the incubation chamber, at Xianlan, at the island. Mo Xian crawled out of the stone chamber. It was dark. The moon was hidden by clouds, and the sea was pitch black. In the midst of the darkness there was a ship with no lights, no sound. The ship was anchored 5 kilometers away. A person stood on the ship wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Gui Denglan. Mo Xian lay down by the shoal, staring at the ship. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat no longer flashing. Xianyan crouched to his right, forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xianyu lay in front, its head retracted into its shell. Xianlian lay on Mo Xian's forelimb, the patterns on its carapace no longer glowing. The ship stayed for a quarter of an hour, then turned around and sailed north. The engine sound was very faint, growing distant, and finally disappeared. Mo Xian stared at that stretch of sea. 180 days, Mo Xian said. Before the castle is built, he must not find us. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flashed once. Mo Xian pointed his claw at the sea to the north. He has come 4 times. Each time he watches what we have built. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. There was no blue light beneath the surface. He turned and walked back to the nursery area, lying down at the entrance. The young turtles were crowded inside the cave, now quiet. The largest of the older young turtles crouched inside the entrance, staring outside. 180 days. The castle will be built. The older young turtle nodded. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the edge of the shoal. Xianlan was still crouching there. Mo Xian lay down beside it. Starting tomorrow. Move stones. Cut timber. Dig foundations. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst forth. Mo Xian did not press it. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal, lighting up the sea surface. On the sea, a pair of red eyes, very large, floated on the water, staring at the island. Stared for about 10 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding. The blue light beneath the surface was very bright. The energy is leaking out. He stared at the blue light. Once the castle is built, the energy will be sealed. They won't be able to see it. Xianyan growled. A crack split the ground, blocking the blue light. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The incubation chamber was still running, the blue light very bright. The little turtle was curled up in its shell inside the chamber. Mo Xian opened the chamber door and reached his claw inside. The little turtle poked its head out of its shell and licked his claw tip. Mo Xian stared at the little turtle. Its eyes glowed in the blue light, the patterns in its pupils swirling just like Xianlian's. Before dawn broke, Xianyan was already standing beneath the rock mound. Mo Xian crawled out of the cave and saw Xianyan's forelimbs pressed flat against the ground, the dark gray patterns on his carapace dim in the early morning light. Its claws sank deep into the sandy soil. Begin, Mo Xian said. Xianyan emitted a low growl, and the ground trembled, vibrations spreading outward from the base of the rock mound. The shaking was faint, like distant drumbeats. Sand grains bounced across the surface while stones rolled about. Mo Xian's claws pressed against the earth, feeling the vibrations travel from his feet to his head. The trembling lasted roughly 10 seconds before ceasing. The ground settled smooth. Depressions filled mounds, flattened, everything level as a tabletop. Mo Xian walked the perimeter of the foundation, pacing from the south side to north, then east to west. The foundation spanned a considerable area, roughly 2,000 square meters, with straight edges forming a perfect rectangle. He crouched and struck the surface with his claws. The sound was solid, not hollow. The earth had been thoroughly compacted, firm beneath his weight. The foundation is complete, Mo Xian said. Xianyan nodded. Mo Xian used his claws to sketch a layout plan directly into the sandy ground. The council hall would sit atop the rock mound, the warehouse at its base, the nursery on the west side, training grounds to the east, water reservoirs south of the mound, terraced fields climbing the northern slope, and the aquaculture ponds positioned near the coast on the eastern side. The city walls would encircle the entire island, connecting all structures together. Build the warehouse first, the simplest task. Mo Xian descended to the base of the rock mound. Xianyan growled, and the ground split open to reveal a massive cavity, 5 meters deep, 3 meters wide, and 2 meters tall. Mo Xian climbed inside and ran his claws along the tunnel walls. The walls proved solid and secure. After backing out, Mo Xian indicated where the entrance should have a door. Xianyan growled again, and stone pillars rose from either side of the opening, supporting a horizontal beam across the top. Grooves carved into the beam would hold stone slabs that could slide into place. Mo Xian dragged a flat slab from the reef and wedged it into the channel, locking the entrance shut. He pushed against it firmly, but the slab held fast. When he withdrew it, the opening revealed itself. Good. Let us build the nursery. Mo Xian walked to the western side. Xianyan's low growl caused the ground to sink, excavating a pit 2 meters deep, 10 meters wide, and 15 meters long. The bottom was covered with compacted earth, and reinforced walls were built up around the sides. Mo Xian climbed into the excavation and tapped the walls with his claws. The sound was solid and stable. He exited the pit and pointed toward the ceiling area. Cover the top. Xianyan growled, and 4 stone pillars rose from the pit's edge, supporting a horizontal beam across their tops. Branches were laid across the beam, then layered with dried seaweed. The seaweed was woven into a fine mesh that provided shade and weather protection. Xian climbed onto the roof and pressed down with his claws. It felt solid and secure. He jumped down and stood at the edge of the pit. The nursery is complete. It can house 200 hatchlings. Xian walked to the training grounds. The eastern section of ground had already been leveled, a rectangular area 30 meters long and 20 meters wide. He measured the space with his claws and confirmed the dimensions were adequate. Pointing toward the northern end of the training field, he signaled for 5 earthen targets. Xian growled and 5 pillars of packed earth rose from the ground, each 2 meters tall, 1 meter wide, and half a meter thick. The surfaces were smooth without any cracks. Xian struck the first pillar with his head. It wobbled slightly, but remained standing. A second impact split the column, but it held firm. Too hard. Make it softer. For practicing techniques, the target needs to shatter. Xian growled again, and the 5 pillars narrowed their thickness, reducing from half a meter to 30 centimeters. The surfaces grew rough with visible cracks. Xian tapped one with his claw. It rang with a sharp sound. Stepping back several paces, he aimed at the earthen pillar and exhaled a stream of warm breath. The hot breath struck the pillar, causing it to fracture and crumble into scattered pieces on the ground. That's sufficient. Broken targets can be rebuilt. Xian walked to the southern end of the training field. Xian growled, and the ground sank to form a pool, 1 meter deep, 10 meters wide, and 10 meters long. Xian opened the sluice gate of the Spirit Spring Canal, and water flowed from the channel into the basin. The water was clear and cool, filling the pool quickly. Xian submerged his claws in it. Water escape techniques can be practiced here. Xian walked to the western side of the training ground. Xian's growl caused 3 mounds of stone to rise from the ground, varying in height, the tallest reaching 2 meters, the shortest half a meter. Xian struck the highest pile with his head, sending rocks scattering as the mound collapsed. He gathered the scattered stones back into place with his claws. Strength training should be done here. Xian approached the reservoir, which remained at its original location, but with walls raised an additional meter. Water overflowed the raised walls, flowing through drainage channels back to the sea. Xian drank from the edge. The water was cool and sweet. The reservoir is complete. No modifications needed. Xian made his way to the terraced fields on the northern slope, stretching from mid-slope to the base, where the grain had already been harvested and the land lay fallow. Digging into the soil with his claws, he found it loose and dark brown. The Spirit Spring Canal ran alongside the fields, ready to irrigate them when the gates opened. The terraced fields are complete. No changes needed. Xian walked to the aquaculture pond on the eastern coast, observing the thick 2-meter-high walls and the fish swimming within, the largest being a tuna that surfaced with its mouth opening and closing. Xian retrieved a piece of dried fish from his ring and cast it into the water. The tuna swallowed it and sank back down. The aquaculture pond is complete. No changes needed. As the sun dipped toward the west, Xian perched atop the rocky mound and surveyed the construction below. The foundation was level, the warehouse complete, the nursery finished, and the training ground constructed. The reservoir, terraced fields, and aquaculture pond all remained in their original locations, though the city walls and council hall were yet to be built. Counting with his claws, he tallied 8 structures total, with 5 completed. Today we finished the warehouse, nursery, and training ground. Xian crouched beneath the rocky mound and nodded in acknowledgement. Xian slid down from the top and approached the shallow waters at the beach. Xianlan sat by the water's edge with the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. The sea mist array was active, dense fog swirling with rotating blue energy. The foundation covers 2,000 square meters. City construction has progressed 5%. Overall development rose from 35 to 38%. The blue light in Xianlan's throat pulsed once. Xian tapped Xianlan's carapace with his claws. Progress is too slow. We need more turtles tomorrow. Xianlan nodded. Xian rose and approached the water's edge. The seawater felt warm, and beneath its surface a faint blue glow emanated from leaking energy. He watched that light carefully. The energy was still escaping, just more slowly now. Xian growled deeply, and the ground split open in a crack extending from the Spirit Spring entrance to the shallows. The fissure sealed shut with an additional layer of reinforcement. The blue light dimmed further. Xian turned toward the nursery, where the pit remained empty, waiting for the young turtles to be moved in. He crouched at the edge and gazed down into the depths below. Xianlan slid down from the watchtower and scrambled onto Xian's forelimb. We'll move the young turtles in tomorrow. Xianlan nodded in agreement as Xian rose and headed toward the warehouse. The door was sealed with a stone slab inserted into its groove. Mo Xian pulled the slab free and the entrance opened to reveal an empty warehouse with no stored provisions. We need to stock 6 months' worth of grain. He replaced the slab and the door closed. Mo Xian made his way to the spirit spring entrance and crawled inside, where the spring continued bubbling and new crystals had grown to the size of his thumb. Beside the spirit spring sat the incubation chamber, glowing brightly with blue light. Inside, the hatchlings remained enclosed in their shells. Mo Xian opened the chamber door and extended his claw, and one turtle emerged from its shell to gently lick at the tip of his digit. 3 structures completed today, will continue tomorrow. The tiny turtle blinked once before retreating back into its shell. Mo Xian closed the chamber door and settled beside it, watching over the hatchlings. The blue light within pulsed rhythmically like breathing. Beyond the protective barrier on the sea's surface, those red eyes reappeared, fixated on the incubation chamber on Xianlan and on the island itself. Mo Xian emerged from the stone chamber into darkness. Moonlight was obscured by clouds, leaving the ocean in absolute blackness. Through the void, a ship materialized, silent and unlit. The vessel held position 5 kilometers away, where a lone figure stood clad in black robes beneath a conical hat. Guodinglan. Mo Xian crouched at the shoreline, his gaze fixed on the shadowy ship. Xianlan took position to his left with its throat light dormant, while Xian Yin crouched to his right with forelimbs planted firmly. Ahead, Xian Yu rested with its head withdrawn into its shell. Xian Lian rested against Mo Xian's foreleg, its carapace markings faded. The ship maintained its position for a quarter hour before turning north, its engines growing fainter until they disappeared entirely. Mo Xian fixed his gaze on the ocean where the ship had vanished. Tomorrow we quarry stone and construct the city walls. The blue light in Xianlan's throat pulsed once. Mo Xian rose and approached the water's edge. The seawater felt cool beneath his claws, and no blue glow emanated from below. He returned to the nursery and crouched at the pit's edge, where moonlight illuminated the empty basin below in pale gray tones. A hairline fracture ran vertically along the pit wall, extending from rim to base. Mo Xian traced the crack with his claw. It was fresh formed only that day. He pressed the fissure shut, but it split open again the moment he released it. Staring at the fracture, he recognized the foundation was compromised. Xian Yin growled from beside him, reinforcing the pit wall with an extra layer of earth that filled the crack completely. Mo Xian touched the repaired surface. It held firm. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the reinforced pit. Tomorrow, all turtles will haul stone. Xian Yin acknowledged with a nod. Mo Xian settled at the shoreline, his gaze fixed on the water, where enormous red eyes surfaced, watching. The eyes stared at the island for 10 seconds before sinking beneath the waves. Mo Xian stood and approached the water's edge, finding it scalding hot. Below the surface, blue light burned intensely. Energy was escaping rapidly. He watched the blue glow, realizing the unstable foundation was accelerating the leak. Xian Yin growled as a fissure cracked open from the spirit spring entrance to the shallows. The crack sealed shut with 3 additional layers of reinforcement blocking the blue light. Mo Xian returned to the stone chamber and entered the cave, where the incubation chamber continued operating with bright blue illumination. Inside, a small turtle huddled in its shell. Mo Xian opened the chamber door and reached in, but the turtle didn't emerge. A hairline fracture ran along the shell from top to bottom. Mo Xian studied the crack. "You're about to hatch." The turtle remained motionless as the fracture glowed under the blue light like lightning. Mo Xian stood at the edge of the reef belt on the eastern side, staring down at the stones beneath his feet. They were grayish-white, rough to the touch, and covered no moss. He struck one with his claw. The sound rang crisp like striking iron. Fragments cracked off and tumbled onto the sandy ground, their edges sharp as blades. He picked one up, squeezed. It wouldn't break. "Fine stone," Mo Xian said. Xian Yin crouched beside him, nodding. Mo Xian walked the full length of the reef belt. Countless stones stretching from the shallow flats into the sea, some breaking the surface, others submerged. He measured the exposed portion with his claw. The tallest rose 3 meters high, 5 wide, like a wall. He circled to the backside. No moss. No cracks. Solid throughout. "Here, a stone quarry." Mo Xian pointed a claw at the largest boulder. "How much can we extract?" Xian Yin let out a low growl. The ground split open, fissure running from beneath the rock outward. The stone shifted, tilted, but didn't fall. Mo Xian stepped back, watching. The underside was exposed to a depth of 1 meter, solid rock, no soil. "This one, enough for 100 tons. Mo Xian nodded. He turned and approached the second massive boulder, slightly smaller than the first, 2 meters high, 3 wide. Xian Yin growled. The earth cracked, and the stone loosened. Again, a full meter of solid bedrock below. 50 tons. Mo Xian continued down the reef belt, inspecting each stone. Dozens upon dozens of boulders large and small. The biggest could yield 100 tons, the smallest a few. He tallied them up, totaling roughly 500 tons. But the fortress required 5,000 tons. Not enough. He fixed his gaze on the sea. Beneath the waves more stones waited, some showing only a pointed tip, others fully submerged. We can quarry those underwater too. Xianyan nodded. Mo Xian crawled into the sea and dove beside an underwater boulder. It was enormous, 3 times the size of the largest above water, its surface draped in kelp and barnacles. He scraped away a patch of seaweed. The stone beneath was grayish-white, identical to those exposed. He surfaced for air and dove again. The base was buried deep in sand, unknown depth. This one, 300 tons. Mo Xian climbed out of the sea, shaking water from his shell. He stood at the reef's edge, studying the stones. The exposed ones totaled about 500 tons. The underwater reserves would more than make up the difference, enough for 5,000. He turned and approached Xianyan. How much can we quarry each day? Xianyan extended 5 claw tips. 5 tons. Mo Xian stared at those 5 claws. 5 tons. 5,000 would take 1,000 days. 3 years. Xianyan nodded. Mo Xian pointed at the stones. Add turtles. 20 black turtles working together. Xianyan extended 10 claw tips. 10 tons. Mo Xian shook his head. 20 turtles. 20 tons. Xianyan nodded. A low growl rumbled through the ground. Fissures split the earth from the reef belt toward the shallows. 20 lower-grade, nascent soul black turtles crawled forward from the conservation zone, positioning themselves beside the stones, awaiting orders. Mo Xian approached the first giant boulder and pointed at its base. Dig. Hollow out the bottom. The 20 turtles began excavating. Some clawed, some shoved with their heads, others pressed against the stone with their carapaces. Xianyan growled. The ground split, and the stone shifted. The turtles cleared sand and debris from the fissure, piling it aside. Half a watch passed before the base was hollowed halfway out. The boulder leaned braced against its neighbor. Mo Xian watched. Stop. Quarry the smaller ones. The 20 turtles turned toward the second boulder, smaller than the first. Xianyan growled. The earth cracked. The turtles cleared sand and gravel from the fissure, hollowing the base until the stone tilted and collapsed onto the sand. The rock shattered into over a dozen pieces, some as large as a head, others palm-sized. Mo Xian picked up a large fragment with his claws, dragged it to the foundation of the city wall. The wall foundation had already been marked with a line running from the shallows around the rock mound. He placed the stone along the line and gave it a shove. It locked into place. Xianyu crawled up from behind, carrying a larger stone in his jaws, setting it beside the first. 5 subadult black turtles dragged smaller fragments, filling the gaps. Stack them one by one. Take your time. Mo Xian returned to the reef belt. The 20 turtles had already quarried the second boulder, shattering it into over 20 pieces. He counted. 8 large, a dozen medium, dozens of small. He dragged a large piece toward the wall. Xianlan crawled up from the shallows, carrying a medium stone, following behind. Xianyan carried a small piece, bringing up the rear. The sun climbed overhead. Along the wall foundation, a row of stones had been laid, about 20 meters long, rising to Mo Xian's knees. Mo Xian walked the full length of the foundation. The stones were neatly stacked, gaps tightly filled. He tapped one with his claw. Solid. 5 tons quarried today. Enough. The system panel lit up. Stone quarrying progress 5 tons day. Basic stone cutting tools have been issued. Effect increases extraction efficiency by 50. Mo Xian retrieved the tools from his ring. A stone saw half a meter long with razor-sharp teeth, along with several stone chisels of varying sizes. He gripped the saw with his claw and drew it across a large boulder. The teeth carved a deep groove into the stone 3 times faster than clawing alone. He set down the saw and picked up a chisel, aligning it with a crack in the stone before butting it with his head. The rock split cleanly along the fracture line. These are useful. Mo Xian distributed the saws and chisels among the 20 turtles. They bit down on the tools and resumed quarrying. The saws cut fast, the chisels struck true. By midday, 7 tons had been harvested, 2 more than the day before. Mo Xian studied the rubble. Uniform sizes, all palm-sized, easy to stack. 7 tons per day from now on. 5,000 would take 714 days. 2 years. Xianyan nodded. Mo Xian pointed at the stones. Add turtles. 30 black turtles. Xianyan growled. 10 more nascent, soul-level black turtles crawled forward from the terrace fields, joining the quarrying crew. 30 turtles now. Some sawing, some chiseling, some hauling. By late afternoon, 10 tons had been quarried. The wall foundation stretched 50 meters long, rising to Mo Xian's neck. Mo Xian walked the length of the wall. The structure was solid, no gaps between stones. He climbed atop the wall and stood gazing out to sea. The water was clear. He could see distant reefs below. Xian Lian lay upon the watchtower, patterns on his carapace no longer glowing. Stone reserves are sufficient. The city wall can be completed. Mo Xian slid down from the parapet and walked toward the reef belt. Half the stones were gone. Most of those above water had already been quarried. He stared at the underwater rocks. Tomorrow we quarry those. Xian Yan nodded. Mo Xian approached the shallows and lay down. Xian Lan crouched at the water's edge, the blue light in his throat no longer pulsing. The sea mist formation was active. Thick fog, rolling blue light rotating within. 10 tons of stone quarried today. 50 meters of wall built. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat flashed once. Mo Xian patted his carapace with a claw. Progress is accelerating. Continue tomorrow. Mo Xian rose and walked to the water's edge. The sea was warm. Beneath the surface, a faint blue glow pulsed, energy leaking outward. He stared at that blue light. Stone reserves are sufficient, but the energy still leaks. Xian Yan growled. A fissure split the ground from the Spirit Spring cave all the way to the shallows. The crack sealed shut, reinforced with an additional layer. The blue glow dimmed further. Mo Xian turned and returned to the stone chamber, slipping into his den. The Spirit Spring continued bubbling, new crystals growing to thumb size. The cultivation pod rested beside the spring. Inside, the blue light shone brightly, the little turtle still enclosed within its shell. The cracks on the shell had widened, splitting from top to bottom. Mo Xian could see the hatchling moving inside. Mo Xian opened the pod door and extended his claw. The hatchling peeked its head out and regarded him. Its eyes were pale cyan, pupils vertically slit. Mo Xian studied those eyes. Soon enough. The hatchling blinked once and retreated. Mo Xian closed the pod door and lay beside it. The blue light within the pod brightened and dimmed like breathing. Beyond the light barrier upon the sea's surface, those red eyes appeared again. Watching the cultivation pod, watching Xian Lan, watching the island. Mo Xian emerged from the stone chamber. Night had fallen. The moon was hidden behind clouds. The sea surface was pitch black. Amid the darkness, a single ship. No lights, no sound. The vessel halted 5 kilometers away. Upon its deck stood a figure wearing a bamboo conical hat and black robes. Gui Dinglan. Mo Xian lay at the edge of the shallows, staring at the ship. Xian Lan crouched to his left, throat light dark. Xian Yin to his right, forelegs pressed to the ground. Xian Yu lay ahead, head tucked into his shell. Xian Lian rested upon Mo Xian's foreleg, carapace patterns dim. The ship lingered for a quarter watch, then reversed course and headed north. The engine hummed softly, fading into the distance before disappearing entirely. Mo Xian watched the empty sea. Tomorrow we quarry the underwater stones. He rose and walked to the water. The sea was cold. No blue glow beneath the surface. He turned toward the nursery and lay beside the excavation pit. Dozens of hatchling turtles had been moved inside, huddled together. The eldest juvenile crouched at the inner edge of the opening, watching the outside world. Stone reserves are sufficient. The wall can be built. The elder juvenile turtle nodded. Mo Xian rose and walked toward the shallows. Xian Lan still waited there. Mo Xian lay beside him. 30 turtles quarrying, 10 tons daily. 500 days to complete 5,000 tons. Xian Lan's throat light flashed once. Mo Xian pointed toward the northern sea. 500 days. Gui Denglan will return many times. He rose and walked to the water. The sea was scorching hot. Beneath the surface, the blue glow blazed bright. Energy was pouring outward. He stared at it. Each time she comes, she cannot see this island, but she can sense the energy. Xian Yin growled. A fissure split the ground, blocking the blue light. Mo Xian turned and returned to the stone chamber, slipping inside. The cultivation pod still hummed with bright blue radiance. The hatchling curled within its shell. The cracks had widened further. Mo Xian could see its forelimbs moving. He opened the pod door and extended his claw. The hatchling poked its head out and nipped his claw tip. Mo Xian stared at it. Impatient, the young turtle released its grip and retreated. Mo Xian closed the pod and lay beside it. The blue light within pulsed rhythmically like breathing. Beyond the light barrier upon the sea surface, those red eyes appeared once more. Watching the cultivation pod, watching Xianlan, watching the island. Then they sank beneath the waves. Before dawn, Xianlan was already crouching by the shallow shore. Mo Xian crawled out from the cave and saw Xuanlan's carapace reflecting a cyan light under the moonlight, with 4 rings of blue patterns rotating. Facing north, the blue light in its throat flickered brighter than usual. Today we go hit Wu Yin's reconnaissance team, Xianlan said. Mo Xian moved beside it and lay down. Why, oi? Xianlan pointed a claw toward the northern sea. They've come 5 times. They watch then leave. They'll come again. Kill them once and they won't dare to come. Mo Xian stared into Xuanlan's eyes. The 4 rings spun rapidly in its pupils. Kill them until they dare not come. And then, oi, Then we'll be safe. Mo Xian patted the sandy ground with a claw. Wuyin isn't remnants. Remnants can be cleared one by one. Wuyin, kill 110 come. Kill 10 100 come. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat burst. If 100 come we fight 100. We can't win, Mo Xian said. Xuanlan's throat dimmed. It turned its head staring at the sea. The fog was thick, the blue light spinning. There was nothing on the surface, but it knew the ship was 10 kilometers north. Mo Xian lay beside it. Last time 5 rogue ninja, 2 chunin, 3 genin. You 3-1. The ones Wuyin sends will be led by at least a jonin. 10 chunin, 20 genin. And Gue Danglan. Xuanlan's claws pressed into the sand tips, sinking completely. Fighting 5 rogue ninja you won. Fighting a Wuyin jonin squad you'll lose. Fighting Gue Danglan you'll die, Mo Xian said. Xianlan turned its head, fixing its gaze on Mo Xian. Then we wait to die. Mo Xian shook its head. Wait. Not wait to die. Wait until we can win. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat flickered faintly. Mo Xian pointed a claw toward the nursery area. 176 turtles. For at Chunin level. Wait until all are Chunin, until the clan reaches 200, until the castle is built, until we have a Jonin level fighter. Then we can fight. Xianlan stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater lapped over its claws. It stared at the northern sea motionless. Mo Xian followed, standing beside it. You're not convinced, Mo Xian said. Xianlan didn't answer. The blue light in its throat stayed on, never dying. Mo Xian stared at its carapace. The 4 cyan rings spun quickly like whirlpools. I know you want to fight. I want to fight too. Xianlan turned to look at him. Mo Xian pointed a claw toward the northern sea. But fighting means winning. We don't fight battles we can't win. Xianlan lowered its head, resting its chin on its claws. Mo Xian lay beside it. Last time you suggested clearing the remnant stronghold. I disagreed. Later I agreed. We cleared 3 islands, 25 remnants. The surrounding threats are gone. But Wuyin is different. They have villages, reinforcements, and a shadow. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat flickered. Kill 1 Wuyin jonin, and they'll send 2. Kill 2, send 4. You can't finish them all. Xianlan raised its head. Then kill their shadow. Mo Xian stared into Xuanlan's eyes. Have you ever seen a shadow? Xianlan shook its head. I haven't either. But I know a shadow is 10 times stronger than a jonin. Gue Danglan is a jonin. Above him is the water shadow. Above the water shadow are the elders. You can't kill them all. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat died. It lay down, resting its chin on its claws. Mo Xian patted its carapace with a claw. Endure. Endure until we can win. Xianlan closed its eyes. Mo Xian stared at its eyelids. The eyelids moved, eyeballs rolling beneath, not asleep. Mo Xian closed its eyes too. The sun rose. Light spread across the sea, illuminating the fog. The fog was thick blue light spinning. Xianlan opened its eyes, staring at the northern sea. Is the ship still there? Mo Xian asked. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface, a faint blue glow. Energy is leaking out. He stared at the blue glow. Gue Danglan follows the energy. He can't find the island, but he can find the energy. Xianlan stood up and moved beside Mo Xian. Seal the energy. Mo Xian shook his head. Can't seal it. The spirit spring is evolving. The energy grows stronger. The stone walls can't block it. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat burst. Then fight. Mo Xian pressed his claw over its mouth. Not now. Xuanlan's throat dimmed. It turned back to the shallow shore and lay down. Mo Xian followed and lay beside it. Once the castle is built, most of the energy can be sealed. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian pointed a claw toward the northern sea. The next time Gue Danglan comes, he still won't see the island. But he'll sense the energy. He'll keep coming until he finds it. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat flickered. We hide well. Let him come. Let him find nothing. Let him leave. Again and again. Until he gives up, or until we can fight. Xianlan stared at the northern sea. A shadow in the fog. Not a ship, but a Wuyin reconnaissance vessel. The ship stopped 5 kilometers away, motionless. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat stayed on, never dying. Kill them until they dare not come. That thought is wrong, Mo Xian said. Hide until they can't find us. That's right. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. Mo Xian pointed a claw at the island structures. The walls are there. The fog is there. The formation is there. They can't see. We are hidden. Xianlan stared at those structures. Stone walls, gray-green, blending with the rocks. The reservoir was blocked by the wall. The terraces were covered by nets. The warehouse merged into the ground. The cave entrance was sealed. I see, Xianlan said. Mo Xian patted its carapace with a claw. Hidden well. Then they won't find us. Xianlan nodded. It stood up, walked to the shallow shore, opened its mouth, and exhaled a mist. The fog was thick blue light spinning. The sea fog confusion array covered 5 kilometers. The ship stopped outside the fog, unable to enter. Mo Xian lay beside Xianlan. Your idea, I remember. When we can fight, I'll tell you first. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat flickered. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. There was no blue light beneath the surface. He turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The spirit spring still bubbled, new crystals growing to the size of a thumb. The incubation tank was beside the spring, its interior bright blue. The little turtle was still inside its shell. Mo Xian opened the tank door and reached in with a claw. The little turtle poked its head out of the shell and looked at him. Its eyes were pale cyan, pupils vertical. Xianlan wants to fight Wuyin. I didn't agree. The little turtle blinked. Mo Xian closed the tank door and crawled out of the stone chamber. The sun was setting. Mo Xian climbed the watchtower. Xian Lian was crouching there, the patterns on its carapace no longer glowing. Ship A? Mo Xian asked. Xian Lian extended 5 claws. None within 5 kilometers. Mo Xian stared at the northern sea. The surface was clear, showing the distant horizon. Nothing on the horizon. Gone. Mo Xian slid down the tower and walked to the shallow shore. Xianlan was still crouching there. Mo Xian lay beside it. Gui Deng Lan has left. He'll come again tomorrow. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian patted its carapace with a claw. Endure. Keep enduring. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat flickered. It stood up, walked to the water's edge, and opened its mouth. A water dragon surged from its mouth, shooting 100 meters and crashing into the sea. The splash rose 6 meters high. On the sea surface, a pair of red eyes, huge, floated on the water, staring at the water dragon. The water dragon dissolved under the gaze of the red eyes. Xianlan closed its mouth, staring at the red eyes. The red eyes blinked and sank. Mo Xian stood beside Xianlan. It's watching you. To see if you can hold back. The blue light in Xuanlan's throat burst. Mo Xian didn't stop it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallow shore, lighting up the sea surface. On the sea, the red eyes appeared again, staring at Xianlan. Stared for about 5 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian patted Xuanlan's carapace with a claw. You held back. Xuanlan's throat dimmed. It turned and walked back to the shallow shore, lying down. Mo Xian lay beside it. Wait. Wait until the day we can fight. Xianlan nodded. The blue light in its throat died. It closed its eyes. Mo Xian stared at its carapace. The 4 cyan rings were still spinning very slowly like tree rings. On the sea, the light of that ship flickered again, 10 kilometers north. Yellow flashing. Flashed 5 times, then died. Then flashed 3 times, died. Like a signal. Mo Xian stared at that part of the sea. It's waiting. Waiting for us to lose control. Xianlan opened its eyes, staring at the light. The blue light in its throat did not glow. It rested its chin on its claws and closed its eyes. Mo Xian closed his eyes too. Dawn broke. The sun rose from the sea, light falling on the island, on the fog. The fog was thick blue light spinning. On the sea there was no ship, no light, no red eyes. Mo Xian opened his eyes. Xianlan was still lying there, eyes closed, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. But its claws were pressed into the sand, not relaxed. The tips sank into the sand, grains squeezed out between the claws, forming 4 small piles. Mo Xian stared at those piles. You didn't sleep. Xianlan opened its eyes, looking at the piles. It pulled its claws out of the sand, and the piles collapsed. It stood up, walked to the water's edge, dipped its claws into the sea to wash them, then turned back to the shallow shore and lay down. Mo Xian lay beside it. Today, keep enduring. Xianlan nodded. The blue light in its throat flickered very faint, lasting less than a second before dying. Mo Xian climbed to the top of the rocky hill. Xian Yin crouched at the edge of the platform, his forelegs pressed against the ground. The platform was 10 meters long, 8 meters wide, and half a meter high, with straight edges and a smooth surface. On the northern side of the platform stood a stone wall 2 meters high and half a meter thick. 3 horizontal lines were carved into the wall, representing the 3 elders, Xianlan, Xian Yin, and Xian Lian. The southern side of the platform had no wall, facing the vast ocean. In the center of the platform was a stone dais, half a meter high, 1 meter wide, and 2 meters long. This was Mo Xian's position. The council hall is ready, said Mo Xian. Xian Yin nodded. Mo Xian walked a full circle around the platform. The ground was perfectly level, devoid of any cracks. He tapped it with his claws, and the sound was solid. The stone wall stood firm, immovable. He climbed onto the stone dais and crouched down. From the dais, he could see the entire island. The reservoir, the terraced fields, the aquaculture ponds, the nursery, the training grounds, and the warehouses. He could also see the sea, where the fog was thick and a blue glow swirled. How many turtles can it hold? Asked Mo Xian. Xian Yin extended 3 claws, then spread them wide. 30. Mo Xian counted the spots on the platform. 10 could crouch around the stone dais, 10 beneath the stone wall, and 10 at the edge of the platform. Altogether 30. Enough. The elder tier is sufficient. Mo Xian leaped down from the stone dais and walked to the edge of the shallows. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in his throat flickering intermittently. Xian Yin followed behind. Xian Yu crawled over from the training grounds. Xian Lian slid down from the watchtower. 5 turtles lined up in a row crouching before Mo Xian. The council hall is complete. We will hold the first clan meeting. Mo Xian climbed onto the stone dais and crouched down. Xianlan crouched to his left, Xian Yin to his right. Xian Lian crouched beside Xianlan, and Xian Yu beside Xian Yin. The other Chunin level and half-grown juvenile turtles crouched at the edges of the platform, totaling over 20 in number. The nursery elder crouched beneath the stone wall. The old and very young turtles did not come. They crouched at the entrance of the nursery cave listening. From today onward, the management structure is established. Mo Xian pointed a claw at himself. I make the decisions. Then he pointed at Xianlan. You execute. Then at Xian Yin, Xian Lian, and Xian Yu. You advise. Xianlan nodded. Xian Yin nodded. Xian Lian nodded. Xian Yu nodded. From now on, all major matters will be discussed by the elder tier. I will have the final say. Xianlan will execute. Mo Xian jumped down from the stone dais and walked to the stone wall. On the wall were carved 3 horizontal lines. With his claw he engraved a character beneath the first line, Lan. Beneath the second line he carved Yen. Beneath the third, Lian. Then above the 3 lines he carved a larger character, Xian. The council hall, the place where the elders deliberate. Mo Xian walked back to the stone dais and crouched down. First item, castle construction progress. Xian Yin stood up. The foundation is laid. The warehouse, nursery, and training grounds are built. The city wall has been constructed for 50 meters. Stone is quarried at 10 tons per day. We need another 450 days. Mo Xian nodded. Add more turtles. Increase quarrying to 40 turtles. 14 tons per day. 357 days. Xian Yin nodded and crouched down. Second item. Defense. Xianlan stood up. The sea fog illusion array runs daily. The intermediate defensive array runs daily. Gui Deng Lan comes every 3 days. Each time he stops 5 kilometers away, watches for a quarter hour, then leaves. He hasn't discovered the island. Mo Xian nodded. How many people did he bring? Xianlan extended 2 claws. 2. 1 Jonin, 1 Chunin. Mo Xian tapped the stone dais with his claws. Next time he comes, note the position of his boat. The wind direction. The ocean currents. Xianlan nodded and crouched down. Third item, reconnaissance. Xian Lian stood up. 10 kilometers north there is a boat. It is not Gui Deng Lands. It is a reconnaissance vessel from Wuyin. It comes every 5 days. Stops 8 kilometers away, observes for half an hour, then leaves. Mo Xian stared at Xian Lian. How many people? Xian Lian extended 3 claws. 3. 2 Chunin and 1 Genin. Mo Xian pointed a claw toward the northern sea. Next time they come, use the perception water curtain to record their route. Xian Lian nodded and crouched down. Fourth item, combat training. Xian Yu stood up. For Chunin level. 83 Genin level. 46 mortal level turtles. Train 2 hours daily. Water release, earth release, fire release, brute force. All are practiced. Mo Xian nodded. How is Xian Huan's progress? Xian Yu extended 5 claws. 500 chakra short of Chunin level. Mo Xian tapped the stone dais. Allocate resources. 1 high-grade body tempering potion per day. Xian Yu nodded and crouched down. Fifth item, hatchlings. The nursery elder stood up. There are 146 hatchlings in the cave. Fed 3 times daily. Seaweed, dried fish, crushed grains. Survival rate is 95%. Mo Xian nodded. What about the one in the incubation pod? The nursery elder shook his head. It hasn't emerged. Mo Xian pointed a claw toward the Lingquan cave entrance. Watch it. Tell me when it comes out. The nursery elder nodded and crouched down. Mo Xian jumped down from the stone dais and stood in the center of the platform. The sunlight fell on his back, casting a long shadow. He looked at the over 20 turtles crouching on the platform, then at the old and young turtles crouching at the entrance of the nursery cave. The management structure. From today onward. Xianlan stood up and walked before Mo Xian. You make the decisions. I execute. Mo Xian nodded. Xianlan walked back to his original position and crouched down. Xian Yin stood up. The elder tier advises. Mo Xian nodded. Xian Yin crouched down. Xian Lian stood up. We obey. Mo Xian nodded. Xian Lian crouched down. Xian Yu stood up. We fight. Mo Xian stared at Xian Yu. Not now. Xian Yu crouched down. Mo Xian walked back to the stone dais and crouched down. The sunlight fell directly on his back. The old barnacles on his carapace had all fallen off, revealing the smooth shell beneath. The shell bore faint blue-green patterns as fine as strands of hair. He stared at those patterns, then looked at Xian Lian's carapace. Xian Lian's patterns were spiral. His were straight. The first clan meeting. Adjourned. Mo Xian jumped down from the stone dais and walked to the stone wall. He touched the characters carved on the wall with his claws. Lan Yin, Lian Xian. The characters were deep, and he could feel the grooves when he touched them. The council hall. The place where the elders deliberate. From now on, all major matters will be decided here. Mo Xian walked to the southern side of the platform, facing the sea. The fog was thick, and a blue glow swirled. On the sea there was a boat, gray with a cannon mounted on the bow. The boat was anchored 5 kilometers away. A figure stood on the deck wearing a conical hat and a black robe. Gui Denglan. Mo Xian stared at the boat. Xianlan stood up and walked beside him. He is here. Mo Xian nodded. I see him. Gui Denglan stared at the fog for about half a minute, then turned and walked into the cabin. The boat turned around and sailed northward. The engine sound grew fainter and finally disappeared. Mo Xian stared at that patch of sea. He is gone. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the stone dais, crouching down. Xianlan crouched to his left. Xian Yin crouched to his right. Xian Lian lay across Mo Xian's forelegs. Xian Yu lay beneath the stone dais. The council hall is built. The management structure is set. Next step, the city wall. Mo Xian jumped down from the stone dais and walked to the wall. The wall had already been built for 50 meters, reaching up to his neck. He climbed onto the top of the wall and crouched there. Xian Yin followed and crouched beside him. How many meters do we build each day? Xian Yin extended 5 claws. 5 meters. Mo Xian pointed a claw at the route of the wall. 180 days. 5 meters per day. We can finish it. Xian Yin nodded. Mo Xian slid down from the wall top and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A faint blue glow emanated from beneath the surface. Energy was leaking outward. He stared at the blue glow. The council hall is built, but the energy is still leaking. Xian Yin let out a low growl. A crack split the ground, extending from the entrance of the Lingquan cave all the way to the shallows. The crack then closed and the seal was thickened by an extra layer. The blue glow dimmed further. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The spirit spring was still bubbling, and new crystals had grown to the size of a thumb. The incubation pod sat beside the spring, its internal blue light bright. The small turtle was still inside its shell. The cracks on the shell had widened, and he could see the small turtle's forelegs moving. Mo Xian opened the pod door and reached his claw inside. The small turtle poked its head out of the shell and nibbled at his claw tip. Mo Xian stared at the small turtle. Today the council hall was built. The management structure was set. The small turtle released its mouth and blinked once. Mo Xian closed the pod door and crawled out of the stone chamber. Night had fallen. The moon was obscured by clouds, and the sea was pitch black. In the midst of the darkness, a boat sat. No lights, no sound. It was anchored 5 kilometers away, and on the deck stood a figure in a conical hat and black robe. Gui Denglan. Mo Xian lay prone at the edge of the shallows, staring at the boat. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in his throat no longer flickering. Xian Yin crouched to his right, forelegs pressed against the ground. Xian Yu lay in front, his head retracted into his shell. Xian Lian lay across Mo Xian's forelegs, the patterns on his carapace no longer glowing. The boat stayed for a quarter hour, then turned and sailed northward. The engine sound was very faint, growing more distant until it vanished. Mo Xian stared at that patch of sea. He came twice today. That's one more time than before. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian patted his carapace with a claw. He is increasing the frequency, trying to find a weakness. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding hot. The blue glow beneath the surface was bright. Energy was leaking outward. He stared at the blue glow. The energy leakage was greater than before. Xian Yin let out a low growl. A crack split the ground, blocking the blue glow. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The incubation pod was still running, its blue light bright. The small turtle was curled inside its shell within the pod. The cracks on the shell had widened, revealing the small turtle's carapace, pale blue-green with spiral patterns. Mo Xian opened the pod door and reached his claw inside. The small turtle poked its head out of the shell. Its eyes were pale blue-green with vertical pupils. It stared at Mo Xian, its mouth opening and closing. You are about to emerge. The small turtle blinked once. The cracks on its shell glowed in the blue light like lightning. Mo Xian stood at the edge of the breeding pit, looking down. The pit was 2 meters deep, 10 meters wide, and 15 meters long. The bottom was covered with compacted soil layered with 3 sheets of dried seaweed. Earth walls reinforced the pit walls with ventilation openings cut into them. Above, wooden beams supported branches that held a seaweed mesh canopy, filtering sunlight through the gaps and casting dappled patterns across the pit floor below. Move them in, Imo said. The breeding elder was the first to climb down into the pit, using its claws to flatten the dried seaweed. The female turtle carried a hatchling in her mouth and placed it gently inside. The hatchling tumbled across the seaweed before righting itself and exploring its surroundings. One by one, then two, then three. Dozens of young turtles were carried into the pit, some retreating into their shells, while others scrambled about or nibbled at the seaweed. Imo retrieved an incubation pod from his ring and set it in the corner of the pit. The transparent cube, roughly half a meter on each side, had a soft mat lining its base. He opened the hatch and flattened the cushioning inside. A spirit spring pipe extended from the stone chamber and connected to the pod's side. The narrow tube, thin as a cord, let water drip steadily from its outlet, each drop falling onto the soft mat below. The system panel flickered to life. Breeding facility constructed. Equipped incubation pod 1, spirit spring pipe 1, constant temperature humidity system. Hatchling survival rate increased from 95 to 98, evolution rate improved by 40, and the Sacred Lands construction progress advanced by 5, bringing the current total to 43. Imo closed the panel and lowered himself to the ground, extending a claw to feel the dried seaweed. It was soft and gentle against his touch. The temperature of the pit walls felt just right, not too cold, not too hot. The air flowing from the vents was gentle and steady, maintaining consistent warmth and moisture throughout the space. This environment would keep the hatchlings healthy. The breeding elder nodded in approval as Imo pointed his claw toward the incubation pod nestled in the corner. Place the eggs inside to incubate, he explained. Once they hatch, they'll be moved directly into the nursery. Imo approached the spirit spring pipe and drank from it, noting the water was warm with a faint sweetness. He spat the water out onto the seaweed, where it soaked in and darkened the strands from grayish-brown to a richer hue. This was spirit spring water. Drinking it would help the hatchlings grow faster. Imo rose from the pit's edge and stepped outside into the nursery area. Yin was squatting by the entrance, front limbs planted firmly on the ground. With a gesture of his claw, Imo indicated the nursery door. A door, Imo said. One that can open and close. Yin let out a low growl, and two stone pillars rose from either side of the doorway, topped with a crossbeam carved with grooves designed to hold stone slabs. Imo dragged a flat stone slab from the reef area and fitted it into the groove sealing the entrance. He pushed against it with all his strength, but the slab held fast. He withdrew the slab, and the door opened. Good. We'll keep it open during the day and closed at night to keep the wind out. Yin nodded in agreement as Imo entered the nursery and crouched by the pit. The hatchlings huddled together, some dozing, others chewing on seaweed, and a few squabbling. The smallest one, marked with green patterns on its carapace, crawled out from the pile and made its way onto Imo front limb. This will be your home from now on. The hatchling looked up at him and blinked slowly. He gently returned it to the pit, rose to his feet, and walked over to stand beside the incubation pod. The pod door remained shut, revealing an empty interior. Spirit spring water continued to drip steadily into the container, forming a small puddle on the soft cushion below. Tomorrow he would place the eggs inside. Imo stepped out of the nursery and made his way to the edge of the reservoir. Xianlan sat there, its throat pulsing with a flickering blue light, as the sea fog array cycled continuously, generating thick mist. The nursery is complete, Imo reported. Hatchling survival rate stands at 98%, with evolution speed increased by 40%. At these numbers, Xianlan's throat erupted with brilliant blue light, and Imo pressed down on its mouth to calm it. It's not meant for combat, he explained. It's for raising the young turtles. The blue light in Xianlan's throat dimmed as Imo gestured toward the nursery. Once these hatchlings matured, they would become valuable fighters, more useful than any single battle. Imo rose and walked over to the terraced fields. The third plot had already been harvested and lay empty, while the fourth had just been sown, but no shoots had emerged yet. He lowered himself at the field's edge and used his claws to part the soil. The grain had already sprouted underground, thin white shoots pushing through the earth. In a few days they would break through the surface. Imo made his way to the breeding pool, where numerous fish swam. The largest tuna had grown to 3.5 meters, surfacing with its mouth opening and closing. He retrieved a small piece of dried fish from his ring and tossed it into the water. The tuna swallowed it and sank back down. This one was being kept as a broodstock fish. Imo walked over to the warehouse and opened the door. Inside, dried fish, seaweed bundles, and grain seeds were stacked. There were over 300 pounds of dried fish remaining and more than 20 bundles of seaweed. He counted the seed grain, which had been wrapped in seaweed and stored at the very back. It was enough for now, but not sufficient for long-term storage. He needed to accumulate provisions for at least half a year. Closing the warehouse door, he secured it with stones, then made his way to the Spirit Spring cave entrance and crawled inside. The Spirit Spring continued to bubble gently, and new crystals had grown to the size of a thumb. Beside it sat the incubation pod, its interior glowing brightly with blue light, while the small turtle remained enclosed within its shell. The cracks on the shell had widened considerably, revealing the pale cyan carapace beneath with its spiral patterns. Xian opened the pod door and extended his claw inside. The young turtle emerged from its shell and gently bit his claw tip. "The nursery is ready. Tomorrow I'll move you inside." The little turtle released its grip and blinked slowly. Xian closed the pod door and crawled out of the stone chamber. The sun had shifted westward, and he climbed the watchtower where Xian Lian waited, its carapace patterns dim. "Scan the area," Xian directed. Xian Lian expelled a stream of water that spread into a thin membrane across 2 kilometers of sea surface. Upon that membrane, a faint light point appeared, very small, 10 kilometers to the north. It was that ship. Beside the main point were several smaller lights. 5 vessels, Xian said. Xian Lian nodded. Xian slid down from the tower and made his way to the shallow waters. Xian Lan crouched at the water's edge with its throat light extinguished. Xian settled beside it. "The nursery is complete. Hatchling survival rate stands at 98%. Xian Lan nodded. Xian gestured toward the northern waters. "Once this batch of hatchlings matures, the population can reach 300. Xian rose and approached the water's edge. The seawater felt warm against his skin. Below the surface, the blue glow was faint. Energy was escaping outward. He stared at that light. Even the nursery couldn't contain it. Xian Yin emitted a low rumble. The ground fractured, creating a seam that stretched from the Spirit Spring entrance all the way to the nursery. As the cracks sealed the nursery walls thickened, the blue glow dimmed further. Turning back, Xian made his way to the nursery and crouched beside the pit. The hatchlings huddled together, and the smallest one with green markings on its carapace crawled out from the group onto his front leg. "The nursery is finished today. You'll make your home here from now on." The hatchling looked up at him and blinked slowly. He gently returned it to the pit, rose to his feet, and walked over to stand beside the incubation pod. The pod door remained shut while Spirit Spring water continued dripping inside, gradually expanding the puddle to cover half the base. Xian opened the door and carefully extracted the small turtle from its shell. The hatchling curled inward, defensively refusing to extend its head. Once placed on the soft cushion, it slowly emerged and glanced at him with pale cyan eyes and vertical pupils. "The nursery. You'll live there from now on." The little turtle blinked once. Xian closed the pod door and stepped outside, finding darkness had fallen, the moon hidden behind clouds, leaving the sea surface shrouded in blackness. In the darkness, a vessel appeared, unlit and silent, anchored 5 kilometers out. Upon it stood a figure cloaked in black, wearing a conical hat. Gui Dinglan. Xian lay at the shoreline, fixed on the ship. Xian Lan crouched to his left with its throat light extinguished. Xian Yin kept watch on the right, forelimbs planted. Xian Yu rested ahead with its head withdrawn into its shell. Xian Lian perched on Xian's arm, its carapace patterns dimmed. The vessel held its position for about 15 minutes before turning north and departing. Its engine hummed faintly, growing distant until fading entirely. Xian watched the spot where it had been. He had come 3 times today, 2 more than usual. Xian Lan nodded. Xian gave its shell a reassuring pat with his claw. He was searching for the location of the nursery. Xian rose and made his way to the water's edge. The seawater felt warm against his skin. Below the surface, the blue glow burned brighter than before. Energy was escaping outward. He stared at that radiance. The nursery's energy was leaking away. Xian Yin rumbled again as the ground fractured, creating a seal that blocked the blue light. Turning back, Xian returned to the nursery and settled beside the pit. The hatchlings slept curled together, with the smallest one resting on top, belly exposed to the sky. Its carapace caught the moonlight, revealing faint green patterns. Xian used his claw to gently turn it over. The hatchling stirred, tucking its head beneath the shell of its neighbor. He rose and made his way to the incubation pod. The door remained closed, but through the widening cracks in the shell, he could see the small turtle's forelimbs moving inside. Xian opened the pod door and reached his claw inside. The hatchling emerged from its shell. Its eyes gleamed in the blue light, patterns rotating within its pupils, mirroring the same markings as Xian Lian. "Tomorrow I'll move you into the nursery." The little turtle blinked slowly. Light caught the cracks in its shell like lightning bolts, revealing more of its pale cyan carapace adorned with spiral patterns. Xian studied that spiral pattern. It matched Xian Lian's exactly. The hatchling withdrew its head, yet the cracks continued to pulse with light, breathing in and out like a living thing. Mo Xian closed the pod door and settled beside it. The blue light within flickered in rhythm with the shell's cracks. Beyond the protective barrier on the sea surface, those crimson eyes reappeared, fixing on the incubation pod on Xianlan on the island itself. Then they sank beneath the waves. Mo Xian emerged from the stone chamber. Dawn had broken. The sun rose above the sea, illuminating the island and the swirling mist. The fog hung thick and heavy, the blue light rotating within it. No ships or crimson eyes marred the sea surface. He made his way to the nursery and stood at the pit's edge. The hatchlings had awakened and were scurrying about. The smallest hatchling with green patterns on its shell scurried over to his claw and gazed up at him. Mo Xian gently picked it up and placed it at the pit's edge. The little turtle lost its balance and tumbled over. He nudged it upright with his nose, and it scrambled back into the pit. The nursery, this is your new home. The hatchlings paused and turned to look at him. Mo Xian rose from the pit and walked over to the incubation pod. The door remained shut, and within it the small turtle was still enclosed in its shell. The cracks had widened further, revealing the hatchling's pale cyan eyes with vertical pupils. Mo Xian opened the pod door and extended his claw inside. The hatchling emerged from its shell and gently bit his claw tip. Mo Xian studied the small turtle intently. Today we move. The little turtle released its grip and blinked slowly. Mo Xian carefully freed it from the shell and cradled it in his palm. The hatchling curled inward, defensively refusing to extend its head. He carried it from the stone chamber into the nursery, setting the small turtle down on the dried seaweed. Slowly it extended its head and surveyed its surroundings. The other hatchlings gathered around, nudging it with their noses. It recoiled briefly before stretching out again. The smallest hatchling with green markings on its shell settled beside it, resting its head gently on the newcomer's back. The little turtle remained still. Mo Xian stood at the pit's edge, studying the pair, one marked with green patterns, the other with cyan. Both were perception type. Xianlian leaped from his front leg and crouched at the pit's edge, fixing its gaze on the cyan-marked hatchling. The patterns on its carapace began to glow, spreading a water membrane across the entire nursery. Upon that membrane, a tiny light point appeared in the pit, flickering rhythmically like breathing. Xianlian extended a claw tip toward the light point, chakra, then raised 3 more claws, high potential. Mo Xian fixed his attention on the cyan-marked hatchling. The little turtle peeked out from beneath the green-marked hatchling's neck and glanced at him. Its eyes gleamed in the blue light, patterns rotating within its pupils. The nursery would accelerate their growth. Mo Xian rose from the pit's edge and made his way to the doorway. Xian waited, their front limbs planted firmly on the ground. Mo Xian pointed to the nursery door with his claw. Open during the day. Close at night. Keep the wind out. Xianyan nodded. Mo Xian stepped outside and stood at the threshold. Sunlight fell across his back, casting his shadow against the doorframe. Turning around, he gazed at the hatchlings within. The pit held over 100 of them huddled together, the 2 smallest lying side by side, one green marked, the other cyan. The nursery, the cornerstone of the group's expansion. Mo Xian turned and made his way to the shallow waters. Xianlan crouched at the edge, its throat light pulsing steadily. The sea fog formation continued cycling, generating dense mist with rotating blue light. Mo Xian settled beside Xianlan. The nursery is complete. Next step, the fortress walls. Xianlan's throat light flickered in acknowledgement. Mo Xian gestured toward the northern waters. Once the walls were built, the energy would be sealed away. They wouldn't be able to sense it anymore. The fog lifted from the sea surface, revealing golden sunlight dancing across the water. Amidst the shimmering gold, a gray vessel with cannons mounted at its prow came into view. Anchored 5 kilometers out, the ship bore a figure cloaked in black beneath a conical hat. Gui Dinglan. Mo Xian fixed his gaze upon it. He was back. Xianlan's throat erupted with explosive blue light. This time, Mo Xian didn't restrain it. The brilliant blue radiance illuminated the entire shallows and fell upon the nursery entrance. The door stood open, and the hatchlings called out from within the pit. Before dawn, Xian was already standing in the center of the training ground. Its carapace reflected a dark sheen under the moonlight, while a brownish glow flickered within its throat. Mo Xian lay beside the training ground, staring at it. Before Xian squatted 20 lower-rank Xian tortoises arranged in 2 rows. The largest was only slightly smaller than Xian, while the smallest was barely half its size. Select 10, Xian said. The 20 tortoises remained motionless. Xian paced along the first row and tapped a few with its claws. The chosen tortoises moved to the right. Xian walked the second row and selected several more. The marked tortoises joined the group on the right. 10 in all, varying in size and shell color, but each shared the same fierce appearance. Thick claws, large heads, and sharp eyes. Mo Xian rose from the sidelines and approached Xian. Selected, Xian acknowledged. The 10 tortoises crouched before it, gazing upward. Mo Xian studied the 10 tortoises, noting their distinguishing features. The largest bore a dark gray carapace scarred with cracks, bearing the marks of past battles against sea beasts. The second largest had a blue-green spotted shell and swam swiftly. The third largest was brown with a scar upon its head. The remaining 7 were similar in size, their shells varying in shade. From this day forward you are a combat unit, Xianyu declared. Your duty patrol and border defense. The 10 tortoises acknowledged with nods. Xianyu gestured toward the northern training grounds. Divide into 3 teams. 1 offense, 1 defense, 1 reconnaissance. Xianyan let out a low growl. 3 earthen barriers rose from the ground at the northern edge of the training field, partitioning the area into 3 zones. Xianyu stepped into the first zone. Offense team. It selected 4 tortoises, the largest, the third largest, and 2 of medium build. 4 tortoises took position in the first zone. Xianyu moved to the second zone. Defense team. It selected 3 tortoises with the thickest carapaces. 3 tortoises stationed themselves in the second zone. Xianyu proceeded to the third zone. Reconnaissance team. It selected the 3 fastest swimmers, including the second largest. 3 tortoises settled into the third zone. Offense team, follow my lead. Xianyu faced north in the first area. The 4 tortoises crouched behind. Xianyu unleashed a column of fire that traveled 50 meters and struck an earthen target, red-hotting it until cracks spread from top to bottom. It closed its mouth and turned to the 4 tortoises. Spit. The largest opened its jaws and expelled a puff of hot air that dissipated within 10 meters. The third largest managed only 5 meters of hot breath. The 2 medium-sized tortoises produced weak puffs that scorched the sand directly before them. Xianyu fixed them with an intense gaze. Train. Every day, until you can breathe fire. The 4 tortoises nodded. Xianyu moved to the second zone facing north. 3 defense team tortoises crouched behind Xianyu. With a low growl, Xianyu's carapace shifted from dark brown to black, taking on an oily sheen. It charged its head into the earthen wall ahead, cracking it. Turning to the 3 tortoises, Xianyu commanded strike. The thickest shelled tortoise charged the wall, but it held firm while the tortoise staggered back 2 steps. The second tortoise struck the wall with its head, causing no damage but injuring itself in the process, forcing it to shake its head in pain. The third missed entirely, glancing off the surface. Xianyu watched them intently. Train. Every day, until you can shatter walls. The 3 tortoises nodded. Xianyu moved to the third zone facing north. The 3 reconnaissance team tortoises crouched behind. Xianyu closed its eyes, the brownish glow in its throat ceasing to flicker. Opening them, it addressed the 3 tortoises. Observe. What lies to the north? The second largest tortoise gazed northward for an extended period before shaking its head. The other 2 followed, each observing before also shaking their heads. Xianyu gestured with a claw toward the sea horizon to the north. A vessel. 5 kilometers out. You failed to detect it. The 3 tortoises lowered their heads. Xianyu turned to Xian Lian, who rested upon the watchtower with its carapace markings dimmed. Xianyu issued a command. You will teach them. Xian Lian slid down from the tower and entered the third area. It positioned itself before the 3 tortoises and expelled a stream of water. A membrane of water spread across approximately 2 kilometers of sea between the training ground and open waters. Upon its surface, a tiny luminescent point appeared 5 kilometers to the north. Xian Lian pointed to the light with its claw. A ship. Do you see it now? The 3 tortoises gazed at the water membrane and nodded. Xian Lian retracted the membrane and instructed them to practice expelling water in rotation. The second largest tortoise produced a thin membrane, covering only 500 meters, insufficient to spot the vessel. The second attempted merely 300 meters, while the third could barely form any membrane at all. Xian Lian observed them closely. Train. Every day, until you can detect 5 kilometers. The 3 tortoises nodded. Xianyu returned to the center of the training ground, where all 10 tortoises formed a line before it. Mo Xian stood nearby. 2 hours daily. Techniques in the morning, coordination in the afternoon, Xianyu instructed. Tests every 10 days, those who fail will be replaced. The 10 tortoises nodded. Mo Xian retrieved 10 bottles of intermediate-grade tempering liquid from a ring and distributed them. Drink 1 daily. Each tortoise grasped its bottle and consumed the contents. Some coughed, others burped, and a few licked their lips. The largest tortoise's dark gray carapace patterns briefly illuminated after drinking, while the second largest's blue-green spots brightened noticeably. The third largest's head scar lightened somewhat. Mo Xian studied them intently. From this day forward you are the first combat squad. Xianyu serves as your captain. The 10 tortoises acknowledged. Rising to its feet, Xianyu moved to the first zone. Offense team, follow my lead. It opened its maw and unleashed a column of fire. The four tortoises mimicked the action, exhaling hot air that filled the training ground until the sandy ground blackened. Xian exited the training area and made his way toward the shallow shore. Xianlan crouched by the water's edge with blue light pulsing within its throat as the sea fog formation activated, swirling thick mist around the rotating blue glow. Xian lay beside it. Xianyu selected 10 lower-ranked tortoises and formed a combat squad, offense, defense, and reconnaissance, 3 per team. Xianlan nodded. Xian gestured toward the training ground. Military organization level increased. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered. Xian rose and approached the training ground where Xianyu was directing the attack team in fire-breathing exercises. The largest tortoise had managed to produce a brief flame lasting only a second. Xianyu struck its shell encouragingly with a claw. Continue. Xian turned toward the base of the watchtower where Xianlian rested with its carapace marking stem. The 3 reconnaissance team members, you will train them. Xianlian nodded. Leaving the tower, Xian returned to the training ground where Xianyu had the defense team practicing wall impacts. The thickest shelled tortoise struck the wall with its head, creating a thin crack. Xianyu gestured to the fissure. Again, the tortoise charged once more, widening the crack to the width of a finger. Xian crouched at the edge of the training ground, watching the 10 tortoises intently. As the sun climbed overhead, casting white light across the sandy training ground, Xianyu had been drilling the 10 tortoises throughout the morning. The attack team breathed fire, the defense team practiced wall impacts, and the reconnaissance team laid water membranes. Heat radiated from the training ground where the earthen walls had cracked and water membranes drenched the sand. Rest, Xianyu commanded. The 10 tortoises collapsed, gasping for breath. Xian retrieved dried fish from a ring and distributed them. The largest devoured its portion in one gulp, the second largest chewed twice before swallowing, and the third largest tore it apart to feed the one beside it. Afternoon coordination drills, Xianyu declared. 3 per team, offense, defense, and reconnaissance combined. In the afternoon, 3 targets were erected, the first an earthen mound 2 meters tall. The second was a stone pile 1 meter high. The third was a wooden stake half a meter tall driven into the sand. Xianyu stood before the targets as the 10 tortoises divided into 3 groups. Group 1, the largest offense, the thickest shelled defense, the second largest reconnaissance. Group 2, the third largest offense, the second thickest defensive tortoise, the second fastest scout. Group 3, the 2 medium-sized offensive tortoises, with the remaining defensive and reconnaissance members. Group 1, engage. The largest tortoise opened its maw, unleashing a pillar of fire toward the earthen target. The target glowed red but held firm. The thickest shelled tortoise charged and shattered it with a headbutt. The second largest deployed a water membrane to scan the area, shook its head. No enemies detected. Xianyu nodded. Proceed. Group 2 engaged. The third largest tortoise misdirected its fire, striking a nearby stone pile instead. The second thickest defensive tortoise charged and toppled the rocks. The second fastest scout extended its water membrane across the area and nodded. Vessels to the north. Xianyu queried the distance. The scout tortoise displayed 2 claws, 2 kilometers. Xianyu approached and pointed toward the northern sea. Identify the vessels. The scout hesitated. Xianyu turned to Xianlian, who descended from the tower and projected a water membrane, revealing a distant light 2 kilometers to the north. Fog-concealed reconnaissance vessels, Xianlian stated, displaying 3 claws, 3 personnel. Xianyu nodded. Continue drills. Group 3 engaged. The 2 medium-sized offensive tortoises fired simultaneously, their pillars converging upon the wooden stake. The stake ignited and burned to ash. The defensive tortoise shielded against scattered embers with its carapace. The scout deployed a kilometer-wide water membrane without detection. Xianyu nodded. Proceed. As afternoon waned, Xianyu assembled the 10 tortoises in a line. Day 1 complete. Offense team can now breathe fire. Defense team can crack walls. Reconnaissance team can detect 1 kilometer. The 10 tortoises nodded. Xianyu gestured toward the northern sea. 10 days. In 10 days, offense must reach 50 meters. Defense must topple earthen walls. Reconnaissance must extend to 3 kilometers. The tortoises acknowledged. Xian rose from the sidelines and approached Xianyu. Military organization level increased. The system panel illuminated. Military organization level 6575. First combat squad established. Captain Xianyu. Members 10 lower rank Xian tortoises. Structure offense 4, defense 3, reconnaissance 3. Duty dedicated patrol and border defense. Xian dismissed the panel. Standing at the edge of the training ground, he watched the 10 tortoises resting on the ground. Some grooming themselves, others shaking their heads or yawning. The largest tortoise lay at the front facing north. 10-day evaluation, Xian declared. Those who fail will be replaced. Xianyu nodded. Mo Xian returned to the shallow shore and lay beside Xianlan. The sea fog formation swirled with thick mist and rotating blue light. The combat squad is operational. Xianlan's throat blue light flickered. Mo Xian pointed toward the northern sea. Before the city walls are completed, the combat squad must hold the border. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian rose and approached the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface, faint blue energy was dissipating outward. He stared at that blue glow. Energy still leaks. Vessels will come again. Mo Xian turned and walked back toward the training ground, where Xian Yu was still drilling the 10 tortoises. The attack team breathed fire, the defense team battered walls, and the reconnaissance team laid water membranes. Flames illuminated the sky, walls lay toppled, and water sheets covered the ground. Mo Xian crouched at the edge of the training ground, watching the 10 tortoises. The largest fire column now reached 20 meters, brief but genuinely red, not mere hot air. The thickest shelled tortoise had toppled an earthen wall. The second largest water membrane now covered 1.5 kilometers, revealing vessels 2 kilometers to the north. Mo Xian rose and entered the spirit spring cave. The spring still bubbled, and new crystals had grown to thumb size. Beside it, the cultivation chamber glowed with bright blue light, the young tortoises still encased within their shells. Cracks upon the shells had widened, revealing pale cyan spiral-patterned carapaces beneath. Mo Xian opened the chamber door and extended his claw inside. A hatchling emerged from its shell and nipped at his claw tip. Combat squad established. 10 lower-ranked tortoises. The young tortoise released its grip and blinked. Mo Xian sealed the chamber door and emerged from the stone room. Night had fallen. Clouds obscured the moon, leaving the sea in complete darkness. Yet in that blackness, a single vessel drifted. No lights, no sound. The vessel stopped 5 kilometers out, and upon it stood a figure in dark robes and a conical hat. Gui Dinglan. Mo Xian crouched at the shallow shore, watching the vessel intently. Xianlan crouched to his left with blue light extinguished. Xian Yan crouched to his right, forelimbs pressed to the ground. At the training ground edge, Xian Yu had assembled the combat squad in a line, all 10 facing north. Xian Lian rested against Mo Xian's forelimb with its carapace markings dimmed. The vessel remained stationary for a quarter hour before turning northward. Its engine hummed softly, fading into the distance until silence returned. Mo Xian stared at that stretch of sea. It has left. The combat squad witnessed it. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian rose and approached the training ground. The 10 tortoises remained in position, facing north. A low rumble emanated from the largest throat. Did you see it? Mo Xian asked. The largest tortoise nodded. Mo Xian pointed toward the northern sea. From now on you must detect every arrival. If you fail you will train until you succeed. The 10 tortoises nodded. Mo Xian returned to the shallow shore and lay beside Xianlan. 10-day evaluation for the combat squad. Those who fail will be replaced. Xianlan's throat blue light flickered. Mo Xian struck its carapace gently. Military organization level 75. It must rise further. Before dawn, Mo Xian awoke. He stood up from the shoal, shaking off the sand from his body. The old barnacles on his carapace had all fallen off. The new shell was smooth with pale, cyan patterns emerging from the gaps between the scuts. He turned and walked toward the reservoir. Xianlan crouched by the water's edge, the blue light in his throat no longer flickering. The sea fog formation was in operation. The mist was thick. Rise, Mo Xian said. Xianlan stood up and followed behind him. Mo Xian walked to the reservoir. The water was full, overflowing the walls and flowing through the drainage channel into the sea. The water was clear, revealing the gravel and charcoal at the bottom. He took a drink. It was cool and slightly sweet. Before he relied on rainwater. Now there was a spiritual spring. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian pointed with his claw at the moss on the reservoir wall. This hadn't been here before. Mo Xian walked to the terraced fields. The grain in the 4th field had already sprouted. The tips of the shoots emerged from the soil pale green. He crouched down, using his claw to push aside the soil. The grains had absorbed water and swelled. The roots were deep. He stood up and looked at the 1st field. The 1st field had already been left fallow, unplanted, the ground empty save for a few clumps of wild grass. The 1st field. Half a mu. 20 grains. Mo Xian walked to the 2nd field. The 2nd field was planted with grain. The ears had yellowed and could be harvested in a few days. He held a stalk of grain, stripped a few kernels, and chewed them. The husk was hard. The grain inside was deep red and very chewy. The 2nd field. 1 mu. 400 grains. Mo Xian walked to the 3rd field. The 3rd field had just been harvested. The ground was bare with stubble left in the earth, yellowish brown. He used his claw to pull up a stalk of stubble. The roots were deep tangled with soil. The 3rd field. Half a mu. 4,000 grains. Mo Xian walked to the aquaculture pond. There were many fish in the pond, the largest tuna floated to the surface, its mouth opening and closing. He took a small piece of dried fish from his ring and tossed it into the water. The tuna swallowed it and sank. Before he ate seaweed. Now he ate fish. Imo walked to the warehouse and opened the door. Inside were piled dried fish, seaweed, grains, kunai, and shuriken. There were still over 300 caddies of dried fish and more than 20 bundles of seaweed. He used his claw to flip through the grain packets. The seaweed was tightly wrapped and the grains had not gotten damp. Before, the food stock wouldn't last 3 days. Now it would last 10 days. Imo walked to the training ground. Yu crouched in the center with 10 Genin-level Xuan turtles crouching before him. The attack group was spitting fire, the defense group was ramming walls, and the reconnaissance group was spreading water films. The training ground was steaming hot, the earthen wall had several cracks, and the water film had soaked a large area of ground. Before, there were no Genin-level turtles. Now there were over 80 Genin-level, and 4 Chunin-level. Yu stood up and walked before Imo. Combat squad. 10 days of training. The attack group can spit fire 30 meters. The defense group can break through earthen walls. The reconnaissance group can see 2 kilometers. Imo nodded. Continue training. Imo walked to the nursery. The nursery elder crouched by the pit. Over 100 hatchlings crowded together inside. The smallest one with green patterns on its carapace crawled out of the pile and ran onto Imo foreleg. The incubation pod was in the corner of the pit. Inside, a small turtle was still in its shell. The cracks on the shell were wider, revealing a pale cyan carapace. Before, there were 8 turtles. Now there were 176. Imo placed the green-patterned hatchling back into the pit and walked to the spiritual spring room. The spring was bubbling, the water was full, overflowing the walls. The water in the reservoir was very clear, the activated charcoal at the bottom glowed. He took a drink, it was warm and slightly sweet. Before, there was no spiritual spring. Now there was a spiritual spring. Imo walked to the top of the rocky hill. The stone platform of the meeting hall was still there, characters were carved on the stone wall. Xian Lan Yin Lian. He climbed onto the stone platform and crouched down. Sunlight spread across the sea surface, shining on his back. He could see the entire island. The reservoir, terraced fields, aquaculture pond, warehouse, training ground, nursery, spiritual spring room, meeting hall, and the city wall foundation. The city wall had been built for 50 meters, reaching up to his neck, gray-green, the same color as the rock. Xian Lan climbed up from the shoal and crouched beneath the stone platform. Xian Yin climbed up from the spiritual spring room and crouched on the left. Xian Lian slid down from the watchtower and crouched on the right. Xian Yu climbed up from the training ground and crouched at the front. From the moment the first hatchling emerged, Imo said, "How many days has it been?" Xian Yin extended 3 claws, then 0, 30 days. Imo shook his head. Count from the first day of transmigration. Xian Yin extended 9 claws, 90 days. Imo nodded. 90 days. From 8 mortal turtles to 176 turtles. From having no combat power to 4 Chunin level. From a desolate island to having walls, fields, ponds, rooms, and formations. Imo jumped down from the stone platform and walked to the stone wall. He touched the characters carved on the wall with his claw. Xian Lan Yin Lian. Xian Lan. Chunin level. Water release. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat flickered once. Xian Yin. Chunin level. Earth release. Xian Yin let out a low growl. Xian Lian. Chunin level. Perception. The patterns on Xian Lian's carapace lit up. Xian Yu. Chunin level. Fire release. The brown light in Xian Yu's throat exploded outward. Imo walked back to the stone platform and crouched down. 90 days. From the survival phase to the development phase. Next step, the clan reaches 200. The city wall is completed. Jonin level. The 4 turtles nodded. Imo jumped down from the stone platform and walked to the shoal. The mist was thick, the blue light was spinning. He crouched down, staring at the sea surface. Xian Lan crouched to his left, Xian Yin to his right. Xian Lian lay on Imo foreleg, and Xian Yu crouched at the front. Before, we feared ships. Now ships fear us. Imo stood up and walked to the water's edge. The sea water was warm. Beneath the surface, there was a faint blue light. Energy was leaking out. He stared at that patch of blue light. Before, when energy leaked, we feared being discovered. Now, when energy leaks, they fear coming. Imo turned and walked back to the nursery. The hatchlings crowded in the pit. The smallest one with green patterns on its carapace lay beside the incubation pod. Inside the pod, the small turtle poked its head out of its shell, staring at him through the pod wall. Imo opened the door and reached his claw inside. The small turtle nipped at his claw tip. 90 days. You will emerge soon too. The small turtle released its bite and blinked once. Imo closed the pod door and came out of the nursery. He walked to the training ground. Xian Yu was leading the combat squad in coordinated drills. The attack group spat fire, the defense group rammed walls, the reconnaissance group spread water films. The 10 turtles worked together smoothly without disorder. Before there was no combat squad. Now there is one. Mo Xian walked to the city wall. The foundation was long, starting from the shoal, circling the rocky hill, and returning to the shoal. The wall had been built for 50 meters, reaching up to his neck. He tapped it with his claw. The sound was solid. Xianyan followed. Before there was no wall. Now there is one. Xianyan nodded. Mo Xian climbed onto the wall and crouched on top. From the wall, he could see farther out to sea. On the sea there was a ship, gray with a cannon at the bow. The ship stopped 5 kilometers away. A man stood on board wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Gui Denglan. Mo Xian stared at the ship. Xianlan crawled over from the shoal and crouched beneath the wall. He's here. Mo Xian nodded. I saw him. 90 days. He has come many times. Every time he cannot see the island. Gui Denglan stared at the mist for about half a minute, then turned and walked into the cabin. The ship turned around and sailed north. The engine sound grew fainter until it disappeared. Mo Xian slid down from the wall and stood beside Xianlan. 90 days. He cannot see it. In the future he will never see it. Mo Xian walked back to the top of the rocky hill and climbed onto the stone platform. Sunlight shone on his back, casting a shadow on the stone wall. He stared at the characters carved on the wall. Xianlan Yanlian. For characters, 4 turtles. He then looked toward the nursery. Over 100 hatchlings. Toward the training ground. 10 combat squad members. Toward the warehouse. Over 300 caddies of dried fish. Toward the terraced fields. For fields. 90 days. From 8 turtles to 176. From mortal turtles to Chunin level. From a desolate island to a castle. Mo Xian jumped down from the stone platform and walked to the shoal. Xianlan followed behind him. Today the summary is complete. Tomorrow continue building the city wall. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian lay down by the shoal, staring at the sea. The mist was thick, the blue light was spinning. On the sea surface there was a pair of red eyes, huge, floating on the water, staring at the island. They stared for about 10 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The sea water was hot. The blue light beneath the surface was very bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal, the city wall, and the nursery door. The door was open. The hatchlings were crying in the pit. He stared at that patch of blue light. 90 days. They are still watching. But we are no longer afraid. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Mo Xian did not stop it. The blue light illuminated the entire sea surface. On the sea the pair of red eyes appeared again, staring at Xianlan. They stared for about 5 seconds, then sank. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The spiritual spring was still bubbling. The new crystal had grown to the size of a thumb. The incubation pod was beside the spiritual spring. The blue light inside was very bright. Inside the pod the small turtle was curled up in its shell. The cracks on the shell were wider. He could see its eyes, pale cyan with vertical pupils. Mo Xian opened the pod door and reached his claw inside. The small turtle poked its head out of its shell and nipped at his claw tip. Mo Xian stared at that small turtle. 90 days. You will emerge soon too. When you emerge you will also be combat power. The small turtle released its bite and blinked once. Mo Xian closed the pod door and crawled out of the stone chamber. Night had fallen. The moon was hidden behind clouds. The sea was pitch black. In the darkness there was nothing. But Mo Xian knew that tomorrow Gui Denglan would come again. The red eyes would appear again. The ship would still stop 5 kilometers away. Mo Xian lay by the shoal staring into the pitch black. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in his throat no longer flickering. Xianyan crouched to his right, forelegs pressed against the ground. Xianyu lay in front, head tucked into his shell. Xianlian lay on Mo Xian's foreleg, the patterns on his carapace no longer glowing. 90 days. From survival to development. Next step, 200 turtles. Jonin level. The castle completed. Mo Xian closed his eyes. Waves crashed against the sand one after another. In the nursery the hatchlings were snoring. In the training ground the combat squad had already fallen asleep. In the warehouse dried fish and seaweed were piled. In the spiritual spring water was bubbling. He opened his eyes. On the sea the lights of that ship lit up again, 10 kilometers to the north. Yellow flickering. They flickered 5 times then went out. Then flickered 3 times then went out. Like a signal. Mo Xian stared into the darkness. It's recording. Recording our changes over 90 days. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered once. Mo Xian used his claw to pat his carapace. Recording is useless. In the next 90 days we will be stronger. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The sea water was cool. There was no blue light beneath the surface. He turned and walked back to the nursery, lying down by the pit. The hatchlings crowded together. The smallest one with green patterns on its carapace lay beside the incubation pod. Inside the pod, the small turtle poked its head out of its shell and stared at him through the pod wall. Xian extended his claw and touched the small turtle's head through the pod wall. The small turtle blinked once. The next 90 days. I'll wait for you to emerge. Before dawn, Xian stood beneath the watchtower. Xian lay atop the tower, the patterns on her back shell unlit. Xian raised his head and called out. Xian slid down from the tower, landed on the sandy ground, and tumbled over. She scrambled to her feet and ran to Xian's forelimb. Today we go to the deep sea. Search for resources, Xian said. Xian nodded. Xian walked to the edge of the shallows. Xian crouched by the water, the blue light in her throat flickering. I'm taking Xian out to sea. You guard the island. Xian nodded. Xian then walked to the training ground where Xian was leading the combat squad in flame-spitting drills. I'm taking Xian out to sea. You guard the border. Xian nodded. Xian crawled into the sea and Xian lay on his back. The two turtles swam past the reef belt. The water deepened, its color shifting from light blue to deep blue. Xian floated on the surface, gazing into the distance. The sea was calm, no waves, no ships. Sunlight struck the water and reflected a white glare. Dive down, Xian said. Xian leaped off his back and both turtles dove together. At 10 meters deep, the water turned cold, the light dimmed. Xian could see the sandy bottom and the reefs below. No fish, no seaweed, nothing. Continue diving. At 20 meters, the water grew colder, the light dimmer. A few small fish darted among the crevices of the reef, but not many. Xian surfaced to breathe, then dove again. This time he reached 30 meters. The seabed was rock gray with cracks on the surface. In the crevices grew some seaweed, deep green, long like hair. Xian swam over the patterns on her back, shell glowing. She pointed with her claw at a crevice beneath the rock. The crevice was wide enough to fit an adult turtle's head. Xian swam over and stuck his head into the crevice. Inside was pitch black, but he could see a faint light flickering, blue. He pulled his head back and stared at that blue glow. Xian swam into the crevice, her back shell patterns glowing brighter. She clawed out a stone from the crevice, black with blue spots on its surface. Xian took the stone and squeezed it with his claw. It was very hard, unbreakable. The blue spots shone brightly, glowing in the darkness. Xian surfaced, placing the stone on a large leaf he had brought. Xian surfaced, then dove again. She went back and forth several times, clawing out over a dozen stones with blue spots from the crevice. Xian piled them up and counted. 15 stones varying in size. The largest as big as a head, the smallest the size of a palm. He grabbed a large one in his mouth and swam back to the shallows. Xian crouched on the beach, forelimbs pressed against the ground. Xian placed the stone on the sand and pointed with his claw at the blue spots. Chakra metal. Can forge ninja tools. Xian let out a low growl and the ground split open. The stone fell into the fissure. Hot air surged from the fissure and the stone turned red. After about half an hour, a puff of white steam erupted from the crack and the stone bounced out, landing on the sand. The stone had shrunk. The blue spots had dissolved and the entire stone turned pale blue. Xian picked it up with his claw and tapped it. The sound was crisp like tapping iron. He carried the stone to the warehouse, opened the door, and placed it in the deepest corner. Usable now. Store it for now. Xian returned to the sea and dove again. Xian was still floating on the surface, waiting for him. Are there more down there? Xian asked. Xian nodded, extending 5 claws, a great many. Xian dove down and clawed out over 20 more blue-spotted stones. He made several trips back and forth until a small pile formed on the sand. He counted 43 stones in total, about 50 kilograms. Or, take it back for refining. Xian carried the stones into the warehouse and closed the door. He walked to the edge of the shallows and lay on the sand, panting. Xian lay on his forelimb, her back shell patterns glowing. Anything else? Xian asked. Xian jumped down from his forelimb and crawled into the sea. Xian followed. The two turtles swam to a deeper area about 2 kilometers from the island. The water was deep, the bottom invisible. Xian dove and Xian followed. At 40 meters deep, the seabed was a flat expanse of sand. On the sand lay a patch of light, silvery, white, very bright. Xian swam over and saw a school of fish. The fish were not large, about the length of a palm, flat-bodied, with silvery white scales that reflected light in the darkness. The school was huge, densely packed, covering about 100 square meters of sand. Xian swam into the school. The fish scattered, then quickly regrouped. She caught one fish with her claw, held it in her mouth, and swam to Xian. Xian took the fish and examined it carefully. The scales were hard like armor. The mouth was large, the teeth sharp. The belly was bulging, full of roe. Spirit fish. Pure energy. Imo-Xian released the fish. It flicked its tail and swam back to the school. Imo-Xian surfaced for a breath of air. Xianlian surfaced and lay on Imo-Xian's back. This fish school, we can farm it. Harvest regularly. Imo-Xian swam back to the shallows and walked to the cultivation pond. The pond was full of fish. The largest one, a tuna, floated to the surface, its mouth opening and closing. Imo-Xian stared at the fish in the pond, then thought of the spirit fish in the deep sea. The fish in the pond were ordinary. The ones in the deep sea were spirit fish, purer energy beneficial for evolution. Imo-Xian turned and walked to the training ground. Xianyu was leading the combat squad in coordination drills. Imo-Xian called Xianyu over. Found a spirit fish school in the deep sea. From now on, hunt there once a week. Catch 20 each time. Xianyu nodded. Imo-Xian took out a bottle of intermediate quenching liquid from his ring and handed it to Xianyu. Give this to the combat squad. Build up their strength, then go deep sea fishing. Xianyu took the bottle and walked back to the training ground. 10 turtles lined up, each taking a turn drinking the quenching liquid. After the largest one drank, the dark gray patterns on its back shell flashed. Imo-Xian walked to the base of the watchtower and called up to Xianlian. She slid down from the tower and lay on his forelimb. We found 2 things today. Chakra metal or spirit fish school. Xianlian nodded. Imo-Xian pointed with his claw toward the eastern sea. The ore is beneath the eastern reef belt. The fish school is farther out. Xianlian extended 2 claws, 2 kilometers. Imo-Xian nodded. He walked to the warehouse and opened the door. 43 pieces of ore were piled in a corner, pale blue. He picked one up with his claw and examined it. The surface was smooth, the blue evenly distributed. 50 kilograms of ore. How much chakra metal can we extract? Xianlian crouched nearby, extending 3 claws. 3 kilograms. Imo-Xian stared at the ore. 50 kilograms of, or 3 kilograms of metal. Enough for 3 kanai. Xianlian nodded. Imo-Xian put the ore back in the warehouse and closed the door. He walked to the shallows and lay down beside Xianlan. The sea mist illusion array was running the fog, thick blue light swirling. Found chakra metal ore in a spirit fish school today. 2 resource points. We can develop them later. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered. Imo-Xian pointed with his claw toward the eastern sea. The ore is below. The fish are to the east. The system panel lit up. Deep sea resource exploration complete. Discovered resource points: submarine vein, chakra metal, trace amount, spirit fish school, energy type fish. Available for development for sacred land construction. Suggestion: establish a regular harvesting mechanism. Imo-Xian dismissed the panel. He stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A faint blue glow emanated from beneath the surface. Energy was leaking out. He stared at that blue light. More resources. But the energy is still leaking. Xianlian let out a low growl. The ground split open, a fissure extending from the spirit spring cavern to the shallows. The fissure closed, the seal thickened. The blue light dimmed. Imo-Xian turned and walked back to the nursery. The hatchling turtles were huddled in the pit. The smallest one with green patterns on its back shell lay beside the cultivation pod. Inside the pod, the little turtle poked its head out of its shell and stared at him through the wall. Imo-Xian opened the pod door and reached his claw inside. The little turtle bit his claw tip. Found ore and fish today. More resources ahead. The little turtle released its bite and blinked. Imo-Xian closed the pod door and left the nursery. The sun was setting. He climbed the watchtower. Xianlian crouched on top, her back shell patterns unlit. Scan, Imo-Xian said. Xianlian spat out a mouthful of water. The water film spread, covering 2 kilometers of sea surface. On the film, a tiny light spot appeared about 10 kilometers to the north. It was that ship. Keto Erasure. Xianlian nodded. Imo-Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shallows. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in her throat no longer flickering. Imo-Xian lay down beside her. There are ore and fish in the deep sea. But Keto Erasure is still out there. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Imo-Xian clamped his claw over her mouth. Don't fight. Resources are important, but hiding them is more important. Xianlan's throat dimmed. Imo-Xian stood up and walked to the training ground. Xianyu was leading the combat squad in night drills. The attack group spat flames in the darkness, lighting up the training ground. The defense group used their back shells to block the light, preventing it from leaking out. The reconnaissance group spread water films which reflected white light under the moon. Imo-Xian lay at the edge of the training ground, watching the 10 turtles. The largest one could already shoot a fire column 40 meters high, red very bright. The one with the thickest back shell knocked down a new earthen wall with its head. The second largest one's water film covered 2 kilometers, revealing the ship 10 kilometers to the north. Keep training. In 10 days we go deep sea fishing. The 10 turtles nodded. Mo Xian left the training ground and walked to the shallows. Night had fallen. The moon was hidden behind clouds. The sea was pitch black. Amidst the darkness a ship floated, no lights, no sound. It stopped 5 kilometers away. On the ship stood a figure wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Hito Erisher. Mo Xian lay at the shallows staring at the ship. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in her throat extinguished. Xianyan crouched to his right, forelimbs pressed against the ground. Xianyu and the combat squad crouched at the edge of the training ground, 10 turtles lined up, heads facing north. Xianlian lay on Mo Xian's forelimb, her back shell patterns unlit. The ship stopped for a quarter of an hour, then turned and sailed north. The engine noise was faint, growing fainter until it vanished. Mo Xian stared at that patch of sea. He's gone. The resource points are still here. He won't stop until he finds them. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding. The blue glow beneath the surface was bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, lit up the warehouse door. The door was closed, but the ore inside was glowing. On the sea surface, those red eyes appeared again. They stared at the warehouse door, stared at Xianlan, stared at the island. Then they sank beneath the waves. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The spirit spring was still bubbling, and the new crystal had grown to the size of a thumb. The cultivation pod was beside the spirit spring, the blue light inside bright. The little turtle was curled up inside its shell. The cracks on the shell were wider, revealing its eyes, pale green with vertical pupils. Mo Xian opened the pod door and reached his claw inside. The little turtle poked its head out of its shell and bit his claw tip. Ore and fish in the deep sea. When you come out, I'll take you there. The little turtle released its bite and blinked. Mo Xian closed the pod door and crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn had broken. The sun rose over the sea, its light falling on the island, on the fog. The fog was thick blue light swirling. No ships on the sea, no red eyes. Mo Xian walked to the shallows and lay down beside Xianlan. Today we go to the deep sea to mine ore. 20 kilograms. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the training ground. Xianyu was assembling the combat squad. Today you go to the deep sea to catch spirit fish. 20. Xianyu nodded. Mo Xian took out 10 bottles of intermediate quenching liquid from his ring and distributed them to the combat squad. Drink up. Build your strength. The 10 turtles bit the bottles and tilted their heads back, swallowing. After the largest one drank, the dark gray patterns on its back shell glowed for a long time. Mo Xian crawled into the sea, Xianlian on his back. The combat squad followed 10 turtles in a line. Mo Xian swam to the eastern reef belt, dove to 30 meters deep. Mine the ore. The 10 turtles spread out, using their claws to pry the blue ore from the rock crevices. Mo Xian did the same. Stone after stone was pried out, piled on the seabed. Xianlian illuminated the seabed with the patterns on her back, shell the blue light, bright in the darkness. After an hour of mining, a large pile of ore had accumulated on the seabed. Mo Xian counted. About 100 stones, over 100 kilograms. He grabbed a large one in his mouth and swam back to the shallows. The combat squad made trip after trip. After half an hour, a small mountain of ore stood on the sand. Mo Xian stood before the mountain, staring at the stones. Pale blue, reflecting light under the sun. Mo Xian lay before the ore pile, using his claws to sift through the pale blue stones. Their surfaces were smooth, the blue speckles evenly distributed. He picked up one the size of a fist and held it up to the sunlight. Light passed through the stone, the blue speckles glowing like stars. He tapped it with his claws. The sound was sharp, like striking glass. When he squeezed harder, the stone didn't break, his claws simply slipped. Chakra metal. The concentration is very low, Mo Xian said. Xianyan crouched nearby and nodded. Mo Xian picked up a piece of ore in his mouth and carried it to the warehouse entrance. He brought another piece, then another. After more than 10 trips back and forth, the ore pile was transferred from the beach to the warehouse entrance. Xianyan let out a low growl, the ground splitting open and the ore fell into the fissure. Steam rose from the fissure as the ore turned red hot. After about 15 minutes, a burst of white vapor erupted from the crack and the ore shot out, landing on the ground. The stone had shrunk considerably, its blue speckles dissolving until the entire piece turned a pale blue, translucent, resembling glass. Mo Xian picked one up and tapped it with his claws. The sound was sharper now, like striking iron. He set the stone on the ground and head-butted it. 2 rotations, still unbroken. With another push, it rolled to the base of the wall and struck against another stone, cracking along one edge. Mo Xian stared at the crack. Too brittle. It couldn't be used for weapons. Xianyan growled low and the ground split open, swallowing the stone for another firing. This time the firing lasted longer, roughly half an hour. White vapor erupted from the fissure as the stone shot out, its color deepening from pale blue to a rich dark blue, the transparency replaced by opacity. Xian picked it up and struck it. The sound was dull like hitting wood. He head-butted it, sending the stone flying into the wall, which dented inward, yet the stone itself remained unbroken. Enough. The hardness was sufficient. Xian returned the stone to the warehouse and opened the system panel. A message appeared: chakra metal or detected. Quality trace. Use crafting ninja tools array nodes. Current mining capacity insufficient. Smelting capacity insufficient. Recommendation mark as long-term resource develop after the sanctuary has advanced. Reward issued: simple smelting furnace blueprint 1. Xian took the blueprint from his ring. It was made of beast hide, twice the size of previous blueprints, depicting a circular furnace half a meter tall with a half-meter diameter. A chimney rose from the furnace top, air inlets lined the body, and a slag outlet was positioned at the base. Annotations beside the drawings specified dimensions and materials: stone, clay, charcoal, and iron or sand. Xian spread the blueprint on the sandy ground and traced the lines with his claws. A smelting furnace, capable of refining chakra metal. Xian lowered his head to study the blueprint, used his claws to measure the furnace dimensions, and nodded. Xian pointed with his claw toward a clearing on the island's western side, near the reef belt where the wind was strong, ideal for building a furnace. There. Build the furnace. Xian crawled onto the clearing and emitted a low growl. The ground rose to form a circular platform half a meter in diameter and height, with a depression in the center shaped like a pot 30 centimeters deep. Small holes were opened in the pot's bottom for slag discharge. On the north side of the platform, a 2-meter-tall chimney with a 20-centimeter diameter stood erect. An air inlet on the south side faced the direction of the sea breeze. Xian walked around the furnace and tapped the walls with his claws. The furnace walls were thick and not hot to the touch. He lay at the air inlet, feeling the wind blow from the south surge into the furnace and exit through the chimney. The wind was strong with excellent draft. Charcoal, iron, sand, both needed. Xian walked to the training ground, where Yu was leading the combat squad practicing fire breathing. Xian let out a call, and Yu stopped. Have the offense group breathe fire on the furnace. Heat it up. Yu led 4 offensive turtles to the smelting furnace. The largest one opened its mouth, spraying a column of fire into the furnace chamber. The furnace glowed red, the walls shifting from gray to dark red. The third largest followed suit, and the furnace burned even redder. The 2 medium-sized ones took turns breathing fire. The temperature inside the furnace chamber was extremely high, the air distortion visible. Xian retrieved an ore from his ring and threw it into the furnace. The ore landed on the pot bottom, heated red by the flames, and its surface began to melt. Blue liquid seeped from the ore, flowing down the slope of the pot bottom, through small holes, dripping into a stone trough below. The blue liquid cooled in the stone trough, solidifying into a small piece of metal the size of a fingernail, deep blue and gleaming. Xian picked up the metal piece from the trough with his claws and held it before his eyes for inspection. The metal was heavy, 3 times denser than stone of the same volume. He tapped it with his claws, the sound sharp like iron. He bit it with his teeth, but couldn't make a mark. Chakra metal, low purity, but usable. Xian returned the metal piece to the stone trough and retrieved another ore from his ring, tossing it into the furnace. The 4 offensive turtles took turns breathing fire as the ore melted, the blue liquid flowing into the stone trough and cooling into metal. They worked through the entire morning, smelting 50 pieces of ore until a layer of blue metal about 2 fingers thick accumulated in the trough. Xian pried the metal from the trough with his claws and lifted the entire piece. It was heavy. He weighed it in his grasp, approximately 1 kilogram. 50 pieces of ore yielded 1 kilogram of metal. He stared at the remaining pile of ore. Over 100 pieces left, enough to produce over 2 kilograms of metal. Enough. Store it for now. Xian placed the metal ingots into the warehouse and closed the door. He approached the smelting furnace and ran his claws along the walls. Still warm, tinged dark red. The air inlet continued drawing in wind, while a wisp of blue smoke rose from the chimney. The furnace worked, though inefficiently. 50 pieces per batch, yielding 1 kilogram of metal. Xian nodded. Xian pointed his claw toward the ore pile. From now on, smelt 50 pieces daily. Stockpile the metal. Once there's enough, forge kunai and shuriken. Xian walked to the shallows and lay beside Xianlan. The sea fog maze was active, thick mist swirling with blue light. Chakra metal ore. Low purity, but sufficient for ninja tools. The blue glow in Xianlan's throat flickered. Xian gestured toward the smelting furnace with his claw. 1 kilogram per day? After a month's accumulation, 3 kunai could be forged. He rose and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface a faint blue glow, energy escaping. He fixed his gaze on that blue light. They had in fish now, but the energy still leaked. Xian Yin emitted a low growl. The ground split open in a fissure running from the spirit spring entrance all the way to the smelting furnace. The crack sealed shut with an additional reinforced layer. The blue glow grew even fainter. Xian turned and retraced his steps back to the nursery. The hatchlings huddled together in the pit with the smallest one bearing green patterns on its carapace resting beside the incubation pod. The young turtle inside the pod poked its head out from its shell, fixing him with a stare through the transparent walls. Xian opened the pod door and extended his claw. The little turtle nipped at his claw tip. Built the smelting furnace today, now capable of refining chakra metal. The hatchling released its grip and blinked once. Xian closed the incubation pod door and stepped out of the nursery. The sun had shifted westward. He climbed the watchtower where Xian Lian crouched, its carapace patterns dim. Sweep the area, Xian commanded. Xian Lian exhaled a stream of water. The water membrane spread across 2 kilometers of sea surface. A single point of light appeared on it, tiny 10 kilometers to the north. That vessel. Enigmo ran. Here again. Xian Lian nodded. Xian slid down from the tower and made his way to the shallows. Xian Lan crouched at the water's edge, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. Xian lay down beside it. Chakra metal ore. Long-term resource. Weapons will be crafted once mining becomes feasible. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat pulsed once. Xian tapped its carapace with his claw. No rush now. Conceal it first. He rose and walked toward the smelting furnace, still warm with a slender wisp of blue smoke rising from its chimney. He pressed himself against the furnace, studying the chamber within. Several unfinished pieces glowed dark red, their surfaces liquefying. Simple smelting furnace. Inefficient yet functional. It would be replaced once superior designs became available. Xian retrieved the blueprint from his ring and examined it once more. Small characters inscribed in the corner specified that the upgraded smelting furnace required intermediate metallurgy techniques. His gaze lingered on those words before he rolled up the blueprint and stowed it back in his ring. He made his way to the warehouse and opened the door, revealing stacks of dried fish seaweed grain seeds, and metal ingots within. He prodded the metal ingot with his claw, 1 kilogram deep blue in color. Then he shifted the ore pile, which still contained over 100 pieces. 3 kunai could be forged from what they had now, but there was no rush. Store it for now. Xian closed the warehouse door and secured it with a stone. He walked to the shallows as darkness fell, the moon obscured by clouds, leaving the sea's surface pitch black. In the midst of that darkness floated a vessel, silent, unlit. It anchored 5 kilometers away, where a figure stood on deck beneath a conical hat and draped in black robes. Enigmo ran. Xian lay at the shallow's edge, fixed gaze upon that vessel. Xian Lan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat steady and unmoving. Xian Yin positioned itself to the right, forelimbs planted firmly on the ground. Xian Yu had gathered the combat squad along the training grounds perimeter, 10 turtles arranged in formation. Xian Lian rested against Xian's forelimb, its carapace patterns extinguished. The vessel maintained its position for 15 minutes before turning northward. Its engine emitted a faint hum that gradually faded into silence. Xian kept his gaze fixed on the sea. He departed, but would return tomorrow. Xian rose and approached the water's edge. The seawater burned hot against his touch, and beneath the surface an intense blue light pulsed, energy escaping. The blue radiance illuminated the entire shallows and the smelting furnace, where thin trails of smoke from the chimney drifted through the luminous haze. On the sea's surface those crimson eyes resurfaced once more. They fixed their gaze upon the furnace, Xian Lan, and the island itself, before submerging once more. Xian turned and made his way back to the stone chamber, slipping into the crevice where the spirit spring continued bubbling, and new crystals had grown to the size of his thumb. The incubation pod sat beside the spirit spring, its interior glowing with intense blue light. Inside, the young turtle remained curled within its shell, the fractures on its carapace widening to reveal pale cyan eyes with vertical pupils. Xian opened the pod door and extended his claw inward. The hatchling emerged from its shell and nipped at his claw tip. Chakra metal ore. A long-term resource. Perhaps it will prove useful once you emerge. The young turtle released its grip and blinked. Xian closed the incubation pod door and climbed out of the stone chamber. Dawn broke as the sun rose above the sea, casting light across the island and through the thick fog where blue luminescence swirled. The ocean's surface remained clear, no vessels in sight, no crimson eyes watching. Xian approached the smelting furnace, now cold to the touch. Running his claws across the chamber, interior revealed a thick layer of ash. Xian Yin emitted a low growl, splitting the ground open to receive the ashes before the earth sealed back together. With the chamber cleared and the drainage holes unobstructed, Mo Xian signaled for today's operation to resume. 50 pieces daily. Xian Yin acknowledged with a nod as Mo Xian proceeded to the training ground to summon the 4 offensive turtles. The 4 turtles positioned themselves before the furnace and took turns breathing fire until the chamber glowed red. Ores were tossed and melting and flowing into the stone trough. Through the morning hours, another kilogram of metal was produced. Mo Xian stored the metal ingot in the warehouse where accumulated stock had now reached 2 kilograms. His gaze fixed upon the deep blue metallic masses. 2 kilograms, sufficient for 2 kunai. He secured the warehouse door and made his way to the shallows. On the horizon, the vessel had reappeared, anchoring 5 kilometers out, with Rinnegan Rand standing at the bow, fixed gaze upon the fog. After maintaining that stare for approximately 30 seconds, Rinnegan Rand turned and disappeared into the hull. The vessel reversed course and headed northward. Mo Xian lay at the shallow's edge, tracking its path across the sea. He had returned again, once daily without fail. Xianlong acknowledged with a nod as Mo Xian tapped its carapace. Chakra metal or long-term resource. No need to rush. Secure it first. Smelt it once he departs. The blue luminescence within Xianlan's throat pulsed once. Mo Xian rose and approached the water's edge where the seawater radiated warmth and an intense blue glow emanated from beneath the surface. Energy continued escaping outward. His attention remained locked on that blue radiance. The leaks intensified and so did his visits. Xian Yin growled low. The ground fractured, obscuring the blue light. Mo Xian turned back toward the smelting furnace, still warm, and pressed himself against it, gazing into the chamber. Several incompletely smelted or pieces glowed dark red within the chamber. The simple furnace was functional but insufficient. Mo Xian retrieved the blueprint from his ring, examined it once, and returned it. Rising to his feet, he approached the warehouse and opened the door. 2 kilograms of metal ingots sat in the corner, their deep blue surfaces catching the light. His eyes fixed upon them. Enough for 2 kunai, but insufficient against Injonin. He secured the warehouse door with a stone and walked to the shallows, settling beside Xianlong. Chakra metal or a long-term resource. Weapons would be forged once large-scale mining became viable. Xianlong nodded in acknowledgement as Mo Xian closed his eyes, listening to the rhythmic succession of waves striking the shore. Thin trails of smoke continued rising from the furnace chimney, dissolving into the thick fog where blue luminescence swirled. Mo Xian opened his eyes to find those crimson eyes resurfaced upon the sea. They fixed their gaze upon the furnace chimney, Xianlong, and the island itself before submerging once more. It was observing them, watching our long-term assets, Mo Xian noted. The blue glow within Xianlan's throat pulsed in response. Mo Xian tapped its carapace with his claw. Observation serves no purpose. It cannot reach what we guard. In the village hidden in the Mist Intelligence Division, Kana Rin sat at the far end of the long table, a stack of files piled before her. She was 19, a Chunin newly transferred to the South Sea Intelligence Team. The team leader was a Jonin in his 40s, a scar running across his face. He sat at the opposite end of the table holding a report. Kana, the new one. You'll be in charge of organizing sea anomaly reports. The leader slid the report across the table. Kana Rin caught it and flipped open the first page. The title read My Year 30, My Year 34 South Sea Anomaly Incident Summary. She scanned downward. Entry 1, Autumn of My Year 30, a reconnaissance vessel Blue Shark lost contact in Sector X, all hands missing. Entry 2, Spring of My Year 31, reconnaissance vessel Black Tide lost contact in the same area. Entry 3, Winter of My Year 31, a Jonin scouting team encountered an unknown illusion interference and withdrew. Entry 4, Summer of My Year 32, reconnaissance vessel White Wave detected anomalous energy fluctuations. Entry 5, Spring of My Year 33, a energy fluctuations intensified. Entry 6, Summer of My Year 33, a unusual fog over the sea surface lasting 3 days without dissipating. Entry 7, Autumn of My Year 33, powerful illusion interference caused the crew to lose their bearings. Entry 8, Spring of My Year 34, a Jonin scouting team detected a faint chakra reaction. She read through each entry, pausing at the 8th. Chakra reaction. Seafloor. She drew a line beneath the words, chakra reaction, with her pen. The team leader stood up and walked to a map hanging on the wall. The map depicted the South Sea marked with islands, reefs, and shipping lanes. Sector X was circled in red, and beside the circle was written a single character, investigate. The leader added another line beside the red circle, suspicious area, requires further reconnaissance. Kana Rin stared at that line and asked, what is in Sector X? No idea, said the leader. 5 ships lost. A Jonin team withdrew. Energy fluctuations. Illusions. Fog. There's something in that sea. Kana Rin lowered her head to flip through the files. When she reached the third document, she saw a hand-drawn sea chart. The chart showed several islands, one of which had no name. Only a question mark. The question mark was at the center of Sector X. She stared at it, running her finger over the mark. This island. Have we been there? No. Can't get close. There's an illusion array. The leader pointed to the foggy area on the chart. Ships that enter get lost. They circle around and come out. Can't see the island. Kana Rin pulled out the sea chart and spread it on the table. She marked all the coordinate points from the reports onto the chart, drawing a large circle in red. The center of that circle was the nameless island. At the island's location, she wrote one character, suspicious. The leader walked over, looking at her writing. You think there's something on that island? Yes, Kana Rin said. Ships lost. Energy fluctuations. Illusions. All at the same spot. Not a coincidence. The leader nodded. Continue your work. Compile all reports from the past 3 years. Write a comprehensive report. Kana Rin nodded. She sat down and opened the next file. Summer of my year 34, reconnaissance vessel Tidewind reported unusual fog on the sea surface, visibility less than 10 meters, compass malfunction. The sensory-type ninja aboard detected a strong chakra fluctuation but could not locate the source. The ship drifted in the fog for 6 hours before escaping on its own. She picked up her pen and wrote in the margin of the report, illusion array range at least 5 kilometers. Sensory interference compass useless. Chakra fluctuation source unknown. She turned to the next page. Autumn of my year 34, reconnaissance vessel Foam Wave reported encountered powerful illusion interference, crew lost direction, ship drifted in fog for 12 hours, fuel depleted, distress signal sent. The rescue team found them the next day. All crew members were unconscious. Upon waking, they remembered nothing. Kana Rin stared at the words, remembered nothing. She tapped her finger on that line, thought for a moment, and wrote, memory erased. Advanced illusion. She turned to the next file. Spring of my year 35, a Jonin scouting team reported detected a faint chakra reaction beneath the sea surface at the periphery of Sector X, suspected to be an underwater mineral vein or a summoned beast lair. When they attempted to approach, they encountered powerful illusion interference, and the captain decided to withdraw. She looked up at the leader. Even a Jonin team withdrew. That thing in the sea is at least Jonin level. The leader nodded. Lord Gui Dang Lan has already taken an interest. He went there personally 3 times. Kana Rin was startled. Lord Gui Dang Lan himself went there? Yes, 3 times. Each time he couldn't penetrate the fog or see the island. But he's certain something is there. An energy source. Kana Rin lowered her head and continued flipping through the files. When she reached the last one, she saw a photo. The photo showed the sea surface, thick fog, nothing discernible. But within the fog there was a faint blue light, like a flash of lightning. She stared at that blue light, touching the photo with her finger. What kind of light is this? No idea. Taken by a reconnaissance vessel. Only this one. No other ship managed to capture it. Kana Rin slipped the photo into the report and closed the file. She stood up and walked to the window. Outside there was thick fog, the same as in the photo. She gazed at the fog, the question mark from the sea chart surfacing in her mind. Does that island have a name? No. For now, call it X1. Kana Rin returned to the table, picked up her pen, and wrote X1 at the island's location on the sea chart. She stared at the 2 characters, then added a small line beside it. Suspicious area requires further reconnaissance. Recommendation: Jonin level investigation team with sealing scrolls. The leader read what she had written and nodded. The report is done. Submit it. Kana Rin placed the report into a file folder and sealed the opening. She carried the folder out of the intelligence division, walked down the corridor, and arrived at the door of Lord Gui Danglan's office. She knocked. No answer. She pushed the door open. The office was empty. She set the folder on the desk, tucking it under a stack of documents. Then she turned to leave. At the end of the corridor, she glanced back at the door. The door was closed, the lights off. She continued walking. Back at the intelligence division, the leader had already left. The file still lay on the long table. She sat down, reopened the comprehensive report, and read it page by page. When she reached the photo, she again stared at the blue light. It was faint but clear in the dense fog, like someone had lit a lamp within the mist. Energy, Kana Rin murmured to herself. She turned the photo over. On the back was written, time taken March 15th, my year 35. Coordinates Sector X, north latitude XX, east longitude XX. Taker sensory type tune-in of reconnaissance vessel Azure Sea. Kana Rin picked up her pen and found that coordinate on the map. She drew a small red circle inside the larger one near the center. She then drew another circle at the island's location. The 2 circles overlapped. Right here. She closed the file, stacked all the reports neatly, and tied them with string. Carrying the files to the archives, she opened the cabinet labeled South Sea and stuffed the files inside. The cabinet was already full of documents from my year 30 to my year 35, dozens of them. She used her finger to sort them chronologically. Then she closed the cabinet door and locked it. As she walked out of the archives, night had fallen. The corridor was dark without lights. She reached the entrance of the intelligence division, pushed open the door. Outside, thick fog. Moonlight couldn't penetrate, everything was obscured. She stood at the threshold, staring into the fog. The fog over that sea is just like this. Rin turned back into the office, lit a lamp. She sat at her desk, took out a fresh sheet of paper, and began drawing a sea chart. She sketched the island's reefs and shipping lanes of the South Sea. Then she drew a large circle at Sector X, and at its center a small island. She stared at that small island and wrote 3 characters beside it: Xiangui Island, Mystic Turtle Island. She didn't know the island's real name, she just wrote it on impulse. After writing, she gazed at the 3 characters, dazed for a moment. Xiangui. Turtle. Rin folded the paper and tucked it into her pocket. She blew out the lamp and left the office. The corridor was pitch black. She felt her way along the wall to the stairs, climbed up, and entered her own room. Lying on the bed, she closed her eyes. Her mind was filled with the blue light from the photo, and the question mark on the sea chart, and the words she had written: Mystic Turtle Island. She turned over, staring at the ceiling. The ceiling had water stains, patch after patch, like islands on a map. She fixed her gaze on the largest stain for a long time. What exactly is in that sea? The next morning, Rin went to the intelligence division. The leader was already there, holding a new report. She walked over, and he handed it to her. Lord Gui Danglan's orders. You're to compile all South Sea intelligence and produce a detailed, comprehensive report. He wants to review it personally. Rin took the report and opened the first page. It read: South Sea Sector X Survey Summary. She scanned down and saw a sentence. Based on multiple investigation results, Sector X contains the embryonic form of an unregistered sacred land. It is recommended to designate it as a top priority reconnaissance target. She stared at the words, embryonic form of a sacred land. Sacred land, like Mount Mayabo Kuryuchi Cave and the like. Gui Danglan believed there was a sacred land in that sea. Rin carried the report out of the intelligence division, walked to the door of Lord Gui Danglan's office, and knocked. A voice from inside said, "Enter." She pushed open the door. Gui Danglan sat behind his desk, a map spread before him. On the map, Sector X was marked with many red circles. She walked over and placed the report on the desk. Lord Gui Dang, the comprehensive South Sea intelligence report. Gui Danglan picked up the report and flipped through it. When he reached the photo, he paused. He stared at the blue light for a long time. "Have you seen this kind of light before?" Gui Danglan asked. "No," Rin replied. "I have. In Sector X. Under the sea as well." Gui Danglan put down the report, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, thick fog. He stared at the fog, his back to Rin. "That thing in the sea is connected to the village hidden in the mist." Rin said nothing. Gui Danglan turned to face her. "Your task: continue organizing intelligence. Compile all reports on Sector X into one volume. Every entry must include the time, location, and incident." Rin nodded. She walked out of the office and closed the door. Standing in the corridor holding the report, she opened it again and glanced at the photo. The blue light flickered in the fog as if breathing. She closed the report and returned to the intelligence division. New files were already piled on the long table. She sat down and opened them one by one. April of my year 35, reconnaissance vessel Blue Tide reported regular ripples on the sea surface suspected to be man-made. May of my year 35, Ijonin scouting team reported sensed strong life force, numerous in number. June of my year 35, reconnaissance vessel White Wave reported heard cries from the island like the sound of young beasts. Rin recorded each entry. She connected all the clues. Energy illusions, fog life, forced the cries of young beasts. Something was on that island, alive, many of them. And there was an energy source, a very strong one. She picked up her pen and wrote another line at the island's location on the map. Suspected summoned beast clan, organized, possessing illusion abilities, possessing an energy source. After writing, she stared at the words and tapped her finger on summoned beast clan. "Turtle," she murmured. "Sea turtle." Rin put down her pen and leaned back in her chair. The water stains on the ceiling were still there, patch after patch. She stared at the largest stain, and the silhouette of a sea turtle emerged in her mind. Huge, with patterns on its shell, vertical slit eyes. She shook her head and sat up straight. Overthinking. She continued organizing the files. All morning she sorted through over 30 reports, chronologically extracting every anomalous incident and transcribing them onto a large sheet of paper. When she finished, the paper was covered in dense writing. She picked it up and read it through. From my year 30 to my year 35, 6 years. Over 30 anomalous incidents. 5 ships lost. 1 Jonin team withdrawal. Multiple illusion interferences. Energy fluctuations growing stronger. Kana Rin folded the paper and placed it into a file folder. On the cover of the folder she wrote, South Sea Sector X Comprehensive Report, my year 30, my year 35. She stood up and walked to the window. Outside thick fog. She stared at the fog, reaching out to touch the window pane. The glass was cold. Water droplets slid down the glass one by one. The fog over that sea is just like this, Kana Rin said. She turned back to the desk and picked up the sea chart she had drawn. On the chart inside the large circle of Sector X, she had drawn a small island and written the 3 characters, Xiangui Island. She stared at the 3 characters and circled them with her pen. Mystic Turtle Island. Suspicious area. Requires further reconnaissance. She put down the pen, walked to the archives cabinet, opened the door, and shoved the chart deep inside. She closed the cabinet door and locked it. After work, Kana Rin walked out of the intelligence division. The fog had dispersed, moonlight shone on the ground silver and white. She stood at the entrance staring southward. The south was the sea far away and visible. But she knew that on the southern sea there was an island. Something was on it. Alive. With energy. Kana Rin turned and walked back to her room. Lying on the bed, she closed her eyes. In her mind, the blue light still flickered. Xian Yin crouched beside the foundation of the city wall, his forepaws pressing against the newly risen earthen rampart. The wall stood 5 meters high, 2 meters thick, with a smooth surface of a grayish-brown hue. He tapped the wall with his claws. The sound was solid like striking stone. But when he reached the 3rd section, the sound changed, not stone, but with a dull thud. He tilted his head and tapped again, still dull. Mo Xian crawled over from the shallows and crouched beside Xian Yin. What's wrong? Xian Yin pointed at that section of the wall with his claw. Mo Xian crawled over and tapped with his claws. The sound was dull, unlike the adjacent sections. He scraped at the wall with his claws. The surface flaked off, revealing the earth beneath. The color of the earth was different. The neighboring sections were grayish-brown, but this one was a deep brown, nearly black. He touched it with his claws. The soil was damp, not from water, but sticky like glue. Spirit spring water, Mo Xian said. You used spirit spring water when building the wall. Xian Yin tilted his head. Mo Xian pointed with his claw toward the spirit spring chamber. Water seeped from underground. Your earth escape drew the spirit spring water into the wall. Xian Yin stared at the deep brown section of the wall and let out a low growl. A crack split the ground, stretching from the base of the wall all the way to the spirit spring chamber. In the crack was water, milky white, spirit spring water. The water flowed from the chamber, seeped into the wall's foundation, and was absorbed by the earthen rampart. The wall's color shifted from grayish-brown to deep brown, then from deep brown to blackish-brown. The surface began to glow faintly, a pale blue, like the light of the spirit spring. Mo Xian touched the wall with his claws. It was warm, not hot, but energy was flowing through it, moving from the base to the top. He climbed to the top and pressed his claws against the summit. Energy traveled from his paws to his head, tingling. Natural energy. There's natural energy in the wall. Xian Yin also climbed up and crouched beside Mo Xian. He pressed his claws against the top of the wall and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the deep gray patterns in his pupils flashed with the same color as the light within the wall. You can merge spirit spring water into your earth escape, Mo Xian said. The walls you build will be stronger and contain natural energy. Xian Yin nodded. He slid down from the wall and walked to another section of the city wall foundation that had not yet been built. With a low growl, a new section of wall rose from the ground 5 meters high and 2 meters thick. This time he did not use earth escape directly. First he growled to draw water. A crack split the ground and spirit spring water gushed out from the fissure, seeping into the foundation. As the earth rose, it enveloped the spirit spring water. The wall was completed, its color not grayish-brown, but deep brown, identical to the previous section. Xian Yin tapped it with his claws. The sound was dull, not crisp. He tapped again, and the wall's surface flashed pale blue. Higher durability. And higher defensive power, Mo Xian said. Xian Yin growled again, and a hard shell grew on the wall's surface, deep brown like iron. Mo Xian rammed it with his head. The wall didn't shake, but his head hurt. He stepped back and stared at that section. The wall's surface was smooth, without any gaps, impervious even to water. From now on, all walls will be built with spirit spring water. Xian Yin nodded. He walked along the foundation of the city wall, every few steps growling low to draw water, then growling again to erect the wall. Sections of wall sprang up one after another, all uniform in color, deep brown. Spirit spring water seeped from underground and was absorbed by the earthen wall. The surface always bore a faint blue glow, very weak, invisible under sunlight, but distinct in the shadows. Xian followed behind, tapping each section with his claws. The sound was dull, not hollow. He scraped at the wall with his claws, but couldn't gouge it. He rammed it with his head. The wall didn't budge. He climbed to the top and stood there. The wall was steady, the wind blew from the sea, but his body didn't sway. Sacred Land Architect, Xian said. You have this talent. Xianyan stopped and turned to look at him. Xian pointed at the walls with his claws. Earth Escape plus Spirit Spring Water. The walls you build contain natural energy. They're no longer ordinary earthen walls. Xianyan stared at his own claws for a long time. He gave a low growl, and a crack split the ground. Spirit Spring Water surged out. He didn't build a wall. Instead, he dipped his claws in the Spirit Spring Water and drew a circle on the sandy ground. The circle was small, about a meter in diameter. He growled, and the ground inside the circle rose, forming a stone platform, half a meter high. The platform's surface was smooth, deep brown like the wall. He tapped it with his claws. The sound was dull. The platform flashed pale blue. It's not just walls. Any Earth Escape structure can merge with Spirit Spring Water. Xian took a short blade from his ring and scraped it across the platform. The blade left a white mark on the platform, but it didn't crack. He stabbed the tip into it. It sank in a little, then he pulled it out. The tip of the blade was covered with damp earth. Harder. 30% harder than before. Xianyan nodded. He walked to the reservoir and growled low to draw water, then growled again to build the wall. The reservoir's wall was thickened by a layer, its color changing from grayish-brown to deep brown. Water flowed from the pool and seeped into the wall, but the wall didn't crack and the water didn't leak. Xian lay at the edge of the pool staring at the wall. The water was absorbed by the wall, but the wall wasn't wet, the surface remained dry. Water can be absorbed by the wall, but the wall doesn't leak. Xian walked to the entrance of the Spirit Spring Chamber. Xianyan followed, growling low to draw water, then growling again to reinforce. The walls of the stone chamber thickened by a layer, their color deepening. The water level of the Spirit Spring didn't change, but the blue light within the chamber grew brighter. Xian dipped his claws into the Spirit Spring and soaked them for 5 minutes. The warm current was hotter than usual, surging to his head. The energy of the Spirit Spring Chamber is sealed by the wall. It leaks more slowly. Xianyan nodded. Xian came out of the chamber and walked to the training ground. Xianyu was leading the combat squad in coordinated practice. Xian called out, but Xianyu stopped. Xianyan has a new ability. Earth Escape can merge with Spirit Spring Water. The walls he builds are harder. Xianyu stared at Xianyan. Xianyan growled low, and a low wall rose from the ground of the training ground, half a meter high, deep brown. Xianyu rammed it with his head. The wall shook, but didn't collapse. He pushed against it with his carapace. A crack appeared, but the wall didn't crumble. Xianyu stepped back and stared at the crack. Harder than before. It used to collapse with one hit. Xianyan nodded. He growled low, and the crack, closed to the wall, restored itself. Xian tapped it with his claws. The sound was solid. Sacred Land Architect. From now on, all construction is under Xianyan's authority. Xian walked to the shallows and lay beside Xianlan. The sea mist illusion array was running. The mist was thick with blue light, rotating. Xianyan's talent has awakened. Earth Escape can merge with Spirit Spring Water. The walls he builds are stronger and carry natural energy. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered. Xian patted his carapace with his claws. Sacred Land Architect. We can increase the construction level even more. Xian stood up and walked to the city wall. Xianyan had already built an entire new section of wall about 100 meters long, 5 meters high, and 2 meters thick. The wall's surface was deep brown, reflecting a dark luster in the sunlight. He climbed to the top and walked along the wall. It was straight without any deviation. There were no gaps between the top and the base. It was all one seamless piece. He crouched on the wall and stared at the sea. On the sea there was a ship, gray with a cannon at the bow. The ship was moored 5 kilometers away, and a figure stood on it. A man wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Gui Danglan. Xian stared at the ship. Gui Danglan also stared at the mist for about half a minute, then turned and walked into the cabin. The ship turned around and sailed northward. Xian slid down from the wall and walked to Xianyan. The wall is built. He can't see it. Xianyan nodded. Xian pointed with his claws toward the Spirit Spring Chamber. Is there enough Spirit Spring Water? Xianyan extended 5 claws, 5 tons per day. Xian stared at those 5 claws. 5 tons a day. The Spirit Spring Water was sufficient. More than enough. Xian walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Below the surface there was a faint blue glow. Energy was leaking out. He stared at that blue light. The wall is harder, but energy is still leaking. Xianyan growled low. A crack split the ground running from the Spirit Spring Chamber to the city wall. The crack closed, and the base of the wall was thickened by another layer. The blue light grew weaker. Imotian turned and walked back to the nursery. The hatchlings huddled in the pit. The smallest one with green patterns on its carapace lay beside the incubation pod. The little turtle inside the pod poked its head out of its shell and stared at him through the pod's wall. Imotian opened the hatch and reached his claws inside. The little turtle nipped at his claw tip. Xianyan's talent has awakened. He can build harder walls. The little turtle released its grip and blinked. Imotian closed the hatch and left the nursery. The sun was slanting westward. He climbed the watchtower. Xianlian crouched at the top. The patterns on her carapace were no longer glowing. Scan the area, Imotian said. Xianlian spat out a stream of water. A water membrane spread out covering 2 kilometers of sea surface. On the membrane, there was a tiny light spot 10 kilometers to the north. It was that ship. Gui Denglan. He hasn't gone far. Imotian slid down from the tower and walked to the city wall. Xianyan was still building. Sections sprang up one after another, deep brown with smooth surfaces. Imotian followed behind, tapping each section with his claws. The sound was dull, not hollow. How many meters today? Xianyan extended 3 claws. 30 meters. Imotian nodded. Continue tomorrow. 30 meters every day. Imotian walked to the smelting furnace. A layer of metal had accumulated in the stone trough, about 2 kilograms. He pried the metal up with his claws and put it in his pocket. He walked back to the warehouse and stacked the ingots in a corner. 6 kilograms now. I'll make another short blade tomorrow. Imotian took the first short blade from the warehouse and thrust it into the sandy ground. The blade was deep blue, reflecting light in the sunset. He gripped the handle with his claws and swung it. The blade whistled through the air. Xianyan's walls. My blade. Both are weapons. Imotian thrust the blade back into the sand and walked to the shallows. Night had fallen. The moon was hidden behind clouds. The sea was pitch black. In the darkness there was a ship without lights, without sound. It was moored 5 kilometers away, and a figure stood on it. A man wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Gui Denglan. Imotian lay in the shallows staring at the ship. Xianlan crouched to his left. The blue light in her throat had stopped flickering. Xianyan crouched to his right, forepaws pressed against the ground. Xianyu led the combat squad to crouch at the edge of the training ground. 10 turtles in a row. Xianlian lay on Imotian's forepaws. The patterns on her carapace had gone dark. The ship stayed for a quarter of an hour, then turned and sailed northward. The engine sound was very soft, growing fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Imotian stared at that patch of sea. He's gone. Xianyan's wall is still here. He can't see it. Imotian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding. The blue glow beneath the surface was bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows and lit up the city wall. On the wall's surface there was a faint blue glow mingling with the blue light in the seawater. On the sea those red eyes appeared again. They stared at the wall, at Xianyan, at the island. Then they sank. Imotian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the burrow. The spirit spring was still bubbling. New crystals had grown to the size of a thumb. The incubation pod sat beside the spirit spring. The blue light inside the pod was bright. The little turtle was curled up in its shell, and the cracks on its shell had widened. Imotian opened the hatch and reached his claws inside. The little turtle poked its head out of its shell and nipped at his claw tip. Xianyan can build harder walls now. Sacred Land Architect. The little turtle released its grip and blinked. Imotian closed the hatch and crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn had broken. The sun rose from the sea, its light falling on the island and on the mist. The mist was thick. The blue light was rotating. There was no ship on the sea, no red eyes. Imotian walked to the city wall. Xianyan had already started building. He growled low to draw water, then growled again to erect the wall. Sections of wall sprang up one after another, deep brown with smooth surfaces. Imotian followed behind, tapping each section with his claws. The sound was dull, not hollow. Sacred Land Architect. From now on the entire Sacred Land depends on your construction. Xianyan nodded. Imotian stood beneath the wall looking up at the 5-meter-high rampart. On the wall's surface a pale blue light was flowing, moving from the base to the top like water in a channel. Natural energy. There's natural energy in the wall. Imotian reached out and pressed his claws against the wall. Energy traveled from his fingertips, tingling but not hot. He closed his eyes and felt the energy flowing within the wall, steady, not surging chaotically like the spirit spring. The wall can stabilize energy. Imotian opened his eyes and stared at that section. Sunlight shone on the wall. The deep brown surface reflected a dark luster. He turned and walked to the shallows lying beside Xianlan. Xianyan's wall. It can seal energy. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst forth. Imotian didn't press it down. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows and lit up the city wall. The blue light on the wall grew brighter. On the sea, those red eyes appeared again. They stared at the wall at Xianlan at the island. This time they didn't sink. They floated on the surface watching for a long time. Mo Xian stared at those red eyes. It saw. The wall can seal energy. It's afraid. The red eyes blinked then sank. Xianlian laid the stone slab on the sandy ground using its claws to point at the dashed lines drawn on it. The dashed lines started 10 kilometers to the north, traced a semicircle around the outer edge of the island, and at their closest point were only 8 kilometers away. It extended 8 claws then 10 claws, and drew an arrow pointing from the dashed line toward the island. The boat was circling 8 to 10 kilometers away. Each circuit took half a shurchen. After completing the circuit it would leave. Mo Xian stared at those dashed lines. The boat came from the north, skirted the island's eastern side to the south, then from the south back to the north. One circuit took half a shurchen, the route fixed. He looked at the sun, then at the time marked on the stone slab. The boat passed due east of the island in the morning, due south at noon, a due west in the afternoon, and due north in the evening. When would they come? Xianlian used its claws to draw a horizontal line, representing one day. On the line it marked 4 points: morning, noon, afternoon, evening. Beside each point it drew a boat. 4 times a day, each time half a ko. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the shallow water. Xianlan crouched by the water's edge, the blue light in its throat flickering. The sea mist maze was in operation, the fog thick. Mo Xian lay down beside Xianlan. The patrol boat came 4 times a day, each time half a ko. The route was fixed. The time was fixed. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian used his claws to point toward the city wall. When the boat came, the entire clan would hide. When the boat left, normal activities resumed. Mo Xian walked to the training ground. Xian Yu was leading the combat squad in coordinated drills. 10 turtles were divided into 3 groups, practicing offense, defense, and reconnaissance together. Mo Xian called out, and Xian Yu stopped. The patrol boat came 4 times a day, morning, noon, afternoon, evening. Each time half a ko. When the boat came, the entire clan was not allowed to move. No calling. No glowing. Xian Yu nodded. Mo Xian turned and walked to the nursery chamber. The nursery elder crouched beside a pit, where over 100 young turtles huddled together. The smallest young turtle with green patterns on its carapace lay next to the incubation pod. The little turtle inside the pod poked its head out of its shell. When the patrol boat came, the young turtles were not allowed to make a sound. No running. The nursery elder nodded. Mo Xian walked to the warehouse, opened the door. The short blade leaned against the wall and metal ingots were stacked in the corner. He took out the blank for the second short blade and placed it on the anvil. He struck it a few times with a stone hammer, widening the blade. Then he used a stone chisel to carve out the bevel of the edge. After half a shurchen of carving, the blade blank took shape. Quench it tomorrow. Mo Xian put the blade blank back in the warehouse and closed the door. He walked to the shallow water. The sun was already overhead. Xianlian lay on the watchtower, the patterns on its carapace glowing. It extended its claws and pointed north. The boat was coming. Hide, said Mo Xian. Xianlan closed its mouth. The sea mist was still there, but it stopped adding new mist. Xianyan lay down, forelimbs pressed to the ground, motionless. Xian Yu led the combat squad to crouch by the edge of the training ground, 10 turtles huddled together, not glowing. The nursery elder gathered the young turtles to the bottom of the pit, shielding them with his body. The female turtle crouched at the mouth of the pit, protecting the newborn turtle beneath her. The smallest young turtle with green patterns on its carapace tucked its head under the belly armor of the one beside it. Mo Xian lay by the shallow water, resting his chin on his claws. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. Xianyan crouched to his right, forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xianlian slid down from the tower and lay on Mo Xian's forelimbs, the patterns on its carapace no longer glowing. The entire island had no light, no sound. The sound of an engine came from the north, growing closer. Mo Xian stared at the fog. There was a shadow in the fog, gray, a boat. The boat came from the north, traveling along the eastern side of the island. The engine noise was loud, echoing across the quiet sea. When the boat reached due east of the island, it stopped. The engine sound diminished, but did not go out. Mo Xian heard people talking, their voices low, indistinct through the fog. The talking lasted about half a minute, then stopped. The engine sound grew louder again, and the boat began to move. From east to south, from south to west. When the boat reached due west of the island, it stopped again. The engine sound diminished. Mo Xian heard someone shouting, a sharp voice, as if reporting coordinates. The shouting lasted about 10 seconds, then stopped. The engine sound grew louder, and the boat headed north. The sound became fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Mo Xian waited half a ko before standing up. It's gone. Resume activities. Xianlan opened its mouth and exhaled a puff of mist. The mist thickened where it had thinned. Xian Yu stood up leading the combat squad to continue their coordinated drills. The nursery elder released the young turtles from the bottom of the pit. The smallest young turtle with green patterns on its carapace crawled out of the pile and ran onto Xian's forelimbs. You weren't allowed to make a sound just now. Did you make a sound? The young turtle shook its head. Xian put it back in the pit and walked to the shallow water. Xian Lian lay on the watchtower, the patterns on its carapace glowing. It extended its claws and pointed north. The boat was 10 kilometers away heading north. It will come again in the afternoon. Xian walked to the smelting furnace. Xian Yu led the 4 turtles of the attack group to crouch in front of the furnace. Xian used his claws to push ore and charcoal into the furnace chamber. Xian Yu opened its mouth and breathed fire. The furnace blazed red, the ore melted, and blue liquid flowed out of the slag hole, dripping into a stone trough. Xian lay by the stone trough staring at the dripping liquid. It must be finished smelting before the boat comes. Xian Yu nodded. The attack group took turns breathing fire, and the ore in the furnace chamber was soon consumed. A layer of metal about 2 kilograms had accumulated in the stone trough. Xian used his claws to pry the metal loose and put it into his pocket. He walked to the warehouse and stacked the metal ingot in the corner. 12 kilograms now. The boat will come in the afternoon, a stop work. Xian walked to the shallow water. The sun was already to the west. Xian Lian lay on the watchtower, the patterns on its carapace glowing. It extended its claws and pointed north. The boat was coming again. Hide. Xian lay down. The entire island fell silent. The engine sound came from the north, the boat following the same route. A stop in the east, a stop in the south, a stop in the west, then heading north. After half a coup the sound disappeared. Xian stood up. It's gone. Continue. Xian Lan replenished the mist. The combat squad continued their drills. The smelting furnace kept burning. Xian walked to the city wall. Xian Yin was reinforcing the wall base. He let out a low roar to draw water, then another low roar to build the wall. The wall base thickened by half a meter, turning a deep brown, the moss greener. What were you doing when the boat came in the afternoon? Lying still, said Xian Yin. Xian nodded. He walked to the reservoir and took a drink of water. The water was cool with a hint of sweetness. He turned and walked to the terraced fields. The grain in the 4th field had turned yellow, the ears heavy. He cupped one ear, rubbed off a few grains and chewed them. The husk was hard, the rice a deep red, very chewy. They can be harvested tomorrow. Xian walked to the aquaculture pond. There were many fish in the pond, the largest one a tuna surfaced. He took a small piece of dried fish from his ring and tossed it into the water. The tuna swallowed it and sank. Breeder fish. Keep it. Night fell. The moon was hidden by clouds, the sea pitch black. Xian Lian lay on the watchtower, the patterns on its carapace glowing. It extended its claws and pointed north. The boat was coming again. Hide. Xian laid down by the shallow water. The entire island fell silent. The engine sound came from the north, the boat following the same route. East, south, west, north. After half a coup the sound disappeared. There will be another one tonight, said Xian. Xian Lian nodded. It extended 4 claws, 4 times a day. Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. Beneath the surface there was a faint blue light. Energy was leaking out. He stared at that blue light. The patrol boat was gone, but the energy was still leaking. Xian Yin let out a low roar. The ground split open with a crack extending from the spiritual spring chamber all the way to the city wall. The crack closed, and the wall base was thickened by another layer. The blue light grew fainter. Xian turned and walked back to the nursery. The young turtles huddled in the pit, the smallest with green patterns on its carapace lying next to the incubation pod. The little turtle inside the pod poked its head out of its shell, staring at him through the pod wall. Xian opened the pod door and reached a claw inside. The little turtle bit his claw tip. The patrol boat comes 4 times a day. Each time half a coup. When the boat comes you must not make a sound. The little turtle released its bite and blinked once. Xian closed the pod door and left the nursery. Dawn was approaching. Xian Lian lay on the watchtower, the patterns on its carapace glowing. It extended its claws and pointed north. The morning run was coming. Hide. Xian laid down by the shallow water. The engine sound came from the north, the boat following the route. After half a coup the sound disappeared. Xian stood up and walked to the city wall. Xian Yin had already begun reinforcing the wall base. 4 times a day. Fixed time. Fixed route, said Xian. When the boat comes the entire clan hides. When the boat leaves resume normal activities. Xian Yin nodded. Xian opened the system panel. Patrol route adjusted. Current exposure probability 3. Suggestion: maintain current state, avoid large-scale daytime activities. Xian closed the panel. He walked to the shallow water and laid down beside Xian Lan. The sea mist maze was in operation, the fog thick, the blue light rotating. Exposure probability 3%. That's enough. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered once. Xian patted its carapace with his claws. Hidden well. They won't find us. On the sea the fog dispersed. Sunlight shone on the water, a sheet of gold. In the middle of the gold, there was a boat, gray with a cannon at the bow. The boat stopped 10 kilometers away. On the boat stood a person wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Gui Denglan. He stared at the direction of the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked into the cabin. The boat turned around and headed north. The engine sound grew fainter and fainter. Xian stared at that stretch of sea. He came again today. Can't see anything. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Xian did not press it down. The blue light illuminated the entire shallow water, illuminated the city wall. The moss on the wall glowed in the blue light. On the sea that pair of red eyes appeared again. Staring at the city wall, staring at Xianlan, staring at the island. It floated on the water for a long time. Xian stared at that pair of red eyes. It saw. We adjusted the time. It can't grasp the pattern. The red eyes blinked once and sank. Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding. The blue light beneath the surface was very bright. Energy was leaking out. He stared at that blue light. Exposure probability 3%. But the energy is still leaking. They follow the energy. Xianyan let out a low roar. The ground split open with a crack, blocking the blue light. Xian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The spiritual spring was still bubbling, new crystals grown to the size of a thumb. The incubation pod was beside the spiritual spring, the blue light inside bright. The little turtle was curled up in its shell inside the pod, the cracks on its shell wider. Xian opened the pod door and reached a claw inside. The little turtle poked its head out of its shell and bit his claw tip. 4 times a day. When the boat comes, the entire clan must not move. The little turtle released its bite and blinked once. Xian closed the pod door and crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn had broken. The sun rose from the sea, its light falling on the island on the fog. The fog was thick, the blue light rotating. On the sea there was no boat, no red eyes. Xian walked to the shallow water and lay down beside Xianlan. Today continue. Boat comes, hide. Boat leaves work. Xianlan nodded. Xian stood up and walked to the training ground. You had already started drills with the combat squad. The attack group breathed fire, the defense group rammed the wall, the reconnaissance group spread water films. When the boat comes, no moving. The 10 turtles nodded. Xian walked to the smelting furnace. Another layer of metal about 1 kilogram had accumulated in the stone trough. He used his claws to pry the metal loose and put it into his pocket. Smelt again after the boat leaves in the afternoon. Xian walked back to the shallow water, staring at the northern sea. The fog was thick, the blue light rotating. He knew that in half a shurchen the boat would come. From the north along the eastern side, stop, head south, stop, head west, stop, head north. Half a ku. Xian lay on the sandy ground, resting his chin on his claws. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. The entire island was silent. The engine sound came from the north. The boat was coming. 3 cracks appeared on the sandy surface of the egg pit. Xian lay by the pit, staring at the fissures. The first crack had formed yesterday, stretching from the center to the edge, wide and deep. The second crack appeared this morning, running horizontally, intersecting the first. The third crack had just formed, slanting across, dividing the pit's surface into 3 sections. The female turtle crouched by the pit, her head extended toward the hole, emitting a low, guttural rumble from her throat. The first baby turtle poked its head out from the crack. Xian used his claw to push aside the sand at the pit's mouth, helping it climb out. The baby turtle's carapace was dark gray with a faint reddish ring around the edge. It crawled 2 steps, paused, and looked up at Xian. The second, third, and fourth turtles emerged one after another. The 5th turtle got stuck at the pit's entrance. Xian used the tip of his claw to support its hind legs, gently pushing it upward. The baby turtle tumbled over the rim, rolled once, landed on its back, and flipped itself over. When Xian counted to 18, there was still movement in the pit. The sand's surface shifted, bulging upward from below. A baby turtle emerged from the sand, its carapace bearing a fine golden stripe that glinted in the sunlight. It crawled swiftly, catching up to the one ahead, and bumped its head against the other's shell. The struck turtle retracted into its shell, then poked its head out again after a few seconds. Xian stared at the golden-striped turtle, using his claw to nudge it aside. The second clutch. Has it begun? The female turtle pointed with her claw to another egg pit nearby. The sand of that pit had also cracked and baby turtles were crawling out. Xian moved over and counted the second clutch. The first, second, third. When he reached 16, there was no more movement in the pit. The second clutch, 16. Adding the first clutch's 18 made 34. What about the third clutch? The female turtle pointed with her claw to the third egg pit beside the nursery. That pit's sand surface hadn't cracked, but the grains were shifting, bulging upward from below. Xian lay down, pressing his ear to the ground. Underground, there were faint chirping sounds like mice. He stood up and used his claw to push aside the sand at the pit's mouth. Beneath the sand layer, the baby turtles had already hatched and were pushing outward. He pulled them out one by one, 22 in total. The third clutched 22. 34 plus 22 made 56. Xian stepped back a few paces and opened the system panel. The clan count had changed from 153 to 209. He stared at the number, then looked at the hatchlings in the pits. 56 newborns plus the previous 153 made 209 in total. A line of golden text appeared on the panel. Race count reached 150. 3 consecutive clutches hatched, 56 new hatchlings added. Current total 209. Average combat power lower, shinobi rank upper tier. Rewards being distributed: advanced body refining liquid 20A, spiritual soil improver 30, intermediate cultivation pod 2. Xian retrieved the rewards from his ring. 20 bottles of advanced body refining liquid deep purple with 3 ripple marks carved on the labels. 30 bags of spiritual soil improver, each bag twice as large as before. 2 intermediate cultivation pods, twice the size of the small ones, transparent, with soft pads lining the bottom. He moved the 2 pods beside the nursery and arranged them in a row with the original one. The spiritual spring pipeline extended from the stone chamber connected to the side of the pods. Water dripped from the pipe's mouth drop by drop onto the soft pads at the pod's bottom. Intermediate cultivation pods. Capable of incubating 50 eggs simultaneously. Hatching rate 99%. Hatchling evolution speed increased by 50%. Xian opened the pod door and smoothed the soft pad. The 3 pods lined up, able to hold 70 eggs. He placed the 56 newly hatched turtles into the nursery pit. The pit already held over 100 young turtles. With these 56 added, it was packed tight. The smallest turtle with green stripes on its carapace crawled out from the mass, ran onto Xian's forelimb. Now there are 56 more. You're all crowded together. The baby turtle looked up at him and blinked. Xian placed it back in the pit, turned, and walked outside the nursery. Xian crouched at the entrance, its forelimbs pressed to the ground. The nursery is too small. Expand. Xian let out a low roar. The walls of the nursery moved outward, doubling the pit size. From 10 meters wide and 15 meters long, it expanded to 15 meters wide and 20 meters long. The pit floor was covered with fresh soil, and 5 layers of dried seaweed were laid down. Xian crawled into the pit, using his claw to measure. It could hold 300 young turtles. Enough. Xian climbed out of the pit and stood at its edge. The nursery elder crouched by the pit's mouth, staring at the young turtles inside. Over 200 hatchlings huddled together, some dozing, some nibbling seaweed, some fighting. The smallest green-striped turtle lay on the back of the golden-striped one, both yawning. Feed them 3 times a day: seaweed, dried fish, crushed grains. Change the spiritual spring water once daily. The nursery elder nodded. Xian walked over to the cultivation pods. The 3 pods lined up, spiritual spring water dripping softly onto the soft pads. He opened the system panel. Nursery expanded. Current capacity 300 young turtles. Equipped with intermediate cultivation pod 2, small cultivation pod 1. Spiritual spring water supply sufficient. Hatchling survival rate 99. Evolution speed 50. Sacred ground construction progress 5. Current progress 48. Xian closed the panel. He walked to the shallows and lay down beside Xianlan. The sea mist formation was operational, the fog, thick blue, light swirling. The clan has broken past 150. Now it's 209. Xianlan's throat burst with blue light. Xian pressed its mouth shut. Average combat power lower, shinobi rank upper tier. It's higher than before. Xianlan's throat dimmed. Xian patted its carapace with his claw. When these hatchlings grow up, the average combat power will reach middle shinobi rank. Xian stood up and walked to the training ground. Xianyu was leading the combat squad in coordinated drills. 10 turtles divided into 3 groups, practicing offense, defense, and reconnaissance together. Xian called out, and Xianyu stopped. The clan has broken 200. The nursery has been expanded. 2 intermediate cultivation pods added. Xianyu nodded. Xian took out 10 bottles of advanced body refining liquid from his ring and distributed them to the combat squad. Drink it. 1 bottle per day. The 10 turtles bit the bottles, tilted their heads, and gulped them down. After drinking, the largest turtle's dark gray carapace patterns glowed for a long time. The second largest's blue spots brightened. The third largest's head scar completely disappeared. Xian walked to the smelting furnace. A layer of metal had accumulated in the stone trough, about 2 kilograms. He used his claw to pry the metal loose and put it in his pouch. He returned to the warehouse and stacked the metal ingots in the corner. 14 kilograms now. Tomorrow I'll make the second short blade. Mo Xian took out the first short blade from the warehouse and thrust it into the sand. He also took out the blank for the second blade and placed it on the anvil. He struck it a few times with a stone hammer. The blade widened slightly and the edge became sharper. Quench it tomorrow. Fit the handle the day after. Mo Xian returned the blade blank to the warehouse and closed the door. He walked to the nursery and crouched by the pit. The hatchlings huddled together, the smallest green-striped one lying on the back of the golden-striped one. The golden-striped turtle had retracted into its shell, only its tail tip showing. "What's your name?" Mo Xian said. The golden-striped turtle poked its head out of its shell and stared at him. Its eyes were dark brown with vertical pupils. Mo Xian pointed a claw at it. "From today on you are called Xianjing." The baby turtle blinked and retracted back inside. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the shallows. The sun was setting. Xian Lian lay on the watchtower, its carapace patterns glowing. It extended a claw tip pointing north. A ship was coming. "Conceal yourselves." Mo Xian lay low by the shallows. The entire island fell silent. The engine sound came from the north. The ship followed the route. East-southwest-north. Half an hour later the sound faded. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A faint blue glow emanated from beneath the surface. Energy was leaking out. The clan has grown. More energy is leaking. Xian Yin let out a low roar. The ground split open with a crack extending from the spiritual spring chamber all the way to the nursery. The crack closed, and the wall base was thickened by a layer. The blue glow weakened. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the nursery. The young turtles crowded in the pit, the smallest green-striped one lying on Xian Jin's back. Both were sleeping. Mo Xian opened the door of the cultivation pod and reached his claw inside. The soft pad inside was wet with a small puddle of spiritual spring water accumulated. He withdrew his claw and closed the door. 3 cultivation pods. Can hold 70 eggs. Hatching rate 99%. Evolution speed 50% faster. Mo Xian came out of the nursery. It was dark. The moon was obscured by clouds, the sea surface pitch black. In the midst of the darkness there was a ship, no lights, no sound. The ship stopped 10 kilometers away, a reconnaissance vessel from mist hidden. Mo Xian lay by the shallows staring at the ship. Xian Lan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. Xian Yin crouched to his right, forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xian Yu led the combat squad, crouching by the training ground. Xian Lian lay on Mo Xian's forelimb, its carapace patterns unlit. The ship stopped for a quarter of an hour, then turned and sailed north. The engine sound was faint, growing distant. The patrol ship is gone. That's the 4th time today. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding. The blue glow beneath the surface was very bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, brightening the nursery door. The door was open and the young turtles were chirping in the pit. On the sea surface the pair of red eyes appeared again. They stared at the nursery door, at Xian Lan, at the island. They sank beneath the surface. Mo Xian turned and walked back into the stone chamber, crawling into the burrow. The spiritual spring was still bubbling. New crystals had grown to the size of a thumb. The cultivation pod was beside the spring, the blue light inside very bright. He opened the pod door and reached his claw inside. The clan has broken 200. The nursery has been expanded. 2 cultivation pods added. Mo Xian closed the pod door and crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn broke. The sun rose from the sea, its light shining on the island on the mist. The mist was thick blue light swirling. On the sea there was no ship, no red eyes. Mo Xian walked to the nursery and crouched by the pit. The young turtles were awake, scurrying around in the pit. The smallest green-striped one ran up Mo Xian's forelimb, looking up at him. Xianjin lay in the corner of the pit, retracted into its shell. 209. Average combat power, lower shinobi rank, upper tier. Mo Xian placed the green-striped turtle back in the pit and stood up. The system panel lit up. Race count 209. Average combat power, lower shinobi rank, upper tier. Nursery capacity 300. Cultivation pods 3. Hatchling survival rate 99. Evolution speed 50. Sacred ground construction progress 48. Next stage goal, race count 300. Mo Xian closed the panel. He walked to the shallows and lay down beside Xian Lan. The sea mist formation was operational, the fog, thick blue, light swirling. Next stage 300. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat flickered once. Mo Xian patted its carapace with his claw. When we reach 300 there will be more at the middle shinobi rank. On the sea the mist cleared. Sunlight shone on the water, a sheet of gold. In the middle of that gold there was a ship, gray, with a cannon on its bow. The ship stopped 10 kilometers away. A figure stood on the deck wearing a bamboo hat in a black robe. Gui Denglon. He stared at the island for about half a minute, then turned and entered the cabin. The ship turned and sailed north. The engine sound grew fainter. Mo Xian stared at that patch of sea. He came again today. He can't see it. Xianlan's throat burst with blue light. Mo Xian didn't press it down. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, brightening the nursery door. The door was open and the young turtles were chirping in the pit. On the sea surface, the pair of red eyes appeared again. They stared at the nursery door at Xianlan at the island. They floated on the water for a long time. Mo Xian stared at those red eyes. It saw it. The clan has broken 200. It's afraid. The red eyes blinked once and sank beneath the surface. Mo Xian stood up, walked to the nursery entrance, and crouched down. The young turtles crowded in the pit, the smallest green-striped one lying on Xianjin's back. Both were yawning. 209. When you grow up, there will be more. Mo Xian stood up from the pit's edge and walked to the smelting furnace. Another layer of metal had accumulated in the stone trough, about 1 kilogram. He used his claw to pry the metal loose and put it in his pouch. Today I'll make the second blade. Mo Xian took out the blank for the second short blade from the warehouse and placed it on the anvil. Xianyu opened its mouth and a jet of flame struck the blank. The sword blank heated red, changing from gray-blue to dark red. Mo Xian pinched the blank with his claw and placed it in the stone trough. Steam rose hissing. The blade blank cooled, its color shifting from dark red to deep blue. Mo Xian held the blade blank up before his eyes. The blade was narrower, shorter, but the edge was very sharp. The second one. Fit the handle tomorrow. Mo Xian put the blade blank into the warehouse, leaning it against the wall. The two blades stood side by side, thrust into the sand, deep blue glinting in the sunlight. Mo Xian stood in front of the two blades, staring at them. When I've accumulated enough metal, I'll make one for each of you. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered once. Mo Xian patted its carapace with his claw. I'll make yours first. You're the strongest fighter. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian walked to the shallows and laid down on the sand. On the sea there was no ship, no red eyes. The mist was thick blue light swirling. The clan has broken 200. Next step, 300. Mo Xian closed his eyes. The waves crashed on the beach one after another. In the nursery the young turtles were snoring. On the training ground the combat squad practiced spitting fire. Beside the smelting furnace the metal in the stone trough was cooling. He opened his eyes. On the sea the pair of red eyes appeared again. They floated on the water staring at the island. They stared for a long time. Mo Xian stared at those red eyes. 209. When we reach 300 you'll be even more afraid. The red eyes blinked once and sank beneath the surface. Mo Xian removed 5 bottles of advanced quenching fluid from his ring and lined them up before the cultivation pod. The bottle bodies were deep purple with 3 wave patterns engraved on the labels. 5 high-potential juvenile turtles crouched before the pod. Xianjin along with 4 others whose carapaces bore unique patterns. Xianjin's carapace had golden patterns, the second had silver patterns, the third copper patterns, the fourth white patterns, and the fifth black patterns. The 5 juvenile turtles crouched in a row looking up at Mo Xian. Drink. Mo Xian pushed the bottles towards them. Xianjin was the first to bite the bottle cap and tilt his head back to chug it down. The silver juvenile came second, the copper third, the white fourth, and the black last. After drinking, all 5 juvenile turtles laid down at the same time, and their carapaces began to glow. Xianjin's golden patterns shone brightest like the sun. The silver juvenile's patterns resembled lightning, the copper juvenile's patterns looked like rusted iron, the white juvenile's patterns were like snow, and the black juvenile's patterns were like ink. The light lasted about half a minute then faded. Xianjin stood up and shook his body. His size had increased from the size of a palm to a half-grown turtle. His carapace changed from dark gray to black gold with golden patterns spreading outward from the center like tree roots. He opened his mouth. There was no light in his throat, but the claws on his forelimbs grew longer with tips curving into hooks. He aimed at the earthen wall in front of him and extended his claws. 5 deep grooves were scored into the wall deep enough to insert a claw. He retracted his claws and stared at the 5 grooves. The silver juvenile also stood up. Its carapace changed from dark gray to silver white with patterns shaped like lightning. It opened its mouth and exhaled a puff of mist. The mist was very cold. When it sprayed onto the earthen wall, a layer of ice formed on the surface. Thick ice as thick as a finger. It tapped the ice with its claw. The ice shattered, leaving a layer of white frost on the wall. The copper juvenile stood up. Its carapace changed from dark gray to reddish-brown with patterns like cracks. It let out a low roar. The ground split open with a fissure, and from the fissure rose a spear of earth half a meter tall with a sharp tip. It let out another low roar. The earth spear retracted into the ground, and the surface returned to flatness. The white juvenile stood up. Its carapace changed from dark gray to milky white with patterns like snowflakes. It opened its mouth and spat a white liquid. The liquid fell onto the sandy ground, corroding it into a pit half a foot deep, emitting white smoke. The black juvenile stood up. Its carapace changed from dark gray to charcoal black with patterns like a spiderweb. It closed its eyes, and when it opened them again, its pupils turned white with no iris. It stared at Imo Xian for 3 seconds. Imo Xian felt a numbness at the back of his head like a needle prick. The black juvenile blinked, and its pupils returned to black. Imo Xian opened the system panel. Xianjin Jinin, level Chunin level. Unlock technique, Taijutsu Golden Claw technique, claw hardness increased by 5 times, can tear rock. Chakra consumption low. Xian Yin Jinin, level Chunin level. Unlock technique, water release, ice mist technique, sprays, freezing mist, freezing range 3 meters. Chakra consumption medium. Xiantong Jinin, level Chunin level. Unlock technique, earth release, earth spear technique, spears of earth pierce up from underground range 10 meters. Chakra consumption medium. Xian Bai Jinin, level Chunin level. Unlock technique, water release, acid fluid technique, sprays corrosive liquid, can melt metal. Chakra consumption high. Xian Hei Jinin, level Chunin level. Unlock technique, Jinjutsu dark vision technique, briefly disrupts target's vision, lasts 3 seconds. Chakra consumption low. Imo Xian closed the panel. The 5 Chunin level juvenile turtles crouched before the cultivation pod, their carapace patterns still glowing and flickering on and off. Imo Xian walked to Xianjin and pointed a claw in the direction of the training ground. You assigned to the combat team. Follow Xianyu. Xianjin nodded. Imo Xian walked to Xianin. You also assigned to the combat team. Xian-Yi nodded. Imo Xian walked to Xiantong. You assigned to the construction team. Follow Xianyan. Xiantong nodded. Imo Xian walked to Xianbai. You assigned to the combat team. Responsible for ranged attacks. Xianbai nodded. Imo Xian walked to Xianhei. You assigned to the reconnaissance team. Follow Xianlian. Xianhei nodded. Imo Xian turned around and walked steadily towards the training ground. His figure was tall and upright like an immovable mountain. Entering the training ground, he saw Xian Yu leading a combat squad in training. Their coordination was flawless, their movements fluid and seamless. Imo Xian called out softly. His voice was not loud, but carried clearly to everyone's ears. Hearing the summons, Xian Yu immediately stopped what he was doing and quickly approached Imo Xian. 3 new Chunin level members. Imo Xian said expressionlessly, then turned his gaze to the 3 juvenile turtles not far away. These 3 juvenile turtles were named Xianjin, Xian-Yin, and Xianbai, each with distinctive features. Among them, Xianjin was the largest, his body already approaching the size of an adult turtle. Xian-Yin was medium-sized, his carapace shining with an astonishing silver-white light, and the smallest, Xianbai, had a carapace as white as snow, smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade. Xian Yu's gaze locked onto the 3 juvenile turtles, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise in his eyes. After a moment, he slowly extended his sharp claw and pointed to the east side of the training ground. From now on, you 3 are assigned to the attack squad. Remember, follow closely behind the largest one and learn the techniques. Xian Yu instructed in a stern tone. Xianjin nodded. He walked to the front of the attack squad and crouched down. The largest turtle in the attack squad stared at him and touched his shell with its head. Xianjin did not move. The largest one touched him again, and only then did Xianjin nod. Imo Xian walked to the reservoir. Xianyan was repairing the water channel. Imo Xian called out. Xianyan stopped. Add 1 Chunin level. Xiantong. Assigned to the construction team. Learn earth release from you. Xiantong crouched before Xian Yin, looking up at him. Xian Yin let out a low roar. The ground split open with a fissure, and a spear of earth rose from it. Xiantong also let out a low roar. The ground split open with a smaller fissure, and a thinner spear of earth rose. Xian Yin nodded. Imo Xian walked to the watchtower. Xian Lian lay on the tower top, his carapace patterns glowing. Imo Xian looked up and called out. Xian Lian slid down from the tower. Add 1 Chunin level. Xianhei. Assigned to the reconnaissance team. Learn Jinjutsu from you. Xianhei crouched before Xian Lian. Xian Lian spat out a stream of water. The water film spread out. Xianhei closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils turned white. He stared at the water film for 3 seconds. The light spots on the water film disappeared. Xian Lian's carapace patterns dimmed for a moment, then brightened again. He stared at Xianhei and nodded. Imo Xian walked to the shallow shore. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in his throat flickering. The sea mist illusion array was running. The mist was thick and the blue light was spinning. Second batch of Chunin level. 5. Xianjin, Xian-Yin, Xiantong, Xianbai, Xianhei. Now there are 9 Chunin level in total. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst out. Imo Xian pressed his mouth shut. 9 Chunin level. twice as many as before. Xianlan's throat dimmed. Mo Xian patted his carapace with a claw. Combat team has Xian Jin, Xian Yin, Xian Bai. Construction team has Xian Tong. Reconnaissance team has Xian He. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the training ground. Xian Yu was leading the newly formed combat squad in coordination drills. The attack squad now had 7 turtles. The original 4 plus, Xian Jin, Xian Yin, and Xian Bai. 7 turtles lined up in a row. Xian Yu stood at the front. Attack squad. Spit fire. All 7 turtles opened their mouths. The largest spewed a pillar of fire, Xian Jin spewed hot air, Xian Yin spewed ice mist, as Xian Bai spewed acid. Fire, hot air, ice mist, and acid mingled together, striking the earthen target. The target was scorched, frozen, and corroded, it collapsed. Xian Yu stared at the rubble and nodded. Defense squad. Ram the wall. The 3 defense turtles rammed the wall with their heads. A crack appeared in the wall. Xian Yu shook his head. Not enough. Do it again. The 3 turtles rammed again, the wall fell. Reconnaissance squad. Watch the ship. The 3 reconnaissance turtles, the original 3 plus Xian He, spread out a water film. On the water film, there was a light spot 10 kilometers to the north. It was a reconnaissance ship from mist hidden. Xian He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again his pupils turned white. The light spot on the water film disappeared. The light spots of the other 3 turtles remained. Xian Lian slid down from the watchtower and stared at Xian He. You interfered with their perception. Xian He nodded. Xian Lian pointed a claw at the sea surface to the north. From now on when a ship comes, use your Jinjutsu. Make the perception-type ninjas on the ship unable to see the island. Xian He nodded. Mo Xian came out of the training ground and walked to the smelting furnace. A layer of metal had accumulated in the stone trough, about 2 kilograms. He pried the metal off with his claw and put it into his pocket. Returning to the warehouse, he stacked the metal ingot in the corner. 16 kilograms now. Tomorrow make the 3rd sword. Mo Xian took out the first short sword and the second short sword from the warehouse and stuck them into the sand. The 2 swords stood side by side, their blades deep blue. He stared at the 2 swords. 9 Chunin level. 2 swords. Enough for a small skirmish. Mo Xian walked to the shallow shore. The sun was setting to the west. Xian Lian lay on the watchtower, his carapace patterns glowing. He extended his claw tip and pointed north. The ship is coming. Hide. Mo Xian laid down by the shallow shore. The entire island was silent. The sound of an engine came from the north. The ship followed its route. East, south, west, north. After half an hour the sound faded. Mo Xian stood up. It's gone. Continue. Xian Lan replenished the mist. The combat squad continued training. The smelting furnace continued burning. Mo Xian walked to the nursery. The juvenile turtles huddled in the pit. The smallest one with green patterns on its carapace lay on Xian Jin's back. Xian Jin had already grown up his carapace black gold. The green patterned juvenile lay on top like a leaf. Xian Jin is Chunin level now. You need to grow up quickly too. The green patterned juvenile looked up at him and blinked. Mo Xian walked to the cultivation pod and opened the hatch. The small turtle inside poked its head out of its shell and bit his claw tip. 2nd batch of Chunin level. 5. When you come out you'll be the 3rd batch. The small turtle released its bite and blinked. Mo Xian closed the hatch and came out of the nursery. The sky had darkened. The moon was hidden by clouds, and the sea was pitch black. In the middle of the blackness there was a ship with no lights, no sound. The ship stopped 10 kilometers away. It was the reconnaissance ship from mist hidden. Mo Xian lay by the shallow shore staring at the ship. Xian Lan crouched to his left, the blue light in his throat no longer flickering. Xian Yin crouched to his right, forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xian Yu led the combat squad, crouching at the edge of the training ground. 9 Chunin level turtles lined up in a row. Xian Lian lay on Mo Xian's forelimb, his carapace patterns no longer glowing. The ship stopped for a quarter of an hour, then turned around and sailed northward. The engine sound was very faint, growing fainter. The reconnaissance ship is gone. The 4th time today. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was hot. The blue light beneath the surface was very bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shallow shore, lit up the training ground. 9 Chunin level turtles crouched there, their carapace patterns glowing in the blue light. On the sea surface the pair of red eyes appeared again, staring at the training ground, at Xian Lan, at the island. They sank down. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The spiritual spring was still bubbling. The new crystal had grown to the size of a thumb. The cultivation pod was beside the spiritual spring. The blue light inside the pod was very bright. The small turtle was curled up in its shell inside the pod, the cracks on its shell wider. Mo Xian opened the hatch and reached his claw inside. The small turtle poked its head out of its shell and bit his claw tip. 9 Chunin level. Twice as many as before. Combat power has increased. The small turtle released its bite and blinked. Ōtsutsuki closed the hatch and crawled out of the stone chamber. Daybreak. The sun rose from the sea, its light shining on the island on the mist. The mist was thick and the blue light was spinning. There were no ships on the sea, no red eyes. Ōtsutsuki walked to the training ground. 9 Chunin-level turtles crouched in a row. Xianyu stood at the front. Today practice coordination. Attack, defense, and reconnaissance together. The 9 turtles nodded. Ōtsutsuki took out 9 bottles of advanced quenching fluid from his ring and distributed them to them. Drink. 1 bottle every day. The 9 turtles bit the bottles and tilted their heads back to chug. Xianjin's carapace brightened. The golden patterns became even brighter. Xianyin's carapace formed a thin layer of ice, which quickly melted. Xiantong's carapace grew a layer of earth, which fell to the ground. Xianbai's carapace emitted a puff of white smoke. Xianhei's carapace dimmed for a moment, then brightened again. Ōtsutsuki stood before the 9 turtles staring at them. Second batch of Chunin level. Assigned to combat team construction team reconnaissance team. Share the core pressure. From now on, Xianlan doesn't have to handle everything. You handle part of it. The 9 turtles nodded. Ōtsutsuki walked to the shallow shore and laid down beside Xianlan. 9 Chunin level. Combat power is sufficient. But we still need to hide. Can't fight. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered once. Ōtsutsuki patted his carapace with a claw. Wait until there are 20 Chunin level. Then we can fight once. On the sea the mist dissipated. Sunlight shone on the sea, turning it golden. In the middle of the gold, there was a ship gray with a cannon at the bow. The ship stopped 10 kilometers away. A man stood on the deck wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Kido Arashur. He stared at the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked into the cabin. The ship turned around and sailed northward. The engine sound grew fainter. Ōtsutsuki stared at that patch of sea. 9 Chunin level now. He was still watching. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst out. Ōtsutsuki didn't press it down. The blue light illuminated the entire shallow shore, lit up the training ground. 9 Chunin-level turtles crouched there, their carapace patterns glowing in the blue light. On the sea surface, the pair of red eyes appeared again, staring at the training ground at Xianlan at the island. They floated on the water for a long time. Ōtsutsuki stared at the red eyes. 9 of them. Afraid or not. The red eyes blinked once, then sank down. Ōtsutsuki was awakened by the sound of engines. Not the engines of a mist reconnaissance vessel, but a lighter, more distant diesel hum coming from the north. He opened his eyes. The sky was still dark, the moon hidden behind clouds, the sea a black void. Xianlan crouched to his left, its throat's blue glow no longer flickering. Xianyin squatted on his right, forepaws pressed flat against the ground. Where is Xianyu? Ōtsutsuki asked. Xianlan turned to gaze toward the training ground. It stood empty. The 6 Chunin-class battle group members were gone as well. Ōtsutsuki rose and walked toward the edge of the training ground. A dozen claw marks scored the sand, stretching northward before disappearing into the shallows. His claws traced the imprints. The sand still damp, they had departed no more than 15 minutes prior. He took the battle group out, Ōtsutsuki said. The blue glow in Xianlan's throat flared. Ōtsutsuki pressed his paw over its mouth. They went west. The blind spot. The patrol ship cannot see them. Ōtsutsuki walked to the shallows and faced north. The sea was empty, yet the engine hum persisted, fading ever farther. Xianlian emerged from the nursery and clambered onto Ōtsuki's foreleg, the patterns across its carapace beginning to shimmer. It extended a claw tip toward the north, 10 kilometers. Then 5 more claw tips, 5 turtles. Xianyu had taken 5 Chunin class members, Xianjin, Xianbai, and 2 from the defense unit. Ōtsutsuki pressed himself against the sand, ears touching the earth. The ground trembled faintly, coming from the north, like someone drumming far in the distance. The tremor lasted about 15 minutes, then ceased. They have arrived. The empty island. Ōtsutsuki rose and walked to the water's edge. The sea was warm. Beneath the surface, a blue glow flickered weakly. He stared at that blue glow, waiting for them to return. Dawn broke. The sun rose from the sea, light falling upon the island and the mist. The fog was thick, the blue light spinning within it. Ōtsutsuki lay at the edge of the shallows, gazing north. Xianlan crouched to his left, its throat's blue glow no longer flickering. Xianyin squatted on his right, forepaws pressed to the ground. Xianlian rested atop Ōtsuki's foreleg, its carapace patterns dim. The engine sound came from the north, growing nearer. Ōtsutsuki rose, his gaze fixed on the sea. 5 shadows emerged from the fog, swimming in a single file toward the island. Xianyu let a kunai clenched in its jaws. Xianjin followed, a fresh scratch marred across its carapace. Xianyin trailed behind, a thin rime of ice coating its shell. Xianbai came last, white smoke curling from its back. 2 defense unit turtles brought up the rear, their shells bearing several dents. The 5 turtles hauled themselves onto the shallows. Xian Yu spat the kunai onto the sand. The blade's edge was nicked, stained with blood. It stared at Imo, brown light pulsing within its throat. The empty island. 5 rogue ninja. 3 chunin, 2 genin. All eliminated. Imo fixed his gaze on the kunai. Who gave you the order? I did, Xian Yu said. The battle group takes my commands. Imo walked to Xian Yu and butted its flank with his head. Xian Yu staggered back 2 steps, claws gouging 4 furrows into the sand. It steadied itself and glared at Imo. The battle group obeys you. But whom do you obey? Xian Yu said nothing. Imo struck again. Xian Yu stumbled back 2 more steps. This time it lost its footing, tumbled onto its shell belly to the sky. It righted itself, rose, and locked eyes with Imo. I obey you, Xian Yu said. I told you not to fight. Yet you fought. Imo pointed his claw toward the northern sea. The empty island lies 40 kilometers away. Stragglers would not drift this close. They would not even see the island. Why did you attack? Xian Yu's claws dug into the sand. They will drift here eventually. That is a problem for later. This is now. Imo turned and walked to the training ground, crouching down. Xian Yu followed the 5 Chunin class members trailing behind. Imo pointed his claw at the center of the training ground. From this day forward you are no longer battle captain. The brown light in Xian Yu's throat exploded. Imo did not look at it. Acting battle captain, Xianlan. Xianlan crawled from the shallows and took position at the training ground's edge. Its throat's blue glow flickered once. Xian Yu had demoted to regular combatant. Xian Yu's claws withdrew from the sand, then buried themselves again. 3 times. It lowered its head, staring at the ground. Imo walked to it. 100 kills at the cost of 1,000 deaths. It is not bravery. It is stupidity. The Xuan Turtle Clan has no need for rash fighters. Xian Yu raised its head, locking eyes with Imo. A brown light flickered in its eyes. Not chakra, but fire. Imo met that burning stare. You do not accept this. Xian Yu remained silent. Imo tapped its carapace with his claw. Swallow your resentment. Commit the offense again, and the battle group will cast you out entirely. Xian Yu lowered its head. Imo turned and approached Xianjin. A fresh kunai scar marked Xianjin's carapace. Superficial, but left a white streak. You followed. Why did you not stop him? Xianjin lowered its head. Imo walked to Xianin. A thin frost-coated Xianyin's carapace, deposited by its own ice mist, deployed in defense. Imo stared at that layer of ice. You did not stop him either. Xianin shrank its head slightly. Imo approached Xianbai. White smoke curled from Xianbai's shell. Acid had splashed upon it, etching the surface layer. Imo ran his claw across it. The shell was intact, but the surface had grown rough. None of you intervened. All 5 Chunin-class warriors bowed their heads. Imo returned to the center of the training ground and crouched. Xian Yu acted without authorization. Led 5 Chunin-class warriors to engage stragglers. Cleared an outpost. 5 rogue ninja. 3 Chunin, 2 genin. Imo paused, staring at the 5 turtles. You won. But without orders. This is the first time. And the last. Xian Yu's claws dug into the sand. Imo rose and walked to the shallows. Xian Lian lay atop the watchtower, its carapace patterns glowing. It extended a claw tip toward the north. The mist reconnaissance vessel was approaching. Conceal. Imo lay flat at the shallow's edge. The entire island fell silent. The engine sound drew near from the north, the vessel following its route. East-southwest-north. 15 minutes later the sound vanished. Gone. Imo rose and walked to Xian Yu. Next time the reconnaissance vessel comes, you train at the ground. Do not stop. Xian Yu nodded. It walked to the center of the training ground, the 6 Chunin class members trailing behind. It opened its maw and a column of fire erupted, slamming into the earthen target. The target glowed red hot. It continued, the fire column never ceasing. Imo walked to the smelter. The stone trough held an accumulated layer of metal, approximately 2 kilograms. He pried the metal loose with his claws and pocketed it. Returning to the warehouse, he stacked the ingots in the corner. 20 kilograms total. Tomorrow the 3rd blade. Imo retrieved the 1st and 2nd short blades from the warehouse, planting them side by side in the sand. Both blades gleamed deep blue. He picked up the 1st and walked to the training ground, setting it before Xian Yu. Train with this. No claws. Xian Yu stared at the blade. It seized the hilt in its jaws and swung. The wind whistled sharply. It aimed at the earthen target and struck, splitting the surface. Strike after strike, the target shattered. Continue. Train until that blade will not leave your grip. Xian Yu nodded. Imo walked back to the shallows and lay beside Xianlan. The sea mist formation was active, the fog, dense, the blue light rotating. Xian Yu acted without authorization. I have relieved him of his captaincy. You serve as acting captain. The blue glow in Xianlan's throat flickered. Imo tapped its carapace with his claw. Keep watch over him. Another offense and solitary confinement. Xianlan nodded. Imo-Xian rose and walked to the water's edge. The sea burned hot. Beneath the surface the blue glow blazed intensely. Energy was dissipating outward. He stared at that blue light. Xian Yu engaged the stragglers. Are the traces cleared? Xian Yin let out a low growl. The ground split open, a fissure running from the island northward. The crack contained only sand and gravel. No blood, no corpses. The fissure sealed shut. Cleared. Imo-Xian turned and walked to the training ground. Xian Yu was still practicing with the blade. Target after target lay shattered. A pile of broken earth heaped before it. Its jaws clamped the dark blue blade caked with sand. Practice continues into the evening. Xian Yu nodded. Imo-Xian walked to the nursery. The hatchlings huddled together in the pit. The smallest, the one with green patterns on its shell, rested atop Xian Jin's back. The white scar on Xian Jin's carapace remained. Next time Xian Yu takes you out, you stop him. Xian Jin nodded. Imo-Xian walked to the incubation pod and opened the hatch. A small turtle inside the pod poked its head from its shell and bit his claw tip. Xian Yu acted without authorization. I have relieved him. The small turtle released its grip and blinked. Imo-Xian closed the pod door and exited the nursery. Night had fallen. The moon was hidden behind clouds, the sea a pitch-black expanse. Somewhere in that darkness a vessel drifted. No lights, no sound. The ship rested 10 kilometers out, a mist reconnaissance vessel. Imo-Xian lay at the shallow's edge staring at it. Xianlan crouched to his left, its throat's blue glow dim. Xian Yin squatted on his right, forepaws pressed to the ground. Xian Yu crouched at the center of the training ground, blade in its jaws, the 9 golden patterns across its carapace catching the moonlight. Xian Lian rested atop Imo-Xian's foreleg, its carapace patterns dark. The ship held position for 15 minutes, then turned and sailed north. The engine hum was faint, receding ever farther. Imo-Xian rose and walked to the training ground. Xian Yu still crouched, their blade clamped in its jaws. The earthen targets before it were all shattered, a mound of broken earth piled at its feet. How many strikes today? Xian Yu extended 3 claw tips. 300. Imo-Xian nodded. Continue tomorrow. 500. Xian Yu nodded. Imo-Xian walked back to the shallows and lay beside Xianlan. Xian Yu does not accept this, but it endures. The blue glow in Xianlan's throat flickered. Imo-Xian tapped its carapace with his claw. He will come to accept it. On the sea the fog dispersed. Moonlight silvered the water's surface. At the center of that silver expanse 2 red eyes emerged, immense, floating upon the water, staring at the training ground at Xian Yu at the island. Imo-Xian fixed his gaze upon those red eyes. It saw. Xian Yu has been relieved. The red eyes blinked once, then sank beneath the surface. Imo-Xian rose and walked to the water's edge. The sea burned hot. Beneath the surface the blue glow blazed brightly. Energy was escaping outward. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, spilling onto the training ground. Xian Yu crouched at the center of the training ground, blade in its jaws, golden patterns across its carapace glowing in the blue radiance. It stared at those red eyes upon the sea-brown light erupting from its throat. Imo-Xian did not restrain it. Before dawn the roar of engines came from the north. Imo-Xian rose from the shallows, fixing his gaze on the sea. The fog was thick and a blue light rotated. 3 gray ships emerged from the mist, lined up in a row, their bows pointing toward the island. They stopped 2 kilometers away, not approaching. Xian Lian slid down from the watchtower and scurried onto Imo-Xian's forelimb. 3 ships. 5 men each. 1 jonin, 2 chunin, 2 genin. Imo-Xian's claws sank into the sand. 3 jonin. He turned and walked to the training ground, where Xian Yu was practicing slashes with a blade in its mouth. Imo-Xian called out, and Xian Yu stopped. 3 ships. 3 jonin. Stay hidden. Do not move. Xian Yu drove the blade into the sand and crouched down. The 6 Chunin-level combat members also crouched, forming a line. The entire island fell silent. No sound, no light. Imo-Xian lay by the shallows, resting his chin on his paws. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue light in its throat ceasing to flicker. Xian Yin crouched to the right, its forelimbs pressed against the ground. Xian Lian lay on Imo-Xian's forelimb, the patterns on its carapace dimmed. In the nursery, over 200 young turtles huddled at the bottom of the pit, neither crying nor moving. The nursery elder crouched at the pit's edge, using his body to block the light. The engine noise grew closer. The 3 ships advanced from 2 kilometers to 1.5 kilometers. Imo-Xian could now see the gun barrels on the ships. The barrels rotated, sweeping from left to right, then right to left. The sensory-type ninjas on the ships crouched on the deck, pressing their hands against the water's surface. The light on their palms was bright white and dazzling. The jonin on the first ship stood up, raising his right hand. The light from his palm shot into the fog, only to be entangled by the blue light. He withdrew his hand, staring at his palm. A red mark was etched on it. He shook his head and spoke to the person beside him. That person nodded, walked to the stern, and brought out a long pole with a flag tied to its end. He raised the flag and waved it left and right a few times, semaphore. The second ship saw the signal and turned east. The third ship turned west. The 3 ships dispersed, searching the island from 3 directions. The eastern ship stopped 1 kilometer away. The sensory-type ninja pressed both hands on the water, the light on its palms glowing steadily. The western ship also stopped performing the same action. The northern ship remained in place, the Jonin staring into the fog. Xian lay still. Xianlan did not move. None of the turtles moved. The eastern ship began to move. It traveled south along the island's east side, moving slowly, stopping every so often. The sensory-type ninja kept his hands on the water. When the ship reached the direct east of the island, it stopped. The sensory-type ninja raised his head, staring into the fog. He saw something. The moss on the wall reflecting a dim light in the fog. He stood up and spoke to the person beside him. That person picked up a telescope and looked toward the island. He looked for about half a minute, then lowered the telescope and shook his head. The ship continued south. The western ship also moved. It traveled south along the island's west side, also very slowly. When it reached the direct west of the island, it stopped. The sensory-type ninja stood up, staring into the fog. He also saw the moss's light. He picked up the telescope, looked for half a minute, and shook his head. The northern ship did not move. The Jonin stood at the bow, his hands pressed against the water. The light on his palms was not white, but blue, very bright. The light shot into the fog, not entangled by the blue light, but drilled straight in. It reached the position of the city wall and was blocked by the wall. The Jonin stared at that patch of light for a long time. Xian's claws sank into the sand. That patch of light was reflected by the moss, not by the island structures. The Jonin could not see the wall, only a patch of green light. He lowered his hand and turned to walk into the cabin. The 3 ships circled the island for an entire day. The eastern ship went from the east side to the south side, then from the south side to the west side. The western ship went from the west side to the north side. The northern ship remained in place the whole time. As the sun tilted westward, the 3 ships converged, stopping 1.5 kilometers due north of the island. The people on the ships gathered on the deck talking. Their voices carried through the fog, but the words were indistinct. Xian heard someone shouting loudly as if arguing. The shouting lasted about half an hour, then stopped. The engine sounds resumed. The 3 ships turned around and sailed north, their noise fading. Night fell. The moon was hidden by clouds, the sea pitch black. Xian waited for half an hour before rising. They were gone. They wouldn't return today. Xianlian jumped off Xian's forelimb and climbed to the watchtower. It spat out a stream of water which spread into a thin film. The film showed nothing. No ships within 10 kilometers to the north. Gone. All of them. Xian turned and walked to the training ground. Xianyu was still crouched there, the blade thrust into the sand. Its claws were pressed into the sand, not relaxing. 3 Jonin. They had seen the moss's light. But they hadn't seen the island. Xianyu nodded. Xian pulled the blade from the sand and handed it to Xianyu. Continue training tomorrow. The Jonin will come again. Xianyu picked up the blade with its mouth. Xian went to the nursery. The young turtles huddled in the pit. The smallest one with green patterns on its carapace was lying on Xianjin's back. Both were sleeping. Xian walked to the cultivation pod and opened its door. The little turtle inside poked its head out of its shell and bit his claw tip. 3 Jonin. They hadn't found the island. The little turtle released its bite and blinked. Xian closed the pod door. The next day, the 3 ships came again. Same route, same actions. East, south, west, north. The sensory-type ninja kept their hands on the water. The Jonin's blue light kept shooting into the fog. The moss's light kept reflecting. Still they didn't find the island. On the 3rd day, only 2 ships came. The ship with the Jonin did not appear. Xian lay by the shallows staring at the 2 ships. The sensory-type ninjas on board were Chunin. The light on their palms was white and very weak. The light shot into the fog was entangled by the blue light and couldn't even reach the moss's glow. They circled twice and left. Xian stood up. Xianlian slid down from the watchtower and lay on his forelimb. The Jonin's ship hadn't come. Gone. Xian stared at the northern sea. There was nothing on the surface. He turned and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. The blue light beneath the surface was very faint. They had recorded something. Xianlian extended a claw tip and drew a circle, the island's position. Then a question mark, uncertainty. Then an arrow pointing from the circle outward. Suspected Jinjutsu interference, recommended Jonin-level investigation. Xian stared at those symbols. 3 days. 3 ships. 3 Jonin. They hadn't found the island. But in their report, they wrote Jinjutsu interference. Next time Kirigakure would send stronger Jonin. Or multiple Jonin together. Xian walked to the shallows and lay beside Xianlan. The 3-day search was over. They hadn't found the island, but they recommended Jonin-level investigation. Next time more than 3 Jonin would come. Xianlan's throat flickered with blue light. Xian patted its carapace with his paw. Hidden for now, but not for long. Xian stood up and walked to the city wall. The moss on the wall had dried, its color changing from deep green to light green. Xianlan let out a low roar. The ground split open and spirit spring water surged out, seeping into the base of the wall. The moss turned green again. The Jonin had seen the light of the moss. Next time, they would follow the light. Xianlan nodded. Xian pointed a claw at the moss on the wall. Remove it. Replace it with seaweed. Seaweed doesn't reflect light. Xianlan let out a low roar. The moss peeled off the wall and fell to the ground. Xianyu brought dried seaweed and stuck it to the wall. Xianlan roared again, and the seaweed's roots burrowed into the cracks. The wall changed from green to gray-brown, no longer reflective. Xian took a few steps back, staring at that section of the wall. Gray-brown, the same as the island's rocks. No light, no color. From a distance, it was just a stone slope. Enough. The Jonin wouldn't see the light anymore. Xian walked to the shallows. Night fell. The moon was hidden by clouds, the sea pitch black. In the midst of the darkness, there were no ships, no lights. Xianlan lay on the watchtower, the patterns on its carapace glowing. It extended a claw tip pointing north, a ship within 10 kilometers. 1. It was the Jonin's ship. Xian lay by the shallows, staring at the northern sea. He could see nothing, but Xianlan could see. The light spot on the water film was tiny, 10 kilometers away. It hadn't left. It was still watching. Xian stared at the darkness. In the darkness, a pair of red eyes floated on the water, staring at the island. Staring for a long time. Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was hot. The blue light beneath the surface was very bright. Energy was leaking out. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, illuminating the city wall. The wall had no moss, no reflection. But blue light seeped through the wall's cracks, very faint flickering. Energy was still leaking. The Jonin would follow the energy. They would find it eventually. Xianlan let out a low roar. The ground split open from the spirit spring chamber all the way to the city wall. The crack closed, and the base of the wall was thickened. The blue light dimmed further. Xian slowly turned around and walked with steady steps back to the mysterious ancient stone chamber. He easily found his way to the cave and crawled in without hesitation. Inside the cave, a fresh, pleasant scent greeted him. The spirit spring was still bubbling, as if it would never stop. Upon closer observation, the tiny new crystals had grown to the size of a thumb, glistening and translucent, radiating a charming light. Beside the spirit spring stood a delicate cultivation pot. At that moment, a bright, dazzling blue light flickered within the pod, casting the entire space into a dreamlike realm. Xian drew closer. Through the transparent wall of the pod, he could see a small, cute turtle curled up inside. However, unlike before, several distinct cracks had appeared on the little turtle's shell, and these cracks seemed wider than before. Xian opened the pod door and reached his claw inside. The little turtle poked its head out of its shell and bit his claw tip. 3 days of searching. They hadn't found the island. But the Jonin had seen the light. I removed the moss. The little turtle released its bite and blinked. Xian closed the pod door and crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn broke. The sun rose from the sea, its light falling on the island and the fog. The fog was thick, the blue light rotating. There were no ships or red eyes on the sea. Xian walked to the shallows and lay beside Xianlan. The sea fog illusion array was in operation, the fog thick. 3 days. 3 ships. 3 Jonin. They hadn't found it. Xianlan's throat blue light flickered. Xian pointed a claw at the northern sea. But they would come again. Next time with more people. Xian stood up and walked to the training ground. Xianyu was practicing slashes with a blade in its mouth. The 6 Chunin-level combat members followed behind. Xian called out, and Xianyu stopped. The 3-day search was over. Next time more than 3 Jonin would come. You must become stronger. Xianyu nodded. It opened its mouth and a jet of flame shot out. The blade was heated red. It aimed at an earth target and slashed down, shattering the target. Xian stood at the edge of the training ground, staring at the 7 turtles. Xianyu's carapace bore 9 golden patterns that glinted in the sunlight. The 6 Chunin-level turtles had carapaces of various colors. They could fight, but they couldn't fight yet. Wait until they could fight. Xian turned and walked to the shallows. On the sea, the fog dispersed. The sunlight shone on the water, turning it into a sheet of gold. In the midst of the gold, there was a ship gray with a cannon at its bow. The ship stopped 10 kilometers away. On it stood a man wearing a conical hat and a black robe. Gui Denglan. He stared at the island for about half a minute, then raised his right hand. The blue light from his palm shot into the fog. The light was not entangled, it drilled straight in. The light reached the position of the city wall, but there was no reflection. The wall had no moss, only gray-brown seaweed. The light struck the seaweed and was absorbed. Gui Denglan stared at the absorbed light for a long time. He lowered his hand, turned, and walked into the cabin. The ship turned around and sailed north. Imo stared at that stretch of sea. He had seen it. The light was gone. He couldn't find it anymore. The blue light in Xianlan's throat exploded. Imo did not stop it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, illuminating the city wall. The seaweed on the wall grew dark under the blue light, not reflecting. On the vast, boundless sea, that pair of blood-red eyes reappeared. They stared fixedly at the towering city wall, at Xianlan in the black robe, and at the entire island. Imo also stared at the eerie, mysterious red eyes, and said expressionlessly, "The light has vanished completely. What can you see now?" As if understanding Imo words, the red eyes blinked slightly, then slowly sank into the water. But then a shocking scene unfolded. The originally icy seawater became scorching hot. At the same time, a dazzling blue light flickered beneath the water like a brilliant sapphire embedded there. Even more astonishing, endless torrents of powerful energy surged out from the blue light and rapidly spread in all directions. Faced with such a breathtaking sight, Imo rose without hesitation and strode to the turbulent seaside. The energy was still leaking. They would follow the energy, but they could no longer see the light. Xianyan let out a low roar. The ground split open, blocking the blue light. Imo turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The spirit spring was still bubbling. The little turtle was curled up in its shell inside the pod. Imo opened the pod door and reached his claw inside. The little turtle poked its head out. 3 days of searching. It's over. Next time they come, we are stronger. The little turtle blinked. Imo closed the pod door and crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn broke. There were no ships on the sea. No red eyes. Imo walked to the shallows and lay beside Xianlan. Hidden. For now. Xianlan's throat blue light flickered. Imo patted its carapace with his paw. Next time they come, we are stronger. On the 3rd day after the search ended, Imo called Xianyu to the top of the rocky hill. The sun had just risen, casting light on the stone platform of the assembly hall. Imo crouched at the edge of the stone platform, patting the spot beside him with his claw. Xianyu climbed up and crouched beside him. It wasn't carrying a blade in its mouth. The blade was stuck in the sandy ground of the training field. 7 days. 6 ships. 3 upper ninjas. Imo said, "Count for yourself how much risk did one impulsive act bring." Xianyu stared at the sea to the north. A thick fog hung over the sea. 1 reconnaissance ship. 5 people. 1 distress signal. Imo extended 3 claw tips. 6 search ships. 3 upper ninjas. 15 middle ninjas. 12 lower ninjas. Xianyu pressed its claw onto the stone platform. If the fog had dispersed that day, if the formation hadn't held, if Gui Denglan's perception technique had pierced through the fog, the island would have been exposed. Imo withdrew its claw. Of the entire clan, over 200 turtles, how many could survive? Xianyu said nothing. The brown light in its throat stopped flickering. You took 5 middle ninja level turtles and defeated 5 rogue ninjas. What if one of those 5 rogue ninjas had been an upper ninja? What if they had reinforcements? Could you have come back? Xianyu lowered its head. War is not about killing enemies, it's about protection, Imo said. Did you protect the clan? Xianyu's claw slipped off the stone platform. It rested its chin on the edge of the stone platform, staring at the cracks on the platform. The cracks extended from the edge to the center like lightning. No, Xianyu said. Imo said nothing. The wind blew from the sea, carrying a salty taste. The fog drifted below the rocky hill, and blue light swirled. Xianyu stared at those blue lights for a long time. I only thought about fighting. I didn't think about hiding. Imo patted the stone platform with his claw. You are the battle chief. You understand fighting better than I do. But before fighting you must think clearly. After fighting, what will become of the clan? Xianyu nodded. This time you increased the risk of the entire clan being exposed by 30%. The mist hidden recorded the illusion interference, recorded the light of the moss, recorded the energy fluctuations. Next time they come, they will bring stronger perception-type ninjas and more upper ninjas. Xianyu pressed its claw into the cracks of the stone platform. The cracks widened. The 5 rogue ninjas you fought were not worth it. Xianyu raised its head and stared at Imo. A brown light flickered in its eyes. I was wrong. Imo nodded. Do you know where you went wrong? Shouldn't have acted without authorization. Shouldn't have gone without reconnaissance. Shouldn't have left traces, Xianyu said. That person sent a distress signal, and I didn't notice. Imo jumped down from the stone platform and walked to the stone wall. Words were carved on the wall. Xian Lan Yen Lian. He touched those words with his claw. You are Xianyue the battle chief. The clan needs you to fight, but also needs you to defend. Xianyue jumped down from the stone platform and walked to Mo Xian's side. It stared at the carved words on the wall, then extended its claw and carved the character "You" next to the character Xian. It carved deeply stroke by stroke. I will no longer act without authorization. Mo Xian turned to look at it. Can you guarantee it? Yes, Xianyue said. If I do it again, I'll step down as battle chief and go move stones. Mo Xian stared into its eyes. The brown light died out, its pupils steady. He nodded. From today, your position as battle chief is reinstated. But there is one condition: all sorties must be approved by Xianlan. Xianyue turned to look at Xianlan. Xianlan crouched by the shallow shore, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. It nodded once. Mo Xian walked to the stone platform and crouched down. Xianyue crouched beside him. This incident is over. Next time before fighting, ask yourself 3 questions. Can you win after fighting? If you win, can you hide it? If you can't hide it, what about the clan? Xianyue nodded. Mo Xian jumped down from the stone platform and walked to the training field. Xianyue followed behind. 6 middle ninja-level battle group members crouched at the edge of the field, their blades stuck in the sand. Mo Xian pulled out a blade and handed it to Xianyue. Keep training. Train until you can defeat an upper ninja. Xianyue picked up the blade in its mouth and walked to the center of the training field. It opened its mouth and a pillar of fire shot out. The blade reddened from the heat. It aimed at an earthen target and slashed down. The target shattered. It turned to look at Mo Xian. Upper ninja. Can I fight? Mo Xian shook his head. Not now. Train until you can. Xianyue nodded. It continued slashing at targets, strike after strike. The earthen targets shattered and were rebuilt, and shattered again. Mo Xian stood at the edge of the field watching it. The scratch on Xianjin's carapace was still there, but had not deepened. A thin layer of ice had formed on Xianyin's carapace, quite thick. White smoke billowed from Xianbai's carapace, thick and dense. 3 turtles crouched behind Xianyue, training along. Mo Xian walked to the shallow shore. Xianlan crouched by the water, blue light flickering in its throat. The sea fog maze was in operation, the mist thick. Xianyue has reflected and will not act without authorization again. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian patted its carapace with his claw. From now on, all sorties must be approved by you. Xianlan's blue light flickered once. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. There was a faint blue light beneath the water. Energy was still leaking, but Xianyue could hold back now. Mo Xian turned and walked to the nursery. The hatchlings huddled in the pit. The smallest one with green patterns on its carapace lay on Xianjin's back. Xianjin was not there, but was in the training field. The green-patterned hatchling lay on empty space, then flipped over onto its back. Mo Xian used his nose to nudge it upright. Xianyue has reflected. He won't fight recklessly anymore. The hatchling looked up at him and blinked. Mo Xian placed it back in the pit and walked to the incubation pod. He opened the hatch, and the little turtle poked its head out of its shell and bit his claw tip. Xianyue knows he was wrong. He won't act recklessly again. The little turtle released its bite and blinked. Mo Xian closed the hatch and left the nursery. The sun was in the west. He climbed the watchtower. Xianlian lay on top, the patterns on its carapace glowing. Scan it. Xianlian spat out a mouthful of water, which spread into a water membrane. On the membrane, there was a light. 10 kilometers to the north. It was a mist-hidden reconnaissance ship. It came. Didn't approach. Xianlian nodded. Mo Xian slid down the tower and walked to the shallow shore. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. The reconnaissance ship is 10 kilometers away. It didn't approach. No need to hide. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian lay on the sand, staring at the sea to the north. The fog was thick. He couldn't see the ship, but he knew it was there. Xianlian could see it. Night fell. The moon was obscured by clouds, and the sea was pitch black. In the darkness, there was no light, no sound. The reconnaissance ship left. Xianlian slid down the tower and lay on Mo Xian's foreleg. It's gone. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the training field. Xianyue was still training. The 6 middle ninja-level turtles had already lain down to sleep, but Xianyue still held the blade in its mouth. All the earthen targets in front of it were shattered, leaving a pile of broken earth on the ground. Mo Xian walked in front of it. How many strikes did you train today? Xianyue extended 5 claw tips. 500 strikes. Mo Xian nodded. Continue tomorrow. 600 strikes. Xianyue nodded. It stuck the blade into the sand and lay down. Mo Xian lay beside it. Today you said you were wrong. You said it for the first time. Xianyue turned to look at him. Yes. From now on, think clearly before fighting. Xianyue nodded. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. The blue light beneath the water was very faint. Energy was still escaping, but it was slowing down. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The spiritual spring was still bubbling. The little turtle was curled up in its shell inside the pod. Xian opened the hatch and reached his claw inside. The little turtle didn't come out. The cracks on its shell were wider, revealing the little turtle's carapace, pale blue with spiral patterns. Xianyu has reflected. When you come out, he won't fight recklessly anymore. The little turtle poked its head out of its shell and blinked. Xian closed the hatch and crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn broke. He walked to the training field. Xianyu was already training. 600 strikes one after another. The earthen targets shattered and were rebuilt. Xian stood at the edge of the field watching that turtle. 9 golden stripes glowed on its carapace. It could fight, but it could also hold back. Xian walked to the shallow shore and laid down beside Xianlan. The sea fog maze was in operation, the mist thick. Xianyu can hold back now. Next time he can fight more accurately. Xianlan's blue light flickered once. Xian patted its carapace with his claw. War is not about killing enemies, but about protection. He understands now. On the sea, the fog dispersed. Sunlight shone on the sea, turning it golden. In the midst of the gold, there was a ship gray with a cannon at its bow. The ship stopped 10 kilometers away. On the ship stood a person wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Gui Denglan. He stared in the direction of the island for about half a minute, then turned and walked into the cabin. The ship turned around and sailed north. Xian stared at that stretch of sea. He came, couldn't see, left. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst open. Xian didn't suppress it. The blue light illuminated the entire shallow shore and the training field. Xianyu stood in the center of the field, blade in its mouth. The 9 golden stripes glowed in the blue light. On the sea, those red eyes appeared again, staring at Xianyu at Xian at the island. Xian stared at those red eyes. He can hold back now. You saw it. The red eyes blinked once and sank. Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding. The blue light beneath the water was very bright. Energy was escaping outward. Energy was still leaking, but Xianyu could hold back. He wouldn't fight recklessly. Xianyu let out a low roar. The ground split open with a crack, blocking the blue light. Xian turned and walked back to the training field. Xianyu was still training. After finishing 600 strikes, it stuck the blade into the sand and lay down. Xian lay beside it. Today Gui Denglan came. Did you see? I saw, Xianyu said. I didn't fight. Xian nodded. You held back. Xianyu pressed its claw into the sand. I held back. Xian patted its carapace with his claw. From now on, you must always hold back. Wait until the day you can fight. Xianyu nodded. Xian stood up and walked to the shallow shore. On the sea, the fog thickened again. Blue light swirled. Xian lay on the sand, resting his chin on his claws. Xianlan crouched to his left. Xianyin crouched to the right. Xianlian lay on Xian's foreleg. Xianyu crouched in the center of the training field, blade in its mouth. The entire island was quiet. Only the sound of waves. Xian closed his eyes. The waves crashed on the beach one after another. In the nursery, the hatchlings were snoring. By the smelting furnace, the metal in the stone trough was cooling. In the spiritual spring room, the water was bubbling. He opened his eyes. On the sea, those red eyes appeared again, floating on the water, staring at the island. Staring for a long time. Xian stared at those red eyes. We are holding back. How long can you hold back? The red eyes blinked once and sank. Before dawn, Xianyu had already climbed to the top of the rocky hill. When Xian emerged from the cave, he saw it crouching by the stone platform of the meeting hall, its head turned toward the sea. The blade was thrust into the sandy ground beside the stone platform, its deep blue hue glistening with morning dew. Xian climbed up and crouched on the other side of the platform. So early, Xianyu remained silent. It stared at the sea. The fog was thick and a blue light swirled. After about half a quarter of an hour, it turned its head to look at Xian. I must apologize to the entire clan. Xian stared into its eyes. The brown light no longer flickered, its pupils were steady. For what? Acting without authorization, leading the combat team to attack the remnants. Increasing the risk of exposure for the clan. Xian nodded. When? Now. Xian leaped off the stone platform and walked to the reservoir. Xianlan crouched by the water, its throat emitting a flickering blue glow. Xian called out, and Xianlan stood up. Xian then walked to the training ground where 6 Chunin-level combat team members crouched at the edge. Xian called out, and they followed. He walked to the nursery where the elder of the nursery crouched at the entrance of the pit. Xian called out, and the elder nodded, driving the hatchlings out of the pit. Over 200 hatchlings crowded at the nursery entrance, the smallest one with green patterns on its shell, lying on Xianjin's back. Xian climbed to the top of the rocky hill and crouched on the stone platform. The entire clan gathered around the base of the rocky hill. Adult turtles crouched at the front Chunin level, in the middle Genin level squeezed behind, and hatchlings at the very back. Over 200 turtles formed a semicircle around the hill. Xianyu stood up from the edge of the stone platform and walked to its center. It lowered its head, gazing at the entire clan, and remained silent for a long time. I acted without authorization. I led the combat team to attack the remnants. Without orders. The clan was silent. The sound of waves drifted from afar. That person sent a distress signal. Wuyin sent 6 ships. 3 Jonin. The entire clan cannot move for 7 days. Xianyu pressed its claws on the stone platform. I was wrong. The turtles below the platform stared at it. Xianlan crouched at the very front, its throat no longer flickering. Xianyin crouched beside it, its forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xianlian lay on Mo Xian's forelimb, the patterns on its shell dimmed. From now on I will not act without authorization again, Xianyu said. If I do, I will go move stones myself. Xianlan stood up, walked to the edge of the stone platform, and looked up at Xianyu. It stared for a long time, then nodded once and returned to its place. Xianyin also nodded. Xianlian jumped off Mo Xian's forelimb and nodded as well. All 6 Chunin level combat team members nodded. The elder of the nursery nodded. Over 200 hatchlings crowded together, and the smallest one with green patterns jumped off Xian Jin's back and nodded. Mo Xian stood up from the stone platform and walked to Xianyu's side. Xianyu voluntarily apologized. It promised not to act without authorization again. The entire clan was silent. From today, reinstate Xianyu as the combat chief. Xianyu turned to look at Mo Xian. Mo Xian pointed a claw at Xianlan. But there is one condition. All sorties must be approved by Xianlan. Xianyu looked at Xianlan. Xianlan crouched below the stone platform, its throat flickering with a blue light. Xianyu nodded. I accept. Mo Xian patted Xianyu's shell with his claw. You are the combat chief. When it comes to fighting, you have the final say. But whether to fight or not, Xianlan decides. Xianyu nodded. It jumped off the stone platform, walked to Xianlan, and lowered its head. Xianlan touched its head with its own. Both turtles' shells glowed briefly. Xianlan's cyan patterns, Xianyu's golden patterns. Mo Xian jumped off the stone platform and walked before the entire clan. Remember this day. From now on, any turtle acting without authorization, regardless of who it is, will be expelled from the combat team. The entire clan nodded. Mo Xian waved a claw. Dismissed. The adult turtles crawled back to the shallows, the Chunin level returned to the training ground, the Genin level dispersed to various places, and the hatchlings were driven back into the pit by the nursery elder. The smallest green-patterned hatchling ran at the very back, leaped onto Mo Xian's forelimb, and looked up at him. Xianyu apologized. You heard it. The hatchling nodded. Mo Xian placed it back into the pit. He walked to the training ground. Xianyu was already training with the 6 Chunin level members. It held a blade in its mouth, slashing at earthen targets. 1 slash per target, the target shattered. The 6 Chunin level followed behind, some spitting fire, some spitting ice, some spitting acid. The training ground steamed with heat. Mo Xian stood at the edge of the field watching Xianyu. Its movements were steadier than before. The blade never slipped, each strike landing on the same spot. The target split from the center, the 2 halves falling to the ground. How many slashes today? Xianyu stopped. 100. Practice until 1000. Mo Xian nodded. He walked to the smelting furnace. A layer of metal had accumulated in the stone trough, about 2 kilograms. He pried the metal up with his claws and placed it into his pouch. Returning to the storage room, he stacked the metal ingots in a corner. 22 kilograms now. Tomorrow, forge the 3rd blade. Mo Xian took the first short blade and the second short blade from the storage room and thrust them into the sandy ground. The 2 blades stood side by side. He stared at them, then looked toward the training ground. Xianyu was holding the blank of the 3rd blade in its mouth, heating it with fire release. The blank turned red, and it placed it into the stone trough for quenching. Steam hissed and rose. It was making the blade itself. Mo Xian walked over and stared at the blade blank. The blade was narrower and shorter, but the edge was very sharp. Xianyu touched the edge with its claw, and a cut appeared on its fingertip. It did not retract its claw, staring at the drop of blood. This blade is mine. Mo Xian nodded. Yours. Xianyu picked up the blade with its mouth and thrust it into the center of the training ground. 3 blades stood side by side in the sandy ground. Mo Xian's first, Mo Xian's second, Xianyu's first. From now on, every turtle in the combat team will have 1 blade. Mo Xian walked to the edge of the shallows. Xianlan crouched by the water, its throat flickering with a blue light. The sea mist maze was in effect, the fog thick. Xianyu apologized. Restored to duty. With a condition, sorties must be approved by you. Xianlan nodded. Mo Xian patted its shell with his claw. From now on, you manage him. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was warm. A faint blue light glowed beneath the surface. Energy was still leaking. But Xianyu could be controlled now. Xianyu let out a low roar. The ground split open, blocking the blue light. Xian turned and walked to the nursery. The hatchlings huddled in the pit, the smallest green-patterned one lying on Xianjin's back. Both were sleeping. Xian walked to the cultivation pod and opened the hatch. The little turtle inside poked its head out of its shell and bit his claw tip. Xianyu apologized. Restored to duty. The little turtle released its bite and blinked. Xian closed the hatch. Night fell. The moon was hidden by clouds, and the sea was pitch black. In the darkness, a ship appeared without lights, without sound. The ship stopped 10 kilometers away. It was a Wuyin reconnaissance vessel. Xian lay at the edge of the shallows staring at the ship. Xianlan crouched to his left, its throat no longer flickering. Xianyan crouched to his right, its forelimbs pressed to the ground. Xianyu held the blade in its mouth, crouching in the center of the training ground. The 6th Chunin level crouched behind it. Xianlian lay on Xian's forelimb, the patterns on its shell dimmed. The ship stayed for a quarter of an hour, then turned and sailed north. The engine sound was faint, growing fainter. The reconnaissance ship was gone. Xian stood up and walked to the training ground. Xianyu was still crouching there, the blade thrust into the sandy ground. The ground before it was covered in broken earth, the targets replaced again and again. How many slashes today? 1,000, Xianyu said. Xian nodded. Continue tomorrow. 1,200 slashes. Xianyu nodded. It thrust the blade into the sandy ground and lay down. Xian lay beside it. Today you apologized. The entire clan heard it. Xianyu turned to look at him. Heard it. From now on you will not act without authorization again. Xianyu's claws pressed into the sand. No, I will not. Xian patted its shell with his claw. The 2 turtles lay in the center of the training ground, moonlight shining on their shells. Xianlan's cyan patterns and Xianyu's golden patterns glowed in the moonlight. On the sea surface, the pair of red eyes appeared again. They floated on the water, staring at the training ground, at Xianyu, at Xian. Xian stared back at the red eyes. He has returned. He won't fight recklessly anymore. The red eyes blinked once and sank beneath the surface. Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was scalding hot. The blue light beneath the water was bright. Energy was escaping. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, illuminating the training ground. Xianyu picked up the blade with its mouth and stood up. 9 golden patterns shone brightly in the blue light. From today, absolute obedience, Xianyu said. Xian nodded. Absolute obedience. On the sea surface, the pair of red eyes appeared again. They stared at Xianyu and Xian at the island. They stared for a long time. Xian stared back at the red eyes. See that? He has submitted. The red eyes blinked 3 times and sank beneath the surface. The seawater returned to its cool temperature. The blue light beneath the water dimmed. Xian turned and walked back to the training ground, lying beside Xianyu. The 2 turtles faced the sea, staring into the darkness. Half a year. In half a year we can fight, Xian said. Xianyu's throat erupted with a brown light. The blue and brown lights illuminated the entire sea surface. Xian did not restrain it. On the 3rd day after the first layer of construction was completed, Xian stood atop the rocky hill looking down. The reservoir, terraced fields, breeding ponds, warehouse, nursery, training ground, spirit spring chamber, and meeting hall. 8 structures ringed the rocky hill in a circle. The city wall started from the shoal, circled the entire island, and returned to the shoal. It was 2.5 meters high, 1 meter thick, grayish-brown on the surface, covered with seaweed. The first layer is done, Xian said. Xianyan crouched beside him, nodding. Xian pointed with his claw at an open space on the north side of the rocky hill, right next to the training ground, flat and level. Second layer. High-level training ground. Build it there. Xianyan let out a low growl. The ground sank, forming a huge square pit, 1 meter deep, 30 meters wide, and 40 meters long. The pit floor was paved with hard-packed earth, and the walls were reinforced with earthen barriers. Xian climbed into the pit and tapped the wall with his claw. The sound was solid. He backed out, and Xianyan growled again. Beams were set across the top of the pit, covered with branches and dried seaweed to block sun and rain. A high-level training ground. What's so special about it? Xianyan growled. Several cracks split the pit floor, and stone pillars rose from the cracks, 2 meters tall, with smooth surfaces. The pillar tops had grooves for holding things. Xian stared at the stone pillars. Targets for practicing techniques. Xianyan growled again. Several stone slabs grew out of the inner walls, inscribed with runes. The runes reflected a dim light in the sun. Xian touched them with his claw. They were scorching hot. Chakra absorption wall. It can reclaim the chakra released during training. Xianyan nodded. It growled, and several cubes rose from the training ground floor, uneven like steps. The tallest was 2 meters, the shortest 0.5 meter. Gravity adjustment device. Mo Xian stood on the lowest cube. Nothing felt different. He climbed to the tallest, and his body immediately sank as if carrying a massive boulder. He jumped down staring at the cubes. Can adjust gravity. Xian Yin extended 3 claws, threefold. Mo Xian nodded. Enough. For Chunin level training, threefold is enough. Mo Xian left the high-level training ground and walked to the south side of the rocky hill beside the spirit spring chamber. Formation control room. Build it here. Xian Yin growled. A square stone room rose from the ground. 3 meters wide, 3 meters long, and 2 meters tall. The stone walls were half a meter thick with no windows and only one door. Mo Xian squeezed into the stone room. It was dark inside. Xian Yin growled and rows of runes lit up on the walls, glowing blue and illuminating the entire room. The runes were arranged in a circle with a triangular symbol at the center. The control core of the intermediate defensive formation. Mo Xian touched the triangular symbol with his claw. The runes flashed and the island's defensive barrier flickered. He withdrew his claw and the barrier stabilized. From here one can control the entire island's formations. Xian Yin nodded. Mo Xian came out of the stone room and walked to the warehouse. Strategic supplies warehouse. Build it here. Separate from the ordinary warehouse. Xian Yin growled. The ground sank, forming a deep pit 3 meters deep, 5 meters wide, and 8 meters long. The pit floor was paved with hard-packed earth, and the walls were reinforced with earthen barriers. Mo Xian climbed into the pit and measured with his claws. It could hold 1,000 jin of dried fish and 5,000 jin of grain. He backed out, and Xian Yin growled again. Beams were set across the pit top, covered with stone slabs, and then earth on top of the slabs. From above it just looked like a mound of earth. No one could tell it was a warehouse. Door. It needs to be hidden. Xian Yin growled. A gap split open on the south side of the mound 1 meter wide and half a meter high. The gap was narrow, allowing only one adult turtle to squeeze through. Mo Xian crawled inside. The cave was spacious. He backed out, and the entrance closed automatically without a trace. How do I open it? Xian Yin pressed a stone on the side of the mound with its claw. The stone sank inward, and the entrance opened. When it released its claw, the entrance closed. Mo Xian pressed that stone, and the entrance opened. He withdrew his claw, and the entrance closed. Good. Mo Xian walked to the high-level training ground. Xian Yu was leading the combat team and training inside. Xian Jin stood on the tallest gravity cube, his body sinking slightly, his claws pressed onto the cube, but he didn't fall. Xian Yin stood on the medium cube and spat out a puff of ice mist. The mist sank instead of floating. Xian Bai stood on the lowest cube and spat out a spray of acid. The acid fell to the ground and corroded a pit. Once you adapt to gravity, the power of your techniques will be greater. Xian Yu jumped off the cube and walked up to Mo Xian. High-level training ground. Can reclaim chakra. Can adjust gravity. Can train faster. Mo Xian nodded. 90 days. Train to the peak of Chunin level. Mo Xian walked to the formation control room. Xian Lian was crouching inside, staring at the runes on the wall. It extended a claw and touched the triangular symbol. The island's defensive barrier flickered, its color shifting from pale blue to deep blue. It touched again, and the barrier restored. You can control the formation now. Xian Lian nodded. It pointed with its claw at a circle among the runes. Here, adjust the range. It then pointed at another circle. Here, adjust the intensity. Mo Xian stared at the runes. 90 days. Train until you can control intermediate formations. Xian Lian nodded. Mo Xian walked to the strategic supplies warehouse. Xian Yin crouched beside the mound. Mo Xian pressed the stone, and the entrance opened. He crawled inside. It was empty, void of everything. From now on, dried fish, grain, seeds, and weapons all go here. The ordinary warehouse only keeps daily items. Xian Yin nodded. Mo Xian came out of the cave, and the entrance closed. He walked to the ordinary warehouse and opened the door. Inside were piled dried fish, seaweed, grain, seeds, metal ingots, and 2 short blades. He used his claws to carry out the metal ingots and short blades, moving them into the strategic supplies warehouse. After several trips, only dried fish and seaweed remained in the ordinary warehouse. Mo Xian stood at the entrance of the strategic supplies warehouse, pressed the stone, and the entrance opened. He saw the metal ingots stacked in a corner and the 2 short blades thrust into the wall. He withdrew his claw, and the entrance closed. Strategic supplies. Well hidden. Mo Xian walked to the shoal. Xian Lan crouched by the water, a blue light flickering in its throat. The sea fog illusion formation was in operation. The mist was thick with blue light swirling. The second layer of construction has begun. High-level training ground formation control room, strategic supplies warehouse. Finished in 90 days. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat flickered. Mo Xian patted its shell with his claw. In 90 days our combat power will increase by 30%. Mo Xian walked to the high-level training ground. Xian Yu was leading the combat team in gravity training. 7 turtles stood on cubes of different heights, some spitting fire, some spitting ice, some spitting acid. The chakra absorption wall remained lit, reclaiming the energy they released. The runes on the wall spun blue light, brightening and dimming. Train 6 double hours every day. Gravity starts at 1-fold, increasing 1-fold every week. Xianyu nodded. It jumped off the 3-fold gravity cube, smashing 4 pits into the ground when its claws landed. It steadied itself, staring at its claws. 3-fold. I can bear it. Mo Xian walked to the formation control room. Xian Lian was still crouching inside, its claw pressed on a rune. The barrier's color shifted, from pale blue to deep blue, from deep blue to purple. It released its claw, and the barrier returned to pale blue. How large can the range be adjusted? Xian Lian extended 5 claws, a radius of 50 meters. Then extended 3 claws, 30 meters. It drew a circle, and inside it drew a smaller circle. The core zone 30 meters, the outer zone 50 meters. The core zone has strong interference. The outer zone has weak interference. Enough. Ships can't get in. Xian Lian nodded. Mo Xian came out of the control room. It was almost dark. He climbed the watchtower and looked down. The second layer structures had taken shape. The great pit of the high-level training ground, the stone room of the formation control room, the earthen mound of the strategic supplies warehouse. The 3 structures ringed the rocky hill, connected to the first layer as one whole. Xian Lian came out of the control room and sprawled onto Mo Xian's foreleg. Scan the area, Mo Xian said. Xian Lian spat out a mouthful of water, which spread into a water membrane. On the membrane was a tiny light point 10 kilometers to the north. It was a reconnaissance ship from the hidden mist. It came. Didn't approach. Mo Xian slid down from the tower and walked to the shoal. Xian Lan crouched by the water, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. The scout ship stopped 10 kilometers away for half a quarter hour, turned around, and sailed north. It's gone. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the high-level training ground. Xianyu was still leading the combat team in training. The gravity cube had been adjusted to 2-fold, so the 7 turtles moved slower, yet they kept training. Xianjin used his claws to scratch the wall, leaving 5 shallow grooves. Xian Yin spat ice mist, and the mist fell to the ground, forming a thin layer of ice. Xian Bai spat acid, and the acid corroded a shallow pit. 90 days. In 90 days you'll be able to fight normally under 3-fold gravity. Xianyu nodded. Mo Xian walked to the nursery. The hatchlings were huddled in the pit. The smallest one with green patterns on its shell lay on Xianjin's back. Xianjin wasn't there, he was in the training ground. The green-patterned hatchling lay in the empty spot and turned over. Mo Xian nudged it upright with his nose. The second layer construction is underway. Finished in 90 days. The hatchling looked up at him and blinked. Mo Xian placed it back in the pit and walked over to the incubation chamber. He opened the door. A little turtle poked its head out of its shell and bit his claw tip. 90 days. You'll come out too. The little turtle released his claw and blinked. Mo Xian closed the chamber door. Night fell. The moon was hidden by clouds, and the sea's surface was pitch black. In the darkness there was a ship. No lights, no sound. The ship stopped 10 kilometers away. It was the Hidden Mist's reconnaissance vessel. Mo Xian lay at the edge of the shoal staring at that ship. Xian Lan crouched on his left, the blue light in its throat no longer flickering. Xian Yin crouched on his right, forelegs pressed on the ground. Xian Yue, carrying a blade in his mouth, crouched inside the high-level training ground. Xian Lian sprawled on Mo Xian's foreleg, the patterns on its shell no longer glowing. The ship stopped for a quarter hour, turned around, and sailed north. The engine sound was faint, growing fainter. The scout ship is gone. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the high-level training ground. Xian Yu was still crouching there, the blade planted in the ground. The 7 turtles jumped down from the gravity cubes, panting. How many double hours did you train today? Xian Yu extended 6 claws, 6 double hours. Mo Xian nodded. Continue tomorrow. 90 days. Mo Xian walked back to the shoal and laid down beside Xian Lan. Second layer construction. 90 days. A 30% increase in combat power. The blue light in Xian Lan's throat burst open. Mo Xian didn't press it. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal and the high-level training ground. The 7 turtles crouched on gravity cubes, the patterns on their shells glowing in the blue light. On the sea, that pair of red eyes appeared again, staring at the high-level training ground at Xianyue at the island. Mo Xian stared back at the red eyes. 90 days. After 90 days they'll be stronger. Are you afraid? The red eyes blinked, then sank. The seawater was scalding. Beneath the surface the blue light blazed. Energy is leaking out. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The energy is still leaking. 90 days. In 90 days the castle's second layer will be complete. It can seal most of the energy. Xian Yin growled. The ground split open, a crack blocking the blue light. Mo Xian turned, and walked back to the stone chamber, crawling into the cave. The spirit spring was still bubbling. The little turtle was curled inside its shell in the chamber. Mo Xian opened the chamber door and reached his claw inside. The little turtle poked its head out of its shell. 90 days. The castle's second layer. Wait until you come out. The little turtle blinked. Mo Xian closed the chamber door and crawled out of the stone chamber. Dawn had broken. The sun rose above the sea, its light falling on the island and on the mist. The fog was thick blue light swirling. On the sea there was no ship, no red eyes. Mo Xian walked to the high-level training ground. Xian Yu was already leading the combat team in training. The 7 turtles stood on the threefold gravity, cube moving slowly but none fell. 90 days. Countdown, Mo Xian said. A brown light burst from Xian Yu's throat. The shells of all 7 turtles lit up, gold, silver, white, black, copper brown, and cyan. The 7-colored light illuminated the training ground. Mo Xian stood within that radiance, staring at the northern sea. Mo Xian stood atop the Yan Xiu, gazing downward. The sun had just risen above the sea, casting light upon the island. The reservoir's surface reflected a white gleam. 3 patches of the terraced field's grain had turned yellow, and the 4th had just begun to sprout. In the aquaculture pond, the largest tuna floated to the surface, its mouth opening and closing. The warehouse door was shut, stacked inside with dried fish and seaweed. In the nursery pit, over 200 hatchling turtles huddled together. On the training ground, 7 Zhongren-level turtles were practicing on the gravity cubes. The blue light of the spiritual spring chamber seeped through the cave entrance. Characters were carved on the stone platform of the council hall. The city wall encircled the entire island, gray-brown and covered in seaweed. 4-story building, 8 rooms on the first floor, 3 on the second. Mo Xian slid down from the Yan Xiu and walked to the edge of the shallow beach. Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in its throat flickering. The sea fog maze array was in operation. The fog was thick and the blue light rotated. From the first volume until now. How many days had passed? Xianyan crouched nearby, extending 9 claws, then 10. 90 days. Mo Xian shook his head, counting from the first day of transmigration. Xianyan again extended 9 claws, spreading them. 90 days. No, from the first volume to the 4th there were 120 chapters, so the time span should be longer. But according to the detailed outline, by the end of the 4th volume the clan should have exceeded 150, and the first floor of the castle should be completed. Mo Xian stopped dwelling on the numbers and stared at the sea. 90 days. From 8 turtles to 209. From ordinary turtles to 9 Zhongren-level turtles. From a desolate island to one with walls, fields, ponds, chambers, arrays, and training grounds. Mo Xian pointed with his claw at the island structures: the reservoir, terraced fields, aquaculture pond, warehouse, nursery, training ground, spiritual spring chamber, council hall, advanced training ground, array, control room, and strategic materials warehouse. 11 buildings. 8 on the first floor, 3 on the second. The city wall was 1 kilometer long. Mo Xian walked to the wall and tapped it with his claw. The sound was dull, not hollow. The wall was 2.5 meters tall, 1 meter thick, its surface overgrown with seaweed. He climbed onto the wall and crouched on top. From the wall he could see the entire island and the sea. The fog was thick and the blue light rotated. Xianlan crawled over from the shallow beach and crouched beneath the wall. Xianyan crouched nearby. Xianlian slid down from the watchtower and lay on Mo Xian's forelimb. Xianyu crawled over from the training ground and crouched at the base of the wall. 4 turtles looked up at Mo Xian. Mo Xian slid down from the wall and stood before them. The clan: 209 individuals. 9 at Chunin level, 83 at Jinin level, 117 at common turtle level. Buildings: 8 on the first floor, 3 on the second floor. City wall: 1 kilometer. Resources: 500 gene of dried fish, 50 bundles of seaweed, 3,000 grains of rice seeds, 24 kilograms of metal ingots, 2 short knives. Defenses: sea mist maze covers 5 kilometers. Intermediate defensive formation covers a radius of 50 meters. Stealth rate: 88%. Mo Xian opened the system panel. Volume 4 completed. Race count: 209. Average combat power: upper Jinin level. Sacred land construction progress: 53. Stealth rate: 88. Core members: Xianlan Chunin Peak Xian, Yin Chunin Xian, Lian Chunin Xian, Yu Chunin Xian, Jin Chunin Xian, Yin Chunin Xian, Tong Chunin Xian, Bai Chunin Xian, He Chunin. Unlocked techniques: 4 types of water release, 5 types of earth release, 2 types of fire release, 2 types of illusionary arts. Activated buildings: reservoir, terraced fields, breeding pond, warehouse, nursery, training ground, spirit spring room, meeting hall, advanced training ground, formation control room, strategic material warehouse, city wall. Mo Xian closed the panel. He walked to the edge of the training ground where the 7 Chunin were still training. Xianyu stood on a triple gravity block, shooting a pillar of fire that hit a moving target 100 meters away. 10 hits out of 10 shots. 90 days. You trained from Jinin to Chunin, from unable to hit to being able to hit a moving target. Xian Yu jumped down from the block and walked over to Mo Xian. Next stage Jonin level. Mo Xian nodded. Next volume 300 in the clan Jonin level complete castle. Mo Xian walked to the nursery. The young turtles were huddled in the pit. The smallest one with green markings on its shell was lying on Xian Jin's back. But Xian Jin was not there, it was at the training ground. The green-marked young turtle was lying on empty space and turned over. Mo Xian used his nose to nudge it back upright. The little turtle looked up at him and blinked. Mo Xian placed it back into the pit and walked over to the cultivation pod. He opened the hatch, and the tiny turtle poked its head out of the shell, then bit his claw tip. Come out. The little turtle released its bite and blinked. Mo Xian closed the hatch. He walked to the smelting furnace. A layer of metal about 2 kilograms had accumulated in the stone trough. He pried the metal up with his claws and put it into his pocket. He walked back to the strategic material warehouse, pressed a stone, and the cave entrance opened. He stacked the ingots in the corner. 26 kilograms now. 2 short blades were stuck into the wall. Forged 10 knives. Mo Xian came out of the warehouse, and the cave entrance sealed shut. He walked to the shoal and lay down beside Xianlan. The sea mist maze was in operation. The fog was thick and blue light swirled. From 153 to 209. From 4 middle ninja level to 9 middle ninja level. From the first layer to the second. A blue light burst from inside Xianlan's throat. Mo Xian did not press it. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal, shining on the city wall. On the sea, that pair of red eyes appeared again. Staring at the island, at Xianlan, at Mo Xian. Mo Xian stared at those red eyes. 90 days. You've watched for 90 days. Have you found the island? The red eyes blinked once and sank. The seawater was scalding. The blue light beneath the surface was very faint. The energy leak is slowing. Can you still see? The red eyes surfaced again, staring at Mo Xian. Watch for a long time. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The energy is no longer leaking. You won't see anything. The red eyes blinked 3 times and sank. The seawater turned cold. The blue light beneath the surface vanished. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the top of the rocky hill, climbing onto the stone platform. Xianlan crouched below the platform. Xian Yin crouched on the left. Xian Lian crouched on the right. Xian Yu crouched at the very front. The 4 turtles looked up at him. Xian Lian crouched on the right. Xian Yu crouched at the very front. The 4 turtles looked up at him. 300. Upper ninja level. Complete castle form. The 4 turtles nodded. Mo Xian jumped down from the stone platform and walked to the city wall. The seaweed on the wall reflected dim light under the moonlight, but it did not glisten. He touched the seaweed, it was damp and cold. The wall will be higher. The city will be larger. More turtles. Mo Xian turned and walked to the training ground. The 7 middle ninja level turtles were still crouching on the gravity cubes. Xian Yu stood under 3 times gravity, a pillar of flame, continuously spewing, never stopping. You must train until you reach upper ninja level. Xian Yu shut his mouth and jumped down from the cube. Upper ninja level. How long will it take? 90 days. Or 180 days. Depends on resources. Mo Xian took out 10 bottles of advanced body tempering liquid from his ring and distributed them to the 7 middle ninja level turtles. 1 bottle per day? Come back for more if it's not enough. The 7 turtles bit the bottles and tilted their heads to gulp them down. Xian Jin's shell glowed, and the golden veins grew brighter. Xian Yin's shell formed a thin layer of ice, which quickly melted. Xian Bai's shell emitted a puff of white smoke. Xian Hei's shell darkened for a moment, then brightened. Mo Xian walked to the shoal. Dawn was approaching. The moon was covered by clouds, and the sea was pitch black. In the pitch blackness there were no boats, no lights, no red eyes. Mo Xian lay sprawled on the sandy ground, chin resting upon his paws. Xianlan crouched to his left, the blue luminescence in his throat grown still. Xian Yin crouched to his right, forepaws pressed flat against the earth. Xian Lian lay curled against Mo Xian's foreleg, the patterns upon his carapace dimmed and dark. Xian Yu knelt in of the training grounds, a blade clamped gently between his teeth. The entire island fell silent save for the whispering waves. Mo Xian closed his eyes. Within the nursery the hatchlings murmured soft dreams. Upon the training grounds 7 Shuanren class rested on their bellies, breathing heavily. Beside the smelting furnace the molten metal in the stone troughs slowly cooled. Within the spirit spring chamber the water bubbled gently. He opened his eyes. Upon the sea's surface the horizon began to brighten. The sun rose from the ocean's embrace, its golden light caressing the drifting mist. The fog hung thick and heavy, the blue radiance spiraling within it. Mo Xian rose to his feet and walked toward the water's edge. The sea was warm to the touch. Beneath the surface no blue glow remained. The energy had ceased its leak. Imo turned and walked back to the top of the rocky hill, climbing onto the stone platform. The sunlight fell on his back, casting his shadow on the stone wall. The wall was inscribed with characters, Xianlan, Yin Lianyu. He carved another character beneath those 5, Jin. Next volume. More characters. Imo jumped off the stone platform and walked to the edge of the shoal. Xianlan was still crouching there. Imo lay down beside it. 90 days. Next volume. 90 days. Or 180 days. No matter how long. When it's time to fight. A blue light flickered in Xianlan's throat. Imo patted its carapace with his claw. Wait until the day we can fight. The fog over the sea dissipated. Sunlight fell on the water, turning it golden. In the midst of the gold, there was a gray ship with a cannon at its bow. The ship stopped 10 kilometers away. On the deck stood a man wearing a bamboo hat and a black robe. Gui Denglan. He stared at the island for about half a minute. This time he didn't use his perception art, didn't raise his hand, didn't emit light. He just watched. After half a minute he turned and walked into the cabin. The ship turned around and sailed north. Imo stared at the sea. Today he didn't emit light. He had given up. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst forth. Imo didn't stop it. The blue light illuminated the entire shoal, the wall, the training ground. On the sea those red eyes appeared again. They floated on the surface, staring at the island. They stared for a long time. Imo stared back at the red eyes. Volume 4 is over. Do you still want to watch? The red eyes blinked once and sank below. Imo stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. Beneath the surface there was no blue light. The energy no longer leaks. You can't see anything now. The sea was all golden. No red eyes. No ship. No fog. Imo turned and walked back to the training ground. The 7 Chunin-level turtles had already stepped onto the gravity blocks. Xianyu held a blade in its mouth, standing under triple gravity. A pillar of fire shot out, hitting a moving target 100 meters away. 10 shots, 10 hits. Imo stood at the edge of the field, staring at that turtle. 9 golden patterns glowed on its carapace. It stared at the sea, the brown light in its throat constantly lit. Next volume. Jonin level. Xianyu nodded. Imo turned and walked back to the shoal. Xianlan was still crouching there. Imo lay down beside it. Volume 4 ends. 90 days. Next volume, no matter how long. Wait. Imo closed his eyes. The waves crashed on the beach one after another. In the nursery the young turtles were snoring. On the training ground the 7 Chunin level were practicing. By the smelting furnace the metal in the stone trough was cooling. In the spirit spring room water was bubbling. He opened his eyes. On the sea there was no ship, no red eyes, no Gui Denglan. Only sunlight, only waves, only this island. Imo stood up and walked to the water's edge. Volume 4 ends. Next volume, continue to hide. Hide until the day we can fight. A blue light flickered in Xianlan's throat. Imo patted its carapace with his claw. Well hidden. They can't find us. Fog rose over the sea. The fog was thick and blue light swirled. The island was shrouded in fog, invisible from the outside. Imo turned and walked back to the training ground. The 7 Chunin level were still training. Xianyu's pillar of fire kept shooting, never stopping. Imo stood at the edge watching the pillar of fire. Next volume. You'll be stronger. Xianyu's pillar of fire shot out to 120 meters, shattering the target. It closed its mouth and turned to look at Imo 120 meters. Imo nodded. Next volume. 200 meters. Xianyu nodded. It opened its mouth again and a pillar of fire shot out. Waves crashed onto the sandy shore as Imo poked his head out of his shell. Dawn had just broken and the mist was thin. He stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cool, cooler than yesterday. He looked up at the sky. The clouds were high and the wind blew from the north, carrying the scent of soil from the continent. The season is changing, said Imo Xianlan crouched by the water, the blue light in its throat flickering. It stared at the northern sea surface where nothing was visible. The mist dispersed, allowing a clear view into the distance. The distant reefs and farther still the horizon. On the horizon lay a gray band, not a ship, but light refracted by the atmosphere. Imo climbed the watchtower. Xianlan lay atop it, the patterns on its carapace no longer glowing. Its eyes were closed, its breathing slow. Imo lay beside it, and also gazed northward. See anything? Xianlan opened its eyes and shook its head. No ships within 10 kilometers to the north. Imo stared at the gray band. Beneath that band lay the continent. It was far beyond sight, but he knew there was the land of fire, there was Konoha village, there were shinobi, and there was war. Mu year 33, said Imo Xianlan tilted its head. Imo pointed north with his claw. Over there. The continent. The great ninja war ended a year ago. Many died. Xianlan stared northward. It could not see the continent, but it could sense the direction of the wind. The wind came from the north bearing the scent of earth and a faint smell of scorching. Very faint, as if something had been burned. Is it still going on? Asked Xian. Xianlian shook its head. The war is over, but border skirmishes persist. The great nations are recuperating, the small ones are scrambling for territory. The shinobi world appeared calm on the surface, but turbulent currents ran beneath. Xian slid down the tower and walked to the terraced fields. The grain in the fourth plot had already ripened, the ears heavy and drooping. He held a stalk, stripped a few grains and chewed them. The husks were hard, the rice deep red, and it was chewy. The grain in the third plot had just been harvested, leaving the land empty. The grain in the second plot had just been planted, the seedlings not yet emerged. The first plot lay fallow, overgrown, with a few clumps of weeds. 4 plots. Is it enough to eat? Xianyan crouched nearby and nodded. Xian stared at the fields. Irrigated with spirit spring water, improved with spiritual soil conditioners, selected and bred. The yield per mu had risen from 300 jin to 350 jin. For plots 2.5 mu of land could yield over 800 jin of grain per season. For seasons a year, over 3,000 jin. Enough for the entire clan. Xian walked to the aquaculture pond. The pond was teeming with fish. The largest tuna had grown to 3.5 meters. It surfaced, its mouth opening and closing. Xian took a small piece of dried fish from his ring and tossed it into the water. The tuna swallowed it and sank. Fish is also enough to eat. Xian walked to the warehouse and opened the door. Inside, dried fish, seaweed, and grain seeds were stacked. There were over 600 jin of dried fish and over 60 bundles of seaweed. He counted the grain seeds. The ones reserved for planting were wrapped in seaweed and stuffed into the deepest corner. The stored food was enough for 3 months. The next season's grain would ripen in another month. Xian closed the warehouse door and walked to the nursery. The young turtles were huddled in the pit. The smallest one, with green patterns on its carapace, was lying on Xianjin's back. Xianjin was in the training ground. The green patterned young turtle was lying in an empty spot and flipped over. Xian used his nose to write it. Mu Yi, you're 33. How much longer until you grow up? The young turtle looked up at him and blinked. Xian placed it back in the pit and walked to the incubation chamber. He opened the hatch. A small turtle poked its head out of its shell and bit his claw tip. The cracks on the shell were already very wide, revealing the small turtle's carapace, pale cyan with spiral patterns. Mu Yi, you're 33. I'll wait for you to come out. The small turtle released its bite and blinked. Xian closed the hatch. Xian walked to the training ground. 7 Chunin-level turtles were crouching on gravity cubes. Xianyu stood under 3 times gravity, spewing a pillar of fire that struck a moving target 120 meters away. 10 shots, 10 hits. Xianjin, under 2 times gravity, clawed at the wall, leaving 5 cracks in the light membrane. Xianyin, under 1.5 times gravity, sprayed icy mist, freezing 4 runes. Xian, by under 1 times gravity, spat acid, corroding through the first layer of the wall. Xian Tong used earth release to build wall sections, rising one after another. Xian He closed its eyes. When it opened them again, its pupils turned white, staring at Xianyu. Xianyu's fire pillar wavered slightly, but quickly steadied. Interference training. Xian He, you interfere with Xianyu and see if he can maintain stability. Xian He nodded. It stared at Xianyu, its pupils white. Xianyu's fire pillar began to tremble, shrinking from 120 meters to 100 meters. It closed its mouth, took a breath, and then spewed again. The fire pillar stabilized at 120 meters. Xian He continued interfering. Xianyu's fire pillar wavered again, but quickly steadied. Enough. Train until you can hit, even under interference. The 2 turtles nodded. Xian left the training ground and walked to the formation control room. Xianlian crouched inside, its claws pressed against runes. The color of the light barrier shifted from pale blue to deep blue, and from deep blue to purple. It released its claws, and the barrier returned to normal. How much energy is recovered? Xianlian extended 7 claw tips, 70%. Xian nodded. 30% was still leaking, but less than before. Energy flowed from the spirit spring to the training ground, was recovered by absorption walls, then flowed to the formation control room to supply the barrier. It cycled, but not thoroughly enough. We need to seal it further. Xian left the control room and walked to the spirit spring chamber. The spirit spring was still bubbling. New crystals had grown to the size of a thumb. The spring water was full, overflowing the pool's edge. He dipped his claw into the water and soaked for 5 minutes. A warm current surged from his claw to the top of his head. More energy. Less leakage. Xian left the spirit spring chamber and walked to the city wall. The seaweed on the wall had dried, its color shifting from deep green to grayish-brown. Xianyan followed, letting out a low growl. The ground split open and spirit spring water gushed out, seeping into the base of the wall. The seaweed turned green again. Mu Yi year 33. 6 years until the Third Great Ninja War. Mo Xian stared at the northern sea. Mist had risen again thin. The blue light was spinning. There were no ships on the sea, no red eyes. It had been 3 days since Kaminarimon's last visit. A reconnaissance ship came once a day, circled 10 kilometers out, and then left. They're reducing their frequency. The energy leakage is less, they can't find us. Mo Xian walked to the shallows and lay down beside Xianlan. The sea mist maze was in operation. The mist was not thick, but it was enough. The blue light in Xianlan's throat was very faint. The chakra consumed to maintain the mist had decreased because energy was being recovered and the formation was stronger. Mu Yi year 33. 6 years from now, the Third Great Ninja War. We have 6 years to develop. Xianlan turned its head to look at him. 6 years. Can we reach Jonin level? Mo Xian nodded. Yes. We can even reach Kaga level. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst forth. Mo Xian pressed its mouth shut. 6 years, not 6 days. Take it slow. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cool. There was no blue light beneath the surface. The energy was not leaking. He stared at the sea. 6 years. In 6 years, the Third Great Ninja War will erupt. We won't have to hide then. Whoever attacks us, we will strike back. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the training ground. The 7 Chunin-level turtles were still training. Xian Yu stood under 3 times gravity, its fire pillar reaching 120 meters steady. Xian Jin's claws had cut through the light membrane, leaving 5 deep grooves on the wall. Xian Yin's icy mist had frozen 4 ruins. Xian Bai's acid had corroded through the second layer of the wall. Xian Tong had built a full row of earth walls. Xian Hei's pupils were white, staring at Xian Yue, whose fire pillar did not waver. Mu Yi year 33. The first day, Mo Xian stood at the edge of the training ground, sunlight shining on his back. He stared at the turtles training. 7 Chunin level. The patterns on their carapaces were varied and colorful. They could fight, but not yet. They had to wait until Jonin level, until Kaga level, until the Third Great Ninja War. 6 years. We can wait. Mo Xian walked to the seedling room. The small turtle in the incubation chamber poked its head out and stared at him. The cracks on its shell had reached the edges. The small turtle would emerge at any moment. Mo Xian opened the hatch and reached his claw inside. The small turtle bit his claw tip. Mu Yi year 33. You made it. In 6 years you'll also be a combatant. The small turtle released its bite and blinked. Mo Xian closed the hatch. He walked to the top of the rocky hill and climbed onto the stone platform. Sunlight spread across the sea, illuminating the island. Reservoir, terraced fields, aquaculture pond, warehouse, nursery, training ground, spirit spring chamber, meeting hall, advanced training ground, formation control room, strategic material warehouse. 11 structures. A city wall 1 kilometer long. Over 200 turtles. 9 Chunin level. 6 years. We can build more. Become stronger. Mo Xian jumped down from the stone platform and walked to the shallows. Xianlan was still crouching there. Mo Xian lay down beside it. Mu Yi year 33. Spring. 6 years until the Third Great Ninja War. Enough time to develop. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered. Mo Xian patted its carapace with his claw. 6 years. No rush. Take it slow. On the sea the mist dispersed. Sunlight shone on the water, turning it into a sheet of gold. In the midst of the gold there was a ship, gray with a cannon on its bow. The ship stopped 10 kilometers out. On board stood a man wearing a conical hat and a black robe. Kaminarimon. He stared at the island for about half a minute. He did not raise his hand, nor did he emit any light. He just watched. After half a minute he turned and walked into the cabin. The ship turned around and sailed north. Mo Xian stared at the sea. He came. He saw nothing. He left. The blue light in Xianlan's throat burst forth. Mo Xian did not press it down. The blue light illuminated the entire shallows, the city wall, and the training ground. The 7 Chunin-level turtles crouched on the gravity, cubes, the patterns on their carapaces glowing in the blue light. On the sea the pair of red eyes appeared again. They floated on the surface, staring at the island. They stared for a long time. Mo Xian stared back at those red eyes. Mu Yi year 33. You'll have to watch for 6 more years. Take your time. The red eyes blinked once and sank. The seawater was cool. There was no blue light beneath the surface. The energy was not leaking. Mo Xian stood up and walked to the water's edge. 6 years. In 6 years you won't see anything. Mo Xian turned and walked back to the training ground. The 7 Chunin-level turtles were still training. Xian Yu's fire pillar had reached 130 meters. It closed its mouth and turned to look at Mo Xian. 130 meters. Mo Xian nodded. 6 years. Train until it reaches 500 meters. Xian Yu nodded. It opened its mouth again and the fire pillar shot out. Mo Xian stood at the edge watching that pillar of fire. Sunlight shone on the island on the training ground on that turtle's carapace. 9 golden patterns gleamed in the sunlight. Mu Year 33. Spring. The development period. 6 years. Imo turned and walked to the shallows lying down beside Xianlan. The sea mist maze was in operation. The mist was not thick, but it was enough. There were no ships on the sea, no red eyes. Imo closed his eyes. The waves crashed onto the beach one after another. In the nursery, the young turtles were snoring. In the training ground, the 7 Chunin-level turtles were training. By the smelting furnace, the metal in the stone trough was cooling. In the spirit spring chamber, the water was bubbling. He opened his eyes. On the sea, sunlight spread a sheet of gold. At the end of the gold lay the continent. He could not see it, but he knew it was there. 6 years. In 6 years, the great ninja war. We won't have to hide. Imo stood up and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cool. He turned and walked back to the training ground standing at its edge. Xianyu's fire pillar had reached 140 meters. Imo stared at that pillar of fire. 6 years. Train until you can defeat a Jonin. Train until you can defeat a Kaguya. Train until no one dares to come. Xianyu's fire pillar burned all day long, never ceasing. Imo lay prone atop the rocky hillock, his gaze fixed on the northern sea. The sun had just sunk below the horizon, leaving a crimson thread at the sky's edge. The sea was clear, devoid of mist. So clear that the distant horizon was visible. Nothing lay upon that horizon. Xianlian slid down from the watchtower and scurried onto Imo forelimb. Scan once, Imo said. Xianlian spat a mouthful of water which spread into a thin membrane. The membrane revealed nothing. No ships, no red eyes within 10 kilometers. It had been a month since Guidanglan last appeared. The reconnaissance ships had stopped coming. They had given up. Imo slid down from the hillock and walked to the edge of the terraced fields. All 4 fields were planted with grain. The first had just sprouted, the second was earing, the third had turned golden, and the fourth had already been harvested. The empty plot awaited tilling. He grabbed a handful of soil. It was black, loose, and clumped easily in his palm. The spiritual soil improver was depleted, but the earth had grown fertile. Xianyan crouched nearby, nodding. Imo scattered the soil back into the field and approached the aquaculture pond. A tuna surfaced, its mouth opening and closing. It had grown to 5 meters in length, its back a deep blue, its belly silver. Imo took a small piece of dried fish from his ring and tossed it into the water. The tuna swallowed it and sank beneath the surface. A brood fish. Next year it would spawn hatchlings. Imo walked to the warehouse and opened the door. Inside were stacked dried fish, seaweed, and grain seeds, 1,500 gene of dried fish, 120 bundles of seaweed, and 8,000 grains of seed. He closed the warehouse door, proceeded to the strategic materials warehouse, pressed a stone, and the cave entrance opened. Inside lay metal ingots, 32 kilograms in total. 3 short blades were thrust into the wall, their blades a deep blue. He drew one and swung it, the blade hummed through the air. For fields. Permu yield 525 gene. Grain reserves 1 year. Metal ingots 32 kilograms. Short blades 3. Mid ninja level 9. Lower ninja level 93. Mortal turtle level 134. Total 236. Imo sheathed the blade back into the wall and exited the cave. The entrance sealed shut. He walked to the training ground. 7 mid ninja level turtles crouched on gravity blocks. Xianyu stood under triple gravity, launching pillars of fire to 250 meters, hitting the mark 10 times out of 10. Xianjin's claws tore through the light membrane, leaving 5 deep gouges in the wall. Xianyin's ice mist froze 9 runes solid. Xianbai's acid corroded through the 6th layer of the wall. Xiantong had built a ring of city walls 5 meters high and 2 meters thick. Xianhei's pupils were white, fixed on Xianyue, whose pillar of fire never wavered. 90 days of training, from lower ninja level to the peak of mid ninja level. Next step, upper ninja level. The 7 turtles leaped off the blocks. Imo took 7 bottles of advanced body tempering liquid from his ring and handed them over. The last batch. Drink sparingly. The 7 turtles bit the bottles and tilted their heads, gulping down the liquid. Xianjin's carapace flashed once. Xianyin's carapace formed a layer of ice. Xianbai's carapace emitted a puff of white smoke. Xianhei's carapace dimmed, then brightened again. Imo walked to the nursery chamber. The hatchlings crowded in the pit, and the smallest one with green markings on its carapace lay atop Xianjin's back. Xianjin was not there, it was in the training ground. The green-marked hatchling lay in the empty space, flipping over. Imo nudged it upright with his snout. It had grown a full circle from the size of a palm to a half-grown turtle. The green markings on its carapace had grown brighter. The baby turtle lifted its head to gaze at him and blinked. Imo placed it back into the pit and walked over to the incubation pod. The little turtle inside had already emerged lying on the soft cushion. It refused to come out, remaining curled up in the pod. Xian opened the hatch and used his claw to nudge it out. The little turtle shrank into a ball, refusing to extend its head. He set it down beside the green-patterned baby turtle. The green-patterned baby turtle climbed onto its back, resting its head on the other's shell. The little turtle slowly extended its head, revealing pale azure eyes with vertical pupils. Xian emerged from the nursery and made his way to the array control room. Xianlian crouched inside, its paw pressed against the runes. The barrier held steady, pale blue and unwavering. 95% of the energy was being recycled. Only 5% leaked through. Xian tapped the rune with his claw, and the barrier flared briefly. That would suffice. 0.5% lost. They would not find us. Xian approached the city wall. The seaweed upon its surface had grown thick and verdant. He ran his paw over it. Damp, cool. Spirit spring water seeped from the cracks, dripping onto the sandy ground and sinking away. The wall stood 2.5 meters high and 1 meter thick, its surface blanketed in seaweed. From the outside it resembled nothing more than a rocky slope. The walls were ready. Chunin-level attacks would not breach them. Xian reached the shallows. Xianlan rested at the water's edge, the blue glow in its throat no longer flickering. The sea fog array was active. The mist was thinner now, but sufficient. Xianlan's chakra consumption had decreased, for energy was being recycled, and the array strengthened. The 5th arc concluded. 90 days from spring into summer of the 33rd year of the leaf. 5 years and 9 months remained before the 3rd Great Ninja War. The blue light in Xianlan's throat flickered once. Xian tapped its shell with his claw. The next arc awaits. 300 members of the clan, all at Jonin level. The fortress had reached completion. Xian rose and walked to the water's edge. The sea was cold. Beneath the surface no blue light could be seen. No energy leaked anymore. He stared out at the sea. The moon rose, casting a silver gleam across the water, a vast expanse of white. In its center nothing at all. No ships, no red eyes, no Hozuki ran. They would not come. They could not find them. Xian turned and walked back to the crest of the rocky hill, climbing onto the stone platform. Moonlight fell upon his back, casting a shadow against the stone wall. Inscribed upon it were characters: Xianlan Yin Lian Yue Jin Yin by Hei Tong Qing. 11 names. With his claw he carved another character beneath them all, Lu. The next arc. More names to come. Xian leaped down from the stone platform and made his way to the training grounds. 7 Chunin-level members still crouched upon the gravity cubes. Xian stood at the edge of the field, fixing his gaze upon them. The 5th arc ended. The next arc. Jonin level. Train until they could defeat Hozuki ran. The brown light in Xian Yu's throat erupted. All 7 turtles' shells flared to life. Gold, silver, white, black, copper, brown, and cyan. 7 colors of light illuminated the training ground. Xian stood within that radiance, staring at the northern sea. Fog began to rise upon the water. Thick and dense, the blue light rotating within it. The island was shrouded in mist, invisible from the outside. Xian emerged from the training grounds and walked to the nursery. The green-striped hatchling and the cyan-striped hatchling lay together, both asleep. Xian crouched at the edge of the pit, watching them. Xian stepped out of the nursery and made his way to the shallows. Xianlan was still crouching there. Xian settled down beside it. A blue light flickered in Xianlan's throat. Xian patted its carapace with a claw. Hide. Train. Wait. On the sea the mist dispersed. Moonlight spilled across the sea, turning it silver. In the midst of that silver there was nothing. Only waves, only wind. Xian rose and walked to the water's edge. The seawater was cold. He turned and walked back to the training ground. Xian Yu was still crouching on the gravity block. A pillar of fire shot out, 250 meters, and the target shattered. Xian stood at the edge of the training ground, staring at that pillar of fire. Next round. 300 meters. Xian Yu nodded. It opened its mouth again, and a pillar of fire shot out. Xian stood at the edge of the training ground, watching that pillar of fire. Moonlight shone on the island, on the training ground, and on the turtle's carapace. 9 golden lines gleamed in the moonlight. End.